arrival of the apocalypse was silent and unassuming. The electricity vanished overnight. Water was dwindling, becoming scarce, and cultivating crops proved to be exceedingly difficult. Social order rapidly disintegrated, and young Master Chima of the Chi family met his untimely demise. Her husband showed no regard for his well-being, exchanging glances with his ethereal cousin, while she fled with her long-lost boyfriend and family. As a result, 7 months into the apocalypse, with ammunition depleted and famine rampant, her 2-year-old child and the baby within her womb were tragically consumed as sustenance by these heartless individuals. Reborn, Chima discovered that he had retained his spatial abilities and let out a triumphant howl to the heavens. This time I shall hoard a multitude of supplies. Young Master Chima, accompanied by his 9-month-old child and the small sprout in his womb, began stockpiling food, water, and resources. This time, he eluded his malicious ex-boyfriend and his vile family, stealthily pushing a baby carriage towards the ancestral home in Huo Village. Without electricity and vehicles, the man likely never anticipated that he would come to this quaint village. Huo, the young wife, had fled with his son, while also carrying 2 little sprouts in her belly, causing him great distress. Neglecting them for 3 days would surely lead to chaos. Search, scour the nation, everyone must seek. A bounty of 100 tons of grain is offered, with the condition that the young master must remain unscathed. Thus, the child is deemed an unfortunate casualty, not worth a grain of sustenance. Hidden in Huo Village, the young master, along with his child and sprout, engaged in raising chickens and cultivating vegetables, blissfully unaware of the upheaval he had unleashed upon the world outside. Chapter 1. Pain tore through him like a tempest, compelling Chima to struggle violently. In the darkness, his hand brushed against something soft and warm, not cold. Thirsty, Chima felt he had touched his child. The warmth smooth as jade, delightful to the touch, imbued with the scent of milk. He had touched his child. How could this be? He had clearly perished, as had the child, yet the sensation of pain remained vividly acute. Over 6 months into the apocalypse, they had fled to the capital, and in their dire state, Chima's family, including his aunt, uncle, and ex-boyfriend, bound him during childbirth and devoured his eldest child. Within a day, a pack of ravenous individuals had eviscerated him, and only in his final moments did Chima realize he was bearing twins. Yet it was futile. These people would not spare his corpse, nor his unborn offspring. Something before him flickered to life, and Chima seized it. It was his phone. The date was June 1st, year 119 of the new era, at 1 o'clock in the morning. His child was still alive, plump, fragrant, and irresistibly adorable. The scoundrel of a man could be forsaken, but his child could not be abandoned. It was his own flesh and blood. He recalled vividly that 10 days after June 1st, electricity would vanish, rendering all devices dependent on it as mere heaps of scrap metal. Furthermore, automobiles, airplanes, trains, and cruise ships would all be rendered inoperable. People would have no choice but to rely on their legs, horses, ox carts, mules, and donkeys for transportation. However, bicycles and pedal-powered tricycles would still be functional. Subsequently, the weather shifted into drought, and water began to dwindle. At that time, people remained oblivious to the impending peril. Yet, as water continued to vanish and drinking became arduous, they finally recognized the true arrival of the apocalypse. Crops could not be cultivated, food supplies dwindled, and life grew increasingly arduous. Order collapsed instantaneously. Hunger could strip away reason, driving people to madness. Turning on the bedside lamp, under the warm glow, a 9-month-old cherub lay sleeping beside him, creamy and plump, exuding a delightful fragrance. The tiny hands were stuffed into the mouth, occasionally producing a smacking sound, with a smile gracing his lips. The little one must be dreaming sweetly. His little one still thrives, not yet reduced to a mere wisp of skin and bone, with cracked lips from the lack of sustenance. His offspring remains a plump and adorable cherub. The night is shrouded in darkness as Chima closes his eyes, pondering his next course of action. How can he sustain his little cub in such a post-apocalyptic world? He gently touches his belly, where a pair of tiny sprouts has taken root, destined to emerge in 7 months. However, in his previous life, he was brutally disemboweled by a band of fiends who took away his twin offspring, leading to his own demise. Those wretches would undoubtedly not spare the twins this time. Concealing his hatred deep within, he must now strategize. He requires ample water, abundant food, and plentiful supplies to nurture his little cub. Where to acquire these necessities? Huo Village. That community is tightly knit, and he is regarded as a son-in-law of Huo Village. His child is recorded in the family tree, and during the Qingming festival, the clan elder recognized him, as did the neighbors. Huo, this cold-hearted individual who married him due to an accidental pregnancy, should not return to Huo Village anytime soon after the apocalypse. After all, it is merely a small village nestled against a mountain, lacking any resources that might attract attention. He needs to stockpile water and food there, as well as formula and diapers. If only he could bring the spatial ability he awakened a week before his death. It was vast and empty, but by then, there were no resources left to store. As Chi-Ma contemplates the spatial ability, his expression shifts. He recalls the space from his previous life vividly. He is astonished. Could it be that he not only reincarnated but also brought the space back with him? Gather. As Chi-Ma utters these words, the mobile phone in his hand vanishes, only to reappear in a space larger than a football field. This is my space. Not only have I been reborn, but I have also reclaimed my spatial ability. How splendid! There is no longer any need to worry about where to store supplies. They can be carried with me. The feeling of hunger and thirst is utterly terrifying and drives one to madness. Chi-Ma seizes a carton of milk from the snack shelf and drinks eagerly. He craves sustenance. When did this world begin to mutate? 19 years ago. That year, as his mother recounted, the sky rained down the corpses of giants, their bodies radiant with colors. At that time, his mother had taken him aboard a distant ship. Countless nations sought to retrieve the corpses, but they dissolved and vanished upon entering the sea. In the following years, anomalies began to arise, such as men transforming into chosen ones capable of bearing children. And Chi-Ma is one of those who can conceive. Thus, society witnessed the emergence of a new gender. They could marry women and bear children, and they could also marry men and father offspring. Reflecting on 18 months ago, Chi-Ma furrows his brow. He harbored feelings for Chun Feng of the Chen family, his childhood companion. Yet, at the Huo family banquet, Huo Liangzhou was drugged, and he inadvertently entered the wrong room, resulting in his pregnancy, leading to a marriage of necessity. Initially, he intended to terminate the pregnancy, for he did not love Huo Xingzhou. However, his grandfather compelled him to marry, and Chi's company fell into financial ruin after his parents' tragic accident 2 years prior. To preserve his parents' legacy, Chi-Ma ultimately wed. After their marriage, Huo Liangzhou largely ignored him, preoccupied with incessant busyness, providing only monetary support. This individual even flirted with his cousin Chi Huai, often appearing as a couple, which is infuriating. In order to survive this time, Chi-Ma is prepared to sever the ties of affection. No, that cannot be right. What connection do I have with that Hua? There is neither love nor attachment, just an insufferable individual. Wealth does not impress me. Thinking money can undermine me is a fool's dream. The little one is utterly adorable. A kiss is warranted. Smack. So fragrant and soft. I can't help but indulge. Now, Chi-Ma feels no regret in bringing his child into this world. With his parents gone, this little one is his angel. The chubby baby sleeps soundly, undisturbed until his father intrudes. The little fellow protests, extending his plump, lotus-like hand to slap his father's face, disrupting his slumber. Chi-Ma grasps the tiny hand, planting a kiss on the soft, plump palm. Truly delightful. Unable to resist, he takes a bite. The taste is simply exquisite. He fetches pen and paper, biting the pen cap. First, he must procure sufficient water, plenty of water. At the very least, he must buy 1,000 cases of mineral water and acquire water towers, 100 of the 10-ton towers, no 200, filled to the brim. 7 months after the apocalypse, reports indicate that the rainy season is approaching. Therefore, 200 10-ton water towers will provide ample supply for both him and his little one for an extended period. Additionally, he requires medications. Adult anti-inflammatories, cold remedies, fever reducers, antidiarrheal medications, amino acids, calcium tablets, vitamins, and more. He must purchase all necessary medicines for the little cub as well. There are also adult products that must be procured. The arrival of the big cub was unexpected, as was the little cub. Why do I have so many surprises? Chi-Ma wished to curse the heavens, wondering if they had chosen to single him out for torment. Additionally, there are staples such as rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, milk powder, and diapers. Clothing and daily necessities as well. Yes, most importantly, meat. The desire for meat makes my mouth water. He hurriedly rummaged through the snack shelf, retrieving a piece of beef jerky. Upon glancing at it, Chi-Ma felt an overwhelming salivation. Spotting the little cub reminded him of the 2 sprouts in his belly. No, he cannot indulge in these delights. He must wait until the little sprout is born. Chi-Ma, you must endure. Slipping on his slippers, Chi-Ma exited his room and swiftly made his way to the kitchen. Aunt Zhang had gone to sleep, leaving him to prepare his own meal. He opened the double doors of the refrigerator and gazed at the milk, eggs, and sirloin steak within, his mouth watering profusely. He removed the steak to thaw, took out the eggs, and retrieved some broccoli. After cutting a bit of broccoli, He washed it thoroughly and tossed it into a pot to boil. He then took out the frying pan and set the thawed steak upon it to sear. Although he had never cooked before the apocalypse, one cannot afford to be finicky in these dire times. With Huo Liangzhou abandoning him, he had no choice but to fend for himself. However, to be fair, when compared to the Huo family and especially to Chunfeng, Huo Liangzhou was quite amiable. At the very least, Huo Liangzhou had left him some food rather than devouring him. Mo was uncertain why Huo Liangzhou had vanished, leaving him and the cub behind. Had something happened, or had he perished? Mo did not know. Yet, he was certain that if Huo Liangzhou were present, he would never allow the cub to be eaten. Perhaps Huo Liangzhou did not harbor any affection for him, but he certainly adored the cub, a fact Mo was well aware of. After all, since Qi Huai was not among the chosen ones, being unable to conceive or bear cubs, the Huo family would never permit Qidong to enter their household. Having cooked the steak and eggs to perfection, and added a few boiled broccoli florets, Mo inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful aroma. He cradled the plate and returned to his bedroom. First, he glanced at the cub, ensuring it was peacefully asleep before sitting down at the tea table to eat. As a piece of beef entered his mouth, he exclaimed in delight, overwhelmed by the exquisite taste, his emotions spilling over. Opening his phone, Mo began searching for water tanks, dismissing those from other provinces and any that were too distant. Zhongqing in the suburbs, this one will do. Mo quickly left a message beneath the factory, requesting 210-ton water tanks, to be contacted at 9 tomorrow. Regarding the water supply, Mo contemplated his plan to procure water from the waterfall at Longpan Mountain, where the spring water flowed abundantly. He would go there at night. Mo also investigated the agricultural wholesale market, which was conveniently located just 50 kilometers away at the Delta Distribution Center in Liang Province. Tomorrow, he would rent a warehouse and purchase grains, vegetables, fruits, and meat. That was the plan. The thought of venturing out tomorrow left Mo feeling somewhat anxious. Surely, the agricultural wholesale market would be teeming with people? That thought was truly daunting. However, for the sake of a full stomach and the little cub, Mo resolved to persevere. He would sleep soundly, conserving his energy for the battle ahead. He had only 9 days and every second counted. Chapter 2. Upon gently patting the baby's diaper, it felt rather heavy. After removing it, I used a wet wipe to clean up and applied protective cream on the little one's bottom. The satisfying sound of a gentle clap echoed as I hung the used items to dry. I then proceeded to change the baby into a fresh diaper. As night fell, the following morning arrived at 6:10, when I woke up to find myself drenched in the baby's drool. The little one had crawled onto me, playfully nibbling at my face. Yan, you're nibbling on daddy again? I hope you're not teething. I inspected the baby's mouth, revealing 3 tiny, pearly white teeth sharp enough to cause a sting. Ruffling the baby's soft hair, I mused. Looks like the 4th one is on its way. Daddy will prepare your milk. Be good. My little one was exceptionally well behaved, rarely crying and less discomfort. Truly an angel. My 2 classmates, nearly driven to madness by their own little ones, often remarked that mine was sent as a blessing. I prepared a bottle of formula with 60-degree warm water. After briefly cooling it in cold water, I shook the bottle and tested the temperature against my cheek. Perfect at 37 degrees. I nestled the bottle into my baby's mouth, who instantly grasped it while lying on the bed and began to suck eagerly. I then proceeded to wash up. After changing into fresh clothes, I dressed my little one in matching cotton t-shirts. With a sunshade hat fitted on, I carried the baby downstairs. Aunt Zhang, who was just setting the breakfast table, noticed me and remarked, "Mr. Qi, you're up quite early today." "Yes, it's warm outside. I thought I'd take the baby for a stroll." "What delicacies do we have for breakfast, Aunt Zhang?" I rattled off a series of sentences, a feat I could never have accomplished in my past life, a skill honed after the apocalypse. Aunt Zhang's face lit up with joy as she replied, "I made millet porridge, vegetable and lean meat porridge, 8 treasure porridge, along with pan-fried buns and crystal dumplings, all your little master's favorites. Could you please pack a portion of the millet porridge for me to feed the baby later?" I requested. "Of course. Should I inform Mr. Huo that you're taking the little master out? Do you need a car and bodyguards?" Aunt Zhang inquired briskly as she set the dishes on the table. I shook my head. "No need. I'm just visiting a friend. I'll drive myself." "Aunt Zhang, please help me gather the formula, warm water, diapers, and wipes," I added. When taking the baby out, one must be prepared with ample supplies. Every item is essential. Aunt Zhang had been part of the Huo family for years, having cared for Huo Liangzhou, and now she devoted her attention to me and the little master. "All right, I'll get it ready without missing a thing. By the way, Mr. Qi, do you need sunscreen for the baby?" Aunt Zhang asked. "Yes, please. A small bowl of 8 treasure porridge, a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge, a few spoonfuls of the latter for the baby, 2 pan-fried buns, several shrimp crystal dumplings, a boiled egg, and half a cup of milk. Later I felt satisfied. Aunt Zhang had already brought down the backpack. As I lifted the backpack, I turned to the little one, who was nibbling on his fingers, and said, Yin Yin, say goodbye to Aunt Zhang. Come on, wave. Aunt Zhang raised her hand to wave back. Indeed, the baby reluctantly released his fingers from his mouth and waved his little hand at Aunt Zhang. Goodbye, Yin Yin. You're so clever. Aunt Zhang chuckled, her wrinkles deepening with joy. Entering the garage, I chose a low-profile black SUV and carefully secured the baby in the rear-facing car seat, placing the backpack beside it. Be good, my little one. Today, Daddy is taking you on a grand shopping spree. Yes, we'll spend your father's money, leaving no funds for the little imp to squander. All the money is ours, I declared as I started the engine and drove away from the villa. In the back seat, the baby, clutching his pacifier, echoed my words with enthusiastic sounds. 10 minutes later, I turned into a gas station, filling the tank while entering a small store to order 20 cases of mineral water, each case containing 24 bottles of 500 milliliters. That amounted to 480 bottles, enough for over 6 months at 2 bottles a day. Squinting, I felt my taut nerves begin to ease. After paying, I left the gas station. I couldn't head to the farmer's market just yet. A 50-kilometer drive would take an hour. First, I needed to visit the water tower factory to place my order. However, the factory staff wouldn't be in until later. With time limited, I drove directly to the grocery market. Upon parking, I moved to the back seat, loading all the mineral water into the trunk. I then lifted the baby from the car seat and walked toward the grain and oil store, retrieving the shopping list I had prepared the previous night. It was a modest list. 2 bags of 100 pounds of rice, 2 bags of 100 pounds of flour, 2 boxes of dry noodles, 2 boxes of vegetable oil, 1 box of salt, 1 bag of sugar, 1 box of wine, 1 box of vinegar, 1 box of soy sauce, 1 box of chili sauce, 1 box of stir-fry vegetables, a large bag of yellow soybeans, 10 pounds of green beans, 10 pounds of red beans, 10 pounds of seaweed, and 5 pounds of dried laver. In no time, the SUV's trunk was filled to the brim. I settled the bill and drove away from the grocery market. It was now 7:30. Looking at the items in the trunk, I felt a sense of relief as I headed toward the suburbs. Along the way, I encountered another grocery market. Driving in, I parked at the grain and oil store, purchasing 500 pounds of rice, followed by vermicelli, dried vegetables, and cured meat. At the adjacent fruit stand, I bought 2 boxes of apples, a box of watermelons, and a box of cantaloupes. Once the car was packed, I departed. Minutes later, I parked in front of a shopping mall. 10 boxes of formula were delivered to the SUV's trunk, and several bags of diapers filled the passenger seat. It was 8:30. I parked and carried the baby into a pharmacy. We were now on the outskirts of the city. I gathered anti-inflammatory medicine, cold medicine, fever reducers, diarrhea medication, vitamins, calcium tablets, and adult supplies, filling the trunk to capacity. At the suburban farmer's market, I parked in front of the frozen goods section, purchasing 5 boxes each of chickens and ducks, 10 fresh chickens, ducks, and geese, 100 pounds of pork, and 50 pounds of beef, a bag of radishes, a winter melon, a bag of potatoes, a box of tomatoes, and a box of cucumbers. Later, the trunk was full again. After a quick glance, I drove away, heading towards the water tower factory. With an umbrella in hand, wearing my glasses, I carried the little one to the security desk. I contacted you last night regarding the water tower purchase, I announced. Upon hearing this, the guard, taken aback by my athletic attire and the baby in my arms, realized I hardly looked like a businessman. However, given the factory's struggling profitability, any potential customer warranted attention. Before long, the owner came to meet me. Upon seeing the adorable child in my arms, he inquired once more if I truly intended to order 210-ton water towers. I nodded confidently. Your child is delightful, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. He'll surely grow into a handsome young lad, the owner complimented. He proceeded to explain we offer various types of water towers. The standard ones, available in 5 tons and 10 tons, range from 300 to 500 to 1,000. The food-grade ones cost 2,006 for 5 tons and 5,000 for 10 tons. Which would you prefer? If it's for drinking water, I'd recommend the $5,000 option. Without a moment's hesitation, I replied, I'll take 200 of the 10-ton variety for 5,000 each. I'll notify you of the delivery address once they're ready. Here's a deposit of 90,000. Once you deliver and unload, give me a call, and I'll settle the payment. These were thoughts I had mulled over countless times that morning. The owner, pleased, asked for the delivery address, noting that it couldn't be outside the city, as that would incur exorbitant shipping fees. I reassured him, I won't be going outside the city. I'm renting a warehouse right now and will call you with the details. The owner consented and I quickly searched online, finding an old warehouse conveniently located along the highway. 10 kilometers from this location lies the warehouse, which is guarded solely by an elderly man. The space is currently unoccupied, featuring several sizable cold storage units that are quite commendable. Upon learning of Chimo's intentions, the elderly guardian promptly contacted the warehouse owner. Chimo expressed his desire to rent the facility for a month, to which the owner relayed the pricing and sent over an agreement stipulating the prohibition of storing hazardous materials, including chemicals and flammable substances. Chimo affixed his signature to the contract, agreeing to a sum of 100,000 for a spacious warehouse encompassing several tens of thousands of square meters. Without delay, Chimo contacted the proprietor of the water tower factory and instructed the elderly guardian to expect a delivery of the water tower in the afternoon. He also requested that the cold storage units be activated, as he intended to utilize them the following day. Just as Chimo was finalizing these arrangements to head towards the Delta region, in the office of the chairman of the Huo family consortium, a strikingly handsome man exuded an air of cold authority. Zhou Jin settled into his chair with an imposing presence, and a secretary brought in coffee. Zhou Jin directed his gaze toward Huoliangzhou at the desk, inquiring, now that you've married and have children, don't you ever take a break to spend time with them? Be wary, your wife might just take the children and leave. Huoliangzhou, without lifting his head, retorted, she won't run off, you have too much time on your hands. Zhou Jin, momentarily taken aback, continued, last time I mentioned Chimo and Chun Feng together, you dismissed it. Have you found evidence now? At last, Huoliangzhou raised his gaze. Zhou Jin, shaking his head in denial, said, no, but your little one is truly adorable. I've planted a listening device in his beloved car. You won't believe what I overheard this morning. Upon hearing this, Huoliangzhou's expression remained impassive. Remove the listening device. Zhou Jin, sensing his lack of curiosity, pressed on, aren't you the least bit intrigued? It was your little wife speaking. Zhou Jin found Huoliangzhou rather dull, devoid of any sense of humor. Huoliangzhou set aside his documents, pinching the bridge of his nose, clearly vexed by Zhou Jin's presence. What did he say? He asked, hoping to curtail Zhou Jin's incessant inquiries. Zhou Jin's spirits lifted immediately. He mentioned going on a grand shopping spree, spending all your money, leaving your little fairy with nothing to spend. When did you start supporting a little fairy? No. Just dismantle the listening device. If I find you still eavesdropping on Xiaomo, or if your private images become public, you'll regret it, Huoliangzhou stated, dismissing Zhou Jin's clamor. Had Zhou Jin not been his childhood friend, he would have long since thrown him out for his incessant chatter. Zhou Jin, hearing Huoliangzhou's unsympathetic words, exclaimed, Huoliangzhou, do you have any conscience left? I'm merely concerned about you being cuckolded. Good intentions turned to gall. With a heartless partner like you, consider our friendship severed. Fine, consider it severed. Just remember to remove the listening device. I've got plenty of your scandalous photos, all quite sensational, Huoliangzhou replied without looking up, threateningly. How many times have we declared our friendship over? And yet, here we are again. How many days has it been this time? At noon, finally able to attend to his little wife, Huoliangzhou retrieved his phone. Before he could dial, it vibrated, revealing a record of $1 million transaction. Puzzled, he noted that his little wife, since moving in with him, rarely ventured out or spent much money, demonstrating little desire for material possessions. She hardly left the villa, often remaining indoors, and if she did step outside, it was merely to stroll with their child in the garden. Today, however, she seemed to have developed a penchant for spending money. Huoliangzhou opened the voice message Zhou Jin had sent, and his furrowed brow relaxed as he realized his little wife was indeed aware of how to spend his money, ensuring that their little fairy had no funds to squander. But wait, where did this little fairy come from? Was he feeling jealous? Quite amusing. Huoliangzhou pressed the button to summon his assistant, who promptly arrived. Mr. Hua, I have some gossip for you. Huoliangzhou inquired, what news? Wu Di reported. There hasn't been anything recent, but a few days ago, a blurry photo surfaced, subtly suggesting that you and Qi Huai shared a candlelit dinner. Huoliangzhou was not the least surprised that old news. The assistant confirmed, since your marriage to Qi Xiao, Qi Huai has not ceased to elevate your profile. Very well, you may leave now. Please arrange for lunch to be sent over, Huoliangzhou instructed. The fact that his little wife was feeling jealous indicated that their relationship had progressed. The last time he inadvertently drank too much, It frightened their little master into retreating into his shell. Rubbing his temples, Huo Liangzhou pondered how to soothe his timid wife. Without revealing any outward signs of concern, he felt a tinge of worry inside. After Chiemo left the warehouse, he parked on the roadside and fed his child a bottle of milk. Preparing formula outdoors left him feeling somewhat flustered. Chiemo intended to purchase additional baby bottles, filling them all at once and storing them for ease of access, so that when his child needed to eat, he could simply hand over a bottle. He knew that whatever was placed in his space would remain unchanged when retrieved. It was quite reliable. Despite the presence of toys, the little one, still in the child's seat, was not particularly content, yearning for a cuddle and protesting with soft whines, eager to crawl away and play. Chiemo patted the baby's bottom, suddenly realizing he had been so preoccupied that he forgot to change the little one's diaper, which was rather heavy. After finishing the feeding, he gently soothed his child, who was eager to play. In a flurry of urgency, Chiemo hurriedly removed the diaper, cleaned the little one with wipes, applied protective cream, and allowed some air time before putting on a fresh diaper. He then cradled the child under a tree, enjoying the breeze, and called for a driver. Learning he needed to go to the agricultural wholesale market in Liang province, which was 50 kilometers away, he noted the fare of 1,000, plus an additional 100 for the return trip. The driver quickly arrived. Standing in the shade, Chiemo pointed at the leaves, teaching his child, "This is a leaf green in color. This is our car, and we call it Daddy. I am your daddy, and you are my little one, named Huo Jingyan, with the nickname Yen Yen. It's September now. When we have time, I'll take many photos so you can see all these beautiful flowers and trees before they vanish." The little one, who had been crawling and whining a moment ago, now listened attentively, his wide eyes fixed on his father. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, as temperatures soared, water vanished, and many animals perished. Those that survived mutated, becoming fierce. A multitude of plants died, and those that endured underwent grotesque mutations, some even becoming toxic. What once was harmless, like chewing on a blade of grass, could now be lethal. In the back seat, Chiemo entertained the child until the driver departed after more than half an hour, allowing Chiemo to breathe a sigh of relief. The presence of a stranger in such a confined space was unsettling. Upon arriving at the agricultural market, Chiemo swiftly located a grain wholesale company. He ordered 50 tons of rice, 50 tons of flour, 5 tons of millet, 5 tons of glutinous rice, 2 tons of black rice, 10 tons of soybeans, 2 tons of white kidney beans, 5 tons of mung beans, 2 tons of red beans, 2 tons of black beans, 2 tons of peanuts, 5 tons of corn flour, and 2 tons of starch, along with several tons of dates, lotus seeds, walnuts, and raisins. After the order was printed, Chiemo paid a 50% deposit on the total of 2 to 3 million. The supplier assured him that delivery could be arranged for the following day. They required supplies for several major cities, and storage capacity was ample. Chiemo's demands were not excessive, allowing for swift fulfillment of the order. Pleased, Chiemo left the delivery address, requesting that the goods arrive within 3 days, with a 10% penalty on the final payment if they were late. Conversely, should they deliver a day early, he would grant an additional 1% bonus on the final payment. Naturally, the grain company was eager to prioritize his delivery. For the bottled water company, he requested a variety of sizes, 10,000 cases of 500 milliliter bottles, as well as 1 liter, 5 liter, and 10 liter bottles. As with the grain company, an early delivery would yield an extra 1% on the final payment, while a 3-day delay would incur a 10% deduction. The spice company began with an order of 200 boxes each of various oils: edible oil, olive oil, camellia oil, corn oil, sunflower seed oil, and rapeseed oil. Each box contained 4 barrels, amounting to 4,000 barrels, enough to sustain them for several lifetimes. They also procured hundreds of boxes of essential condiments including oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, black pepper, cooking wine, sugar, and 5-spice powder. Chiemo was elated. Nothing thrilled him more than the act of shopping and watching the inventory list grow ever longer. Cradling the little one who was nibbling at his cheek, he fed the child some water from the mine. He then returned to the vehicle to offer the little one some millet porridge. Chiemo visited a noodle shop for a casual meal before continuing his grand shopping spree. With a wealthy husband, he felt entitled to indulge. He ordered 2,000 boxes of pure milk. From the vegetable company, he requested sweet potatoes, yams, corn, winter melons, pumpkins, tomatoes, green peppers, chili peppers, leafy greens, and cabbage. He was not picky, particularly fond of the inexpensive winter melons and pumpkins. In his previous life, finding even a morsel of such food was a challenge. as he had often subsisted on unpalatable compressed biscuits that led to painful constipation. At the fruit company, he ordered tons of apples, bananas, cantaloupes, watermelons, grapes, peaches, and cherries. With ample funds at his disposal, he felt free to splurge. Despite spending such a fortune, his husband, Mr. Huo, had yet to call to inquire about the expenditures. Mo was using Mr. Huo's supplementary card, and any transaction exceeding 100,000 would trigger a notification. The phone on the other end must be vibrating incessantly right now. Initially, he had aimed to keep the spending under control, but upon visiting the farmer's market and witnessing the abundance, he could not resist the urge to splurge. It was all about buying and spending. Delighted, Mo dashed about with the little one in his arms. With grains, fruits, water, and milk secured, it was time to focus on meat. He ordered 20 tons of pork, 10 tons each of beef and lamb, and 20 tons of chicken, duck, and goose. He also ordered dried goods, shiitake mushrooms, dried mustard greens, dehydrated vegetables, vermicelli, cured meats, and sausages, anything that caught his eye. Upon entering the company, he quickly pulled out his computer and printed the invoices, efficiently finalizing the purchases. As dusk settled, Aunt Zhang called to remind him to return home. The little one had already dozed off in his arms. Mo gently placed the child in the baby seat and opened the documentation bag. The expenditure had already exceeded several million. Mr. Huo, surprisingly silent, had become a quiet financial facilitator, and Mo found himself appreciating him more than before. Yet, recalling the previous month's harrowing night, when Mr. Huo had been as fierce as a tiger, Mo felt a shiver. He had nearly perished then, his waist nearly breaking under the strain. The child had cried, but he remained oblivious, only waking in the evening to find the little one had cried hoarse and swollen-eyed. Indeed, Mr. Huo could be quite the villain, bullying both him and the child. Remembering the little one, Mo realized he still needed to purchase formula, diapers, face cream, and lotion, as well as toiletries, especially tissues, as they would need plenty with 3 little ones in the house. As for Mr. Huo, he ought to receive some thoughtful preparations too. Being the one footing the bill, he could not afford to be ungrateful. With snacks in mind, and knowing that electronic devices would soon be out of reach, he decided to stock up. Once his plan was set, Mo pressed the accelerator and headed home. Just as the SUV halted at the villa entrance, his phone rang. Aunt Zhang, having heard the engine, promptly emerged. "Young master, you have finally returned." As she approached, she assisted Mo with his backpack. He grabbed his phone and turned to see it was Chun Feng calling. He hastily dismissed the call, clenching his fist. He thought to himself that this man was no good. Although their relationship had been severed due to unforeseen circumstances in his past life, Mo had no intention of rekindling anything after marrying and having a child. He merely considered Chun Feng a good friend. Eventually, Mo came to realize that Chun Feng was simply using him. Before their marriage, he had treated Mo like a mere plaything. But once Mo wed Mr. Huo, he suddenly had value and would occasionally check in, looking for ways to benefit from Mr. Huo. Recalling that Chun Feng was already involved with his cousin, yet still maintained an ambiguous relationship with him, Mo felt a wave of disgust. The little one squirmed uncomfortably in his father's embrace, prompting a soft sound of discomfort. Mo snapped back to reality and turned to see a man striding towards the villa. In the shadows, he appeared tall and stately like a pine tree. Knowing they had returned after a day out, Huo Liangzhou gazed at his beloved, whose small face was pale and soft, with innocent eyes staring up at him in a slightly dazed manner, utterly adorable. Mo nestled the little one into the man's arms, saying, "I took the child out to play. Why did you buy so much water?" Huo Liangzhou caught the little one, who seemed to prefer his father, having spent the day playing together without tiring of him. The little one, realizing he could not return to his father's embrace, protested loudly, occasionally uttering sounds that resembled Baba, hinting he was nearly ready to speak. Upon hearing this, Mo remarked, "Release them. I'm accumulating blessings for the little one." Huo Liangzhou's eyelid twitched. Releasing 1,000,000 worth of water was quite a way to accumulate good fortune. He contemplated whether to remind the young master to hire someone for this task, lest he foolishly attempt to twist the caps himself. Chapter 4. Perhaps it was best to let the young master encounter the consequences of his actions and learn that releasing so many could be taxing. Huo Liangzhou, facing Mo, couldn't help but express his helplessness. Mo looked up at him. "You, the financial facilitator, are failing in your duties. I need to feed the fish." Huo Liangzhou raised an eyebrow. "How much fish do you plan to feed? Are you not concerned about polluting the waters?" "Forget I asked. Your happiness is what matters." He added, "Is my little master feeling a bit daft? or has someone tricked him? Noticing Huo Liangzhou's silence and serious demeanor, Qi Mo's expression dimmed as he softly accused. Husband, isn't your wealth meant to be spent on me and our children? They say you're quite affluent and I've only spent a little today. Just a smidgen. Is that not permissible? Are you hiding a little vixen outside? Have you grown weary of me and our children? Qi Mo gestured with his hands, first spreading his fingers wide to indicate several centimeters, then narrowing them down to a mere 3 or 4, emphasizing that he had indeed spent but a fraction. His voice softened, almost pleading, sending shivers down his spine. Seeing the almost tearful expression on his young beloved's face, Huo Liangzhou quickly realized he had misspoken. No, I could never dislike you or our children. You are my lawful partner. I will not entertain any other. Every cent I earn is for you and the children. Spend as you like. No need to cry, my dear. Huo Liangzhou, usually composed and unflustered even during high-stakes negotiations, felt a touch of panic in this moment, as though he were missing a few hands. He longed to embrace his beloved and wipe away the tears, but found himself juggling the little one in one arm while attempting to dry Qi Mo's tears with the other. Finally managing to wrap his arm around Qi Mo, he coaxed, "Let us head home, darling. No more tears. You can buy as you wish, and I will send you the funds." Upon receiving this reassuring confirmation from his financial facilitator, Qi Mo's spirits lifted. It turned out that this approach truly worked. His cousin and brother, Qi Huai, always used this tactic of playful grievance, and it consistently resulted in flustered comfort from others. These were lessons learned in the aftermath of the apocalypse, and now he was applying them to great effect. In a swift motion, the diligent husband was secured. Upon returning home, Huo Liangzhou entrusted their little one to Aunt Chang's care. Be good, don't sulk. Your husband's wealth is inherently yours, and you may spend it as you wish, he coaxed his young master, albeit somewhat stiffly. In truth, Huo Liangzhou exuded sharp wit and commanding presence at the negotiation table, poised for victory. However, such authority proved ineffective in the face of the little master, who might even be frightened by it. Since bringing the little master home, he had been endeavoring to change, but old habits die hard, and the innocent little master was rather timid. Qi Mo, observing the cautious man before him, finally spoke. I was merely jesting. I intend to send some supplies to impoverished areas. Don't worry, your man won't hinder you. Send as much as you desire. Just go ahead and purchase, Huo Liangzhou replied, lowering his voice enticingly. Just then, his phone rang again. Qi Mo picked it up. It was Chun Feng. This time, Qi Mo was prepared and answered, Hello, Brother Chun. Do you need something? After taking a deep breath, he spoke. Chun Feng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window at his office, gazing at the twinkling lights below, and inquired, Qi, why didn't you answer the call earlier? I was holding the little one, Qi Mo explained. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng sighed in relief, for he had sensed that Qi Mo might be slipping from his grasp. If Qi Mo's heart strayed toward Huo Liangzhou, he could no longer manipulate him as he wished. Are you free tomorrow? We're going to the farm to pick strawberries. You can bring the little one along to enjoy the beauty of nature, Chun Feng suggested with a smile. Recalling that, in his previous life, Chun Feng had indeed called him around this time, Qi Mo noted. However, there wasn't any farm team-building event. Instead, it was about the Huo family's undertaking of the Haiqing port construction, a significant and perilous venture. After the apocalypse, that endeavor faltered, causing considerable losses for the Huo family. I'm afraid I can't make it tomorrow. I'm sorry, Brother Chun. Qi Mo declined. Chun Feng, feigning disappointment, replied, All right then. I've heard that President Huo plans to take on the Haiqing port project. I wonder if you could mention it to him. Our Chun family would like to invest as well. Sure, I can bring it up with my husband, Qi Mo agreed. As Huo Liangzhou watched Qi Mo hang up the phone, a pang of jealousy struck him. After all this time, Qi Mo still called others brother, making him feel inferior to a mere smooth-talking dandy. Husband, the Haiqing project is fraught with danger. It's a colossal pitfall. Let us acquire the Jiang family's supermarket. I've heard it only requires 100 million to take over the inventory. Additionally, the Jiang family's food processing plant produces a plethora of beverages and compressed biscuits. I want to send food to those areas lacking water and grain. Their children are emaciated, their bellies swollen. It's truly heartbreaking, Qi Mo said, gazing expectantly at the silently brooding man. Having been in high spirits just moments before, the phone call seemed to have dampened his husband's mood again. Huo Liangzhou, feeling a tumult of emotions, could hardly bear Qi Mo's innocent enthusiasm. Huo Liangzhou, aware that his little master was likely watching television again, imagined that seeing the skinny children on screen might have startled him. Little did he know, the images etched in Chiamo's memory were of their own chubby child, who had later turned into nothing but skin and bones, with a distended belly and oversized head, small limbs resembling mere sticks. As Huoliangzhou noticed the eager expression on his little master's face, he found it increasingly difficult to resist. That adorable gaze seemed to contain everything he cherished. His heart raced, yearning to pull him closer, yet he reminded himself to restrain his impulses, lest he frighten the little master. All right, we shall acquire the Jiang family's company, purchase more supplies, and ramp up food and beverage production for distribution, he finally conceded. Chiamo beamed, knowing that once they procured those resources, they would serve as Huoliangzhou's capital. Despite the chaos that ensued at the dawn of the apocalypse, Huoliangzhou had his security firm, comprised of retired soldiers, ensuring his ability to safeguard and grow his enterprise. Although they ultimately did not end up together, Chiamo recognized Huoliangzhou's prowess. Regrettably, Huoliangzhou seemed indifferent to him, more focused on their child. Yet, Chiamo did not wish to relinquish their child to Huoliangzhou. Huoliangzhou would eventually marry someone he loved and have children he adored. Their marriage was merely a duty, devoid of any romantic affection. Chiamo resolved never to remarry after departing from Huoliangzhou. Haunted by visions of their child being consumed and the world's dismal future, he felt no desire to bear more children. Yet he was already with child. In their previous life, they had not even opened their eyes before being taken away. This time, Chiamo yearned to bring them into the world, to let them bask in the sunlight, to see him and their older sibling Yen Yen. With an ample supply of resources, raising their child would pose no issue. Furthermore, people were the most dangerous element in the post-apocalyptic world. Thus Chiamo felt the pressing need for weapons to protect himself and their child, knives, guns, crossbows. He resolved to finalize the water tower acquisition tomorrow, then procure baby formula and weapons. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. Husband, please expedite the process. I wish to deliver the supplies as soon as possible. Can we manage it within the next 10 days? Chiamo inquired, looking at the stoically indifferent Huoliangzhou. Huoliangzhou responded, of course. Let us eat. After a long day out you must be weary. He endured the struggle within himself, feigning nonchalance, which proved quite challenging. The two silently shared a meal. Chiamo, who had endured hunger for months during the apocalypse, savored the sweet and sour ribs he loved, the delightful winter melon soup, the delectable cheese prawns, and the tender yellow beef, relishing the freshness of the steamed fish. Observing his typically bird-like appetite, which would fill him with just a small portion, he found himself devouring 2 bowls of rice, yearning for a third. Startled, Huoliangzhou questioned, "What has prompted such a change?" "Stop, you can't eat any more. Too much will upset your stomach," he insisted, halting Chiamo's hand as he realized his plate was nearly empty. Feeling his belly, Chiamo suspected he might be pregnant, leading to his ravenous appetite. "But I'm really so full. I enjoyed the meal tremendously. Aunt Zhang's cooking has only improved," he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This was a lingering trauma from the hunger of the apocalypse. He longed to fill his stomach with as much as possible, lest it be taken from him. Aunt Zhang, in the living room with the little one, was aware of her culinary skills. While commendable, they shouldn't be this delightful. Huoliangzhou set down his chopsticks. "Aunt Zhang, please bring a digestive tablet." After placing the little one on the playmat, Aunt Zhang promptly headed to the storeroom. Soon, she returned with a bottle of digestive tablets. Huoliangzhou poured water and offered a tablet to Chiamo. Though his belly was slightly bloated from the 2 little beans within, it was not yet at the point of needing medication. Medication does have its drawbacks, Chiamo thought, opening his mouth to bite the tablet and discreetly store it in his space, then took a sip of water before the man's gaze. "Are you uncomfortable? Perhaps a walk outside would aid digestion," Huoliangzhou suggested, observing Chiamo clutching his stomach. Chiamo shook his head. "I've been out all day. I can't walk anymore. I'm exhausted." "Then sit and rest." Huoliangzhou gently assisted him to the sofa. He sat beside Chiamo, playfully engaging with the little one crawling on the mat, before picking up the documents he had brought back. The man, with his fair skin, elongated eyes, and sensuous lips, exuded an allure defined by sharp features, long fingers, strong legs, a toned waist, and 8-pack abs, complemented by a seductive V-line. Whether in profile or head-on, he was striking, the epitome of the golden ratio. No matter how one looks at it, Chiamo truly believes that Huoliangzhou possesses an otherworldly beauty, unmatched even by the so-called celebrities. His gaze then shifts toward the play area where their little one is, chubby yet undeniably resembling Huoliangzhou. It fills him with a sense of accomplishment to envision that their child will grow into a handsome young man. Clenching his fist, Chiemo silently vows to nurture their adorable offspring, eager to witness the transformation as he grows. Huoliangzhou's pinky finger curls slightly, tightening. Under the fervent gaze of another, does the young master perhaps harbor a fondness for me? Is he concealing me within his heart? Releasing his grip on the pen, he adjusts his tie and glances at the little master. Observing the young master's rapt attention on the child, Huoliangzhou lets out a quiet sigh. Fortunately, even if he has yet to enter the young master's heart, their little one has already taken up residence there, and no one can displace him. With their son nestled within the young master's affections, one could argue that he, too, has a place in the young master's heart by extension. Huoliangzhou muses to himself, feeling an immediate lift in spirits. Sidling up to Huoliangzhou, Chiemo extends a finger to tug at his sleeve. Huoliangzhou nearly drops the documents in his hand, turning to look at the adorably wide-eyed little master. "What is it, Xiaoemo?" he asks. Inside, the sight of such a charming young master nearly overwhelms Huoliangzhou, igniting a desire to sweep him onto the sofa for an exuberant bout of playful affection. Suppressing his impulsive thoughts, Huoliangzhou seizes the young master's restless fingers. Leaning closer to the man, Chiemo whispers, "You see, that Chunfeng wants shares in Haiqing. Could you possibly arrange for him to acquire some? Such a vast pit, would it suffice to bury Chunfeng?" Noticing the spark in the young master's eyes, Huoliangzhou, perplexed, inquires, "How does Xiaoemo know that the Haiqing dock is a deep pit? Why the desire to bury Chunfeng? Has he wronged you, or upset you in some way? Or perhaps, do you still harbor feelings for him and wish to assist him? The reality is that if the Huo family withdraws, Chunfeng could indeed secure a portion of the Haiqing dock tender." This revelation douses Huoliangzhou with a cold splash of water, darkening his expression. Upon hearing this, Chiemo realizes he has no interest in such matters. How could he possibly know the reason? After a moment of contemplation, fragmented memories resurface. Aside from the apocalypse, this port was developed as a joint venture. Due to the partnership, it is not solely ours, and our relations with them appear quite amicable at present. However, problems could arise at any moment. I deem it a veritable pit. Should conflicts arise, construction timelines would be indefinitely extended. Chiemo fabricates an excuse. The tendering process is to take place in the coming days. Once awarded, it requires a substantial deposit and pre-funding. While the Huo family is affluent, such a significant sum would pose challenges post-apocalypse. "By the way, darling, I believe we should keep some cash in gold," Chiemo suggests, tugging at Huoliangzhou. "I've seen others stockpiling gold in safes. Shouldn't we do the same?" Huoliangzhou, hearing the young master's seemingly nonsensical thoughts, replies, "As long as you're content, you can withdraw cash or use the gold card." "And how much can I withdraw?" the young master queries, tugging at his stoic companion. Huoliangzhou feels a soft voice wash over him, sending delightful shivers down his spine. After a brief pause, he responds, "Perhaps 100 million. "Marvelous. Thank you, darling," the young master exclaims joyfully, immediately planting a kiss on Huoliangzhou's cheek. Post-apocalypse, with power outages, internet failures, and banks rendered inoperable, while funds in a passbook can be accessed, cards become futile and hard to use. Soon, money will turn to worthless paper, unsuitable even for cleaning. Yet gold retains its value, even in dire times. Additionally, Chiemo plans to purchase some tobacco and alcohol, which must be acquired with his pocket money, as he cannot use the pretext of aiding impoverished areas for such purchases. Reflecting on his allowance, Huoliangzhou provides him with 1 million monthly, all expenses covered by his secondary card. Over the 9 months of pregnancy, he has accumulated 18 million without spending a dime. Including red envelopes from Huoliangzhou during holidays, he should have over 20 million. Furthermore, with luxury cars valued at 5 to 6 million, 100 million for an RV, and over 200 million for a yacht, their child possesses a villa worth over 50 million and a similar amount in New Year gifts. Alas, all of this will be rendered worthless post-apocalypse, leaving only the house of value. Could I secretly sell the child's house and convert it into gold, along with the cars and yacht? Who would accept such a deal? It's not impossible. Chunfeng could exchange gleaming gold, for firearms. It is somewhat perilous. Engaging in such clandestine activities, would anyone believe me? I require weapons. A crossbow would suffice. Resolutely making his decision, Chiemo momentarily sets aside his thoughts of monetary dealings and merrily rushes off to play with their child. Kneeling on the carpet, he watches as the chubby Yenzai crawls after the round bell, pushing it to create a delightful clatter. The little one remains blissfully unaware of his father's presence, engrossed in his own amusement. Finally grasping the bellis handle, he promptly attempts to taste it, exploring its flavor. Noticing Yenzai ignoring him, Chiemo picks up a small rubber duck and squeezes it, producing a resounding quack that captures the child's attention. Spotting his father nearby, Yenzai discards the large bell and crawls over eagerly. The sound of his little hands pattering across the floor fills the air as he reaches for the duck in his father's hand. Yet he is hesitant to stand and walk, merely fidgeting in frustration. The sounds of play fill the living room, and Huo Liangzhou finds it difficult to concentrate on his documents, his gaze often lingering on the young master and their child. After a while of entertaining Yenzai, Chiemo finally scoops him up, announcing, "Darling, I'm taking Zai to bed." "Alright, go ahead," Huo Liangzhou nods. As Chiemo cradles Yenzai, the little one immediately begins nibbling at his father's cheek, looking quite urgent. Chiemo suddenly recalls he has eaten, but the little one has yet to have a proper meal. Aunt Zhang arrives with a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge, reminding him, the little master must be hungry. "Ah, I almost forgot." Chiemo chuckles, carrying Yenzai to the dining room to feed him. The little one has developed quite an appetite. Mere formula is no longer sufficient. He requires porridge, vegetable purees, and fruit mash as well. Watching the young master head to the dining room with the child, Huo Liangzhou adjusts his tie, his throat tightening slightly. Ultimately, his gaze deepens like a cold pool, concealing some monumental scheme. After ensuring their child is well fed, Chiemo returns to the bedroom with Yenzai. The little one plays in the children's area, while Chiemo begins scouring online stores for supplies from Jiangcheng. Soon, he finds a wholesale company for baby products and reaches out directly. Chiemo orders 10 boxes of the highest safety-rated baby bottles, with 10 in each box, a total of 100. However, that may not suffice, as he has 2 more children on the way, so he adds 10 more boxes. Then he orders 500 boxes of diapers, covering every size, including those for baby girls, taking a small portion. Better to be prepared. He knows formula is even more crucial. For the older child, he orders 500 boxes of premium brand formula, 200 boxes of stage 1, 200 of stage 2, and 100 of stage 3. The older child needs the formula for nourishment, while the younger one requires it for survival. To avoid overwhelming quantities at once, Chiemo supplements his order with 2 additional brands of formula, each receiving 300 boxes, 100 for each stage. Following this, he orders baby wipes, baby creams, and other essential items in bulk. Lastly, he includes bibs, teething toys, and various playthings. Additionally, the attire, shoes, and socks for the little one are essential. Every season, spring, summer, autumn, and winter must be accounted for. With a financially robust robotic husband, there is no hesitation in spending. After a refreshing shower, Huo Liangzhou glanced at the consumption records that popped up from the secondary card, realizing his young master was once again indulging in a shopping spree. It seems the infant company has left quite a lasting psychological impact from watching television. As long as it brings joy to the young master, a mere purchase holds little significance for Huo Liangzhou. What truly occupies his mind is the development of the Haiqing dock. In his study, he made several calls to friends to inquire about the current situation and whether the relationship between the 2 countries might become strained. Over an hour later, a friend returned his call, confirming that there could indeed be issues at hand. Huo Liangzhou drummed his fingers on the table, realizing that his young master was not entirely oblivious. He still cared for him. As for Chen Feng, Huo Liangzhou felt no psychological burden whatsoever. The young master was already his spouse and they had children together. He saw no need to concern himself with Chen Feng, the hypocrite. Especially since the young master aimed to outsmart Chen Feng, it brought Huo Liangzhou a sense of delight. Even if he had not yet secured a place in the young master's heart, he certainly would not allow Chen Feng to occupy it. That was reserved for him. Chiemo finalized the purchases and informed the vendor to send the goods to a designated address the following afternoon. He needed to find a storefront, which would lend the appearance of opening a shop. It was entirely reasonable to buy numerous baby supplies. Having settled the little one's necessities, Chiemo stretched and rubbed his belly, finally feeling comfortable. The time was now 8:30 in the evening. After taking a shower, he undressed the baby for a thorough wash. Chiemo soon lay down on the bed and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Huo Liangzhou contacted the bank president, requesting to withdraw 10 million in cash the next day. If the young master wished to deposit more into the safe, he would allow it. Additionally, he planned to purchase gold the next day as a surprise for the young master. In the dead of night, Huo Liangzhou opened the door to the room. The blanket lay discarded, leaving the young master and their little one uncovered. Fortunately, The air conditioner was set to a comfortable temperature of around 27 or 28 degrees. Huo bent down to plant a gentle kiss on the young master's forehead, and affectionately patted the little one's head before exiting the room, as if he had never been there. At the Chun household, Jiang Wan, Qi Huai, and Chun Feng gathered together. Jiang Wan turned to Chun Feng and inquired, "What did my esteemed cousin say regarding the Haicheng dock bidding? Is there a chance of success?" Qi Huai asked. Chun Feng poured himself a glass of red wine, leisurely taking a sip before responding, "Rest assured, I have taken the initiative, and there should be no errors. He has already agreed to approach Huo on my behalf. Once Mo speaks up, Huo will not refuse." Qi Huai smiled. Jiang Wan, however, expressed her concerns. The Jiang family is on the brink of bankruptcy. The internet's rapid advancement has severely impacted traditional industries. Brother Chun, could you please mention this to Mo and see if Huo might consider investing? The influx of foreign snack varieties has been overwhelming, and the Jiang family's food products have not changed in flavor, rendering them less competitive. Investment would be futile. Throwing money into a sinking ship will only lead to bankruptcy. It would be wiser to sell the business, Chun Feng stated. Upon hearing this, Qi Huai remarked, "The Jiang family is in a downward spiral that cannot be salvaged. Who would be willing to take on such a burden?" The two exchanged glances, and Jiang Wan said, "Huo would surely be willing to help for Mo's sake, provided my esteemed cousin is willing to speak up." After saying this, both turned their attention to Qi Huai. Qi Huai swirled his wine glass. "This is still not my person. You can go ahead and take advantage of my little cousin. Once Huo realizes that my cousin is nothing but a fool, only then will he grow weary of Mo, and I shall be the one to benefit. Huo must be somewhat blind to have chosen such an insipid simpleton," Jiang Wan commented. Chun Feng chuckled. "He is not blind. He simply finds amusement in that simpleton. It is entertaining, but marrying him would be quite unnecessary, as it would lower the intellect of their offspring." "Be quiet, you may criticize Mo for being a simpleton, but Huo is merely enchanted," Qi Huai retorted, displeased. Jiang Wan, witnessing her enraged cousin, quipped, "Oh, look at you, already defending him before you even have him in hand. Huo truly is fortunate." Jiang Wan laughed. Qi Huai glanced at her. "You are merely envious because you cannot have him. You wish to lay claim, yet unfortunately, Huo has no interest in women." "I will invite Mo out to play tomorrow to strengthen our bond," Jiang Wan proclaimed. Chun Feng twirled his wine glass. "I invited him previously, but he has other commitments and cannot make it." "Then let it be the day after tomorrow. It has been too long since we last met, and I worry that he might actually become enlightened. At that point, you and my cousin." Jiang Wan smiled but refrained from speaking further. Her relationship with Mo had always been tenuous. While Chun Feng and Qi Huai had grown up together, their bond naturally stronger. Unfortunately, Mo was oblivious to the fact that he was being manipulated. Chapter 6. As dawn broke, Mo awoke to find Huo had already left for work. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 8 o'clock. He gathered the little one and casually ate a bit before setting out to find a storefront. The task was straightforward. Merely 3 kilometers from the villa, there was a commercial plaza. The storefronts were sparsely populated, with merchants outnumbering customers, a clear sign of failed investment. Mo quickly located a rather spacious corner shop, complete with an additional storage area on the 2nd floor, which pleased him greatly. He promptly called the landlord to negotiate a 3-month lease for storage purposes. The landlord hesitated, but Mo offered a generous sum, enough to cover 6 months' rent in advance. Given the difficulty of renting in that area, it was likely the space would remain vacant for half a year. The landlord ultimately agreed. After hastily drafting a rental agreement for Mo's immediate use, he handed over the payment. Next, he called a wholesale infant supply company, arranging for delivery that afternoon. With that settled, Mo took the little one to a nearby supermarket. Despite the low foot traffic, a large supermarket still operated there, though its business appeared lackluster. Upon entering, he noticed the pharmacy was nearly emptied of supplies, disinfectants, iodine, alcohol, masks, anti-inflammatory medication, cold medicine, fever reducers, thermometers. Everything was in demand, and he cleared the shelves. Once the trunk of his car was filled, he took a leisurely drive around before returning. Inside the supermarket, he purchased 5 boxes of toothpaste, 5 boxes of toothbrushes, 10 boxes of shampoo, 5 boxes of facial cleanser, 10 boxes of tissues, 10 boxes of laundry detergent, 10 boxes of soap, 10 boxes of scented soap, 10 boxes of floral water, as well as towels, bath towels, pajamas, beverages, chocolates, and sausages. Everything for eating, using, and drinking. He arranged for the supermarket staff to deliver all these items to his shop storage area, explaining it was for employee benefits and a lottery, thus raising no suspicions about his bulk purchases. Once the goods arrived, Mo secured the storage area and received a call from the water tower company's owner, confirming that the water towers had been placed in the warehouse. Mo made his way over and felt elated to see the tall water towers lined up inside. He completed the payment and handed the delivery list to the gatekeeper, instructing him to accept the remaining supplies. Mo generously offered the old man an additional 500 for the day, which brought him great joy as he assured Mo that he would complete the task excellently. At noon, the infant supply company called to inform Mo that they would be delivering shortly. Upon returning to the shop, he found formula, diapers, and other essentials delivered to the second-floor storage area. After settling the payment and seeing the delivery personnel off, Mo felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders. He no longer had to worry about the little one's formula, clothing, and diapers. After a busy morning, he felt quite fatigued, but fortunately, the little one was well behaved. In the afternoon, Mo received a response from his contact. At the tea house, the individual looked at Mo and remarked, "Does Chi Xiao still need money? What? Is Huozong unwilling to support his wife and child?" In Jiangcheng, who was unaware of the Qi family's impending bankruptcy, Chi Xiao had latched onto Huo Liangzhou, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, a figure of national repute and an undefeated legend in the business world. Taking over a nearly bankrupt company at 17, he transformed it into a powerful entity within the top 500 firms in just a decade. Whoever collaborates with him reaps abundant rewards. Such a remarkable man, a diamond bachelor, a golden son-in-law, was swept away by Mo in just one night. At that moment, countless young heirs and heiresses from Jiangcheng wept in despair, lamenting that had they known capturing Huo Liangzhou would be so effortless, they would have acted sooner, and not allowed the naive young master of the Qi family to snatch him away. Mo shook his head. "It is not as you think. I merely wish to assist Brother Qin. He is preparing to invest in a project and may be facing some liquidity issues, so I intend to prepare some funds for him." In Jiangcheng, the white-faced Yama by Zhou operates in both the black and white markets. When Mo made contact with them, his curiosity piqued. Idly, he decided to see just who this pampered young master of Huo Liangzhou truly was. "What collateral do you possess? Even if you are Huo's beloved, without collateral we cannot extend credit," Bai Zhou said with a smile. Mo gently patted the squirming creature in his arms, which was eager to escape. "The house by the lake, valued at over 50 million. How much can you lend against that?" Mo inquired. Bai Zhou tapped the table. 50 million, we can offer you 40 million. Subsequently, Mo presented his assets, in addition to these yachts and luxury cars. That would add another 10 million, bringing your total to 50 million. How does that sound? This price is fair indeed, purely out of respect for Hua. Otherwise it would be at most half, Bai Zhou chuckled. Mo nodded, agreed. "Young Master Qi, I must clarify that our interest rates are rather steep. You need to decide when you will repay. Otherwise, after the due date, the items become ours. Weeping will not avail you," Bai Zhou stated. Mo nodded. "I understand. A month's turnover should suffice. By the way, I heard you might be able to procure firearms. I would like to acquire some." Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Collateral is one thing, but firearms? Are you planning to commit fratricide for your ex? How many do you need? Be aware they do not come cheap." Seeing the business opportunity presented, Bai Zhou was reluctant to refuse. Mo pondered for a moment. "How many do you have?" "I need 50 handguns, 10,000 rounds of ammunition, and do you have any automatics?" Bai Zhou nearly choked on his tea, tears streaming down his face. This young master, did he truly understand what he was asking for? 50 handguns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition? It was clear he was no undercover agent. No one would demand such a bold quantity outright. Disappointment crossed Mo's face at Bai Zhou's response, with an expression that unabashedly conveyed his disdain. "Why are you so incompetent? You call yourself a third master, yet you are merely a third-rate fool." Bai Zhou felt the sting of that gaze. "Fine, I concede that I cannot provide you with that quantity. However," he continued, "how about 10? Surely you can manage that alongside 1,000 rounds of ammunition?" Mo pouted, his demeanor shifting to one of vulnerability. Knowing that in the presence of such a formidable figure, appearing weak was the key. Being too assertive would only result in a stronger counter. He feigned discontent, and the little creature in his arms echoed his sentiment, crying out with big teary eyes directed at Bai Zhou. I didn't do anything," Bai Zhou stammered. Rising quickly, he said, "I'll keep an eye out for you. I will notify you by phone. You must hurry, within a week, or you will be liable for breach of contract." Mo added with a hint of sorrow in his voice. Bai Jiu fled in haste. Upon exiting the tea house, a subordinate queried Bai Jiu, "Third master, what does this young master want from us?" "Silence. I need a moment to collect myself. This is overwhelming. How can Huo tolerate him?" Truly, successful individuals possess an extraordinary resilience. Bai Jiu marveled at Huo Liangzhou's fortitude. After a brief silence, his subordinate pressed, "Third master, how did he manage to intimidate you so?" Bai Jiu, having regained some composure, replied, "He asked for 50 guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition, and when I refused, he immediately began to cry, and then the little one joined in. Their wails were deafening. Thankfully, I made a quick escape, as long as he is not an undercover agent." His subordinate felt a chill at that thought. Bai Jiu added, "There are cases of individuals using children as cover. I worry he might be plotting something nefarious. Perhaps you should give Huo a heads up. If trouble arises, let him bear the burden." After a moment's consideration, Bai Jiu nodded, "Let us hold off for now. They are struggling to make a profit, unlike Huo, who can easily toss around millions in a minute. A deal of 50 million turning into 60 million. With a net profit of 10 million, such a lucrative opportunity is rare and risk-free. I am not concerned about Huo Liangzhou defaulting." Mo watched Bai Jiu leave in haste, feeling satisfied, as it mirrored what his husband had said. Joyfully, he cradled the little one and departed the tea house. Subsequently, Mo headed to the blacksmith shop. In his past life, after the apocalypse, he had accompanied his husband there. The blacksmith offered a variety of cold weapons, including swords and crossbows, and accepted custom orders. The car came to a halt outside the old street, where the cobblestone path, approximately 2.5 meters wide, prevented vehicle entry. Carrying the little one, Mo walked several meters to the entrance of the blacksmith shop. The sound of hammering resonated within. "Is anyone here?" Mo called out loudly. A young boy emerged from the backyard. "What do you need?" "I wish to purchase some items," Mo replied. The boy gestured towards the merchandise inside. Garden hose, small shovels, entrenching tools, kitchen knives, fruit knives, axes, and cleavers, stating, "Which one do you want?" Prices are marked. Cradling the little one, Mo picked up the small shovel, hoe, entrenching tool, kitchen knife, fruit knife, axe, and cleaver, tossing them all into a shopping basket before stating, "I want 10 of each. Additionally, I need 10 broadswords, 10 curved blades, 20 crossbows, and 1,000 bolts." "We don't sell those kinds of weapons," the boy rejected. Mo replied, "Huo introduced me. My surname is Qi, and this little one is named Huo Jingyan." He gently patted the little one's bottom, prompting him to respond with a series of adorable sounds. The boy, observing Mo, pulled out his phone to conduct a quick search. Soon, he found a somewhat blurry photo that bore a striking resemblance to Mo. "Please hold on. I will call my father," the boy said. Before long, a middle-aged man appeared, greeting Mo warmly. "You are young Master Mo. How much was little one has grown? What can I do for you?" "Uncle Tai, I wish to accumulate a few more pieces. Your craftsmanship is exceptional. However, I am pressed for time. Can you complete this within 3 days? I have a competition and cannot afford to lose." "I trust your abilities," Mo inquired. Understanding the urgency, Tai Dong replied, "For a competition, I comprehend. Come back in 3 days and I assure you it will be ready." The young boy, Tai Xiaobei, pushed a cart laden with all the items Mo had selected: knives, shovels, entrenching tools, and more. They were heavy and required delivery. After loading the items into the trunk, the boy remarked, "Your little one is so adorable. Indeed, he has always been the most charming and clever child, hasn't he, Yen Yen?" Mo affectionately ruffled the little one's hair, who then playfully nibbled on his face, leaving a trail of drool. Mo laughed heartily. In the evening, Mo coordinated with the warehouse manager, incurring expenses exceeding 10,000 yuan just for unloading. He then instructed the manager to rest for the night and return in the morning. After shutting off the power and monitoring the surveillance, Mo stored all items within his spatial inventory. Today, a considerable number of items were delivered, including several trucks laden with fruits such as watermelons, cantaloupes, strawberries, and grapes, amounting to dozens of tons. There were also multiple trucks delivering vegetables, grains, and meats, alongside several trucks of mineral water, with all the condiments already supplied. Observing the abundance of provisions within the space, Mo cradled his little one with great satisfaction. With such a bounty, he and his child could sustain themselves for a lifetime. Chapter 7. After settling matters concerning the warehouse, Mo drove out his RV, heading directly towards the Panlong Mountain waterfall, located 20 miles away. Today, Huo Liangzhou was on a business trip to Haicheng, where a bidding meeting was taking place. Whether or not he invested was inconsequential. Merely being present would allow him to outmaneuver Chen Feng. Whatever promises he made to the young master, Huo Liangzhou would fulfill if within his capability. Upon concluding his work and returning to the hotel to call home, he discovered that his little master had been out all day and had not returned for the night. Concerned that the young master might be wandering off with the child, Huo Liangzhou called his brother, expressing his unease about Xiao Mo's ability to care for the little one. At school, Huo Liangchuan learned of his elder brother's business trip and shared his concerns about Xiao Mo's capability to look after his nephew. Don't worry, brother. I'm heading home right now. I will ensure the young master and the little one are well taken care of. Oblivious to being manipulated by his brother, Huo Liangchuan took leave and hurried home. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find that the young master had indeed taken the child out for the night. At the Panlong Mountain waterfall, deep into the night, the only sounds were the chirping of insects and twinkling stars. Mo found a bend in the mountain where the water was deep and the current gentle. He parked the RV in a nearby lot, wrapped the little one in a small blanket, closed the car door, and descended the mountain trail with a powerful flashlight, treading through the underbrush. He then laid his water tanks horizontally in the stream. The large orifices of the tanks quickly filled with the clear mountain spring water, submerging rapidly. Once the tanks were anchored securely in the water, he promptly placed another one. After setting down dozens of tanks, he felt a bit hungry and decided to return for a meal. His phone began to vibrate. While enjoying the chicken pot he had bought for lunch, he answered the call. Hello, Liangchuan, is something the matter? Mo inquired. Huo Liangchuan responded, brother. Where are you? Why aren't you back yet? What about the little one? I'm out camping and having a meal, Mo explained. Huo Liangzhou, fearing he might not return for the night and worried about infidelity leading to embarrassment, had even sent his brother to check on him, which was rather mischievous. Mo sent Huo Liangchuan a photo of the little one sprawled on the RV's large bed, sleeping with arms wide open. When will you return? Huo Liangchuan asked. Mo scooped up a spoonful of rice, replying, I'll be back by tomorrow morning. All right, be careful out there. It gets chilly in the mountains at night. Don't let the little one catch a cold. Call me if you need anything, Huo Liangchuan cautioned. Mo nodded. I will be cautious. You needn't worry. After finishing his meal, he glanced at the little one, who remained asleep. Since the RV was located by the stream, he would hear the child if he cried, so he hurriedly resumed placing the water tanks, as the previous ones should be filled by now. Descending into the stream, Mo retrieved a tank and found it indeed filled to the brim due to the strong water flow from the waterfall. He gathered about 50 to 60 tanks, collecting a bounty of fish, shrimp, and small crabs that had been repelled into the tanks by the space. He placed the larger stream fish and shrimp into a plastic bag he had taken from his space. Once they perished, he could store them away. Mo began placing more tanks in the water, this time taking his time to deploy around 60 or 70. After placing them from one end to the other, he intended to check on the first tank he had set down, hoping it might already be full. As he rounded the bend in the mountain, he spotted headlights approaching. Startled, he thought, could it be someone checking on me? He hurried up, knowing it was dark and that few would notice the tanks. Standing at the edge of the parking lot, he saw 1 or 2 off-road vehicles entering. Huo Liangchuan immediately recognized the RV parked ahead as belonging to his brother's young master. As he opened the door, Huo Liangchuan quickly made his way toward the RV. Just as he was about to knock, worried about waking the child, Mo called out, Liangchuan, don't knock. Mo, why aren't you in the vehicle? What about the little one? Huo Liangchuan turned upon hearing the voice and saw the young man standing in front of the headlights. Despite being 21 and a parent, Mo appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a 17 or 18-year-old high school student. Dressed in athletic wear and sneakers with neatly cropped hair, he stood at 176 meters tall, with fair, delicate features and large, bright eyes that sparkled with innocence. His smile revealed 2 charming dimples, making it evident why Huo Liangzhou found himself utterly captivated by Mo's innocent and endearing demeanor. The little one is asleep. I'm just enjoying the breeze. Aren't you in class? Mo inquired as he approached. Huo Liangchuan replied, I had some matters to attend to at home, and when I noticed you were gone, I became a bit concerned. It's not safe out here in the wilderness. Rest assured, it's quite safe. Nothing has ever happened in Jiangqing, Mo reassured him. Having survived the apocalypse, he was no stranger to danger, though he had faced it at an early age. His seemingly frail appearance belied his capabilities. He had been compelled to train in Taekwondo during middle school, making him no easy target. While he had not fought many, he was unafraid when confronted by 1 or 2 adults. Moreover, he now carried a weapon capable of delivering 10,000 volts. Just because it had been useless in the post-apocalyptic world did not imply it lacked value now. With the little one in tow, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. He was no longer the innocent child of pre-apocalypse days but had evolved into a cautious and agile survivor. Liangchuan, just because nothing has happened to others does not mean you are exempt. You are quite the desirable target for a kidnapping. A young master like you could yield an exorbitant ransom. Encountering criminals would be a veritable feast for them, especially with a valuable little one in tow who can barely crawl far, making him even easier to abduct. Chiamo opened the RV door, and Huo Liangchuan followed him in, quickly checking on the little one. The child appeared just as he had in the earlier photos, undisturbed in his slumber, peacefully still. Noticing Huo Liangchuan reaching out to touch the child, Chiamo promptly reminded him, "Have you washed your hands?" Unlike Chiamo, who was accustomed to the wilderness, Huo Liangchuan was often amidst a complex environment at school, prone to carrying germs. As he was handling the child, he avoided crowded places to minimize the risk of infection. "All right, I'll wash my hands," Huo Liangchuan replied. After thoroughly washing and sanitizing his hands, he approached the little one's face with gentle care, cautious not to wake him. However, Chiamo, though innocent, was quite attentive to the little one's needs. It remained to be seen when he would turn that care towards his elder brother. Despite his various competencies, Huo Liangzhou seemed utterly inept in matters of love, having not yet secured a place in the young master's heart, while the newcomer, the little one, had already found a home there, leaving his father, Huo Liangzhou, at a loss. Chiamo turned to Huo Liangchuan and asked, "Are you planning to sleep here?" Huo Liangchuan immediately shook his head. "No, Xiaomo, you and the little one should sleep. I'm going to sleep in the off-road vehicle. I have some things to smoke." He knew better than to share a night in the RV with the young master, as his cunning and devious brother would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. The Chen family had once been considered a second-tier family in Jiangcheng, but ever since Huo Liangzhou encountered the young master from the Qi family, the Chen family had rapidly begun to decline. Chen Feng, poor fellow, still believed he had gained substantial benefits from the Huo family. In the Qi family, the young master, still reeling from the sudden loss of his parents in a tragic car accident, found himself on the brink of being stripped of his very essence by the other members of the Qi household. Just as despair threatened to consume him, his elder brother intervened, and thus the downfall of the Qi family transpired in silence. As for his brother, the traditional medicine practitioner, he had lived to the age of 27, and such occurrences had happened more times than one could count. Why had he never been caught before, and why had it happened so easily this time? Whether it was a matter of his brother's own doing or sheer misfortune remained a mystery. Regardless, Huo Liangchuan was well aware that the young master had found refuge in his household, had borne a child, and had become his sister-in-law. His brother had a delightful little one born from the young master, with large, doe-like eyes, irresistibly adorable, evoking an overwhelming desire to cradle in one's hands. As Chiamo observed the medical personnel finally departing from the camper, he gazed out the window, knowing he could only retrieve his belongings once Huo Liangchuan had succumbed to slumber. A glance at the clock revealed it was 9:30 in the evening. Chiamo prepared formula and changed the infant's diaper. After ensuring the child was well fed, he set the alarm for 4 o'clock the following morning before settling down to sleep with the little one. In Haicheng, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Huo Liangzhou stood on the hotel terrace, admiring the sea view. The door to the adjacent terrace swung open, revealing a man clad in a white tang suit. "President Hua, what a delightful coincidence." The pale-faced Yama, "By Joe," remarked as he emerged with a cup of tea in hand. Huo Liangzhou furrowed his brow. The presence of this individual, appearing right next door, felt anything but fortuitous. "Bai San, have you been particularly idle of late?" Huo Liangzhou quipped, his lips curling slightly. "Not exactly idle. I merely came to Haicheng for a leisurely stroll, to sample seafood and enjoy the scenery," Bai San replied with a grin. Huo Liangzhou, perceiving the man's apparent boredom, suspected he was merely here for entertainment. What excitement could there possibly be here? Was it me? What spectacle do I possess worthy of attention? The view is indeed pleasant. I encourage you to admire it at your leisure, Huo Liangzhou concluded, turning to retreat into his room. Subsequently, Huo Liangzhou dispatched a message to his assistant, instructing him to investigate Bai San, seeking any connections between them. An hour later, Assistant Wu Di relayed a message to Huo Liangzhou, accompanied by a distant photograph. The image depicted a private room in a tea house where the young master and Bai San were seated across from each other, a tea table between them, devoid of any suggestive atmosphere. What business could the young master possibly have with Bai San? Surely, Bai San was no ally, and given the young master's disposition, he preferred to avoid unnecessary encounters. Had someone whispered something into the young master's ear? Chun Feng, or perhaps Su Huai? As for Jiang Nuan, the young master had no inclination to associate with him. Huo Liangzhou instructed his assistant to further investigate the nature of the young master's meeting with Bai San, his fingers rubbing thoughtfully against his thumb. Surely, the young master would not find Bai San appealing. After all, his appearance was rather unremarkable, even less striking than Qin Feng. I hope Bai San does not attempt to seduce my young master. Otherwise, an ominous shadow would cross Huo Liangzhou's gaze. Chapter 8. At the Longpan Mountain Waterfall, at 4 in the morning on June 3rd, just 7 days remained until the impending apocalypse. Mo silenced his phone alarm. The infant remained peacefully asleep beside him. Though this time, the little one had turned over, snuggling close, his pudgy hand grasping at Mo's clothing. Mo tucked a blanket around the child and positioned a pillow by his side before stealthily exiting the camper. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle light, illuminating the path ahead. Mo chose not to use a flashlight, making his way down to the mountain stream. The water flowed gently, cool and refreshing. Mo filled half a bucket with water, having taken the bucket from the camper. He then began to collect the water tower filled with water. Theoretically, as long as Mo could see it, he could gather it. However, in practice, moving several tons of material required more than mere sight. He needed to make contact with the water, which counted as indirect contact for collection purposes. The fish, shrimp, and crabs within the water tower were expelled from the space. Living creatures could not be stored within Mo's realm. Those ejected could be placed wherever Mo designated. Though anything excessively large was beyond his ability to move, perhaps only 4 or 5 pounds at most. Mo speculated that this limitation might relate to his spiritual power. After 6 months of the apocalypse, abilities emerged. Regrettably, his powers were not offensive, or else he would not have been ambushed by Chun Feng and his ilk, leading to his demise. He harbored an intense hatred for these malevolent demons who preyed upon the innocent. In the stream, Mo discovered several fish traps. This was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. He hurriedly retrieved them, ensuring he'd have a source for the fish and shrimp he caught, thereby avoiding any suspicion from his little uncle. Ultimately, he placed 50 water towers into the stream. Watching them submerge, Mo began to dispatch the fish. The stream held a variety of fish, some large and some small. The larger perch weighed a pound, while the smaller ones were around half a pound. In total, there were over 20 perch of varying sizes, along with several fish whose names Mo could not recall. He stored the larger ones in his realm while returning the smaller ones to the stream. By 5 o'clock, Mo had finished dispatching the larger fish, collecting the deceased shrimp into his realm as well. The additional 50 water towers were also filled with water and stored away. This time, the yield of fish was reduced. Fish, shrimp, and crabs. Once Mo gathered sufficient supplies, he intended to visit Haicheng to procure a bounty of seafood. He wanted to ensure that when the sea was no more, his little one would have an ample supply of delicacies. Lobsters, king crabs, tuna, sashimi, sea cucumbers, wagyu beef, octopus sashimi. He had a realm and feared no parasites. He would provide for his child. He also desired bird's nest and shark fin. Everything, he wanted it all. If it were not for the impending apocalypse, with his husband Huo Liangzhou's capabilities, their child could have everything, living a life of abundance and comfort. As Mo contemplated, he continued his task of dispatching fish, his expression fierce with determination. Of course, these items could not be purchased with the intent of donation. Thus, the funds from mortgaging their house and yacht would indeed come in handy, ensuring that Huo Liangzhou remained none the wiser. How clever of me. Minutes later, little Mo, what are you doing here? Huo Liangchuan, his hair tousled, hurried to Mo's side. Mo turned to see the familiar figure beside him. You're awake. Come help me with the fish, he said. Huo Liangchuan glanced at the bucket filled with stream fish, ranging from 2 to 3 fingers wide, varying in length from 10 to 20 centimeters. Did you come here just to catch fish? He inquired, accepting the knife Mo offered. Mo nodded. I watched a video and thought it looked interesting, so I decided to give it a try. Luck was on my side. I caught a great many fish. Observing Mo cleaning the traps, Huo Liangchuan remarked, Has my brother cut your spending money? Why would you venture out here to catch fish on your own? Mo prepared to retrieve the traps, knowing they could not remain. At the onset of the apocalypse, with the water still intact, fish could still be found in the streams and ponds. Huo Liangchuan, seeing Chiemo attempting to lift such a heavy load, immediately insisted, "Put that down. Let me handle it. You should go back and watch the child." He recalled that just a few days prior, his brother had summoned someone to examine Chiemo's health. The report indicated that he was 8 weeks pregnant. To allow his pregnant brother to carry such heavy items was truly reckless. Chiemo considered that he had too little beans sprouting inside him. Perhaps it was best to delegate the heavy lifting to Huo Liangchuan. After all, that was what little uncles were for. Watching little Mo depart, Huo Liangchuan reflected on his elder brother's predicament. You're capable of commanding the market, yet you can't even muster the courage to inform anyone that little Mo is pregnant? It's absurd that you haven't even settled into your room yet. Such a revelation would be hard to believe. The formidable Huo Liangzhou, a man whose mere stomp could shake Jiangqing, had yet to secure his little wife. Yet little Mo was remarkable, achieving success with each attempt. Poor elder brother, it had been 2 long years. As a legal couple, once a year was hardly sufficient. Huo Liangchuan shook his head, and the flawless image of his elder brother in his mind came crashing down. In the presence of Xiao Moj, his brother appeared to be just an ordinary man. Chiemo returned to the vehicle, washing his hands and gutting fish, leaving a lingering scent of fish on his hands. After meticulously washing them 3 times, the smell diminished significantly. He rinsed rice and prepared porridge, taking out some buns from the car's refrigerator to steam in the steamer. Half an hour later, Chiemo observed Huo Liangchuan returning, one hand clutching a bucket and the other a cage. "Quickly wash your hands. I've prepared dinner. After we eat, we'll head back to the city," Chiemo called out. After finishing the meal, Huo Liangchuan looked at Xiao Moj, who was feeding the little cub with a milk bottle. "Xiao Moj, I'm leaving now. Don't open the car door. Just return to the city directly. All right? Don't worry. It's broad daylight and nothing will happen. The security in Jiangsheng is excellent," Chiemo reassured him. Huo Liangchuan could only exit the vehicle, waiting anxiously inside the off-road vehicle, still concerned about Chiemo. Having walked 99 steps, he felt it unnecessary to linger another few minutes. After feeding the cub and placing it in the child seat next to the driver's position, Chiemo drove off. The 2 vehicles departed from Panlong Mountain, one following the other. Upon entering the city, Chiemo and Huo Liangchuan parted ways. At 7 o'clock, Chiemo completed the handover with Uncle in the warehouse before heading straight to the shopping mall. He needed to buy clothes, shoes, and socks for the little ones, ensuring a plentiful supply for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. As for the adults' clothing, Chiemo entered a store that was selling off-season down jackets, cradling the well-behaved little cub in his arms as he addressed the sales assistant, saying, "I'll take this one, and this one. Sir, would you like to try them on? Or will you carry them?" The sales assistant inquired. Chiemo looked at her and asked, "Are there any discounts?" "It's already half off, sir. We can't discount it further," the assistant replied. Chiemo nodded. "I don't want these styles you're holding. Wrap all the other down jackets in every size you have and send them to this address. They need to arrive by 1 o'clock. By the way, can you do it for 40 off?" The assistant was momentarily taken aback. "All of them? Wait, let me ask the manager." She hurried off. Soon the manager appeared, stating that they could offer the jackets at 30 off without incurring a loss for the store. After a phone call to the company, they accepted the order. The manager approached Chiemo and said, 40 off is possible, but we require a 50 deposit. What do you think? Calculating the expenses, Chiemo replied. The store had a variety of short and mid-length down jackets, down pants, for sizes ranging from 1.6 to 1.9 meters, totaling over 500 items. Averaging 500 yuan each, Chiemo didn't hesitate and made the payment. "If it doesn't arrive by 1 o'clock, I'll cancel the order," he stated. The manager immediately assured him, "Rest assured, it will definitely arrive by 1 o'clock. That's a significant amount of money." Chiemo continued his shopping spree, selecting shoes, socks, underwear, snow boots, and children's clothing. He only needed to collect the goods from the store in the afternoon, avoiding any unnecessary trips. While online shopping may be cheaper, consume time. The immediate delivery provided Chiemo with a sense of reassurance. After completing his clothing purchases, Chiemo rushed to a jewelry store, buying gold bars weighing 50 and 100 grams, quickly acquiring over 100 of them. At noon, Chiemo took the cub out for a meal. The restaurant packed up several servings of their favorite dishes and delivered them to the RV. Finally, he went to the bank to withdraw the prearranged sum of over 1 million in cash. Small amounts of money were still useful in the early days of the apocalypse. Driving towards the store, Chiemo stopped by a milk tea shop to buy dozens of cups for future consumption. Now only snacks remained on his shopping list. No need to rush, he could purchase those tomorrow. The day after, he would collect the weapons and then head to Haicheng for seafood. Suddenly, on June 5th, Chiemo recalled that someone was smuggling goods, and a bag of firearms had been hidden somewhere. The memory came flooding back to him. He could secretly wait for an opportunity to seize the goods. Once he had them, who would ever notice? With so many people at the beach, it would be easy to remain undetected. Chiemo felt an exhilarating thrill. Arriving at the store, Chiemo opened the door, and the down jackets were promptly delivered. From then on, items continued to arrive every half hour until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chiemo stayed there until 4:30 before returning home. To his surprise, rather than his usual 6 o'clock return, his husband, the diligent worker, was already waiting for him on the sofa, looking unkempt and dusty. Huo Yangchuan gazed at Chiemo with a gentle expression, silently inquiring what had transpired. Chiemo handed the cub to his husband, exclaiming, "I'm exhausted. I went shopping for supplies and planned to donate them in half a month." Upon hearing this, Huo Yangchuan remarked, "Running around with the cub will tire you out. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll get it for you. Don't wander about, it's not safe." Chiemo accepted the water his husband handed him and gulped it down. Yes, I need lots of food. Please store it in the warehouse. By the way, have you acquired Zhang's supermarket and food processing plant, including the beverage factory? Chiemo eagerly inquired. Huo Yangchuan nodded. We're already in negotiations. It should be finalized tomorrow. Thank you, dear. I'm going to take a shower. You take care of the cub tonight, Chiemo said, giving his husband a quick kiss before dashing off. Huo Yangchuan watched him leave, touching his cheek where the little master had kissed him, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. As long as he was happy, that was all that mattered. However, how could he tell the little master the truth that he was expecting another child? When they first discussed having a child, the little master had adamantly refused, causing quite the commotion. Only after he assured the little master that they had prepared a home and finances for the child, and that the child would save Cheese Company, did the little master relent and agree to marry him. They had agreed that if their relationship soured after 3 years, they could divorce. Furthermore, he had promised 10% of the shares in the Huo family's main company within 3 years for the little master to sign the marriage certificate. However, for those 3 years, the little master was required to live obediently in the Huo household and refrain from infidelity. During this time, the little master had been a decent wife. Yet, upon recalling the news he had discovered, Huo Yangchuan found himself troubled. What was the little master plotting? Murdering her husband? Huo Yangchuan dismissed the notion. After all, he and the little master had been quite compatible in every aspect, apart from her slight reluctance to be intimate. If she truly intended to harm him, she could have acted 2 months prior. There was no need to wait until now. The little master had a lovely disposition, sweet, gentle, and obedient. Even after the events of 2 months ago, she would likely only ignore him for a few days, pretending not to know him. Eventually, she would recognize that the cub needed a father's love and would come back to reconcile. Of course, he would ensure never to bully the little master when drunk again. Thus, this matter could be resolved without resorting to violence. Huo Yangchuan then recalled the little master's intentions to deceive Chinfeng. He wondered what Chinfeng had done to upset the little master. He himself could never bear to make her unhappy. Repeating the name Chun Feng in his mind, Huo Yangchuan concluded that the man must be courting trouble by provoking the little master. The Chun family's bankruptcy was a welcome development, sparing them from Chun Feng's incessant attempts to gain the little master's attention. Chapter 9. At this moment, Chun Feng was celebrating in Haicheng, accompanied by Zhang Nuan. They had obtained bidding documents from the Huo family consortium. Although they lacked the funds to outbid the Huo family for the major contract, they had won several smaller bids. The Huo family consortium's bid documents indeed had a high success rate. The two were so thrilled that they failed to notice that the Huo family had not bid on the Haicheng port development this time around. The same team went in and came out. The Huo family's business department had, however, engaged in negotiations for seafood procurement, and contracts had already been signed, with seafood set to be transported to Jiangqing the following afternoon. Within the Zhang family food processing plant, there was a canning factory that specialized in seafood cans. Naturally, Chiemo was unaware of any of this. After finishing his bath, he sat on the expansive 2.5-meter bed, contemplating the supplies within his space. He then commenced a search for pharmaceutical wholesalers. It was imperative to consult with Bai Sanyi. Given his lack of qualifications for legitimate bulk purchasing, Bai Sanyi was the most reliable option, having established credibility in this domain. As his industrious husband had suggested, his words were undoubtedly astute. Although the Huo family conglomerate already dealt in pharmaceuticals, Mo could not openly confess to stockpiling medications. Should he be queried, how would he explain his actions? To avoid scrutiny, he would resort to discreet purchases. After all, he possessed wealth, allowing him the luxury of caprice. Ultimately, money would lose its value in the future, so he resolved to spend it while it still held worth. At worst, he could leave some guns and gold for his industrious husband. The supplies of food were secured through the Jiang family food company. Alongside the grain he had proposed to acquire, resources meant for his industrious partner. As for the potential avenues his husband might pursue with these acquisitions, Mo could only speculate. Having tallied the items he intended to procure the following day, Mo noted that it was already 6:30. He needed to meet with the warehouse elder to return the supplies he had gathered that day. Noticing the absence of his industrious husband in the living room, it seemed he had taken their child to the activity room. This provided a perfect opportunity for Mo to sneak out without an excuse. His husband was quite strict in the evenings. Otherwise, he would not have to resort to such clandestine measures. Half an hour later, Mo arrived at the warehouse, spending 20 minutes transferring items and bidding farewell to the warehouse elder. He switched off the power supply, plunging the surveillance into darkness. Subsequently, he stowed away all the goods that had been delivered that day. Pork, lamb, beef, chicken, duck, and goose were all accounted for. The vegetables, tomatoes, cucumbers, pumpkins, winter melons, cabbages, greens, eggs, quail eggs, and duck eggs were likewise in order. The grains were also fully stocked, as were bottled water, milk, beer, and various beverages. It appeared that those companies were quite frantic, all for that 1% of profit. With his husband's wealth, shopping was indeed a delightful endeavor. Just as Mo exited the warehouse, his industrious husband called. Glancing at his phone, Mo concocted a plausible excuse. "I'm just going to the night market for a bit. Don't worry, I'll be back after I'm done." Huoliangzhou observed the exuberance of the young master, who seemed overly lively of late. Watching the little one making dada sounds, Huoliangzhou helplessly remarked, "Daddy, Daddy, not dada. Come on, call Daddy." No one would believe that a man, resolute in business dealings, could exhibit such boundless patience in teaching his child to say Daddy. "Your father runs off to play without you. What a little ungrateful one." Huoliangzhou playfully poked the child's forehead in exasperation. At the night market, Mo stumbled upon a seed store and suddenly remembered that his supply list lacked this crucial item. He hurriedly entered before closing time, disregarding the snacks around him. High-yield rice, wheat, corn, millet, black rice, and glutinous rice seeds were among the treasures he sought. Additionally, he found some ordinary seeds that had not undergone hybridization, sweet corn, vegetable seeds, fruit seeds, and saplings which he desired but could not store in his space as they were living entities. However, dormant seeds were permissible, as they could sprout once removed. This had occurred in his previous life with potatoes. The shopkeeper loaded bag after bag of seeds into the trunk of Mo's off-road vehicle. After purchasing the seeds, Mo deemed it wise to acquire some fertilizers. He placed an order with the seed company for delivery directly to his storefront by 7 the following morning. The owner, being in the business, would ensure timely and precise delivery, even at midnight. Once these tasks were completed, Mo parked his vehicle in the lot and ventured into the night market. He indulged in trendy milk tea, popular grilled meats, sought-after beef jerky, delectable fried chicken, and must-have skewers, filling his space with an array of snacks. Seated inside his car, Mo opened his phone and sought out a wholesale snack company. He ordered instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, snail noodles, various cookies, cakes, candies, chocolates, chips, jerky, and canned meats and fruits, requesting an extensive quantity to be sent to the warehouse. After finalizing these purchases, he called Bai Sanyi again. Bai Sanyi, sipping tea, hesitated upon seeing the incoming call. He was reluctant to answer, having already relayed what the young master desired to Huoliangzhou. He felt he had been sufficiently benevolent, especially since he had not disclosed to Huoliangzhou that the young master had mortgaged their house. Such matters were trivial for Hua, hardly worth concern. Reluctantly, Bai Sanyi answered the persistent call. "Hello, young master. I am preparing that item for you. It should arrive tomorrow afternoon, and I will deliver it directly to your home." "Ah, really? That's wonderful, thank you, Sanyi. However, that is not the reason for my call," Mo replied. Elated, any blade or sword lacked the intimidation factor of a firearm. Had time permitted, Mo would have dared to take his child to the empire, even contemplating a heist of an armory. Upon hearing this, Bai Sanyi remarked, "Young master, what more do you desire? We don't deal in dangerous items. Is there anything Bai Sanyi cannot manage?" Chi Mo teased. "Oh, white-faced Yama, you have yet to witness my capabilities. Of course. It seems my methods cannot be revealed to you, lest I invite misfortune from that wolf-like man. Rest assured, there is nothing I cannot handle. Young master, tell me what you need, and I shall procure it for you, even an atomic bomb if you wish." Bai Sanyi feigned nonchalance. Chi Mo burst into laughter at this. "An atomic bomb is a bit excessive. My fragile frame cannot bear such a burden. I require a comprehensive supply of medications, including fever reducers, anti-inflammatories, cold remedies, gastrointestinal medicines, and treatments for pneumonia, suitable for both adults and children. Additionally, I need all infant vaccines, flu vaccines, disinfectants, gauze, bandages, and masks. Cost is not an issue, with a minimum of 1,000 doses for each item." Bai Sanyi, acknowledging the illegality of the transaction, recognized its potential for profit. "No problem. I will ensure you are supplied. Not tomorrow, Sanyi. I need it by tomorrow, or else it will no longer be needed," Chi Mo insisted. "You little rascal, always thinking on your feet. Don't worry, it's just tomorrow. I will get it for you tonight and guarantee it reaches you by tomorrow afternoon," Bai Sanyi assured. "Then please send it to Villa number 9. Upon arrival I will settle the payment." "Understood. With wealth comes privilege. I assure you of impeccable service," Bai Sanyi replied with a smile. Chi Mo hung up, feeling elated. Bai Sanyi sighed in relief. Negotiating with Huo's young master was best done over the phone rather than at the tea house. The not-so-weepy young master was rather endearing, after all. Who could dislike a harbinger of fortune? With grains, fruits, vegetables, dehydrated produce, meats, and ample water secured, along with snacks and pharmaceuticals ordered, and weapons arriving the next day, he had also procured plenty of clothing and bedding. The only items lacking were seafood, abalone, shark fins, large lobsters, and king crabs. Once these were acquired, he could head to Haiching for seafood. However, he also needed to consider the implications of spending so much of his industrious husband's money. A portion must be reserved for him. The Jiang family food processing plant and warehouse were interconnected, and the Huo family security group's headquarters was adjacent to the Jiang family warehouse. To prevent a collapse in the aftermath of the apocalypse, they needed to be linked. Once Huo Liangzhou acquired the Jiang family food processing plant tomorrow, he would need to ensure the expulsion of the Jiang family members and replace them with personnel from the Huo family security department. Then, urgent measures would be required to connect the properties and construct high walls around them. There are countless crossbows, for firearms are ineffective in this nation. With his hand resting on the steering wheel, Chi Mo dialed Uncle Tai again, requesting 1,000 crossbows and a multitude of arrows, urgently needed within 3 days. Upon receiving Chi Mo's call, Tai Dong, a former member of the Huo family's security department, now retired and taking over his father's duties, replied, "I will do my utmost to fulfill your request." Chi Mo continued, "Not only that, Uncle Tai, but you must also relocate the blacksmith shop to the security department within 3 days and procure sufficient steel, dozens of tons, to manufacture crossbows and arrowheads." He added, "If Huo Liangzhou is absent, ensure the security department remains well guarded." Upon hearing these words, Tai Dong felt an ominous premonition rising within him. "What has transpired?" he inquired. Chi Mo chuckled, "It's nothing too grave, Uncle Tai. I'll fill you in on the details in a few days. I'm moving tomorrow." Without further questions, Tai Dong acquiesced. After ending the call, it was past 9 o'clock. Chi Mo contemplated not only informing Huo Liangzhou about the impending situation at the last moment but also reaching out to the government, hoping that call would go through. Without it, it would be arduous to connect with the higher echelons and convince them that the apocalypse was nigh. However, given the occurrences on the imperial front, it seemed the nation should be inclined to believe. All that remained was that urgent phone call. "Bai Bin, is this person genuine? Tomorrow let Bai Sanyi investigate. If the individual were authentic, then the phone call must be as well. I need to acquire a card that remains undiscovered, ensuring my actions remain concealed. Once the power is cut, who could trace it back to me? I would be safe." The impoverished focus on self-preservation, while the affluent strive to benefit the world. Chi Mo mused as he gazed at the myriad lights before him, lamenting that soon, calamity would befall them. With these thoughts solidified, Chi Mo's mood lifted considerably as he pressed the accelerator and sped home. At the villa, his little cub was nestled in his father's embrace, playing with his fingers. Upon hearing the sound of the engine's turbo, he immediately began to vociferously call out, eager to escape his father's arms, for he could discern the sound of his daddy's car. Ecstatically, Mo made his way home, only to catch sight of Huo Liangzhou and Qi Huai standing closely together, seemingly engaged in an intimate moment. Misunderstanding, Mo felt a surge of fury. How dare they trespass upon his absence? He dashed forward, only to have Qi Huai slap him across the face. How shameless can you be, attempting to seduce your own brother's husband, and in our home no less? Qi Huai was momentarily stunned by the slap. He had engaged in such clandestine flirtations with Huo Liangzhou numerous times, and had never before seen Mo react with such intensity or ire. It seemed that Huo Liangzhou harbored at least a modicum of interest in him, for he had never intervened. Had Mo not acted first, Huo Liangzhou might have belonged to him. Yet, Mo was fortunate in that he could bear children, a blessing Qi Huai lacked, which had led Huo Liangzhou to choose Mo out of duty and for the sake of offspring. However, now that the child was born, Qi Huai believed he had the right to pursue Huo Liangzhou. With a wounded expression, Qi Huai looked at his cousin. Shao Qi, what is the meaning of this? I merely came to see the cub. Mr. Hua, you must believe me, we truly have done nothing. Qi Huai's insistence only served to heighten Mo's suspicion. What do you mean by misunderstanding? You come to my home at this hour, attempting to seduce my husband. I have turned a blind eye to all your flirtatious photographs and messages. But this? You've crossed a line, you scoundrel. Leave. Get out. Mo's demeanor was fierce, as if he were ready to bite. Qi Huai, seeing the fury in Mo's eyes, turned to Huo Liangzhou. Mr. Hua, you should return home. My little Mo is displeased, Huo Liangzhou interjected. Upon hearing this, Qi Huai clenched his jaw. Fine, but you must explain to my cousin that I truly did nothing. Those were merely rumors stirred up by entertainment reporters. You must believe me, cousin. Get lost. If those reporters are so eager to capture someone, why not anyone else? You're the one who drew their attention, Mo retorted vehemently. For the first time, Qi Huai noticed his cousin's fiery spirit and sharp tongue, which had previously been subdued. Watching Qi Huai retreat in haste, Huo Liangzhou reached out to ruffle the little princess' hair. There. I understand his intentions. He merely seeks to ride on the wave of popularity. Typically, I would disregard it, but if my little Mo disapproves, it shall cease henceforth. Huo Liangzhou softly explained. In response, Mo glared at him. You know he harbors ill intentions, yet you still grant him opportunities. You are as wicked as he is. Return my cub. I shall not allow you to hold him again. Huo Liangzhou's arms were left empty as his little cub had been taken away. Most concerning was that his little prince was clearly jealous and angry. Huo Liangzhou, have I struck my own foot with a stone? Have I gone too far? Yet, without some playful banter, his little prince might feel neglected and unappreciated. Huo Liangzhou chuckled, sending a message to his assistant. My little prince shall surely adore tomorrow's gift. Fuming, Mo carried his little cub to his art studio on the 3rd floor. Observing the half-finished painting of his little one, he marveled at how adorable and charming it was. Time was scant now, but once the apocalypse dawned, he would have ample time to paint his little cub daily and print numerous photographs to preserve as mementos for the future generations. Yet, having struck his hand, it ached. Glancing at the red mark on his palm, tears welled in his eyes as he felt a twinge of grievance. Chapter 10. A soft creak of the door interrupted the moment. Mo turned, and so did his little cub. Upon seeing the person who entered, Mo sniffled, gazing up with a sorrowful expression, extending his hand. Huo Liangzhou, observing the pitiful sight of his little prince, understood the gesture. His gaze fell on the red mark on Mo's tender palm. Did you hurt yourself? Does it hurt? Mo whimpered. This tactic seemed to work effectively. He should employ it while he could. Afterward, it might not be as effective. The little cub tugged at his father's hand, mimicking his actions, blowing on his own palm to alleviate the pain. I'll fetch you some medicine. If you're ever unhappy, just tell me. I won't allow him to come near again, Huo Liangzhou said, gently ruffling Mo's hair. Upon hearing this, Mo replied, Then I don't want to see any trending topics tomorrow. Alright, there won't be any tomorrow, nor in the future, Huo Liangzhou responded, a smile flickering in his eyes. This was the first time his little prince had made such a request. Mo followed Huo Liangzhou out onto the terrace, where he set the little cub down by the small outdoor pool. The father and son dipped their feet into the shimmering water, creating ripples that danced across the surface. Returning with the bruise-relieving ointment, Huo Liangzhou found his little prince and the small cub playfully splashing water about. The delicate, porcelain-like feet danced in the water, evoking a desire to hold and caress them. Huo Liangzhou's throat tightened, a wave of longing rising within him. Instantly redirecting his focus, Huo Liangzhou observed the chubby, creamy white feet splashing water everywhere. The little one was irresistibly adorable, especially when he clutched his father's arm, peeking up with wide eyes and adorably pouting. Huo Liangzhou's heart fluttered, as if a gentle breeze had swept over a tranquil lake. Kneeling beside his little prince, he opened the ointment and gently applied it to the reddened palm. Your hands are delicate. Take care not to hurt them again, Huo Liangzhou gently reminded his young master. Chiemo turned his head and retorted, clearly, it is your fault. Huo Liangzhou conceded, all right, it is indeed my fault. I apologize for allowing unrelated individuals to intrude upon our home and for causing you distress. But what good is an apology? What do we need the police for? Chiemo declared, I want to make a fuss. After all, you made me unhappy and angry. In the past, it was not just Chun Feng who had taken advantage of him and the little one, but also Qi Huai and this group of trusted individuals who had ambushed him. Huo Liangzhou mused that in such matters, summoning the police would be futile. He pondered how he might ease little Mo's anger. Huo Liangzhou leaned closer to the young master's ear and spoke softly. His warm breath brushed against Qi Mo's ear, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. You dare to tease me? His ears flushed a deep crimson, radiating heat. Tomorrow, if you agree to a few of my conditions, I shall forgive you. Qi Mo finally articulated his intentions. Huo Liangzhou replied, don't mention just one. If it pleases you, I shall comply with 100. Speak your mind. As long as it is not excessive, I shall grant your wishes. Huo Liangzhou settled beside the young master, greeting the little one as he attempted to entice his own child. The little one, who had originally been seated on the opposite side of his father, was soon lured over, withdrawing his tiny feet from the water and swiftly crawling towards his dad. Embracing the cherubic little one, Huo Liangzhou planted a kiss on him. Qi Mo observed his child affectionately clinging to his father and felt a pang of jealousy. You little white-eyed wolf, I feed you daily, play with you, and even sleep by your side. Yet this man, who is hardly ever home, simply waves his hand and you scamper over like a little puppy. With a tinge of sour jealousy, Qi Mo asserted, Darling, you mentioned that tomorrow the Zhang family's food processing factory could be acquired. I recall your family's security company has a training base in that area. I wish to link the security company's training facility with the food processing plant. You must erect a tall, sturdy wall and replace all the upper management of the Zhang family, as well as the security personnel at the food company, with our own. Furthermore, all recently produced food and beverages from the Zhang family should be stored in the warehouse for the next half-month until I make arrangements. You must not disturb them. Gather more materials so we can produce more, and prepare ample water as well. I will handle everything. Qi Mo laid out his demands. Before Huo Liangzhou could respond, Qi Mo added, and prepare a batch of medicines. I have use for those too. Huo Liangzhou listened as the young master rambled on with his plans, seemingly piecing together a strategy to connect the Zhang family's food processing plant with his security group, while also gathering supplies for charitable donations to impoverished areas. This was commendable. The young master was showing a newfound concern for the outside world, a significant evolution in his thinking. This was splendid. Observing Huo Liangzhou's impassive expression, Qi Mo grew anxious. I am doing this for your own good. How could you remain expressionless? This is quite unreasonable. Gritting his teeth, Qi Mo felt an urge to shake the man who had fallen into silence. Could it be that I've spent too much recently, and my tool-like husband wishes to abandon me? Speak. If you do not agree to my terms, I shall not forgive you and shall take our little one back to my family. Qi Mo huffed, pushing against him. Upon hearing this, Huo Liangzhou replied, Stop messing around. What do you mean by your family? This is your home. Am I not allowed to agree? I shall accommodate you. I will ensure that a tall and sturdy wall is constructed at the food processing plant, and tomorrow I will have those upper management members dismissed, replacing them with our Huo family group personnel. Upon hearing her husband's compliance, Qi Mo's mood brightened instantly. Thank you, darling. You are the best. Qi Mo leaped up and planted a kiss on him. His objectives accomplished, the young master swiftly scooped up the little one and dashed away. He was nearly toppled at the edge of the pool, but fortunately, the ground was laid with soft ceramic tiles. Otherwise, he might have injured the back of his head. His fingers brushed over his lips, where the young master had just kissed him. It was the first time Qi Mo had taken the initiative to kiss him. This night would be a memorable one, and Huo Liangzhou felt a surge of joy. After placing the little one on the bed, Qi Mo joyfully rolled around, having accomplished something significant today. Although he contemplated fleeing, Qi Mo still hoped that Huo Liangzhou would not face too much hardship in the apocalypse. Perhaps they could stockpile some supplies at home, buy a water tower, and store some mineral water. Yes, they also needed to acquire some lighters, purely mechanical lighters, and mechanical watches. Otherwise, they would have no way to keep track of time. Toys, he needed to buy many toys for the little one to play with, avoiding electronic ones. Embracing the little one who had climbed beside him, Chi-Mo turned off the lights and closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. In his dreams, Chi-Mo found himself being cut open, with two malnourished little ones being extracted from his belly, their cries faint like that of small kittens. Those demons were deliberating on how to consume them. The tightly sealed basement was suddenly breached, and a tall figure strode in. It was Huo, arriving with his men. Chi-Mo's lifeless body was lifted, and those demons were captured, while his little ones were carefully wrapped in clothing. The body of the elder one was also respectfully taken care of. Chi-Mo struggled to awaken, feeling tears streaming down his face. Huo, if only this dream were real, at least we would not have been devoured, and the little ones would survive. Wiping away his tears, Chi-Mo sniffled. He must be strong for his little one. The dawn had not yet fully broken. It was 6 in the morning. The weather appeared bleak, with rain on the horizon. Chi-Mo went to the bathroom to wash up and prepared to make formula. He took out the bottles, cleaned them thoroughly, and set them aside, pouring in the formula and warm water. He could prepare 5 bottles at a time, with each bottle holding 180 milliliters. The hot water could only make 5 bottles at once, indicating he needed to purchase a larger capacity electric kettle. Chi-Mo prepared a total of 20 bottles of milk, then immersed them in cold water until they cooled to just over 40 degrees before storing them away. The little one, Huo Jingyan, awoke at the usual time. Chi-Mo began tending to him, cleaning his bottom, applying diaper cream, putting on a diaper and feeding him. At 7:30, Chi-Mo made his way downstairs for breakfast. Huo observed the busy little master and asked, "Are you heading out today as well?" "Yes, I have much to attend to lately, but once I finish, I shall rest," Chi-Mo replied. Huo noted that the young master seemed a bit overly stimulated. "If you have something to tell me, remember your husband isn't just for swiping cards. He has other uses as well. Don't overexert yourself," he cautioned his spirited little master. Chi-Mo acknowledged. "Got it. If I can't handle something, I'll consult my husband." This awareness was commendable. There was progress. After finishing breakfast, Huo ruffled the little one's hair. "I'm off to the company." Chi-Mo looked up and waved. "Goodbye, darling." He could hardly wait for his tool-like husband to leave, as he felt a strange sensation of being watched. The first stop of the day for Chi-Mo was the paint store, where he procured enough supplies to last him for over a decade. Next, he visited a camping club, gathering tents, sleeping bags for low temperatures, bicycles, lighters, matches, coal stoves, lanterns, lamp oil, and candles. When questioned by the club staff, Chi-Mo explained that he was organizing a camping event and required a multitude of items. All the supplies were delivered to the lakeside villa, which was registered in the little one's name. Once the delivery personnel departed, Chi-Mo promptly stored the items away. At noon, Baisan arrived punctually at the lakeside villa with the supplies. Observing the young master, busy with his little one and checking the inventory, Baisan reminded him, "The refrigerated vaccines need to be placed in a low-temperature environment for storage immediately." I understand. Thank you, Baisan, for delivering the items. I won't keep you for a meal," Chi-Mo replied as he inspected his 10 firearms and 200 rounds of ammunition. Baisan, the white-faced king of hell, was rather ruthless, discarding items after use. Chi-Mo lifted one of the guns and inquired, "This shouldn't misfire, right?" Baisan assured, "All my items are guaranteed for quality. They have all been tested before delivery. The relationship is quite harmonious, and I have faith in the credibility of Third Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought you out," Chi-Mo remarked. "Third Master Bai, with that little expression suggesting that seeking you out is a courtesy to you. It makes me want to pinch that adorable face. No wonder Mr. Huo is fond of him. All right, the goods have been delivered to you. Remember to settle the remaining payment today. I shall not accompany you in your little games anymore," Bai Jiu stated before turning to leave. As Chi-Mo watched Third Master Bai depart, he extinguished the lights in the basement and disabled the surveillance. Subsequently, he directly stored this batch of goods in his space. The medications were in place, while the firearms could only be deemed barely adequate. After leaving the villa, Chi-Mo proceeded directly to the blacksmith shop. The large iron order he had previously placed with Uncle Datai was completed. The rest, Chi-Mo instructed Uncle Datai to store in the security department's warehouse of the Huo family. Driving into the shopping mall, Chi-Mo, carrying the little one, entered a luxury goods store. Wall clocks, watches, purely mechanical, lighters, purely mechanical, He bought several bottles of lighter fluid. The prices were rather steep, and after a round, Mo selected a mid-range popular brand, ordering 10 of each item. In the evening, Mo visited the Jiang family's food processing factory. To his surprise, the construction of the surrounding wall had commenced. Indeed, his handy husband was quite resourceful and attentive. After finishing filming, Huai glanced at his assistant. So, who handled the gossip trending about Mr. Huo today? The assistant met Huai's gaze as if it were obvious. Naturally, it was the Huo family's doing. Otherwise, how could I have been unable to buy my way onto the trending list? They issued a warning. Chapter 11. Henceforth, the gossip news from Liangzhou will no longer circulate. As the Huo family has issued a warning, the assistant explained. Upon hearing this, Huai inquired, "Is that the intention of Liangzhou or Mo?" "This, I have yet to ascertain. It seems to originate from the public relations department of the Huo family," the assistant clarified. Rubbing his temples, Huai dispatched the assistant to investigate and then messaged Chen Feng, stating that Mo's relationship with Hua Liangzhou appeared to have progressed, which was unacceptable. After reading the message on his phone, Chen Feng called Huai. "Are you all right?" he asked. Huai, sounding fatigued, replied, "I was struck by Mo yesterday. You should spend more time with him lately, show him more care, take him out for leisure. He enjoys sketching, particularly in the aviary. I've been quite busy recently," Chen Feng mentioned. A mocking smile crept onto Huai's lips. "Chen Feng, managing Mo is sufficient. A mere hint from Mr. Huo would suffice to satisfy us." "Fine, I shall arrange some time in a few days," Chen Feng acquiesced. Holding his phone, Chen Feng called Mo about 10 minutes later, inviting him out to socialize, perhaps to indulge in a hot spring for wellness. Mo was busy compiling a list of supplies, feeling overwhelmed and realizing he hadn't indulged in a hot spring previously. It might be a chain reaction. "I'm quite occupied lately. How about we wait for half a month?" Mo suggested to Chen Feng on the other end of the line. "After half a month, it will be the end of the world, and I will have fled. Who would still concern themselves with you?" Chen Feng noted that previously, Mo had never declined his invitations. This was the second time Mo had turned him down. "What have you been so busy with lately?" Chen Feng finally inquired. Upon hearing this, Mo replied, "I am preparing a batch of supplies to donate to impoverished areas. That's commendable. Focus on your work, and once you're done, do let me know." The newly opened hot spring resort features a rose garden, a chocolate house, a candy castle, and fruit-picking activities. It would be delightful to take the little one there for sketching, Chen Feng concluded before hanging up. Mo glanced at his supply list, realizing he had forgotten to purchase toys. Observing the little one crawling onto his lap, before he could speak, the little one had already begun to nibble. "Don't bite. Let go. Release me, little one. I shall fetch you a teething toy," he exclaimed, promptly discarding his paper and pen to distract the little one with a toy. When Huai discovered that the order had been personally issued by Hua Liangzhou, he angrily smashed his phone. This individual had previously been willing to maintain ambiguous relations with him. He had invited Hua Liangzhou for meals and coffee. While it wasn't always successful, there had been occasions where it had worked out. What exactly did Hua Liangzhou mean? The more Huai pondered, the more he feared that Hua Liangzhou had distanced himself from him, suggesting that his previous closeness was not for the sake of Mo, the little fool. Growing increasingly agitated, Huai kicked the coffee table, only to painfully collide his toe against the glass, leaving him speechless and pale, curled up on the sofa. It was unbearable. Huai reflected on the sting of the slap he had received. He still had the photographs from last night when he had arranged for someone to take pictures at the Huo residence. The misaligned photos appeared as though they were kissing. The atmosphere intimate, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. Mo had struck without discernment. What a splendid topic this could have been. Yet, because of Mo's slap and a few words, all his efforts were rendered futile, and he had been unjustly struck. The more Huai considered it, the angrier he became. This matter must be made public. Everyone ought to know that Mo's temper is so volatile that even his cousin is subjected to his wrath. Having been in the entertainment industry for a year and a half, although not yet an award-winning actor, Huai could still be regarded as a prominent star. The entertainment reporters would be reluctant to publish anything. His fans would surely rally in support. Huai rose, quickly contacting a fan through a secondary account, sharing the photograph of himself being struck within the fan group. Meanwhile, Mo, who was blissfully sleeping, was in excellent spirits, as Hua Liangzhou had fulfilled his requests. Tomorrow, he intended to venture to Haicheng to procure seafood, lobsters, abalones, crabs, sea snails, and more, he would buy abundantly. In his dreams, he envisioned an abundance of everything, saliva dripping. At 8 in the morning, Chiemo donned a backpack and carried a baby carrier on his chest, with the little one nestled inside. It seemed the little one hadn't been in the carrier for some time, and was now rather excited, kicking his feet and reaching out to play with his father's hands. The driver escorted Chiemo to the airport. By 9:30, Chiemo arrived in Haicheng, disembarking from the plane. Upon exiting the airport, he promptly rented a small delivery truck. He retrieved the baby seat from his space, securing it in the passenger side, and placed the little one inside. Next, Chiemo hurried to the Haicheng fish market. By 10 o'clock, the dock was bustling with activity. Fishing boats gradually approached the pier, unloading baskets of seafood. Chiemo squeezed in, quickly spotting a boat filled to the brim with a bounty of shrimp, crabs, ribbonfish, octopus, pomfret, grouper, eel, and more. After making his payment, the crew assisted in loading the goods into his small truck, which was equipped with ice. As more fishing boats arrived, Chiemo seized the opportunity without hesitation. With ample funds, the suppliers glanced at the handsome youth and thought to themselves, not today. Once the small truck was full, Chiemo drove away and headed straight to the aquaculture base, loading a truck full of lively shrimp. At noon, Chiemo pulled out a portion of chicken noodle soup he had packed from a restaurant, sharing it with the little one. In the afternoon, he acquired more lively aquaculture products, including yellow croaker, grouper, flower eel, abalone, scallops, and oysters. As the sun began to set, Chiemo drove his small truck into the seafood wholesale market, purchasing dried abalone, dried sea cucumber, fish maw, and even some bird's nest in bulk. Ready-to-eat sea cucumbers and seafood were also acquired. He ordered large lobsters and king crabs, which would be ready for pickup the following day. It wasn't until 7 in the evening that Chiemo entered a seafood processing hotel adjacent to the market with the little one. In a bustling restaurant corner, Chiemo held the little one as he watched the servers bring in dishes such as Buddha jumps over the wall, abalone, king crab, and seafood congee, one after another. Scooping a small bowl of seafood congee, he said, "Little one, it's time to drink your congee." The chubby little one, seated in a high chair, opened his mouth wide for a taste, exclaiming, "So delicious, I love it." After feeding the little one, Chiemo observed the babbling child and offered him a piece of lobster antenna to play with. Picking up a piece of lobster meat, translucent and succulent, he savored its delightful taste. Just then, his phone began to vibrate. Chiemo glanced to see it was a call from his handy husband. A check-in had arrived. Chiemo answered the phone. "Darling." Huoliang Zhou took a deep breath. "Xiaomo, where are you? Why haven't you brought the little one home yet? You're becoming increasingly wild, taking the child along with you." Upon hearing her husband's words, Chiemo felt a twinge of guilt. "I brought the little one to Haicheng to indulge in some seafood," she explained. Huoliang Zhou inhaled deeply, impressed. The young master was indeed capable. He could even take the child on an escapade. After a long day, he returned home to find it eerily quiet, save for Aunt Zhang. This was quite unusual, as he was accustomed to the young master and the little one greeting him in the living room. He initiated a video call, wanting to see what Chiemo had ordered. This was not the time for anger. He felt a flicker of concern. Seafood was fine. Fish and shrimp were acceptable, but crabs were off-limits. The young master was pregnant and should not indulge indiscriminately. He was eagerly anticipating the arrival of their twins, but had yet to find the right moment to share this news with Chiemo. In truth, Huoliang Zhou felt a hint of regret. He shouldn't have frightened the young master. Their relationship had been warming, but due to his inability to control himself 2 months prior, a rift had formed once more. Most importantly, it was not healthy for the young master to be eating poorly so soon after the little one was born. However, since the little one had already arrived and, after a checkup, the young master's health was deemed satisfactory, Huoliang Zhou had set aside other concerns. In Haicheng, a feast without crabs was hardly a feast at all. Chiemo had no doubts. When her husband suggested a video call, she complied, thinking he might also be craving something. As the video connected, Huoliang Zhou was instantly captivated by their chubby little one, who was playfully waving a lobster antenna. "I ordered a feast, oysters, scallops, Buddha jumps over the wall, abalone, king crab, orchid crab, seafood porridge, and so much more," Chiemo announced. Not only had she ordered, but she had also packed 10 portions to take home after their meal. "Has the little one eaten?" Huoliang Zhou inquired. Chiemo nodded. "I fed the little one first. The seafood porridge is delicious. He had a small bowl. His appetite is quite good." Huo watched the chubby child waving the lobster antenna, full of life. His gaze shifted to the untouched crabs. Xiao we cannot eat crabs. Chiemo was taken aback. Why not? I came to Haiqing specifically for crabs. Crabs are cold in nature. During winter, they can make you feel chilled, and consuming too many is not conducive to pregnancy. Given how adorable our little one is, don't you wish to have another? Huo insisted, pulling her along. Once Yenzai starts kindergarten, our chubby 1-1T have anyone to play with. Huo reasoned, hoping the young master wouldn't contest this logic. He had done extensive research during the last pregnancy. Chiemo, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, there were restrictions on crab consumption during pregnancy. If one overindulged, complications could arise. She recalled a graphic lesson from her pregnancy course, which she had nearly forgotten, but this detail lingered. The image of a pregnant woman who had consumed too many crabs and faced dire consequences flashed in her mind. Their twins were thriving within her, and she couldn't risk anything. Yenzai is so lovely, then I shall heed my husband's advice and refrain from eating crabs. Chiemo acquiesced obediently. Despite knowing he was being overly cautious, she appreciated that he cared for her. She thought, no, how could it be? My husband knows I'm pregnant, he must know. In her past life, she had only discovered her pregnancy 2 months after the apocalypse. It seemed Huo had been aware all along. Indeed, he had undergone a health checkup just a week prior. If they couldn't detect a pregnancy, then the hospital should cease operations. The health check had been prompted by the incident 2 months ago. Huo was indeed a cunning individual, harboring suspicions yet withholding the truth from her. Chiemo's expression soured. She felt an aversion towards her husband. I'm gonna eat now, darling. Goodbye. She feared the call would end. Huo mused. Why do I sense the young master is upset again? However, it was normal for a pregnant partner's mood swings to occur, as long as she avoided crabs. Once she agreed, she would not go back on her word. Huo sent a message to Chiemo, inquiring when she would return home with the little one. The weather in Haiqing was increasingly sweltering, and he reminded her to take precautions against the heat while playing outside. As Chiemo read through the messages, her gloom began to dissipate. Her husband was indeed concerned for her and their child. She relished the food, oysters, scallops, Buddha jumps over the wall, and a small bowl of seafood porridge filled her up. She had everything packed to go. After cleaning the little one's hands with a wet wipe, Chiemo carried him to the checkout. With several packed dishes loaded into the car, she spotted a shop selling tricycles along the street and excitedly stopped. Previously, she had purchased outdoor bicycles, but now seeing the pedal-operated tricycles, non-electric and with the cargo area in front, made her feel secure as she could keep an eye on the child. In her past life during the apocalypse, many children had been kidnapped. She bought 10 bicycles, including those with infant seats, and opted for both large and small tricycles. By the end, she had acquired 5, sufficient for her needs, along with a pump that would last a long while. After parking the vehicles, Chiemo carried the little one into the Seaview Hotel, where she would be staying for the night. Meanwhile, at the airport, Huo was just disembarking his flight. After completing the check-in process, Chiemo headed toward the tea restaurant with the little one, eager to enjoy the seaside view. Suddenly, a shout rang out, Chiemo, you dare to touch our brother? You're dead. Turning around, Chiemo saw several girls glaring at her, their expressions filled with fury. One of them, having finished her shout, hurled a bottle of mineral water at her. The liquid surged toward her under the lights. Chiemo quickly seized a foam advertising board nearby and held it in front of herself. In an instant, the transparent liquid rebounded. Then, a piercing scream erupted. Ah! My face! My face! It hurts so much! Chiemo, witnessing the scene before her, was a mix of shock and fury. Sulfuric acid? Is this sulfuric acid? Who are you people? Why would you throw sulfuric acid at me? I don't even know you. My baby is only 9 months old. He is so adorable. Are you even human? After her outburst, Chiemo, trembling, dashed into the tea restaurant, shut the door, and pulled out her phone to call the police. Meanwhile, a live streamer in the tea restaurant exclaimed, "Oh my gosh! Did you see what we just caught? Did you hear what that girl shouted? I heard her say Chi Huai." Fans of the streamer immediately refuted, No, it wasn't Chi Huai. She said, Chiemo, streamer, why are you wrongfully accusing Chi Huai? I know that the girl who threw the sulfuric acid was Chi Huai's sister. What did she shout earlier? Why are they bullying our brother? Could that brother be Chi Huai? Remove the could. Only Chi Huai could make his sister shout brother. I'm a fan of Chi Huai. There were photos in the fan group last night showing this guy slap Chi Huai, apparently accusing him of seducing her husband. His sister went to avenge Qi Huai. What kind of person is her husband to make Qi Huai seduce him? Doesn't he look in the mirror to see how unattractive he is? Does he even deserve that? You say he is ugly? I think this young man is quite adorable, and his child is undeniably cute, with big round eyes, a delicate nose, and snow-white skin. Are Qi Huai's fans really that vicious? Even if there's a conflict and suspicion of seduction, there's no need to resort to sulfuric acid. She's holding a baby that small. How could she do such a thing? My dear child is still quite young, and as I reflect on this, I feel an overwhelming desire to tear apart that malicious woman. Indeed, it is true, if one seeks revenge, it should be upon those who are accountable, not involve such a tender soul. This is pure evil. The presence of such fans reveals the true nature of their brother. Perhaps, she has truly seduced someone else's husband. Their actions are criminal. Fans of Qi Huai should vacate the premises and refrain from tainting our brother's livestream. Everyone is correct. Even if there are misunderstandings, one should never disfigure another's face or throw acid upon them. She is holding such a small child. This is exceedingly cruel and terrifying. The livestream suddenly became a cacophony of noise, with the number of viewers skyrocketing, simultaneously growing chaotic. Countless fervent fans of Qi Huai rushed in, clashing with the host's supporters and bystanders alike. Chapter 12. Receiving the emergency call. The operator listened as the caller reported having acid thrown on them, followed by a scream. It seemed that the caller was not in any immediate danger. If someone has thrown acid on you, are you all right? The operator inquired. The screams on the other end did not belong to the caller. They seemed to be from someone else. GMO explained. She tried to throw it at me. I was holding my child, thinking it was water, and grabbed an advertisement board to shield myself. The liquid splashed back at her. That's how it happened. I didn't recognize them as they suddenly rushed in, shouting something I couldn't quite catch. The operator on the other end noted, so it was a retaliation. Quite impressive. We'll be there within 5 minutes. By the way, have you called for an ambulance? GMO was taken aback. They were the ones who tried to throw it at me. I didn't call. The operator remarked, you're quite obstinate. Someone must have already called. I won't do it since I fear they might throw it again. I need to call my husband to maintain composure. GMO added. The operator responded, I am a police officer. Please speak plainly. Seeking revenge is unwise. The law will take care of them. We will arrive shortly. Do not act rashly, or you may find yourself in trouble. Upon hearing this, GMO clarified, I won't commit a crime. If they offend me, I will ensure their lives become unbearable. Devoid of good fortune, staying far from crime. The operator remarked that it's not truly a crime, provided you have the means. GMO hung up the phone and turned to the astonished patrons in the cafe. None of you intend to throw acid at me, do you? The stunned crowd collectively shook their heads. GMO sighed in relief. As long as no one intends to throw acid at me, that's good. I don't know them. I don't understand why they would target me. It's outrageous. My child is only 9 months old and so adorable. How could they be so cruel? My child cannot possibly have enemies. I'm quite reclusive and have no adversaries. I wonder if they mistook me for someone else. The host of the livestream continued broadcasting. The viewers heard GMO's words. Little brother, it seems you've unknowingly offended someone. This young man seems rather confused. Has he forgotten that he struck Qi Huai last night? His audacity is quite remarkable. But how could an ordinary person even approach Qi Huai? True. The fans of Qi Huai claim he wrongfully accused her of seducing his husband, which led to the altercation. Our brother mentioned that the one who shouted was GMO. So what is their relationship with Qi Huai? Who knows? Can someone clarify? It seems Qi Huai has no biological siblings. He is an only child. Since they share the same surname, they are likely relatives. Someone just shared a blurry screenshot of a photo in the livestream, and that house is definitely not ordinary. It's undoubtedly a villa. Yes, they must be wealthy. Surely, Qi Huai wouldn't truly seduce someone's husband. Otherwise, that person would retaliate. There's no smoke without fire. Wait, earlier he mentioned revenge, claiming he would make things intolerable for them. He seems quite formidable, perhaps merely affluent, otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen. The audacity with which he carries himself suggests he is subconsciously revealing his strength and backing, urging others not to provoke him. The fans in the livestream speculated wildly. GMO scanned the dining area, reassured that no one would suddenly rush at him with acid, and decided it was time to report the incident. His husband should come to his aid now. He dialed a number, then another, but no one answered. On the third attempt, someone finally picked up. Huo Liangzhou had just disembarked from a plane, and as soon as he turned on his phone, it began vibrating, His young master was calling. What could have happened? Under normal circumstances, his young master wouldn't contact him unless there was an insurmountable issue. Huoliangzhou's heart sank. He feared something dire had occurred. Hai City is not like Jiang City. Few recognize his young master, so he quickly answered. Guarding the entrance. Chiemo kept a watchful eye on those inside the cafe and outside, fearful that someone might burst in and throw acid at him. The thought of disfigurement was terrifying. He refused to allow it. He needed to protect himself and his child. The screams from outside were promptly ignored by the young master. Having survived apocalyptic experiences, his young master had encountered far graver situations and witnessed countless tragedies. Betrayal, cannibalism, murder. In comparison, this was but a trivial matter. Once the immediate danger was averted, he wouldn't allow his heart to flutter even slightly. If it weren't for the shock of having just eaten, he would never have anticipated that someone would dare challenge the law in such a manner. The audacity was astounding. Even when his parents had not faced misfortune, he never dared to cross the boundaries of legality. After marrying a supportive husband and having a child, he began to temper his impulses and refrain from extreme actions. These individuals likely believed that Huoliangzhou could no longer wield a knife. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Huoliangzhou's eyes. Chiemo, tell me your exact location. I am at the Four Seasons Cafe, next to the Four Seasons Seaview Hotel. Chiemo shared his location with Huoliangzhou. The fans in the livestream felt as though the young master was boasting about his ability to protect the child. I can't shake the feeling that he is showing off. Let us not deny it. He is indeed showing off. I think he is unconsciously bragging to his husband. Is it strange to celebrate one's own ability to protect oneself in such circumstances? If I managed to do so, I would feel fortunate and want to share it as well. The young gentleman moved with remarkable swiftness. I witnessed it all. When the sulfuric acid was hurled, he seized the advertisement board and then came the rebound. The rebound. The rebound. And another. And another. A miraculous rebound. The young gentleman appeared utterly astonished while others emitted blood-curdling screams, only to discover it was indeed sulfuric acid. You wouldn't believe it, but I was equally taken aback. I thought it was merely water. Do you all remember who placed that rebounding advertisement board at the entrance of the tea restaurant? Who could it be? I didn't pay attention when the streamer entered the tea restaurant. Neither did I. I recall that the Four Seasons group seemed to have some collaboration with that individual. Oh my goodness. I know who it is. My heavens. Is this even possible? Ha ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. So theatrical. However, I wonder if that person's fans truly threw sulfuric acid at the young gentleman of their own volition, or if they were incited by someone else. Perhaps it would be prudent not to speak too hastily. Our dear brother is gentle and generous, the most doting of fans, and would never incite his followers to throw sulfuric acid. It's difficult to say. Everything I once dismissed has now come crumbling down. I've stopped supporting idols and have begun to merely lurk in the livestream. If it was indeed incitement, does that man truly deserve Chi Hui to take such a considerable risk? Surely not. It's not easy to find a man with 3 legs, while those with 2 legs are plentiful. Is it worth resorting to such actions? The young gentleman had called his husband, who would arrive shortly, and then we would discern what sort of man is worthy of Chi Hui engaging in such behavior. Until we have a clearer understanding of the situation, it would be wise for everyone to refrain from speculation. The Eating All Over the World livestream was abuzz with excitement, as countless onlookers flooded in. The streamer, thrilled by this sensational development, seemed ready to feast on the ensuing drama. At last, the police arrived. A woman lay unconscious on the ground. Another screamed in terror, while 2 others had already fled the scene. Some officers were calling for an ambulance, while others brought bottled water to splash on the screaming woman's face. One officer, glancing inside the tea restaurant, pulled on the door handle and inquired of the person still on the phone. Who called the police? Chiemo then opened the glass door. I did. You didn't call for an ambulance? The officer pressed. Upon hearing this, Chiemo appeared momentarily stunned. I thought someone else had called. Perhaps the ambulance is delayed due to distance. I didn't dare to open the door. If it happened again, I might not be able to avoid it. My husband insisted on prioritizing our safety, especially since I have a little one. He glanced around the restaurant and then at the crowd that was not drawing closer. Indeed, there were many onlookers in the distance, but no one approached, and the ambulance had yet to arrive. At that moment, Chiemo gently touched the little one in his arms, who was sucking on a comfort pacifier. The officer then noticed the small child, whose round, curious eyes were fixed on him. We need you to come to the police station to make a statement, the officer said. Not calling for an ambulance cannot be held against the young gentleman. After all, as the victim, he bears no obligation. Moreover, the danger had not yet passed. Remaining vigilant and ensuring one's safety is of utmost importance. Just then, a few individuals with a frigid demeanor approached. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and it was time for him to sleep. Ho Liangzhou strode over to the young master. The officer warned, "Do not obstruct." Upon hearing this, Chi Mo dashed forward before the officer could finish. "Husband!" Ho Liangzhou reached out, enveloping him in an embrace. The little one, caught in the middle, let out excited squeals, having not seen his father in quite some time. Ruffling the young man's hair, Ho Liangzhou asked, "What happened? Tell your husband everything." "You all listen." Chi Mo immediately recounted the events to his resourceful husband. "There are cameras. Just check the footage. I don't know these people. I've never seen them before, and I have no idea why they would throw sulfuric acid at me," Chi Mo explained. Meanwhile, the fans in the Eating All Over the World livestream were spiraling into a frenzy. "Oh my, what an astonishingly handsome gentleman. So handsome, so handsome. Which star is he? I want to be his fan. He.s at God level. He could debut anytime. Oh dear. The young gentleman's husband is so handsome. It's no wonder someone shameless would try to seduce him. Chi Huai is utterly brazen. Wait, haven't I seen him somewhere? He looks somewhat familiar. The finance channel once reported on him. He is. Don't just say he. Give me his name. Who is he? Just tell me." "He is Ho Liangzhou, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. Oh my heavens, the chairman of the Ho family conglomerate, ranked among the top 100 nationwide. And he is actually married. Not just married. He has a child. I heard the little one calling Dad. Oh my goodness. No wonder this young gentleman said Chi Huai was trying to seduce him. I recall Chi Huai often used ambiguous scenarios to ride on his popularity. Yet Ho Liangzhou has never acknowledged it. Not only that, but clear photographs of Ho Liangzhou have never appeared in Chi Huai's posts. They've always been ambiguous and blurry images. Thus, it turns out Mr. Ho has long been married, and his child can already crawl. Chi Huai still wants to seduce him, but Mr. Ho couldn't care less. Otherwise, why would the pictures of Chi Huai being assaulted be circulating in the group? Garnering no attention, Mr. Ho had already suppressed the incident. Goodness. The bigwig who quietly protects the young gentleman and the little one is so adorable. It hasn't even been a few minutes since the incident, and he's already here. Mr. Ho is quite protective of his wife. So, was this sulfuric acid incident instigated by the sister herself? Or was it instigated by Su Huai? The livestream chat erupted. Following Ho Liangzhou, his assistant Wu Di glanced at the woman now being supported by the police. Her face was severely disfigured, yet one could still vaguely discern her features. "Mr. Ho. She is Chi Huai's sister," Wu Di remarked. "Goodness, she has keen eyes. Even with her face ruined, she can still be recognized. Truly impressive. Even in such a state, she can still be identified at first glance. She must be an assistant or a special assistant. Individuals in such positions are quite capable. If they weren't capable, they wouldn't have reached such heights." The discussion grew animated. Upon hearing this, Ho Liangzhou declared, "It was Chi Huai who orchestrated this." This was confirmed. Indeed, Wu Di nodded. Ho Liangzhou then instructed, "Investigate. Anyone who dares to harm the young master should be imprisoned." Wu Di acknowledged and then scanned the crowd of onlookers in the tea restaurant before striding toward a corner by the entrance. "Fans? Streamer. He.s approaching us. He noticed us. Indeed, the elite cultivated by the top 100 are truly remarkable. Streamer. Run." Chapter 13. Wu Di approached the streamer who was live broadcasting. "You all captured this?" Wu Di inquired. The fans in the live stream exclaimed, "Oh goodness, oh goodness. The assistant is also handsome. So handsome. Of course, the elite from the top 100 must possess both ability and looks." The streamer nodded. "We are currently live. Please send me a copy of the video, and in return, the Ho family's hotels will offer a 30% discount. Wu Di smiled. Upon hearing this, the streamer responded, "Really? Truly?" Indeed, Wu Di chuckled. The streamer said, "All right, I'll send it to you shortly." Wu Di then inquired about the situation at the time before taking the video and departing. At the entrance of the tea restaurant, the two injured women had already been taken away by the ambulance. Chi Mo's statement had been recorded, and after signing, Ho Liangzhou took his little master away. In the luxurious presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel, Ho Liangzhou gently ruffled the little master's hair, chiding, "I told you not to run around. You didn't listen. And you went without your bodyguard. Didn't you get bullied? I had no idea Chi Huai would be so wicked." Chi Mo pouted in response. This incident had never occurred in a past life. Well, it's all behind us now. I'll handle things with Qi Huai. Let's give the little one a bath. He seems tired. Huo Liangzhou coaxed the irritable young master. After getting the little one settled into bed, Huo Liangzhou playfully pinched Qi Mo's waist, teasing, "What now?" The fair face of the young master flushed crimson. "What do you mean? I understand, but I'm pretending not to. Mo, you needn't be coy." Huo Liangzhou softly caressed the young master's delicate lips with his thumb. Qi Mo shot a glare at the charming man, exclaiming, No, my waist might break. And I wouldn't be able to get up from bed." After his outburst, Qi Mo felt as embarrassed as a boiled shrimp, pushing the man away and darting to the bed, covering himself with a blanket. Huo Liangzhou ground his teeth in annoyance. That cheeky little brat ran off after teasing him. Watching the sleeping child and his beloved, Huo Liangzhou dialed Wu Di. Wu Di quickly began reporting on the situation, informing him that he had halted all of Qi Huai's work. Investments from Qi's company had ceased, collaborations were suspended, and he had also alerted Qi's downstream companies. "How much evidence have you gathered?" Huo Liangzhou inquired. Wu Di glanced at the documents in his hands. Several of Qi Huai's fan groups have circulated photos. This was orchestrated by his fan club leader. Though Qi Huai guided them, it is difficult to use this as evidence. Ban him and release some of those scandalous photos. If he dares to touch the young master, I'll ensure he understands the consequences of his actions, Huo Liangzhou declared coldly. Wu Di recognized that Huo was genuinely furious. The Qi family was likely doomed. The phone rang, and Huo Liangzhou glanced at the screen. It was Zhou Jin. "Is the little one all right? I told you. How could you trust someone with a romantic distraction to care for him? Just look at how you compare to Chun Feng. Countless people would jump at the chance to be with you, yet he is blind to your worth." Zhou Jin, fresh from a performance, began disparaging the young master. Huo Liangzhou's expression darkened. "This has nothing to do with him. I've dragged him into this." Zhou Jin was momentarily silenced, realizing the truth. "Don't disturb me unless it's urgent." Huo Liangzhou ended the call. Zhou Jin, indeed, had lost his humanity in the presence of the opposite sex. Returning to his dorm, Huo Liangchuan was astonished by the trending headlines. The young master had taken the little one out and had been attacked. He immediately called his elder brother. Upon answering, Huo Liangchuan asked, "Brother, is the little one all right? Is Mo safe?" He was startled but is fine, Huo Liangzhou reassured him. Qi Huai's phone was near explosion from incoming calls. He merely wished for his fans to teach Qi Mo a lesson. He would have been content even if the fan club leader had harmed him. "Why are you throwing acid? Aren't you just creating more problems for me? Especially since it almost harmed the little one." His manager glared at Qi Huai. "You need to call your brother immediately and beg for his forgiveness. I've booked you a flight to Haicheng. You must go now." "I can't. If I go now, Huo Liangzhou will tear me apart." Qi Huai protested, knowing that the fan club leader's foolishness had nearly harmed Huo Liangzhou's child. As Qi Huai hesitated, a barrage of calls came in, contract terminations, ad cancellations. He was now liable for substantial compensation. Staring at his phone for an age, he shakily called Huo Liangzhou, only to find himself blocked. He tried reaching Qi Mo, but the call was cut off after 2 beeps. Soon after, his father called, berating him for provoking Huo Liangzhou. "Why stir trouble? Our company will lose Huo support and offend the Huo family. We're on the brink of bankruptcy." Unaware of the turmoil outside, Qi Mo slept soundly with the little one. The landscape of Jiangqing was about to undergo a momentous transformation. Upon awakening, Qi Mo found the little one sipping porridge. "You're awake. Hurry and wash up. Where shall we go today?" Huo Liangzhou asked, glancing at the dazed young master, whose hair stuck up in a tuft. The young master seemed to comprehend, attempting to flatten his hair multiple times without success. Dressed in slippers, he slowly climbed out of bed, asking his husband, "Aren't you working today? I'll accompany you and the little one." "You were startled," Huo Liangzhou replied. "I'm fine. I'm great. I want to shop. I wish to splurge. You go earn money." "I was not frightened," Qi Mo insisted. "How about we swim at the seaside park?" Huo Liangzhou suggested. "I don't want to be surrounded by people. Many must recognize me now," Qi Mo replied. "Blame me then. I'll arrange a private venue," Huo Liangzhou promised. "No one makes it less interesting. I want to buy lots of delicious food," Qi Mo declared. Watching the young master approach the bathroom, Huo Liangzhou thought, he is truly obsessed. The little master had accumulated an unfathomable amount of goods in recent days. Well, as long as he is happy, Huo Liangzhou mused. After feeding the exuberant little one, he advised Qi Mo, "All right then, yesterday's matters have been suppressed. Remember to wear a mask when you go out. And don't use the baby carrier. could constrict your chubby little one. I'll remember, husband, Chiemo promised, his spirits lifting once more. Am I truly that detestable to you? Huo Liangzhou pondered. Once Chiemo managed to send Huo Liangzhou away, he returned the rented car and then hailed a vehicle to the seafood company. He purchased vacuum-sealed yellow croakers, dried fish, eel strips, squid, canned fish, sea conch, sea cucumbers, abalone, kelp, seaweed, and dried shrimp, several tons in total, delivering them all to the Jiangzhou warehouse. Chiemo took numerous photos of the seaside, the ocean view, coconut trees, beaches, coastlines, and the little one crawling in the sand, leaving a trail while being joyfully splashed by the waves. These photos were soon developed. Huo Liangzhou, viewing the snapshots on his phone, saw only scenes of the young master joyfully playing with the little one. Clearly, the young master was resilient and had not retained any shadows from yesterday's events. The little one had likely forgotten all about it by now. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Huo group, Chi Huai, donning a mask and sunglasses, attempted to enter but was blocked by the receptionist, who refused him entry. This was unlike the past when he could frequently arrange meetings with Huo Liangzhou. Zhou Jin, observing Chi Huai's persistence at the front desk, remarked, "Have you lost your mind, Chi Huai? Huo Liangzhou used to give you face because of Chiemo. Yet you failed to charm him and even incited your fans to harm Chiemo. Are you deranged?" Zhou Jin's cold laughter echoed. Such malicious intentions had no place in the entertainment industry. Fuming, Chi Huai retorted, "That wasn't my doing. I don't even know who leaked my photos to the fan groups. I was just as furious with the fan club leader. I can't predict the future. If I had known, I would have stopped it. When my assistant informed me, I instructed them to retract it, stating it was merely a brotherly dispute and advised against overinterpretation." He wore a wronged expression. Meanwhile, trending topics were filled with accusations of his arrogance, bullying newcomers, and even claims of illicit affairs. His career was over. At 8 in the evening, Chiemo disembarked from the plane, cradling the little one who was already fast asleep. On the night of June 8th, Chiemo grabbed Huo Liangzhou's arm, declaring, "If you dare go to the Empire, I'll take the little one and leave home, never to see you again." Prepared for a business trip, Huo Liangzhou looked at the young master gripping his arm. "You enjoy shopping, and I'll transfer some funds for you to splurge. Be good. I'll return in just a few days. You must choose between me and the little one or going to the Empire. Only one option is available," Chiemo insisted fiercely. If Huo Liangzhou truly went abroad, all his preparations would be in vain. He might never return, dying in a foreign land. Unbeknownst to me, a discrepancy has arisen. In my previous life, there was no instance of Huo Liangzhou embarking on a business trip to the Empire. However, now, the prospect of Huo Liangzhou undertaking such a journey is utterly unacceptable. In this post-apocalyptic world, far from home, it is a certain recipe for disaster. Moreover, I recall that in my past life, the relationship between the Empire and Daxia was fraught with tension, and at that time my somewhat ineffectual husband was far too preoccupied, having jumped into the pit at the Haiqing dock, to consider a business trip to the Empire. I have heard whispers of the ongoing strain between the Empire and Daxia. You must not go. If you do not return, what will become of me and our child? Chiemo clung to the man's waist, exhibiting an unwavering resolve to not let go. Since the day Haiqing nearly fell victim to a sulfuric acid attack, Chiemo has taken to traveling with 2 bodyguards. As for how many more lurk in the shadows, that remains a mystery. He can no longer indulge in reckless shopping sprees. Now, he confines himself to purchasing only what he desires and needs from the mall or ordering supplies to be delivered to the villa or warehouse. The warehouse is nearly brimming with provisions: infant formula, diapers, clothing, and blankets. A new batch of fruits, meats, grains, snacks, and even flower pots, shade nets, ecological breeding boxes, humus, plastic bags, and a substantial quantity of well-composted sheep manure fertilizer have been acquired. He is also stocked up on feed, mineral water, juices, beverages, coffee, cigarettes, and spirits. On the mountain above Huo Village, chickens and quails are raised, and Chiemo intends to procure some quails for breeding. Additionally, coal is a necessity. The 6th month of the apocalypse will plunge us into extreme cold, necessitating heating. Upon returning to Huo Village, Chiemo will need to install a heating bed. He plans to gather supplies tomorrow on June 10th to avoid being caught. His industrious husband is quite capable. The uproar surrounding Chi Huai has stirred the internet, yet remarkably, all news about him has been suppressed, with not a whisper escaping. It is imperative to ensure the tool-like husband is well managed. After all, having spent so much, a twinge of conscience lingers. Gazing at the young master clinging to him like a mischievous sprite, with a waist delicate enough to encircle with a single hand. Huo felt a flutter in his throat, tension coursing through his body. He reached out to catch the slipping young master. Are you reluctant to let your husband depart because you miss him? If you behave, I might reconsider my departure. Huo chuckled. No amount of money could ever rival the importance of this little sprite. As Mo gazed into the depths of the man's eyes, he felt as though he had stumbled into an abyss. Little Mo, you have willingly come to my door. Do not blame your husband. Huo, intoxicated by the kiss, swept Mo upstairs. With his mouth covered, Mo could only whimper, quickly succumbing to the sweet dizziness of their embrace. Aunt Zhang, witnessing the young master being carried away by Huo, chuckled as she scooped up the giggling child and headed to the toy room. Oh dear, in broad daylight. How shameless. With no one calling for her, Aunt Zhang decided against venturing out further, wishing to avoid attracting unwanted attention. In the dead of night, the young master, with eyes red from distress, kicked at Huo with his soft, delicate feet. Leave, go away. I never want to see you again. Hurry, get far away, and never come back. You bully me, the young master lamented. Huo, reclining against the headboard, reached out to stroke the young master's damp, tousled hair. Be good. Are you feeling unwell? I shall take you to bathe. I don't want you. I can go by myself, Mo protested, swatting at him, wary of being taken advantage of. At that moment he felt weak, his legs trembling and his waist aching, utterly lacking the strength to rise. He absolutely could not allow the man to assist him. Otherwise he would surely be bullied again. Wrapping himself tightly in the blanket, Mo quickly cocooned himself like a silkworm, leaving only his head exposed. Huo, observing the newly formed silkworm beside him, chuckled softly. How adorable. Truly, the young master has captured my heart. His voice, rich with magnetism, sent shivers through Mo, igniting an electrifying sensation. Hui gazed at Chunfeng. The Qi family is doomed, and soon, your Chen family will follow suit. This time, the Huo family did not even bid for the Haiqing dock. We have been toyed with by Huo. Jiang Nuan looked at the two men, gently swirling her wine glass. What is there to fear? We know Huo is very protective of the young master. He now has a soft spot. Chunfeng, invite the young master out. Then, without me saying a word, we will sever all communication between him and the outside world, forcing Huo to pay for our losses this time. This is kidnapping, Chunfeng frowned. The situation at the Haiqing dock is simply a matter of strained diplomatic relations. The impact should be minimal. As long as the relations ease, work can resume swiftly. Once the project concludes, they will net billions in profit. This is a crucial sum for the waning Qin family. Chapter 14. Under the covers, after a brief respite, Mo finally murmured, Huo, please do not go to the Empire. Leaning against the headboard and managing the details of his upcoming trip, Huo turned at the sound of Mo's sulky voice, noticing the boy's displeasure. All right, he acquiesced. Hearing the desired answer, Mo's face brightened. After a long moment of contemplation, he extended his delicate, pale fingers. You promised. Let us pinky swear. The one who lies is a little dog. Huo's lips twitched at this proclamation. I am the little dog, and what does that make you? Who is marrying a little dog? When the young master became fierce, he spared no one, not even himself. Of course, Huo could have retorted, but he refrained. Otherwise, he would likely endure another round of his partner's silent treatment. Very well, let us pinky swear. If I deceive you, I shall be a little dog, Huo chuckled softly. After all, this was merely a contract worth over 10 billion. As long as it brings joy to the young master, it is worth the effort. Moreover, there would certainly be opportunities for collaboration. Huo planned to entice the other party into partnership, requiring just a bit more finesse. As long as the young master was happy, nothing else mattered. To him, it was merely a matter of shifting numbers in his wealth. The purpose of earning money is, naturally, to provide for the young master and their child. Clarity of purpose is crucial. One must not lose sight of the essentials. Having received a clear answer, Mo extricated himself from his cocoon and slowly rose from the bed, his legs weak and his waist sore. Casting a dark glare at the man who leaned against the headboard with a smile, he thought, does he really think he can charm me? Am I such a weak-willed person? Resolutely resisting temptation, Mo leisurely made his way to the bathroom for a shower, determined to deny the man any opportunity for impropriety. As the warm water cascaded from the showerhead, Mo felt an instant wave of comfort. Huo changed the bed linens, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window to sip a glass of red wine before donning his sleepwear and stepping out of the bedroom to knock on Aunt Zhang's door. Aunt Zhang rose and opened the door, shushing Huoliangzhou before retreating to retrieve the young child, who had just fallen asleep. I can manage during the day, but at night, the little one cries, Aunt Zhang said as she handed the child to Huoliangzhou. He has gotten used to sleeping with his father. Upon returning to the second floor, Huoliangzhou spotted the young master, who was tiptoeing away. You shouldn't sleep with the child. As Mo cautiously approached his room, he turned to see the man cradling their child at the corridor's entrance. Standing tall, Mo declared, Give me back the child. You alone cannot bear children. Come. Be a good boy and return to the room with me, Huoliangzhou insisted. You greedy man. Stealing my child again. Mo thought, conceding to the inevitable. It wouldn't be long before they were apart. After all, aside from being excessively capable, Huoliangzhou had no other faults. The following morning, on June 9th, Mo pondered his plans for the departure the next morning. Once the power is out, communication ceases, and all electronic devices become inoperative. It is highly likely that only purely mechanical tractors will remain functional. Seeking assistance? That is but a dream. Now, clutching the cheerful child in his arms, Mo took the car keys and headed to the market for supplies. By evening, he intended to gather all the provisions from the warehouse. In the supermarket, Mo acquired a plethora of items, including sirloin steaks, cod fillets, marinated shrimp, and lobster tails. Following this, he ventured to a shoe store, where he indulged in snow boots and oversized leather boots, purchasing several pairs for himself and his child. His insatiable desire to acquire was ignited upon sighting these goods. He then visited a beloved snack shop, gathering an assortment of delights such as milk tea, fried chicken, skewers, and various pastries to take away. At the bank, he withdrew a substantial sum, exceeding $1 million in cash. Thereafter, he proceeded to a gold store, where he swept the shelves clean of gold bars. The entire street bore witness to his shopping spree. In the camping club, he collected bows and arrows, entrenching tools, camping knives, and various outdoor gear, all of excellent quality. Later in the afternoon, Chun Feng called, inviting him to a farm. However, Mao had little time to spare, especially since he had already severed ties with Huai. He was unwilling to be a pawn in the game, fully aware of Chun Feng's close relationship with Huai. As evening descended, Mao found himself in a gift shop, purchasing numerous hats and gloves for both adults and children, as well as umbrellas, raincoats, and rain boots. He also stocked up on various sizes of preservation bags, storage bags, food packaging, and garbage bags. At 6 o'clock, Mao arrived at the warehouse and informed the gatekeeper that tomorrow would be a holiday and that he would return to work on Monday. The gatekeeper, pleased with this news, eagerly returned home, having recently earned a considerable profit from the warehouse, even enjoying 2 days off without a salary deduction. He arranged for a group of individuals to unload goods, pocketing a handsome commission. Once the gatekeeper departed, Mao conducted an inspection of the entire warehouse, purchasing an additional 100 water tanks, planning to leave 10 in the villa's basement for tomorrow. 50 had already been placed by the security company, and they should be filled with water by now. As long as the lids were secured, the water would not evaporate. After shutting down the warehouse's power and surveillance, Mao reveled in his acquisitions. Nothing brought him greater joy than stockpiling supplies. He had ginger, garlic, and hot pot base, enough to last for decades, and several tons of it, enough to last a long time. After completing his inventory, Mao embraced his child, feeling a twinge of reluctance. At 7 o'clock, he returned home, where Huoliangzhou observed the young master, who had been frequently absent, and remarked, "Where have you run off to this time? The weather is too hot. Don't let Yen Zai suffer from heatstroke. I brought a water bottle." Mao retorted that he would not be wandering about anymore starting tomorrow. That evening, Chun Feng, Huai, and Zhang Nuan gathered once again. Chun Feng turned to Huai and stated, "I can't seem to reach him. It feels like Mao has changed. He seems less inclined to engage with me. What should we do? We need Huoliangzhou to take over our project. But that's impossible without Huai speaking up." Su Huai interjected. "Now I have to wear a mask when I go out. Just yesterday evening, someone threw rotten eggs at me. My home has been targeted with foul fish and stinky durians, causing quite a stir among the neighbors." Zhang Nuan looked at Huai and said, "Your sister is still in the hospital. Her face has been completely ruined, and even plastic surgery won't restore it. Huoliangzhou has destroyed her family's jobs, and others have faced pressure as well. Huoliangzhou is exceedingly aggressive. You could use this to ignite the resentment of the wealthy." "No, my messages can't get through," Jihuai replied. It wasn't he that he didn't want to. He simply couldn't. Zhang Nuan smiled and suggested, let them contact the television station. You don't have to get involved. There will always be those opposing the Huo family. Upon hearing this, Jihuai replied, it's worth a try. Tomorrow I will seek out Qimao. I will have my assistant keep an eye on Huo Liangzhou's villa. Once Qimao steps out, we can intercept him. Chen Feng cautioned. He doesn't want to take that step. If the kidnapping becomes established, it could ruin a lifetime. Huo Liangzhou was not someone to be trifled with. Should he kidnap the young master, Huo Liangzhou would undoubtedly go mad, and Jihuai would have no means to defend himself. He had no desire to take such risks. Kidnapping is out of the question. You could apologize to Qimao. As long as he forgives you, Huo Liangzhou should cease targeting you. If you are unwilling to apologize, then consider Zhang Nuan's suggestion. It may indeed work and perhaps lead to a reconciliation with Huo Liangzhou, Chen Feng suggested. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Jihuai frowned. Are you unwilling to help me, Chen Feng? There is truly no need to go this far. In the past 2 years, Huo Liangzhou has generally not been ruthless. Chen Feng explained. Zhang Nuan recalled, indeed, Huo Liangzhou has been far more lenient in recent years. But wait, when did he soften? Let me think. It was after marrying Qimao that he became more accommodating. Therefore, Huo Liangzhou's motivations for marrying out of responsibility were likely premeditated, aiming to secure Qimao for himself. Otherwise, why had others failed at drugging him but succeeded when it came to Qimao? Zhang Nuan looked at Jihuai, her eyes filled with pity. You've stirred Huo Liangzhou's deepest emotions. It's a miracle if he reconciles with you. No wonder Huo Liangzhou retaliated and suppressed so swiftly. You've touched a nerve. Jihuai, you and Qimao are still cousins. There is no enmity that cannot be resolved. I know Qimao well, he has the softest heart. If you can appease him, he will surely forgive you. Zhang Nuan spoke, unwilling to be dragged down by Jihuai's madness. Jihuai, observing the two persuading him back and forth, smashed his wine glass in anger, his eyes flushed. You two are unwilling to help me. This isn't about not helping, but Jihuai, is it truly necessary to go this far? Once you commit a crime, there is no turning back. Apologizing and yielding could still provide an opportunity for resolution. After all, your sister was indeed a bit excessive. You should avoid criminality. Otherwise, Huo Liangzhou will certainly not spare you. Can you contend with Huo Liangzhou in Jiangqing? Or are you preparing to flee abroad? What about your family? What about the company? Zhang Nuan thought increasingly that it was unnecessary. Jihuai had become too radical. Securing a few items from Qimao would suffice for their needs. Once they truly severed ties, it would be impossible to gain any benefits from the Huo family in the future, and they would face Huo Liangzhou's relentless retaliation, which was not worth the trouble. The meeting ended on a sour note, with Jihuai, Chen Feng, and Zhang Nuan parting ways unamicably. Zhang Nuan turned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng switched off the surveillance and listening devices, assuring her, rest assured, everything has been recorded. If something goes awry, it won't concern us. We've done our part. With a smile, Chen Feng and Zhang Nuan embraced before leaving the tea room and pushing open the bedroom door, where ambiguous sounds emanated from within. Huo Liangzhou, observing the young master who was protectively cradling Yan Zai as he returned to the bedroom, sighed. He understood that the young master was refusing to share a room with him. This unspoken rule indicated that they would maintain a respectful distance. The young master returning to his room signified that they would not interfere in each other's lives. Huo Liangzhou clenched his jaw in regret. He shouldn't have prepared a separate room for the young master. A single bedroom would have sufficed. How foolish of him. In the dead of night, he opened the young master's room door to find Yan Zai sprawled across the bed, his little feet pressing against the young master's face, leaving red marks. Huo Liangzhou gently lifted Yan Zai and placed him properly in bed. He brushed his thumb against the young master's soft lips, and upon seeing him frown, Huo Liangzhou chuckled softly and left. Qimao rubbed his eyes, feeling as though someone had intruded upon his room earlier. The air was infused with a faint, pleasant fragrance, an aroma reminiscent of a man. He rose to inspect the door, finding it securely closed. It must have been a figment of his imagination. Returning to his spacious bed, he pulled Yan Zai close, recalling the fervor of the previous night. It had indeed been delightful. That aloof individual, who seemed untouched by the mundane world, had willingly attended to him. He chided himself not to dwell on it, nearly forgetting to breathe as he became overwhelmed, his toes curling in response. Qimao's cheeks burned with heat. Tomorrow he would escape. Thinking of that man's alluring face set his heart racing. What to do? he felt a hint of addiction creeping in. He had never engaged in such behavior in his past life. Huo, this is all you're doing. He gritted his teeth, feeling exasperated. Mo, troubled, pounded his pillow and closed his eyes to sleep. After the collapse of order in his previous life, Huo did not seek him out. This time, if Huo were to find him, it would signify their true connection, and he would grant Huo an opportunity. Resolute in his decision, Mo finally succumbed to slumber. Throughout the night, his dreams were tumultuous, filled with the visage of a man, his expression earnest in various acts. Mo touched his face, igniting a blush upon his cheeks. Upon waking, Yen Zai bit into his father's thigh. Mo looked down and said, "Little ancestor, please don't bite. Be good, let go. Daddy knows you're hungry, but biting one tea fill your little belly." After a lecture from Daddy, Yen Zai finally grasped the situation and obediently released his grip. Mo commenced the morning routine, washing faces and hands, cleaning and airing out bottoms, applying diaper cream, and finally dressing Zai in a diaper. Once the routine was completed, Mo inserted a bottle into Zai's mouth. He proceeded to prepare formula, filling 1 bottle, 2 bottles, and eventually dozens, stowing them away in his spatial storage. At this point, he had already prepared 70 or 80 bottles of perfectly warmed milk, ready for Zai to consume. After cleansing the bottle used yesterday, Mo occupied himself with his thoughts, jotting down tasks and important statements in a notebook. It seemed he had forgotten to purchase books. Perhaps he would buy some on the way. The apocalypse had not erupted abruptly, and the disarray had been a gradual process, likely culminating in a fortnight. However, this time, Mo intended to alert those above him during the last half hour of power, hoping for success, believing that a certain phone number would be invaluable. Cradling Zai, he descended the stairs, teaching him to bid farewell to Daddy with a wave. Huo observed Zai joyfully waving and calling out, reciprocating the gesture towards the young master who held the child. Rubbing his temples, Huo felt an inexplicable sense that today was different, as if something was about to transpire. There was a hint of unease in his heart. The young master had never before stood at the door with Zai to see him off to work. No wonder it felt unusual. Coming to this realization, Huo cast aside his disquiet. After breakfast, Mo lifted Zai into the off-road vehicle, glancing back at the villa one last time. "Aunt Zhang, please fill the water tank in the storage room," he called back as he ran to deliver the message. Aunt Zhang, somewhat puzzled, acknowledged, "All right, I'll take care of it." Once Zai was securely placed in the child seat, Mo finally settled into the vehicle. Earlier, he had stored 2 guns with 100 rounds of ammunition, 2 crossbows with arrows, a couple of curved knives, and several hand axes in the safe. Additionally, he had stashed some gold and cash, essentials for the onset of the apocalypse. Previously, Bai Sanyi had supplied him with 200 rounds of bullets. Eventually, after persistent persuasion, Bai Sanyi, having invested tens of millions, conceded to provide bullets rather than firearms, which was far simpler. Consequently, Mo acquired an additional 300 rounds. Pressing down on the accelerator, he set off towards Yun City. The moment Mo's off-road vehicle departed the villa, someone immediately contacted Huai and followed suit. Upon learning that Mo had finally emerged unaccompanied by bodyguards, Huai was elated, swiftly instructing his companions to seek a secluded location to intercept him. At 9:30 in the morning, Mo's vehicle headed straight out of the city, en route to Yun City. Jiang City was neither too distant nor too close, approximately 300 kilometers away, a mere 3-hour drive. As Mo exited the city, Huai received word. He was on the move. "Yes, Shao. Where shall we intercept him?" inquired the follower on the phone. "Has Mo not taken the highway?" Huai asked. "No, he's on the national road," was the reply. "At the location of Liangjie Mountain, that stretch of the national road is rather desolate. Trap his vehicle there," Huai commanded. Unaware of the unfolding plans, Mo hummed a tune, his spirits elevated. In the back seat, Zai contentedly suckled on a pacifier, displaying exemplary behavior. Provided no unforeseen incidents arose, he was certain to reach Yun City in 3 hours. The Huo family village lay beneath Taohua town, just a 15-minute drive away and an hour's walk to the foot of the mountain. The village had but one access road, and the villagers were tightly knit, thus making him a daughter-in-law recorded in the Huo family genealogy, a legitimate member of the Huo clan. The vehicle gradually exited the bustling urban area, transitioning into the rustic expanse of the national road, with quaint houses and sprawling farmland, embodying a serene atmosphere. As the vehicle advanced, the population dwindled, merging into the urban periphery where traffic began to thin. Lush forests flanked the national road, with towering mountains on either side. A vehicle appeared alongside Chiemo, followed by another, prompting him to frown. What folly was this? The road was ample enough without needing to squeeze alongside him. At that moment, the adjacent vehicle suddenly accelerated and swerved across his path. Startled, Chiemo exclaimed, "What manner of driving is this?" He slammed the steering wheel, veering into a side road, barely avoiding a collision. Before Chiemo could steady his vehicle, several tall, tattooed youths emerged from the encroaching car, wielding clubs and rapping against his window. "Get out. Our boss wishes to speak with you," one of the tattooed thugs declared. Realizing that these individuals were specifically targeting him, Chiemo opened a slight gap in the car door. "Who is your boss? Bai Sanyi?" he inquired. "If you don't tell me, I won't step out." "Go ahead, hit the window. Let us see if you break it first or if I call the police on you," Chiemo retorted. Unfazed, he was not concerned. Even if he were driving his usual off-road vehicle, the windows were reinforced. Moreover, the current vehicle was fortified with a bomb-proof, bulletproof design worth tens of millions, crafted from advanced aerospace steel. Breaching it by force would be no simple task. The tattooed youth frowned. The occupant of the vehicle exuded an air of confidence, evidently possessing some clout. Bai Sanyi was a formidable figure in Jiang City. Those acquainted with him were not to be trifled with, yet the task must proceed. "If you frighten the child, I won't be responsible for the consequences," the thug warned before striking the windshield with his club. The dull thud resonated, but the glass remained intact, rebounding from the impact, revealing the considerable force he had exerted. Seeing the unscathed windshield, the thug conceded defeat. Clearly, this was someone not to provoke. Clearing his throat, he explained, "You will understand when you meet our boss. Rest assured, it's merely a tea invitation. Otherwise, I wouldn't only bring a wooden stick." He understood that if he failed to persuade Chiemo, he might not receive his payment. As for any illicit activities, he preferred to avoid them. Inviting someone was not a crime. Chiemo was intrigued to discover who sought to abduct him and was open to dialogue, pondering whether it could be Chi Huai. It was likely him. Although Chun Feng had been deceived, the apocalypse had not yet exploded, and the project faced merely a minor setback, far from the point of vengeance. Chiemo harbored no fear. He was armed with both knives and guns, rendering him untroubled. "Lead the way," he commanded. The tattooed thug returned to his vehicle and took the lead. They drove further into the distance, eventually halting at a dilapidated old factory. Chiemo exited the car, donned a baby carrier, and placed Zai Zai inside, gently patting his little head. "Where to?" "Lead on," Chiemo called out to the thug, who was 3 meters ahead. Though the thug had several companions, they were kept at bay, restricted from approaching Chiemo. "Who exactly are you? You seem rather formidable," the thug inquired as he guided Chiemo forward. As Chiemo turned to face the tattooed ruffian, who stood 2 meters away, she exclaimed with indignation, "You don't even recognize me, yet you dare to attempt to kidnap me? You possess quite the audacity. If my husband learns of this, it won't merely be a matter of serving time. You would condemn your entire family to a desperate plight." "What do you mean by that? Your family in despair? You are, oh, I remember now, you are that Chi something, the one who had acid thrown on her," a small-time thug interjected, suddenly startled. In that instant, several thugs retreated. For who would dare to kidnap the wife of Jiangxing's wealthiest man, Huo Liangzhou? Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. It was well known that one need not commit a crime to compel someone into a corner. The power of wealth was indeed formidable. Had they not witnessed the family of that lady kneeling and begging for mercy? In the end, Hua, the patriarch, simply replied, "Ask your daughter why she refuses to spare my 9-month-old child, who cannot even speak yet." Those who had previously criticized Huo Liangzhou fell silent. Who among them did not have a child? If even a voiceless infant could be treated so cruelly, what right did one have to seek forgiveness from others? If your own infant were doused in acid, would you not wish to tear their entire family apart in vengeance? And could you still extend forgiveness? To forgive under such circumstances would require saintliness, a trait beyond the reach of mere mortals. One should not advise others to act kindly without having suffered themselves. Those lacking ability should refrain from provoking others. If you stir the pot, you must bear the consequences. Currently, the family of that lady harbored nothing but contempt for her. The sister-in-law cared little for her sister-in-law in the hospital, still in the intensive care unit, and continued to stir the pot online, where the family's troubles garnered attention, creating a spectacle that people seemed to relish. At that moment, several thugs exchanged glances, pondering whether they should prioritize the protection of Huo's precious wife. Inside the abandoned factory, Chi Huai sat on a newly acquired chair, a table with a teapot and 2 cups before him. As Mo entered, Chi Huai lifted his cup and remarked, Mo, did you ever think I would invite you for tea? You weren't seeking me out to apologize, yet you entertained the thought of kidnapping me. I merely wish to understand, Chi Huai. I believe I have done nothing to wrong you. Why do you treat me this way? Mo confronted him, her voice raised. This was a question she had yearned to ask in a past life. In this life, however, a single slap could indeed incite Chi Huai's deep-seated hatred. Hatred is not born in an instant. It accumulates over time. Yet, he had always preferred solitude, seldom engaging in raucous play, and only Chen Feng and Chi Huai shared a closer bond with him, often seeking him out for companionship. Moreover, during their parents' lifetimes, they had supported Chi Huai's family generously. For every toy and piece of clothing Mo received, her parents ensured Chi Huai had an equivalent. Upon hearing Mo's inquiry, Chi Huai paused, then burst into laughter. You ask me why I hate you? Why do you think I hate you? I worked tirelessly as a child, only to see you breeze through your studies, outshining me effortlessly. The company was founded by my father, yet it fell into ruin, only to be resurrected by your father. I adored Huo Liangzhou, and yet you, without lifting a finger, snatched him away in your slumber. Why? Why? Chi Huai's voice rose in a frenzy as he seized the teapot and hurled it at Mo. At this revelation, Mo's eyes widened with disbelief. Was this truly the extent of his animosity? As the teapot flew through the air, she sidestepped, causing it to shatter upon hitting the ground, tea splattering everywhere. Chi Huai, you harbor such hatred over these trivial matters? How utterly ludicrous. I apologize for outshining you. I'm sorry that my father possesses greater capability than yours. Forgive me for Huo Liangzhou's affections. I truly did not intend for it to happen. Perhaps you should have thought twice before being so foolish. Mo retorted, her words laced with scorn. She had anticipated a profound grudge, only to discover it was rooted in such pettiness. How could one harbor resentment simply because she excelled? This was beyond her comprehension. Yet it mattered not. She only needed to recognize that Chi Huai despised her and sought her demise. Upon hearing Mo's scathing remarks, Chi Huai shouted, Attack her! Knock her out and seize the child. He had resolved that since Huo Liangzhou did not love him, Mo had presented herself as an opportunity. Chi Huai was nearly her height, slightly heavier set, yet he felt confident in his ability to overpower her. He was well acquainted with Mo and knew her weaknesses. With a hint of subconscious hypnosis, he could assume her identity and take everything that belonged to her. Then, he would let Mo bear the brunt of Huo Liangzhou's wrath. There was no better plan than this. Quickly incapacitate her and take her away, Chi Huai shouted again. As his command echoed, 2 imposing figures emerged from behind him. However, the tattooed ruffian who had been lurking behind Mo interjected, Young Master Chi. We agreed to bring her here for a conversation, not for violence or kidnapping. Stop them. At that moment, Chi Huai's 2 hired musclemen, more adept in combat, found themselves met with the tattooed thugs, who had the numerical advantage of 4 against 2. The ensuing struggle was evenly matched. Chi Huai, witnessing his bodyguards being obstructed, was taken aback by the betrayal of his hired thugs and charged toward Mo in a fit of rage. Mo, having suffered death at Chi Huai's hands in a previous life, felt no fear even as the lights dimmed around her. Moreover, Huo Liangzhou's private legal team was not to be trifled with. As Chi Huai lunged toward her, Mo sidestepped and extended her leg, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground, losing 2 of his front teeth in the process. With a foot planted on Chi Huai's back, she declared, See? You cannot surpass me in anything, not even in a fight. You wish to kill me and snatch my child? Dream on. With a swift kick, she sent Chi Huai sprawling. As he clutched his abdomen, feeling as though he had been violently struck, Mo drew a dagger from her waist and plunged it into Chi Huai's shoulder, tearing through his ligaments. The air filled with Chi Huai's anguished screams. A piercing wail that startled the child nestled in his father's arms, prompting the little one to burst into tears. Upon hearing the child's cries, Mo cast one last glance at the now crippled Chi Huai before turning to leave. Both factions in the fray were momentarily stunned. Mo had actually resorted to violence. Call the police. Call the police, quickly, Chi Huai shrieked. Mo hurried to her vehicle and sped away. It was still before midnight, and the situation was perilous. With 2 hours until 1:30, she was in a precarious position. Why had things gone awry? Chi Huai was truly repugnant. She had intended to eliminate him, but now, she found it more fitting to leave him incapacitated, to witness how he would flaunt his arrogance in a world devoid of order. Accelerating to 150 kilometers per hour, Mo veered off the highway and into the foothills. She needed to evade surveillance. Just 2 hours was all she required for safety. Otherwise, should the apocalypse descend upon her, she would end up in prison, a predicament she wished to avoid at all costs. She certainly did not want to be captured and returned to Huoliangzhou. Why had Qi Huai claimed today that Huoliangzhou had feelings for her? That was implausible. He had confessed his feelings before, but recalling that humiliating moment made her long to return to the past and confront her younger self. This was a secret she had never shared with anyone. Huoliangzhou undoubtedly coveted her child. With thoughts of the twins growing within her, she surmised that Huoliangzhou must be attempting to win her over to seize her offspring. Otherwise, why had he not shown any affection until after she became pregnant? As she turned the car onto a secluded path, Mo navigated toward a wooded area. Chapter 16. Qi Huai's ruckus had thwarted Mo's plans, forcing her to evade the police and Huoliangzhou's pursuit by plunging deeper into the mountains. Though Qi Huai had alerted the authorities, the tattooed thugs refrained from doing so, instead contacting by San Yi, who subsequently reached out to Huoliangzhou. Huoliangzhou is not easily reachable. He remains untainted by darkness. Huoliangchuan, still a student, can readily obtain contact information. Upon hearing that Mo, his sister-in-law, was in trouble, he immediately called his elder brother. Huoliangzhou, upon receiving the news, was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired? Their young master had drawn a knife. Just as the police arrived at the abandoned factory and the ambulance was on the scene, Huoliangzhou also made his way there. A group of tattooed delinquents was being restrained by the police. Upon seeing Huoliangzhou, they shouted, "Mr. Hua, we called to inform you, we are aware of everything." Huoliangzhou looked at the officers controlling the delinquents and demanded, "I wish to know the complete account of my beloved's disappearance." "Mr. Hua, we are in the midst of an investigation," the officer replied, eyeing Huoliangzhou, who detested the notion of exerting pressure through authority. Huoliangzhou stepped back, and then his assistant, Wu Di, advanced, revealing his legal credentials. "I am an attorney, and this matter concerns our young lady, who is accompanied by a 9-month-old infant. If anything were to happen to them, can you bear the weight of that responsibility? We need to locate our young lady swiftly and bring back the young master," Wu Di stated. Regardless of whether Mo had harmed someone, the 9-month-old infant was entirely innocent. Any delay on the police's part could result in a negligence suit. The welfare of an infant would surely resonate with the public, and no one would dare to act recklessly. Wu Di turned to question the tattooed delinquents what transpired at that time. "Qi Huai paid us to track Mo. He provided us with photos and an address, and we were unaware of this young master's identity. Qi Huai merely intended to speak with Mo. There was no criminal intent, so we accepted the job." After taking a few gulps of water, the delinquent continued, "Mo drove out of the city, and after we reported to Qi Huai, he instructed us to bring him to the side of Liangjie Mountain. On the way, Mo mentioned that he was Huoliangzhou's beloved, which made us cautious, considering he is the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. We could not afford to be careless, nor did we dare let him come to harm. Upon arriving here, Qi Huai spoke only a few words before instructing his 2 bodyguards to attack and incapacitate him. Since we were the ones who brought him, we naturally refused, as the arrangement was merely to talk. We intervened to stop the bodyguards, and a scuffle ensued. The delinquent winced, clutching a wound. Another thug took over the narrative. The 2 bodyguards were quite fierce, and we could barely hold them back. Qi Huai charged at Mo but was unable to overpower him, and in the process, he injured his hand. Huoliangzhou turned to the police and remarked, "This entire incident was instigated by Qi Huai. Just days ago, he incited fans to throw acid on my beloved. It seems he has yet to learn his lesson. You are indeed audacious. Perhaps I should not leave you with a path to live." Huoliangzhou's voice turned cold, revealing his anger. The police looked at Huoliangzhou. "Do you dare to threaten a victim in front of the police? Is he a victim?" Huoliangzhou retorted. Wu Di addressed the officer, who was seeking validation. "It appears you have not fully grasped the regulations of law enforcement. I will file a complaint. The priority now is to locate young Master Mo and the infant," Wu Di reminded. Huoliangzhou nodded. "Contact by San and ask for assistance in finding them. Tell him I owe him a favor." Huoliangchuan had also taken leave to join them. Where could little Mo possibly take the baby? He must be frightened. His courage is minimal. Huoliangzhou was uncertain. Recently, their young master had been gallivanting everywhere. The Qi family had established roots in Jiangcheng. Where could Mo be heading? Check if little Mo has any close friends in the outskirts, Huo Liangzhou instructed. Not only Huo Liangzhou was in pursuit of their young master's whereabouts, but the police were also searching. Surveillance footage indicated that Qimo's vehicle had not returned to the highway and likely ventured into the rural area. However, upon inspection, there were no cameras at the rural intersections capturing Qimo's vehicle. Although no armed police had been deployed, sniffer dogs had already been summoned to commence tracking. At that moment, Qimo traversed through the woods, discovering a mountain path and proceeding along it. Occasionally, he would spray a tracking deterrent along the route he had taken to prevent being traced by the police dogs. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, some individuals possess particularly keen senses, making such deterrents crucial. Once he reached a mountain peak, Qimo noted that he was not far from the highway and glanced at his watch. 12:30. He had another hour to wait, with the final half-hour approaching. Continuing onward, he navigated through the mountain bends and spotted the abandoned factory at the foot of the hill, a vast yard overrun with weeds and several large coal piles. Instantly, his earlier fatigue dissipated. He had not yet prepared the coal. Arriving at the base of the mountain, Qimo cradled the infant's head with one hand and kicked open a small door to the factory, subsequently closing it behind him. He found a shaded spot, sat on a stool, and checked his watch. 12:50. Qimo retrieved a box of sushi and a bottle of milk. He handed the milk to the infant, who grasped it eagerly and began to drink. After consuming 5 or 6 pieces of sushi and finishing a bottle of milk, Qimo glanced at the time. 12:56. He took out a phone with an unfamiliar name and began dialing a number, one he had memorized for a lifetime. The call connected, and the recipient answered. Qimo felt a surge of anxiety. "Hello, is this Grandpa Bybin? I have something very important to tell you, so please do not hang up. Let me finish my message. It is crucial and relates to whether our lineage will survive. Listen, at 1 o'clock, the Empire State Building will collapse, followed by the Imperial Bridge. If both fall, it will validate my subsequent statements as credible." Without waiting for a response, Qimo continued. Bai Cheng, on the other end, furrowed his brow. "I have heard your words, and I wish to understand why Bybin shared this number with you. Who is calling with such alarming news? The Empire State Building has just been completed. It cannot possibly be on the verge of collapse." The gray-haired Minister of Defense chuckled. "Let it collapse. It serves them right for boasting about it being the world's tallest building with cutting-edge technology." The Minister of National Security added. "If it truly were to collapse, it would be quite amusing. Who is this young man calling? A friend of Bybin's? This is absurd. Such a number should not be given out lightly. Trace this number and identify which bold individual dares to make such outrageous claims," the Security Minister ordered. "Qimo, the news of the Empire State Building's impending collapse is surely more shocking than Bybin providing me with a phone number. Is it not? Since you have acknowledged the news of the Empire State Building's collapse, I will now explain the context in which Bybin shared this number with me. Listen closely, Grandpa Bai. I am a reincarnated individual, having survived 7 months in the apocalypse. Your grandson escaped from the cannibals, and he was delirious with fever." Qimo paused briefly. At that time, there was no water or electricity. Naturally, the phone was useless. So, in his feverish state, he must have lost his wits. Or he would not have given me a useless number. Because he offered me a piece of chocolate, I have returned in this life to make this call as a way of repaying that kindness. Bai Cheng was left utterly bewildered by Qimo's words. What apocalypse? What lack of water and electricity? It was impossible. After Bai Cheng expressed his confusion, Qimo began to explain. Starting at 1:30 today, the electricity will vanish, and all electrical devices will fail. This is not the beginning of the apocalypse. That will commence in another 2 weeks. As the electricity disappears, water will also dwindle, and it will not rain for the next 7 months. Furthermore, high temperatures will persist for about 6 months, followed by extreme cold. Water will be as if it has vanished, and by the time I die, it will not have rained even once. Therefore, Grandpa Bai, you must inform everyone in the Great Xia to store water and construct water cellars, preserving at least 7 months' worth of water for survival." Qimo finished in one breath. On the other end, there was silence as the listeners absorbed his words, pondering whether this young man who had called was truly of sound mind. However, the Minister of Security instructed those monitoring the Empire to relay the information. At precisely 1:01 a.m., the Empire State Building collapsed without any forewarning. Before anyone could react, the Empire Bridge began to tremble violently and subsequently fell apart as well. The bridge, spanning over 100 miles, started its descent from the center. "Truly has collapsed," the Secretary of Safety uttered in disbelief. Instantly, the atmosphere in the previously relaxed conference room grew tense. with each attendee's expression turning grave. Chiemo paused momentarily and stated, "You need not pursue me for answers. I have divulged everything I know. I have lived for merely 7 months, and beyond that, I possess no knowledge." He continued, "Store water and provisions, for soon the flora will mutate, rendering it inedible and toxic." Chiemo hesitated, then resolutely added, "Moreover, the one who consumed Bai Bin is Chiu Hu, the grandson of General Chiu. He resided in the same community as Bai Bin and had a penchant for cannibalism even before the apocalypse. The remains of the aborted fetuses he collected are stored in a water tank atop Villa number 14. However, these fetuses were not the result of natural miscarriages. They were deliberately procured. Do not fear, Grandfather Bai, regarding General Chiu's vengeance. After all, Chiu Hu is his own grandson, and he should have been missing for some time. At one point, Chiu Hu claimed to have locked his grandfather's beloved eldest grandson in the basement, engaging in unspeakable games with his companions. I believe that should you eliminate Chiu Hu, General Chiu would not object. After all, a grandson is of considerable importance, and one cannot forsake family for the sake of a pervert. Chiemo recounted the memories. Bai Cheng exhaled deeply. "You have a vendetta with Chiu Hu." "Indeed, for I too fell victim to his appetite. Yet Bai Bin was his first morsel. I perished 2 days later." This information was relayed by Chiu Hu himself, so it cannot be entirely fabricated. Chiemo replied, rubbing his fingers together as he spoke. The room fell silent for a moment, followed by chaos. Just as Chiemo had indicated, merely confronting Chiu Hu was insufficient. However, when it involved his grandson, there was no need for Bai Cheng to act, as General Chiu had already mobilized a team to investigate. "Is there anything else you wish to add?" Bai Cheng inquired. Chiemo responded, "Yes. Do not seek me out again. I have shared all I know. Furthermore, a final communication will be made tomorrow afternoon, lasting approximately 2 to 3 hours, so prepare accordingly and convene to devise a strategy to ensure the survival of more individuals." "Very well, should the events transpire as you have described, you shall be regarded as a benefactor of our great Xia," Bai Cheng stated. Chiemo smiled. "There aren't many sealed water containers available. It is imperative that water is stored in airtight vessels. Plastic bags will suffice. Otherwise, it will evaporate rapidly. However, given the impending high temperatures, standard plastic bags may dissolve, so they must be stored in the basement. Why did you not inform us sooner?" Bai Cheng pressed. Upon hearing this, Chiemo chuckled. "Had I disclosed it earlier, what if the Empire State Building had not collapsed? You might not have allowed me to finish my explanation. Farewell, Grandfather Bai. I hope we all survive." With that, he hung up, hastily ending the call as he heard his young charge calling out for him after finishing his milk. He was keen to conceal his identity. Being confined for research would be far from enjoyable. His sole desire was to raise his young charge safely. Chapter 17. After all, the apocalypse did not occur overnight. Power would be restored in a few hours. From now until tomorrow afternoon, there remained time for discussions among the higher-ups to strategize. With his guidance, it was certain that the future would be altered. At the foot of the Two Realms mountain, a substantial number of police officers were dispatched to search, but the tracking dogs soon lost their ability to trace. Zhou Jin had just returned from the film set. Liang Zhou has not yet located the child? Liang Zhou gazed solemnly at the vast mountain range. The young master has recklessly ventured into the mountains, taking the child with him. It is perilously dangerous. While fierce beasts are seldom seen, it does not imply their absence in the deep woods. The Two Realms mountain spans 800 miles. Surely, bears and wild boars inhabit the dense forests. Even if tigers are not spotted, leopards and wolves certainly lurk. It would be entirely feasible for them to snatch away our young master and his companion. Liang Zhou turned to Wu Di and instructed, "Have Bai San assemble a group to block the entrance to the nature reserve. We must not allow the young master to wander in recklessly. A child as timid as he would be terrified if he were to injure someone, even if it were not his fault." Liang Zhou felt immense regret. He should have dispatched bodyguards to accompany him to prevent such a predicament. When will Qi Huai's surgery conclude? We need to send him to the detention center. The mark the young master left for him will be a lifelong reminder. Wu Di began making phone calls to coordinate efforts. Chiemo set aside pressing matters and joyfully retrieved a cup of milk tea. Just as he inserted the straw, he paused and returned it to his storage space. He then took out a bowl of pumpkin porridge, gulping it down quickly, mindful of the little one within him, necessitating dietary caution. At 12:20 p.m., Chiemo dialed Huo Liangchuan's number. He hesitated to call Huo Liangzhou, feeling a twinge of apprehension and guilt. Qi Huai's words weighed heavily on his mind. Did he truly care for him? If so, why had he not accepted his confession and resorted to humiliation? Were it not for the child, Huo Liangzhou would not have spared him a glance, calling him a monster, neither fully male nor female. Countless others resembled him. This was not his desire. Should he not blame fate? Why should he be scorned? Fury and disdain bubbled within him as Huo Liangchuan, who had been sent back to Jiangqing for failing to locate the young master, glanced at the incoming call from an unfamiliar number on his phone, accompanied by a text message. The sender's name read Yen Zai Zai, Qi Mo's phone number. Huo Liangchuan swerved the steering wheel, braking abruptly on the roadside. The message urged him to answer the call. A stranger's number. Could it be that little Mo had truly been kidnapped? Hello, little Mo. Where are you? Brother is worried about you. Hurry and bring the child home. Do not fret. This situation is the fault of Qi Huai. No one will apprehend you. As you were merely acting in self-defense, Huo Liangchuan called out urgently. Upon hearing these words, Qi Mo quickly interjected. Huo Liangchuan, do not speak. I have crucial information to share. You must listen carefully, as it pertains to your survival and that of your brother. Huo Liangchuan was taken aback. What on earth has transpired? I'm listening. Please continue. Qi Mo took a deep breath and said, listen closely. At 1:30 p.m., the electricity will vanish. Precisely as you suspect, the element will be eradicated. Power will reappear for a few hours tomorrow afternoon, but it will not return for the next 7 months. As for water, it will evaporate rapidly. Only that stored in sealed containers can be preserved. Furthermore, flora and fauna will undergo mutations, and crops will perish, becoming increasingly unviable. I have prepared supplies for your elder brother at the Jiang family's food processing plant, where goods are still stocked. You must inform him to secure these items. They are vital for future survival. As he gazed at the glaring sun, Qi Mo continued, I understand the impact of this information is monumental. I have been reborn 7 months after the apocalypse. I have stored 2 firearms, 200 rounds of ammunition, and some bladed weapons in the safe at home. These will be essential for survival. The safe also contains cash and gold that will be useful initially. Additionally, I have placed 10 water tanks in the basement, which Aunt Zhang has filled with water. Upon your return, ensure they are full. Guard these supplies well. They are crucial for survival in the future. The next 5 months will be scorching, followed by extreme cold. For everything else, consult with your brother to prepare. That is all for now. I hope we all endure. With a sigh, Qi Mo concluded. Having lived alongside Huo Liangzhou for such a long time, suddenly parting felt disconcerting, leaving a void within him. As he sensed little Mo was about to end the call, Huo Liangchuan urgently exclaimed, Little Mo, where are you? I'm going mad with worry. He truly cares for you. Please do not run away. Before he could finish his sentence, Huo Liangchuan noticed that little Mo had already hung up the phone. Huo Liangchuan glanced at the time. There were still 7 or 8 minutes until 1:30. He turned around to find his elder brother, or rather, to return to the villa. The car might soon become useless. However, he needed to call his brother first. Huo Liangchuan swiftly dialed the number. Xiao Mo had escaped. After 7 months in the apocalypse, he had returned reborn, which implied that he had perished. One cannot be reborn without first dying. My brother had failed to protect Xiao Mo, and now Xiao Mo no longer trusted him. What about me? Where did I go? If my brother failed to protect him, did I also fail to safeguard Xiao Mo? Perhaps I died even before Xiao Mo did. The call was soon answered, and his brother's voice came through, weary and anxious. Xiao Chuan, has Xiao Mo contacted you? Hearing the fatigue in his brother's tone, Huo Liangchuan hurriedly replied, Brother, Xiao Mo reached out to me. He said he was reborn after 7 months in the apocalypse. He died. He informed me that after 1:30, the electricity would vanish quite literally, as that element would be eradicated. Huo Liangchuan quickly related all the facts he knew to his brother. Did Xiao Mo mention where he intended to go? Huo Liangzhou asked gravely. The apocalypse had arrived, and the young master had died 7 months later, leading him to distrust and flee. Huo Liangzhou took a deep breath. Xiao Chuan, return home immediately and safeguard everything at home. He then began to contact the security company to ensure the supplies in the warehouse were protected. A glance at the time revealed only 5 minutes remained until 1:30. Huo Liangzhou turned to Wu Di Xiao Wu, Zhou Jin, return. In an instant, those accompanying Huo Liangzhou departed with brisk efficiency. The young master did not flee into the mountains in a panic. He should be safe for now. Inside the car, Huo Liangzhou issued orders to the team searching for the young master, instructing them to look for 3 days, and if he wasn't found, to return to report to the security department. After giving this command, Huo Liangzhou focused on the time displayed on his phone. It was down to 2 minutes. Thus, after the apocalypse began, the young master would undoubtedly not tread the same path as in his previous life. He would seek refuge where he believed he was safest. As the seconds ticked away, it was 1:29. Huo Liangzhou commanded, "Pull the car to the side of the road and let everyone disembark." They exited the vehicle, stepping onto the roadside and standing amidst the trees. At 1:30, 1:31, 1:32, suddenly, a vehicle came to an abrupt stop, colliding with another from behind. The highway instantly transformed into a hellish scene. Wu Di surveyed the horrifying aftermath. "What is happening? What has occurred? Did you know about this, President?" Zhou Jin, upon hearing this, urged, "Liangzhou, please tell me quickly. What is going on? A terrorist attack? A cyber virus?" Huo Liangzhou glanced at the overly imaginative Zhou Jin. "You're overthinking it. There's no terrorist attack, no cyber virus. The apocalypse has merely commenced, and the electricity has vanished. Water will soon follow. Let us return to the city." With that, Huo Liangzhou led the way forward. Zhou Jin was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Is a terrorist attack or a cyber virus not as terrifying as the apocalypse?" Wu Di interjected, "There is nothing more dreadful than the apocalypse." Thus, Huo Liangzhou remained unfazed by the impending doom. At 1:29, Huo Liangchuan veered the car onto the pedestrian walkway, parking and disembarking in one fluid motion. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed without incident. The vehicles remained intact, pedestrians unharmed, and Huo Liangchuan began to suspect that Xiao Mo might have been jesting. He feared misreporting the situation to his brother would lead to dire consequences. However, with a sudden crash, chaos erupted as vehicles malfunctioned on the street. Some halted, while others collided, flames igniting amidst the wreckage. Huo Liangchuan's heart sank. Disregarding the unfolding calamity, he sprinted toward his villa, 10 kilometers away. Spotting a shop selling bicycles, Huo Liangchuan dashed over, retrieved a handful of cash, and quickly mounted one. Above him, a massive shadow passed. A plane that had only just taken off was now plummeting towards the ground. Mo watched as his phone suddenly blacked out, prompting him to stash it away into his spatial pocket. He then picked up the thumb-sucking Yenzai and made his way to the coal pile. Having collected over 20 tons from the massive coal stack, he knew that more would be needed in the future. The apocalypse was not solely populated by villains. There were still good people among them. Some had offered him Enzai water, biscuits, candy, steamed buns, and bread. With all monitoring devices, phones, and vehicles rendered inoperative, it was unlikely anyone would search for him. Mo carried Zai down the village and continued eastward along the road. The chaos on the streets was palpable, with many people wandering aimlessly like headless flies. Mo did not approach. He could not assist anyone. He could only protect himself and Zai. There was little that could be done. Without transportation, it was difficult to reach a hospital over such a distance. Those severely injured had little hope of survival, especially considering the hospitals were likely overflowing at that moment. Many pedestrians had been struck, cars colliding with a jolt as they came to a halt, resulting in countless injuries and fatalities. The streets were suffused with the stench of blood, smoke billowing in thick clouds. Just minutes after Qi Huai was wheeled into the operating room, the lights flickered out. The doctors were nearly blinded, and the surgery could not proceed. The entire hospital descended into chaos as the lights extinguished, the air conditioning ceased to function, and the oxygen machines fell silent. Emergency alarms rang out, yet no sound emerged. As he walked along the national highway, cradling Zai, Mo was drenched in sweat. The midday sun was scorching, oppressive. Wiping the sweat from his eyes, he felt a sting. He could no longer continue without risking heatstroke, and Zai was also sweating. Once the sweat ceased, he feared he might perish. Glancing around, he saw no houses nearby, so he sought refuge beneath a large tree, stealthily retrieving a baby stroller from his spatial pocket, placing Zai inside, and then pulling out 2 ice packs to place beside the stroller. He took out a bottle of mineral water, feeding Zai a generous amount before gulping down more than half the bottle himself. In the shade of the tree, Mo felt revitalized. He had been on the brink of heat exhaustion. Even Zai, usually lively, was lethargic, resting his chubby chin on the stroller, listlessly sucking his fingers. Settling down on a folding stool, Mo fretted about the journey ahead, worried that he might not reach Huo's village before Zai succumbed to the heat. Checking the time, it was nearing 2 o'clock. Mo decided to wait until the hottest part of the day passed, planning to continue his journey around 3:30 or 4. His stomach rumbled. Pregnancy had made him perpetually hungry. He produced a sandwich and a bottle of milk to replenish his strength, offering Zai a few bites of toast as well. With something in his mouth, Zai ceased gnawing on his fingers, obediently munching on the toast given by his father, the little one with 3 tiny teeth eating at a painfully slow pace. While Chiemo enjoyed this moment of respite, chaos reigned in the capital of Daxia. Bai Cheng was taking the calls seriously. The Empire State Building had indeed collapsed, and the bridge had also fallen. Even General Chiu was captured, and his grandson had been rescued. However, the rapid onset of events at 1:30 left them trembling in fear as they beheld the devastation outside. Chapter 18. After finishing the sandwich and milk, Chiemo felt significantly better. With his stomach partially full, he sensed he still lacked nutrition. He hadn't consumed enough vegetables that day. He quickly retrieved his previously prepared supplements, taking a folic acid tablet. Then, he pulled out a box of fruit platter that he had seen the vendor preparing, filled with cherries, strawberries, blueberries, and cherry tomatoes, along with platters of watermelon, cantaloupe, dragon fruit, and pineapple. Chiemo selected the box of cherries. Knowing that blueberries and cherry tomatoes were unsuitable for Zai due to the risk of choking, there would be no doctor to assist him, and no ambulance could be summoned. After Chiemo indulged in a few succulent cherry tomatoes, he watched as his little one opened his mouth wide, yearning for a treat. He promptly offered the child a large strawberry. Given its size, the little one could only grasp it in his tiny hands, unable to fit it into his mouth in one go. Observing how tightly the little one clutched the fruit, causing the juices to squirt forth, Chiemo hurriedly produced a wet wipe to clean the child's hands and wipe away the dribbled juice. Is it too sour for you? Look at that furrowed brow. If you dislike it, you can let Daddy have a taste, he said, opening his own mouth in a playful manner. Unfortunately, the little one seemed rather protective of his food, although his brows were knitted in response to the tartness. He clearly relished the tangy flavor and couldn't bring himself to share with Daddy. Watching the child take a hearty bite, Chiemo sighed. No one is competing with you for it. I have more here. Take your time, we can enjoy 2 strawberries together. With half a pound of fruit in hand, Chiemo offered 2 strawberries to Yen Zai Zai. By the time Chiemo finished his own, his little one was still diligently gnawing at the strawberry in his hands. It was inevitable. With 3 tiny teeth, the little one was a slow eater. Once they finished their fruit, Chiemo felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He took out a fan and began to fan both himself and his child, one hand wielding the fan while the other held a wet wipe. When Yen Zai Zai finally finished his strawberry, Chiemo disposed of the stem and cleaned the child's neck, chin, and mouth with the wet wipe, replacing the drool-soaked bib with a fresh one. Feeling better now? Chiemo smiled at the little one, who had regained his spirits. The chubby Yen Zai Zai gleefully called out to his father, his little feet bouncing with joy. It was a serene afternoon, typically reserved for Chiemo and his child's nap. After days of tension with the arrival of the apocalypse, he felt a release of that pent-up anxiety. Leaning against the stroller, he began to doze off alongside his excited little one. Suddenly, a voice from the nearby highway shouted, "Run, run, a plane is going to crash." Yen Zai Zai was startled awake, his big eyes blinking as he gazed up at a dark shape rapidly descending from the sky. "Daddy!" he exclaimed. Chiemo, jolted from his slumber, saw his child looking up with an expression of excitement, completely unaware of the impending danger. Following the child's gaze, Chiemo's heart raced as he tossed the folding stool into the stroller and began to push it toward the roadside with great urgency. He had never run so fast in his life, feeling as if the soles of his shoes were smoking. Previously, those strolling leisurely along the highway, seeking shade beneath the trees, were now frantically rushing away from the scene. The enormous shadow loomed larger and larger. It was a massive passenger aircraft, and as the nose struck the ground, flames flickered ominously, followed by a tremendous shockwave that rippled outward. Chiemo turned just in time to witness the explosion, immediately grabbing the stroller and bolting toward the ditch alongside the highway. He cradled his child, kneeling down to shield the little one's head. The deafening sounds of explosions reverberated around them. Chiemo dared not move, feeling the ground tremble beneath him. The overwhelming noise sent Yen Zai Zai into a fit of sobs. As debris rained down, Chiemo covered his childish eyes, noticing a severed head lying nearby, its eyes wide open in a haunting stare. Moments later, the explosion ceased, and Chiemo cautiously rose to his feet. He brushed the dirt off both himself and his child, lifted the stroller, shook off the mud, and retrieved the folding stool, placing it back in the stroller's basket. "This place is no longer safe," he declared, placing Yen Zai Zai inside the stroller, despite the mud clinging to them. Fortunately, due to the summer heat, the ditch had dried up, making it easy to shake off the dirt. Pushing the stroller, Chi-Mo quickly offered a small bottle of water to the crying child. Indeed, having something in his mouth seemed to soothe Yen Zai Zai, whose big eyes were still filled with tears, yet he stopped crying. With the child calm, Chi-Mo exhaled in relief, continuing to offer water while hastening his pace to escape the dreadful area. Behind them, the explosion site bore witness to the aircraft's detonation, which triggered a chain reaction of explosions in several vehicles. Those who hadn't managed to flee were now unrecognizable amidst the chaos. Even at a distance of over 100 meters from the site, Chi-Mo could still feel the tremors from the aftermath. His heart raced as he reflected on their narrow escape, grateful for his swift running and their refuge in the ditch. As Chi-Mo climbed back onto the highway, he encountered several individuals sprawled on the ground, likely victims of the shockwave. He stowed the water in the stroller's side pocket and gently patted Yen Zai Zai's head. "You should be all right. Although the heat is relentless, as long as we stay hydrated, you won't suffer from heatstroke," he reassured, feeling his own stomach. Seemed fine, with no discomfort. In his previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, Chi-Mo had been in an art studio with Yen Zai Zai, attempting to paint his child. Regrettably, the little one was restless, wanting to crawl away into a sea of flowers. He had provided toys to keep him entertained. But then he heard a resounding crash, 2 cars colliding. Following that, the power went out, and he lost contact with Huoliangzhou. Fortunately, hours later, Huoliangchuan returned on his bicycle, informing him that Huoliangzhou had stayed at the company to handle emergencies, assuring him that all was well at home. However, being reincarnated had nearly led to disaster. The thought of dying right at the outset was rather terrifying. As Chi-Mo focused on moving forward, Yen Zai Zai clutched the bottle, sipping water, glancing up at his father and around at the people, having emerged from the terrifying shadow of earlier. Someone nearby called out to him, "Hey, young man, where are you headed? Is there a village or town nearby?" Chi-Mo was too engrossed in his pace to notice. "You must be from around here, right?" An older woman approached, clearly worried for her child. They had abandoned their car on the road, with no village or store in sight, and with the heat so intense, they risked being roasted alive on the pavement. Chi-Mo turned back. "I'm not from this area, but I know there's a small town about 5 or 6 kilometers ahead. You'll surely see it if you keep walking." "Really? That's wonderful. Do you have any water left?" the woman inquired, looking parched. Chi-Mo shook his head. "I'm afraid not. I only have half a bottle left, and I need to save it for my child. It's dangerous for him to be overheated." The woman appeared disappointed. Chi-Mo, wary of potential water thieves, quickened his pace toward the town, needing to purchase supplies, such as books. Once power was restored the following afternoon, and news was released by the government, chaos was bound to ensue. It might be perilous outside. He regretted not being more cautious. It was all Chi Huai's fault. Otherwise, he could have been lounging on the sofa in Huo's village right now. He truly wished he could exact revenge on that scoundrel. Meanwhile, Huoliangchuan arrived at the villa, finding Aunt Zhang filling the water tower. "Aunt Zhang, how many times have you filled the water tower?" he asked with concern. Aunt Zhang, having faced hardships in her youth, was rescued by the old lady of the Huo family. Since then, she had remained unmarried, dedicating herself to caring for Huoliangzhou and Huoliangchuan, treating them as her own children. Thus, both boys felt secure with her in charge of the household. Having been in the basement for several hours after the power outage, Aunt Zhang attempted to use her phone for light and a flashlight, but to no avail. Ultimately, she resorted to using candles to continue filling the water. Hearing footsteps and the voice of the second young master, she was somewhat alarmed, uncertain of what had transpired. With both the young masters absent, the household felt adrift without a guiding presence. The second young master had already filled the water tower twice. What on earth has transpired? The power has abruptly vanished. My mobile phone is inoperative, and even the flashlight refuses to illuminate, as if I have encountered a specter, Aunt Zhang remarked, directing her words toward the entrance. Upon hearing this, Huoliangchuan responded, "There is no water. It's merely the solar magnetic waves experiencing a cataclysmic explosion, affecting the appliances. Aunt Zhang, please continue to fill the water tank until it is brimming." "Very well, but you and your brother must exercise caution. Young Master Mo and Yen Zai Zai have inexplicably vanished. You ought to search for them. With the sudden loss of power, the situation outside is undoubtedly chaotic," Aunt Zhang cautioned. "Indeed, we shall search for them. I have other matters to attend to. After you fill the water tank, remember to seal it, and then proceed to the market to procure potatoes, onions, radishes, and pickled vegetables, as well as a substantial amount of grains, Huo Liangchuan instructed. Understood, second young master, Aunt Zhang acknowledged. Huo Liangchuan swiftly dashed to the study, locating the safe's key. Upon unlocking it, he discovered stacks of currency, bars of gold, and an array of weapons, daggers, curved swords, and firearms. Surrounding the safe were numerous cardboard boxes. He opened them to find 2 boxes of cigarettes, 1 box of liquor, 2 boxes of mineral water, and 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. It appeared that young Master Mo had prepared thoroughly. Huo Liangchuan engaged in a treasure hunt around the villa, rummaging through the art studio, tea room, basement, underground garage, and various rooms. Almost every space contained supplies. The greatest quantities were of compressed biscuits and mineral water. The family medicine cabinet was well stocked with vitamins and essential medications. Warm clothing and blankets had also been accounted for. Aside from his concern for young Master Mo and Yan Zizai, Huo Liangchuan was not overly worried about the villa. His brother had already gone there. In this apocalyptic scenario, young Master Mo must believe that location is secure. The Qi family had always resided in Jiang City and had no properties in other provinces. Nonetheless, if young Master Mo felt secure, it must indeed be a relatively safe haven. Huo Liangchuan, accompanied by Wu Di, proceeded to the Jiang family food processing plant. First, he aimed to ensure everything was in order here. Only with sufficient strength could they protect young Master Mo. The entrance of the Jiang family food processing plant was occupied by the Huo family security department. Recently, Huo Liangchuan had reassigned or dismissed all Jiang family personnel and upper management from the processing plant, replacing them with his own veteran employees, many of whom were retirees loyal to the Huo family. With the security department's presence, the plant had now been renamed Yen Baobei Food Processing Plant. That morning, the factory had still been processing grains, juices, and sodas. At 1:28 p.m., the security department received a call instructing the processing plant to temporarily halt production. When the power outage occurred, the machines had already been shut down. Employees were informed they could take a paid half-day off, and within 5 minutes, the factory was empty except for the security personnel. Huo Liangchuan entered the Yen Baobei food processing plant and immediately made his way to the security department. Observing 5 or 6 cows, several mules, and 5 horses in the courtyard, he raised an eyebrow. What on earth is going on? Iron Dong, drenched in sweat, looked at Huo Liangchuan and said, Mr. Hua, these were purchased at a steep price on the orders of young Master Qi yesterday. I've even summoned our old friend, Carpenter Li, to construct carts. However, the situation outside seems amiss. I can't quite figure out what's happening, and the vehicles are in disarray. Huo Liangchuan realized that young Master Mo had indeed prepared for something. Furthermore, Mr. Hua, young Master Qi, has also procured 200 mountain bicycles, 50 tricycles of the pedal kind, and a few tractors which are stored in the back. The head of Huo family security, Huo Xiao, added. Huo Liangchuan nodded. First, let's move all supplies into the warehouse. We will cease production and processing. It's likely that trouble is brewing. Inform everyone to remain vigilant. Those in the security department with family in other regions may apply to leave. The rest should be prepared, as we may face an onslaught at any moment. Huo Liangchuan issued his commands and then summoned a few veteran employees for a meeting. With cunning rabbits having 3 burrows, one cannot outmaneuver the thigh. I will have my confidants transport a portion of the grain away, he contemplated. In the capital, after regaining some semblance of rationality, Qiu Yun personally severed Qiu Hu's throat with a knife, blood splattering onto the ceiling. Discarding the curved sword, Qiu Yun turned to Bai Chang and his grandfather. Who sent you to rescue me? We do not know his name. He called us and claimed to be a reincarnator. In his previous life, Bai Bin gave him a piece of chocolate and asked him to call you. After being reborn, he repaid that kindness with the chocolate and sought revenge for being devoured by Qiu Hu, Bai Chang explained. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yun remarked, I know who he is. Bai Chang, General Qiu, he continued. How do you know? Bai Chang asked, astonished. Qiu Yun replied, I am like him. However, I cannot escape that basement. I did not expect that young man had also been reborn. Otherwise, my own escape would have required undergoing more trials. A smile crept onto Qiu Yun's lips. The trials of being confined to that basement were of little concern to him now, having witnessed the horrors of the apocalypse. Bai Bin was still alive, a most welcome thought. As for that young rascal Mo, he ought to be thanked at some point. Tomorrow, should he call Huo Liangchuan? It is astonishing that such abilities as the corpse flower exist in this world, with only death capable of breaking the curse. Chapter 19. Mo hurriedly pushed his small cart along the sweltering path. The heat was unbearable. There was not a single shop in sight where one could purchase even a bottle of water. Many were swallowing hard, parched beyond measure. Even if there were ponds or rivers, none dared to drink. A youth with bleached hair caught sight of the small child in Chimo's cart, his attention fixated on the milk bottle cradled in the child's arms. Yen Zai held a bottle filled with warm water, taking sips intermittently. For those suffering from thirst, the sight was a torment. "Grandma, I'm so thirsty. I want water, I want drinks, I want orange juice." A chubby boy, around 6 or 7 years old, wailed, tugging at his grandmother's sleeve. The elderly woman, pulling her grandson along, felt her heart ache at his words. "My dear grandson, just a little further, and we'll reach the little town ahead. Grandma will buy you something then," she coaxed. Upon hearing this, the boy cried, "I can't walk anymore. Carry me, Grandma." The old woman, though wanting to oblige, simply lacked the strength to lift him. Weighing nearly 70 pounds at the age of 7, with her own considerable bulk, her body jiggled with each step, making it impossible to carry him. Seeing his grandmother's silence, the boy promptly collapsed onto the road, wailing, "Grandma, I'm dying of thirst. I want water. I'm going to die." The elderly woman, watching her grandson wail on the ground, felt her heart breaking. She turned her gaze toward Chimo's cart. Young man, my grandson can't walk anymore. Could you lend me your cart? Your child is small and light. You can carry him," the old woman implored, approaching Chimo with a pleading expression. When Chimo remained silent, she reached for the bottle of water dangling from the cart, exclaiming, "My grandson is thirsty. Please let him drink. If he suffers from heatstroke, it will be dire." Chimo trembled with rage at her words. This was merely the beginning. Not even a semblance of awareness of the impending apocalypse had dawned upon anyone, and already such shameless individuals were emerging. With a swift tug, Chimo maneuvered his cart away from the old woman's grasp. "How shameless can you be? This is my water. If your grandson succumbs to heatstroke, it has nothing to do with my child, who is merely 1 year old. How dare you ask? Get lost. I won't lend it to you," Chimo scolded, his face cold and stern. The old woman, taken aback by his rebuke, promptly plopped down on the ground, wailing, "Oh dear, everyone, come look at how cold-hearted this young man is. My grandson is lying on the ground, unable to rise due to heatstroke, and I, this old woman, am nearly dehydrating. You possess water and refuse to help us. If I die, you will be a murderer. If you're going to die, then hurry up and do so. Don't block the road. Good dogs don't obstruct pathways. I have water. I'm sorry, but I've run out of it and cannot save you. Go find someone who can," Chimo retorted, taking the last of his water and drinking it down, leaving only an empty bottle to be returned to his bag. The elderly woman gazed incredulously at Chimo, who had astonishingly drained the last drop of water. She was momentarily taken aback, her plump hand slapping her knee in exasperation. "Your son still has some left." Fearing that Chimo might consume the remaining water in the small baby bottle, she hastily scrambled to her feet, intent on seizing the infant's bottle. Chimo, observing the elderly woman's outstretched claws, retaliated with a swift kick. This time, he genuinely knocked her down, as if she had mistaken his patience for weakness. "Leave at once, or I shall end you," he warned, drawing forth a small dagger secured at his waist. Although diminutive, the blade glinted ominously, measuring a mere 10 centimeters, yet capable of inflicting mortal harm. The toppled elderly woman, realizing that the seemingly innocent Chimo was, in fact, fierce, cried out in desperation. "I'll buy it. I'll give you 200. Please sell me that stroller. My grandson can't walk. I beg you, help this old woman." By now, a crowd had gathered, weary from their own journeys, halting to witness the spectacle. A matron approached, attempting to mediate. "Young man, your child is indeed quite small. Carrying him wouldn't be a burden. The grandmother's grandson appears unable to walk. Why not sell her the stroller? Saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. Assisting this elderly lady will surely earn your gratitude." Another voice chimed in, a short-haired beauty offering her perspective. The long-haired lady beside her immediately tugged at her friend. "That stroller belongs to the young man. If he wishes to sell, he may, but if not, he should not be coerced. Forcing someone to sell is simply wrong. Indeed, enough with the moral coercion. In this sweltering heat, your grandson is 6 or 7 years old and unable to walk. That child is merely 1 year old and cannot yet walk. Without the stroller shielding him from the sun, he risks heatstroke. Will you take responsibility for that?" insisted the previously thirsty matron. The short-haired girl, taken aback, made an attempt to salvage her argument. I have an umbrella. I can give it to the young man for free, so the baby won't be exposed to the sun. He can then sell the stroller to the grandmother and everyone wins. How cruel. One hand on a baby, the other on an umbrella, covering 6 or 7 kilometers. Who could endure that? You truly excel at being generous with others' burdens, a young man holding a jacket scoffed. Listening to the unfolding conversation, Chi-Mo turned his gaze toward the short-haired girl, who radiated an almost sanctimonious aura. 200?
Yes.
This stroller is a limited edition from the prestigious Bowerway brand, worth over 200,000. I've used it for a few months. If you're willing to pay, I'll part with it for half that price, he retorted with a cold smile directed at the sobbing grandmother. The elderly woman, caught off guard, was left speechless. If she considered 200 exorbitant, how could she fathom 100,000? Who carries such sums in cash? If you don't wish to assist the grandmother, just say so. There's no need for deceit. A stroller cannot possibly be more expensive than an automobile, she asserted, her expression embodying the frailty of age and the righteousness it often claims. The young man with blood on his forehead examined the stroller and explained, I specialize in infant products. This stroller, crafted from aerospace-grade alloys, is indeed a limited edition, worth at least 200,000. Chi-Mo addressed the young man, the supportive matron, and the long-haired girl. I appreciate your assistance, but I have 3 bottles of water here. Please drink quickly. There are still 5 or 6 kilometers ahead before we can find more. Crouching down, Chi-Mo opened the basket beneath the stroller and retrieved 3 bottles of water, tossing them to the trio. In truth, the water had been conjured from his spatial storage. The basket had been emptied of its contents, revealing that all the mineral water had been consumed. As the onlookers salivated at the sight of the water, Chi-Mo swiftly pushed the stroller and bolted away. Watching Chi-Mo hasten with the stroller, the 3 recipients of the water dared not linger. They unscrewed the caps and drank deeply. The short-haired girl, noticing the long-haired girl guzzling the water, called out, Don't finish it all. Save some for the overheated child. The long-haired girl paid her no mind, finishing the bottle in one go before finally responding, Aren't you strong? You run marathons, your endurance is commendable. The child is suffering from heat. Why not lend a hand and carry him? You should quickly plead with Xiao He. She loves to help others and will surely assist you, the long-haired girl declared before darting away, leaving the short-haired girl behind. The young man and the matron, having consumed half a bottle, offered the remainder to those around them, leaving not a drop behind, wary of the eager eyes of passers-by. Everyone was parched, and very few had water. Even those who did concealed it. In the wake of this sudden disaster, with phones rendered useless and communication cut off, the state of the national highway mirrored that of the city, equally dire. The oppressive heat rendered waiting for assistance a perilous gamble, as one could easily succumb to heatstroke. It was imperative to seek shelter. As Chi-Mo jogged along, veering off the path where there were no onlookers, he retrieved another bottle of mineral water and gulped it down, perspiration soaking through his clothing. He removed the baby bottle from the infant's mouth, replacing it with another. Once the little one had finished, his large eyes appeared dazed and tired. Chi-Mo collected the empty bottle, placing 2 ice packs on either side of the stroller before laying the child down, lowering the canopy to shield him completely from the sun. The bus on Route 11 continued its journey. Time ticked away, and Chi-Mo spotted a bridge and buildings in the distance. The small town had finally come into view. Glancing at the mechanical watch on his left wrist, he noted that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, he had been traversing with the child for over 2 hours. Ignoring the faint pain in his soles, Chi-Mo quickened his pace, excitement propelling him forward. After 7 or 8 minutes, Chi-Mo arrived in the town, which was a chaotic scene. Collisions between vehicles were rampant, and no one seemed to be addressing the situation. Bloodstains marred the streets, yet the thoroughfare was nearly deserted, likely due to the sweltering heat driving people into hiding. However, Chi-Mo felt relatively comfortable, as the hottest part of the day had passed. Pushing the stroller, he approached a small eatery. I'd like a bowl of braised noodles, please, he requested, gently lifting the child from the stroller, who was still somewhat groggy. Kai, it's time for noodles, he coaxed, using a wet wipe to clean the little one's face. The child blinked back tears, on the verge of crying, but upon seeing his father and the noodles, he opened his mouth wide and began to eat. Once the bowl of noodles was consumed, Chi-Mo felt revitalized, turning to the proprietor, who was discussing the day's events, and inquired, Madam, where is the largest supermarket in town, and are there any hotels? The proprietor replied, just down the street, A few dozen meters ahead is our town's largest supermarket, and the inn is located above it. Chiemo paid for his meal, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, madam. Farewell to you and the lovely young lady. He addressed the infant in his arms. The little one, now sated and alert, waved his small chubby hand at the proprietor, who chuckled, finding it amusing that the child, barely older than a toddler, would refer to her as sister, despite her nearing 50. Quickly, Chiemo took the child into the supermarket, purchasing a backpack. Though he had access to many items in his spatial storage, he opted for the backpack for safety's sake. He had cash in hand, and the inconvenience of hard currency could be a burden later. He stocked up on 10 bottles of mineral water, 5 boxes of self-heating rice, 5 packets of instant noodles, a small assortment of biscuits, 2 kilograms of rice, 2 packs of dry noodles, 6 apples, a small cooking pot, a pack of sanitary napkins to use as insoles, a pack of toilet paper, and a bag of diapers. He also acquired a tent, a wind lantern, and 2 raincoats. Upon spotting reading materials for the child, Chiemo selected several short storybooks with pinion, each about the size of an adult's palm, containing numerous brief tales. He also picked out a few picture books for the little one, featuring fruits, animals, and tools. Once the items were secured in the backpack, he stowed it beneath the stroller. For now, let us leave it at that. The books shall be purchased upon reaching Peach Blossom Town. Subsequently, Chiemo procured a pedal-operated tricycle, with the cargo section situated at the front, allowing him to keep a vigilant eye on his child and alleviating his fears of theft. After securing a room, Chiemo washed his feet. Observing the blisters on his soles, he realized that he had walked for merely over 2 hours yet felt so fragile. Perhaps his lack of travel had rendered him in need of fortification. He canceled the room, adjusted the height of the baby stroller, and then placed it atop the tricycle. In this lifetime, Chiemo had yet to master riding such a vehicle, although in his previous life he had. Thus, when he mounted the tricycle and practiced a few times, he quickly regained his familiarity with it. The tricycle soon reached the outskirts of the town, where he encountered a long-haired girl, a young man, and an elder woman. Upon seeing Chiemo, the young man introduced himself. I am Wang Yu. Are you not resting in the town with the child? The long-haired girl approached as well, saying, Hello, I am Wang Miao. It is unsafe to walk at night with a child, especially now that the streetlights are out. The elder woman, Chunxia, added, Indeed, it is perilous. You could wait until tomorrow. It would be wiser to spend the night in town, given the uncertainty of the outside world. Chiemo glanced at the group and deemed them of decent character. Surely you do not believe the power outage is confined to just this area? Today has already descended into chaos, and if the power does not return by tomorrow, it will only worsen. This is not merely a power outage. It is as if electricity has vanished entirely. If we do not seize the moment to depart immediately, we may find ourselves in even greater turmoil, Chiemo explained. Once the authorities release information tomorrow afternoon, that will mark the onset of true chaos. Upon hearing Chiemo's words, the group fell silent. Wang Yu then said, I will go buy some supplies and continue on. Will you wait for us to depart together? Chiemo pondered briefly before replying, I shall set off first. You may purchase bicycles that can still be utilized, but time is of the essence as supplies are limited. I am heading to Yunqing. If your route aligns with mine, you will likely catch up to me swiftly. Chapter 20. After a flurry of activities including purchasing supplies, applying ointment to his blistered feet, and changing the baby's diaper, it was already 5 o'clock. The sun hung low in the sky, and the once oppressive heat finally began to wane. In the small cargo area of the tricycle, Yen Zai sat in the stroller, his tiny feet clad in sandals, occasionally kicking at the sides of the cargo bed. Clutching a small bottle filled with water, he took a sip and flashed a broad smile at his father, exclaiming a few cheerful dida sounds. His chubby hands shook the toy bells dangling from the stroller. Chiemo gripped the handlebars with both hands, pressing his feet against the pedals with determination. The tricycle surged forward along the national highway, propelled by his efforts. Each step he took had previously been met with a dull ache from his blistered feet, but he dared not burst the blisters. Fortunately, sanitary pads served as makeshift cushioning, providing a soft layer beneath his feet that dulled the pain. At 5 in the afternoon, it was an opportune time to press onward. Chiemo had resolved to rest during midday and cover more ground in the morning and afternoon. This stretch of road was lined with numerous residential areas and villages, and as evening approached, the traffic began to swell. The previously deserted stretches now bore witness to unaddressed corpses. Yet despite the chaotic scene of accidents, the bodies had been cleared away, leaving behind no grotesque visages. The injured had been evacuated, and the cries of despair had faded into silence. Earlier on his journey, many had cried out for help, but Chiemo lacked the means to assist. His focus remained on safeguarding himself and his child. In his previous life, he had only comprehended the world's terrifying transformation after leaving home. He was utterly oblivious to the hellish reality at the dawn of the apocalypse. Within the city, countless firefighters and soldiers surged into the urban area to rescue those in peril. Devoid of transport, they carried stretchers and pushed carts to aid the injured from accidents and those trapped beneath collapsed structures. The police were deployed to maintain order. In the capital, an emergency meeting was convened in a conference room. At that moment, Chiu Yun, clad in a white shirt, occupied a position on the left and spoke up. The information he provided is accurate. We must arrange for everyone to begin stockpiling water. When electricity is restored tomorrow, it is imperative that we notify all citizens to conserve water. The disappearance of electricity he referred to, the vanishing of electrical elements, can be articulated in such terms, though it is more nuanced. In the future, extraordinary abilities will emerge, including those related to electricity. Hence, a more precise explanation would be that the regulations governing technological products have been nullified and erased. The colossal corpse that everyone recalls is likely the catalyst for this world's transformation. Chiu Yun elaborated. Did you not perish? How do you know this? Bai Chang inquired, perplexed. According to the information provided by the reincarnated individual, Chiu Yun should have remained trapped in the basement until his death, presumably consumed by Chiu Hu. In the literal sense, devoured, cooked, and eaten. Upon hearing this, Chiu Yun replied, I did indeed die, but that does not equate to my disappearance. My spirit, or rather my essence, has remained tethered to Bai Bin. That young man believes Bai Bin was consumed. In truth, he is alive, hence I possess greater knowledge. He continued, for the next 8 months, there will be no rainfall. The 5th month will herald a drop in temperature, and by the 6th month, extreme cold will ensue, lasting until the 8th month when snow finally falls. Following that is the rainy season. Bai Bin did not survive the rainy season, and without him, I too will cease to exist. Beyond that, I cannot predict, but if one wishes to cultivate crops, it can only be done during the rainy season. The temperature may be adequate, but I cannot ascertain for how long it can be sustained. Bai Chang furrowed his brow deeply. Why are you attached to Bai Bin? Chiu Yun pursed his lips in silence. Someone quietly coughed. Now is not the time for such discussions. Bai Lao. Yes, let us postpone personal matters. We are here to discuss national affairs, another urged. The Minister of Security interjected. Then let us take action. All rescue operations within the city shall be entrusted to the police, firefighters, and community members, ensuring they lead the efforts. All engineers and soldiers are to construct water reservoirs and indoor cultivation bases. This command was swiftly disseminated. Following that, discussions ensued regarding the comprehensive water conservation initiative. If no information were released, countless individuals would perish from thirst as the water evaporated. Conversely, if the information were announced, chaos would undoubtedly ensue the following day, resulting in unforeseen complications. Short-term pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. The message must be sent out. The disorder will be temporary. We simply need to maintain a firm grip on the overarching direction. Arriving in the capital will ensure that the situation can be controlled. Preparedness is far superior to negligence. The Minister of Defense articulated. Chiu Yun nodded in agreement. That brief window of time is approximately 4 hours. The electricity vanished at 5 o'clock. Therefore, we must first inform the high-ranking officials in each city, allowing them to disseminate the water conservation information during the final moments. Without electricity and convenient modes of transportation, even if problems arise, they will likely remain contained within a limited scope, minimizing the potential for escalation. Chiemo observed the chaotic scene of a multi-vehicle collision ahead, the road congested and shrouded in smoke. He dismounted the tricycle and maneuvered through the gaps. The clock struck 6. The roadside was dotted with villages, yet no one attended to the bodies, indicating that survivors had likely fled. It seemed he was the only one in a hurry to press onward while others sought places to rest. A faint voice pierced the air. Help! Help! Please save me. Chiemo turned to see an individual trapped beneath a vehicle, their lower body pinned, blood pooling around them. Cannot save you. He turned away and hastened his pace. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The electricity would return the following afternoon, allowing him to drive back. Yet, gazing at the densely packed vehicles on the national highway, he realized that driving would be futile. Electric vehicles could still function, but he had not prepared one in his space. He needed to acquire one that evening. He had moved too swiftly. 300 kilometers at 30 kilometers per hour could still yield 100 kilometers of distance. However, if a car were to take back roads, he wondered whether navigation would still be operational the next day. With some planning, perhaps a route could be devised. By car, 300 kilometers would take 4 to 5 hours to traverse. Chi Mo's heart soared at the prospect. This lengthy journey was one he had undertaken in his previous life. Yet in this lifetime he felt utterly exhausted, his feet still aching. As they traversed a stretch marred by a series of car accidents, Chi Mo continued to pedal the tricycle. The sun descended gradually, its waning light casting a serene glow upon the horizon, undeterred by the earthly tribulations. "Are you feeling sleepy, my little one?" Chi Mo inquired, glancing at the child whose chin rested upon the cart. Yen Zai Zai, roused by his father's voice, fluttered his eyelids momentarily before succumbing once more to slumber, appearing utterly exhausted. Chi Mo gently laid the child down, covering his little belly with a soft blanket. "Sleep now, sweet child. When you awaken, the world will be bright. Father will be here with you, holding you close." The lullaby drifted into the evening sky, and Yen Zai Zai, lulled by the familiar melody, slipped into a peaceful dream. As the last vestiges of twilight faded, the entire highway succumbed to darkness, the few hurried travelers hastening homeward or searching for refuge. The road fell eerily silent, as if a colossal beast lay in wait. Chi Mo glanced at his watch, its luminescence revealing the hour, 7 o'clock. He felt an urgent need to continue onward, for once news broke the following afternoon, the chaos that would ensue was beyond anyone's grasp. He retrieved a lantern, igniting it with a match and hanging it on the baby carriage. The road ahead was treacherous, leaving him no choice but to push the tricycle forward. The lantern flickered gently, dispelling the darkness in its immediate vicinity. Nearby, a village emerged, shadows flitting about, wielding candles and torches. Chi Mo soon discerned that these figures were rummaging through abandoned vehicles in search of valuables. Frowning, he pressed on. Suddenly, an individual dashed toward him, blocking his path. "Sell me that lantern," the stranger demanded. Chi Mo, taken aback, replied firmly, "No, I cannot travel with my child without the light. You have a torch. You cannot take my lantern." The stranger's threat followed. "If you refuse to sell, you shan't pass through here." Opting for prudence, Chi Mo conceded. "Very well. I will sell it to you, but you must give me your torch in exchange." The stranger took the lantern and handed over the torch. Just as Chi Mo accepted the torch, a group of disheveled youths, adorned with piercings, approached. "What a fine prize. Brothers, let us take this home for some fun. I just found a good haul," one of them proclaimed. Behind him, a lackey brandished blood-stained gold bracelets and necklaces, along with cigarettes and snacks. "This is grave robbery," Chi Mo thought, noting the villagers' curious gazes. He tightened his grip, unwilling to act rashly. One of the thugs suggested, "There's a melon shed ahead. Let us head there." Two of them inched closer to Chi Mo. "I can walk by myself," he asserted, but they forcibly led him towards the road below. Moments later, illuminated by torchlight, a grass hut came into view. Chi Mo glanced back at the highway, now obscured by distance. The baby carriage was pushed into the hut, and in an instant, Chi Mo sprang into action, his knife slicing through the throat of the closest thug. A swift kick sent another sprawling, and before the pierced youth could react, Chi Mo's blade found its mark in his heart. The last thug, clutching a bag, attempted to flee, but his legs faltered before Chi Mo's relentless pursuit. The knife plunged into his back, emerging through his chest. Expressionless, Chi Mo stepped into the hut, where the kicked thug lay helplessly on the makeshift bed. In the face of the terror in his eyes, Chi Mo swiftly ended his life. Breathing heavily, he felt the weight of his actions. The prolonged absence from such violence had taken its toll. He reached for Yen Zai Zai, and just as he was about to stow the baby carriage, a flicker of light pierced the darkness. The youth who had demanded the lantern reappeared, locking eyes with Chi Mo. "You can no longer traverse the highway. I thought you would be unable to pass without the lantern," he warned. "I am the village chief's grandson. If they discover the bodies, they will surely seek vengeance. Follow this waterway for 2 kilometers, and you will find a road leading to Lin County. Hurry." With that, the youth extinguished the lantern. Without hesitation, Chi Mo placed Yen Zai Zai back into the carriage, secured his backpack, and immediately set off. As the clouds parted, the moonlight illuminated the path, revealing the contours of the fields. He pressed onward, uncertain of when the villagers would discover the deaths of the thugs, and felt an urgency to distance himself from the area. After Chi Mo vanished, the youth donned gloves and dragged the lifeless bodies into the grass hut, promptly shutting its rickety door. As long as no one opened it, the dead would remain undiscovered. 2 hours of relentless travel had taken Chiemo over 10 kilometers away. Fatigue began to set in, and his feet ached while a vague discomfort stirred in his stomach. He could go no further. Retrieving the lantern once again, he surveyed his surroundings. No villages in sight, only a stillness that enveloped the night. The farmlands lining the roadside were unsuitable for pitching a tent, as he needed to elude any pursuers. He employed a scent-masking spray and continued his search for a suitable camping site. Soon, he stumbled upon a sprawling nursery, likely a tree farm, teeming with towering trees. He produced another baby carriage, affixed the lantern, and wielding a hiking stick, he ventured into the thicket with the infant. As he traversed the woods, an expanse of reeds emerged in the clearing ahead. Chiemo retrieved a military green tent, packed away the baby carriage, and slipped inside with the lantern. He laid Yen Zai Zai on a sleeping mat, covering him with a blanket. Removing his shoes, Chiemo surveyed the blisters on his feet. Feeling tears well up, his soles throbbed painfully. He applied some medication. "Chi Huai, you wretched fool," he muttered, wishing he could have simply stayed in the comfort of his bed. Regret washed over him as he unrolled a map, reviewing the route he planned to take the next afternoon. The off-road vehicle remained in his possession. Capable of traveling 300 kilometers in 4 hours, he intended to make swift progress. Under the glow of the lantern, Chiemo studied the detailed paper map and indeed located the rural road. It was narrow, and although vehicles had traversed it before the power outage, any mishaps had sent them careening off the path. Thus far, he had encountered no obstructions. This 4-meter-wide road extended all the way to Lin County, a crucial passage from Yunqing. Excellent, he thought, as long as I evade those thuggish villagers. He folded the map, placing a hand on his stomach. Hunger gnawed at him. Despite his appetite, he quickly wiped his hands with a wet napkin, then changed Yen Zai Zai's diaper, cleaning the little one with baby wipes. Allowing the childless bottom a moment of respite from the confines of the diaper, he felt the cool breeze against the exposed skin, prompting the already slumbering Yen Zai Zai to stir and squirm. As the child began to wake, Chiemo swiftly offered him a bottle. To his delight, Yen Zai Zai grasped the bottle and began to suckle, even with his eyes still closed. Chiemo propped a large pillow behind him, and as he watched the child lean against it, he finally relaxed his hand. From a small table, he retrieved a meal. A portion of chicken stew with mushrooms, a fillet of steamed grouper, a dish of sautéed shrimp, and a bowl of mushroom, cabbage, and tofu soup, alongside a serving of white rice, an ideal balance of protein and vegetables. Chiemo eagerly dug in. The meal vanished quickly, and he patted his belly, feeling the comfort of satisfaction. Yen Zai Zai's bottle had long been emptied. After collecting the bottle, Chiemo cradled the child, patting his back gently, before placing him back down and applying some soothing oil to his bottom before redressing him in the diaper. After completing these tasks, Chiemo lay down, only to be met with the hard ground beneath him. He promptly retrieved an inflatable mat, laying it atop the surface, and embraced Yen Zai Zai once more. The time was 10:30 in the evening, the temperature considerably cooler, alleviating the earlier heat. The mesh tent door allowed for better air circulation within. Place the backpack at the entrance of the tent, drape a small blanket over his belly, and as Chiemo extinguishes the lantern, he allows himself to fully relax in the enveloping darkness. At that moment, villagers from Huo Village return in small groups from the main road, having been out foraging. At the village chief's home, his daughter-in-law sets down the spoils of her outing and glances around, asking, "Father-in-law, have you seen Xiao Cheng?" "No." "Yes, probably still searching for something," the village chief responds, hearing his daughter-in-law's words. Upon hearing this, the village chief's wife adds, "It's getting late. All the other villagers have returned. How could Xiao Cheng still be out? What if something has happened? How could anything happen? Xiao Cheng is accompanied by several others. Who would dare to harm my grandson?" The village chief shoots a glare at his wife. "I'm just concerned for our grandson. It's pitch dark now, and if anything were to happen, there's no surveillance," the village chief retorts, his words striking a chord. He turns to his daughter-in-law and says, "Go see if Xiao Cheng's friends have returned. Logically, they should be back by now. If they haven't, call out for them. It's indeed unsafe in this darkness." The village chief begins to feel a twinge of worry. Immediately, the village chief's wife and daughter-in-law set out to call for the children. However, none of the boys who had been playing with Xiao Cheng have returned. The village chief gathers a search party to look for his grandson. A search along the main road yields no signs of life. Soon, a villager brings news to the village chief, stating that they saw Xiao Cheng walking with a traveler. They seem to be heading toward the melon fields, he adds. They must be off to have some fun. 4 or 5 young lads together. A couple of hours, one tea be enough. They'll likely return by tomorrow morning. Someone interjects. Under the torchlight, another villager nods in agreement. True. Youth is exuberant and full of vigor. Chief, I believe you needn't worry. They'll return after they've had their fill of fun. As the villagers jest, the village chief chuckles. Still, let us take a look. If something were to happen in this darkness, it would be unfortunate. What could happen? Our boys are capable. They can handle themselves, and besides, there are several of them together. The one I saw being taken away was so small and frail. How much strength could he possibly have? Now, without surveillance, many have met untimely ends on the road. Who would pay special attention to this? Parent laughs. Another elderly woman speaks up. I'm just worried they might overdo it and get hurt. I must go fetch my grandson. Familiar with the melon shed, the elderly woman, torch in hand, quickly reaches the structure. As she pushes open the door, she is met with a gruesome sight. Bodies sprawled across the ground, blood seeping into her slippers. Upon seeing her grandson's lifeless form, his throat gruesomely slit, she screams and collapses, the torch falling onto the thatched roof and igniting the straw walls in an instant. Flames leap skyward as the villagers of Woolly quickly converge. The fire is extinguished by the water from the nearby ditch. 5 bodies are soon dragged out and taken back to the village, quickly identified as those who had gone out to play. Upon seeing a baby stroller, someone cries out. The boy they took was pushing the stroller. The child is missing. He must be the one who did this. My grandson. Ah Chung. Open your eyes and look at Grandma. Oh heavens. How could you leave me? Making me a white-haired woman mourning a black-haired child? The elderly woman wails, clutching her grandson's hand in despair. The village chief, alongside the Zhang clan, remarks, his throat was gruesomely slit. It's truly heinous. The village chief, realizing they can't drive, declares, that boy can't have run far. Pursue him. We must avenge our children. A father of one of the deceased shouts in agitation. Instantly, a dozen individuals emerge, all relatives of the 5 slain children, all part of the Zhang clan. Do you know what that boy looks like? He came from that direction and left heading that way. The village chief addresses the villagers ominously. He came from the north, heading toward Lin County. He was pushing a baby stroller. But it was too dark for me to see if there was a child inside. It could have just been luggage. Someone provides information. Another chimes in. I heard Ah Chung mention he was handsome. He must have looked quite appealing. Subsequently, someone speaks up. Chun Yu spoke to that boy. Hearing his name, Chun Yu pushes through the crowd and says, I only bought a lantern from him. We didn't exchange many words, and then Ah Chung came to take him away. That's right, I witnessed it too, another corroborates. The village chief, his expression dark, turns to Chen Yu. What did he look like? Chen Yu explains. He was just Ah Chung's type. Pointed chin, large eyes, fair skin, quite beautiful, with long hair that made him look like a girl. After listening, the village chief scans the villagers. Our village has never witnessed such a heinous act as the murder of 5 children. Therefore, we must seek vengeance. Let us go. He surely hasn't gone far and isn't from a nearby village. He is unfamiliar with the area. He is either fleeing down the main road or hiding in that village. Find him, bring him back. There is a reward of 100,000. With the village chief's words, dozens of villagers rally, brandishing torches. Some head down the main road to pursue, while others take shortcuts to inquire in the nearby villages. Chun Yu takes the lead on the main road pursuit, knowing he can identify the boy. That night, every village surrounding Woolly is aware they are hunting a vicious murderer responsible for the deaths of 5 children and the burning of their bodies. Villagers call upon friends. Some are genuinely intent on capturing the criminal, while many are motivated by the bounty. The main road and paths are teeming with people. Those resting in the village are roused for questioning. Exhausted and dreamless, Chi Mo awakens from the heat and pressure. His chubby little son is crawling across his chest, oblivious to his father's waking. Chi Mo, following his son's direction, feels a sudden chill. Reaching out, he swiftly pulls back his son, who is about to poke through the mesh of the tent entrance. A vividly colored cobra is coiled at the entrance, poised before the mesh screen. His son's chubby fingers are just about to reach out. The enormous golden cobra raises its head, thicker than his arm, flicking its tongue and eyeing them both with predatory intent. Chiemo, what have I done to deserve this? Why are you guarding my entrance? Go away. Be gone. We are not tasty. Otherwise I shall curse you. Chiemo warns the slithering serpent, trying to appear fierce. Alas, the cobra shows no interest in the adorable little boy, fixating instead on its prey. Mo feels a surge of anxiety. In his past life, he would be comfortably nestled in a villa, not enjoying luxury but at least having food and drink, and ice to stave off the sun's heat. Now, from yesterday until today, how many dangers has he faced? Mo wonders if he can endure until the end of the world in 7 months. Has he angered the heavens, leading to this punishment? He has prepared various essential medications, but none include antivenom for snake bites. Moreover, even if he had cobra antivenom, he is currently carrying twins. One injection could jeopardize their safety. In his past life, circumstances prevented him from showing his son the world. This time, he must ensure the safe birth of his children. Grabbing a frying pan, he reassures himself that even if the cobra charges the tent, the frying pan will suffice to protect against a breach of the mesh screen. The sun blazed fiercely outside, and Mo glanced at the time. It was 8:30 in the morning. He had astonishingly slept for 10 hours. The heat was stifling, and thirst overtook him. Hastily, he retrieved a bottle of water, gulping down a few mouthfuls before pouring a small bottle for his child. After the little one consumed 50 milliliters, he reclaimed the bottle, sealing it and returning it to his space. Once his child began to eat breakfast, Mo's stomach growled in response. He eyed the cobra, deciding to eat first, perhaps ignoring it would encourage it to leave. A small table was summoned from his space, adorned with a bowl of pumpkin porridge, a serving of black rice cake, a steamed grouper, a poached egg, a vegetable bun, and 2 sumai. As his child drank milk, after downing most of the bottle, he crawled over to Mo with an open mouth. Mo, you've forsaken your own milk. He reached out, reclaiming the bottle tossed aside, with half still remaining, securing the lid and returning it to his space. He spooned a bit of porridge into the child's mouth, then picked up chopsticks to offer pieces of fish. They shared bites, one for him and one for the little one. After the feeding concluded, Mo turned his gaze toward the entrance, where the cobra, thicker than his arm, remained coiled and unwilling to leave. What to do? A direct confrontation was unwise. It was too hot. Mo murmured to himself, extracting an ice pack to cool the tent. He washed his face, wiped his hands and tended to his child's bottom, changing the diaper. Only then did he have a moment to address the cobra blocking his tent's entrance. Drawing his gun, Mo felt it was not yet the appropriate moment. Given the proximity, without a silencer, thanks to Bai San Yi, he feared the noise would startle his 3 children. Unless absolutely necessary, he could not resort to that. He inserted a pacifier into his child's mouth. With it, the little one would be quite docile. Grasping a hiking pole, Mo began to make circles. The pole swayed left and right, up and down, teasing the cobra. Its head followed the movements, and after repeated provocations, it became enraged, baring its fangs and lunging toward him. Mo was ready with the frying pan. He intended to exhaust the cobra before him. At the entrance of Lin County, several villagers from Huo Village had been stationed there for half a day, having peddled through the night. Among them was Chen Yu. Damn it, the night has passed, and we've searched all the possible places. Is it not in this direction? The village head of Wooly spoke, his anger palpable as the temperature rose. Chapter 22. The sunlight was blinding, and Mo was uncertain if the cobra had tired itself out, but he certainly felt fatigued. Sighing, he set down the hiking pole, contemplating his next move. He produced a scent-eliminating spray and aimed it at the cobra, hoping to drive it away. This spray was effective against sensitive creatures like dogs. Unfortunately, humans, with their less developed sense of smell, could not detect it. To his surprise, the snake seemed to have taken a stand, refusing to budge. Mo sighed, continuing to devise a plan. His child crawled over to him. Checking the time, it was 10:30. With over 2 hours remaining until 1 o'clock, Mo considered taking a short nap, realizing there was no urgency to leave within the next 2 hours. From the reeds behind the tent came the sound of rustling footsteps. Just as Mo was about to call for help, voices emerged. Where the hell has that kid gone? We've searched every corner and haven't found anyone matching Chan Yu's description. One villager remarked. Another chimed in. Didn't they say that boy was with a child? To kill 5 people in silence and escape, truly impressive. Those wretched scoundrels. The Zhang family treats them like treasures. I said something would eventually happen, and it did. One villager lamented. Upon hearing this, although the others agreed, they whispered, you're courting death. If the Zhang family hears you, they won't spare you. Just forget about crossing paths with them. Instantly, the villagers exchanged wary glances before departing. Mo pondered. How could he be in the same situation as that youth from last night? What exactly was the Zhang family's background, to be so ruthless? Now, with his child, it was even less advisable to set off during this period. Watching the cobra at the entrance, Chiemo resolved to wait until 12:30. If it hadn't tea left by then, he would boil water for it, though that would be a hassle, given the tent's limited space. He had 50-degree warm water in his space, which would be insufficient to scald the snake. Chiemo prepared to recline for 2 hours. He pulled his child closer and conducted a little infant exercise, moving hands and feet, lifting the bottom. The little one, tired of being tossed around by his father, exclaimed, "Daddy, how boring," and flipped over, crawling away. While Chiemo found himself idle at the blocked entrance, meetings continued in the capital. Throughout the night, no one rested. Those unable to endure resorted to energy drinks, with smoke wafting through the conference room. Countless engineers were mobilized, having selected their worksite the previous night and commenced operations. Inside the air raid shelter, numerous supplies were being wheeled in, walls were being constructed, and cement was being spread. Multiple construction companies were enlisted, and these civilian heroes were swiftly assigned tasks to build water storage tanks. Many influential individuals, upon receiving the news, began purchasing bottled water and large plastic containers for storage, as well as food and supplies. A frenzy for resources erupted almost instantly. In Huo, security personnel and longtime employees were summoned to begin constructing water storage tanks in food processing plants. Simultaneously, Huo notified employees to stockpile ample water and supplies. What was already chaotic yesterday spiraled further into disorder today. Initially, everyone believed the power outage was temporary, waiting for the electricity to return. After all, without power, there was no internet or communication, isolating information and leaving everyone waiting for rescue, which kept panic at bay. However, as the night passed without power restoration and phones remained dark, fear began to spread among the crowd. When the people of the Great Xia faced such incomprehensible circumstances, their instinct was to hoard supplies. Consequently, supermarkets, markets, and small shops were overwhelmed with shoppers. Despite the timely response of firefighters, police, and community workers to the disaster, their numbers were ultimately inadequate. The entire city's streets were affected, and merely retrieving the deceased would take more than a day. Additionally, the multitude of injured filled hospitals to capacity, where the lack of electricity rendered surgical lights useless. Detailed examinations were impossible, with many surgeries relying solely on the doctor's experience. The failure rates of operations skyrocketed, yet the number of doctors available remained limited, leaving them overwhelmed and on the brink of exhaustion. Chi Huai's situation was dire. Although his surgery was ultimately completed, upon exiting the medical room, he was swiftly ejected from the hospital due to the influx of patients. As he left, someone bumped into his injury, causing him to nearly faint from the pain. Blood began to seep out again, necessitating a return to the doctor for a re-examination. The doctor coldly ushered him out. In that moment, celebrity status, wealth, and privilege meant nothing to anyone. The hospital was permeated with the stench of blood, and countless individuals cried out in pain. At noon, Chiemo retrieved a stove to begin boiling water, placing the restless child on his back. The 50-degree warm water quickly reached a boil, and Chiemo, holding the pot, splashed it toward the cobra blocking the tent entrance. Instantly, the previously motionless snake hissed in agony and slithered away. Chiemo let out a sigh of relief, glad it had finally departed. He then summoned a small table from his space and began to prepare his lunch. A serving of rice, a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage, scrambled tomatoes with eggs, and braised pork. Holding his child, he fed the little one some cabbage, a bit of scrambled egg, and a small bowl of pumpkin porridge. Having indulged in a hearty meal and quenched his thirst, Chiemo glanced at the time. 12:45. He attended to a bit of care for the baby, then donned his rain boots, preparing for the possible revenge of the cobra. Upon returning, he intended to procure some realgar, which he had neglected to bring. He placed the baby into the infant carrier slung over his shoulder. Holding a large, long-handled frying pan, he surveyed his surroundings before taking a deep breath and unzipping the tent. After packing away the tent and scanning the vicinity, he noticed the cobra had vanished. Chiemo hurriedly set off towards the concrete path. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Suddenly, a snake as thick as an arm slithered swiftly towards him. Hearing the rustling, he turned around, gasping in alarm and sprinting away. Realizing that fleeing would not suffice, he knew he would inevitably be caught. The off-road vehicle instantly provided an escape route. Chiemo dashed towards it, flinging open the door and shutting it behind him in one fluid motion. He secured the baby in the passenger seat's infant seat. Casting about for the vengeful cobra, He found the blind spots too numerous to ascertain its location. Could very well be lurking beneath the vehicle. Why was this snake so aggressive? Logically, such behavior should only arise after months of drought. Could it be a consequence of his rebirth? Or perhaps animals had become irritable during the early power outages in his previous life. Chiemo pondered these questions. Glancing at the time, 12:57. 3 minutes had passed swiftly, and he pressed the accelerator. With a roar, the previously motionless car sprang to life, akin to a beast breaking free, racing down the rural path. As Chiemo sped towards Yunqing, the machinery of the state began to operate swiftly once more. Decisions deliberated the entire night were now being systematically executed. Countless construction machines roared to life, transporting steel and concrete to the site for water well construction. Enclosed plantations sprang into development. Coal, essential for enduring the frigid cold, was dispatched in truckloads to numerous designated locations. Steam locomotives were drawn from museums, hoping that these antiques would not be constrained by regulations. Tractors were surprisingly functional, while ox carts, horse-drawn carriages, mule carts, and donkey carts were being prepared. Bicycles and tricycles were produced in abundance. Bottled water and plastic barrels were hastily manufactured in the final moments. Huoliangzhou observed a tractor before him, his lips twitching. It was indeed a move reminiscent of pre-liberation days. Meanwhile, the young master had made numerous phone calls, but none were answered. The signal was out of range, and he had no idea where the young master had hidden his phone. At around 1 o'clock, countless voices erupted in joyful shouts. The power is back. It's finally here. A day without electricity had felt unbearable. The discomfort was overwhelming. Without phones, their spirits had been drained. Unable to watch television, play music, or use air conditioning, it was simply intolerable. Additionally, they could not order takeout, and cashless payments were unavailable. Many had found themselves penniless. Today, the bank was besieged with people coming to withdraw money. Once Chi Mo's vehicle surged onto the road, it immediately began to navigate a route. National highways and expressways were undoubtedly inaccessible, leaving only rural paths. With the villages densely populated, any collision would result in the vehicle being pulled aside, ensuring that traffic remained unaffected. He sped towards Yunqing. In Huo Village, 2 police officers were investigating a crime scene where a bandit had slain 6 individuals the previous night, 5 young men and an elderly woman. In Lin County, several officers stood at the expressway entrance. After half an hour, Chiemo had traveled over 40 kilometers and arrived in Lin County. He parked for inspection, and an elderly officer halted his vehicle. Driver's license and registration, the officer requested. Chiemo complied, presenting the documents, and inquired, "What has transpired? Where were you last night? Did you visit Huo Village? Did you see a youth pushing a stroller?" The officer probed. Chiemo remained composed, replying, "No, I was in Wuko town last night. I was heading to Yunqing when, not long after departing Jiangcheng, my vehicle encountered issues near Wuko town. At that moment, Wang Yu and Yu Miao, who had set off early on their bicycles, arrived in Lin County." "Hey, what are you doing here? What happened?" The long-haired girl, Yu Miao, called out to Chiemo. The elderly officer waved towards the side, intending to question only the good-looking teenagers. Several villagers from Huo Village stood by the roadside. Chun Yu jogged over. The officer pointed at Chiemo and asked Chun Yu, "Is this the person?" Chun Yu scrutinized Chiemo in the driver's seat before shaking his head. "No. His jaw is sharper, his skin paler, and he seems a bit lethargic. He should have ear studs." Chiemo exchanged a glance with Chun Yu, who had been robbed of his lantern the previous night, the only survivor from Huo Village who had seen him. He maintained his composure, exuding an inner strength that betrayed no signs of anxiety. The officer gestured for Chiemo to proceed. He then stopped Wang Yu and the others to inquire whether they had seen a pale-skinned youth with a sharp chin, appearing lethargic, adorned with ear studs, and pushing a stroller. Yu Miao and Wang Yu recalled Chiemo, the stroller, and realized he was the only candidate. However, they displayed no signs of recognition or alarm, asserting that they had not seen him. They had learned about the situation while passing through Huo Village, where villagers had inquired about a handsome youth. At the time, they had not connected that description to Chiemo. However, the police's questioning led them to suspect that the murderer was likely Chiemo. As Chiemo's vehicle gradually moved forward, he addressed the long-haired girl. "Where are you headed? Yunqing? I can give you a ride, but I can't take your bicycles." Upon hearing this, Yu Miao replied, "I'm from Yunqing. Wang Yu is from Qingzhou, which is adjacent to Yunqing." Chiemo responded, "All right, can you drive? The highways and national roads may be blocked. We'll have to take the back roads." Wang Yu, who had previously introduced Mo to the stroller, had already tended to the wound on his forehead, now covered with a bandage. Upon hearing Mo's inquiry, he replied, "I can drive." "Then get in," Mo said, stepping out of the vehicle to retrieve the baby, then took a seat in the back. Wang Yu climbed in while Yu Miao settled beside Mo. With the engine roaring, they sped down the country road Mo had mapped out. After traveling more than 10 miles, Yu Miao could no longer contain her curiosity. "What on earth happened last night? You weren't pushing a stroller when you left. How did you end up with one and involved in a murder?" Mo turned to the stunning girl with long, straight hair. "You still dare to ride with me after everything?" Yu Miao laughed. "You're carrying a baby? I don't believe you would recklessly provoke a group of people. You don't look like a bad person. I trust my judgment." Mo explained. "There were too many cars on the national road, so I switched to a stroller. When I passed through Huo Village, that group intercepted me and dragged me to a melon shed. I ended up killing those 5, but the last one, I don't know who killed him." He felt no fear of being discovered. After all, Wang Yu and Yu Miao had likely guessed the truth when they passed through Huo Village. Yu Miao responded, "Those people were outrageous, accusing you of robbery and murder when they were the ones with ulterior motives. What will you do? You'll eventually be found out." Wang Yu suggested, "Let us take the back roads to avoid detection." Yu Miao was incensed. Wang Yu accelerated. He was aware of Huo Village's notorious reputation, having friends from nearby villages who had informed him of the Zhang family's arrogance. Upon hearing Yu Miao's words, Mo chuckled. "It's nothing to fear. I have my own connections." He continued with a playful tone, "They may have their backing, but I possess mine as well. Should the situation become dire, I shall make use of my resources." He mused, who could possibly rival the Bai family in influence? Nevertheless, it is likely that such measures will not be necessary. Moreover, if they dare to bully him, Huoliangzhou is not one to be trifled with. When we reach Yunqing, I shall certainly inform Huoliangzhou of their antics. If a group wishes to toy with your precious wife, surely you must take action. Fively Village is not far from Jiangqing. Should Huoliangzhou decide to intervene, he could certainly extend his reach. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he harbors such intentions. Chapter 23. After 1 o'clock, the expressway remained congested, with many drivers perishing, while the injured had already been evacuated. Countless vehicles were stranded, impossible to clear. However, the rural roads presented a stark contrast. When the electricity finally returned at 1 o'clock, for the villagers, even a damaged vehicle was considered a significant asset. Now that they could mobilize, they were unwilling to leave their possessions behind, fearing they might be taken by others. That would indeed result in a considerable loss. Just moments ago, numerous news reports surfaced regarding scavengers picking through belongings left in vehicles on the expressway and city streets. Thus, the villagers hurriedly retrieved their possessions. Although some rural paths were blocked, the navigation system efficiently recalibrated routes. In a mere half-hour, they traversed Lin County, with approximately 200 li remaining to Yunqing. Mo produced a new phone and promptly dialed a friend's number. This individual, a classmate of his and one of the few aware of his connection with Huoliangzhou, resided in Yunqing and appeared to be a pharmaceutical representative dealing with snake venom and serpent breeding. Chen Dongming initially hesitated to answer the unfamiliar number, but thought it could potentially be a client. "Hello, who is this? Do you need something?" he inquired. "It's me, Mo," came the response. "I have a few queries. Let's discuss via text." Upon hearing this, Chen Dongming replied, "All right, I hope you weren't harmed in this widespread disaster. How is the little one?" "We're all fine, no injuries," Mo assured, ending the call before initiating a text conversation. He informed Chen Dongming that he intended to join an expedition team for a sketching trip in the mountains, mentioning the oppressive heat and an encounter with snakes before even setting foot in the hills. Thus, Mo sought snake venom antivenom, preferably a mixed variety, specifically for species like the five-step snake. He wondered if Chen Dongming could procure 50 doses for him, offering a generous payment of 100,000. Given the large group, he needed to be well prepared, particularly as they might traverse a snake valley. Chen Dongming pondered the text and questioned the necessity of such an abundance of antivenom. Even if they ventured into the snake valley, the number of participants was uncertain. The young wife of Huoliangzhou certainly seemed affluent, and Chen Dongming lamented how poverty limited his own imagination. It appeared Mo was preparing for a situation where excess was easily discarded but never in short supply. Chen Dongming informed Mo that he did not possess that many mixed doses, as Mo's request was rather excessive. This type of supply typically went to hospitals. Fortunately, it was not entirely unmanageable. Chun Dongming mentioned he could allocate about 30 mixed doses and 10 of the 5-step snake antivenom. That was all he could provide. The mixed doses had a shelf life of a year and were freshly produced. In the case of private purchases like this, Chun Dongming would account for some losses, especially considering the current calamity. The 5-step snake doses were a gift to GMO, classified as nearing expiry, with only 3 months remaining, but they would be effective if used within the next 2 months. GMO agreed to the transaction and planned to meet Chun Dongming at dusk. Chun Dongming provided the address of a cafe near the Yunqing Disease Control Center, where he would be waiting for an hour post 5 o'clock, requiring a cash transaction. GMO consented, having ample funds available. Yunqing lay 30 kilometers from Huo Village, a distance easily traversed on foot within a day. With the air conditioning running, the vehicle's interior remained pleasantly cool. At the Lin County Expressway entrance, a plump elderly woman cradled her grandson on a bus. The previous day, the child had blistered his feet from walking, which caused the grandmother considerable distress. Although a short-haired girl had aided with the carrying, the boy still succumbed to heat exhaustion, costing her dearly. A middle-aged police officer halted the bus, inquiring if anyone had seen a striking youth pushing a baby carriage, the perpetrator of a tragic incident resulting in 6 fatalities. The officer further stated that victims were willing to offer 100,000 for any leads. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman immediately recalled the beautiful youth who had bullied her grandson the previous afternoon. Eagerly, she raised her hand and recounted the embellished tale of how the handsome young man had taken their water, umbrella, and food, leveraging his youth and strength against her and her grandson, a truly heinous crime. The officer presented the woman with an image of a dark baby carriage, asking, "Is this the one?" The elderly lady exclaimed, yes, that is the one. At the time, someone mentioned it was made from aviation materials and was a limited edition worth hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing this, the officer promptly escorted her and her grandson off the bus for a statement. He then relayed this information upward. A limited edition baby carriage valued at such an amount might indicate the assailant had substantial backing, particularly since the elderly woman mentioned the youth had an infant of around 8 to 9 months. Typically, a well-off and striking youth would not be thought to commit such acts of violence, especially while caring for a child, unless he was under duress. The middle-aged officer had heard whispers of the brazen behavior exhibited by certain individuals from Huo Village. He was cautious, not wanting to provoke someone who could potentially be dangerous. After all, a person capable of murder, particularly one who could kill multiple individuals while accompanied by an infant, was not to be trifled with. Unbeknownst to the elderly woman, her role as a witness had led to her being taken away, leaving her unable to return home by bus. This left her in a state of distress, as she could not adequately describe the handsome youth's features or recall his name, only that he had been with an infant. Asking for details yielded no results, and they would need to consult forensic specialists to create a composite sketch of the suspect. By 3 in the afternoon, cities across the summer landscape found themselves in a state of heightened tension. Authorities from the mayor to various officials had received directives to fully cooperate in constructing water storage facilities. Indeed, the notion of rebirth was but a fantasy. A warning had been issued by the National Academy of Sciences, foretelling a future fraught with calamity. Electricity was on the verge of vanishing, communication and transportation would be severed, and a certain energy might absorb all water, with no rain expected for the next 7 months. Cities were urged to prepare for water resource conservation. In that moment, nearly all urban construction teams received urgent orders to commence work on water storage facilities while also managing food supplies. Despite the news not yet reaching the general populace through mobile networks or television, whispers of the situation had already begun to circulate, prompting a rush for water and food. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, GMO finally relaxed. They navigated through winding paths, continuously altering their route, and eventually arrived at Weiqing. Beyond Weiqing lay Yunqing, roughly 100 kilometers away, with enough time remaining for their journey. Huo Liangzhou was engaged in a government project to construct water storage facilities, while simultaneously overseeing the construction of a storage facility for the Huo family food processing plant. He persistently sent voice messages to those searching for the young master, inquiring about their progress. Time was of the essence. He yearned to locate the young master. Even if he could not bring him back, at the very least, he wished to ascertain where the young master had fled with the little one. The elderly lady, cradling her grandson, delved into her memories and ultimately managed to recover a photograph that bore a striking resemblance. The old policeman standing nearby suddenly widened his eyes. "Is this the person?" Before the elderly lady could nod in affirmation, her grandson piped up. That's him. He bullied me, wouldn't give me water to drink, nor let me ride in the stroller. The policeman interjected, your grandmother did not say that. She mentioned he took your water and food, not that he denied you. The elderly lady felt a twinge of embarrassment. My grandson's eyes are bright. His memory is sharp. It must be this person, she asserted. Soon, the composite photograph was entered into the registry for identification. Several matches emerged that fit the age and appearance. But only one of them was a mere 8 or 9-month-old infant. Before the criminal investigation team could speak, a female officer carrying coffee interjected. Isn't this the young wife of Huo Village? Just a few days ago, she was embroiled in a scandal, nearly splashed with acid by Chi Huai's top female star, and just yesterday, she almost fell prey to his kidnapping. This was indeed a series of unfortunate events. One of the criminal investigation officers had heard his teammates mention her but had not paid much attention. The female officer nodded. It is quite unfortunate. Perhaps she inadvertently crossed paths with Chi Huai, provoking him. By the way, you are investigating the horrific incident from last night in which 6 individuals were murdered. I find it hard to believe that Huo Liangzhou's young wife would commit murder without reason, she remarked, pulling out the report. Her brow furrowed. There was something amiss. Why was Mo with her child present at the melon shed? And there were 5 young men and 1 elderly lady there. What did these 5 youths do that warranted Mo to kill? The elderly lady bore no obvious injuries. She was burned to death. You are implying the victim is at fault, a member of the criminal investigation team retorted. The female officer looked at her colleagues. This is not a case of victim blaming. Consider this, under normal circumstances, a young person with a child appears utterly defenseless. They possess a promising future, a loving husband, and financial security. Why would they irrationally kill individuals with whom they had no prior interaction, unless someone coveted their beauty, sought to seize their wealth, or aimed to abduct their child? These individuals posed a threat to their safety, compelling them to act in self-defense. For instance, on a dark and windy night, absent of surveillance, if these 5 individuals intended to engage in some illicit activity, lurking in the woods or sneaking into a melon shed would be the same. However, in this instance, Mo resisted and retaliated against them. After all, for these 5, the cover of darkness and lack of surveillance applied equally to Mo. The female officer then quickly retrieved the backgrounds of the 5 deceased, her expression brightening. Each one has a criminal record. They are clearly not upstanding citizens. It is ironic that Mo's exceptional beauty attracted their attention. Otherwise, they might have dared to target Huo Liangzhou. Could Huo Liangzhou's cherished young wife be someone they could confront? They kicked a metal plate and thus lost their lives. After the female officer finished speaking, she began making calls to issue alerts and prepare for arrests. Once her work was concluded, she fetched another cup of coffee while sending a message to a friend acquainted with Huo Liangzhou. Meanwhile, Huo Liangzhou, engrossed in work arrangements, was taken aback upon reading the message from his friend. The thought that someone dared to target his young master was infuriating. It would be too easy for them if they succeeded. The wanted notice for Mo was swiftly disseminated. Yu Miao, scrolling through her phone, gasped, Mo, this is bad. They found you so quickly. What are we going to do? Does your husband Huo Liangzhou have any way to bail you out? We need to head to a more secluded area. I have a mask. Put it on quickly. It's chaotic right now. You must contact Huo Liangzhou and hire the best lawyer. You were merely acting in self-defense. Mo, observing Yu Miao's anxiety and Wang Yue's concern as he glanced back, lifted her child and smiled. Do not fear. It is already past 4. In just an hour, the wanted notice will become obsolete. What do you mean? I understand each word, but why is the full meaning lost on me? Yu Miao questioned, perplexed. Mo sighed deeply. This is my second experience in such a scenario. At 5 o'clock, the power will vanish and will not return for 7 months. The apocalypse is upon us. You, Wang Yu exclaimed, urging Mo to focus on driving. Yu Miao was alarmed. What do you mean? Why does this feel like a tale of rebirth and vengeance? Chapter 24. Yu Miao screamed. Startled, Wang Yu regained focus, gripping the steering wheel tightly to avoid colliding with the roadside. Mo looked at the frightened Yu Miao and Wang Yu and chuckled. Do not overreact. Yu Miao patted her chest, her mind racing with questions. Did you just say the apocalypse is coming, and power will disappear forever? Mo nodded. Indeed. I cannot say whether it will be permanent, but I genuinely believe that within the next 7 months, power will not return. You have been reborn. You returned from the apocalypse 7 months later. Am I correct? Yu Miao inquired urgently. Wang Yu, equally anxious, pressed, what kind of apocalypse? What will happen in the future? It's just a loss of power. It cannot lead to an apocalypse. Before the power outage, life was challenging, but it should not escalate to an apocalyptic state. After all, the Great Xia has endured 5,000 years of warfare and disaster, yet none of it equated to an apocalypse. Chiemo glanced at Wang Yu, then at the girl with long straight hair who was staring intently at her. It is not merely the power that vanishes. Along with it, water will disappear as well. That last statement sent a chill down the spines of both Wang Yu and Yu Miao. If it's just a loss of power, we can adapt. We would eventually get used to it. But without water, that truly signifies the end of days. After all, water is the essence of life. Will the water run out at 5 o'clock? Yu Miao inquired anxiously. Chiemo shook her head. Not all at once. Water will gradually evaporate. Starting today, it should not rain anywhere in the world for the next 7 months. Why 7 months? Oh, you died. How did you die? Of thirst? Wang Yu asked. Chiemo cradled her child and looked at Yu Miao. Isn't my little one adorable? Of course. He is as delightful as a little angel, never cries or fusses. When he wakes, he only coos softly when he is hungry. So beautiful and charming. Yu Miao genuinely adored the child in Chiimo's arms, though the little one was somewhat shy and reluctant to be cuddled or lifted. Chiemo said softly, 7 months from now, my child will be cooked for dinner, and so will I. Yu Miao gasped at this revelation. Heavens, you were eaten? That is horrifying and cruel. I did not witness it. At that time, the child was near death. After I died, I do not know if I was eaten. My memories halted there, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back here, Chiemo explained. Wang Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly. After 5 o'clock, without power, water will evaporate, crops will die, and planting will become impossible. Thus, the apocalypse begins. Exactly. So you too should consider calling home to advise them to purchase large, sealable water containers. They could also construct a water cellar. There is still a brief period before the water evaporates. It is a process, and if they act swiftly, they can prepare in time, Chiemo urged. Yu Miao grabbed her phone. Right, I'll call to buy bottled water as well as food and vegetables. Wang Yu, driving, connected to Bluetooth and began calling his family. Simultaneously, he accelerated towards Yunqing. Yu Miao was from Yunqing, Chiemo was also from Yunqing, and he was from Qingzhou. As long as they could reach Yunqing, he could buy a bicycle and arrive home within a day. Chiemo donned her mask. Fortunately, the atmosphere was chaotic. After leaving Lin County, the wanted notice circulated online, and no one stopped them on the road. The SUV sped towards Yunqing. With only a few minutes remaining, Chiemo took out her phone and sent a message to Huoliangzhou, assuring him that she would take good care of their child and to not worry. At the same time, he informed Huoliangzhou of his rebirth, revealing that in his past life, his enemies were his aunt's family, his uncle's family, and the Chun family. Both he and the little one had met a grim fate, having been stewed 7 months later. Upon receiving the text from Chiemo, Huoliangzhou immediately returned the call, only to find the young master had switched off his phone again. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth, determined to find the young master and give him a thorough scolding. He had truly become rebellious. However, upon learning that the young master and the little one had been stewed in their previous lives, Huoliangzhou's anger intensified. Was he foolish enough not to have protected the young master, allowing harm to befall his beloved and the little one? At that moment, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number, oddly marked with a note. Regret if unanswered. Huoliangzhou answered. Hello, who are you? He asked, his voice as cold as a winter gale. The voice on the other end chuckled softly. Greetings, I am Cho Yun. Huoliangzhou's mind raced. He did not recognize the individual, yet there was indeed a Cho Yun he was aware of, but they had no prior interactions. What is it that you seek? Huoliangzhou inquired. Cho Yun began, you must already be aware of your young master's rebirth. I am uncertain if you know how he met his end, but I possess certain knowledge, for I too have been reborn. Unlike him, I am privy to events beyond his death. Would you care to hear? My spirit, or rather my essence, has lingered longer, granting me more insight. Cho Yun appeared quite pleased with himself. Speak, Huoliangzhou commanded. There exists a peculiar ability known as the other shore flower. The flower is unseen by the leaf, and the leaf is hidden from the flower, forever separated until death unravels the enigma. In your past life you sought Chiemo and your child, Huo Jingyan, yet you were unable to find them, for this ability rendered you oblivious to one another until after their demise. Only then did you perceive them, Cho Yun explained. The sound of heavy breathing reached Cho Yun's ears, and he sensed Huoliangzhou's fury. So, when you encountered Chiemo, both he and your child were already departed. Yet your twin child remained alive. You eliminated everyone present, Hence, I cannot ascertain the origin of this ability. In this life, do ensure the safety of your young master and the little young master. He saved me once, and in relaying this information, I am repaying a debt of gratitude. Chou Yun concluded. Huo Liangzhou inhaled deeply. Thank you. I shall protect my young master and Huo Jingyan. After ending the call, he compelled himself to regain his composure. He scrolled through the messages. Qi Huai Jiangnuan excellent, excellent. Only these individuals could use such abilities to torment him and the young master. Huo Liangzhou was overwhelmed with urgency, juggling the matters of the water seller and the company while expending numerous connections to have the young master's bounty lifted. At that moment he recalled Wuli Town, Huo Village and Lin County. These were en route to Yunqing. Yunqing, while not the young master's hometown, was Huo Liangzhou's own ancestral home. Huo Family Village was a remarkably united community, predominantly inhabited by members of the Huo clan, all sharing a single lineage. It was clear that the young master had fled to Huo Family Village with the little one, their ancestral home, a detail he had almost overlooked. If safety were to be found anywhere among the Huo clan, it would surely be in Huo Family Village. Although the young master was not originally from there, he held the esteemed position of the eldest daughter-in-law in Huo Liangzhou's lineage. Without the child, the young master might have faced difficulties, but with Huo Jingyan in tow, he was already recorded in the family tree, a long-awaited grandson, along with the twins yet to be born. Huo Liangzhou clenched his jaw. He longed to capture the young master and give him a sound thrashing. What a clever little rascal. Huo Liangzhou dialed the phone number of the elder of Huo Family Village. However, before the call connected, the phone screen went black again. His expression darkened. Huo Liangchuan burst into the Huo family security base, rushing to his brother's office. Brother, I believe I have figured out where Xiao Mo might have gone. Huo Liangzhou looked up at his frantic brother. Have you found the keys to the old residence? Upon hearing this, Huo Liangchuan exclaimed, Brother, you've thought of it. Yes, Huo Liangzhou nodded. Huo Liangchuan, observing his brother's calm demeanor, asked, What shall we do now? We need to find Xiao Mo. Huo Liangzhou reassured him. There's no need to rush. Xiao Mo will be safe in Huo Family Village. Even if he hasn't arrived yet, he should be close. Among our own, we are not to be trifled with, and Xiao Mo will be relatively secure. I have an important task for you. Brother, tell me. I will handle it. Huo Liangchuan responded, his gaze fixed on his brother's serious expression. Huo Liangzhou instructed, You will keep a watch on the movements of the Qi and Jiang families, and when the opportunity arises, I shall extinguish them both. I understand regarding the Qi family, given Qi Huai's repeated attempts to harm Xiao Mo. But the Jiang family? We seem to have no enmity with them. Huo Liangchuan expressed, astonished. Huo Liangzhou clarified, and the Chen family, keep a close eye on them. Once I am free from my current obligations, I will deal with them as well. Huo Liangchuan, no longer questioning, set about his task. Meanwhile, Qi Mo checked the time and, with only 2 minutes remaining, hurriedly called out to Wang Yu, Turn into the parking lot quickly. Time is running short, and the streets are unsafe. Upon hearing Qi Mo's words, Wang Yu promptly turned right, swiftly parking the car in an available spot. Qi Mo surveyed the area, noting the intersection between the new and old districts of Yunqing. The road was wide and relatively empty, contributing to its cleanliness. The Yunqing Disease Control Center was nearby, where he had arranged to meet Chen Dongming. Exiting the car, Qi Mo instructed, You all go by bicycles nearby and find a way to return quickly. What about you? Yu Miao asked, a hint of concern in her voice. With Huo Jingyan on his back and holding a thermos, Qi Mo glanced at the sky and replied, I will find a place to get some hot water first. All right then, perhaps we shall meet again. I reside in Taoli Town, Yu Miao said. Wang Yu bid farewell to Qi Mo, noting that although he lived in Qingzhou, the distance was not far, but this time it was likely they would not meet again. Qi Mo nodded and the trio parted ways. Exiting the parking lot and turning right, Qi Mo watched as Yu Miao and Wang Yu disappeared from sight. He quickly inquired his way to the designated cafe, where Chen Dongming had already arrived a few minutes earlier. Sitting at the window, he was sipping coffee when his phone buzzed with a notification about a forecast predicting no rain for the next 7 to 8 months, urging the public to store water and preferably construct water cellars. Even in the cafe, a tablet was playing a drama, but suddenly the screen flashed to a national news report from the Meteorological Bureau, warning of extreme heat and water evaporation for the next 6 months to a year, advising citizens to stockpile sealed water. This segment lasted only 3 minutes before the screen went dark, and the cafe lights dimmed. Another power outage. This had happened yesterday, causing minimal alarm among the patrons. Qi Mo entered the cafe, and immediately spotted Chen Dongming fiddling with his phone at the window. Xiao Ming, Chiemo called out. Chen Dongming used to call me Xiao Ming Gu. Chen Dongming replied with a chuckle. Chiemo raised an eyebrow at him. You've aged yourself. I see. Calling you Gu? Do you dare to respond? Chen Dongming, I truly do not dare, he replied with a smirk. Anyway, that was years ago. I have my things ready. Have you prepared the money? Chiemo nodded. Rest assured, I have the funds ready. Wait a moment while I fetch some hot water. Before long, Chiemo spent 100 yuan on a pot of hot water. Carrying it, he instructed Chen Dongming to bring the anti-snake venom serum as he led him to the parking lot to retrieve the money from the trunk. Chen Dongming carried 2 small suitcases, which contained the items Chiemo needed. 5 minutes later, Chiemo opened the car trunk and tossed a snakeskin bag to Chen Dongming. Chen Dongming unzipped it, revealing a substantial sum of money. Count it, Chiemo instructed. Chen Dongming replied, Do you want me to count it until my hands cramp? I trust you. After all, you are the wife of Huo Liangzhou. Who could possibly deceive me? He continued. The snake venom antiserum here is of the mixed type and has a shelf life of 1.5 years. The 5-step snake antiserum, however, has a shorter shelf life and will expire in 2 months. You can dispose of it as you wish, but please ensure it is not used past its expiration date. Could be fatal. Chiemo acknowledged. I will remember that. As the power went out again, Chiemo suggested, Find a hotel to stay for the night. I must leave now. Chen Dongming lifted the bag, stating, 1 million. This is not a joke. The world is quite chaotic at the moment. Chiemo nodded. Indeed. Farewell. Chen Dongming added, By the way, this cooler contains dry ice, which will only maintain its efficacy for 24 hours. You'll need to replenish it. Otherwise it will spoil. Chiemo responded, Understood. The loss will be on me. I shan't trouble you. With that, Chen Dongming departed with the money. Returning to her vehicle, Chiemo stowed away the antivenom, knowing it would never see the light of day again. The sun hung low in the west, signaling the approach of evening. Without the air conditioning running, the interior of the car quickly grew warm. She hurriedly tended to her child, changing the diaper and offering a bottle to the little one. Cradling her baby, Chiemo strolled down the street, soon discovering a bookstore. From early childhood literature to elementary, middle, and high school texts, she left the store pushing a cart laden with books. As night enveloped the world in darkness, Chiemo retrieved her SUV and subsequently sought shelter in a local inn. Traveling at night posed too many dangers. She preferred not to risk an encounter that could lead her astray. Tomorrow she could certainly return home and rest with her child. Chapter 25. Settling into a hotel, the city lay silent beneath candlelight. At dawn the next day, Chiemo rose at 5 o'clock, consumed a rice ball, and drank a cup of winter melon soup, ensuring her child was well fed before placing him in a baby carrier strapped to her back. The little one wore a sun hat, clutching a small bottle which hung from the side of the carrier, filled with water for him to sip at his leisure. The distance to Taohua town was 25 kilometers, with Huo Village being a mere 5 kilometers beyond. Riding a mountain bike at a brisk pace, Chiemo recalled her past life when she could not ride. However, she had learned. With the morning breeze at her back, she pedaled swiftly, covering the distance in an hour and a half. At 6:40 a.m., Chiemo arrived at Taohua town and entered a small grove, stowing her bicycle in her spatial storage. Emerging from the other side, she found her child dozing with his head drooped. She placed him in a stroller and loaded it into a tricycle before making her way into town. The streets bustled with people, all hurrying about to make their purchases. Chiemo soon reached the supermarket, where buying grain now required identification. Each individual was allowed to purchase only one 20-kilogram bag of rice per month. As an outsider, she was limited to just 10 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Chiemo promptly stated, I'm an outsider who married in. Here is my household registration. We are a family of 3. I'm from Huo Village, and my husband is Huo Liangzhou. This is my child, Huo Jingyan. The middle-aged shopkeeper, upon hearing the name Huo Liangzhou, exclaimed, You're from the Huo family. You are his wife. Yes, that's right. I came during the ancestral worship. The villagers of Huo Village all know me, Chiemo affirmed. She needed to bring back supplies, as it would be difficult to explain the source of her grain. The shopkeeper called out, Wife, wife. This young gentleman claims to be Huo Liangzhou's wife. Come see. A plump aunt hurried over, her face lighting up upon seeing Chiemo. Indeed, it's her. Look how well she has grown, and your little one has gained weight. You're raising him splendidly. Just call me Aunt Huang. Your husband, Huo Liangzhou, is a good man. Years ago when my son fell gravely ill, it was your husband's donation that helped. Now my son is in college. and we have hope for the future. However, recently we've been experiencing frequent power outages, and we are required to manage our supplies accordingly, Aunt Huang chattered on. She informed Chiemo that she could only allocate 1 extra bag of rice and 1 10-kilogram bag of flour. That's all I can do for the staples. However, there are no current restrictions on miscellaneous grains. Aunt Huang quickly gathered a large box, filling it with soybeans, mung beans, red dates, lotus seeds, millet and cornmeal. Observing the child in Chimo's arms, Aunt Huang added, "This milk powder isn't in cans or imported, but it sells well. Many have reported good results after feeding it to their babies. I will pack you 10 bags. Please don't mention it to anyone." Chiemo watched as Aunt Huang swiftly packed the items, her speed reminiscent of a seasoned merchant. Aunt Huang provided 2 5-liter bottles of soybean oil, a large bundle of vermicelli and over 10 kilograms of dried noodles, along with cured meats, sausages, salt, sugar, spicy sauce and pickled vegetables. Cereals, packaged grains, walnuts, and peanuts were added without hesitation, as if these items were unaccounted for. Aunt Huang, holding a large box, thrust a filled woven bag into Chimo's hands. "The vehicle can't run now. Can you take this back? If not, I'll have your uncle deliver it tonight," she inquired. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Aunt Huang's warmth, Chiemo replied, "Aunt Huang, I rode over on a tricycle. It's just outside." Aunt Huang quickly loaded the goods onto the tricycle, saying, "There's still room for more. Wait here, I'll get you some more." To which Chiemo responded, "What about the money?" Aunt Huang dismissed her concerns, stating, "What money? Without your husband, my son wouldn't be here. Don't be polite. Let me help you." With that, Aunt Huang dashed back into the store. She returned with another hefty bag filled with seaweed, shrimp skins, snacks, instant noodles, sausages, marinated eggs, and marinated chicken legs. After registering the rice and flour, she brought the items to Chiemo's tricycle. "Let me organize this for you. Come back tomorrow, and I'll prepare some more. I've heard from my husband that things might get chaotic. Please take care of yourself," Aunt Huang advised as she arranged the supplies on the tricycle. Chiemo nodded, deeply moved by the abundance of provisions on her vehicle. The lack of payment was inconsequential. She could always return the favor in the future. With that, Chiemo set off on her tricycle toward Huo Village. The 5-kilometer journey took her half an hour. Not long after her departure, at 7:30, a group of uniformed individuals suddenly appeared in front of the supermarket. They looked like city management officers. Soon, they took over the grain sale, and the atmosphere within the supermarket became tense. By around 8 o'clock, Chiemo's tricycle finally reached Huo Village. Nestled against the mountains, the area was somewhat barren, dotted with rocks and only a few weeds sprouting from the crevices. This was a gravelly land, historically plagued by water shortages. Wells dug deep often yielded no results, and every household had a water cellar. The Huo family resided at the end of the village. According to Huo Liangchuan, their small building had been constructed just 5 years prior. As Chiemo approached the village on her tricycle, children's shouts and barking dogs filled the air. In her past life, she had feared dogs, but after experiencing an apocalypse, such trivial scenes no longer frightened her. SNT that the Huo family's wife, an elderly woman, having heard her grandson's calls, came outside. Upon seeing Chiemo, she momentarily forgot her name. Chiemo halted, smiling, "I'm Chiemo. I've been here for the ancestral worship. I'm from Huo Liangzhou's family." "Oh dear, look at me, this old woman has a poor memory. I remember now. You are the daughter-in-law of the old Huo family. Where is Liangzhou? Did he not return with you?" The elderly woman approached, pulling her grandson along. Chima gently disengaged the handbrake and lifted the little one from the stroller. "I had come to Yunqing for leisure, yet I never anticipated such a predicament. The power was out, and the vehicle could not be driven. However, I arrived first. Once my husband settles in, you will join me," Chima remarked with a smile. Grasping the tiny, chubby hand of the little one, she instructed, "Call Grandma." The little one blinked his large eyes and chirped, "Dada." Upon hearing his words, Chima playfully pinched his nose. This little fellow only knows how to call Dada. "As for Grandma Huang, I shall take my leave for now. I will visit once everything is in order." "All right, make haste back. The house also requires tidying up, and we are uncertain when the power will be restored. If you need anything, just shout. The vegetables can be picked up from Grandma's place. No need for courtesy." Grandma Huang chuckled. Chima placed the little one back into the stroller, waved goodbye to the elderly lady, and rode off towards home. Shortly thereafter, she encountered a few children without any adults in sight. Perhaps news of an impending water shortage had spread, prompting villagers to rush out for supplies. The main road stretched all the way to the end of the village, where a grove of trees lay in the distance, and the road curved towards the mountains behind the village. Across the road was a small irrigation canal, which remained dry except when the reservoir in the mountains was releasing water. Upon reaching her home, Chima spotted several youths seemingly preparing to force open her door. "Stop! Who are you, and why are you attempting to pry open my door?" she shouted. The group faltered for a moment, and one boy with purple hair turned to her. "This is Brother Huo's house. Who are you?" "I am his wife. And you, why are you trying to break into my home?" Chima replied, pulling the handbrake and stepping out of the vehicle. The purple-haired boy's expression shifted at her words. "How can you prove you are Brother Huo's wife?" "He asked us to watch the house while he tidies up." Chima regarded the youth sternly. "You brought people here to open the door without permission. Does your grandfather know? I will inform him if you do not leave my property at once." The purple-haired boy scoffed. "Leave? Who cares? You, a shameless interloper, are not worthy of my concern." Chima, taken aback by his audacity, retorted, "You are mistaken. It is not I who intruded. It is Huo Liangzhou who invaded my space. Do you understand?" Frustration bubbled within her. What was the matter with this boy? Was he truly a child of the Huo family? She would soon find out. "You are being unreasonable. Clearly, you are the one intruding. My brother is the one who grew up alongside Brother Huo," the purple-haired boy exclaimed, trembling with indignation. Chima coldly responded, "What does childhood friendship matter? I am the one he is married to, do you understand?" She thrust the intruders out of her doorway and retrieved her keys to unlock the heavy door. Turning around, she noticed one of the boys preparing to kick her tricycle. "Stop right there," she yelled, but it was too late. The blonde boy had already delivered a kick to the tricycle. The little one, sitting in the stroller, was evidently startled and burst into tears. Chima rushed over, furious. "You brat. Did you not see the child in the stroller? How could you act so recklessly? What is your name, and where do you live? I will speak to your parents about this." Upon hearing her words, the boy, clearly frightened, fled without uttering a single word. Chima picked up the little one, soothing him. Fortunately, the little one was resilient. After a brief fright, he settled down with a hug and a kiss from Daddy. Once the little one was calmed, Chima removed the stroller from the vehicle and pushed it into the yard. She also maneuvered the tricycle into the yard, placing it under the shelter before finally closing the gate. She wheeled the stroller to the eave, then opened the door, and a refreshing breeze swept over her. Stepping inside, she opened all the windows to air out the house. She took everything from the refrigerator, placing items outside that belonged there and storing others away. Anything that was no longer needed was discarded. Subsequently, she retrieved a high-pressure water gun from the storage room, connected it to the faucet, and donned her rain boots. She dragged the hose from the yard into the living room and began to spray. As the water flowed, the dust was swept away. This water came from the water cellar, and Chima intended to clean it after use and store it properly, sealing it with wax. The little one held a small milk bottle, sipping contentedly as he watched the water gushing from the living room. He was so delighted that he seemed eager to climb out of the stroller to play in the water, which he adored. The entire first floor, the living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, tea room, and study was thoroughly washed down. On this sweltering summer day, the heat would soon evaporate the water. Chima then removed the white cloth covering the furniture and carried it to the laundry sink for soaking. Finally, she had the opportunity to lift the little one from the stroller, disposing of the diaper in the trash before tending to his bottom. She brought out the luxurious crawling mat from storage and placed the little one on it, handing him a bottle of milk. The little one soon crawled into a small mushroom-shaped room, a cozy little hideaway just big enough for him. After ensuring the little one was settled, Chima returned to the shed to drag the tricycle to the front door, gathering items to bring into the living room and placing them on the coffee table. The purple-haired boy, having been chased off, glanced back at the Huo family villa. It was a 3.5-story residence, its white walls adorned with red tiles, standing squarely on a plot of over 600 square meters, with a semi-sunroom on the roof primarily serving as a terrace. Huo Jianyan remarked, "Did you not say that Huo Liangzhou is your brother-in-law? What is going on here?" The blonde boy, Huang Wenbin, appeared puzzled. Another quiet boy, who had remained silent throughout, was identified as Chima. "She is Huo Liangzhou's fiancé, and the little one who just cried is Huo Liangzhou's son," Huang Wenjia clarified. Huo Jianyan responded, "That is not true. My brother is the one who grew up alongside Brother Huo. It was Chima who intruded and caused a rift between them." After finishing a bottle of milk to replenish her energy, Chima donned a sun hat and took the high-pressure water gun to wash the yard. She planned to retrieve the keys from Uncle Hua around noon. Otherwise, with someone lurking nearby who aspired to be Huo Liangzhou's brother-in-law, Qima felt uneasy. In this era of law and order, the world would soon descend into chaos. And trusting the keys to someone else was not an option Qima dared to consider. Chapter 26. After completing the yard work, Qima returned to the living room to find the little one fast asleep on the crawling mat. She gently removed the milk bottle and covered him with a small blanket around his waist. Qima took a moment to rest on the sofa, enjoying a bowl of hearty noodles. Once satiated, she took the high-pressure water gun to the third floor, connecting it to the faucet. She quickly washed away the dust that had accumulated on the terrace. Qima maneuvered the water gun down the stairs, dousing the villa's interior, which was predominantly marble aside from the bedrooms. She was unafraid of damaging anything. Fortunately, the villa's drainage system was well designed, preventing any pooling water. The floors were inclined towards the drains, imperceptibly directing the water away. After more than an hour, Qima had nearly finished cleaning the interior. Feeling fatigued, she decided to postpone washing the water cellar and tidying the rooms until the afternoon. Upon returning downstairs, Qima tossed the water gun under the eaves and checked on the little one, who was blissfully sleeping. The little one had endured a fair bit of hardship in the past few days, following her around. She slipped off her rain boots, glanced at the time, 10:30 a.m., and lay down on the sofa, wrapping herself in a blanket for a short nap. When she awoke, her mind was clear and her spirits high. Checking the time, it was noon. The villagers should have returned by now. After enjoying a bowl of lotus seed porridge, Qima watched as the little one crawled out from the small mushroom room. She tended to him with a complete diaper change and fed him a small bowl of mixed grain porridge. "All right, little one. Daddy will take you to Uncle Huo's house to retrieve the keys," Qima said, giving the little one a gentle pat on the head. Opening the yard gate, she set off towards the village center. After navigating a few turns, Qimo encountered several villagers and exchanged greetings. In truth, he was not well acquainted with them, having only visited Huo family village 3 times in total. His first visit was for a wedding, where his name was inscribed in the family genealogy. The second visit occurred last year for the ancestral worship, while the third was this year for the same purpose and to add his child to the family records. He was somewhat more familiar with the clan leader and the village head. Qimo first made his way to the village head's residence, but found it empty, with only the village head's wife at home. After greeting her respectfully, he proceeded to the old clan leader's house. The elderly clan leader, Huo Donglu, was quite advanced in age, over 80 years, and held considerable influence in the village. Upon hearing Qimo's intentions, that it was unsafe outside and he wished to return to the village to stay, he sought to reclaim the key that was kept at Uncle Huo's house. Huo Donglu promptly corrected him, saying, "Why do you refer to Huo Jingzhong as uncle? That would be a breach of etiquette. Who taught you such a thing? You should address him as elder uncle since he is of the same generation as your son, Jingyan. Therefore, he should call Yuantian return." Qimo stood there, momentarily dumbfounded by this revelation. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and replied, "I was unaware. Liang Zhou didn't inform me. He is quite elderly with white hair. Growing up in the city, we have no such customs, and no one ever told me. Now that you know, it's fine. Since you're returning home to stay, there is no need for Jingzhong to keep the key anymore." The old clan leader chuckled, glancing at the rosy-cheeked young wife of Liang Zhou, who was utterly charming. It was no wonder that the normally aloof Liang Zhou was so utterly captivated. Carrying his child, Qimo bid farewell to the old clan leader and soon arrived at the front of a quaint 2-story building. Most houses in the village lacked walls, but the Huo Liangzhou family was an exception. Walking through the cement-paved courtyard, Qimo stood at the entrance, hesitating to call out, feeling somewhat awkward due to his youth at just 21, while Huo Jingzhong was already in his 50s. "Uncle Huo, are you home?" Qimo finally called out. "Who is it?" came Huo Jingzhong's voice from inside. "It's me, Qimo, Liang Zhou's wife," he responded as he stepped into Huo Jingzhong's home. Inside, the family was having a meal of noodles. Huo Jingzhong's wife, Zhang Mei, glanced at Qimo but said nothing. Upon seeing Qimo enter, Huo Jingzhong inquired, "What brings you back? Has Liang Zhou returned?" "Liang Zhou will be back in some time. I've come to retrieve the key to the courtyard," Qimo explained. Huo Jingzhong frowned at this. Zhang Mei, upon hearing Qimo's request, spoke with displeasure. "The key was given to us by Liang Zhou for our family's use. If you wish to take it back, Liang Zhou himself must come to retrieve it. Alternatively, a phone call will suffice. As long as Liang Zhou agrees, we will hand it over. Otherwise, we cannot give it to you." Qimo was taken aback by this response. "I am Huo Liang Zhou's wife, here to reclaim the key to my own home. And you refuse? Isn't that a bit excessive? He said, his voice rising in frustration. You, a mere mistress, have no right to demand the key. Huo Village was childhood friends with my elder brother, shouted Huo Jian, who had just run in from outside. Furious, Chiemo retorted, so you are all one family. My Liangzhou entrusted you with the key because he saw that your family was not well off, providing you with a yearly stipend of 10,000. And yet, you not only refuse to return the key but also harbor ambitions of rising above your station. If you do not return it, I will seek the clan leader's intervention. Your ambitions are quite grand. Do you not consider if you are worthy of the Huo family? Even if Huo Liangzhou and I were to part ways, he would never marry anyone with the surname Huo. You should abandon such thoughts. Upon hearing this, Huo Jian charged at Chiemo unfazed. Chiemo swiftly kicked him down. According to the family hierarchy, you should address me as uncle, while you, young man, must call me great-grandfather. Such behavior, showing disrespect to elders and resorting to violence, will bring you nothing but consequences. Huo Liangzhou is not a fool, Chiemo concluded before leaving. This matter would undoubtedly require the old clan leader's intervention. Although he was Huo Liangzhou's partner, he felt rather isolated in this situation. Nevertheless, Chiemo was not afraid. After all, he had the familial ties to back him, and his child, Huo Jingyan, also held a respectable status. Holding his child close, Chiemo turned and headed to the home of the old clan leader, Huo Donglu. The elderly man was smoking a pipe when he noticed Chiemo storming in with his child, prompting him to quickly extinguish the smoke to avoid disturbing the little one. What's wrong? Who has upset our Liangzhou's young wife? Huo Donglu inquired. Huo Donglu's daughter-in-law brought forth a large bowl of braised pork. Isn't this Liangzhou's young wife? When did you return? You haven't eaten yet, so please stay and dine with us. It's nothing fancy, just some home-cooked dishes. Pulled by Aunt Wang to take a seat and handed chopsticks, Chiemo felt a bit awkward. Aunt Wang, I've already eaten. Then just have a little more. Aunt Wang may not excel in many things, but this bowl of braised pork is absolutely delicious. It comes from pigs raised on our family's grain, not fed with pig feed, Aunt Wang eagerly introduced. Seeing her insistence, Chiemo quickly replied, just a little, please, Aunt Wang. I truly have just eaten. Very well, I'll give you just a scoop, nothing more, she said. What's the matter, old man? Who has bullied our Liangzhou's young wife? Mo? Tell Auntie, and I'll help you scold them, Aunt Wang urged. As Chiemo tasted a piece of the tender braised pork, it melted in his mouth. Aunt Wang's cooking was indeed exceptional. After offering a bit to his child, who eagerly smacked his lips, Chiemo finally spoke up. It was Huo Jingzhong. I went to fetch the key, but they refused to give it to me. That little grandson of theirs, I don't even know his name, kept saying that his brother and my Liangzhou grew up together, calling me a mistress, Chiemo explained. Aunt Wang's face flushed with indignation. That insolent wretch. How could a Huo marry another Huo? Has he lost his mind? What a delusional thought. But Liangzhou's wife. What is the truth behind all this? Did you really? She began to gossip. The old clan leader coughed, though his efforts could not stifle Aunt Wang's curiosity. Chiemo, feeding his child a bit of rice, glanced at the inquisitive Aunt Wang and replied, It's not quite what you think. Huo Liangzhou's bed isn't so easily climbed into. He took over the company at 18 and remained untouchable until he was 26. Many have attempted to seduce him, but none have succeeded. I was quite inebriated at the time. It was Huo Liangzhou who climbed into my bed first. I was the one in that room on that bed. He suddenly realized the implications. Although Huo Liangzhou may have engaged in such activities before, it was undoubtedly his first time being intimate while under the influence of traditional medicine. Could it be that the reason was because I was the one in bed with him? Chiemo shook his head. Surely, Huo Liangzhou must have been dazed from the medicine. Yet, recalling the events of the past few days, Chiemo marveled at the lengths Huo Liangzhou had gone for him. This was a man who had never bowed to anyone. Yet for him, he had shown humility, even going as far as to kiss his toes, disregarding the dirt. Coughing lightly, Chiemo admonished himself not to dwell on such thoughts. It was all too overwhelming. Mo, are you alright? Don't choke. Take your time. There's more in the pot. You're right. Liangzhou has remained single for so long, maintaining his integrity, and now he has fallen for you. If he didn't have feelings, I wouldn't believe it. If it were truly a childhood romance, you wouldn't be involved, so don't overthink it. Just take care of Yen, wait for Liangzhou to return, Aunt Wang advised, noticing Chiemo's sudden blush. This child was not only handsome but also possessed a delightful demeanor, very much to her liking. He was gentle and warm-hearted. The old clan leader nodded, affirming, Aunt Wang is correct. You should settle down in the village. As long as this old man lives, I will not allow anyone to bully Liang Zhou's wife. In recent years, Liang Zhou has accomplished numerous endeavors for the village, establishing educational and medical funds, and contributing generously to any situation that arises. The old patriarch, Huo Donglu, smiled, recognizing the significant impact of such an outstanding individual on the community. Chi Mo nodded in agreement, having heard about the unity of Huo family village in his previous life, which was precisely why he had chosen to settle there. However, with a vast forest comes a myriad of creatures. It is inevitable to encounter a few troublesome elements. By the way, Mo, is there any news from Liang Zhou? What is the situation with this power outage? All electrical appliances are rendered useless. Even our mobile phones and cars won't function. Furthermore, the government has warned us that there may be no water for the next year, urging us to prepare for water storage within 10 days. Aunt Wang inquired anxiously. Chi Mo glanced at Aunt Wang and then at the old patriarch, lowering his voice. Trouble is brewing. According to expert analyses, we are unlikely to see any rain in the coming year. Therefore, Aunt Wang and the old patriarch, the village must take advantage of these days to stock up on water and grain. Regardless of who comes to purchase grain from the village, no matter the price, do not sell. I bought some grain in town today, and they are already requiring identification with purchase limits in place. When the time comes and there is no water or food, money will be worthless. It is food and water that are essential for survival. Observing the old patriarch's grave expression, Chi Mo continued to advise. In addition, temperatures will rise, causing rapid evaporation of moisture. Thus, it is imperative to ensure that our water cellars are well sealed. Bottled mineral water would be quite beneficial. With these reminders, Chi Mo believed that the old patriarch would respond appropriately. Given his age, he had experienced famine firsthand. Chapter 27. Upon hearing Chi Mo's words, the old patriarch's expression grew somber. After the power restoration yesterday afternoon, the village received a notification at 4:30, instructing us to prepare for water and grain storage. Last night, I conferred with the village head, Liang Tian, and we called the children living outside the village to inform them to return home if the situation deteriorates. Those who do not farm at home should purchase some food supplies. As for water, our village has water cellars, the old patriarch mentioned, his brow furrowed. The old patriarch's daughter-in-law interjected. Dad, I believe the situation may be far more serious than we perceive. The government's message must be downplaying the severity. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Therefore, we must buy water, particularly in large containers, and stockpile grain. Stockpile as much as possible. In the past, it was just her and her husband, along with the old man. Their son and daughter lived in the city and only returned during holidays, so their consumption of food was minimal. However, if the predictions hold true and we face a lack of water, electricity, and food, their children will undoubtedly return, and grain consumption will skyrocket. Her son, his wife, and their parents will all need to be accounted for. The grandparents of her eldest grandson treat her son's family very well. She cannot neglect them. Fortunately, her daughter has resolutely refused to seek a partner, and no amount of urging will sway her. Her daughter simply ignores her mother. It is somewhat relieving that without a partner, there are no children, and in these tumultuous times, being unencumbered is rather fortuitous. The old patriarch sighed. I will convene a meeting this evening, urging everyone to purchase more bottled water and grain. Chi Mo continued to emphasize, precisely, having excess grain may only lead to spoilage, but insufficient grain could lead to starvation. As for water, having too much may result in a little wasted money, but lacking it could lead to death by thirst. Yenzai had consumed nearly half a bowl of rice and a piece of braised pork, while Chi Mo finished his small bowl of rice and devoured 3 pieces of braised pork along with several pieces of stewed radish. Fortunately, his appetite had been robust lately. After the meal, Chi Mo offered to help with the cleanup, but Wang Miao insisted on taking him and the old man to Huo Jingzhong's home. The weather was unbearably hot, and both Huo Jingzhong and his wife, Zhang Mei, were fanning themselves. What is the matter with you? Liang Zhou's wife has returned. Quickly return the courtyard key to him. You, an outsider, are holding on to it because Liang Zhou is compensating you, not to monopolize the key to his courtyard. The old patriarch scolded with authority, tapping his cane on the ground. Huo Jingzhong, startled by the old patriarch's unexpected arrival, quickly stood up and said, Old patriarch, what brings you here? Please, come in and sit. Wang Miao looked down upon Huo Jingzhong, knowing that although his family's circumstances were poor, he showed no effort to improve his situation, spending his days either drinking or doing odd jobs instead of earning a proper living. Hand over the key without hesitation. Do you intend to seize someone else's property? No wonder Liangzhou did not give you the key. If he had, your family would likely have taken over the whole house. Wang Miao immediately switched to a mocking tone. Zhang Mei, upon hearing the old patriarch and Wang Miao discussing her husband, quickly interjected. That key was given to our old Zhong by Liangzhou, and naturally we must return it to him. As for his wife, she's neither here nor there. Be quiet. When you criticize others, do you not consider your own son? Isn't your eldest son's family, Huo Jiayun, in the same predicament? Wang Miao retorted, not backing down. Upon hearing the name Jiayun, Mo raised an eyebrow and spoke. Jiayun? Huo Jiayun is part of your family? No wonder you harbor such animosity towards me. Last year, just before the new year, my husband mentioned that a child from his hometown needed money for tuition. Out of goodwill, my husband arranged for him to work trimming flowers and cleaning. It was genuinely a light task, as the housekeeper only came every 2 days. He merely needed to tidy up the living room a bit. But then, after a week, he attempted to climb into my husband's bed. Mo's words were interrupted. Huo Jiayun's forehead twitched with anger as he shouted. You're spouting nonsense. My brother is not that kind of person. What nonsense am I spouting? The crux of the matter is that he failed in his attempt. He stripped down and crawled into my husband's bed, only to be dragged out naked by our bodyguard and thrown outside. Had it not been for my kindness in providing him with clothes, he would have likely made headlines. Mo remarked with a smirk. After all, had he succeeded, he indeed would have made the news. Fortunately, by the 3rd day the story had been buried. Mo suspected that Huo Liangzhou had intentionally allowed the news to circulate, choosing not to suppress it promptly, thereby making it difficult for him to marry later. He glanced at Huo Jingzhong, pondering the absurdity of the situation. The key should have been returned long ago, which explains why Huo Jiayun harbored such thoughts. He had been coddled. Wang Miao, upon hearing this, exclaimed, My goodness. He even resorted to such actions. How embarrassing. It was fortunate that Liangzhou's child was kind enough not to inform the clan. Otherwise, he would have been locked up in the ancestral hall for 10 days or half a month. Such a scandalous person should be expelled from the clan. Our Huo family village cannot tolerate a seductress who tempts others' husbands. The old patriarch, Huo Donglu, fixed his gaze on Huo Jingzhong. Return the key. If that child returns to the village and wishes to stay, he must reflect in the ancestral hall for half a month. If he does not mend his ways, he will be expelled. Our Huo family village cannot accommodate such malicious intentions. Seeing the old patriarch genuinely angered, Huo Jingzhong quickly replied, Old patriarch, I will return it right away. I shall fetch the key at once. The mention of expulsion struck fear in him. The entire village would ostracize him, and he would be excluded from any benefits. Even if he could not lose his house, purchasing land for his grandchildren in the future would become impossible, as they would be relegated to the worst plots. Huo Jingzhong dared not delay. Zhang Mei, begrudgingly, opened the drawers of the living room television cabinet, only to panic and exclaim, Old man, the key is missing. How could it be missing? I always kept it in the drawer. Huo Jingzhong rushed over to investigate. The entire drawer had been rummaged through. Everything else was in order, but the key to Huo Liangzhou's courtyard was nowhere to be found. What on earth is going on? The old patriarch inquired. Huo Jingzhong sat on the ground, bewildered. How could it be gone? How could it have vanished? The old patriarch, it truly is lost. Huo Jingzhong spoke up. Mo furrowed his brow, saying, When I returned home today, I found Huo Jianyan attempting to unlock my door with a key that you took. Mo turned to the purple-haired youth beside him. Upon hearing Mo's words, Huo Jianyan defiantly retorted, I did not take it. If it wasn't you, you scoundrel, then quickly produce the key. It is of considerable value. Huo Jingzhong rushed over to grab his grandson. Huo Jianyan finally could not contain himself, shouting, It's lost. I took the key out intending to bring my classmate there to play, but I lost it on the way. We searched for it, but the key we found doesn't unlock the door. Mo turned and walked away. The old patriarch snorted coldly and departed. Wang Miao glanced at Huo Jingzhong. You can't even manage such a small matter. What else can you do? No wonder you're impoverished. On the way, the old patriarch looked at Mo and said, The key is lost. Its authenticity is uncertain, but I suspect it to be genuine. Mo, what do you think we should do about this? Mo replied to the old patriarch. Let us consider it lost. I will change the lock. It is for the best. We should avoid any further dealings with the Huo family. They are a family of hopeless cases, always dreaming of grand things without ever accomplishing anything. The old patriarch sighed. Wang Miao soon caught up. Mo, I will go buy grain and water buckets this afternoon. Do you want to come along? Aunt Wang, I won't be going this afternoon. I just returned and wish to tidy up the house first. Clean the water storage pit, and then fill it with clean water and seal it. GMO replied. He then added, I will go to town tomorrow to purchase supplies. You can join me. All right, I will call you tomorrow. Take a good rest until then, Wang Miao Miao said with a smile. After taking a few steps, GMO turned back. Aunt Wang, does anyone in our village know how to build a Kong? Upon hearing this, Wang Miao Miao responded. My husband knows how to do that. Conveniently, we have leftover cement and materials for the kitchen, so I will have him help you when he has the time. In the evening, as we need to store food and water during the day, she continued. Aunt Wang, be sure to stock up. The weather may turn extreme, can be scorching hot one moment and freezing cold the next. We need to prepare extra clothing, bedding, and firewood. GMO reminded her before heading home. Once home, GMO placed the little one into a luxurious crawling bed, then proceeded to the storeroom to quickly find the spare lock for the yard. He then began to remove the lock from the yard gate and install the new one. Had it not been for the apocalypse, during which he had learned to install and open locks, and had his strength significantly increased, he might have found this task challenging. With the lock replaced, he gazed at the towering 4-meter wall, where shards of glass sparkled ominously, thus enhancing the security. Yet, this was still insufficient. GMO planned to lay a layer of glass shards and iron nails on the interior of the wall, ensuring that anyone attempting to leap over would face considerable injury. Fortunately, GMO was not overly fearful. His combat prowess was commendable, as long as he was not ambushed. The old key and lock were stored in the storeroom, and GMO opened the valve of the water storage pit, draining all the rainwater held within. He then secured all doors and windows on the first floor, donned waterproof gear, and armed himself with a high-pressure water gun and a wind lamp. Opening the door to the small living room on the second floor, he ascended to the top of the water storage pit. Huo's water storage pit was quite expansive, located along the right side of the wall, measuring 8 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 3.5 meters in height. When full, it could hold approximately 80 tons, sufficient for GMO's needs for a considerable duration. The cover of the water storage pit was fashioned from a well cover. Upon lifting it, a ladder was revealed. The water level was only about half a meter, and by the time GMO descended, most of the water had already been drained. The high-pressure water gun was connected to the tap upstairs. With a lamp hanging from the ladder, the high-pressure water gun blasted away the moss and mud surrounding the water pit. After cleaning the walls, GMO began to wash the floor of the pit. After an hour, the floor was spotless, and GMO conducted a final check. He rinsed it once more before climbing out of the water pit. Closing the water pit, GMO removed his waterproof attire, feeling the cooler air below. He first checked on the little one in the living room, finding the tiny creature had played itself to sleep. GMO gently covered the little one with a blanket. He then closed the rainwater collection valve and began to fill the water pit with tap water. Next, GMO inspected the basement, which was quite spacious and remained cool even in summer. If the weather became unbearable, he could always take the little one there to hide. The supplies he purchased could also be stored in the basement. Upon returning to the living room, GMO opened all the windows and doors. A wave of warm air rushed in, signaling the arrival of summer. However, the Kong construction was not quite right. The study lacked a chimney and would require wall modification. The tea room faced the same issue. GMO was reluctant to tear down walls, as he did not possess a drill and did not wish to damage the structure. Ultimately, he decided to focus on the dining area near the kitchen, which had a reinforced glass door. Outside, a flower bed had been planted, creating a small garden. GMO intended to seal this door with bricks, leaving only a small window, as there were spare windows in the storeroom. He transported the purchased grain into the basement for storage. Just as he emerged, he heard the sound of tiny footsteps. The little one had woken up. GMO quickly went over to tend to the little one's needs, washing their face and hands before offering a milk bottle. Closing the doors and windows, he placed the little one into a stroller. Outside, the sunset painted the sky with fiery hues, presenting a picturesque rural scene. The neighboring house was about 10 meters away, and they had a good relationship with both Wang Miao Miao and Huo Liangzhou. You're back. When will your Liangzhou be returning? A woman greeted him. GMO recognized her as a neighbor, having encountered her several times. Aunt Chun, Liangzhou won't be back for a while, GMO replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chan Xia said, if you're home alone, do let me know. By the way, do you have any vegetables at home? If not, I can gather some from my place. Where are you headed? GMO chuckled. Aunt Chun, I'm taking the little one for a stroll around the neighborhood. He then added, by the way, Aunt Chen, there's news circulating that for the coming year, water will evaporate rapidly. Please stock up on grains and water, and ensure the water pit is properly sealed. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult without water, even if there's electricity. I'm aware of that. The news has been circulated. Your uncle Yang Yu has gone to town to sell grain and hasn't returned yet. Chun Xia replied with a smile. Mo soon pushed the stroller about a kilometer to an ecological farm. There were quail, wild chickens, and various breeds of chickens. Chapter 28. After several minutes, Mo arrived at the ecological farm. In front was a bamboo grove, and the farm was situated at its edge, featuring a sizable yard with numerous chicken coops behind, resembling mushrooms covered in straw. The area was deserted with a large black dog tied up. As Mo approached, the black dog began to bark loudly. Stop barking, or I'll have to deal with you. Is anyone there? Mo warned the dog sternly before calling out loudly. A voice responded promptly from behind. Yes, Blackie, quiet down. The little one, nibbling on their chubby fingers, blinked their big eyes, curiously observing the barking dog. Mo patted the little one's head. Their courage was commendable, as they were not frightened to tears. In fact, it seemed they were eager to reach out and pet the dog. However, it was best to hold off, as the dog appeared rather unclean. Chen Fong, a young man who returned to his hometown to start a business, soon approached. Upon seeing the handsome youth standing at the gate, he smiled and asked, "Are you here to buy eggs or chickens?" Mo replied with a grin, "I want both eggs and chickens. I'd like to purchase 6 quails, please, 5 females and 1 male. Also, 20 pounds of eggs and 50 processed chickens." Chun Fong nodded at Mo's request. "We have those, but prices have increased. Chickens are now 300 each, previously 200. Do you still want the eggs at 21 per pound? By the way, I also have goose eggs. Would you like some?" Upon hearing about the goose eggs, Mo replied, "Yes, I'll take as many as you have. Just calculate the price as you see fit. Goose eggs can be made into salted duck eggs, which have a long shelf life, and I plan to turn the chickens into dried and smoked chicken. Certainly, these ecological farm chickens raised by Mo will not be prepared as dried chickens. Instead, they will be leisurely consumed directly from the space he has. He has ample feed stored within. Alright, I'll have it ready shortly and deliver it to you. Which household are you from?" Chen Fong inquired. Mo pointed towards the road and replied, "The last house in Huo family village, belonging to Huo Liangzhou, the one with the notably high courtyard walls. My surname is Qi. Very well, once I'm done, I shall bring it over. Consider the quails a gift from me," Chen Fong said before returning to his preparations. As news arrived, Chen Fong felt a sense of urgency. He needed to swiftly dispatch a batch of chickens, retaining only a few for breeding to confront the impending crisis. Grain had become increasingly difficult to procure, yet fortunately, he had previously ordered a substantial quantity of feed. By processing a batch of chickens, he could ensure the feed would last for a considerable time. With the water cellar filled to capacity, it should sustain him for a while. He needed to recuperate his funds quickly, prioritizing the settlement of his debts. He was aware of Huo Liangzhou's affluence. Wealthy individuals like him were flocking home, indicating impending chaos outside. With no electricity or communication, he was uncertain of the situation beyond his walls. After purchasing the small quails, Mo strolled back with his child. The sunset was resplendent, wildflowers blossoming alongside the road, lush vegetation surrounding them. Soon, these wildflowers would wither, and the plants would succumb to mutation and death. Upon returning home, Mo glanced at the water cellar and noted it was half full, a rapid accumulation. He placed his child into a lavish crawling bed and retrieved several large steel barrels from his space. All kitchen supplies, along with a smoking rack for which he planned to procure pine branches the following day to enhance the flavor of his smoked meats. After arranging these items in the yard, Mo served a meal of sauerkraut fish, a bowl of rice, and a pot of mushroom soup. After feeding his child, the two of them ascended to the second floor. The second floor comprised 5 rooms, 2 master bedrooms, 3 guest rooms, and a small living area. He began by mopping the floor, removing the dust covers, and wiping down the tables and nightstands with a cloth before retrieving bed linens from the cupboard to make the beds. Enduring the days without air conditioning, he thought, "Let us just persevere." He fetched clean water to wash the bedding, and as the evening glow faded, darkness enveloped the space. Mo carried a wind lamp downstairs, securing all doors and windows. A knock sounded at the yard gate. "Is Mr. Qi in? I've come to deliver eggs, goose eggs, and quails," Chen Fong called from outside. Mo quickly placed his child back in the crawling bed and hastened to the door. Upon opening it, Mo was taken aback. "Boss, You have already butchered the chickens? So soon? Not yet. The chickens will be delivered tomorrow morning. For now, I'm bringing the eggs and goose eggs, along with the small quails, and I'll include the basket, Chen Fong responded. GMO examined the items and asked, how much do I owe you? I calculated it earlier, 400 for the chicken eggs, 60 goose eggs for 600, totaling 1,000, Chen Fong replied. After placing the goods in the yard, GMO turned to fetch the money. Chen Fong moved the eggs and goose eggs into the yard, placing the quails nearby. GMO handed the payment to his boss and watched as he departed before closing the door. The goose eggs were a fine acquisition, and with the addition of preserved eggs, they could enhance his family's diet, at least ensuring that it would be recognized that he had made a purchase. From his space, he retrieved a glass jar, selecting 10 exceptionally large goose eggs, along with some chicken eggs to be cleaned and set aside. He poured in 50-degree warm water, added a couple of ounces of salt, some ginger, and a bit of wine. These would be pickled daily. He placed 10 of the goose eggs in the kitchen and over 20 chicken eggs, with the excess stored away in the space. The small quails were settled in a cage measuring 1 meter long and half a meter wide, positioned next to the flower bed where grass and blooms offered them cover, allowing for a seamless adaptation to their new environment. A plastic sheet was draped over the cage, secured by several bricks, with a water bottle and feed placed inside, ensuring their care would pose no issues. Once the quails were comfortably settled, GMO meticulously washed his hands and checked the water tank, which was now 70% full. He turned it off, planning to refill it tomorrow. The evaporation of moisture would remain undetectable for the next fortnight. Locking the living room door, he carried the yawning child upstairs. On the third-floor terrace, he basked in the warmth of the sun on the large barrel of water, now pleasantly warm, and retrieved a bathing tub for his child. He filled it halfway, placing the plump child within. Under the moonlight, the child's bright eyes sparkled, and tiny hands splashed water everywhere. GMO paid little heed to the child, instead preparing a large basin of warm water, moving away to avoid splattering. He washed his hair and body, relishing the refreshing sensation on a sweltering summer day. After drying his hair with a towel and wiping away droplets, he felt revitalized. It had been several days since his last proper bath. Approaching the now empty bathing tub, GMO donned his sleepwear, retrieved the wind lamp and lit it, only to find the child had crawled back to the spot where he had just bathed, likely drawn by the sound of water. Grasping the chubby hands of his child, he returned him to the bathing tub, scooping a ladle of water to cleanse the dirty little one. He extracted baby shampoo and washed the child from head to toe, then replaced the water to rinse him off before carrying the now clean child back to the bedroom on the second floor. Lying on the bed, GMO felt an immense sense of comfort as the child crawled beside him, invigorated after the bath. He extinguished the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Outside the drawn curtains, a myriad of stars twinkled, no artificial light to compete with their brilliance. In the bustling city, aside from the construction site for the water cellar, all else lay shrouded in darkness. In the security department of the Huo family, a faint light still emanated from the president's office. Under the glow of the wind lamp, Huo Liangzhou turned to his brother. What is the status of the Qi, Chun, and Jiang families? Huo Liangchuan replied. The Qi family's construction team has undertaken 5 water cellar projects. The Chun family has also taken on 5, and the Jiang family 3. The true culprit. Huo Liangzhou chuckled, though no humor flickered in his eyes. Huo Liangchuan addressed his elder brother. Brother, have we taken on too few projects with just 2? Huo Liangzhou responded. Xiao Mo has informed you that the consequences of water scarcity will become evident in half a month. We only need to complete 2 projects thoroughly. Quality must be ensured, and there can be no leaks. If not for the task at hand, we wouldn't even engage in this. We also need to construct 2 on our side, but externally we'll only undertake 1. Moreover, we must act swiftly. If we surpass half a month, it may be impossible to store water. Huo Liangchuan grasped the situation. If water could not be stored and the projects were completed, the government would implement them, and any leaks would surely lead to disaster. Completing 2 would significantly mitigate the risks. Ensure that Qinfeng, Qihui, and Jiangnuan are monitored closely. Do not let them escape, Huo Liangzhou instructed his brother. Now is not the time to act. However, we may take action regarding the individuals in Huo Village. Huo Liangzhou departed from the office, swiftly vanishing into the night. In the dead of night, GMO draped a small blanket over his child's belly. The temperature at the foot of the mountain had turned somewhat chilly. The following morning, as dawn broke and birds chirped joyfully, GMO awoke and promptly rose, carrying his still sleeping child downstairs and placing him in the luxurious crawling bed. A knock soon echoed at the gate. Mr. Chi, this is Chun Fong. Your chickens have been prepared, called Chun Fong. Chi Mo opened the door to find Chin Fong still pushing the small cart from the previous night, each chicken nestled within a foam box. I've washed them. You only need to rinse them off. Currently, there is no refrigerator, so soak them in salt water, spray a bit of white wine. Let them dry in the sun for a day, and then smoke them tonight. This will help them last longer, Chun Fong advised. Watching as Chun Fong brought the chickens inside, Chi Mo handed over the payment. After Chun Fong left, he rinsed the chickens and stored them in his space, while the chickens he had bought earlier were placed in a large steel barrel to soak, with an entire bag of salt, ginger, and white wine added. The goose eggs and chicken eggs, which had been left to air for the night, were packed into the glass jar. He then carried them to the kitchen, confident that they could be preserved for 2 to 3 months without issue. Throughout the journey, Chi Mo dined solely on the provisions from his space. This morning, Chi Mo ignited the gas stove with a match and prepared a large pot of pumpkin millet porridge. He also fried more than 20 eggs, storing the excess in a special space. Glancing out the window, Chi Mo decided to make some pickles, including white radish, carrot, and turnip, all of which could be displayed outside for others to see. After finishing breakfast, he attended to the sleeping child, administering a gentle diaper change and placing a milk bottle in the slightly roused infant's mouth. Once the child had eaten, he nestled the little one into the stroller and secured it inside the tricycle. Just as Chi Mo stepped outside, he encountered Aunt Wong from the old clan leader's family. Mo, you're up quite early. Where's the little one? Aunt Wong inquired. Still sleeping in the stroller, Chi Mo replied. Aunt Wong, we're heading into town to see what goods we can procure. What do you intend to buy? She asked, noting the scarcity of food supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Mo responded, napkins, paper towels, sugar, salt, as well as daily necessities like toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, and towels. These might soon become hard to find. If I can acquire some cigarettes and liquor, they should appreciate in value. I also wish to purchase some formula and rice cereal. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wong recalled having heard about the hoarding of paper towels during times of chaos. Let us hurry to town. If we delay, not only will we miss out on goods, but the sun will be scorching, she urged, as both mounted their tricycles, though theirs were distinctly different, one with a cargo bed at the back and the other at the front. Huo observed the 2 tricycles departing and took out the key he had found the previous evening, rushing to unlock the gate to Chi Mo's yard. However, the key would not fit. Frustrated, Huo cast a resentful glance at the figure disappearing down the road before turning back home. Before Huo lay a plate of peanuts, a platter of boiled pork belly, and a bottle of liquor, as he observed his irate grandson. Who has vexed you so early in the morning? That bed-hopping fool. He actually switched the keys, Huo retorted. By the way, Grandpa, I heard from a friend that Chi Mo has killed someone outside. We should report it. If Chi Mo is imprisoned, my brother will have a chance. Huo eyes brightened at this news. Tell me what exactly happened, he asked, looking intently at his grandson. Huo quickly recounted how Chi Mo had murdered 6 individuals in Huo Village and was now wanted. All right, let us go find the old clan leader, Huo exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. His eldest grandson, Huo had always excelled in his studies, but due to their family's difficult circumstances, it was Huo who had supported him through high school and university, only for that same Chi Mo to intercept his path. Huo could not believe that Huo had no interest in his eldest grandson. Every year at the ancestral rites, Huo inquired about his studies, which was unparalleled in Huo family village, indicating that Huo held a special place in Huo heart. It was always that bed-hopping scoundrel who tempted Huo, such a shameless creature. Chi Mo, accompanied by Aunt Wong, the clan leader's daughter-in-law, arrived in town after a 30-minute journey. The sun had just risen, and warmth enveloped them, causing sweat to bead on their foreheads. Mo, what should we buy first? Aunt Wong asked. The streets were bustling with people, tricycles, carts, bicycles, and those carrying baskets, all making their way toward town. Chi Mo responded, let us check the supermarket first. After securing their tricycles, Aunt Wong and Chi Mo gazed at the crowded supermarket, which was overwhelming, teeming with people. It felt as though the doors might burst under the pressure. Perhaps we should skip it, Aunt Wong suggested anxiously. You have the little one. What if things get too chaotic? The scene was even more crowded than the previous day. Before Chi Mo could decide, a group of uniformed individuals appeared, brandishing sticks and loudly commanding, form a line, everyone to the back. After some forceful persuasion, the crowd began to queue. An observant aunt from yesterday spotted Chi Mo. The supermarket owner, Aunt Huang, emerged, calling, "Little Mo, come over here." Chi Mo smiled upon seeing her. "Aunt Huang." "This is Aunt Huang. What brings you here?" Aunt Huang smiled at Aunt Huang. "I came with Little Mo. It's difficult to procure food today. Come in through the back door with me to buy some daily necessities." Soon, Chi Mo and Aunt Huang followed Aunt Huang through the employee entrance. With a shopping basket in hand, Chi Mo observed Aunt Huang selecting items, while Aunt Huang whispered to him, "I've saved some things for you. I'll bring them to you tonight." Chi Mo nodded and quietly added, "I bought chickens and eggs from the poultry farm near Huo Village yesterday. If you need any, you should hurry and buy some to keep." "Understood. I'll go buy some tonight," Aunt Huang replied, having already purchased grains. Chi Mo could not buy more today. Aunt Huang, however, procured 20 pounds of grain, while Chi Mo chose toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, towels, paper towels, grass paper, baby wipes, diapers, and even 2 packs of formula. There were no restrictions on items like beans yesterday, but today limits had been imposed. Fortunately, dried vegetables, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms were still available without limits, and Chi Mo bought several pounds of each. Items like fermented tofu, pickled vegetables, chili sauce, cooking oil, and salt could only be purchased in limited quantities. Even candies and snacks faced restrictions. Chi Mo emerged with 2 large bags of goods, having returned excess items. The prices had skyrocketed, and the checkout process was incredibly cumbersome, with a long queue. His name was recorded at the front, and any additional supplies would have to wait for a month before he could return. Aunt Huang explained that the supermarket was the only one selling food supplies in Taohua town. All other grain shops had been shut down. She also informed Chi Mo that they might soon face layoffs, as once their stock was sold out, the place would be seized by the authorities. This time, Chi Mo managed to buy only 2 small bags of paper towels and grass paper, a bar of soap, and a tube of toothpaste. Barely enough. He only managed to secure 1 pack of formula. Thanks to Aunt Huang's intercession, he was able to check out without further complications and took his items back to the tricycle. Turning around, Aunt Huang said to Chi Mo, "Come, let's south go to another place and see if we can buy some additional items." Riding her tricycle, Aunt Huang led the way while Chi Mo followed closely. They navigated through narrow alleys, twisting and turning until they arrived at the back of the town. Here, a stream flowed, with ducks leisurely swimming in the water. Aunt Huang knocked on the door of a house. "Meow meow, are you in?" The homeowner inquired about their purpose. Aunt Huang lowered her voice. "Do you have any preserved eggs or salted duck eggs for sale?" "Yes. Come in and we can talk," the homeowner replied, ushering Chi Mo and Aunt Huang inside, even bringing their tricycle along. The homeowner informed them that both preserved and salted duck eggs had increased in price. What used to cost only 2 yuan had surged to 10, and the salted duck eggs had similarly risen. "Would you like to buy some?" Chi Mo, undeterred by the prices, replied, "Yes, I'll take all that you have." Before long, a box of preserved eggs and a box of vacuum-packed salted duck eggs were loaded onto Chi Mo's tricycle. Additionally, they offered smoked duck, which had skyrocketed to 300 yuan each, up from 100. Chi Mo purchased 10, while Aunt Huang, reluctant to spend too much, opted for half. Next, Aunt Huang took Chi Mo to a tofu shop, where Aunt Huang bought half a block of tofu, noting that the hot weather made it hard to keep. Chi Mo bought 1 block as well. According to the shopkeeper, it could be stored in brine or made into fermented tofu. However, Chi Mo spent a considerable amount acquiring 2 pounds of tofu skin. In the town, it has become increasingly impossible to purchase grains openly. One can only acquire a small amount clandestinely, and the prices have skyrocketed, as if they were virtually free. Chi Mo glanced at the sun and addressed Aunt Huang. "I wish to buy some bottles, preferably those that can be sealed. Ceramic jars would suffice as well." Upon hearing Chi Mo's request, Aunt Huang led him to a shop that sold miscellaneous items. Soon, they procured 5 glass bottles. And Chi Mo also arranged for 10 large ceramic jars, each a meter tall, for pickling vegetables, which would be delivered to his home in the afternoon. Aunt Huang purchased several as well. Subsequently, they visited a clothing store where Aunt Huang sought winter down jackets, primarily for herself. Chi Mo acquired 2 military overcoats and 2 pairs of military boots. Lastly, he bought some building blocks and a children's drawing book, and the 2 hurried home. As soon as Chi Mo moved the items to the basement, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Aunt Huang rushed over, calling out to Chi Mo, "The fish pond in the neighboring village downstream is selling fish. Are you going?" Upon hearing this, Chi Mo replied, "Yes, Aunt Huang. Please lead the way." He took out a small bottle of milk and fed it to the little one before riding off on his tricycle. Aunt Huang turned to Chi Mo, saying, "The electricity is out, so the fish pond cannot aerate. With the heat, even if they release water, the oxygen will still be insufficient, and the fish will die quickly. They must sell them. GMO understood immediately. Raising fish is different from raising chickens. As long as the chickens are healthy and fed, they thrive. However, fish require aeration. With today's sweltering weather, the fish cannot endure. The downstream village has an extensive fish pond that the villagers cannot deplete. Transporting them to town is impractical without vehicles, and in this heat, once the fish leave the pond, they perish swiftly, with no ice available for preservation. The prices are somewhat steep. You can decide for yourself, Aunt Wong explained to GMO. He nodded, contemplating the possibility of making smoked fish. Ultimately, he needed to procure enough grains, at least in the eyes of the villagers. Aunt Wong shifted the topic. GMO, did you encounter any issues on your way back from Jiangcheng to Yunqing? GMO blinked in surprise, asking, Aunt Wong, have you heard something? Aunt Wong nodded. I heard someone say you killed 6 people. GMO sighed. That was self-defense. The night before last, as I was walking along the national highway, several individuals blocked my path, intending to bully me and snatch the little one. We fought, and they attempted to kill me. I retaliated, resulting in 5, not 6. Some villagers harbor ill will towards you, and the police will undoubtedly investigate. What about your little one? Aunt Wong inquired. GMO reassured her. It's fine. The warrant will surely be resolved by Liangzhou. Reporting it shouldn't pose much of an issue. If not, you should hide for a while until Liangzhou returns. Aunt Wong's expression darkened. Not only did the Huo family seek out her father, but they also reported to the authorities in town. Her father was unable to intervene in time. GMO frowned, suspecting it was indeed Huo Jingzhong's doing. After all, he had no enmity with the villagers. Aunt Wong said, It's nothing. The police are preoccupied with other matters. They won't concern themselves with this trivial issue. Moreover, there is no evidence. I trust my husband can resolve it. GMO replied. If all else fails, he would truly have to hide for half a month. At which point those individuals would be too busy to pursue him. A quarter of an hour later, GMO followed Aunt Wong to the fish pond in the downstream village, which was near a reservoir with abundant water resources, unlike the gravelly terrain of Huo's village, which was ill-suited for water retention. Many people were present to buy fish, standing at the pond's edge. The fish pond owner shouted, Fathead fish weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, 200 each. 4 to 5 pound carp, 150 each. Another pond owner called out, 10-pound blue crayfish, 600 each. 3-pound blackfish, 150 each. Dead fish are cheaper. Available at 100 each or 50 for one. GMO was certain he would not choose dead fish. He rushed to purchase 10 blue crayfish, to be killed on site, and 30 black fish also to be dispatched immediately. Aunt Wong opted for the deceased ones due to their lower price. However, they appeared freshly dead with bright eyes. On their return journey, they quickened their pace. The trip took just 12 minutes, compared to the over 15 minutes it took to arrive. GMO immediately began to prepare the fish. The little one sat in the small cart, surrounded by the pungent odor of fish, prompting him to cry out incessantly. His large eyes were fixed on his father, hoping to capture his attention. GMO settled beneath the bicycle shed, which was adjacent to the left wall of the courtyard entrance, while the water cellar was to the right, next to the washing basin. Cleaning 40 fish was no small task. Scaling them was laborious, but thankfully, black fish required no scaling, merely gutting. All entrails were discarded into the trash bin. The fishy odor was quite strong, making GMO feel somewhat nauseous, nearly causing him to regurgitate the 8 treasure porridge he had just consumed. Fortunately, GMO worked quickly. After rinsing with the water hose, the bloody scent was washed away. A significant portion of the fish was stored indoors, leaving only 3 blue fish and 5 black fish to be brined in high-concentration salt water. Tomorrow he would commence smoking fish and chicken. After tidying up the bicycle shed, GMO opened the water reservoir to fill it again. He then took the little one upstairs for a bath. The water, heated by the sun since morning, was perfectly warm, making the bath entirely comfortable. After washing away the fishy scent, GMO descended with the dirty clothes. He placed the drowsy little one into a luxurious crawling bed, covered him with a small blanket, and took the clothes to the laundry room. The clothes were tossed aside as GMO donned gloves to wash each dust cover one by one. Once finished, he hung them on the invisible drying line, which was actually the support for an automatic sunshade. However, the automatic apparatus had now become manual, and once the weather grew hotter, GMO would have to pull the sunshade down by hand. After washing 7 dust covers, GMO rubbed his back, feeling quite fatigued. He soaked the clothes in the washing basin, planning to wash them later in the afternoon. Lying on the sofa, Chiemo contemplated whether it would be better to delegate these matters to Huo Liangzhou if he were present. Chiemo dozed off when a knock resounded at the courtyard door. Slipping on his slippers, he walked to the door and opened it, only to be met by 2 police officers. "Do you have business?" he inquired. "We received a report. You are Chiemo, and we suspect you are the murderer from Huo Village. Please come with us," the younger officer stated. Chiemo frowned. "If you take me away, what will happen to my 9-month-old child at home? Where is your arrest warrant? If you do not have one, I suggest you find somewhere cool to linger." With that, he slammed the door shut. Chiemo was confident these officers had no arrest warrant, and he was certain Huo Liangzhou would resolve the situation. Not long after the warrant had been issued, it was rescinded, and Chiemo had verified this in the dark screen of his phone. The 2 officers outside exchanged glances, astonished by his audacity. "So, Brother Wang, where is the arrest warrant?" the younger officer asked. The middle-aged officer responded. "You ask me, but who should I ask? You brought me out without an arrest warrant?" The young officer exclaimed incredulously. The older officer replied, "I did indeed see the warrant." The younger officer frowned, but it was later rescinded. "I checked, and the information indicated that the case had not been thoroughly investigated." Gazing at the closed door, he reasoned that Chiemo was at most a suspect. Moreover, he should have been accompanied by a 9-month-old child. This atrocious case had 6 victims. A person with a child would not intentionally provoke 6 individuals, one of whom was an elderly woman. The young officer analyzed the case. Something felt amiss. If he were walking alone at night, he would never confront 5 or 6 individuals unless those 6 were intent on killing him. Hence, the case was not as simple as it appeared. "Brother Wang, we should investigate this matter further. Without an arrest warrant, we cannot apprehend a parent with a 9-month-old child. If we take the adult away and something happens to the child, do you think Huo Liangzhou would let us off?" the young officer suggested. He harbored no fear of Huo Liangzhou. Rather, his concern lay with the infant, merely 9 months old, and the potential calamities that could befall the child. In such a disordered environment, the absence of parental supervision could lead to overheating, dehydration, or even death, consequences far too grave to contemplate. Furthermore, the youth who had just emerged appeared deceptively youthful, reminiscent of a high school student, strikingly beautiful, delicate, and seemingly harmless, exuding an air of softness. There was nothing about him that suggested he was a malicious individual. Should it transpire that those 5 or 6 individuals were indeed the perpetrators, and Chiemo was compelled to retaliate, it could be construed as excessive self-defense, yet it would not be Chiemo's fault. Until a thorough investigation was conducted, it would be unwise to leap to conclusions. The middle-aged police officer, upon hearing the words of the young man beside him, furrowed his brow. He had yet to encounter such an egregious lack of respect. "Let us return to obtain an arrest warrant," he stated. Chiemo shut the courtyard gate, shivering slightly, his heart quaking with apprehension. Although he placed his trust in Huo Liangzhou, fear was still a natural response. After all, they were dealing with a formidable adversary. Did he truly need to take the infant and seek refuge elsewhere? No, they lacked evidence, and the distance of 300 kilometers would require at least a week for a round trip. Given the current chaos, Chiemo doubted that these officers would willingly embark on a 300-kilometer trek to investigate. It was well known that the populace was on edge, diligently stockpiling water and provisions. The citizens of the Great Xia possessed a heightened sense of crisis. Any slight disturbance would incite a frenzy of hoarding. With the sudden loss of electricity and the inability to communicate, there was little else to do but stockpile, unless he had enemies who would waste their time on him. Chiemo felt a modicum of relief. He inspected the water cellar at home, discovering it had finally reached capacity. He turned off the inlet valve and proceeded to the backyard, where some bricks and mud awaited. After storing them in his space, he carried the infant to the 2nd floor. Lighting a small stove, he melted wax in a pot. He then took a piece of oilcloth, folding it to cover the water cellar's lid, and poured the melted wax around the edges, ensuring both the cloth and the ground were encased in a layer of wax. Though the water cellar was already sealed, Chiemo sought an additional layer of protection. As the wax solidified, he began stacking bricks atop the water cellar's lid, arranging them in such a manner as to create a hollow space, building it to approximately half a meter in height. He filled the gaps with sand and ultimately covered the area of 1.5 square meters with a piece of shade netting, securing it with bricks to ensure that the lid remained cool enough to prevent the wax from melting. Having completed this task, Chiemo wiped the sweat from his brow. The plump infant, having awakened, began to babble excitedly. Trapped in his stroller, the chubby little body could not escape. Chimo washed his hands and lifted the infant, tending to his diaper needs. Are you hungry? Daddy will boil some water for your formula. Carrying the infant downstairs, he placed him on the marble surface, where the heat of the day was at its peak. After cleaning a pot thoroughly, he filled it with water and ignited the gas with a match to boil it. The absence of electricity made everything more cumbersome. Chimo began retrieving empty milk bottles from his space. To his astonishment, he counted over 40, having been used for both milk and water. He scrubbed and sanitized each bottle, and in his space, he discovered more than 100 additional empty bottles. He took them all out for cleaning and sterilization, filling a small portion with 50-degree warm water and adding 6 scoops of formula. 180 milliliters would suffice. He did not want the infant too full, as a little porridge and some noodles would complete the meal. All of this was stored in his space while he waited for the boiling water to cool. A knock echoed at the courtyard door, prompting Chimo to glance at the infant, who was busy pushing a basketball in the living room. Who is it? He called out. A voice from outside responded, We are delivering pickled vegetables. Upon hearing this, Chimo opened the courtyard door, revealing a handcart laden with a dozen large ceramic jars. Bring them in, he exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Each ceramic jar cost 100 yuan, with a 500 yuan delivery fee. Money had become as worthless as paper. It was said that there was a time when one could buy a cow on the street, but by the time one reached the end of the street, it would only be enough to purchase a chicken, as prices soared. After settling the bill, Chimo saw the delivery person off and proceeded to disinfect and clean each jar, placing them upside down in the shed to dry. Chanxia had witnessed the police knocking at Chimo's door and had been startled, quickly shutting her own door. She too had heard whispers of Chimo's wanted status. Now, seeing someone deliver goods to Chimo's house, she assumed he had been taken away, only to discover he was still home, indicating that all was well with him. Pondering this, Chanxia called out, Chimo, are you at home? Upon hearing her voice, Chimo opened the courtyard door and inquired, Auntie Chun, is there something you need? Well, my family has harvested quite a lot of radishes, turnips, pumpkins, green peppers, and winter melons. Would you like some? If so, you can come pick a few, though the price is a bit high, Chanxia offered. Chimo replied, Yes, when shall we go? Can I bring Auntie Wang along? The daughter-in-law of the old clan leader? I'll check with Sister Wang and, once the sun is less intense, we can go. Chanxia looked at the handsome young man before her and replied, That sounds good. Meanwhile, Wang Miao Miao had just overheard the old man mentioning Chimo. Having just cleaned and prepared the fish for pickling, she set it aside to drain and rushed outside. Chanxia, upon arriving, immediately exclaimed, Sister Wang, my family has a bounty of vegetables ready for harvest, radishes, turnips, pumpkins, green peppers, and winter melons. Would you like any? Yes, when are we going? You live next to Mo. Is he all right? Have the police been by? Wang Miao Miao asked, her concern evident. Chanxia reassured her. The police have come, but Chimo is still at home and is fine. I asked if he wanted some of the vegetables from my family, and he mentioned he would like to come along and find you. As long as he's okay, that's what matters. If he were taken away, what would happen to the baby? That child is so adorable and beautiful, and Liangzhou is nowhere to be found. Wang Miao Miao expressed her worries. Chanxia chuckled. With Liangzhou as his wife, what is there to worry about? She must be quite formidable. The two shared a laugh. Returning to the kitchen, Chimo found the boiling water had cooled to approximately 60 degrees. He retrieved a stainless steel spoon and placed the milk bottles filled with formula on the countertop, beginning to pour in the warm water. In no time, over 60 bottles of milk were prepared. Chimo tightened the lids, shook them gently, and then stored them all in his space. In the evening, he planned to cook a pot of congee with tofu, lean pork, and century eggs. After taking the century eggs out and washing them, he began to peel them. The infant crawled over, tugging at his father's pant leg, seeking reassurance as he felt unsteady. The little one steadied himself against the cabinet door beneath the stove. Chimo glanced down at him, saying, Be good, little one. Daddy is peeling the eggs. You can play for now, and I'll join you once I'm done. He crouched down and planted a kiss on the infant's cheek. The chubby child, having tasted tender tofu, beamed with a wide smile and quickly crawled back to the living room to play with the basketball, persistently pushing it toward his father in the kitchen. Chimo, being a bit mischievous, kicked the ball back into the living room. The little one, watching the runaway ball, cried out anxiously and hurried after it. The father and son engaged in their playful chase, a struggle only the crawling infant could comprehend, as the ball refused to heed his commands, veering east when he wished it to go west. At 4 o'clock, A voice called out from outside the courtyard. Aunt Chun. Chiamo responded, just a moment, Aunt Chun. I'll change the baby's diaper and be right out. Take your time. I'll go find Sister Wang, Chun Xia replied. Chima gently lifted the crawling infant from the ground and proceeded to meticulously wash its hands, face, and feet after changing its diaper. With utmost care, he attended to its delicate bottom before dressing it in a fresh diaper, long trousers, a long-sleeved shirt, little socks and sandals, finally applying mosquito-repellent stickers. Venturing outside to check on the quails, he found them chirping merrily, evidently adapting well to their new environment. After gathering a handful of millet, Chima pushed the chubby baby out. He placed the stroller into the tricycle and opened the gate, where Aunt Chun and Aunt Wang were already waiting. Momo, the situation at my family's place is quite strained in terms of manpower. Feel free to pick whatever you like. Just weigh it afterward, Aunt Chun explained. The vehicle was unable to move immediately, as Chun Xia's family primarily cultivated vegetables. Originally, these crops were destined for the city, but given the current circumstances, it was more beneficial to allow villagers to harvest them themselves rather than relying on limited transport. No problem. I don't mind the effort. I want whatever is available, Chima responded. He then turned to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, what vegetables do you plan to purchase from your garden? I'm thinking of getting some pumpkins, radishes, and big head cabbages as we don't have much of those at home. How about your family? Do you have plenty of potatoes? Any corn or chili peppers? Aunt Wang inquired, glancing at Chun Xia. Upon hearing this, Chun Xia replied, my family does grow potatoes, and there are over 100 acres of sandy land dedicated to them. I can check. As for corn, the neighbor grows sweet and black varieties. Let us go. Let us buy radishes, big head cabbages, and corn, Chima suggested enthusiastically. These are excellent choices. Aunt Wang is quite astute. Both corn and potatoes can be stored for extended periods. Radishes and big head cabbages can also be pickled. In their rural community, every household cultivated rice paddies, and with children working outside, the grains were kept for personal consumption rather than sold. Each family typically had several hundred to a few thousand pounds of grain stored away. Besides the 40 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of flour previously purchased, Chima's kitchen was filled with about 50 pounds of rice, likely gifted during ancestral worship, and a considerable amount of flour and cornmeal, along with some sweet potato vermicelli and cured meats. In fact, with careful rationing, he felt confident they could sustain themselves until the sweltering heat passed. Chun family village was slightly farther than Huang family village, and it took over 20 minutes by tricycle to reach the fields, arriving directly at the edge rather than entering the village. They had traversed a narrow path beneath the chicken farm, riding just one tricycle. Chima handed a small water bottle to the baby as he pushed the tricycle. The roads were quite spacious, free of vehicles, filled instead with bicycles, tricycles, and even numerous individuals pushing shopping carts to gather vegetables. Several farmers stood at the entrance of the greenhouses, calling out, 10 yuan per pound, pick it yourself. Nearby, vendors shouted about sweet watermelons, inviting customers to take a few. Chima gazed around, realizing this was akin to a small farmer's market. Surprisingly, there were even stalls selling pork, with prices having soared to 80 or 90 yuan per pound. The air was filled with the excited cries of those selling freshly picked grapes. Chima, let us buy the vegetables first and then get some fruit later. These perish quickly, Wang Miao Miao urged, noticing Chima's fascination. After some contemplation, Chima agreed, thinking he could return for fruit tomorrow, as the village could consume only so much without transporting it to the city. Food was of utmost importance, after all. Before long, Chima followed Aunt Chun to the edge of her family's fields. After unloading the stroller and securing the tricycle, they were met with a vast expanse of vegetable plots devoid of greenhouses, all brimming with radishes, while corn grew nearby. The radishes are right here, and the pumpkins are in those greenhouses over there, Chun Xia pointed. Wang Miao Miao suggested, let us pick the pumpkins first, then we can pull up some radishes. Chima readily agreed and pushed the stroller into the pumpkin greenhouse, where the pumpkins were of impressive size, slightly larger than a fist. Accepting the large woven bag from Chun Xia, he pushed the baby forward, stopping at a patch abundant with pumpkins. With scissors in hand, he began to harvest, snipping away until a small section was cleared. They collected 100 pounds of pumpkins, 100 pounds of radishes, and 50 pounds of big head cabbages, filling 2 bags to the brim. After settling the payment, Chima proceeded next door to gather corn, sweet corn and black corn, each totaling 100 pounds. This was pricier than the pumpkins and radishes, costing 21 yuan per pound. With stacks of money exchanged, Chima's tricycle was now laden with 4 large woven bags. Over an hour had passed, The sun dipped low, casting a fiery glow across the sky, heralding another splendid day with no hint of impending rain. Shall we head home, or pick a bit more? Wang Miao Miao inquired, noting her meager purchases compared to Chima's abundant haul. The prices were simply too high for her. Chunxia, returning to her family home, was not concerned with costs and helped Chima with his picking. Aunt Wang, aren't you getting some chili peppers? Chima asked. Aunt Wang shook her head. They're too expensive. I have some at home to make do with. Chima nodded. I'll go buy some grapes and watermelons. Extracting the tricycle from a cluster of carts and bicycles, he swiftly purchased 10 watermelons and 2 crates of grapes from a roadside vendor. Upon reaching home, as he parted ways with Aunt Wang and Aunt Chun, he gifted each of them a watermelon, believing that courtesy begets no offense. Seeing the 2 aunties beam with joy, Chima felt a surge of happiness. Without these well-informed women, he would have been utterly lost, knowing not where to procure goods beyond the town. Watermelons were not cheap either, costing 70 yuan for the small ones and 100 for the larger ones, weighing about 6 to 7 pounds and 10 or more pounds, respectively. Closing the gate, Chima unloaded the items beneath the shed. During the day, the adjacent building's rooftop provided a view of his shed. After placing the items securely, Chima set out again with the tricycle. Crawling baby, let us gather some pine branches for smoking chicken and fish tomorrow, he announced as they maneuvered around a bend, revealing a vast forest primarily filled with pine trees. While trees could not be chopped down indiscriminately, pine branches could be freely collected. Armed with a sickle tied to a bamboo pole, Chima pulled down the brittle yellow pine branches, gathering fallen pine cones from the ground to add to his collection. Inside the stroller, the baby, Yen Zai Zai, watched the tumbling pine cones with eagerness, longing to get down and gather them, yet bound to the stroller with no recourse but to express his impatience. As a mature and composed child, Yen Zai Zai refrained from crying unless truly distressed. Noticing several fallen, desiccated pine trees in the forest, Chima hurriedly collected them, knowing these would suffice for his smoking needs. He swiftly bundled the pine branches and collected the pine cones near the baby, stowing them away in a bag. Just as the last rays of sunlight faded, Chima finally returned home. He opened the gate and placed the pine branches in the yard. As darkness enveloped the sky, the moon shone round and bright like a plate, casting a luminous glow. The myriad stars heralded yet another promising day ahead. Back home with the baby, Chima lit a lantern, filled a pot with water, washed the rice, and added it to the pot. Striking a match to ignite the gas, he set about cooking porridge. The baby, clutching a bottle, suckled contentedly, his mouth full, momentarily silencing his earlier cries. Chima then retrieved a piece of tenderloin, cleaned the cutting board, and diced it before using a hand-cranked meat grinder to process the meat. As the minced meat emerged from the other end, he contemplated purchasing a stone mill, envisioning the possibilities of making soy milk or grinding wheat and cornmeal. He recalled a stone factory near the pine forest that produced gravestones and other stone crafts. They seemed to be well-versed in all things related to stone. Uncertain whether a stone mill is available, one can only hope for its existence, to procure it sooner and indulge in the delightful taste of freshly made soy milk. Aunt Huang from the supermarket has generously provided him with a substantial quantity of beans, and he possesses an ample stock in his own space as well. A whole piece of pork tenderloin is minced into a fine paste. Chiemo retrieves some cooking wine, a pinch of cornstarch, slices a few pieces of ginger, and begins to knead. Once the meat is prepared, it is set aside. Next comes the preparation of century eggs. Just 2 will suffice for a large pot. Pregnant individuals should be cautious not to consume too many century eggs, lest their offspring become less astute. Following this, tofu is diced and blanched, ready to be added once the rice porridge reaches a thick consistency. Should he add some shrimp? Indeed, Chiemo fetches a dozen fresh shrimp from his space. Donning gloves, he removes the shrimp heads, shells, and veins, cleans them thoroughly, dices them, seasons with wine, and sets them aside. With all the ingredients in place, the door to the courtyard is knocked upon. Chiemo places a candle on the countertop. With its flickering light, the little one will not be afraid. Holding a lantern, Chiemo approaches the door and inquires, "Who is it?" "It's your Aunt Huang from the supermarket," she replies softly. Upon hearing this, Chiemo promptly opens the door. Aunt Huang and her husband arrive with 2 large woven bags filled with goods. "Momo, the situation outside is quite dire. You must exercise caution. Acquiring supplies has become exceedingly difficult, all tightly controlled, and in the future, there may even be rationing. The son of my neighbor has returned with his entire family. The city is descending into chaos. Those residing in high-rise buildings, lacking air conditioning and elevators, are suffering greatly. Some have succumbed to heat stroke, Aunt Huang whispers. Mo is reminded of experiences from a past life. Once the water disappears, these people will face even harsher realities, flocking to the countryside in droves. Urban high-rises will become no-go zones for humanity. These provisions are for you. Stash them away carefully and do not disclose that they are from us. Aunt Huang insists in a hushed tone. Mo nods, assuring her. I won't say a word. I'll just mention they are from my previous stock, purchased on my first day here. Aunt Huang smiles, patting Mo on the shoulder. Take care until your family returns from Liangzhou. Mo lowers his voice. Aunt Huang, there's a chicken farm just a kilometer ahead. See if you can still buy eggs and chickens. Things will only worsen from here on out, never better. Today, there are fish for sale at Huo Village, and there should be more tomorrow. Aunt Wang from the supermarket made sour fish. Huo Village has vegetables, corn, pumpkins, and many other items. Stock up if you can. Gather some tobacco, alcohol, and medicines, and ensure you have ample water, preferably mineral water. These will undoubtedly become valuable barter items in the future. Mo shares his insights with Aunt Huang. Upon hearing this, she replies, all right, I'll see if I can procure some eggs and chickens now, and tomorrow I will go for fish and pumpkins. After bidding farewell to Aunt Huang, Mo locks the courtyard gate. He then places the corn, radishes, and watermelons from the parking shed into his space. Some corn is laid out to dry, and a portion of the radishes and turnips is placed in the sink, to be cleaned and pickled when time permits. Upon returning indoors, Mo opens the items Aunt Huang has given him. A large bag of tissue paper, several packs of wet wipes, a package of disinfecting wipes, 6 bags of milk powder, a dozen packets of salt, approximately a pound of granulated sugar, 2 pounds of white sugar, a bottle of floral water, and a substantial piece of cured meat. There are also marinated eggs, chicken legs, duck wings, pickled chicken feet, square meat, sausages, jellies, biscuits, melon seeds, milk candies, chocolates, chips, and even snail noodles, instant noodles, etc. Mo suspects these may be items Aunt Huang had at her home. Some are arranged in the kitchen, while the remainder is stored in his space, having received a significant favor. After some time, when these items become precious, he will return the gesture. It is essential to stock up in these times, as it has become rather hectic. Yam is a good option, reputed to have a long shelf life. Mo wonders if Huo Village has any. He glances at the bubbling pot and stirs it with a spoon. It still lacks the desired thickness, so he lowers the heat to continue simmering. Finally, with a moment to spare, Mo begins to play with the little one. The child is likely tired of the small cart, having thrown the milk bottle onto the ground. Fortunately, the bottle is well made, or it would have shattered into pieces. Mo pinches the little one's nose and remarks, "You've tossed aside your dining utensils. Are you not planning to eat?" The little one stretches out his chubby hand, wishing to escape the confines of the cart, feeling trapped and dismal, which is hardly enjoyable. Mo lifts the child out and takes him to the rooftop. The father and son share a bath. Mo suddenly remembers he forgot to do the laundry today and resolves to wake up early tomorrow to wash it. Returning downstairs, he tosses his clothes into the laundry basket. Having cleaned himself, Mo places the little one on a playmat and folds the dust covers piled on the sofa, storing them in a cabinet. The rice porridge has thickened. Mo adds the diced tofu, minced meat, and shrimp, along with some wine, and stirs. After several minutes, he incorporates the last of the century eggs, stirs again, and 2 minutes later, it is ready to be served. He places the entire pot into his space, so whenever he wishes to eat, he can simply scoop out a bowl, convenient. A bowl of porridge, a steak, 2 poached eggs, a few florets of broccoli, and 3 pieces of greens. Mo pats his belly, washes a plate of grapes, and eats. The little one has consumed nearly half a bowl of porridge, half a poached egg, and a few leaves of greens. The grapes are somewhat sour, which does not appeal to the little one. His brows furrow tightly, and his mouth remains shut, refusing to accept even when offered by his father. The child is resolute in his refusal. In the face of this stubbornness, Mo finishes everything himself. Cradling the little one, he ascends the stairs, collapsing onto the large bed, utterly exhausted. His body cries out for rest. As Mo reclines on the bed, he reflects on the many in Huo Village who cannot find sleep, with prices skyrocketing. The money in his hands is limited. The funds deposited in the bank are inaccessible. He longs to buy supplies, but having money in his account while holding none in hand equates to being broke. When inquiring at the bank, he learns there is no solution. Only when they call him can he withdraw funds. If the call never comes, He will never be able to access his money. Whether in the city or the countryside, anxiety hangs heavy in the air. In Taohua Town, at the police station, middle-aged officer Wang Cheng confronts the chief, demanding, "What do you mean by being unable to issue an arrest warrant? He has killed 5 people. Chief Huang Ming furrows his brow at the indignant Wang Cheng and replies, "A man traveling at night with a child, who then goes into someone's melon field to commit murder. Who would believe such a tale? Moreover, the wanted notice cannot be issued without proper procedure. The case has not been thoroughly investigated, nor has a conviction been made. Do you not understand the principle of innocent until proven guilty? Or do you wish to amend the Constitution? If so, please continue to climb the ladder and discuss it further up." Huang Ming slams his hand on the desk, his expression unyielding. Young Officer Cheng Fei stands outside the door, puzzled by Wang Cheng's insistence on targeting Mo. The child is only 9 months old, and the chief has stated that the Zhang family in Huo Village is merely a group of troublemakers, indulging in despicable acts. Yet their connections are strong, and they prey upon the powerless, allowing them to act with impunity. However, it is clear that this time they have met their match. Cheng Fei slaps his thigh in realization. After all, Huo Liangzhou is not someone to be trifled with. If the arrest warrant had not been issued, Huo Liangzhou would remain unaware of Mo's troubles. The people from Huo Village might have been able to catch him if they had proceeded with their clandestine actions. But now that the warrant is out, Huo Liangzhou will undoubtedly notice. Even if Huo Liangzhou is not particularly fond of Mo, the fact that he permitted the child's birth indicates his affection. Furthermore, he has heard that Huo Liangzhou promptly recorded Mo in the family genealogy. Once recorded, how could there be no fondness? Therefore, once Huo Liangzhou learns the truth, Cheng Fei begins to worry for the people of Huo Village. Undoubtedly, Huo Liangzhou has yet to take action against Chun Feng or Qi Huai, Jiang Wan, and the others. However, Qi Huai's condition is deteriorating. The wounds inflicted by Mo have not only failed to heal over the past few days, but have also become so swollen that he is unable to move. The doctor has warned Qi Huai that, should things continue this way, he may lose the use of his hand. In Huo Village, the village chief, Zhang Chong, gazed at his returning son and inquired, "Have you discovered where Mo has gone?" Zhang Xiong looked at his father and replied, "Dad, Mo is the wife of Huo Liangzhou. If we act against her, might it not lead to complications?" The wanted notice was erased by their side, and his connections are formidable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong explained, "I have inquired. The withdrawal of the wanted notice was not due to Huo Liangzhou's influence, but rather because he possesses an exceptional lawyer who swiftly identified the flaws within that notice, leading to its retraction." Zhang Xiong, relieved by his father's clarification, acknowledged that Huo Liangzhou, entrenched in Jiangxing, posed a close threat, and inciting him could indeed spell trouble, given his substantial power. However, they were not without strength themselves. We have yet to ascertain Mo's whereabouts. According to those who last saw her, she was heading eastward from the north. This implies that Mo is not bound for Jiangxing but rather for another destination, Zhang Xiong articulated. Zhang Chong, intrigued, asked, "Where might she be headed?" Zhang Xiong responded, "I have heard that Huo Liangzhou hails from Yunqing." Zhang Chong frowned at this. Yunqing? At present, with the roads impassable by car and the heat unbearable for cycling, poses quite a challenge. Zhang Xiong, observing his father's determination to venture to Yunqing, cautioned, "Father, avenging Qing is not an immediate concern. It has been reported that for the coming year, rainfall may be scarce, leading to a dearth of both water and food. We must prioritize stockpiling adequate supplies. With water and provisions secured, we need not fear lacking guidance." Zhang Chong cast a disapproving glance at his son, filled with frustration, and despite his best efforts to restrain his anger, he ultimately exclaimed, "That is my grandson, your son. He has perished, and you still have the audacity to contemplate other matters. We must prepare supplies and dispatch individuals. Vengeance must be exacted." Faced with his father's fierce anger, Zhang Xiong could only acquiesce. "I will seek information." "Hurry, then," Zhang Chong urged, dismissing his son. Under the cloak of night, several figures, like shadows, infiltrated Zhang's village. That evening, while Zhang Xiong ventured out to gather intelligence, he suffered a broken leg. During the night, Zhang Chong, awakened by a need to relieve himself, slipped and fell, striking his head, and when he regained consciousness, found half of his body unresponsive. In a flash, the Zhang family faced death and injury, their misfortunes compounding. Yet, their resolve remained unbroken. Early the next morning, Several members of the Zhang family set out on bicycles towards Yunqing, determined to uncover Qi Mo's whereabouts. The lives of the 5 young Zhangs demanded retribution. Meanwhile, nestled in bed, the slumbering Yan Zizai, having indulged in ample sleep, remained wide awake. He clambered up, playfully nibbling at his father's face, calling out "da-da" with each affectionate peck. Qi Mo, besieged by the child's saliva, felt a surge of irritation. "You little rascal! Biting me!" she exclaimed as she seized Yan Zizai's chubby hand, leading to a playful exchange where they pecked at one another. Their attacks utterly harmless, merely resulting in drool. "Zizai, you've been calling to Da for nearly a month. Perhaps it's time for a new name?" Qi Mo suggested, attempting to coax. "How about Daddy?" "Come on, say Daddy, or Papa would suffice." She earnestly encouraged her 9-month-old son, but to her dismay, he remained resolute in his choice, heedless of her pleas. Defeated, Qi Mo settled for holding Zizai's hand, gently blowing air against it. The little boy erupted in joyous laughter, clearly delighted. After amusing Zizai for a while, Qi Mo playfully tickled his nose. "All right, little one, it's time for bed. Tomorrow, we shall wash clothes and procure supplies to prepare for the sweltering drought ahead." She patted his bottom gently, and soon, the plump child succumbed to slumber. Qi Mo, too, drifted off into a peaceful night of dreams. Huo Jingjong had awaited all day, seeking acquaintances to apprehend Qi Mo, only to be baffled by her continued presence at home despite the issuance of a wanted notice. This left him perplexed. Why had no action been taken? At the break of dawn, before the sun had fully risen, he mounted his bicycle once more to consult his contacts. Awakening early, Qi Mo cradled Zizai and brought him downstairs, settling him into a baby stroller. A small blanket covered his belly as she placed him beneath the laundry shelter. Quickly, she washed both their clothes, which were only mildly soiled with sweat, and hung them up to dry. Only then did she retrieve the smoke rack, a rectangular alloy frame approximately 2 meters long, equipped with numerous hooks for hanging meat, adjustable in height. Wearing gloves, she fished out the chickens that had soaked overnight in a brine solution and hung them on the hooks. 50 chickens hung in 6 rows, nearly half of her batch. She then added 10 fish to drain while deftly scoring them with her sharp knife to expedite the dehydration process. Once the moisture had sufficiently drained, she sprayed a bit of white wine to prevent spoilage. Although the timing was not ideal for smoking meat, the weather left her no choice. After a full day in the sun, once the moisture had evaporated, she could transform them into dried smoked meat. Regardless of their taste, they would surely be preferable to human flesh, she mused, eyeing her smoking rack with quiet anticipation. The brine used for the fish and chickens, infused with ginger, scallion, and white wine, was not discarded. She stored it away for potential future use. Returning home with the stroller, Qi Mo prepared a hearty breakfast of porridge, fried dumplings, and 2 fried eggs, eating until she was full. Finally, she indulged in a bottle of milk, patting her belly comfortably, aware that she needed to bolster her strength to withstand the impending heat. At dawn, Wang Miao Miao rose with her daughter. Today, her husband had also joined them. The previous evening, her daughter had taken leave from Yunqing to return home. According to her daughter, the recent power outages rendered elevators in high-rise buildings inoperable, and water had become scarce in some areas. Without air conditioning or water, the high-rises had turned into steam rooms, leading to dehydration and heatstroke fatalities. In her own company dormitory, she learned that elderly residents and children had perished. Fearful, she had hurriedly returned home through the night. Civil order had begun to unravel. Without telephones in the high-rises, calls for help went unanswered, leaving people to suffer from the heat and thirst. Thus, Wang Miao Miao urged her parents to procure supplies without delay, emphasizing that money was no object. The real issue lay in the fact that when the time came, cash would be of little use for basic needs. Supplies had become limited, especially water, and with transportation issues complicating the delivery of food, the urban reserves would soon dwindle. Transporting provisions for millions was no simple task, especially with the looming threat of drought affecting crop yields. If they did not stockpile food now, they might miss their chance entirely. Mo, are you awake? I'm heading to Chenjia village to sell vegetables. Sister Chen, are you up? Wang Miao Miao called out between the 2 houses. Hearing her voice, Chen Xia quickly opened the door. On Qi Mo's side, Zizai had awakened, and she was tending to his diaper. Aunt Wang, you go ahead. I need to feed Zizai first, and I'll join you shortly. Qi Mo placed the bottle in Zizai's mouth. All right then, Wang Miao Miao replied, you know the way. Come over when you can. Xiaoyu glanced at the impressive villa before her and asked, Mom, is Mo Huoliangzhou's wife? Has she returned? Wang Miao Miao nodded. She just came back a couple of days ago. A young woman like her, with a baby in an unfamiliar place. Since Liangzhou hasn't returned, I thought I should help her out. The half watermelon you consumed last night was a gift from Momo. That child insisted on presenting it to me despite my protests. She possesses a commendable character and a delightful disposition, and her little one is particularly charming. When you meet her, you will undoubtedly be smitten. Her large, expressive eyes convey an irresistible cuteness. Wang Miao Miao cannot help but boast whenever she speaks of her child, even in the presence of her own daughter. Huo Xiaoyu's lips twitched in amusement, as one might mistakenly believe that Momo were her daughter, given the pride she exudes. Chiemo fed the little one half a bowl of porridge, then placed a milk bottle in her mouth before applying sunscreen on her. She donned a sun hat for herself. While sunscreen could be foregone, the health of the child in her womb took precedence. Although there are harmless cosmetics available, the safest option is to avoid them altogether, especially since a darker complexion can withstand extreme heat. Riding her tricycle, Chiemo locked the gate of the courtyard and set off. Her first stop was the quarry, where she anticipated finding no one at such an early hour. To her surprise, an elderly man was already busy hammering away at the stones. The electric sander had long been abandoned. Chiemo dismounted and called out to the old man, "Grandfather, do you have any small stone mills for sale?" Upon hearing her voice, the elder stood and looked towards the young woman with a smile. "Indeed. How large do you require?" 50 centimeters. How much?" Chiemo inquired as she maneuvered her tricycle closer. The old man quickly explained, "A 50-centimeter mill costs 200. Do you want it? So, I'll help you carry it." Chiemo was elated to discover that he had one in stock. "Yes, grandfather, please help me carry it, and I shall pay you," she replied. Shortly thereafter, the elder returned with a 50-centimeter stone mill, allowing Chiemo to test its weight. Although she was not particularly knowledgeable about such things, she sensed it was satisfactory. The old man, however, was certainly more aware. Such items could endure for generations without deteriorating. A true treasure. After completing the transaction, Chiemo rode off, securing the small stone mill along the way. There were no cameras here. In fact, without electricity, surveillance was rendered useless. Thus, she felt no fear of being discovered. The tricycle soon arrived at Huo Village, where Chiemo first sought out Aunt Chun to inquire about her whereabouts. Upon learning that they had gone to dig potatoes, she promptly set off to locate Aunt Chun and Aunt Wang. The potato field stretched over a vast area, with many people engaged in the harvest. After parking her tricycle and locking it, Chiemo pushed the little one along and called out, "Aunt Wang, Aunt Chun, Momo, you're here. Come quickly. The boss says we can dig ourselves for 5 yuan a jean." Aunt Wang replied, pausing her work with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chiemo exclaimed, "But I don't have a hoe. I brought one for you, don't worry. Xiaoyu, pass Momo a hoe." Aunt Wang called to her daughter. In an area this large, a potato harvester would have completed the task in mere days. Yet the boss likely faced challenges in finding laborers, given the exorbitant costs and uncertainty regarding how long the digging would take. By allowing everyone to dig for themselves, he could weigh the harvest and collect payment with minimal effort, benefiting from the strength in numbers and speed of labor. After digging potatoes, he planned to return home, as the atmosphere outside was tense and uncertain. With each swing of the hoe, several potatoes, the size of infant feet, would bounce forth, bringing with them a delightful sense of reward. Even if payment was necessary, in a previous life, one could have had the funds but no place to dig. The experience of hunger truly drives one to madness. The sight of the harvest made Chi-Mo's mouth water, but only a sliver of reason restrained her from indulging. This life, she vowed, would not lead her down that path. After digging for a quarter of an hour, Chi-Mo offered the little one a sip from her small bottle and retrieved a towel from the basket beneath the baby carriage to wipe away her sweat, followed by a refreshing gulp of mineral water. She then began to gather her labor's yield, filling half a sack with one potato after another. As she tugged the sack and the child forward, she resumed her digging. Huo Xiaoyu and the others had brought water, yet she had forgotten to pack towels or tissues for wiping away sweat. Approaching the beautiful, delicate young woman, Huo Xiaoyu shyly asked, "Momo, do you have any tissues? We forgot to bring some, and the sweat stinging my eyes is quite uncomfortable." "I do, just a moment," Chiemo replied, unzipping the basket beneath the baby carriage to retrieve half a pack of tissues. "Take some for yourself and share with your parents too. Aunt Chen, would you like some?" "Thank you, Momo," Huo Xiaoyu responded, as Aunt Chun hurried over to snatch 5 or 6 sheets to wipe her brow. "No need to thank me. Aunt Wang has helped me immensely." Chiemo inquired, "Aunt Wang, Aunt Chun, how many potatoes do you plan to dig?" Wang Miao Miao, wiping sweat from her brow, replied, "We'll dig as many as we can and store them in the basement, covering them with sand to last for months." The old patriarch's family does cultivate potatoes, but their yield is limited to just over a dozen rows, amounting to approximately 200 jin. With 7 mouths to feed, and the possibility of her son's in-laws joining them, that would make 9 people. Consuming 2 jin per person daily amounts to 18 jin. The quantity dug from their land would last only a little over 10 days. The family still possesses 700 to 800 jin of grain, but only a little over 100 jin has been processed into rice. The remainder remains as millet. Millet is durable and can be stored until the following year without spoiling. They also have various other items amounting to 100 or 200 jin combined, but this is far from sufficient to sustain 9 people for an entire year. The early rice will not be ready for harvest until July, with over 20 days remaining. If it does not rain, the impact should not be too severe. They have planted just over an acre of early rice, which, barring any adverse effects, should yield around 1,000 jin. For 9 people over a year, a mere 1,800 jin of grain is inadequate. Potatoes buried in sand can last at least 3 months. If conditions worsen and rain does not fall, Wang Miao Miao resolved to prioritize consuming the potatoes and storing the more durable grains for later. Mo managed to dig 2 sacks of potatoes, totaling over 200 jin. "Aunt Wang, Aunt Chun, I've gathered enough potatoes. Let us purchase some other items," Mo called out to the others still harvesting. Aunt Wang stood up. "It's nearly noon. You should take the little one home before she suffers from heatstroke." Mo guided the child away. Fortunately, as the potatoes were self-harvested, there were workers available to assist with weighing and loading them onto the tricycle. With over 1,000 yuan in hand, the boss had a laborer help him load the potatoes onto the tricycle. Mo rode away, subsequently purchasing a dozen watermelons from the sandy area, followed by 6 boxes of grapes and a crate of white melons. Once her tricycle was fully loaded, she stopped along the way to buy a basket of chili peppers, which she planned to stuff with meat for future frying. Tiger skin peppers are quite delectable. Upon returning home, she found the village deserted at midday. Most residents had either gone to Qinjia Village or Huangjia Village. Huo Family Village was not well suited for cultivation, with scattered plots primarily for personal consumption. Most young people sought work elsewhere, resulting in a lack of large-scale farming or livestock raising. However, there are factories in the vicinity of Yunqing that prioritize hiring residents from Huo Family Village. Many young individuals have found employment there crafting furniture, seemingly funded by a local investor. This has transformed Huo Family Village, once notorious for its poverty, into a place where every household can now erect a 3-story building. Some of the goods were stored in the basement, while others filled available space. After enjoying a generous bowl of noodles with braised pork alongside the little one, Mo sprayed the sun-dried chicken and fish with liquor to prevent spoilage. She also collected the dried laundry before making her way to Huangjia Village, where she purchased 52 jin carp, 10 tenjin catfish, 20 blackfish, and a large basket of river shrimp. The vehicle was already bursting at the seams, and the little one protested with tiny pouts, as if nearly suffocating from the overwhelming odors. Observing the child's furrowed brow and adorable complaints, Mo reassured her, "We'll head home soon. We won tea by fish here again." In the courtyard, corn and peppers were laid out under the eaves to dry as Mo prepared to clean the fish. The river shrimp had long since been stored away in her space. The entire afternoon was dedicated to the task of gutting fish. After processing 50 carp, Mo retrieved the seasoning package for pickled sour fish, thoroughly applying it to the fish's exterior before placing them into a jar, which he then sealed. A portion of the grass carp and another portion of blackfish were immersed in brine, destined to be sun-dried and roasted into fish jerky the following day. By evening, Mo had finally tidied up the courtyard. The fishy odor lingered heavily in the air, but fortunately, the hot weather had sufficiently dried both the chicken and the fish. He moved the pine branches and pine trees, which had been piled in a corner of the yard, over to the fire pit and set them ablaze to roast. Watching the smoke rise, Yen Zai Zai clapped his tiny hands in excitement beneath the eaves. Mo turned around, cradling Yen Zai Zai, and ascended to the 3rd floor for a bath. After emerging fresh and clean, he inhaled the delightful aroma of the freshly roasted fish and showered affection upon the little one, who protested with adorable cries. At Aunt Wang's, she mentioned that the stove would be prepared for Mo later, as they would be busy digging potatoes over the next few days. Mo was indifferent. With no one to help, he could manage using the fireplace himself. Upon seeing the smoke billow from Mo's courtyard, Hu Jingzhong's mood soured. He had visited the police station that morning to seek out an old friend, only to be reprimanded. Standing outside the courtyard, he knocked on the door. Hearing the sound, Mo stepped outside to find Huo Jingjong waiting, his brow furrowing in inquiry. Is there something you need? Huo Jingjong scratched his head awkwardly and spoke with a sheepish expression. Mo, we were in the wrong before. Please don't take offense. My grandson has been a bit deranged lately, and I apologize on his behalf to you and Liang Zhou. The thing is, with the impending drought, we need to purchase some grain for reserves. However, our funds are tied up in the bank and inaccessible at present. Would you be so kind as to lend me a little? I promise to repay you as soon as the funds are available. His eyes glinted with avarice at the thought of acquiring the money. Mo regarded Huo Jingjong's seemingly innocent smile, and had he not already been aware of this family's true nature, he might have been deceived. You have come too late. I have very little cash on hand. The reserves at home have been nearly depleted, leaving me with only 1,000 or so, which I must keep for urgent needs. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere. Mo declined. Huo Jingjong scowled at Mo's response. How could you possibly be out of money? Liang Zhou is the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. How could he be short on funds? In response to Huo Jingjong's outburst, Mo replied, Liang Zhou certainly has wealth, but I am not Liang Zhou. I am merely his wife. Furthermore, I do not carry much cash on me, so where could I possibly lend you any? Perhaps you should ask Liang Zhou directly. He would surely have funds to lend you. Huo Jingjong, clearly agitated, retorted, if you don't want to lend, just say so. I have no means of reaching Jiangxing now. Having worked all day, Chan Xia, reeking of sweat while eating, immediately emerged upon hearing the commotion from Mo's side. Seeing Huo Jingjong, she quickly inquired with concern. Mo, are you alright? What brings you here, Huo Jingjong? Aunt Chen, he's here to borrow money. I told him I don't have any, and he just cursed at me for not lending, Mo explained. Upon hearing this, Chan Xia erupted in anger. Huo Jingjong, how dare you ask a young person for money? What's yours is yours, and it has nothing to do with him. You should hurry and repay the village chief and clan leader, as well as the 2,000 from my family. It's been 4 or 5 years. I'd nearly forgotten about it. Pay up quickly, or I'll come to your house and take grain. Mo admired Chan Xia as she scolded Huo Jingjong, giving her a thumbs up. Aunt Chen, you're amazing, he praised sincerely. Chan Xia laughed. Don't give him any face. He owes money to many villagers. Though the amounts are small, you can't beat him, nor can you scold him effectively. He's just like a pest, incapable of causing real harm but incredibly bothersome. That night, the individuals Liang Zhou had dispatched finally returned. He turned to the seasoned employees of the security department and inquired, how did the situation unfold? The old employees responded, Mr. Hua, Zhangchang is partially paralyzed, and Zhang Xiong has a broken leg. However, several young men from Huo Village set out this morning. I heard they might be heading to Yunqing to locate your hometown. Liang Zhou frowned. The audacity of these flies from Huo Village was appalling. Even incapacitated, they could not be deterred from their mischief. Old Chun, take a few people to Teowazan in Yunqing. It would be best to intercept the Huo Village crowd. I have some connections there. Seek out Huang Ming, the police chief. He will assist you, Liang Zhou instructed. Chun Lei nodded. Understood. I'll take 2 men with me. Please take care of things here. Liang Zhou acknowledged him with a nod. Watching old Chun depart, he lit a cigarette, then extinguished it. After bringing the young master back home, he had quit smoking. Chapter 31. After Huo Jingjong was driven away by scolding, Mo returned to the living room. He lifted Yan Zai Zai from the luxurious playpen and placed him in a clean stroller, wheeling him into the kitchen. Little one, let us make dumplings for dinner tonight, and I'll steam you an egg custard, Mo said as he fetched a bag of flour from storage. He poured half of it into a large bowl, then prepared a big bowl of water, adding a pinch of salt and gradually incorporating it into the flour. Water in, stir, water in, stir, water in, stir. Knead, knead, knead. The chubby Yan Zai Zai watched his father intently, not making a fuss. His round eyes captivated and unblinking, while his little feet occasionally wiggled, a bottle in his mouth but refusing to drink, merely gnawing on the nipple. Mo would occasionally check on Yan Zai Zai, a habit cultivated during his previous life in the apocalypse, where neglect could lead to the child being stolen away. Once the dough was well kneaded, he covered it to let it rest for half an hour. The weather was still bearable, around 37 to 38 degrees. In a month's time, as moisture evaporated, temperatures would soar to 40 or 50 degrees, making cooking unbearable. Therefore, Mo planned to prepare more meals in advance. During the dough's resting period, he took out 5 pounds of ground meat, cutting it into chunks before tossing them into a manual meat grinder. Grasping the handle, he cranked it until half a basin of minced meat was ready. He then retrieved some cabbage, washed it, and chopped it finely. Next came the chives, washed and diced, followed by celery, also cleaned and chopped. From storage, he procured some corn kernels and peas. For each meat filling, he added a portion of peas and corn. Then came the seasonings: salt, monosodium glutamate, cooking wine, soy sauce, and scallion ginger water, all mixed thoroughly. Chiemo donned rubber gloves and mixed the filling until well combined. Once the filling was prepared, he began to knead the rested dough, rolling it into long strips and cutting them into small pieces. Next, he rolled out the dumpling wrappers. This was a skill Chiemo had not possessed in his previous life. It was something he learned later. To eat, one must work. Efficiently crafting 100 dumpling wrappers, he began to assemble the dumplings, scooping a spoonful of filling and pinching it shut, producing dumpling after dumpling with ease. Soon, 100 dumplings were completed, placed into a food storage container and sent into storage. They would remain just as they were, undeterred by time. As twilight faded into night, Chiemo lit candles. In the kitchen, the soft, flickering glow of the flame filled the space with warmth. Beneath the roasting rack in the courtyard, a small, plush kitten, the size of a fist, tilted its head to gaze at the sky. Is he back? He should be. Where is this? Has brother not returned? Wonderful. Brother isn't here. Ah. With bright blue, round eyes fixed on the fish on the roasting rack, the little creature drooled, longing for a taste. If it were to sneak a bite, it would surely face brother's wrath. Its white, fluffy tail swayed back and forth, exuding an irresistible cuteness that made one want to pet it. Chiemo meticulously prepared 4 types of dumplings, each variety yielding 4 pieces, while the remainder was stored away in his space for future consumption. When the time came to indulge, he could simply retrieve them for cooking. He filled a pot with water and ignited the gas stove. After washing and finely chopping a few sprigs of cilantro for later use, he began to arrange small bowls. Next, he cracked 10 farm-fresh eggs into a large bowl, whisking them together with water, a splash of cooking wine to neutralize any fishy odor, and a few drops of fragrant sesame oil to enhance the flavor. He refrained from adding salt or soy sauce, as his beloved yen zai did not require additional seasoning at this stage. The egg mixture was ladled into the small bowls, which were then placed into the steamer. After steaming for 10 minutes, the heat was turned off, and the bowls were allowed to cool for a few minutes. He set aside 1 serving and stored the remaining 9 in his space. The cooked dumplings were retrieved, having cooled down, accompanied by several boiled broccoli florets, a handful of choy sum, and a poached egg. This constituted Chiemo's dinner for the evening. Carrying the steamed eggs and dumplings to the dining area, he gently lifted yen zai from the little cart. A dish of fragrant vinegar, garnished with minced cilantro, awaited the dumplings, and with each delightful bite, Chiemo felt as though he could swallow his own tongue in pleasure. He pinched off a small piece of dumpling skin and offered it to yen zai, who eagerly opened his mouth. The soft dumpling skin, slightly salty and bursting with meaty flavor, was a culinary revelation for the little one, who found it utterly delectable. Watching yen zai grow increasingly animated, Chiemo chuckled, "With salt in them you can't have too many, little one." After finishing the dumplings, Chiemo felt a sense of satisfaction and proceeded to feed yen zai the steamed egg. Initially resistant, the little one tightly closed his mouth, yearning for more dumpling skin. However, after a couple of firm attempts to feed him, yen zai adapted and discovered that the steamed egg was equally fragrant and delicious. Once yen zai was fed, Chi Dong retrieved a box of cherries from the space, ensuring they had a vitamin boost. After their meal, Chiemo cradled yen zai and took a leisurely stroll in the yard to aid digestion. Beneath the barbecue grill, sparks danced playfully, and as Chiemo approached, he noticed a fluffy white creature that stood out remarkably. Upon closer inspection, he found a kitten, slightly larger than a fist, round and plush with a tail that was longer than its body, swaying as it moved. As he drew nearer, the little felinous head perked up, its large, cerulean eyes sparkling like glass. If it weren't for the color difference, Chiemo could have sworn it was yen zai gazing back at him. "Are you a little kitten?" Chiemo inquired, squatting down to engage with the creature. The kitten, excitedly meowing, seemed to exclaim internally, "I finally see living daddy and big brother." This kitten was undeniably adorable, yet Chiemo had never encountered this breed before. It resembled a teacup cat, radiating cuteness but seemingly out of place. Though the yard's gate was not securely sealed, it would be a challenge for even a small mouse to squeeze through, let alone this kitten, which was far too large to manage the climb over the 4-meter-high wall. It seemed likely that the kitten had slipped in while he was tending to the cart. "Whose are you? You should head home. Your owner must be worried sick. Chiemo said cautiously, extending his hand, a bit apprehensive that the kitten might not be docile and could scratch him. Despite having purchased snake antivenom, he had neglected to acquire rabies vaccine, necessitating caution. To his surprise, before his hand could reach the kitten, it nuzzled against his palm, its fur as soft as satin, and Chiemo instantly fell in love. Whose little one are you? Would you like to stay with me? I'll find your owner and offer money to bring you home. Chiemo couldn't help but inquire. The kitten seemed to respond with a silent meow. And Chiemo laughed, you can't talk, so how can I ask for your opinion? The little feline appeared anxious, meowing in distress. Meow meow meow. Yenzai is your family. He is still a sprout. Not even fully born yet. Meow meow meow. The kitten was in a frenzy, pacing in circles. Unfortunately, Chiemo could not comprehend the language of cats. Are you hungry? Do you want some fish? He asked, noting the kitten's gaze fixed on the grill. That's too hot and has been salted, you can't have that. He refused the kitten's request for the grilled fish. Watching the kitten lower its head in disappointment, Chiemo pondered how he could discern such an expression of dejection on a cat's face. Wait, I'll get you something unseasoned. Would you prefer it raw or cooked? He mused, suddenly questioning his own sanity for attempting to engage in dialogue with a kitten. Shaking his head, he returned to the kitchen and retrieved 10 shrimp from his space, tossing them into the steamer. Before long, the shrimp were cooked, and Chiemo began to shell them. Unbeknownst to him, the kitten had followed him and was now circling around his ankles, occasionally brushing its fluffy tail against his calves. The sensation was delightful, and Chiemo found himself utterly enchanted. He tore 7 shrimp into small pieces and placed them in a dish on the ground, saying, Here you go. It's no longer hot. Yenzai, who had been staring at the shrimp, wondered why his portion looked smaller than the kitten's. Chiemo then tore the remaining 3 shrimp into pieces, gently feeding them to the chubby Yenzai. After the shrimp were devoured, Chiemo patted Yenzai and then stroked the exceptionally gentle kitten. All right, I'll ask around tomorrow to see if anyone in the village has lost a cat. If not, you will officially be mine. If someone has lost you, I'll pay them to let you stay with me, Chiemo declared. Having decided to keep the kitten, Chiemo placed Yenzai in a luxurious climbing bed. I'll name you Snowball. Stay on the ground for now, as you haven't been cleaned yet and can't climb onto the bed. I'll make you a cozy little nest tonight, and tomorrow I'll get you some litter, he said as he headed towards the storage room. Shortly thereafter, Chiemo emerged with a pair of scissors and 2 empty milk cartons from his space. He cut a rounded hole in one carton to serve as an entrance and fashioned similar holes in both cartons, securing them together with tape. The upper carton was fitted with a ping-pong ball-sized hole for a window, while the lower one was lined with a towel and the upper one topped with a tile, creating a double-decker luxury cat villa. He placed the little abode beneath the climbing bed. Snowball, Chiemo called out, but the little creature had been circling at his feet and, in a moment of distraction, had vanished. Looking up, Chiemo spotted Snowball pinned beneath Yenzai's chubby form. The plump Yenzai, weighing around 17 to 18 pounds at just 9 months, was far too heavy for such a tiny kitten. You can't squash Snowball, or you'll smother him, Chiemo exclaimed, hastily lifting the hefty Yenzai. To his relief, Snowball promptly scrambled to its feet, shaking off the encounter, revealing its glossy, shimmering coat. How fortunate that you're unharmed, Chiemo breathed, setting Yenzai aside to inspect the kitten, who had no scratches or wounds. As he gazed into the kitten's bright eyes, Chiemo caught Snowball wandering around the luxurious climbing bed alongside Yenzai. Why do I feel like Snowball's eyes resemble Yenzai's so closely? He mused. The 2 little ones, tilting their heads in unison, appeared to be siblings. Heavens, I certainly can't give birth to a kitten. If I were to, it would be from Huoliangzhou, Chiemo thought, shaking his head. Let us not dwell on such matters, Chiemo said earnestly. Huojingyan, you are already a grown-up, and you must behave. You cannot bully the little kitten or squash Snowball. You might crush him. Yenzai blinked her large, curious eyes and turned her head to the diminutive cat. Seemingly compelled by an urge, she seized it and attempted to shove it into her mouth, ready to take a bite to discern its flavor. Chiemo swiftly grasped Yenzai's hand with one hand while covering her mouth with the other. Oh, foolish child. Why do you insist on putting everything in your mouth? This is a kitten, not something to consume. We must wait until it is clean before you can play with it, he chided gently. Before them, the little kitten, Snowball, displayed remarkable docility, enduring rough handling without a hint of aggression towards the chubby child. After rescuing the kitten from Yenzai's clutches, Chiemo pointed a finger at Snowball's nose, admonishing, You cannot hop onto the bed without being clean. You've dirtied your brother's bed. However, I must commend you for not scratching him. So do keep that up. His praise was unwavering. After a spell of intense heat, one might expect a subsequent chill. A plump and gentle kitten not only serves as a companion for Yenzai but, at critical moments, could also be a lifesaver. The kitten radiated warmth, capable of maintaining Yenzai's body temperature, especially with two little ones growing within her. In the event of a cold snap, having the kitten nestled in bed would prevent Yenzai from freezing. The kitten mewed. Meow meow. I'm not dirty at all. I'm quite clean, not a speck of dust upon me. Chiemo firmly held the meowing Snowball, saying, First, we must give you a bath. He lit a candle in the living room, its glow reassuring Yenzai enough to quell her tears. He carried Snowball into the bathroom, where he mixed a bit of hot water with some cold before bathing the kitten. Once Snowball was clean, Chiemo retrieved a towel, ready to dry her off. However, Snowball, standing on the sink, shook herself vigorously, sending droplets flying. As Chiemo reached out, he noticed that the once damp little Snowball now sported a fluffy, soft coat, appearing as if she had never been washed at all. Chiemo gazed at the kitten in astonishment. Have you transformed? He inquired. The kitten replied, I have not transformed. I am your little one now. Watching the lively creature scamper onto his head, Chiemo glanced at the mirror, marveling at her spirited demeanor. It was apparent she was not a pet from anyone else. Likely, she had been drawn in by the scent of grilled fish. Should I keep her? Or should I not? Living with just Yenzai felt a bit lonely, especially with a unique kitten. If well cared for, she could become an excellent guardian, ensuring they need not fear intruders at night. Yet, would there be parasites? Chiemo felt a twinge of anxiety regarding parasites. However, he had interacted with animals in his previous life, encountering mutated rats and fearsome altered dogs. He had even been bitten, yet nothing adverse had come of it. Regardless, she was simply too adorable to resist. Snowball appeared remarkably clean, requiring no blow-drying after her bath. Just a shake would suffice. She could provide warmth, companionship, and protection. Her utility was truly multifaceted. Tomorrow, he would inquire around the village about any lost cats. It seemed he was ready to adopt Snowball. After placing Snowball into her luxurious dual-level cat villa, Chiemo took Yenzai in one arm and a lantern in the other as they ascended to the upstairs bedroom. The moment he touched the bed, exhaustion overtook him, and he quickly fell asleep. Warmth surged through his limbs, leading him into a deep slumber. A white fluff ball emerged. Yenzai, still awake, spotted the white ball and eagerly crawled over, tugging at its tail and playfully biting it. Snowball, meow meow meow, as my older brother. How could you bite my tail? She whined, feeling wronged. Snowball retorted, I lick, I lick, I lick. Your skin is delightful. Such a wonderful texture. Hearing Yenzai's pitiful cries, Snowball opened her golden, slit-like eyes, witnessing the two little ones engaging in their playful skirmish, and promptly closed her eyes again, choosing to ignore the commotion. Chapter 32. Snowball, the kitten, meowed. Meow meow meow. Let go of my tail. How could my elder brother be so frightening, to have the heart to bite my tail? Woe is me. And now he's nibbling my ear. A shiver ran through little Snowball. Her elder brother was even more terrifying than her second brother. The second brother either ignored her or would give her a good thrashing. But the elder brother treated her ear as a pacifier. How utterly terrifying. Time passed and eventually, silence enveloped the room as they both drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chiemo awoke, roused by an overwhelming warmth. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a startling sight. A fluffy mass resting against his neck, explaining the heat. He knew all too well that it was Yenzai nestled against him. Yet, he pondered, how did the kitten Snowball end up here? He distinctly remembered placing her in her temporary villa last night. How did she sneak into his room? Had she followed him in without him noticing? Staring at the ceiling for a prolonged moment, Chiemo felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. His stomach felt pleasantly warm, a comforting sensation. It seemed to be a splendid day ahead. Delving into his mental space, he surveyed his ample supplies, ensuring plenty for both himself and Yenzai to thrive for a lifetime. Such a reassuring feeling. Wait, something felt off. Just as Chiemo's mental focus returned, he instantly redirected his attention back to his space. It appeared that his space had undergone a transformation, encountering a minor issue. Visually, it didn't seem significant, nothing detrimental. Suddenly, he bolted upright as he noticed Snowball and Yenzai tangled together. Still drowsy, they stirred slightly, shifting positions to find a more comfortable way to continue their slumber. Chiemo was astounded. In his previous life, His spatial realm had only manifested after 5 months. Unfortunately, it had little functionality at that time. Resources were scarce, and he and Yenzai had merely survived. The space had remained unchanged until his demise, vast but filled with little. Upon his rebirth, aside from its expanded size, his space had remained largely the same as in his past life. The sole distinction was the acquisition of abundant resources. Now, however, in a corner of his material space, there was an addition, a patch of land. Indeed, a piece of land, rich black soil, with a pond nestled within, approximately 100 square feet. The land itself was about 10 times that size, roughly 1,000 square feet, over an acre. My heavens! Chiemo pinched his cheek, grinning widely, albeit a bit too forcefully, causing a twinge of pain. Nevertheless, he was filled with elation. This was no dream. His space had evolved, now featuring arable land. Initially, he had intended to rest today, considering he had sufficient provisions prepared for the villagers. Yet, excitement coursed through him as he uttered the command to enter. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing on the soil. Even barefoot on the earth, he felt immense joy. A ray of sunlight streamed in from an unknown source, warming him pleasantly, distinctly different from the oppressive heat outside. Chiemo approached the pond, cupping his hands to examine the water. It was crystal clear. After a moment of exhilaration, he realized the planting space and material space were separated by a thin membrane, making direct passage impossible. In his previous life, he had been unable to access the material space. After a brief bout of excitement, Chiemo exited the space. Observing his muddy feet, he noted they were impeccably clean, not a speck of soil clinging to them. Gazing at the kitten Snowball, who was still tugging at her tail, Chiemo felt a surge of happiness. Snowball had arrived last night, and today he had acquired a plot of arable land and a small pond. Truly, this kitten was a harbinger of fortune. Though his feet were spotless, he still opted to wash them in the bathroom. After freshening up and changing clothes, Chiemo cradled Yenzai and nestled Snowball into her embrace before heading downstairs. He gently placed Yenzai in her luxurious climbing bed, where she continued to sleep, while Snowball settled beside her. Chiemo even made an effort to keep them slightly apart, but upon receiving Snowball, she rolled right into Yenzai's arms. Yenzai's hand immediately reached out, feeling around until it grasped the tail, at which point it settled down in tranquility. It seems that the two little ones have developed a fondness for one another. Chiemo first headed to the kitchen to boil some water. The absence of electricity made this task rather cumbersome. After the water had come to a boil, Chiemo made his way to the courtyard. As he opened the door, a wave of heat enveloped him. The temperature today was undoubtedly higher than yesterday, and it was still not yet 6 o'clock. He first approached the laundry sink, diligently washing his clothes and hanging them under the eaves to dry. Walking over to the grilling rack, he added a few more pine branches before bed. And now the chicken and fish roasting atop the grill had turned a beautiful golden brown, their appearance quite appetizing. Chiemo reignited the fire, and the smoke began to waft once more. After this round of smoking, he planned to store away the first batch of smoked meat. The second batch of fish marinating in the large barrel could also be taken out to dry soon. He then moved to the flower bed by the dining area. Chiemo replenished the water for the quail and added some millet feed. The quails, having adapted to their new environment, had already laid 3 eggs for him. With a pair of long chopsticks, he retrieved them, feeling quite pleased. After washing the eggs, he brought them home to boil for breakfast. As the water boiled, he poured it into the large pot in his space, covering it. He subsequently fetched water, washed 4 or 5 pounds of quail eggs, added a pinch of salt, and let them boil, knowing that he could enjoy a couple later when he had the time. It was quite convenient. A shout from outside interrupted him. Chiemo, are you going to dig potatoes today? It was Aunt Chun from next door calling out. Chiemo opened the yard door and replied, Not today. I'm a bit tired, and I'm pregnant, so I'll take a day to rest. I might go buy some fish later. By the way, Aunt Chun, could you ask around if anyone in the village has lost a cat? My goodness, you're pregnant? I didn't even notice. Yenzai is only 9 months old. Aunt Chun was taken aback. You must be very careful now, given the circumstances. It's not ideal. Chiemo chuckled upon hearing this. 2 months, it was an accident. Now that it's here, it's too late to terminate. The doctor said it's twins. Twins? Indeed. How precious. You must take extra care of yourself, Aunt Chun said, her concern evident. All right, I'll ask around, though there aren't many households with cats in the village, and I haven't heard of anyone losing one. After their conversation, Aunt Chun left, feeling that Chiemo's life would not be easy moving forward. As for Huo, she had no idea when he would arrive. Being neighbors, she had received favors from the Huo family in the past, and she contemplated extending more assistance in the future, even though her own circumstances were somewhat precarious. While she had some grain, it would not suffice once her daughter and son-in-law returned, along with her son who was in college. They would need to dig for more potatoes to store. However, money was scarce and too easily spent. She hoped her child would return soon, bringing back some money to buy more food. Upon returning to the courtyard, Mo heard the distinctive sounds of the little ones calling out. He entered the living room and tended to Yen Zai's diaper needs, allowing the little one's bottom some air. It was only then that Mo headed to the kitchen to boil dumplings. Observing the little cat, Shueqiu, who had jumped down from the luxurious climbing bed to follow at his feet, he said, "Shueqiu, do you eat cat food? I can go into town to buy some." The little cat, Shueqiu, replied, "Meow, I don't eat cat food. I eat what daddy makes." In the morning, there was a plate of 4 flavor dumplings, 2 poached eggs, a bowl of mixed grain porridge, and 4 or 5 quail eggs. Shueqiu received 2 quail eggs, 1 dumpling, and a spoonful of porridge. Yen Zai had a similar meal, 2 quail eggs, 2 dumpling wrappers, and half a small bowl of porridge. After enjoying their meal, Mo put a diaper on Yen Zai. He gently patted little cat Shueqiu's head and said, "Stay at home. Shueqiu, don't wander off and risk being mistaken for someone else. When I return, I'll go to Huo Village to buy some fish, shrimp, and snails." As soon as the tricycle left the yard, the little cat darted out through the closed door, climbing into the baby stroller. No one would discover it unless Yen Zai was taken out. Of course, as long as it wished, no one could see it. Not even Daddy. After all, it was merely an external mimicry. Once Mo stepped out of the house, his first destination was not Huo Village but the chicken farm. "Chunfeng, are you there?" Mo called out loudly in the yard. Soon, Chunfeng emerged. The previous day, under the scorching sun, the temperature had soared to 39 degrees. Such heat could lead to illness among the chickens if no measures were taken. However, with no electricity, even the fans couldn't be turned on, and there was no ice to be found. "Mr. Chi, are you here to buy chickens?" Chunfeng inquired. Mo nodded, "Yes. Shall I have them slaughtered? How many do you need?" "However, the price has gone up to 500 each." Chunfeng queried. In recent days, prices had risen for everything, and Chunfeng had followed suit. Mo shook his head upon hearing this. "Not yet. I want to raise them for a while. Please help me put them in a cage and I will pay. For hens and 2 roosters. Do you have ducks?" "So, I'd like 2 female ducks and 1 male. "Yes, we have just over 10 raised by the pond. Would you like me to catch them for you?" Chunfeng asked. "Do you have black chickens?" "I'd like 2 hens and 1 rooster. Also, I want some feathered chickens and a large white goose." Mo replied. As a significant customer, Chunfeng was eager to assist. Hearing Mo's request, he immediately went to catch them. Soon, Chunfeng returned with 4 hens, 2 roosters, 2 female black chickens, 1 male black chicken, feathered chickens, ducks, and a large white goose. In no time, Chunfeng had everything ready, placing the cages on the cart and delivering them directly to Mo. 18 in total, 9,000. Mo handed over 10,000, and Chunfeng promptly delivered the cages to him. After seeing Chunfeng off, Mo quickly transferred the chickens, ducks, and geese into his space. He then took out some grass seeds from his space and scattered them on the land. When he had time, he planned to build a chicken coop, duck shed, and goose house. He tossed some cabbage leaves, millet, and feed into the cages before carrying them to the backyard. Chunfeng had also given Mo a large bag of mixed grain feed. After washing his hands, Mo provided Yen Zai with a small bottle of water. It was only 7 in the morning, and upon checking the thermometer hanging under the eaves, he noted that it had already reached 39 degrees. Today, the temperature might well reach 40. He brought all the smoked chicken and fish from the yard into the kitchen to cool before sealing them in bags. Next, he retrieved the fish that had soaked overnight and hung them up to dry. The weather was sweltering, but he had a pond and needed to buy small fish and shrimp to raise. Before long, Mo, fully prepared with Yen Zai, set off on his tricycle towards Huo Village. Many people were already arriving to purchase fish, including villagers, townsfolk, and city residents, all flocking to the countryside to buy grain. With a new little cat at home, which loved eating fish, Mo realized he couldn't raise many large fish in his space, but he could certainly manage small ones. After some time, the small fish would grow into larger ones. Soon, Mo arrived at a fish farm selling fry. The owner had just released them, and the pond contained small crucian carp, and fathead minnows, along with some small miscellaneous fish and river shrimp. These fish were quite tiny, not bigger than the palm of Yen Zai's hand. Chiemo also requested some snails, and the owner kindly caught him half a bucket without charging anything. Quickly, Chiemo rode off on his tricycle, putting the items into his space along the way to avoid them dying. The high temperature caused the fish and shrimp to float shortly after. He then headed towards the breeding farm in the mountains, where they raised small pigs. However, it was a bit of a distance farther than the quarry. As he pedaled up the mountain path, Chiemo found himself unable to ascend further. He took out the small cart, leaving the tricycle locked beneath a tree. A quarter of an hour later, Chiemo arrived at the fragrant pig farm and knocked on the door. Upon stating his intention to purchase 3 piglets, the owner immediately quoted a price of 1,000 each, which seemed rather steep. "Will you deliver? To that house with the high wall in Huo Village. At 6 in the evening. I want 10 in total, 5 females and 5 males. The little sows should weigh 5 jin, and the little boars should weigh 10 jin. All must be alive," Chiemo asserted. The owner agreed upon hearing this. In these troubling times, with rampant inflation and food prices soaring, transportation was severely hampered, and feed could not be delivered. The oppressive heat made pig farming increasingly difficult, prompting some to hastily sell off their livestock. Observing Chiemo prepare to leave, the owner suggested, "Would you like some peaches? I have yellow peaches and honey peaches. They could have been harvested a few days earlier, but due to the power outage and lack of transport, we couldn't get them picked. They're not staples, and the villagers nearby are reluctant to come. Those from farther away won't come at all. Consequently, they sell even worse than the potatoes from Chun family village." "Yes, will you deliver?" Chiemo inquired. The owner shook his head. "I can deliver, but you'll need to pick them yourself. We'll give you 5 yuan per jin." The foot of the mountain was quite close, a mere half-hour's journey, which was why the owner was willing to deliver. Since he was already delivering the piglets, he agreed to bring the peaches as well. Chiemo consented. Pushing the infant cart, he followed the owner around the pig farm, arriving at the back of the hill, where he discovered not only peaches but also oranges, bayberries, and oil peaches. At this moment, Chiemo was not interested in the fruits themselves. Rather, he yearned for the fruit trees. There was no rush. He would scout the area and, after some time, return to dig up the trees once they were abandoned. Unfortunately, 1 mu of land could not accommodate many fruit trees. The cherries were ripe and Chiemo plucked a few to taste. They were exceptionally sweet and juicy. The owner observed the handsome young man indulging in cherries and remarked, "We use only organic fertilizers here. The taste of our fruits is superb, and the varieties are commendable. Take a basket to gather them. Once you're done, place them beneath the cherry tree, and we'll pack them for you later. We'll deliver them to you this evening," the owner added, bringing over a dozen baskets. Chiemo nodded. "All right, I'll take my time." There were several varieties of peaches. Yellow peaches, honey peaches, as well as green and white ones. Holding the scissors provided by the owner, Chiemo placed the little one beneath the sprawling shade of a camphor tree before he began to pick the yellow peaches. Whenever he looked up, he could see the little one's chubby hands waving and tiny feet kicking about. He selected only the largest and roundest peaches, leaving the lesser ones behind. The ripe yellow peaches emitted a delightful fragrance, and the honey peaches were equally aromatic. Filling half a basket with slightly underripe peaches, he reserved the fully ripe ones for another container to prevent them from being bruised. The weather grew increasingly hot, and Chiemo wiped the sweat from his brow, downing half a bottle of mineral water. He then went back to the camphor tree to refill the little one's bottle with water. The little creature suckled eagerly on the bottle, his tiny feet swinging, making adorable sounds, behaving like a well-mannered darling, not causing any fuss. As long as he could see his father, the plump little one was perfectly obedient. Suddenly, Chiemo halted in his peach picking, noticing something out of the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, he saw a flash of white behind the little one, resembling the long tail of a small cat. Had it escaped again? Was it necessary to confine it in a cage to keep it from slipping away? Why was it so easy to get out? Lost in thought, Chiemo glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly noon, and the temperature had risen to 40 degrees. Thankfully, the shade provided some relief from the heat. Concerned about the possibility of heatstroke, he noted that he had already picked 4 baskets of yellow peaches, 4 baskets of honey peaches, 1 basket of oil peaches, and half a basket of cherries. That should suffice. Chiemo carried the cherries and pushed the little one out. The owner assisted in weighing them, 51 jin in total. After paying 1,000, he agreed to settle the remaining balance when the owner delivered later. By the time Chiemo returned home, it was already 12:30. The heat was oppressive. Fortunately, aside from his drenched clothes, he felt no discomfort. Drinking sufficient water usually prevented heat exhaustion. The thermometer in the yard had soared to 41 degrees. Inside the living room, Chiemo changed out of his wet clothes and pulled out a bottle of salted soda, gulping down half of it. He picked up the little one to check on him. The little fellow seemed fine, not sweating at all thanks to the ice packs. The temperature inside the infant cart was not as high as outside. After changing the little one into a fresh outfit and giving him a bottle of milk, he took out the small cat, Snowball, from the cart and placed it on the marble surface. He retrieved a small bowl filled with meat porridge, unsalted, and added a sprinkle of dried shrimp. "Here is your lunch, Snowball." Chiemo gently nudged the cat, encouraging it to eat, and poured a small dish of water for Snowball. Watching the little one finish eating and then drift off to sleep, Chiemo spread a mat in the living room and placed the little one on it. He himself had a bowl of cold noodles and a cucumber, though he had little appetite due to the heat. Lying on the mat, he felt utterly exhausted. After much haste, the people from Zhang family village finally reached Yunqing. Many in the city were familiar with the name Huoliangzhou, but few cared to know where he hailed from. The villagers from Zhang family were parched and famished. Conditions in the city were far worse than in their village. With the cessation of transportation, goods became difficult to move, and even water had surged in price to 30 or 40 yuan per bottle. Food prices had skyrocketed as well. A bowl of pickled vegetable noodles that used to cost 15 yuan now demanded 70 or 80 yuan. If one desired meat, such as pork chop noodles or small rib noodles, they were met with disappointment. There was none. Without refrigerated trucks, it was a struggle to transport anything from the farms, let alone to the slaughterhouses, before distributing to various cities. Relying solely on human effort would result in the goods spoiling before they could reach their destination. Even live transport faced challenges, as the sweltering heat could lead to livestock succumbing to heatstroke. It was evident how many people resided in a city and how vast the logistics network needed to transport such a quantity of supplies. Currently, logistics were essentially paralyzed. Even if someone pushed a flatbed cart or used a mule-drawn carriage, they could only move a meager amount, entirely insufficient. The 5 individuals from Zhang family village exerted considerable effort to ascertain that Huoliangzhou's residence was in Huo family village. However, determining the exact location of Huo family village required further inquiries. They spent a significant sum to acquire a map and, after much difficulty, finally located Taohua town. The journey to Taohua town was no small feat. The villagers had to toil to find a guide, which also cost them dearly. Uncertain of how much this quest for vengeance would cost, especially with some suffering from heatstroke, 2 individuals had to be left behind in the outskirts of Yunqing. The remaining 3 villagers from Zhang family followed the guide towards Taohua town. Those sent by Huoliangzhou traveled tirelessly through the night and finally reached Yunqing by noon. Chunlei had visited Huoliangzhou's hometown before, serving as a driver on that occasion. Though he was not entirely familiar with the route, finding the direction was still relatively straightforward. Upon arriving at the Taohua town police station, Chunlei quickly sought out Huang Ming. After explaining the situation, Huang Ming agreed to lend his assistance. The troublesome elements from Zhang family village fell outside his jurisdiction. However, if they dared to extend their wickedness to his territory, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. Murder was not an option for Chunlei, not at least at this moment, as handling a corpse was exceedingly troublesome. Hence, Huang Ming's involvement became invaluable. Upon understanding the situation, he was willing to station people outside Chi Mo's home to keep watch. Should anyone from Zhang family village dare to act, he would apprehend them. Unbeknownst to Chi Mo, he awoke from a nap at 2:30. Taking out a fan, he fanned the little one. Even indoors, the heat was stifling. Beads of sweat had formed on the little one's forehead, while Snowball lay sprawled on the mat like a little cat pancake. A knock echoed at the yard gate. Chiemo downed a glass of water before stepping outside to inquire, "Who is it?" "It's me, Hua Huakong, the son of the old clan leader. Your Aunt Wang's husband," Hua Huakong replied. Chiemo opened the yard gate. Astonished, "Uncle Huakong, what brings you here?" "It's like this. Your Aunt Wang mentioned you wanted to discuss something, correct?" Hua Huakong asked. Chiemo nodded. "Indeed, that's correct. Please come in and let's talk." Hua Huakong nodded in agreement. Chiemo led him to the tea room. "The little one is sleeping in the living room. Allow me to pour you a glass of water." Hua Huakong nodded, indicating his understanding. Nowadays, every household treasures their single child, ensuring not to disturb their slumber. Chiemo brought a glass of cool water and handed it over, saying, "Uncle Huakong, you should consider purchasing more grain now. Once the drought sets in, it will be exceedingly difficult to procure any." Hua Huakong sighed. "It's not that I don't want to buy grain. It's simply that funds are low. Who still keeps large sums of cash at home these days? I'm in a bit of a bind. Regarding the Kong, I wish to advance the payment so Aunt Wong can procure the grain, and I can assist with the Kong installation. Hua Kong expressed his predicament. Mo, upon hearing this, acknowledged the reality. How many families still had substantial cash reserves? He himself was fortunate, having prepared specifically for such occasions, with over $1 million in the space, along with a reserve of gold. Very well. Let me know how much you need. I shall provide it for you, Mo stated, unperturbed by the possibility of Hua Kong defaulting, as the old clan leader was known for his integrity. Otherwise, he would not have held such a position. Hua Kong replied, I need to assess how to calculate the expenses first. Mo guided Hua Kong to the dining area, pointing to the floor-to-ceiling windows as he spoke. I plan to install a heated Kong in this dining area. We shall remove the windows and construct a brick wall, with a thickness of 5 bricks. In the 3rd layer we shall insert a vacuum insulation panel, followed by 2 more bricks. Upon hearing Mo's words, Hua Kong realized this was more than just installing a Kong. It was akin to building a wall. Moreover, there are no walls on this side of the dining area. If you build a wall here, it will block entry to the tea room, Hua Kong remarked. Mo pointed to the entrance of the tea room and clarified, the wall can extend only up to the door, as long as it doesn't tea-touch. It's fine. Additionally, we must lay an insulation layer beneath the Kong. Otherwise, I worry it might damage the floorboards. Though the quality is assured, caution is advisable. Hua Kong nodded in understanding. I see you wish to have a Kong built alongside 2 walls, which will require about half a meter for the outer wall. Hence, the Kong should be approximately 2.5 meters wide, which should suffice for your family. He added, the cost for the Kong, including materials, should originally be around 5,000. However, prices have surged for everything. I can't calculate accurately, and labor costs have risen as well. It all depends on manpower. Hua Kong appeared troubled. If it were only for the Kong, he would have readily paid Mo 10,000. However, with the addition of 2 walls and insufficient materials at home, he would need to purchase insulation materials. In that case, I shall give you 50,000, 30,000 for supplies, and the remaining 20,000 should suffice for the base cost. If it's not enough, feel free to ask me later, Mo offered, unconcerned about the small sums. The clan leader had few members, and Aunt Wong was a good person. Helping out a little was only right. Assisting the old clan leader was akin to aiding oneself. Hua Kong responded that is sufficient. It's too much. Mo insisted, not at all. Buy more supplies. Who knows, it might help me out later. Hua Kong agreed, recognizing that Mo was alone in the village, and with no word on when Liangzhou would return. It was wise to lend him support to prevent others from taking advantage of him. I will prepare. We can commence work tomorrow, Hua Kong stated. Mo replied, wait a moment. I will fetch the money. Shortly, Mo emerged from the living room, having opened a cabinet to retrieve a stack of cash. Hua Kong remarked on the disorganized manner in which the money was laid out. Mo, you ought to conceal your funds more carefully. The outside world is in turmoil. You must exercise caution while alone with the little one. It's all right. I've nearly exhausted my funds anyway. Mo smiled as he bid him farewell. In the storage room, there were 2 extra bathroom windows made of shatterproof glass, and the 2 pieces of glass in the dining area were also reinforced, not inexpensive, but worth keeping for potential future use. After contemplating this, Mo returned to the living room, where he found the little one had already crawled off the mat. Instead of seeking his father, his first act was to chase after the little kitten, biting its tail and gnawing away. The kitten, Snowball, awakened from its slumber, wore an expression of utter exasperation. My brother is such a handful. In the afternoon, Chun Xia returned home, inquiring if anyone in the village had lost a cat. After a thorough inquiry, she discovered that very few households kept cats, and none had reported any missing. After her questioning, she went to inform Mo that no one in the village had lost a cat. Mo considered this and realized that the kitten was indeed a rare breed. He wondered why it had come to his home, as it appeared to be meticulously cared for by its owner. Grasping the scruff of the kitten's neck, Mo exchanged glances with Snowball and declared, all right, from this day forth, I shall be your caretaker. Welcome to our family, Snowball. One hand still holding the kitten's scruff, he extended the other to shake paws with Snowball. After the welcome, Mo grabbed a bucket of sand, intending to borrow some from the village head to use as cat litter. The small amount of sand left from his home renovation had already been repurposed to cool the water well. Huo Jianyan observed Mo returning with a bucket of sand, frowning as he rushed home to inquire with his grandmother. Grandma, was Chun Xia asking if anyone in the village had lost a cat? Chapter 33. Zheng Mei, Huo Jingzhong's wife, nodded at her grandson's inquiry. Yes. Chen Xia was inquiring about lost cats. Why do you ask? Huo Jingzhong interjected. What is Chen Xia inquiring about? Their family was short on funds, with whatever little they had spent on meat and liquor. Thus, they were not in a position to procure grain, while the rest of the villagers remained at ease. Previously, they could rely on a small truck to assist with deliveries, but now that the car was out of commission, he remained idle at home. The only thought occupying his mind was to get rid of Chiemo, the person who had taken the key to their courtyard gate. That 10,000 yuan was far too easy to earn. All one had to do was leave the key at home, without even needing to clean. When the Huo family came, he could simply hand over the courtyard key. But now Chiemo had disrupted that plan. However, even 10,000 yuan wouldn't buy much anymore. Potatoes were already 10 yuan a pound. 10,000 would only fetch 1,000 pounds. And they would still need to dig it up themselves, which Huo Jingzhong was too lazy to do. With potatoes priced so steeply, he could just grow them himself, as they had plenty of land that lay fallow. Had he known, he would have planted potatoes in the empty plots. Huo Jianyan looked at his grandfather and said, I saw Chiemo running to the clan leader's place with a bucket of sand. Huo Jingzhong responded, what does it matter if he is taking sand? Huo Jianyan gazed at his grandfather, who was muddled from drinking. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. I'll go check with Chen Xia. If her family doesn't have a cat, then it must be at Chiemo's place. Chiemo picked up a cat, and Chen Xia might help him inquire. Since Chen Xia's family doesn't keep cats, if the cat was indeed picked up by Chiemo, we can claim it as ours. If he refuses to pay, we'll just take the cat back. Grandpa, everyone else's family is buying grain while we're short on funds. What will we eat when Dad, Mom, and my older brother return? How long can we survive on the little grain we have? Huo Jianyan spoke with frustration. Other grandfathers are preparing for the future. Ours just knows how to drink and eat meat. Comparing goods, one must discard the inferior. Comparing people, one must eliminate the burdensome. My grandfather is the one who should be left behind. Huo Jingzhong retorted, we still have a few hundred pounds of grain at home, enough to last a few months. Only a fool would buy more. Look at those grain prices. Potatoes are 10 yuan, millet 20 and rice 30. Even with money you can't buy it. If our family had more grain, I would want to sell it for a fortune. They are a bunch of fools, easy targets. A gust of wind and they act as if the sky is falling. If there is truly no food, the government will ensure we don't starve. They will dispatch aid. In times of trouble, help comes from all sides, so there is no need to worry too much. Huo Jingzhong spoke with confidence. But you're clever, go find out for certain. If Chiemo has adopted it, we must hurry and demand money. Huo Jingzhong instructed his grandson. Huo Jianyan swiftly turned and fled, hoping that events would unfold as his grandfather had foretold. Chiemo returned with a large bucket of sand, subsequently removing a patch of grass from the lawn adjacent to the right wall of the restaurant's flower bed. He excavated over 30 centimeters of soil and filled the hole with the bucket of sand. The sandpit was wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, measuring approximately 40 by 40 centimeters, sufficient for a small kitten to utilize. If it proved inadequate, he would fetch another 2 buckets of sand, for while other items required money, sand did not. At around 3 o'clock, with the sun still blazing, Chiemo returned to the living room, beckoning the kitten over to the sandpit. Pointing, he instructed Shueqiu, this is your sandpit. You shall use it for your toilet from now on. He placed Shueqiu inside, but the kitten immediately leaped out, shaking off the sand from its paws. Chiemo observed the kitten's hasty exit with a hint of exasperation, saying, have you learned? There's a pet door by the kitchen. You must learn to use it yourself. The kitten seemed to respond, Daddy, I understand. No need to teach me. As Chiemo picked Shueqiu up once more and placed it back in the sand, the kitten began to dig, demonstrating its comprehension. It even symbolically marked its territory, covering it with sand before jumping out. Chiemo, witnessing the kitten's cleverness, exclaimed in delight, Shueqiu, you are truly brilliant. Come, let us return home. It is still too hot outside. With that, he took the kitten back indoors. Yan Zai had already climbed behind the sofa, and Chiemo went to retrieve the little one, carrying it to the bathroom to wash its hands, face and feet, thereby preventing any dirt from being ingested and causing an upset stomach. After closing the bathroom door, he placed Yan Zai in the crawling bed and checked on the space. Chickens, ducks, and geese were scurrying about, prompting him to hasten the construction of coops for each, and perhaps acquire a few rabbits, which reproduced quickly and grew at a startling pace. This would alleviate any future concerns about meat shortages. Emerging from the space, Chiemo glanced at the time. It was 3:30. With 2.5 hours until 6 o'clock, he had ample time to cut down bamboo. Dressed in long sleeves, long pants, and small socks, fully equipped with mosquito-repellent patches, he placed the kitten Shueqiu in the basket beneath the baby stroller and set off, pushing the stroller away from the village. Huo Jianian soon arrived at Chen Xia's house, peering cautiously. Upon spotting him, Chen Xia inquired, "Is there something you need?" "No, it's nothing. Chen Nai, we've run out of salt at home. Could you lend me some?" Huo Jianian requested. Chen Xia frowned upon hearing this. She thought Huo Jingzhong truly unreliable, making the child suffer. "You wait, I'll get you some. I don't have much left myself, so I can only spare a little." "You should go to the town tomorrow to buy some," she replied. As Chen Xia entered her home, Huo Jianian followed suit, scanning the surroundings but finding no sign of a cat. "Chen Nai, I heard you were inquiring about which family lost a cat. Why is there no cat here?" Huo Jianian asked. "It's not that I lost a cat. It was Mo who saw one and asked me to inquire," Chen Xia clarified. Handing him a disposable cup filled 1/3 with salt, she cautioned, "Take this carefully. Don't spill it." Having gathered the information he sought, Huo Jianian turned to leave. But Chen Xia mused. This child took the salt without even uttering a word of thanks. How could Huo Jingzhong raise such a child? It is a pity for those two well-formed children. But others' affairs were not her concern. Mo pushed the stroller to a bamboo grove located over 500 meters away. It was a small path frequently traversed by villagers engaged in farming. However, at present, most villagers were out procuring supplies, leaving the path relatively deserted. Once deep within the bamboo grove and ensuring no one was around, Mo began to chop bamboo. 1, 2, 3, his axe sharp and reliable, courtesy of Uncle Tai. After a considerable effort, he had felled 30 to 40 stalks before returning with the stroller. The bamboo grove belonged to Huo family village, and villagers were permitted to harvest it. Upon returning home, Mo encountered Chen Lei and others arriving at the village entrance, riding bicycles along the rural road. He turned, feeling a fleeting familiarity with one of the cyclists, yet could not recall who it was. "When night falls, we will lie in wait outside Huo's courtyard, capturing anyone who climbs the wall," Chen Lei proposed. He intended to apprehend the Zhang family villagers all at once, requiring them to act first. Otherwise, merely restraining them outside would not constitute a crime. Once back home, Mo brought Yan Zai and the kitten into the space. The alfalfa seeds that had soaked for most of the day were scattered. Donning gloves, Mo began to trim the bamboo branches, cleaning each one before splitting the bamboo. The stalks were halved and sharpened. With everything prepared, he selected a spot by the pond to construct a chicken coop, measuring 1.5 meters high, 1.5 meters wide, and 2 meters long, with 10-centimeter intervals between each bamboo pole. 5 horizontal bamboo beams were tightly bound with rope, and the roof was covered with shade cloth, woven through the top bamboo beam. Examining the rectangular chicken coop, Mo deemed it perfect, except for the absence of a door. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 6. He hurried outside, and indeed, 2 carts appeared at the gate, the pig farm owner knocking at the door. Upon opening it, Mo was greeted by 5 lively 10-kilogram piglets and 5 5-kilogram piglets, all brimming with vitality. Taozi inspected the boxes, ensuring no issues with the peaches. "Can you consume all these peaches? Without a refrigerator, they won't last long and will spoil," the pig farm owner warned Mo. With a smile, Mo reassured him, "No worries. I'll cure the meat, and the peaches can be canned or dried. For now, please leave the pig cages here. You can pick them up the day after tomorrow." "That is a big task." "All right, I'll come for them in 2 days," the pig farm owner agreed. Mo handed over the payment, cheerfully stating, "Being idle is unproductive. It's wise to prepare more, who knows when it might come in handy." The pig farm owner sighed. Indeed, with the current state of affairs, potatoes have skyrocketed to 10 yuan. After seeing the owner off and closing the yard gate, Mo observed the lively piglets and selected 3 particularly spirited piglets to place in the space. Next, he chose 2 seemingly quiet piglets to join them. The rest were destined for roasting. He decided to keep them in the barn for now, planning to slaughter them the following day. As dusk approached, Huo Jianian arrived in Huo Village, seeking his good friend Huang Wenbin, intending to acquire some money from Mo and then procure supplies to stash away. Chen Lei, seizing the cover of darkness, entered the home of the elder clan leader. He presented a letter to the elder, asking for assistance in looking after Mo and Yan Zai. The elder, receiving the substantial cash gift of 100,000 yuan, was notably moved, aware that cash was scarce for everyone. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, The villagers will not bully Chiemo and his child, Huo Donglu affirmed. Chunlei smiled, saying, "We trust you, elder. That is why we entrusted such an important task to you." Huozong has been busy lately, but once everything is settled, he will personally return to express his gratitude. I'll take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. After departing the elder's home, Chunlei proceeded to the village head's residence, delivering another 100,000 yuan with a request for the village head to look after Chiemo and Yan Zizai. Village head Huo Liangtian accepted the money, stating, "Technically, I shouldn't accept this much, but given the current situation where everyone is short on cash, I will make an exception. Tell Liang Zhou that as long as I am here, his wife and child will be safe from bullying." "Very well. I will take my leave now. Once Huozong arranges things, he will return," Chunlei said before exiting the village head's home. In a village, two towering figures kept a watchful eye, ensuring that the young master would not suffer as long as he did not stray too far. Young Master Qi possessed a rather striking appearance that made him seem easy to intimidate. He had nearly fallen prey to an assailant while traversing a darkened path. Had Zhang Chang and his companions been present at that moment, they would have surely cried out in anger, "Are you blind? It is we who are in peril." He was, after all, akin to a wolf clad in sheep's clothing, ready to strike with lethal intent. This group of individuals had chosen to feign ignorance, perceiving young Master Qi as particularly innocent and vulnerable, certain that if he ventured outside, he would be subjected to bullying, resulting in tears and distress. As the twilight hues painted the sky, Chiemo hurriedly fed his little one a bowl of rice. A small pot of Buddha jumps over the wall, a plate of steamed fish and a portion of boiled cabbage. The little kitten, Snowball, was given a modest morsel of fish and some rice porridge. The wind lantern was brought inside, plunging the home into darkness. Within the space, Chiemo rummaged about, ultimately uncovering a batch of wooden boxes that had somehow been collected over time. These boxes were rather substantial, square-shaped, measuring 1 meter by 1.2 meters, and standing 1 meter tall. They bore lids and were likely remnants discarded from the warehouse, deemed useless. Hastily, Chiemo retrieved them, stuffing the rambunctious piglets inside. He then placed the lids atop and tossed in some cabbage and sweet potatoes for their nourishment. Tomorrow he would need to procure feed and attend to numerous tasks, ensuring the pigs were settled comfortably. He also arranged for the ducks by the water's edge. Their cage was somewhat smaller, but accommodating 3 ducks was no issue. The geese were similarly situated, albeit a bit cramped. That could be managed in due course. The chickens posed no problem at all, as 6 native chickens were confined in the large cage Chiemo had recently constructed, while 3 silkies and a few cochin chickens were stored within wooden boxes, needing only a few cabbage leaves tossed in for sustenance. Chiemo contemplated the necessity of harvesting bamboo when he recalled that 5 pigs awaited his attention in the yard, leaving him with scarcely a moment to spare. He wondered when the grass would grow to provide them with freedom. In the pond, schools of tiny fish swam, appearing quite healthy. By the water's edge, there were snails to help eliminate fish waste and purify the water, while small shrimp scuttled along the pond's perimeter, requiring some stones and branches for concealment. Exiting the space, Chiemo, accompanied by his little one and the kitten, ascended to the 3rd floor for a bath, the most significant task of the day. The weather was sweltering, and even the slightest movement caused perspiration to bead upon his skin. Without air conditioning or a fan, and with only 6,000 ice packs in his space, he was quickly running out. Moreover, the heat had yet to reach its zenith, necessitating his body's acclimatization. Otherwise, when the peak heat arrived, he risked succumbing to heatstroke and dehydration. He scooped a ladle of water from the large barrel, pouring it over the glistening little one, applying a gentle bath gel, and scrubbing thoroughly. After a few ladles of water, the little one was left clean and fragrant. Chiemo followed suit, drying off before turning to the kitten, Snowball, who received a ladle of water, a quick scrub, and another splash to rinse off. The kitten then shook off the excess water and dashed away. "Snowball, come back," Chiemo called out. The kitten immediately leapt to the rooftop, shaking off its wet fur. In an instant, its coat fluffed up, leaving no trace of moisture behind. It transformed back into an adorable, furry creature instead of a drenched, bedraggled cat. Looking upwards, Chiemo mused, "So, Snowball, you can leap so high. I now believe you did not sneak in through the yard gate but rather jumped down from the wall." Outside the courtyard, upon hearing young Master Chi's words, Chunlei lowered his voice, saying, "Our young master has adopted a kitten." "Indeed. I heard the cries of a kitten, alongside our young master's distinctive shouts," replied a young security guard in hushed tones. Chunlei nodded. "Have the Zhang family from the village arrived yet?" "I heard they plan to make their move tonight. They should be here soon." The little kitten, Snowball, scuttled around the tiles, clearly detecting the low murmurs from below. After glancing back, it sensed no hostility from its father and decided to ignore it. It seems there are ill-intentioned individuals wishing to harm father tonight. I must stay alert, it thought. Where is brother? He should be here at such a crucial moment. The little one was unable to converse with its father, leaving it puzzled. Snowball gazed at the starry sky, with the moon shining brightly. Its small mind struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten called for its brother. Why haven't you arrived yet? Father is in danger. Hurry. Observing the little kitten on the rooftop, Chiemo chuckled and said, Snowball, come down. It's time for bed. With a soft meow, Snowball leapt down, landing in its father's embrace. Rolling about in the warmth of parental affection, the little kitten felt utterly blissful. Catching the kitten, Chiemo cradled his chubby little one and made his way to the second-floor bedroom. He coaxed the little one to sleep, tucking Snowball into its arms before retreating to the space to dismantle the wooden boxes. He intended to construct duck and goose shelters by the water, followed by a pigsty. He began by tossing the bamboo branches he had stripped into the water, providing small fish and shrimp with places to hide. Chapter 34. Chiemo observed the pile of bamboo branches. He set down the wooden box in his hands and tossed all the branches into the pond in one go. When he purchased the snails, the vendor had also scooped up some water plants, which Chiemo added to the water, hoping they would flourish and serve as sustenance for the fish and shrimp. With a pair of pliers he grasped nails and one by one, the wooden boxes were taken apart. Half a meter from the water's edge, Chiemo used a hammer to drive wooden planks into the earth, all measuring 1.2 meters. He hammered them down 30 centimeters, leaving 90 centimeters above ground, ensuring the ducks and geese could not escape. He constructed a duck pen measuring 3 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, securing the sides. The front and back remained open, prompting Chiemo to retrieve a shovel and begin digging. He needed to create a 1 square meter, half-meter deep swimming hole for the ducks. After half an hour, the wide top and narrow bottom of the half-meter swimming hole were completed. Chiemo then dug a small drainage ditch, just a shovel's breadth away from the pond. He sealed the front and back with wooden planks, completing the duck pen. Chiemo noted that the duck pen, akin to the chicken pen, still lacked a door. The goose pen was situated right next to the duck pen, saving him the effort of constructing an additional bamboo fence. He dug another swimming hole, and with one last shovel of earth, he ensured the water flowed into both the duck and goose pens. Watching the ducks and geese dive into the water filled Chiemo with a sense of accomplishment. He had never cultivated land or raised chickens and ducks before. Observing the little piglets snorting within the wooden boxes, Chiemo felt a pang of worry. He still needed to buy pig feed and construct a pig pen. Remembering the bricks stacked within his space, he decided to build the pig pen. Looking toward the pond, he realized it needed to be built further away to prevent pollution of the water quality. With 6 ducks and geese, and since they wouldn't be directly housed in the pond, the pollution would be limited. Pigs, however, were different. They consumed much and produced waste in abundance. Chiemo selected a spot at the farthest edge, across from the chickens and ducks, where he would establish the livestock pens. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he relocated the stored bricks from that section. The bricks aligned neatly on the ground, creating a platform measuring 3.5 meters by 3 meters. It seemed he needed to gather more materials. There were still a dozen bags of cement in the underground storage, more than sufficient for his needs. Checking the time, he noted it was 9:30. Chiemo decided to take a rest, planning to continue his work the following evening when he would have the necessary tools and skills. However, he recalled that the old clan leader's son, Huo, was knowledgeable. He would learn from him tomorrow. Emerging from his space, Chiemo washed his hands and feet in the bathroom. In truth, they were not dirty. It seemed the space could not extract filth. He entered as he was and exited the same way. It felt almost like a glitch in reality, yet it was a rather delightful experience. Extinguishing the lantern and climbing into bed, Chiemo let out a contented sigh. Closing his eyes, exhaustion enveloped him. Sleep beckoned. He reached out to pat the bottom of the chubby little creature, and gently stroked the limp cat, Biscuit, sprawled beside him, before succumbing to slumber with a sense of satisfaction. Outside the walls of the Huo family residence, Chun Lei lit a cigarette, pondering the time. Could that group have gotten lost? Bao-dating Wang Xian unwrapped a bag of salted duck, handing several bottles of beer to the police officer dispatched by Huang Ming. Gentlemen, have a late-night snack. Surely not, they've made it to the town. How could they still be lost? Wang Xian remarked. The little cat, Snowball, stirred awake, leaping over his brother to nuzzle against their father. only to find the warmth of the moment replaced by a chilling sensation. Chiemo, still asleep, instinctively drew closer. Even the chubby little creature rolled over, snuggling up to the kitten. It was all silent. Shadows slipped into Huo family village under the cover of night. Just ahead, they followed the path to the village's end, where the Huo residence stood. Their walls loomed high. A ladder was necessary to scale them. One shadow whispered, "The walls are quite tall." Suddenly, another shadow clutched his stomach. "Ouch, my belly hurts. You all go ahead. I'll catch up once I'm done." "What a lazy bum, hurry up," another shadow reprimanded. Minutes later, they finally reached the village's end. Under the moonlight, the house appeared monstrous, poised to engulf any unwary human that approached. "This house is sizable. Does Chiemo live here alone?" one shadow inquired. The other two, hoisting the ladder, murmured, "The courtyard walls are indeed quite high. It's already 10:30. The villagers must be asleep. Let's go in." "I heard from Chun Yu that the one Zhangcheng kidnapped was a young boy, remarkably handsome. After I researched Chiemo, he rivals that celebrity Chi Huai in looks. I've never encountered anyone so striking." One shadow felt a surge of anticipation. Another shadow slapped him. "Can someone chosen by Huo Liangzhou be ugly? Have you forgotten how Zhang Chang and his gang met their end? Though Chiemo is beautiful, he is capable of killing 5 strong men barehanded and evading sudden acid attacks. Are you courting death? Big brother is right. We must act swiftly. Incapacitate him before he can resist." A timid shadow licked his lips, speaking up. Hiding around the corner of the wall, Chun Lei and his companions wore grim expressions. They were indeed a band of rats, cowardly and malicious. "They've set up the ladder. Let us move in. Surround them. We cannot let anyone escape." Chun Lei and his 3 companions, along with 4 police officers, 2 from each side, circled around to ambush from the back of the courtyard. Little cat Snowball tumbled off the bed, sensing the immense malice approaching its father. There are bad people. Like a beam of moonlight, Snowball silently traversed through the window, landing on the wall. The small, soft kitten swiftly ran along the wall, noticing the ladder resting atop the shed. Peering over, a lean shadow quickly ascended the ladder. 8 figures had already flanked from both sides when the dark cloth covering the lantern was swiftly removed. "Don't move! Capture them!" In that moment, with the exception of the police officer holding the lantern, Chun Lei and the police surged forward. They were not a ragtag group like those from Zhangjia village. They were all agile individuals. The Huo family's security personnel were well-trained, enduring rigorous daily drills. Huang Ming had also selected those newly inducted into the police force, filled with righteous fervor and robust physicality. These were not yet jaded by society's vices, their spirits ablaze with a mission to combat crime. They had not yet grown beer bellies or labored breath, unlike the old guard. The 3 from Zhangjia village, supporting the ladder, were caught off guard by the sudden noise and light, failing to react in time and were swiftly subdued by Chun Lei and the police. Another who had just peeked over the wall was met with a pair of deep, orchid-colored eyes, as if he were being scrutinized by a terrifying beast. Terrified, the shadow lost his composure and tumbled down the ladder, landing hard on the ground. The fallen individual was immediately restrained, and Baodating Xiao Wang assessed. "All have been captured. That's good. Take them to the police station and inform Director Huang that our sincerity remains unwavering. We will deliver them in a few days. From now on, whenever anyone from Zhangjia village comes around, please keep a close watch. Huo Family Village is the hometown of our CEO, and we hope for your extra care. Our CEO will extend support to the hometown as well," Chun Lei instructed. The team leader, Huang Ming's confidant, nodded, directly escorting the captives away. Wang Xian turned to Chun Lei. "Brother Chun, are you not leaving?" Chun Lei glanced at the dark, foreboding courtyard, pondering the individual who had inexplicably fallen. He seemed to be in a serious state, still unconscious. Was it a mere accident or had they frightened him? Simultaneously, Chun Lei worried about a second wave of attackers and prepared to remain until dawn. "I will head to the town at first light. You go with them to the police station and relay the details. These individuals are not just looking to intrude. They aim to harm, so let's ensure the charges are significant," Chun Lei stated. Subsequently, he tossed his backpack to Wang Xian, containing over 100,000. "This money is for supporting the police station's procurement. It's not a gift to any individual. Make sure to convey this to Director Huang," Chun Lei emphasized. Baodating Xiao Wang immediately nodded, understanding his responsibility to ensure everything was handled properly. In a state between wakefulness and dreams, Chi Mo sensed familiar whispers at his ear. Little cat Snowball returned to the bedroom, observing his father's eyelashes fluttering slightly. He softly mewed twice. Instantly, Mo sank back into slumber. In the distance, once intent on pursuing, Zhang Ming discovered his companion was apprehended by a squad of police officers. Fear gripped him. Could Huo Liangzhou's reach extend so far? Nonetheless, with his only kin, his brother, slain by Mo, he felt compelled to seek vengeance. Otherwise, he would be trampled upon in the village, looked down upon by all. Mo. He recalled Mo's countenance and chuckled darkly. How striking he was, no wonder Zhang Cheng lost control. He too could not resist. Grasping the medicine in his possession, he knew that once ingested, the taker would become docile, compliant to manipulation. Now that the police had departed and the villagers had dispersed, he was left alone. Mo was undoubtedly formidable. Such beauty often harbored means. However, no matter how skilled, once under his control, they would obediently acquiesce. He thought of the few he had under his thumb, trained to be as obedient as dogs. Not only were they useful to him, but he also profited from them. His family's house had been built on such foundations. With wealth comes influence in the village. Mo was strikingly beautiful, fresh and clean, a type adored by many. Moreover, Mo's identity as Huo Liangzhou's spouse attracted even more interest. Many would be eager to sample the experience, and the price would undoubtedly rise. Then there was that little one. Just from the photos, he was irresistibly fond of the child. Given a few years, that child would undoubtedly grow into a beautiful figure, appealing to numerous admirers, potentially fetching a sky-high price. Zhang Ming gazed at the towering wall before him, contemplating the challenge. The ladder had been taken away. However, for someone like him, well-versed in sneaky endeavors, scaling walls was a fundamental skill. He swiftly procured 2 bamboo poles, leaving them 5 meters long, cutting down the upper segments into manageable lengths. He then took out fishing line, carving notches at the joints of the bamboo and binding them together. A rudimentary ladder was soon fashioned. Carrying the bamboo ladder to the wall, Zhang Ming tested its sturdiness. It was quite solid and sufficient for his ascent. Once again, a wave of malicious intent enveloped Snowball, rousing him from slumber. Time and again, Snowball grew incensed. Is it truly wise to underestimate a cat? Enraged, it leapt from the bedroom, landing gracefully atop the garden wall. Its paws poised atop the shards of glass, fixating its gaze upon the lecherous man who dared to approach. Zhang Ming's eyes widened in horror as he beheld a pair of luminous blue orbs staring back at him. This was no ordinary feline. It was a kitten, no larger than a fist. Before Zhang Ming could react, the small creature extended its tiny paw, its once soft pads revealing sharp claws that glimmered menacingly. Zhang Ming emitted a piercing scream, tumbling off the wall in an instant. Chun Lei, dozing in the corner, was jolted awake, igniting a lantern and hastily rushing towards the source of the anguished cries. Upon witnessing the man on the ground, clutching his eyes and wailing, "My eyes! My eyes!" Chun Lei glanced at the makeshift bamboo ladder propped against the wall and quickly pieced together the situation. The bloodied visage of the man indicated a grievous injury, and Chun Lei's gaze shifted upward to the wall, where a round little head peeked out, mewing curiously at him. "Ah, it is you, the little cat raised by young Master Qi. Quite impressive," Chun Lei remarked, giving the kitten a thumbs up. He continued, painting a vivid picture for the kitten. "If you take good care of young Master Qi and young Master Xiao, I assure you, when our president returns, you shall be rewarded with an abundance of fish treats and canned meat." After indulging the kitten's imagination, Chun Lei produced a knife and swiftly dismantled the bamboo ladder, discarding it into the nearby drainage ditch. He then seized the man who attempted to escape, leading him directly towards Taohua town. Thankfully, he had lingered for an extra half-night. Otherwise, the presence of such a formidable little kitten ensured the safety of young Master Xiao and young Master Xiao. However, upon observing Zhang Ming's injured face, with his eyes severely lacerated and the wound deep, at least a centimeter, Chun Lei realized that even with immediate medical attention, Zhang Ming's sight would be irreparably lost, condemning him to a life of blindness. How sharp, no, how elongated were those little claws of the kitten. The very existence of this feline was perilous. Should he return to warn young Master Xiao that perhaps the most dangerous creature in proximity was this very kitten? Chun Lei pondered, recognizing that having such a fearsome being around could serve as a deterrent to potential threats. Given that young Master Qi dared to keep it, and young Master Xiao seemed unharmed, it was evident that all was well, allowing young Master Qi to sleep soundly. Thus, he resolved to observe the situation further come morning. The midnight scream had roused a few nearby souls, yet the enveloping darkness and lack of illumination rendered any investigation impractical. The identity of the distressed voice remained unknown, prompting no one to rise. Young Master Qi, however, remained blissfully unaware, slumbering peacefully. The kitten, Snowball, having dealt with the malicious intruder, joyfully descended from the wall and scampered to the edge of the courtyard pond, twisting the faucet to wash its paws. Having accumulated dirt, it was imperative to cleanse its delicate paws thoroughly. Chapter 35. The morning was heralded by the cheerful chirping of birds outside the window, stirring young Master Qi from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he first glanced at the little one beside him, relieved to find the child safe and sound, while a fluffy kitten lay nearby softly snoring. A wave of happiness washed over him. Rising, he approached the window, drawing back the curtains and opening it to let in a refreshing breeze from the mountains that tousled his hair. Stretching, young Master Qi pulled the curtains back once more, noting that it was now 10 minutes past 5 in the morning, with the sun yet to rise. He began by checking his space, pouring some rice grains for the chickens and ducks, and tossing a cabbage to the geese. He resolved to cut some grass soon, but if it dried up, it would simply be wasted. The water hyacinth should suffice for the ducks and geese. While grass was cumbersome to harvest, this was easy to collect. Below Huo Village lay a lake, abundant with water hyacinths, which young Master Qi had observed from a distance, their blossoms strikingly beautiful. He fed the piglets some sweet potatoes, winter melons and cabbages, planning to procure pig feed today. He scattered some millet in the pond, serving as fish feed, before exiting his space. The little one slept soundly, while the kitten, Snowball, stirred awake at a gentle touch. It blinked its eyes open, then promptly closed them again. Young Master Qi felt elated. The kitten now trusted him. After washing up, he cradled the plump child and the small kitten, descending the stairs and placing them in the baby playpen while he commenced steaming rice. As the weather grew increasingly hot, yesterday's temperature had soared past 40 degrees. It would only become warmer until the peak of summer passed. Using a steam pressure cooker, he filled it with water, placed the steaming rack inside, and set the wooden rice bucket in place. Covering it with a lid and securing the cooker, he lit the flame. In approximately 20 minutes, the rice would be perfectly steamed, resting for another 15 minutes before being ready. This method was the most efficient. He could steam 10 kilograms of rice at once, enough to last half a month. Another large steam pressure cooker was set aside for later use, while he blanched tomatoes in boiling water. As the pot boiled, he added the diced beef to blanch. After rinsing the blanched beef, he heated oil in a large pot, adding ginger and the chopped tomatoes to sauté. Once the tomatoes were cooked, he transferred them to a large bowl, cleaned the pot, added oil, and tossed in scallions and ginger slices, before returning the beef to sauté until it turned color and released its aroma. The sautéed tomatoes were then combined, along with half a bottle of ketchup, and brought to a boil before adding boiling water. Everything was eventually transferred to the pressure cooker, simmering on low heat for a quarter of an hour. After finishing in the kitchen, young Master Qi strolled towards the courtyard. Near the shed, the odor was less than pleasant. He had 5 pigs outside and a pile of fish drying. He dragged the smoking rack under the eaves, washed the piglets with a hose, flushing away the filth. He then tossed a couple of cabbages and several sweet potatoes to the pigs, planning to slaughter them later that evening. After cleaning the courtyard, young Master Qi retrieved the smoking rack and set it alight with pine branches to smoke the fish. He took a moment to check on the quail, noting that they thrived comfortably beneath the osmanthus tree. In a few days, he intended to bring 4 of them into his space, leaving 2 females outside to lay eggs. Half an hour later, the child awoke. The kitten leapt down, meowing and circling around young Master Qi's feet, its fluffy tail playfully brushing against his ankle. Amused, young Master Qi couldn't resist and knelt down to pet the kitten for a moment. He then washed his hands and opened the pressure cooker, allowing the rice and beef to cool. Subsequently, amidst the impatient calls of the plump child, young Master Qi washed away the scent of food and prepared a set of diaper care for the little one. He relished the opportunity to tend to the child's needs, finding joy in the tactile experience, no less delightful than petting the kitten. Let us air out your little behind and put on some cute pants. You've been wrapped up all day. It's bound to get a bit smelly. He affectionately ruffled the child's hair, placing a bottle in the child's mouth before lifting them out of the playpen and setting them down on the grass mat in the living room. Young Master Qi then returned to the kitchen. Just as he took out 30 meal boxes, a knock resounded from outside the courtyard. Who is it? Young Master Qi inquired as he stepped outside. Hua Kong here. May I come by at noon? I need to go with Aunt Wang to dig potatoes this morning. Of course, young Master Qi replied with a smile. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Just make sure you prepare the grain and water, that's the priority. Thank you, Uncle. Huakong grinned. Young Master Qi remembered his own trip to town. Uncle Huakong, I plan to head to town shortly to buy some jars. I might not return until noon. Once you're ready, come by. What do you need jars for? Huakong asked. I want to make some canned peaches. If we run out of fruits later, we can have those instead. They'll be sweet, stored in the basement, and should last 2 to 3 months without issues. Young Master Qi explained. Sounds great, Huakong replied. After their exchange, young Master Qi closed the door, pondering whether the owner of the pig farm would send him some peaches that day. He intended to visit their orchards once the heat set in, but for now, there was no rush. However, it would be prudent to purchase some fruit saplings for planting. The temperature is poised to rise swiftly, and the rice paddies and ponds will soon dry up, followed by the rivers and lakes, which will rapidly succumb to desiccation. It is at this juncture that the true apocalypse will commence. Returning to the kitchen, Qi methodically opened each food container, washing them before rinsing away the residual steam with boiling water. A compartment was filled with rice, while another housed tender beef brisket simmered with tomatoes, all swiftly packed into the containers. After preparing over 40 boxes, little remained in the steamer. Qi scraped the leftover rice from the wooden barrel and poured the brisket from the pot atop the rice, mixing and blowing gently before indulging in the meal. The fragrant aroma of rice, mingled with the savory scent of beef and the rich essence of tomato sauce, was delightful. The two kittens, Snowball and Chubby, caught a whiff of the delectable scent but were left wanting, still relegated to their rice porridge mixed with millet and a single quail egg. Snowball mewed in protest, while Chubby longed for a taste of the beef. Unfortunately, their father remained oblivious to their plight. Faced with the persistent meows of the kittens, Qi explained, "These have been seasoned with salt, and neither you nor your brother can partake." Chubby clutched a teething stick, his large eyes blinking in confusion, sensing a dissonance between what he held and the enticing aroma wafting through the air, yet unable to articulate his discontent beyond simple sounds. After washing the pots, Qi took Chubby and Snowball outside. They headed directly towards Peach Blossom Town to first procure feed, followed by fruit saplings and then bottles. With a plan firmly in place, Qi mounted his tricycle, adopting a posture akin to that of a cyclist. The sun had already ascended, breaking through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the earth. The temperature began to climb, and heat began to rise in waves. Qi had stowed an ice pack in his pocket and placed 3 more into the cart, also providing Chubby with a small bottle filled with water. Upon stepping out, he consumed half a bottle of mineral water. By the time he reached the midway point, his clothes were already damp with perspiration, prompting him to down another half bottle of water. He could not afford to succumb to heat exhaustion, nor could he allow Chubby to do so. They both needed to stay well hydrated. Yesterday, the temperature peaked at 41 degrees. Today, by 7 o'clock, it had already soared to 40 degrees. By 10 minutes past 7, Qi arrived in town, where the supermarket was bustling with patrons queuing for salt, oil, and other essential supplies. The transition from frugality to extravagance is effortless. Yet the shift from luxury to simplicity is fraught with difficulty. The mere thought of lacking tissues or toilet paper sent a shiver down Qi's spine. Reflecting on past experiences, he dismissed the notion of a previous life. This was his only existence, and he chose not to dwell on it. Suddenly, he recalled that should he arrange for the delivery of several thousand pounds of feed, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention when food supplies dwindled. He worried about becoming a target which could lead to complications. Thinking of the dilapidated buildings not far outside of town, he recognized a suitable location where he could have the supplies delivered without exposing himself. Previously, he had no means to conceal Chubby, but now, Qi remembered his spatial abilities. Turning a corner and scanning the area, he found it deserted. In such sweltering heat, he guided Chubby and Snowball into a roadside restroom, where he concealed them within his space. Watching Chubby chatter excitedly at a gaggle of chickens, ducks, and pigs, Qi chuckled. It was evident that his little one had a fondness for animals, not shedding a tear in the absence of his father, which was quite commendable. After securing the tricycle and donning oversized sunglasses and a black sun hat, Qi hopped onto his bicycle. He quickly arrived at the feed store, which stood in stark contrast to the busy supermarket, its entrance forlorn and devoid of customers. Stepping inside, Qi called out, "Is anyone here?" The shopkeeper emerged, fanning himself with a palm frond. "What do you need?" he inquired, his expression turning slightly disheartened upon noticing Qi's exaggerated eyewear and the bicycle he rode. He doubted a significant sale would occur. Given the current circumstances of extreme heat, while their feed was adequate, it was prone to spoilage under such conditions. Without transportation, the feed would soon become unsellable. I would like 2,000 pounds of feed for chickens, ducks and geese, and 3,000 pounds for pigs. To be delivered within half a day, GMO stated. The shopkeeper, surprised, noted that this business had previously been minor, but now, he had not made a sale in days. We can arrange delivery within half a day, but the shipping costs are steep. Everything is increasing in price. For 5,000 pounds of feed, I would charge you $12,000, primarily for transportation. In this heat, no one is willing to deliver without a premium. However, if the distance is too far, we may not be able to deliver at all. Please provide me with the delivery address. GMO was not short on funds, and in comparison to food costs, this was relatively inexpensive. To the dilapidated building at the town's entrance. I will receive the goods there, he replied. The shopkeeper, relieved, agreed. That's south quite close. I'll arrange for delivery. It will definitely be there before half a day. GMO nodded. I will arrive in an hour. Leaving a deposit of 1,000, he turned to depart. He then ventured to the town's canning factory, which had ceased operations, leaving only a disgruntled old man to guard the premises. GMO expressed his desire to purchase empty canning jars. The cans were confiscated, and the owner fled. I have no wages to claim, the old man grumbled. Give me 5 coins and you can take as many as you can carry. I need to head to the countryside to dig up some potatoes and procure food. In this sweltering heat, far from the bustling city, few were around. GMO nodded, handing over 5,000 coins. Watching the old man haul away a cart with a hoe and water, GMO surveyed the abandoned factory. He quickly located the area the old man had indicated. It was filled with empty glass jars of various sizes, some for 3 or 2 pounds, some for half a pound, and others for 1 pound. There were likely tens of thousands of jars. GMO collected a third of them, deeming it sufficient while leaving some behind. After closing the door, he made his way to the flower and bird market. Before long, GMO found an array of fruit saplings: apple, pear, orange, blueberry, peach, cherry, and grape, planted in pots at a shop. Disregarding the pots, he requested the owner to extract the saplings and package them in bags for him to take. After completing these errands, GMO left Peach Blossom Town and returned to the dilapidated building, ascending to the second floor and entering his space, where Chubby was playfully grooming Snowball. Seeing Snowball being tugged and nibbled by Chubby, looking rather forlorn, GMO chuckled. How did you find yourself in his clutches again? Your fur is nearly all groomed away. If Snowball wished to escape, Chubby would not have been able to catch him at all. It was a mutual game of give and take. GMO let them enjoy their playtime. Half an hour later, several flatbed carts constructed from bicycle tires approached. The feed was unloaded, and after inspecting it, GMO paid the owner, who quickly departed with his helpers. GMO waited 10 minutes before storing the items in his space. He then changed his attire and, with Chubby, rode the tricycle back into town. At another feed store, he purchased 2 bags of pig feed and 1 bag of chicken feed, and at a grocery store, he found a case of glass bottles. By this time, the temperature had escalated to 42 degrees, and it was 11 o'clock. GMO hurriedly returned home. By 11:30, GMO was back home, feeling the oppressive heat. He wheeled the cart inside, stacked the feed beneath the shed, and poured some into the pig pen, adding water as well. He swiftly ushered Chubby into the living room to wash his face and hands and to drink some water. As for lunch, GMO had no appetite. The heat was unbearable, and he settled for a cup of room-temperature sour plum soup. He craved ice cream, iced milk tea, and cold beverages, but he refrained for the sake of the little one in his belly, choosing to endure. After resting for a brief while, GMO felt considerably more comfortable. The fish in the yard had long since been grilled. He gathered them to store in the kitchen until he could process them. He then checked on the quails, collecting 4 quail eggs, noting that the little quails had adapted well to their new home. Just then, Chun Xia discovered Chi-Mo's return and approached, knocking on the door and calling, "Mo, are you back?" Upon hearing her, Chi-Mo opened the yard gate and looked at Chun Xia, asking, "Aunt Chun, is there something you need? Aren't you off digging for potatoes?" Chun Xia chuckled upon hearing this. "Yes, I went out early at 4 o'clock this morning to dig. The weather is simply too hot now, making one susceptible to heatstroke. By the way, at 11 o'clock just now, Huo Zhenyan came over with a child from Huo Village, claiming he had lost a cat." Upon hearing this, Chi-Mo frowned, an instinctive sense of foreboding washing over him. Matters involving the Huo family were rarely benign. "Did he specify the breed of the cat?" Chi-Mo inquired. Chunxia shook her head. He did not mention that. It's too hot. I must return home now. I just wanted to inform you. With that, she dashed back home under the blazing sun. The oppressive heat had sapped her appetite entirely. Chiemo closed the door, his mind drifting back to the day Huo Jianian had arrived with a group of flamboyant youths, eager to gain access. Could it be that the cat went missing during that time? However, this particular feline seemed extraordinary, undoubtedly capable of understanding human speech. Was it possible that Huo Jianian sought to claim the little creature? No. If they were unfamiliar with each other, there would be no reason to lay claim to it. Naturally, upon sighting the kitten, Chiemo was confident that no one could resist its charm. The little creature was irresistibly adorable, its endearing nature captivating everyone, especially his own cherished pet who was smitten by the kitten's exceptionally soft and gentle temperament. Yet, what if Huo Jianian had concocted some nefarious scheme, perhaps intending to extort money from him? Chiemo pondered, considering the likelihood of such a scenario. He resolved to face any challenges head-on. If they were indeed the rightful owners of the cat, he would willingly compensate them, but if they were merely seeking to swindle him, they would find no success. He was quite frugal, particularly when it came to the Huo family, who dared to covet what belonged to him. I may relinquish my claim, but you shall not covet what is mine. Despite the lack of appetite, nourishment was essential, especially in such sweltering weather. Without good health, one might not endure the season. Chiemo retrieved a bowl of cold noodles, fed his pet porridge, and prepared some rice porridge mixed with shrimp skins for the kitten. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Chiemo, are you home? If so, please open the courtyard gate. I'm bringing over some bricks and cement for you, called Huo. Coming right away, Chiemo responded. His bed was about to be set up. Chapter 36. Chiemo opened the courtyard door, and Huo said, I'm bringing over the refractory bricks now. Alright, just push the door open when you're ready, Chiemo instructed. Huo nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the living room, he found his plump pet had crawled from the mat to play behind the sofa. Turning to check, he was greeted by the sound of joyful giggles. Snowball, keep an eye on your brother. Daddy is going to wash some peaches and make canned yellow peaches for you, Chiemo said to the kitten. With a soft meow, the kitten acknowledged him. Closing the door, Chiemo returned to the wash basin, swiftly grabbing a loofah to clean the yellow peaches. After rinsing them thoroughly, he placed them in a basket which held about 30 pounds. The peaches from the pig farm owner were remarkably large, averaging around a pound each, totaling around 60 peaches. As Chiemo finished washing the peaches, he heard the sound of wheels rolling outside. Huo had arrived. The door swung open, revealing not only Huo but also Huo Xiaoyu. The two were pushing an old handcart. Chiemo, where is your pet? Huo Xiaoyu asked. Yes, playing at home. Come and taste some peaches. I bought them from the pig farm owner yesterday. They're exceptionally sweet and delicious, Chiemo replied with a smile. Are you planning to make canned peaches or dried peach slices with all those? Huo Xiaoyu inquired, not accepting the 2 oversized peaches Chiemo offered her, instead opting for 2 smaller ones. They are too big. I just finished eating, and I wouldn't want to waste them. Biting into the peach, the juice splattered in her mouth, and her eyes lit up. Indeed, they are delicious, very sweet, and juicy. How much are they per pound? Fruits are currently more expensive than grains. If the price is right, I'd like to buy some too. Potatoes just increased in price this morning. And it's not just the local villagers digging. People from distant towns and even cities are coming to snatch them up, driving prices up to 15 yuan per pound. Chiemo placed the large yellow peach back. Yesterday they were 5 yuan per pound. I'm not sure about today's price. I plan to make some canned peaches and dried peach slices. If they're a bit sweeter, they can be preserved for several months. At this time, as long as they don't spoil, they're good to eat. Upon hearing this, Huo Xiaoyu immediately declared, I'll go take a look. First, let us unload the refractory bricks for my dad. Sure, I'll help. By the way, aside from the water in the cistern, it's best to get some bottled water like in mineral water bottles. They say as long as it's not sealed, moisture will evaporate quickly, Chiemo advised Huo Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Huo Xiaoyu's expression turned serious as she nodded. I'll go buy some buckets to store it. It's becoming increasingly difficult to find mineral water. Huo Xiaoyu's family had 2 water cisterns. One in the old house, located just behind the village, which was still usable, and the other in the new house, capable of holding over 10 tons of water. The 3 quickly unloaded the bricks in the kitchen area near the courtyard wall. Are all these refractory bricks really necessary? Chiemo asked curiously. Huo nodded. I'll lay down 2 layers of refractory bricks, along with a high-temperature coating. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any issues. The quality of your house's construction was good initially. Chi-Mo nodded, that's fine. I'm not very knowledgeable about this, but I trust you, Uncle Huakong. After unloading the bricks, Huo Xiaoyu turned to Chi-Mo. Mo, you're not going out this afternoon, right? Can I borrow your tricycle? Hearing this, Chi-Mo replied, I need to go out in the evening. You can return it around 4:30. Huo Xiaoyu glanced at the time. It was just past noon, so she had time. Alright, I'll bring it back at 4:30. I'm off now to pick some peaches and make some yellow peach preserves. Chi-Mo went to retrieve the tricycle keys to give to Huo Xiaoyu. At that moment, two individuals rushed into the courtyard. A blonde youth dashed straight into the living room. Chi-Mo swiftly blocked the intruder. Who are you? Why are you barging into my home? Upon recognizing Huo Jianian, Chi-Mo immediately grasped the situation. The blonde youth shouted, I just lost a cat. It must be in your house since the day we came here. Hand it over quickly. Huo Jianian chimed in. Aunt Chun inquired who lost the cat. She said you found it, and I brought my friend to take the cat back. Take it back? Whether the cat belongs to you is still debatable. You burst in here without understanding the situation. What are you trying to do? Deceive me into giving you the cat? Chi-Mo retorted bluntly. He pushed the blonde youth outside and asked, What kind of cat did you lose? Was it a large cat, a kitten, or a young cat? Is it a British shorthair, a Russian blue, a golden tabby, or a silver tabby? Or perhaps a fat orange three-color cat? Is it long-haired or short-haired? What color is its fur? What color are its ears? What color is its tail? Does it have a long tail or a short tail? Are its ears round or pointed? Chi-Mo bombarded the blonde youth with questions. The youth, Huang Wenbin, felt overwhelmed. It was merely a cat, yet there were so many specifics he had no idea about. He turned to Huo Jianian. Do you know what your cat looks like? You dare to come here to extort money without any investigation? I think you're out of your mind, Chi-Mo remarked. Huang Wenbin stiffened. It's a fat orange cat. A young one. Fat orange cats all look somewhat alike, yellowish in color. Aside from fat oranges, there are a few three-color cats in the village, but not many. Fat oranges are round and quite likable. Chi-Mo turned to Huo Jianian. You brought this friend along, right? Which village are you from? The others looked at the embarrassed blonde youth, gradually understanding the situation. Only Huo Jianian remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, his audacity as thick as the walls of a fortress. Huo Xiaoyu addressed Chi-Mo, saying, It must be from Huo Village. What was your name again? She continued, her tone sharp and urgent. Answer the question properly. Does your family have a cat? I can easily find out by asking in Huo Village. You're not a child anymore. Attempting to deceive others without considering your capabilities could lead to your exposure. Huang Wenbin turned and shot a glare at Huo Jianian, stating, Mind your own business. I'll take care of my own affairs. Huo Jianian retorted, glaring back at Chi-Mo. The cat that went missing from my home is white and named Snowball. Upon hearing this, Chi-Mo scoffed. I named it Snowball, so naturally you know it's white. You must have been eavesdropping quite a bit yesterday. How big is it? And what color are its eyes? Call its name and see if Snowball responds. Whether you have a cat or not, the villagers are still unaware. Huo Jianian shouted, Snowball. Snowball, come out here. Unfortunately, no meows came in response to Huo Jianian's calls. Huo Huakong furrowed his brow tightly, admonishing, Why aren't you leaving? You're still so young, yet you engage in petty thievery. At your age, don't follow your grandfather's poor example. With your father incarcerated, do you wish to join him as well? The Huo family has helped yours greatly. They owe you nothing, so be grateful. Huo Jianian stamped his foot in frustration. He is an outsider. Why wouldn't you help me instead of him? Huo Huakong, growing agitated, responded, I assist based on reason, not kinship. Besides, Mo is from Huo Village. Who says he is an outsider? Chi-Mo's son, Yan Zai, bears the Huo surname, and Chi-Mo is a Huo matron, recorded in the family genealogy. Understand? Now, get out of here or I'll have you locked up in the ancestral hall. Huo Jianian, feeling a twinge of fear, shrank back and stormed off in anger. Chi-Mo shook her head, remarking, That boy is probably only 15 or 16. He appears decent, but his character is rotten. Huo Huakong sighed. This child was clever in his youth, but alas, his parents are unreliable. Every village has its share of troublemakers. They may not commit heinous acts, but they engage in petty, annoying behaviors. Chi-Mo chuckled. It's nothing. He is just a little brat. As long as he doesn't cause trouble for me, it's fine. You all go back to your business and don't waste time here. After bidding farewell to Huo Xiaoyu, Chi-Mo swiftly washed a basket of yellow peaches. She carried them into the kitchen, washed her hands and called out, "Yen Zai Zai, Snowball. Come out so Daddy can see if you've turned into dirty little cats." The chubby Yen Zai Zai crawled under the stairs, clutching the round little Snowball, both of them hiding motionlessly. Mo searched around and soon spotted the little derriere of the child. "You think if I can't see you, you can't see me? What a foolish little one." Returning to the kitchen, Mo quickly peeled the yellow peaches, tossing them one by one into a large stainless steel pot. Outside, a commotion signaled Huo pushing a high-temperature cart back. Without a vehicle, everything was inconvenient now. If the water supply ran out, even raising livestock would become a challenge. Seeing Huo finish unloading bricks, Mo called out, "Uncle Huo, take a glass of water back with you. Don't get heat stroke. The temperature is quite high." Huo nodded and gulped down a glass of cold water. Mo soon finished peeling the yellow peaches, then sliced the flesh. Once all was prepared, she added a generous amount of water, honey, and rock sugar, turning up the heat to boil. Next, Mo retrieved a box of glass jars, beginning to wash them. After cleansing them, she rinsed the jars with boiling water, laying them on the countertop alongside the lids. The peaches were now boiling, their sweet aroma filling the air. Mo inhaled deeply, recalling how, in her past life after the apocalypse, being able to enjoy a bite of canned yellow peaches would have been enviable and a matter of pride. After simmering on low heat for 10 minutes, she turned off the stove and began bottling. Each half-pound jar contained half a peach, about 4 slices of fruit, with the remainder filled with water. Once all the jars were filled, she sealed them and placed them in a steamer, a crucial step for sterilization and long-term storage. Mo organized her supplies meticulously, items for the space in one area, and those for the basement in another. If anyone discovered that her home lacked provisions, it would lead to trouble. The more prepared she was, the more normal it would seem for her to have food. After a yawn, Mo closed the kitchen door and went to fetch Yen Zai Zai, who was climbing the stairs, and washed his hands, feet, and face before putting him down for a nap. At this moment it was already 3:30. The village was relatively calm, with everyone diligently stockpiling food. The city, however, had descended into chaos. High-rises could no longer access water, and households had nearly exhausted their vegetable supplies. Except for those with long-lasting items without refrigerators, leafy greens had long since spoiled. As for meat, aside from what could still be purchased earlier, it had become nearly impossible to find after the second blackout. The stock of bottled water was nearly depleted. They needed to go downstairs to find government-established water stations, and even then, supplies were limited to 1 barrel per person. Some families never stored food, relying solely on takeout, and it was a feat if they even had a couple of hundred yuan on hand. All transactions conducted via mobile payments, leaving them with no cash. With no money to withdraw and unable to purchase food, desperation would inevitably breed crime, robberies and thefts for food. Chaos had begun to spread in the city, with countless youths from villages seeking to save themselves. With no electricity, money, or food, their only option was to return to their hometowns. For those who could dig in the earth, as long as there was soil, they wouldn't starve. Even if they couldn't dig, as long as their parents and grandparents remained in the countryside, there would surely be some food stored. By 4 o'clock, Mo awoke, feeling rejuvenated. First, she went to the space to prepare pig feed, then scattered chicken feed for the ducks and geese, tossing in a bit of cabbage for good measure. Then, Mo began digging holes along the pond's edge to plant the fruit seedlings she had purchased from the flower and bird market. For 40, Huo voice called out from outside. Mo opened the living room door to find Huo entering with oil peaches in hand. Mo, I'm a bit late, these are oil peaches. I tried them and they're very sweet. Here, take some to eat. I'll bring the cart back to you soon. Mo nodded, her gaze drifting past the courtyard gate to see that Huo had brought back a cartload of yellow peaches. Inside, Yen Zai Zai, missing his father's presence, groggily sat up, rubbing his eyes. Once he cleared his vision, the chubby child toddled over, excitedly calling out as he reached for the little cat, Snowball, which was far more enticing than a teething toy. Mo returned indoors, removed Yen Zai Zai's diaper for cleaning, attended to his bottom, and then popped a bottle into his mouth. After finishing a small bowl of 8 treasure porridge, she heard more commotion outside. Huo was pushing a tricycle over and called out, "Momo, I'm heading out to dig potatoes later. I'll come back to work tomorrow afternoon." Mo nodded. "All right, I need to head to Huo Village to buy some supplies." At 5, Mo locked the front gate and set off for Huo Village, where numerous ponds awaited, abundant with water hyacinth and duckweed, perfect for feeding ducks and geese. The village also had Beijing ducks, which were quite plump and grew rapidly. Mo intended to purchase a few to raise, envisioning roasting them in the future. Although space was limited, with enough water hyacinth, food would be sufficient to sustain a few ducks. The tricycle soon arrived at Huo Village, where the number of fish buyers had dwindled. The high temperatures had caused overcrowding in the fish ponds, and with oxygenation equipment rendered useless, the fish were dying off. Mo continued along the path, excitedly spotting an area abundant with lotus fields. "Hey, is this your family's lotus?" she called out to a young man standing on the ridge of the field. The boy, carrying a water bucket, approached, inquiring, "Do you need something? Whose lotus field is this?" "I would like to harvest some lotus roots," Mo remarked. Observing the approaching youth, Mo smiled and said, "Aren't you the child who was with Huo that day?" The boy, with a tuft of purple hair styled in an eye-catching manner, was unforgettable at a glance. Upon hearing this, the youth, Huang Wenjia, instantly flushed and stammered, "Well, I'm not really acquainted with Huo. This is my family's lotus field. If you want lotus roots, I can help you dig them out, but it will cost you." Mo nodded in agreement. "That's fine. If you dig 20 jin for me, I will give you 210 yuan per jin." Huang Wenjia promptly entered the lotus field to begin his work. As Mo descended, he noticed the boy's bucket filled with loaches, mudfish, small fish, shrimp, and even a few small crayfish, alongside several sizable crabs the size of ping-pong balls. "These are all good finds," Mo said, lifting the chubby little one from the cart. "By the way, what is your name? Are you selling what's in the bucket? I will give you 500 yuan in total." After pulling a lotus root out and placing it on the bank, Huang Wenjia replied, "I can sell it to you, but there's not much. My name is Huang Wenjia. By the way, this morning, I heard Huo looking for Huang Wenbin. He said you found a cat, and they were planning to extort money from you." Mo chuckled upon hearing this. "I kicked them out. Huo has a terrible character. I no longer associate with him." Huang Wenjia dug out another lotus root as he spoke. Upon returning home, Huo angrily recounted the events to Huo Jingjong. Huo was incensed. He can also work the clay oven. Why should he not be called upon? In the past, when the Huo family built their house, they asked him to transport sand. Mo, this outsider, simply doesn't understand the situation. "It's just a cat. Give 1,000 yuan, and this matter would have been settled. Yet she exposed my grandson, causing him to be scolded by Huo Huakong." Mo is utterly oblivious. No, Huo Jingjong could not let this go. "You keep an eye on Mo's house. I heard they bought several piglets. When Mo goes out, we will sneak in and take the pigs back. We haven't had meat at home for several days." Huo nodded and hurried off to watch Mo's abode. When Mo left on his tricycle, Huo swiftly returned to inform his grandfather. Mo, cradling the little one, approached the wild pond, reaching down to gather a pile of water hyacinth and some floating algae. He planned to wait until nightfall to engage in larger-scale harvesting. He intended to create 2 small ponds in his spatial realm, one for cultivating lotus roots and algae, and the other for raising water hyacinth and crayfish. In Chapter 37, Huang Wenjia dug up more than a dozen lotus roots for Mo, each nearly a meter long. "You've harvested quite a lot. This is worth more than 200 yuan, Mo remarked. Huang Wenjia chuckled. "It's fine. Consider the excess as my apology for that day. I'm truly sorry that your little one was frightened by Huang Wenbin." Huang Wenjia felt embarrassed, as he had been unable to stop Huang Wenbin at the time. Mo reassured him, "It's not your fault. Some people are just bad. By the way, these lotus roots can be processed into lotus root powder. Inform your parents so they can produce more, as the water level is nearly depleted." Mo glanced at the lotus field, where the water was already quite shallow. Huang Wenjia's eyes lit up at the suggestion, realizing this could serve as a food reserve. "Thank you for the reminder. I will tell my parents," he exclaimed. Mo loaded the items onto his cart and set off for Huo Village to purchase fruits. The produce was just freshly picked from the fields. Grapes were delectable, watermelons were sweet and juicy, and melons were also delightful. The sweet corn was tender and incredibly delicious. Upon arriving at Huo Village, Mo noticed fewer people in the vegetable fields, as many had gathered to dig potatoes. He bought over 20 jin of sweet corn and more than 10 jin of hot peppers from Aunt Chunxia, noting the price had surged from 10 yuan to 25 for corn and 20 for peppers. At the potato field, the fruits had all been sold here. There were vendors selling pork, and Mo purchased several jin for making buns. As the sun began to set, Mo encountered Aunt Chunxia's family and the village chief's family still busy harvesting potatoes. He bought 10 watermelons, 8 boxes of grapes, 4 boxes of melons, and 2 large jars of homemade pickled vegetables, filling his tricycle to the brim. Little Yen, with his chubby hands, patted the boxes beside the cart, protesting to his father. The space for the little one had become cramped. Meanwhile, the kitten, Snowball, leaped onto his brother's head, igniting a playful battle. As darkness fell, Chimo began his solitary journey home. Instead of taking the route from Chinjia Village to Huo Family Village, he first passed through Huangjia Village. Under the moonlight, he disembarked beside the wild pond. Suddenly, he noticed a significant portion of the water hyacinth and aquatic creatures had vanished. After collecting water from several disconnected ponds, Chimo observed the overflowing water hyacinth and algae in his spatial realm, sufficient to feed ducks and geese for quite some time. A considerable amount of water had also been transferred into the space pond, surprisingly not overflowing, and it seemed to have expanded slightly. Chimo pondered this development. Once again, the tricycle set off towards Huo Family Village. Half an hour later, Chimo arrived home. Upon opening the courtyard gate and driving the cart inside, he noticed something amiss in his peripheral vision. Had one of his pigs gone missing? Rushing over, he was shocked to discover that, in just a few days, barely 4 or 5, someone had stolen one of his pigs from the yard. Life in the countryside had not yet reached a point of food scarcity. In his past life, living in the city, he was unaware that theft could occur so quickly in a village. Although he had later heard that Huo Family Village was quite united, he was surprised that theft had already begun to surface. The pig's blood stained the ground, indicating it had been slaughtered before being taken away. Following the trail of blood, Chimo quickly deduced that the intruder had entered through the water tower, suggesting they were familiar with the layout of his yard. While other courtyard walls bore shards of broken glass, the water tower was devoid of such barriers. Swiftly, Chimo took the little one inside and proceeded to the second floor to check the windows and doors. Fortunately, it appeared the intruder had not approached those areas, entering through the central part of the water tower. With a deep sigh, Chimo stored some items in the cellar and others in his spatial realm before preparing a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean meat. After a long day of travel, the cool evening air sharpened his appetite. After finishing a generous bowl of congee, he fed a small bowl to the little one. The kitten, too, despite its size, could devour an entire bowl, demonstrating an appetite far exceeding that of the chubby child. Chimo wondered where all that food went as he changed the little one's diaper. He then tucked the kitten into his pocket and set off with Yen to the village chief's house. Initially, Chimo had not intended to bring the kitten, but Snowball persistently crawled into his pocket. Ultimately, swayed by the kitten's soft and adorable demeanor, Chimo decided to take it along. Upon reaching the village chief's home, they had just finished dinner and were gathered in the courtyard, enjoying the cool evening breeze. A candle encased in glass flickered softly, casting a dim light in the darkness. Nearby households were also congregated, discussing the dire circumstances in the city and noting that some young people had returned to the village. Chimo called out, "Village chief." Upon seeing Chimo, the village chief, Huo Liangtian, smiled and remarked, "Isn't this from the Liangzhou family? What brings you here? Are you settling in well in the village?" Chimo replied, "It's alright, quite pleasant, actually. However, village chief, someone stole my pig this afternoon." "What did you say? Someone stole your pig? You're raising pigs?" The village chief, Huo Liangtian, was taken aback, as their village had a few deadbeats, but theft had not yet been reported. Chimo nodded, explaining, "I went out at 5 this afternoon to buy some lotus roots and then fruits from Chinjia Village. When I returned not long ago, I found that out of the 5 unprocessed piglets in the yard, only 4 remained, and there were traces of blood, indicating someone had slaughtered the pig before taking it." Upon hearing Chimo's account, Huo Liangtian's expression grew serious. "Have you reported this to the old clan leader?" he inquired. Chimo shook his head. "I haven't had the chance yet. After I inform you, I will go to notify the elder of the clan. We should go together. This incident occurred in the village, and it is imperative to inform the clan leader. Our village has never experienced theft before, and it is likely due to the recent unrest among the people. We need to investigate whether the culprit is from outside the village or one of our own." Huo Liangtian conveyed to Chimo Huo Liangtian did not underestimate the situation. While he had no issue mediating disputes among villagers, investigating a case was somewhat beyond his expertise. Nevertheless, with many hands making light work, Huo Liangtian led Chimo toward the elder's residence. The elder's house was shrouded in darkness, seemingly uninhabited. It was likely that the elder's son and daughter-in-law were still out in the potato fields, as Aunt Wang had mentioned that with so many mouths to feed, they needed to prepare ample provisions. The village chief called out, "Elder, are you there?" "Yes," a voice came from the left side. Chimo raised the lantern to look over, just in time to see a flicker of light in the corner. Huo Liangtian remarked, "Elder, why are you sitting alone in the corner?" No wonder such a large man went unnoticed. The elder took a puff from his pipe and asked, "What brings you here at such a late hour? Can't it wait until tomorrow?" "Can't wait. My pigs, which I bought from the pig farm, were stolen after 5 o'clock this afternoon," Chiemo replied. The elder was taken aback. "You mean those few piglets?" "Yes, one small boar weighing about 10 jin," Chiemo confirmed. The elder pondered aloud. "It's dark now, which complicates matters. Liangtian, gather a few young men to go check on the Liang family and look for those troublemakers in the village. If you find them, detain them first. Now is not the time for them to be unruly and discordant. It seems we need to convene a clan meeting. The outside world is chaotic and we, the Huo family, cannot afford to be disarrayed." The elder, having experienced famine in his lifetime, understood how to keep his kin alive. Unity was paramount. Otherwise, they would quickly disintegrate like scattered sand under pressure. With the elder's decree, Chiemo first took the child home. The village chief soon sought out a few young men. Just as Chiemo returned home with the child, a knock echoed at the gate. "Who is it?" "Coming right away," Chiemo called out, balancing the child in one arm and the lantern in the other as he approached the courtyard. Outside stood a handcart laden with yellow peaches and honey peaches. The heat had made the peaches ripe for sale days ago, and with each passing day, they grew even riper. "It's me, the pig farm owner. I've come to deliver peaches," he announced. Chiemo opened the gate, and the sweet aroma of peaches wafted toward him from the 10 crates. "Bring them in." "Is the price still the same?" Chiemo inquired. The pig farm owner nodded. "Yes, still 5 yuan each. I have no choice. No one is coming to buy them, and if I don't sell them soon, they rot on the trees." Chiemo inspected the peaches in the crate. "They seem a bit overripe." He sighed. "Well, it's tough for you too. How many pounds do you have? You weighed them, right?" The pig farm owner replied. "Each crate is about 50 pounds. Don't worry, it's not less than that. There are 10 crates, so that's 500 pounds. You can give me 2,500. All right, unload the peaches. That cage over there, you can take it back with you," Chiemo directed, pointing to the iron cage. After the owner unloaded the peaches and took the cage, Chiemo approached with the money. The 3 of them arrived at Chiemo's house, where the pig farm owner, upon seeing the village chief, chuckled. "Mo. How many peaches did you buy?" "Several hundred pounds. The owner was having trouble selling, so I thought I'd make some canned peaches. Come have one. They're very sweet and juicy," Chiemo invited. The owner, watching as they washed and tasted the peaches, immediately recommended, "My orchard is right behind the pig farm. They're 5 yuan a pound now, you can come pick them anytime." The village chief nodded. "I'll go pick some when I have the chance. They do taste quite good. Let me introduce you. This taller one is Huo Jingxian, and the curly-haired one is Huo Jingtan. Both just returned from school today, and they are students at the police academy." "Hello, I'm Chiemo." Chiemo introduced himself. Huo Jingxian nodded, while Huo Jingtan said, "Where is the scene? Take us to have a look." Chiemo led the village chief and the 2 police academy students to the cage under the shed, saying, "Look, there's blood everywhere, and it drips in a steady stream, suggesting it was placed in a bag that leaked. Have you checked outside the courtyard?" Huo Jingtan inquired. Chiemo shook his head. "I was with the child. I didn't go to inspect." Huo Jingxian stated, "You did the right thing. You should keep the child safe and avoid confronting criminals directly." The village chief, overhearing the young men's conversation, thought to himself that Chiemo, with his delicate and gentle appearance, seemed easy to bully, but little did they know he could be ferocious. Sensing the situation was amiss, the pig farm owner interjected, "I'll take my leave now. Do you need more tomorrow?" Chiemo replied, "I need to handle these first. If I need more, I will come to find you." With that, the pig farm owner departed. The village chief, along with the 2 young men, headed toward the water cellar, opting not to go upstairs but rather to search outside the courtyard walls. The thief's bag must have been torn. There should be more blood than just this little bit. Before leaving the courtyard, the village chief turned to Chiemo. "Make sure to lock the door tightly at night and be careful with the child. If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain to Liangzhou." Though the village chief believed Chiemo was quite formidable and not someone to be trifled with, he still felt compelled to give a warning. Chiemo, despite being an outsider, carried the undeniable bloodline of the Huo family in the plump child he held. Furthermore, with Huo Liangzhou having sent money just yesterday, if this matter were not resolved properly, it could lead to trouble later on. Chiemo nodded. "Don't worry, village chief. I will be careful." Indeed, if it came to a confrontation, Chiemo would not back down. As they reached the gate, the village chief added, "You've worked hard today, Chiemo. Take the child to bed early. If we catch the culprits, we'll inform you in the morning. Alright, say goodbye to Uncle Village Chief, Mo said to the child in his arms. The child obediently raised his chubby little hand and waved goodbye to the two young men beside the village chief. After closing the gate, Mo returned home with the child, filling a small bottle with water for him and pouring some into the small dish for the kitten, Snowball. Before getting busy, he transferred the watermelons and other items from the tricycle into the basement. It was impossible to exert too much energy. He simply accessed the space and retrieved what he needed. The peaches remained untouched for now. He decided to wait, in case the village chief returned immediately. About 10 minutes later, Mo began to gather the peaches, intending to process them slowly when he had the time. The village chief and the two police academy students soon found the blood trail and began to follow it. Meanwhile, Mo entered the space with Yen Zai Zai and the kitten. He had previously felt that the pond appeared larger. Standing before it now, Mo confirmed it had indeed expanded by a noticeable margin, albeit subtly. The lotus roots rested by the pond's edge, and various fish such as carp, loach, and crabs had already been placed in the water. Only the crayfish remained in the bucket. Having spent 500 yuan, he had bought the bucket as well. Mo set to work digging a pit half a meter deep on the outside and 1 meter deep in the center, roughly 2 to 3 cubic meters in size. Once completed, he placed the 4 shortest lotus roots inside, opened the small water channel connecting to the pond, and diverted the water toward it. Then, he dug a smaller pit, about a square meter, to guide water and tossed in some water hyacinth. He released a portion of the crayfish into the lotus field and another portion into the water hyacinth area. Mo felt a sense of certainty that this pit would eventually enlarge. It seemed so effortless. Would the space upgrade? In the waterlogged pits of the duck and goose pens, some floating algae and water hyacinths were placed. Mo resumed digging, as he had yet to finish planting his fruit saplings. The plump little Yen Zai Zai sat in his infant stroller, excitedly watching his father toil away at the excavation, his eager demeanor suggesting he was ready to join in. Meanwhile, the little cat, Snowball, leaped onto the stroller's canopy, perching atop it as if posing like a cat-shaped pastry. As Mo continued his digging, a sudden thought struck him. The pig thief was well acquainted with his yard. Could it be? Without evidence. He deemed it unwise to cast unfounded accusations. However, since his return to the village, the villagers had been quite amiable, save for one family with whom he had a history of discord. No matter how he looked at them, they always seemed displeased. After all, they were eager to snatch away his husband, naturally leading to their contempt for him. Chapter 38. Apple, cherry, peach and grape saplings were planted along the pond's edge. Once the fruit saplings were in the ground, Mo clapped his hands, preparing to gather some seeds for planting. A few watermelon seeds, cantaloupe seeds, cucumber seeds, and cherry tomato seeds were placed on a damp paper towel, ready for sprouting tomorrow. Exiting his space, he was immediately met by a wave of heat. It was sweltering. The temperature inside his space hovered around 27 to 28 degrees Celsius, quite pleasant, whereas outdoors, even at 8 or 9 in the evening, it was still around 37 to 38 degrees. Carrying his little one to the 3rd floor, he enjoyed a refreshing bath. Whatever tasks awaited him could be dealt with tomorrow. Tonight, he desired nothing more than to snuggle with his child and recline on the soft bed. The lantern dispelled the darkness of the bedroom. Little cat Snowball blinked its big eyes, aware that the family's pig had been stolen. This was both food and sustenance for him and his little one, and the audacity of someone daring to pilfer the cat's food was utterly intolerable. A lesson must be taught. Otherwise, they might return to steal Snowball's meat as well, which was absolutely unacceptable. Plump Zai Zai had held out until now, his eyelids drooping, though for some reason, he stubbornly resisted sleep, unwilling to comply. Mo gently patted Zai Zai's bottom. "Close your eyes, little one, it's time to sleep." In response to his father's soft murmurs, Zai Zai finally relaxed, and as his eyes fluttered shut, he drifted off to slumber. After lulling his child to sleep, Mo turned his attention to Snowball, petting the little cat affectionately. The sensation of stroking the soft fur was delightful. However, he knew Zai Zai could not be treated the same way. That little rascal would protest if his bottom was touched too much, and with 3 teeth, he could certainly nip. Today, the little pig was stolen. Don't wander off. Stay close to Daddy and your brother, understand? Otherwise, if hunger strikes, even you might end up skinned and eaten. Mo warned Snowball against straying. He was again reminded of the theft. "Snowball, who do you think took our little pig?" "I suspect it was the Huo Jingjong family. It's likely that Huo Jianyan, that fellow who attempted to extort me, was enraged after I exposed him and then crept in to steal the pig. My roast piglet. Now I have one less. Originally, there were only 4 left, and it's simply outrageous. That was my meat. Chiemo lamented, feeling a pang of loss. Before it was bought, it was not his. But once purchased, it became his sustenance. The theft of his provisions left him feeling utterly wronged. If I give something away, that won't matter. But if you steal from me, that simply won't do. Snowball, do you think the village chief and the others can investigate this? If they can't, I will take matters into my own hands, Chiemo declared fiercely. After a tirade of complaints, his voice softened, his hand resting on Snowball's bottom, and he too succumbed to sleep. Snowball blinked its big eyes. What was my name again? Ah yes, and my second brother's name as well. The little cat covered its face with its tiny paws. This, perhaps, was the price of returning home. So much had been forgotten. Only scattered fragments remained in its mind. When would its second brother arrive? Why had he not yet appeared? It was all so disappointing and unreliable. Daddy's pig had been taken, and that was our meat. Meow, meow, meow. Snowball vented its grievances about the unreliable second brother. With breaths growing heavy, the little cat became increasingly agitated. Anger swelled within it, and as it pondered the situation, felt more furious. An angry little cat would take revenge without hesitation. Its second brother was formidable, unbeatable by anyone. Even though it was but a feeble little cat, it was undeterred, for its legs were robust and sturdy. Thus, this time, even without the support of its second brother, the little cat Snowball boldly leaped out of the window. The village chief arrived, accompanied by 2 police academy students, lanterns in hand, following the trail of blood. After traversing over 100 meters, the bloodstains vanished from the path. The heat of the day and the concrete ground left no footprints. This lead had run cold. It seems we cannot follow the trail any longer. Huo Jingxian adjusted his glasses and stated. Beside him, Huo Jingtan turned his gaze toward Chi Mo's residence. In the shadows of the dark night, it appeared as though a fearsome beast lurked in that direction. The courtyard of Uncle Liangzhou is quite high. An ordinary person would find it challenging to scale, Huo Jingtan remarked. The village chief observed the 2 young men speaking and inquired. So, what do you think? Can we find them? Our village cannot descend into chaos like those outside. The situation beyond is dire, but at least we have some provisions here. If thievery begins, could lead to murder, we must uncover the thief. Otherwise, this could be the beginning of greater troubles, the village chief said through gritted teeth. Huo Jingtan replied, Village chief, there's no need for concern. It's merely one lead that has gone cold. The wall of Uncle Liangzhou's courtyard has shards of glass, and it's quite high. Generally, no one would dare to climb over it. Only those familiar with it would know that the water cellar has no glass shards. To gain access, one would require tools, a ladder. How many ladders do we have in the village, especially those over 4 meters? Huo Jingtan continued. Huo Jingxian unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into his mouth. Does the Huo Jingzhong family have a long ladder? Upon my return, I heard that today. Huo Jianyan wanted to extort money from Chiemo over a cat he found, only to be exposed by Chiemo Uncle Tian. After that individual from Uncle Liangzhou returned. With whom did he have strained relations? Huo Jingtan asked the village chief. Upon hearing the words of Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan, the village chief exclaimed, I hadn't thought of that. Since Chimo's return, he has had a falling out with Huo Jingzhong. The key to the Liangzhou courtyard has always been kept by Huo Jingzhong, and our villagers have never contended with him. After Chimo's return, he wanted to reclaim the key. I heard that Huo Jianyan even attempted to bring people into the Liangzhou house and clashed with Chiemo. Huo Jingzhong refused to return it when it was said that he was not back yet. Even the old patriarch mentioned that Huo Jingzhong was willing to hand it over, but they couldn't find the key. Chiemo, unwilling to argue with them, simply changed the lock on the courtyard gate. The village chief explained. Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan exchanged glances, both having identified a suspect. The village chief, observing their expressions, sighed. Huo Jingzhong certainly likes to take advantage, but he has never engaged in petty theft before. This is why I have not suspected him. Just because he hasn't before doesn't mean he won't in the future. The prices of grain and meat have surged recently. I've heard that Huo Jingzhong is lazy and lacks funds, unable to afford anything. Wouldn't that drive him to steal? Although it remains unconfirmed, we should investigate first and gather evidence before making any arrests, Huo Jingxian suggested. After narrowing down their suspects, the 2 no longer wasted time visiting others and headed straight to Huo Jingzhong's house. Standing outside the kitchen of Huo Jingzhong's home, Huo Jingtan and Huo Jingxian took a deep breath. There was no aroma of meat. It seems there's no scent of meat, Huo Jingxian remarked. Hu Jingtan looked at the village chief and said, "Let us knock and inquire." Hu Jingzhong knows Uncle Yang Zhou well and has conflicts with him, making him the prime suspect. Soon, the village chief knocked on Huo Jingzhong's door. It was Huo Jingzhong's wife, Zhang Mei, who answered. When the village chief inquired about Huo Jingzhong and his grandson Huo Jianyan, Zhang Mei informed him that Huo Jingzhong had taken his grandson to visit relatives at his aunt's house. The trio's gazes swept across the living room before they departed, returning empty-handed. On the way, Huo Jingxian removed his glasses, wiped them, and remarked, "The suspicions have intensified. In such dire times, instead of diligently preparing provisions, they choose to visit relatives." Huo Jing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is the old patriarch's household. Have you not noticed that Grandpa Huaken has been digging for potatoes and has yet to return? Provisions are already in short supply." The two of them had arrived home this morning, having endured the greatest hardships of their lives along the way, with few shops open, prices exorbitantly high, and even facing robbery. Had they not been vigilant and possessed some skills, they would have likely been left stranded outside, never to return home. The city, while somewhat manageable during the day, descended into chaos at night, with malevolence lurking in the shadows. "We should visit Aunt Huo Jingzhong's house tomorrow to assess the situation," Huo Jingxian suggested. Huo Jing nodded once more. The security of the village must be upheld. Otherwise, once a breach occurs, establishing order will become exceedingly difficult, akin to the cities. The night was tranquil, with those seeking respite having returned home to rest. A small kitten, Snowball, leapt from the courtyard, following a trail rife with the scent of blood. The smell of the little pig was quite potent, especially given the bloodshed. Even with eyes closed, could track the scent. Nestled comfortably in its father's embrace, the unborn second cub, with golden vertical pupils, opened its eyes. Observing its brother darting away, the second cub was left speechless. Its sibling was indeed unreliable, failing to remain at home to safeguard their father. Little did it know that it had yet to be born, still a fragile creature. Should their father fall, it could perish in a heartbeat. The small Snowball, following the scent, swiftly arrived at Huo Jingzhong's home before continuing onward. Soon, it ran beyond Huo's village and stood at the town's entrance. With a mule, it realized that the thief had ventured into town. How far it had run, its little legs nearly exhausted. In a hasty fit of anger, Snowball found itself outside a home in town, the first floor reeking with a garbage bin nearby. Flies buzzed around as refuse overflowed, with no one to dispose of it. Slipping through the security bars, Snowball quickly discovered bones in the living room's trash bin, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat and braised pork wafting through the air. Its family's little pig had been reduced to mere scraps, the meat devoured by the thief. Fuming, the kitten was incensed. The repercussions were dire. In the living room, the sofa had long been moved aside. Huo Jingzhong's family of 5, along with Huo Jingzhong and Huo Jinian, lay sprawled on the marble floor, seeking respite from the sweltering heat, unable to find solace on the beds. Huo Jingzhong felt as though a great weight bore down upon him, struggling to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of cold, glowing blue eyes. A massive beast crouched before him. "Ah!" Huo Jingzhong screamed in horror. "My eyes! My eyes!" Snowball retracted its tiny paws, retracting its sharp claws, and swiftly turned to return home. Its little paws were now dirty. It must wash them thoroughly upon returning, for they reeked. Huo Jingzhong's cries roused everyone, and witnessing his bloodied and injured state, the family hastily rushed him to the hospital. Early the next morning, Chiemo awoke and immediately entered the space to assess the situation. Standing by the lotus pond and water hyacinth cultivation area he had dug the previous night, a smile graced his face. Just as I had envisioned, the fields had expanded on their own. The lotus pond now spanned approximately 16 square meters, 4 by 4 meters in size. The water hyacinth cultivation area measured around 10 square meters. The space itself seemed slightly larger, though not easily discernible. The second cub, cozily curled up within its father's belly, mused, "Father truly has grand aspirations. Can the fields really grow on their own? It is merely that father wished it so, and the cub merely fulfilled your desire." Cheerfully, Chiemo fed the chickens, ducks, geese and pigs within the space, selecting a spot for seedling cultivation. Exiting the space, he cradled both cubs, the second cub and the sleepy little Snowball, and placed them on the baby play mat. With the impending pig slaughter, there was no room for provisions in the yard. This morning, Chiemo intended to prepare cold noodles. He began by boiling water, then retrieved a manual noodle press, pouring out half a bag of flour to knead and press the dough. After producing a large bowl of noodles, he boiled 2 pots of water. one for the space and the other to cool outside. He sautéed minced meat, sliced cucumbers, prepared peanuts, cilantro, and garlic oil. Once all preparations were complete, the water temperature had dropped to 60 degrees. He reserved half for the space to mix with milk, dividing the remaining half into 2 portions. For one, he added some ice cubes, rapidly cooling the water. After boiling, the noodles were immersed and quickly removed, rinsed in warm water, and subsequently submerged in ice water. Each meal box was opened, and he scooped noodles into them. Following this, he added toppings: a generous spoonful of minced meat, several slices of cucumber, peanuts, cilantro, garlic oil, vinegar, soy sauce, and a few spoonfuls of chicken broth. 20 portions of cold noodles were prepared. 19 were placed in the space, and for the final portion, GMO stirred it with chopsticks, adding a dash of chili sauce before savoring it. Delicious. Indeed, my culinary skills have not waned. This was all knowledge he had acquired from the master chef at the canteen during the last apocalypse. Little Snowball mewed, yearning for a taste. However, with vinegar and spice added to the noodles, it was unsuitable for the kitten. Sensing its father's thoughts, the little creature grew anxious. I can eat. I can eat. Unfortunately, his father remained oblivious. Thus, the kitten was left without a meal. GMO retrieved the remaining noodles from the pot, mixed in a tiny bit of minced meat, and offered it to little Snowball. Just then, Yen Cub finally awakened, beginning to coo. GMO promptly approached, lifted Yen Cub, and first attended to its diaper needs before offering a bottle of milk. Watching the cub nestled on the playmat, blissfully sucking on the bottle, GMO brought little Snowball over to accompany it while he tidied the kitchen. Early in the day, Huo Village had finished breakfast and arrived. Has GMO risen? GMO opened the door, surprised to see Huo Village wheeling a cart loaded with cement and sand. Uncle Huacan, are you not digging for potatoes today? Huo Village sighed in response. There were too many people digging. They cleared them out last night. Aunt Wang is going over today to search for any missed ones. I've come to help you set up the Kong. Upon hearing this, GMO inquired, so, Uncle Huacan, is the grain supply nearly exhausted? Provisions are no longer available, Huo Village replied. He added, I heard from my father that a pig was stolen from your home yesterday afternoon. GMO nodded. Indeed. After we went out in the evening, one little pig vanished. The village chief had sent Jing Xian and Jing Tan to investigate. Having attended police academy, they should be able to uncover the truth. If you hear any noises at night, do not venture out or shout. Things are quite chaotic outside. It is best to slaughter the little pigs early and preserve them to avoid attracting thieves, Huo Village cautioned. In Taohua Town, there had been a burglary incident early yesterday morning, where a villager from Zhangzhe village, Zhang Ming, was attacked by a beast. His eyes were rendered useless. Huang Ming was well aware of the circumstances. It was the little wild cat adopted by GMO that had inflicted the injury, as Chun Lei had informed him. However, in the current climate, Zhang Ming had developed ill intentions, and being blinded by the cat was a fitting consequence. To compound matters, this morning, yet another person had their eyes gouged out. After receiving a report, Huang Ming rushed to investigate. The victim claimed to have encountered a massive beast. However, upon further inquiry, it was revealed that the house had not been broken into, and such a large creature could not have entered. Huo Jingzhong's injuries bore a striking resemblance to yesterday's, but the wounds were significantly larger. It was likely another cat's doing, but not the same one. Was there a possibility this was connected to GMO? The homeowner's residence was secured with burglar bars. A cat capable of causing such extensive injuries could not have squeezed through. Huang Ming felt a rising concern. With the world in such disarray, if even beasts were to mutate, how could people survive? Chapter 39. Observing GMO nodding, Huo Huakong spoke. If you are unable to slaughter pigs, I can assist you. Upon hearing this, GMO replied, I can manage it myself. By the way, Uncle Huakong, if the grain is still insufficiently stored, you might consider visiting Huangzhe village. There are lotus fields there where you can produce lotus powder. You should still be able to buy some now. Huo Huakong, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, that's right. Lotus powder just needs to be mixed with water. Thank you. Mo, rest assured, I will certainly prepare your Kong well. GMO, unperturbed, replied, no worries, the most important thing is to store enough grain. After unloading the sand and cement, Huo Huakong took his leave. GMO locked the door and ventured once more into town, purchasing additional canning jars and ordering 50 jars for brewing, all of the 50-pound variety with small openings. Secured plastic containers had become exceedingly scarce, nearly extinct from the market. With the prolonged absence of electricity, the warnings issued, and the rising temperatures, Everyone began to recognize the gravity of the situation. Upon returning with the little ones, Chiemo commenced boiling water to slaughter the pig. His movements were swift and decisive. Although he had not consumed human flesh in his previous life, it did not mean he had never taken a life. Those with kind hearts and timid spirits seldom survived beyond 6 months. In order to protect himself and the little ones, Chiemo had long since taken up a knife against any adversary wishing him harm. He efficiently stripped the pig of its hair, eviscerating it with precision. The larger cuts were preserved, while the smaller pieces were marinated with barbecue spices, set aside for roasting later. Next came the preparation of the entrails. Pig heart, liver, stomach, and lungs were dealt with. While the intestines proved troublesome due to their diminutive size, discarding them would be regrettable. It is worth noting that in a few months, these delicacies would be unattainable. Enduring the stench, Chiemo patiently scrubbed them clean with flour and salt, then blanched them before placing them in his storage space. After attending to the small pig, Chiemo thoroughly washed the yard, sprinkling detergent as he went. After a good part of the day had passed, Chiemo cleaned himself up and played for a while with the little ones and the kitten, Shueqiu. Last night, the village head and 2 young police academy students had conducted an investigation, though it remained uncertain how far they had progressed. Chiemo had encountered the village head that morning, who mentioned that Huo Jingjong was no longer at home, having gone to visit some distant relatives. While the little ones and Shueqiu napped, Chiemo took out a box of peaches to wash. Once cleaned, he returned to the living room, placing the peaches in a large basin beside a stainless steel barrel filled halfway with water, serving as both a container and a pot. Chiemo began peeling the peaches, preparing to make peach jam, as the peaches delivered the previous night were overly ripe. Having purchased so many items, he needed to create something from them. Huang Mingxi, after much contemplation, decided to visit the Huo Liangzhou household to meet the injured kitten. A knock sounded at the door, prompting Chiemo to swing the courtyard gate wide open. Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan, 2 young faces, appeared. Chiemo, observing the 2 perspiring youths, immediately beckoned. "Coming quickly. It's far too hot out here. How is your investigation faring?" Huo Jingxian regarded Chiemo, who appeared remarkably youthful, akin to their age, yet exuding a certain freshness and beauty, which made it no wonder that Uncle Liangzhou had garnered attention. Huo Jingtan's gaze swept over Chiemo. The dim lighting of the previous night had obscured his features, yet now it was evident that Chiemo possessed fair skin and exquisite looks. The 2 followed Chiemo inside and first washed their faces at the yard faucet. Chiemo called out to them, "There's cooled boiled water at home. Do not drink the raw water." In the living room, Chiemo poured them boiled water, then returned to the couch to continue peeling peaches. Each peach was stripped of its skin and tossed into the water to prevent oxidation. "What are you doing?" Huo Jingxian inquired after finishing his drink. Chiemo replied, "The owner of the pig farm sent me a plethora of peaches. Feel free to take some unpeeled ones to eat. I'm making peach jam to prevent them from spoiling." Huo Jingxian set down his cup, pulled over a small stool, and picked up a peeled peach to taste. "This is incredibly juicy and sweet, very delicious." After placing his cup down, Huo Jingtan remarked, "We visited Huo Jingzhong's aunt's house this morning. Last night Huo Jingzhong took his grandson to visit relatives. We analyzed your situation and found that your main conflict lies with the Huo Jingzhong family. While the village is not yet at a point of desperation where villagers resort to theft. Therefore, we focused our attention on the Huo Jingzhong family. But they did not have any stewed pork last night, as confirmed by the neighboring residents." Huo Jingtan adjusted his glasses and continued, "Huo Jingxian, having finished 1 peach, went to wash his hands and then helped Chiemo peel more. We investigated the situation at Huo Jingzhong's aunt's house. A major incident occurred there last night. Huo Jingzhong had his eyes severely injured, apparently by some large animal. He is currently hospitalized. But it is said that the prognosis is grim, he is likely to lose his sight." Huo Jingxian added. Huo Jingtan picked up another peach, peeled it, and confirmed its delightful flavor, bursting with juice. He then stated, "We rummaged through the trash discarded by Huo Jingzhong's aunt, and discovered small pig bones, which strongly suggests he was the one who stole from you. However, Huo Jingzhong is still in town receiving treatment and cannot be brought back just yet." Huo Jingxian explained while discarding the peach pit. Chiemo observed the 2 youths assisting with the peeling, their pace notably swift. They had managed to uncover the situation in just 1 day. "We can wait for him to return before further discussing this. I am in no rush. Once I finish processing the pig meat, I will ensure nothing is left in the yard. I also plan to implement some measures atop the water cellar to prevent anyone from climbing up the ladder." Chiemo expressed. Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan replied, Your approach is indeed wise. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to call on us. As the three continued their work, another knock echoed at the yard door. Huo Jingxian stood up. I'll go open the door. The gate swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a short-sleeved shirt, standing under the blazing sun. Others might not recognize him, but Huo Jingxian did. It was Huang Ming, the chief of the town's police department. Director Huang, what brings you here? Oh, this is Chimo's home. Please come in, he is here. Huo Jingxian welcomed him. Following Huo Jingxian, Huang Ming entered. This young police academy student, Huang Ming, was familiar, though he could not recall his name. Upon entering the living room, Huang Ming spotted another youth, presumably from Huo Village, who had taken the police academy entrance exam last year or the year before. Chimo regarded the newcomer. And you are? He did not recognize him. Clearly not a resident of Huo Village. The older villagers were familiar to him, even if he could not recall their names. Hello, I am Huang Ming, the chief of the Taohua Town Police Department. I came to inquire about your little kitten, Huang Ming explained. Chimo's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. Word has reached the police department about the kitten I rescued? I have already decided to keep it. Even if you wanted to, I would not part with it. Chimo firmly rejected. Huang Ming immediately chuckled. I am not here to take your kitten. I only wish to understand the situation. Upon hearing that he was not there to seize the kitten, Chimo felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was crucial to note that the little kitten had already become a member of his household, and Xueqiu was getting along splendidly with his chubby little one. With Xueqiu around, Yen would not constantly pester him. Whenever she was out of sight, she would call out with her little da-da-da, and now she could play with Xueqiu. I am Chimo. This is Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan. Why does Director Huang wish to inquire about my kitten? It is merely a soft and adorable little creature, innocent of any wrongdoing, Chimo inquired. Huang Ming regarded Chimo with a hint of skepticism. Are you certain that this is indeed your cat? Huo Jingxian interjected. Director Huang, could there be something wrong with the cat? Both Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan were aware of Chimo's kitten rescue, tied to their investigation into the theft of the pig. There may indeed be some irregularity. This matter dates back several days. Due to the events surrounding Zhangjiakan, Huo Liangzhou sent someone to convey a message, urging me to be vigilant about the visitors from Zhangjiakan. Consequently, I arranged for people to guard our side of Huojiakan during the night. Huang Ming concealed certain matters that should have remained hidden, specifically those that Huo Liangzhou hoped to keep from Chimo's knowledge. However, the incidents involving injuries from wild animals had occurred twice, prompting Huang Ming to investigate further. Currently, there are some disturbances in Taohua Town, but it has yet to descend into chaos. Should incidents of wild animals attacking people arise consecutively, disorder would swiftly ensue, leaving the populace in a state of panic. Huang Ming aims to maintain the peace around Taohua Town for as long as possible. Have people truly come from Zhangjiakan? Chimo inquired. Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan had also heard about this matter, as Huo Jingzhong had effectively publicized Chimo's act of violence, leaving no villager unaware. Yet, Chimo's demeanor was deceptively innocent, and under the pressure of the clan leader and village chief, he had not caused any trouble. Huang Ming nodded. Indeed, just the night before last, we apprehended individuals attempting to scale your wall. One of them managed to climb up but lost his eyesight due to an encounter with your little cat. He fell down, blinded, and we learned from inquiries that he was attacked by the cat. Upon hearing this, Chimo stood up to wash his hands. Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Could it be? Just last night, Huo Jingzhong had also suffered from the loss of his eyesight. Huo Jingtan asked, Director Huang, why did you only come to inquire today and not yesterday? Huang Ming sighed. Just last night, another villager was blinded by some creature in the town. After washing his hands and drying them, Chimo approached the crib to pick up the lethargic little cat, which had become a fluffy ball. The drowsy kitten protested as Chimo grasped the scruff of its neck. Chimo addressed Huang Ming. I refuse to believe my kitten could harm anyone. I've raised it for several days now, and it has a wonderful bond with my child. You must know that my child usually plays rather roughly. Snowball has been bitten on the tail and ears, yet my child has never received a single scratch from Snowball. Sitting down, Chimo held Snowball's soft, plump paws and displayed them. See, its claws are neither sharp nor hard, rather soft. Huang Ming observed the kitten in Chimo's hands, which remained docile and compliant under his touch, hardly offering a protest. It appeared, as Chimo had claimed, that Snowball's paws were not menacing. It was worth noting that when Zhang Ming was brought back, his injuries around the eyes were severe, undoubtedly inflicted by sharp claws. However, The depth of the wounds from the little paws Chi-Mo held was insufficient to cause such damage. Seeing Huang Ming lost in thought, Chi-Mo elaborated. Snowball sleeps in the same room as me at night. I ensure all doors and windows are closed, so it cannot escape. As he spoke, a fleeting thought crossed Chi-Mo's mind, but he could not grasp it. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, convinced that his little cat was too well behaved to cause harm. I heard from Jingtan and Jingxian that Huo Jingjong also lost his eyesight. Is it related to the person you caught that day? Chi-Mo inquired. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming responded, you are aware of Huo Jingjong's injury? Has the news reached the village? Not yet, but we were the ones who brought back the news of his injury, Huo Jingxian replied. Huang Ming looked at them, puzzled. How did you two find out? Did you specifically go to inquire? Huo Jingxian explained, not exactly. Yesterday afternoon, Chi-Mo's pig was stolen, and we investigated all night, leading all evidence back to Huo Jingjong. This morning, we went to the town to investigate and discovered that Huo Jingjong had encountered trouble. Huo Jingtan added. Chi-Mo, upon hearing this, expressed his suspicion. I wonder if this is related to the pig incident. Cannot be my little cat that caused the injuries. It is likely that a highly aggressive wild cat has appeared, which explains its presence in two different locations. After all, both places had pigs. Huo Jingxian interjected suddenly. The kitten nestled in Chi-Mo's arms seemed to have learned to answer back, thus clearing its name. After Huo Jingxian spoke, both he and Huo Jingtan looked at Chi-Mo. Chi-Mo nodded. We already had a pig at home the night before last. Huang Ming, upon hearing this, queried. What does that have to do with the pigs? The night before last, we had a pig at home, and last night Huo Jingjong stole it from us. Therefore, both locations had pigs, alongside the animal that caused the injuries. Could be a cat or perhaps another highly aggressive wild animal. Did the person you caught that night actually see a cat? With the darkness so thick, could they discern clearly? Huo Jingxian bombarded with questions. Huang Ming frowned at this. Although the individual claimed it was a cat, according to Chen Lei, a pair of glowing blue eyes had appeared on the wall that night, leaving the true identity of the creature uncertain. Furthermore, considering the diminutive size of the kitten Chi-Mo held, it seemed implausible that such a creature could leap to a height of 4 meters to inflict harm. The notion that it could slip out of the house at night and hunt down the pig thief seemed far-fetched. If that were possible, it would be akin to a feline version of Sherlock Holmes. One would have to concede defeat. Huang Ming found his thoughts amusing, suspecting instead that a dangerous beast lurked in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Chapter 40. Chi-Mo prepared a large bag of peaches for Huang Ming, who naturally declined. Chi-Mo explained that he had purchased so many because the peach orchard owner had an excess that would spoil if left unsold. It seemed he couldn't manage to consume them all in a short time, hence the gift to Huang Ming. Having said this, Huang Ming accepted the bag of peaches and rode off on his bicycle. Nowadays, the means of transport consisted primarily of bicycles or carts, which were significantly faster than walking. After peeling the washed peaches, Chi-Mo filled 2 large bags for Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan, requesting their assistance in inquiring about Huo Jingjong's serious injury and the situation regarding the stolen pig. Carrying 3 to 4 pounds of peaches, Huo Jingtan and Huo Jingxian departed from Uncle Liangzhou's home. Uncle Liangzhou's wife, Momo, was notably amiable and had a wonderful temperament. After closing the courtyard door behind them, Chi-Mo went to give Snowball a thorough petting. Despite having seemingly cleared Snowball of suspicion, Chi-Mo couldn't shake the lingering feeling that something was amiss. The little cat could easily leap onto rooftops several meters high. Moreover, even though he hadn't observed Snowball entering the room, it was nonetheless present. There was something peculiar about this little cat, Snowball. However, looking at the kitten being molded into various shapes by his hands, Chi-Mo thought, well, it's very well behaved and obedient. As for its fierce exterior, that could be advantageous. Regardless of the existence of any ferocious beasts, Chi-Mo remained cautious, for they were creatures that specifically targeted human eyes. Nevertheless, it seemed that all the misfortunes had befallen his enemies. Neither he nor the pig farm owner had suffered any consequences, suggesting that the incidents were likely unrelated to the pigs. After placing Snowball back beside his child and securing the doors and windows, Chi-Mo began to slice the peaches. Once cut into pieces, he retrieved a new hand-cranked blender, tossing the peach flesh inside and cranking away. In a pot, he boiled the water used to soak the peaches along with their skins. Adding a bit of rock sugar would yield authentic peach-flavored water. The blended peach meat was then simmered with honey and rock sugar, mixing thoroughly. Clean canning jars were set aside, rinsed with boiling water, and left to cool before being filled with peach-flavored water and peach jam. The weather was sweltering, making it the perfect time to prepare steamed buns or dumplings. Steamed buns with peach jam were also delightful. A half bag of flour was mixed, kneaded, and allowed to rise. As Yen Zai Zai awakened, he toddled into the living room, calling out excitedly. Little Snowball, nestled in Chimo's arms, also mewed in protest, perhaps having been bullied by the chubby little one. Chimo tended to Zai Zai's needs, providing a small bottle for him to drink water. Snowball was likewise offered water to drink. The sweltering heat necessitates frequent hydration, particularly for the silent infant, lest they succumb to heatstroke without anyone noticing. A mere 15 minutes later, Chimo changed Yan's diaper and nestled him into a small stroller, wheeling him to the kitchen. A baby bottle was gently inserted into the infant's mouth, while even the little feline, Snowball, was rewarded with a small dish of infant milk. The baby obediently drank his milk as his father prepared the meat filling. After finishing his words, Chimo retrieved the pork he had purchased earlier. The fatty pork was diced for braising, while the lean cuts were reserved for making dumpling filling. As Chimo sliced the meat, his thoughts wandered, pondering what Huo Liangzhou might be doing and whether he was thinking of his chubby little one. In Jiangqing, Huo Liangchuan hummed a cheerful tune as he entered his elder brother's office. "What has you in such high spirits?" Huo Liangzhou inquired, casting a glance at his brother. Lowering his voice, Huo Liangchuan responded, "Big brother, Chimo has lost his hand. Amputation was necessary, and his survival remains uncertain due to a severe infection." Huo Liangzhou nodded. "What is the situation with the Chun family and the Jiang family?" "They are extensively repairing the water cellar and hoarding supplies," Huo Liangchuan replied. He then lowered his voice further. "The authorities have ordered us to surrender our supplies. What are your plans, brother? Refusal is not an option. We must deliver what is required on the official books. However, we have a sizable number of people, so let us immediately arrange for our own to collect a portion of the supplies, prioritizing compressed biscuits which have a longer shelf life," Huo Liangzhou instructed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Once the tasks were organized, Huo Liangzhou turned to his brother. "Liangchuan, you are no longer a child. Should I leave? The matters here will fall to you. Brother, do not say such things. If you go, I cannot manage alone. Please do not frighten me. I am not capable of handling this," Huo Liangchuan pleaded immediately. Huo Liangzhou shot his brother a stern look, sighed, and finally spoke. "Finish your current tasks. Then return to our hometown. I am not at ease about the young master and the little young master." Upon hearing this, Huo Liangchuan reflected on the chaos outside and the uncertainty surrounding their village. Chun Lei had returned, having apprehended several individuals from Zhangjia village. Although Chun Lei reported that conditions in Huo family village were relatively stable, the absence of armed protection was a source of concern. They had also stationed people to monitor Zhangjia village. However, the current threats were omnipresent, not confined to a single village. Hunger was the true culprit. "I will return and take a look. It is not far. I can reach there in 2 days on my bicycle," Huo Liangchuan stated. Huo Liangzhou nodded. "Take some people with you, ensure your safety. Do not worry, brother. I am not a 3-year-old child. If nothing else, I can hold my own in a fight," Huo Liangchuan joked. Huo Liangzhou scrutinized his brother. "I am not concerned about your fighting skills. I fear for your life. Many ruthless individuals roam freely now, especially in areas detached from the city," Huo Liangzhou admonished sternly. During the day, official patrols roamed the city, and as long as one did not venture out at night, things remained manageable. However, the suburbs were another story. Brutal massacres occurred sporadically. Evil thrived in countless dark corners, with bodies being carted away for cremation each morning. Chun Lei entered briskly, his face a shade of dark red, and upon seeing Liangchuan, he smiled and nodded. "What is it? You seem to have good news," Huo Liangchuan asked in a hushed tone. Chun Lei chuckled. "It appears that a benevolent soul leaked information about the abundant grain in Zhangjia village. Last night, several wealthy families from the village, those who typically wield their power, were all robbed." "Ah, splendid news," Huo Liangchuan exclaimed upon hearing this. Huo Liangzhou, observing the joy in both their faces, cleared his throat. "After the extreme heat comes the bitter cold. Chun Lei, gather additional winter supplies and antifreeze medications. We must brew a pot of heat-relieving soup daily. We cannot afford to let someone die of heatstroke after surviving everything else. Such an end would be too shameful to face our brothers. Rest assured, we have exchanged for ample medications," Chun Lei replied cheerfully. They were well prepared for the challenges ahead. With grain in hand, their hearts remained untroubled. In the Jiang family, Jiang Nuan turned to her parents. "We are running low on supplies. We should never have sold the food processing plant to Huo Liangzhou. We essentially gifted him a resource. Is there any way to retrieve some of that grain?" Jiang Nuan inquired. Jiang father looked to Qi Minglan. Qi Minglan sighed. I am unable to assist. That rascal Mo has vanished. If he were here, I could surely extract some from him. Nuan, you are on good terms with Mo. Why not try approaching Huoliangzhou? Qi Minglan, Mo's aunt, suggested. Jiang Nuan's expression was inscrutable. Mo was unaware of her connection with Chunfeng. But Huoliangzhou would certainly be aware. I can attempt it, but success is not guaranteed. Huoliangzhou is known for his ruthlessness. Jiang Nuan replied before turning to seek Chunfeng for counsel. If that fails, then we shall resort to theft. Although Mo had fled from Jiangcheng, following the route indicated in the wanted posters, it was likely he had headed to Yun City, Huoliangzhou's hometown. Who could have anticipated that Mo would seek refuge in Huoliangzhou's territory? Whether capturing Mo or the little one, both would serve as leverage against Huoliangzhou to extract supplies. Having finished preparing the meat filling, one batch of pork, another of beef, and a third of vegetables, Yen, tired of sitting in the stroller, protested with little squeals. Mo took out a small infant playpen, filled it with colorful balls, and placed the baby inside along with the little cat, Snowball. Observing the infant buried beneath a mountain of balls, Mo began kneading the dough. The dough had risen beautifully, exuding a delightful aroma. Each bun was shaped expertly, allowing for a second rise before being placed in the steamer. Water was heated in the pot. 2 layers could accommodate 20 buns at once, with each batch taking 15 minutes. After steaming over 50 buns, the remaining filling was set aside. As the sun dipped low, the evening glow ignited the sky, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Another day passed. A knock echoed at the courtyard door. Mo picked up the chubby infant to answer. Who is it? He inquired. A voice from outside responded. We are here to deliver jars of wine. Upon opening the door, he beheld 5 carts, each laden with 10 jars. These jars stood 70 to 80 centimeters tall, with narrow openings of about 10 centimeters. They are all in good condition, yes? No leaks? Mo asked. You can fill them with water to check. The delivery person replied. Mo nodded. I will inspect them. As long as there are no more than 3 defective ones, I will proceed with payment. Grabbing a water hose, he rinsed each jar unloaded from the cart, finding no leaks. These jars were pristine, and used, and devoid of any odor. Mo settled the payment, and the delivery man departed. While his family had a water cellar, Mo was concerned about potential sabotage, fearing someone might damage it and cause a complete loss of water overnight. Thus, to mitigate this possible vulnerability, he procured the jars. With mineral water and plastic water buckets being out of stock in the market, he had no other choice. After thoroughly cleaning the jars, he found Yen, nestled under the eaves, gnawing on the little cat, having grown hungry. The sky darkened completely. In the yard, a grill was set up. A 10-kilogram pig had already been marinated. Over the charcoal fire, the pig's skin turned a golden hue, with droplets of fat sizzling and creating an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Mo swallowed hard, simultaneously captivated by the roasting meat and vigilant against potential mutant beasts. Although he felt there should be no danger, most likely it was just Snowball's doing, this remained a speculation without proof. Should a mutant beast truly appear, he would eliminate it to avert any latent threat. Of course, it would be best if nothing occurred. After all, he could not watch over the infant 24 hours a day. Lapses in attention were inevitable, and that would pose too great a risk. Suddenly, Yen, who had been gnawing on Snowball, let out a loud wail. Mo, lost in thought, hurried towards the eaves, where beneath the flickering lantern, the little one wept, gasping for breath, utterly pitiful. What troubles you, little one? Are you thirsty? Mo inquired, producing a small water bottle. The child took a sip but quickly turned away, dissatisfied with the taste, and clung to his father's neck, wailing and gnawing, clearly famished. It dawned on Mo, in a moment of realization, that he had neglected to feed the child dinner. Night had fallen and they would typically have dined by now. Having indulged in steamed buns earlier, he had forgotten to feed the little one, who was now desperately hungry, hence the heart-wrenching cries. Swiftly, Mo retrieved a bowl of millet porridge and began to feed the child. Once the small creature's belly was round and full, Mo felt a pang of guilt for his earlier negligence. The meat was roasted to perfection, and Mo relished a hearty meal, the exterior crisp and the interior tender, bursting with flavor. After satisfying his own hunger, he cut off a portion of meat, not much, merely around half a pound, which he placed beneath the baby stroller. The little one was nestled in the stroller, while a small cat named Snowball perched on the canopy, grooming itself. Yen, the child, was exuberant on every outing, chirping joyfully. Interspersed with his delighted sounds were the occasional beep, beep. Chiemo beamed. Call me daddy, little one. You're remarkable. Just 9 months old and already trying to talk. The cat Snowball, who had been around even before Yan's birth, also seemed to join in with its own meows, though Chiemo could not comprehend the feline language. Meanwhile, a sibling nestled within Chi-Mo's embrace stirred slightly, curious about the cheerful sounds of its younger brother, but soon settled back into slumber, assured of its safety. Arriving at Aunt Chen's doorstep, their neighbor, who lived just 20 meters away to the right, Chiemo called out, "Aunt Chen, are you home?" The Chun family had already finished dinner, while the aroma of barbecued meat wafted from the adjacent yard, making it difficult for them to resist salivating, yet they felt too shy to ask for food. They could bear it, knowing their own circumstances weren't dire, but the price of meat was exorbitant. Even with money, it was better to stock up on grains. As the temperature soared daily, they longed for rain, yet not a single drop fell. "Mo, you've brought the baby out for a stroll." Aunt Chun greeted with a smile as they settled at the door to enjoy the cool air. Chiemo bent down. "I roasted a little pig. I'd like to share a taste with you." "Oh, that's too kind, but Auntie will gladly accept. I've been craving meat," she replied, acknowledging his generosity. "If you need anything, do call me. My husband and son are back." Chiemo nodded. "I will surely call upon you if anything arises. I must be going now. I still have some to deliver to the village chief." After bidding farewell to Aunt Chun, he pushed the stroller onward. He visited the homes of the village chief, Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan, ultimately arriving at the old chief's residence. To his surprise, all three were gathered there. "Mo, come in, we have matters to discuss." Aunt Wang beckoned. Chiemo presented his small bag. "I roasted a little pig this evening. Please don't mind the modest portion, just a taste." Huakong produced a bottle of white liquor, sharing small pieces among them, enhancing the meal's flavor. Huo sighed. "This is delicious. Will we truly not have such delights in the future? I've begun to grasp the calamities mentioned above, but I still don't understand why the electricity is gone." Upon hearing this, Chiemo pondered that it was likely the case, unless one possesses great strength. Huo Xiaoyu's comment caught Huo Jingxian's attention. "Does anyone recall the events from 19 years ago? A colossal figure appeared in the sky, blood rain fell across half the planet, and then it vanished. Thus, nothing strange could occur, for even stranger things have already transpired. Such giants exist only in myths." Huo Jingtan chuckled. "Could it be that we too might grow to such sizes?" Huo Jingxian replied, "Heaven forbid. Even at our current size we consume too much food. If we were to grow that large, would we all resort to eating dirt?" Chiemo interjected, "Perhaps we won't grow that large, but the animals might. Human genetics are quite stable, while insect genetics are more prone to mutations." "Good heavens. Mo, don't frighten us." Huo Xiaoyu trembled at the thought. Insects, mosquitoes, flies, cockroaches, if they were to grow to human size, how terrifying that would be. Chiemo himself was uncertain about how large mutated insects and beasts might grow. After all, he had perished 7 months into the apocalypse, unaware of subsequent developments. However, he distinctly remembered that when he died, insects had indeed mutated, as had beasts and plants. Everything had become more formidable, and humanity was no longer at the apex of the food chain. According to some, all life forms began to evolve in adverse environments. Chiemo had experienced that firsthand, yet regrettably, his spatial abilities had awakened too late, and he hadn't gathered much in the way of resources. Reflecting on the supplies within his spatial realm filled him with a sense of accomplishment. As they conversed, Huo Xiaoyu mentioned that many had returned to the village today, looking quite wretched, thirsty, hungry, some even suffering from heatstroke, while others had been robbed or killed, never to return home. Chiemo was unfamiliar with most villagers, having only recently grown closer to a few. Hearing that someone had died in the village cast a pall of silence over them. Suddenly, shouts erupted from outside, causing Chiemo to glance out. Huakong grew animated. Huo Xiaoyu stood, and Aunt Wang joyfully rushed out. Soon, 5 or 6 individuals, supporting each other, approached the flickering light of the lantern. "Who has returned?" Chiemo inquired, observing the unfamiliar faces, seemingly not the old chief's son. Huo Xiaoyu clarified, "That's my brother. He has returned, but that's not your brother." "I don't think he looks like him," Chiemo remarked, puzzled. Huo Xiaoyu gazed at the newcomers. "That's my sister-in-law's neighbor. They grew up together." "So it's not just a neighbor. They were childhood sweethearts," Chiemo exclaimed, eyes widening. "This could lead to trouble." Huo Xiaoyu, nearly laughing to the point of tears, responded, they know each other so well, yet no sparks have flown. Otherwise my brother would have been in trouble. With that, Huo Xiaoyu quickly approached and took the 2-year-old child from the man's arms. Observing the newcomers, Chi Mo noted that the man he didn't recognize had blood on his forehead, holding a beautiful little girl in one arm while brandishing a chilling iron rod in the other, giving him a rather intimidating appearance. Then, Chi Mo spotted Huo Xiaoyu's brother. The other villagers seemed vaguely familiar, but he recognized Huo Liangya. At that moment he appeared quite battered, with chapped lips and bandages wrapped around his arms, likely injured. He was being held by a petite, charming young woman, presumably Huo Liangya's wife. 2 older individuals, likely Huo Liangya's parents-in-law, followed, looking equally haggard and pale. Wang Miao Miao, seeing her son in such a state, nearly fainted at the sight. Liangya, are you all right? Your forehead feels so hot, she exclaimed anxiously. Wang Xiaoqi quickly interjected. Mom, Liangya has a slight fever, probably from an infection. Do we have any anti-inflammatory or fever-reducing medication at home? Chi Mo observed the panicked flurry of people. First, let us prepare some cool boiled water with salt to help them rehydrate, then cook some porridge, and finally we can treat the wounds with that antiseptic. Huo Xiaoyu was also startled, unsure of where to begin. Chi Mo extended his hand. First, hand me the child. You focus on settling your family. Just as he reached out for the child, Yan in the stroller protested vehemently, crying, Daddy is mine alone. Huo Jingxian observed the chubby little one wailing uncontrollably. This child, merely a few months old, had already taken to monopolizing his father. However, Huo Jingxian chose not to expose the child's antics, instead reaching out to take the little girl into his arms. Noticing her listless demeanor, he immediately placed his hand upon her forehead, finding it quite warm. She might be running a fever. Aunt Wang, do we have any boiling water, and is there a thermometer or some antipyretic medicine at home? Huo Jingxian inquired. Chi Mo, overhearing, remarked, in this weather it's uncommon to catch a cold. Could it be heatstroke instead? Let us first check her temperature with a thermometer. Is there a doctor in our village? We should brew some mint tea to cool her down. Oh, and I have some children's fever patches at home. Perhaps we should go fetch some, Chi Mo suggested. Wang Miao Miao interjected. Xiaoyu, accompany Mo to retrieve them. Mo, I shan't thank you. If you need anything, just call for us. Huo Jingxian, cradling the little girl, stepped back to avoid the blubbering child. He was uncertain if the little girl had indeed caught a cold. Children have fragile immune systems, and he hoped to prevent any contagion. Jing Tan, you go. Xiaoyu, please help look after the family. The wounds need disinfecting. Do we have any disinfectant at home? If not, hurry to my house and grab some alcohol, along with anti-inflammatory and antipyretic medication. Huo Jingxian directed amidst the ensuing chaos at the clan leader's residence. The village chief responded, I have some antipyretics at home. I'll go fetch them. Chi Mo guided the crying child back, with Huo Jingtan trailing behind. In a hushed tone, he said, Do you have ample supplies of medicine at home? Don't take everything, you still have a little one to care for. I've also heard you're expecting. Acquiring medications may become more challenging in the future. In this world, being too kind can lead to being taken advantage of. Upon hearing this, Chi Mo turned to look at Huo Jingtan, smiling. You really shouldn't smile at me like that. It makes me worry about making mistakes. Who doesn't like a handsome person? It's all right. The fever patches at home were bought previously and are nearing their expiry. They shouldn't be left to go to waste, Chi Mo explained. Indeed, the last time the little one returned, she was overly excited and subsequently fell ill. Huo Liangzhou had purchased a large quantity of medication then, including the fever patches. The local pharmacies were rather unscrupulous, with their medications having scant months left before expiration. Likely until the end of July. They wouldn't last long, and besides, he had ample supplies in his space, enough for a lifetime for both him and the child. Upon arriving home, Huo Jingtan was taken aback by the plethora of wine jars in the courtyard. Mo, why have you bought so many wine jars? He pulled a small cart into the living room as Chi Mo walked to the kitchen, retrieving the medicine while explaining, My family's water cellar is nearby. I worry someone might puncture it, leaving me without water to drink. It's prudent to store some water to avoid future shortages. Huo Jingtan responded, You think it could get that serious? Without electricity, coupled with communication and transportation difficulties, it's normal for a city with a large population to collapse suddenly. The chaos is temporary. Once order is restored, life will inevitably return to normal. While it's necessary to stockpile grain, water should not be that dire. Even if we experience a shortage in summer, it shouldn't reach critical levels. autumn rains will come. Surely, the government will downplay the situation to maintain order. Thus, storing extra is wise. At worst, it's just a waste of time if it's not needed. But if we truly face a water crisis, could be a lifesaver. GMO rummaged through the medicine box, finding the fever patches, and then continued to search, uncovering a bottle of infant fever medicine and a box of anti-inflammatory drugs. The expiration dates were approaching, but at least they hadn't yet lapsed. Such a waste to let them sit unused. Take these back. They haven't expired yet, and they can be of use now, GMO urged. Huo Jingtan accepted the medicine. Alright, take care of yourself. Don't involve yourself in unnecessary commotion. The little one has a weaker immunity, and we can't predict if the villagers returning will bring any contagious illnesses. Understood, you hurry along, GMO replied. Huo Jingtan swiftly made his way back to the clan leader's residence. Upon returning, a few individuals, including Huo Liangya, had regained some energy after consuming a large bowl of diluted salt water. Turning to his grandfather and parents, Huo Liangya announced, Qin Lan is staying outside. If it weren't for him, our family likely wouldn't have made it back. After sitting down, Qin Lan felt too fatigued to move after trekking over 200 kilometers to this village, a journey that took them 3 days. Not only did they face robbery, but they also narrowly escaped with their lives. Wang Xiaoqi had almost been dragged away. Initially, Qin Lan had no intention of coming to the village. He was from the city, having lost his parents with no remaining relatives. On his way back with food, he stumbled upon Wang Xiaoqi's family being robbed. In the end, realizing how challenging it was to find food in the city, he hastily packed and joined them. All right, settle in. Our home can accommodate you. We recently bought a large supply of potatoes, so you needn't worry about food, Wang Miao said, observing the young man brought back by her son and daughter-in-law, then glancing at her daughter treating his wounds. It seemed her daughter's future husband was in sight. The usually boisterous girl had lowered her voice in the presence of this man. Huo Jingtan returned with the medicine. Here are the fever patches, which expire in a month. They can be used now. Uncle Liangya, do you need one? Wang Xiaoqi immediately chimed in. I'll wash the girl's face and apply one. External medications rarely cause issues. The child's temperature is 38 degrees. It's manageable. If it goes down, we can avoid giving her medication. At the old clan leader's house, chaos ensued with preparations. Cooking porridge, resting, and bathing. After 3 days under the scorching sun, everyone was worn out. GMO remained indoors after returning home, pouring all the water from the wine jars into his space pond. It wouldn't fill up anyway, and pouring it out now would only result in evaporation. The water used to wash the jars was clean. Should I plant some vegetables at home? He pondered. While he couldn't create an ecological closed-loop planting room, he recalled that some families had effective methods for growing vegetables. After refilling the wine jars, he also replenished the water cellar. GMO retrieved the small piglet from the brine and hung it on the smoking rack. After a day of sun exposure, he could smoke it. Once cooked, it would be sealed in jars for storage in the basement. As long as the items didn't spoil, it would suffice. He contemplated acquiring some sweet potatoes, which could provide edible leaves for an extended period. Additionally, he could plant cucumbers or cherry tomatoes, requiring large bottles to minimize moisture evaporation. Meanwhile, Huo Liangzhou was already taking action. At the Huo family security building, the top floor was entirely covered with a glass roof, followed by sealing measures, including rubber layers on the doors. We must ensure maximum sealing to prevent moisture evaporation. We will convert the top 10 floors into sealed planting rooms. Huo Liangzhou instructed his trusted aides. These individuals were loyal confidants. Beyond constructing water cellars for the city, Huo Liangzhou was also building one at the security base. Additionally, water towers from the villas were drained and relocated here. The security base would become the Huo family's stronghold. The security base spanned 15 floors with an area exceeding 2,000 square meters. Over 100 confidants were assigned to reside on the 1st through 5th floors. However, given the oppressive heat, many preferred the cooler basement. Wu Di remarked to Huo, water supply is a nuisance. Huo Liangzhou replied, we must establish an indoor water circulation system. In the future, water will be incredibly precious, and we should avoid waste. Therefore, the water supply shouldn't be excessive. Each planting room should be as sealed as possible. Huo Liangchuan, carrying a travel bag, set off alone, intending to bring people back. Perhaps Momo would be displeased. He wondered what was wrong with his elder brother. He couldn't even keep track of his wife. What a failure. The family's grain supply was certainly scarce. It would be best to bring Momo and the little nephew back. Safety was paramount away from his brother. Refilling the wine jars took over an hour. Once filled, they were transferred into the space and naturally placed in the basement. Gazing at the 50 jars of wine in the basement, each weighing 50 pounds, it was evident that they would last approximately 10 days. Tomorrow, oil paper would be used to seal the bottle openings. GMO, cradling his child and the little kitten named Snowball, ascended to the 3rd floor for a bath. The household water conservation was paramount. It was essential that others recognized their frugality. Ultimately, everything must adhere to reason. The mayor of Taohua Town observed the weather outside as they convened for a meeting. The water level in the Dongshan Reservoir was rapidly declining, nearing the warning line. Although 20 water cellars had been constructed, it would take at least 3 days to store sufficient water. Otherwise, the cellars might deteriorate. The head of water and electricity safety for the entire town spoke up. The mayor interjected, "We must hasten our efforts. The water cellars are entirely insufficient. Our town has a population of 100,000. Not to mention the nearby villages. There's no way we can abandon them. Taohua Town has around 150 to 160,000 residents. We cannot allow them to perish from thirst." There were still over 50 cellars under construction. Another staff member responsible for the cellar constructions chimed in. The mayor furrowed his brow. "We need to build at least 100 more and rally the villagers. Upon completion of each cellar, we can distribute 1,000 pounds of grain. Many will be eager to work quickly. We must build as many cellars as possible before the reservoir's water evaporates. The days ahead may be quite challenging." The news from above left the mayor trembling with fear. In just a few days, chaos had ensued. The future was uncertain. Turning his attention to Huang Ming, the mayor inquired, "Any leads on that beast?" Huang Ming shook his head. "Without surveillance or video, it is exceedingly difficult to track. And we haven't even found any animal tracks." "Let's be vigilant," the mayor sighed. Previously, they had been directed by higher authorities, but since the power outage, the central government had mandated that they were now responsible for their own jurisdictions. If they managed things well, rewards would surely follow. However, mismanagement could lead to dire consequences. One might find themselves torn apart by others. The neighboring mayor, it seemed, had angered someone, as half of his neck had been severed. GMO was utterly exhausted that day. He fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. Yen Zai cried all the way, fearing that his father might be taken away. As soon as he lay down, he rolled over to his father's side and pulled the little kitten Snowball into his embrace to sleep together. In the middle of the night, Snowball's ears twitched. Disturbed by the noise, awakened, the kitten leapt out of the house and let out 2 loud howls towards the mountains. The sound was less like a cat and more akin to a terrifying beast. The sounds in the mountains quieted. After washing his face and licking his little paws, Snowball hopped back into the bedroom. Before he could find a spot to lie down, the chubby Yen Zai had already crawled over to find the kitten. "Snowball, we can't keep doing this. You're already a 9-month-old kitten. You need to sleep by yourself." Unfortunately, Yen Zai could barely understand his father's words and certainly could not comprehend the language of cats. He remained oblivious, enjoying things as he pleased. Inside the pig farm, the owner hid in the 2nd-floor bedroom, trembling. As for the pigs in the farm, he thought it was fine as long as no harm came to the people. Chapter 42. GMO was awakened by gentle nibbles. Upon opening his eyes, he found his child playfully biting him, peering up with curiosity before returning to nibble at him again. "GMO, are you biting me to check if I'm awake?" He reached out and poked his child's plump little face. Unaware that his father was already awake, the chubby Yen Zai widened his eyes in surprise, looking up to see his father's gaze fixed upon him. His face instantly broke into a wide grin. "Da-da-da, Zai, shouldn't we change our words? You've been saying da-da for nearly a month now. Come, call me daddy. And I shall promptly give you your bottle," GMO said, cradling the child against his chest and teasing him. The chubby child squealed as his father pinched his little nose, preparing to bite back. But GMO was quicker, taking a playful bite of the child's pudgy hand, leaving a red imprint on the soft, delicate skin. Yen Zai giggled and rolled off his father's chest, scurrying away, realizing he was outmatched and needing to escape quickly. Watching his child crawl away, GMO didn't intervene. He headed to the bathroom to wash up. Just as he pressed the flush on the toilet and turned on the faucet, the water flow diminished and soon ceased altogether. GMO sighed. They had run out of water. After drawing some water from his space, he exited the bathroom, carrying both the chubby child and the now-awakened kitten Snowball downstairs. He removed the child's diaper and used wet wipes to clean him, then offered him a bottle, placing him on the living room mat to let his little bottom breathe freely. Glancing at the clock, it was 6 in the morning, quite early indeed. He prepared a bowl of congee, 3 steamed buns, 2 poached eggs, and a steamed fish. He took out a small dish for Snowball, ladling some congee, a poached egg, and half of the fishtail, calling out, "Snowball, it's time for your meal." Finally, Chi-Mo settled onto a small stool in the living room to eat. The coffee table was quite large and very useful. After satisfying his hunger, he walked to the yard to the laundry sink, tossing in the clothes he had changed out of the night before. A quick scrub with soap made them clean. Rinsing off the suds, he hung the clothes on a simple drying rack, just taken from his space. By 6:30, the temperature had already soared to 38 degrees, heralding yet another scorching day. Chi-Mo moved to the corner of the balcony, pulling a black netting down. He manually adjusted the sunshade towards the yard entrance, securing it with hooks. The smoking rack was pulled to the outdoor dining area. In such weather, the sun could dehydrate anything within a day, ready for smoking by night. Once these tasks were completed, Chi-Mo dressed his child in a fresh diaper and descended to the basement. The wind lantern dispelled the darkness, and the basement felt pleasantly cool. Chi-Mo first folded 2 layers of oil paper to cover the mouths of the jars, followed by 2 layers of oilcloth, and finally secured them with elastic string. After properly sealing all the jars, he placed cake molds atop each jar, pouring in melted wax that had been stored in his space. He noted that he had 10 large cake molds. The remaining would be addressed later in the afternoon. Cradling his child, he returned to the living room, and the clock showed 7:30. He fetched a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and a poached egg for the chubby child's round belly. As Chi-Mo opened the yard door, he saw a throng of people hurriedly ascending the mountain. What had transpired? "Aunt Chun, what is going on? Why are so many people heading up the mountain?" Chi-Mo asked his neighbor, Chun-Xia. Hearing Chi-Mo's voice, Chun-Xia smiled at the handsome young man. "Mo, it seems you woke up a bit late today. There's been an incident at the pig farm up on the mountain. These folks are heading up to retrieve the pigs." Mo, do you want to go up and buy some pork?" Hu Xiaoyu interjected. Chi-Mo looked over to see the old clan leader's family and several other villagers. The few who had appeared unwell the previous night looked fine today. Hu Xiaoyu, her brother Hu Liangya, their neighbor Qin Lan, and Hu Huakong were all present. Hu Jingxian and Hu Jingtan were also there. Considering there was nothing pressing at the moment and seeing the crowd heading up the mountain, Chi-Mo decided to take a look. "Wait for me. I'll bring Zai Zai out." Upon hearing Chi-Mo's words, Hu Xiaoyu urged, "Big brother, you and Qin Lan go ahead. We must secure at least half a pig. Jingtan, you all move quickly. I'll go with Mo." Chi-Mo soon emerged without riding a tricycle as everyone was walking, pushing a small cart. The chubby child, as soon as he stepped outside, joyfully babbled, "Duh." His chubby little feet swung back and forth, clutching his companion, little Snowball. The kitten, appearing utterly resigned, was held in the embrace of the chubby boy, its fur on its forehead almost nibbled clean, unable to resist the playful antics and simply allowing the fun to unfold. "Wow, Yan Zai Zai is as adorable as ever. Come on, give Auntie a smile." Hu Xiaoyu teased the chubby little one. Observing the plump child clutching a kitten, Hu Xiaoyu turned to Chi-Mo with a hint of concern, saying, Mo, has this pet been vaccinated? It might not be too safe." However, she refrained from elaborating, merely offering a gentle reminder. Chi-Mo gazed at the chubby child who would not let go of the kitten, inexplicably sensing that the little feline was impeccably clean, cleaner than anything else. This was not mere whimsy on Chi-Mo's part. His instinct was supported by evidence, for the kitten bore no trace of dirt. The kitten, Snowball, showed no interest in mice nor did it chase after insects. Even when presented with a dirty dish, it would not lower its proud head to eat. Each meal, Chi-Mo ensured that the dishes were pristine, filled with water and food. If the water was not changed, the kitten would rather die of thirst than drink from it. Living together, Chi-Mo quickly learned the kitten's preferences. Pushing the baby stroller, he cheerfully reassured, "Don't worry, I've had Snowball checked. It's very healthy. How is your little girl doing? Has her fever subsided? By the way, what happened at the pig farm on the mountain? It seems everyone has gone there." Upon hearing Chi-Mo's explanation, Hu Xiaoyu decided against saying more. She then added, "Thanks to your medicine, Yaya's fever broke in the latter half of the night, and now she's fine. About half an hour ago, the owner of the pig farm came down to inform us that they were attacked by wolves last night. Many pigs were killed or injured. He notified us that if we wanted pork, we could just go over there. They are butchering and selling it directly." Hearing this, Chi-Mo furrowed his brow. The mutations had already begun. He then thought of the kitten, a little ball of fluff capable of jumping 3 to 4 meters. Clearly, it had already undergone mutation. Moreover, It did not require a hairdryer after a bath. A simple shake would suffice to dry its fur. It would use the restroom on its own, making it quite easy to care for. Chiemo looked ahead and inquired, "How much is the pork per pound? Did anyone get hurt?" The pig farm owner said the freshly slaughtered pigs were priced at 80 per pound, injured pigs at 61, and those that were killed at 41. Surely no one was hurt, otherwise the owner would have mentioned it and would not dare to return to the mountain without reporting it first, Huo Xiaoyu replied. The path uphill was not easy. The wild grasses and shrubs were beginning to turn yellow, moisture evaporating rapidly. After half an hour, Chiemo and the others finally reached the pig farm, approximately 3 kilometers from the village. They had arrived relatively late, around 8 in the morning, and the temperature had already soared to at least 41 degrees, exceedingly hot with the heat rising swiftly. Chiemo retrieved a small bottle of water from the basket under the stroller and offered it to the chubby child. The little one would not waste anything edible, even water clinging to it tightly. Seizing the opportunity while his brother was distracted with the bottle, Snowball quickly nestled at the back, enjoying the comfort of an ice pack. Upon entering the pig farm's yard, they found numerous villagers busily at work, all hired by the pig farm owner. Some were boiling water, others were skinning pigs, and still others were handling the meat of those killed by wolves. Many were engaged in various tasks while the owner was loudly advertising, "This is the meat of pigs killed by wolves last night. The entrails have already been removed. $40 a pound, the lowest price. You can take it home to cure and enjoy slowly or cook it in a pressure cooker. Just be careful while cutting to avoid injury." Several villagers gathered around, confirming with the owner that the meat had not spoiled. Huo Xiaoyu turned to Chiemo, asking, "Are you going to buy some?" Chiemo shook his head. "I'll wait for the freshly slaughtered ones. I want to get some pig trotters." Many villagers had already surrounded the owner, and Qin Feng was swift in his actions, requesting front legs with ribs, over 40 pounds of meat. He had the owner chop it into 2 portions, bagged it and turned to Huoliangya, saying, "I'll take this back first so your mother can cure it. You can decide if you want to buy other cuts later." Huoliangya nodded. "Be careful on your way back. Shouldn't you have Xiaoyu accompany you? At least she can help carry something." Qinlan chuckled, "No need. I can manage this. Xiaoyu can help you later." Huoliangya could only agree, aware that his body had not fully recovered. However, Hua Huakong interjected, "Your arm is still injured. Go back with Xiao Qin. You can help him and Xiaoyu can assist me later." Huoliangya replied, "All right." He thought he was recovering, but the blood loss had been significant. Although the fever had subsided, he now felt somewhat fatigued. "All right, I'll head back now. Xiaoyu, your father wants you to go down the mountain with everyone," Huoliangya stated. He then approached Chiemo, saying, "You are the daughter-in-law of the Liangzhou family. Thank you for your medicine last night. If you need anything, just let me know. Come over for dinner at my house tonight." Chiemo smiled, replying, "Sure. I will definitely come." Huo Xiaoyu watched her brother and Qinlan depart, reflecting, "I never thought about marriage before, and with the world in such a state, I have even less desire now." Chiemo, overhearing her, remarked that man is not bad, at least in appearance. However, you should take a closer look, especially since he and your sister-in-law have grown up together. I never considered it. He protected my brother and Yaya when they returned. Without him, my brother might have been killed. A life-saving grace, so long as he does not commit any wrongdoings, he will surely have a place at our table. We can discuss other matters later," Huo Xiaoyu sighed. Chiemo examined the wounds of the dead pigs but found no clear explanation. The meat was set aside for separate cutting. He then ventured outside the pig farm, discovering some footprints. After measuring with his hands, he noted that the prints were quite large, indicating a likely mutation. It appeared to be in the early stages, as their strength had not significantly increased. Otherwise, the pigs and people would likely not have survived. Mutated beasts, mutated plants, and those with awakened abilities tend to have larger appetites, particularly voracious eaters. As villagers eagerly purchased the meat, more poured in, and the pigs killed by wolves quickly sold out. Next, they began selling the injured pigs. Chiemo did not make any purchases until the owner started selling healthy pigs, at which point he bought several trotters, 3 pig stomachs, and about 10 pounds of pork belly. He packed the items into 2 bags, placing them beneath the stroller before descending the mountain with the villagers. Upon returning home, Chiemo noticed a pile of bricks and cement at the front door. Without needing to look further, he knew they had been brought over from the old clan leader's house, likely by Aunt Wang or Huoliangya and Qinlan. Chiemo opened the courtyard gate and pushed the stroller into the living room. Aunt Wang and her companions arrived promptly. "Mo, let us move the materials into the yard," Aunt Wang called out. Chiemo nodded, saying, okay. Thank you, auntie. What is hard about it? I'm being paid. Wang Miao Miao replied with a smile. The money Chiemo provided allowed them to dig up plenty of potatoes and even secretly purchase some rice. Otherwise, with just the little grain at home, they would not dare boast about letting Qinlan stay. Oh, by the way, Aunt Wang, do you have any sweet potatoes left? Chiemo stepped out to offer his assistance. Aunt Wang shooed him away, saying, just watch. Don't get involved. You have a baby in your belly. If you exert yourself, you'll regret it, and the hospital is far away. Chiemo could only watch as Huoliangya and Qinlan got to work. Back in the kitchen, Chiemo began blanching the trotters, preparing to make braised pig trotters. The pork belly looked particularly good, and the pig stomach was also cleaned and blanched. The courtyard was filling up with bricks, sand, and cement. Huohuakong knocked on the kitchen door and said, Chiemo, we can start working tonight. With Liangya and Qinlan helping, it will go much faster. Upon hearing this, Chiemo replied, all right, I have 2 lanterns at home, which should suffice. And remember to come over for dinner. Your medicine has saved Liangya and Yaya. Huohuakong spoke up, his face devoid of a smile, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of joy. At that moment, he felt immense gratitude for the medicine he could procure. While there was some disinfectant alcohol available, the villagers had limited supplies of anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medications. Especially for the children, they needed to reserve what little they had for their own. What would they do if their own children fell ill? Henceforth, one must be cautious when children fall sick. Finding medicine has become increasingly challenging. Today, he learned that a bag of infant cold medicine costs over 100 yuan, and a box could reach at least 1,000, if it could even be found. Such life-saving medicine is not a matter of mere goodwill. Chiemo had stewed the braised pig trotters until they were tender. He meticulously packed them into lunch boxes, ready to be taken out whenever one felt hungry. The braised pork was equally well cooked, portioned into separate boxes. After preparing the pig stomach, he sliced it into shreds, intending to stir-fry it on another day. At noon, he had a cold noodle dish accompanied by a serving of large shrimp. The little one dined on bland noodles paired with tasteless boiled shrimp. The little kitten, Snowball, was raised in accordance with the same age as the child, both being quite young and not requiring any salt. As evening approached, Chiemo tidied up the kitchen. On the dining table lay a chopped pig trotter and a platter of braised meat. It would be rather unfortunate to have purchased so much only to have nothing on the table. Suddenly, a crack was heard at the gate. Huoliangchuan, staring at the door and the key in hand, exclaimed in frustration, why won't the door open? Xiaomo, are you home? Why can't I get it open? Chunxia, who was coming out with water, was taken aback by the voice. Liangchuan, you're back. They've changed the lock on your courtyard door. I told you not to give the key to that scoundrel, Huo Jingzhong. He's not a good person. Chiemo went to ask them for the key to the courtyard, but they first claimed that Chiemo wasn't from Liangzhou. When the old patriarch himself went to request it, that rascal Huo Jingzhong said the key was lost, forcing Chiemo to change the lock. What a scoundrel! My brother even subsidized them, yet they dare to make things difficult for my sister-in-law. Chenai, where are you going? Huo Liangchuan inquired. Chunxia smiled and replied, the soil is too dry, so I'm taking this wastewater for washing my face and hands to water the vegetables. Yes, we should conserve more water. It evaporates quickly now, Huo Liangchuan added. Chiemo opened the courtyard door and looked at the visitor. Why aren't you with your brother? What brings you here? Huo Liangchuan looked at Chiemo with a pitiful expression. Xiaomo, I rode my bicycle for a whole day and night. I'm parched and starving. Come in quickly. There's food on the table. Wash your face first and have something to fill your stomach. And stop. Don't rub against the little one before you wash up and change clothes. Chiemo warned loudly as Huo Liangchuan rushed towards the chubby child. Huo Liangchuan halted at Chiemo's shout, then turned to the infant in the crib and cheerfully called out, Yuan Zai Zai, wait for uncle to take a bath before we play. Be good. Uncle will just drink some water first. My throat feels like it's on fire. Huo Liangchuan hurried to wash his face and hands and then dashed to the dining room. Grabbing a cup of water, he gulped it down in one go. Spotting the meat on the table, his appetite surged, and he reached for a piece. One bite in, he found it tender and flavorful, rich yet not greasy, sweet and delicious. Don't eat the pig trotters just yet. We need to take them to the patriarch's house. For now, have a bit of porridge to tide you over, Chiemo said as he brought chopsticks and a bowl of porridge from the kitchen. The porridge was cool and not thick, containing half a bowl of rice soup. After gulping it down, Huo Liangchuan asked, Xiaomo, do you have any pickles? Chiemo returned to the kitchen to retrieve a glass jar filled with red carrots and some pickled peppers. He picked one up and bit into it, crunching loudly. Huo Liangchuan's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaomo, when did you learn to cook? This is really good. Huo Liangchuan was genuinely astonished that Qiamo, the young master, could cook. Preparing infant food was something he had learned from his aunt. His culinary skills had evidently improved significantly. Such delicious food cannot be contained. It indicates my talent. Finish eating quickly and go wash up. We'll visit the old patriarch's house for dinner later, Qiamo said, slightly exasperated. At the old patriarch's house, the village chief was also present. He remarked, the water supply was cut off this morning. It hasn't happened in many years. It's been 17 or 18 years. So what they say might indeed be true. Have you stored water in the old well in our village? The patriarch inquired gravely. The village chief nodded. After receiving the message from the town, I took people to refill the water. I heard from Momo that we must seal the well. Otherwise, the water will evaporate. The patriarch continued to ramble. The village chief replied, I'll ask Momo later how to handle it. She is the daughter-in-law from Liangzhou and surely knows more than we do. Indeed, following her advice is always wise. The patriarch concurred. Chapter 43. The old patriarch's wife. Wang Miao Miao called out, dinner is ready. Xiaoyu, go call Momo to come eat. Huo Xiaoyu placed the dishes on the table and responded to her mother. All right, I'll go now. Huo Huakong turned to the two children beside him and coughed lightly. Since the weather is a bit cooler in the evening, let us help Momo with the Kong. Dad, why does Qiamo need to make a Kong in this hot weather? Huo Liangya asked. Qinlan looked at Huo Liangya and replied, given the extreme heat now, it's likely we will face extreme cold later. Thus, Uncle Hua, perhaps we should prepare a Kong at home as well. If we don't experience extreme cold, it will just be a bit of effort. However, if we do, the Kong will be crucial. We also need to go up the mountain to chop some bamboo and buy some coal while prices are still low. Cement prices have skyrocketed as well. Huo Huakong was taken aback upon hearing this. Qinlan was right. They still had some cement at home. After Qiamo built the Kong and walls, it would be sufficient for them to prepare one as well, ideally in the larger room under the stairs, allowing their family to live comfortably. If it got too cold, firewood could be stacked in the living room, and they could burn it there without needing to venture outside. Huo Huakong added, let us first help Momo tonight. Without the 50,000 from Momo and the 100,000 sent to us from Liangzhou, we wouldn't be able to stockpile so much food, Huo Huakong whispered. Upon hearing this, Huo Liangya fell silent. Huo Xiaoyu quickly ran to Qimo's courtyard wall and shouted, Momo, dinner is ready, hurry over. Qimo opened the kitchen door and replied, I'll be right there, Xiaoyu. Is it all right if I bring my little brother along? Huo Xiaoyu paused for a moment. Who is it? Liangchuan, Qimo answered. Upon hearing this, Huo Xiaoyu exclaimed, Liangchuan is back. Hurry and bring him along. He won't miss a meal. After Qimo finished speaking, he said, all right, I'll be there soon. Liangchuan has returned. Let's head to the village chief's house for dinner. Qimo picked up the chubby child, Huo Jingyan. The little kitten also immediately jumped over, following wherever the child went. Qimo placed the chubby child into the baby stroller, and the kitten, Snowball, promptly squeezed in beside him. Huo Liangchuan looked at the fluffy ball nestled in the baby stroller and asked, Xiaomo, have you gotten a kitten? Won't it hurt Yuan Zai Zai? Not at all. Yuan Zai Zai treats the kitten like a plush toy, nibbling on its ears and tail. Snowball hasn't scratched him once. The kitten is very well behaved, Qimo explained. After locking the doors and windows, and securing the courtyard gate, the two set off for the old patriarch's house with one child and one kitten in tow. Huo Xiaoyu quickly ran back home. Bursting through the door, Liangchuan is back. Mom, is there enough food for dinner? Wang Miao Miao replied, yes, we made extra tonight to welcome your brother and the in-laws. Qimo and Huo Liangchuan entered the old patriarch's house. Huo Liangya smiled as he looked at Huo Liangchuan approaching. Liangchuan, you actually returned. When will your brother be back? My brother still has some matters to attend to. It will take him a bit longer, Huo Liangchuan explained. Wang Miao Miao placed the last bowl of seaweed shrimp soup on the table and spoke. Let us dine first. We can converse later. There is nothing particularly splendid, just some braised pork and a few stir-fried vegetables for everyone to enjoy at their leisure. Before long, all were seated, comprising primarily the members of the Huo family, with only the village chief and a few outsiders present. Huo Xiaoyu brought out a box of chilled herbal tea, declaring, this is all we have, one box for each person. She proceeded to distribute the drinks. It's nearly impossible to acquire such beverages now, she lamented. Huo Liangchuan retrieved a packet of orange juice powder from his pocket and handed it to Huo Xiaoyu, saying, this is for you? Sister Xiaoyu, just mix it with water. Oh, orange juice powder. What a delightful treat. I shall not be modest, she replied, accepting it and placing it on the cupboard. The round table was nearly full, occupied by Huoliangya's in-laws, his wife and Qinlan, along with the old clan leader's family, 13 in total. Yan Zizai was naturally seated in her little stroller. The dishes on the table were not particularly abundant. A plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, a large bowl of pork stewed with vermicelli, 2 plates of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried cabbage, a portion of steamed salted fish, and the shrimp soup, along with a pig estrotters brought by Mo. Although this spread would have seemed modest in the past, it was quite commendable in the current circumstances. The old village chief sighed, remarking, "This is what we have for now. In due time we may not know what we will be able to eat." Mo interjected, "The rice in the fields can still be salvaged. It should be at the filling stage, ensuring it remains viable for a while. By the way, despite the impending water shortage, it is not impossible to cultivate. Aunt Wang, did you not mention that you still have some Farid sweet potatoes at home? I would like a few. They can be planted in bottles as long as the gaps are sealed. We can at least have sweet potato leaves to eat." Upon hearing this, Huo Liangchuan recognized the wisdom in Chimo's words, likely stemming from his experiences in a previous life. With efforts to minimize water evaporation, cultivation could indeed be feasible. Wasting water intended for domestic use would be regrettable. Attempting to grow crops in the early stages would be prudent. Several at the dining table, having overheard this, nodded in agreement. Wang Xiaoqi remarked, "That is indeed a viable method. We can procure some mineral water bottles. That should be easy." Huo Xiaoyu was equally pleased. The old village chief turned to Mo and asked, "How is your family's water cellar sealed?" To which Mo replied, "I initially covered the cellar opening with an oilcloth, then sealed it with wax and finally placed bricks on top, filling any gaps with sand and covering it with a shade net. This prevents the wax from melting due to high temperatures." Qinlan inquired further, and Mo confirmed, "Yes, when the rainy season arrives we can remove the coverings, and the wax can be recycled." The village chief made a mental note of Mo's advice, planning to purchase some wax the following day. The old clan leader turned his gaze to Liangchuan and asked, "How is your brother faring?" Liangchuan replied with a smile, "My brother is managing well, though he cannot divulge specifics given the village's current conditions. However, what Xiao Mo suggested is indeed feasible. It is suitable for family workshops to cultivate some green vegetables to supplement our vitamin intake." The old clan leader pressed on, "When will your brother return?" Liangchuan glanced at Mo and responded, "My brother has quite a few matters to attend to before he can come here." The village chief then inquired, "How is Yunqing? Is the situation still manageable?" Liangchuan shook his head, "Not particularly well. There have been injuries and thefts. During the day, areas with patrols are relatively safe, but at night, danger lurks in every corner, necessitating the carrying of sticks and knives when venturing outside. The city has descended into chaos. Rural areas feel safer, surrounded by familiar faces." Huo Kanghua chimed in, recounting the perils faced by Huoliangya and others upon their return, robberies and near-fatal encounters. He also mentioned Mo being bullied by Huo Jingzhong and the theft of pigs. Finally, he spoke of a wolf attack on the pig farm, as described by the elders, noting the unusually large paw prints that did not resemble those of ordinary wolves. The old clan leader instructed the village chief to inform the villagers to lock their doors early and refrain from wandering about at night. If wolves can attack pig farms, they may also descend upon the village. With no lights available, it would be difficult to detect wolves at night. Mo had long suspected that the wolves had mutated. Pondering why the pigs were bitten yet not consumed, and why no humans had been injured, were these mutated animals truly so gentle? Afterward, Mo spoke less, feeding Zizai a few pieces of egg before retrieving a milk bottle from the stroller and placing it in her mouth. Although the dishes were not overly salty, they still contained some seasoning. The meal continued with lively chatter until around 7:30 when it finally dispersed. On the way home, Huo Liangchuan remarked, "The old clan leader's family managed to prepare such a feast. It seems their grain supplies are still adequate." Mo responded, "It should be all right. Aunt Wang has been digging up potatoes for several days. There should be a few thousand pounds." He continued, "By the way, Uncle Huakong is coming over tonight to check the Kong. Keep an eye on it." Huo Liangchuan nodded, "Understood. Do we still have nails? Before I came over, I heard news from the Jiang family. They are planning to come and take you all away. Our family previously acquired the Jiang family's food processing factory, and they wish to return." Upon hearing this, Mo exclaimed, "What on earth? I came here to hide. Why must they come and provoke me?" It seemed they intended to kidnap him and the chubby Zai Zai to extort Huo Liangchuan. We do have some. I organized the storage room, and there are plenty of nails there along with some beer bottles. If smashed, they can form a protective circle on the wall, Mo explained. Upon returning home, Mo provided Huo Liangchuan with a lantern, instructing him to find the nails. He then pushed Zai Zai into the kitchen, where he could not remove any items from the space. Mo decided to prepare some noodles and retrieved a bag of dried shrimp. He made tomato and egg noodles, serving a portion to the little kitten, Shueqiu, while the chubby Zai Zai received only the tomato and egg noodles. However, the little one was not picky and devoured the meal with gusto. A small bowl of noodles was quickly emptied. Mo placed Yen Zai Zai on the crawling bed and then took the pot and bowl to the water faucet by the cellar to wash them. Huo Liangchuan had already found the nails and beer bottles and brought them to the yard. Mo reminded him, when Uncle Huakong arrives, should we wait until they finish their work before we let them in? Huo Liangchuan nodded. All right, I will go take a shower. I feel quite filthy. The water on the third-floor terrace has been warmed by the sun. It won't be so cold, Mo suggested. Huo Liangchuan shook his head. You all can wash with that water. I will just take some to the bathroom for a quick rinse. If Mo were not here, he would wash directly in the yard. After all, she is my sister-in-law. Even though we are all men, it is prudent to maintain some decorum. Otherwise, my brother might give me a beating. Not that he would kill me, but a few good whacks are certainly on the table. Very well. I will fetch you a clean bucket, Mo replied. Soon, he returned from the kitchen with a clean red plastic bucket and handed it to Huo Liangchuan. As Huo Liangchuan went to fetch water to wash up in the bathroom, Mo finished cleaning the dishes and was now washing Zai Zai's face and hands. Suddenly, the little kitten, Shueqiu, jumped up and vanished over the courtyard wall in the blink of an eye. Mo called out, Shueqiu, it is not safe outside. It was not long before Shueqiu returned, and Mo noticed the kitten squatting before him. What have you brought back? He asked, seeing a round, fluffy creature that was nearly the size of the kitten itself. Bringing the lantern closer, he nearly chuckled. At that moment, the little kitten Shueqiu was holding a small, gray rabbit in its mouth. If it weren't for the rabbit's distinctive long ears, Mo would have mistaken it for a rat. Squatting down, Mo extended his hand. Give it to me. Is there more outside? Upon receiving the little rabbit, Mo brought it into the empty area within his space, allowing it to hop around freely. Meat will rely on rabbits. They reproduce quickly and grow fast. However, a single one cannot breed, and it is currently unclear where to procure more. Ideally, catching them would be best, especially since the mountains may be devoid of water or have been trampled by wild beasts. The little kitten Shueqiu mewed softly, nuzzling its fluffy head against its father's hand before jumping back outside. Since father desired the little rabbit, such a simple request was naturally to be fulfilled. Huo Liangchuan's bathing routine was remarkably swift, taking merely 5 or 6 minutes to complete. As he emerged clad only in oversized shorts, Mo promptly scooped up Yen Zai Zai. Liangchuan, please keep an eye on Yen Zai Zai for me. I must step out briefly, as the little kitten has darted away. Huo Liangchuan watched his sister-in-law disappear in a flash and glanced down at his own attire, oversized shorts and slippers, with no shirt in sight, realizing it would be inappropriate to pursue her in such a state. Indeed, tending to a cat seldom brings about good fortune. Once his sister-in-law retrieves the kitten, he would need to impart some proper lessons to it. Mo dashed out through the large gate, and soon after, Huo Huakong arrived with his son, Qin Lan. Upon inquiring, Huo Liangchuan understood that his sister-in-law was preparing for the extreme cold, while his brother was also gathering supplies. The troubling implication of this was that his sister-in-law's preparations indicated a reluctance to return with him. Brother, how can you be so inept? You can't even manage one sister-in-law. After slipping out, Mo quickly located the kitten, primarily due to its incessant mewing. The little furball, Snowball, effortlessly found one, then another, little rabbit, capturing them and bringing them triumphantly before their father. These rabbits varied in size, suggesting they were not from the same litter and could potentially breed. This morning, it seemed his domain had expanded yet again. Once the owner of the pig farm departed, Mo planned to excavate a few fruit trees to plant. Half an hour later, Mo returned with Snowball. Inside the house, Huo Huakong, his son, and Qin Lan were busily engaged in work, with sand on the periphery and cement in the center, each wielding shovels to mix the materials. Observing their actions, Mo grasped their method and realized his pigsty was still incomplete. Chubby Zai Zai sat in a small cart, chattering away, while Huo Liangchuan, amidst his labor, continuously corrected the toddler. You must call me uncle, Not just any old name. Understand? I am your uncle. Huo chuckled at his words, remarking, he is merely 9 months old. In due time he will surely learn to speak. With enough teaching, perhaps his first utterance will be uncle. Huo Liangchuan replied with a smile. Huo then quipped, aren't you afraid your brother might give you a beating? To which Huo Liangchuan replied, somewhat uncertain, perhaps he might. Huo Liangya interjected, he just might. Remember when your brother first brought Momo home? That fellow teased your sister-in-law and ended up kicked into a ditch by your brother in the dead of winter. It was quite cold. That incident was well deserved. That scoundrel had the audacity to flirt with my sister-in-law. If I were home, I would surely have beaten him to a pulp. Huo Liangchuan retorted indignantly. Huo clarified, that was the son of the Lao Liang family. That lad is a miscreant. Wasting his days away, he sighed. Fortunately, he has not returned. Otherwise, he would surely cause chaos in the village. Do you need my assistance? Mo offered. Huo promptly responded. No need. Just keep an eye on the child. The 4 of us can handle this matter swiftly. Once the cement was mixed inside, Lan had already moved a considerable number of heat-resistant bricks in. The tables and stools had been cleared away, and she was busy breaking the marble. Mo inquired, what is the purpose of this? To which Lan explained, the marble is too smooth. Breaking it will enhance its grip. Together, they began laying the cement and bricks, constructing a platform 3 layers high, 25 centimeters tall, with a width of 2 meters and a length of 2.5 meters. Let us finish the platform first, and then we will complete the outer walls in one go. Finally, we will tackle the interior walls, Huo stated, recalling that Huo Jingjong had visited Mo's home, emphasizing the necessity of securing the walls by nightfall for safety. This endeavor continued for nearly half the night. After Huo and the others departed, Huo Liangchuan scattered nails and shards of glass along the perimeter wall. By this time, Mo had already bathed Chubby Zai and Snowball and retreated to his room for rest. The weather was sweltering, and even with the windows open, it remained stifling. Fortunately, a gentle breeze swept down from the mountains, providing some relief. As he lulled Zai to sleep, Mo entered his domain. Ignoring the 6 or 7 rabbits scurrying about and the few frogs he had caught earlier in the pond, he moved sand and mixed cement, arranging bricks methodically. Before long, he completed a brick floor measuring 2.5 meters wide and 4 meters long. Next, he fetched several buckets of water to coat the brick surface, ensuring it appeared level with a slight slope for easy washing in the future. He left 8 brick-sized outlets for drainage along the lower wall. Following this, he began stacking bricks to form a perimeter wall. Having worked for quite some time, Mo yawned. It was already 10 o'clock. After exiting his domain, he washed up in the bathroom, feeling utterly exhausted, and collapsed onto the bed. Huo Liangchuan glanced at the area above the water cellar, where he intended to lay shards of glass and iron nails. As for Huo Jingjong's family, he felt pity for them. That fool dared to bully his sister-in-law, truly courting disaster. Oh, and that little kitten, he resolved to give it a thorough lesson tomorrow. The night outside was perilous. How could it possibly wander out? If it were snatched by a wolf, that would be one thing, but if his sister-in-law were taken, the kitten would bear the blame. Snowball, in a drowsy state, sneezed, wondering who dared to insult its kin. Climbing into its father's embrace, the little cat felt comforted. Chapter 44. Mo awoke from the heat. Checking the time, it was 6 in the morning, and both Zai and Snowball were still asleep. Rising from bed, Mo glanced at the thermometer, 39 degrees. He drank half a bottle of water, washed up in the bathroom, and consumed a pancake along with a bottle of milk. Subsequently, he entered his domain to feed the pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese, tossing in some cabbage leaves. The pasture seeds scattered across the land had begun to sprout. Mo mixed the cement once more, carefully storing the prepared mixture to prevent it from freezing. He then began layering bricks, applying cement as he stacked them. Having built nearly half a wall, he heard his plump child calling out. The little one was awake. Emerging from his domain, Mo, though he had brought nothing dirty with him, washed his hands before bringing Chubby Zai and Snowball downstairs. The dining area was somewhat disheveled, the glass doors resembling a floor-to-ceiling window still awaiting removal until the wall tiles were complete. After dinner the previous night, the village chief had gathered a group of young people to visit each household, advising villagers to secure their doors early in the evening and refrain from wandering outside, as wolves had attacked the pig farm, not far from their village. On the pig farm, someone had reported the incident the previous morning. In the afternoon, 5 officers arrived, armed and vigilant, guarding throughout the night, yet the wolves did not appear. Over the course of a day, The pig farm, which had housed over 100 pigs, had sold off more than half. The remaining stock was hurriedly driven to town by the farm owner, where consumer demand was significantly higher than in the village. Upon hearing this, the chicken farm owner promptly prepared to sell off his meager stock. Naturally, the first major buyer was Chiamo's family, given their proximity. Chiamo descended the stairs, removed chubby Zai's diaper, and proceeded with a little but care, allowing it to air out for a while. Otherwise, prolonged contact with the diaper would cause irritation. After placing a bottle into Zai's mouth, he laid the little one down in a small crib for ease of cleaning after any accidents. Snowball had its own milk, served in a dish. Chiamo then made his way to the kitchen, preparing porridge and boiling 2 eggs, adding some pickled carrots for flavor, delicious and appetizing. Just as the rice began to boil, a knock echoed from the courtyard door. Upon opening it, Chiamo found Chun Fong waiting. "Is something the matter, Boss Chin?" Chiamo inquired. Chun Fong replied, "Do you still want chickens? I also have some chicken feed to offer." "How many chickens do you have left?" Chiamo asked. Chun Fong responded, "I still have over 100 mature chickens, and more than 500 chicks, each weighing about a pound, along with some eggs. I recently sold a batch of mature chickens, and subsequently over 1,000 more have been sold gradually. However, I still possess an ample supply of feed, amounting to several tons. Initially, I intended to raise another batch of 3,000 chicks, but that plan is now unfeasible, and this feed seems to be unwanted." Chun Fong spoke up, aware that Chiamo was affluent, being the wife of the wealthiest man in Yunqing. "How much are you planning to sell for?" "I am running low on cash," Chiamo inquired. Upon hearing this, Chun Fong replied, "If you take the whole lot, I would ask for 60,000. No, 50,000 will suffice. You can have the entire chicken farm for that price." He reasoned that he would not incur a loss. The owner of the pig farm was nearly taken by wolves. It was too perilous, and nothing is more valuable than life. "All right, I will take it all," Chiamo agreed. "Liang Chuan, get up. It's time to work," she called upstairs. Huo Liang Chuan, who had been laboring until midnight, was roused by his sister-in-law's voice. He opened the window and asked, "What work is it, little Mo?" "I have purchased the chicken farm. Go and prepare to slaughter the chickens, leaving only 10 hens for eggs and 2 roosters," Chiamo instructed. She then asked Chun Fong to teach her brother-in-law how to slaughter chickens. Chun Fong, feeling relieved after selling his goods, returned home to await Chi Mo's arrival for the handover. A bowl of porridge, accompanied by broth, was ladled into a large bowl and then into a smaller one to cool it down. Huo Liang Chuan quickly consumed his breakfast, which consisted of a boiled egg and a few pickled carrots. He then took 50,000 yuan to the chicken farm, handing the money to Chen Fong before following him to select 10 hens and 2 roosters. Huo Liang Chuan began learning how to slaughter chickens and, to his surprise, picked it up quite quickly. Observing the medium-sized chickens, Chen Fong sighed, "The water has stopped. Although I still have well water, its level is dropping rapidly. Just yesterday, it was at 3 meters and now it has already fallen to 4. They proceeded to slaughter the chickens, pluck their feathers, and clean them before soaking them in brine for preservation. Chun Fong explained, "After marinating for a day, dry them in the sun and store them in a cool place. They will last for quite some time. There are still 5 crates of eggs that can be pickled for later consumption. The storage duration is relatively long. If they cannot be kept, we can take them to the town to sell. There will surely be buyers." Huo Liang Chuan nodded in agreement, realizing that if he could bring some back to Yunqing, they would be consumed in a day. However, these were free-range chickens which boasted superior nutrition. Raising a dozen would allow little Mo to have one every 3 days to replenish her strength, especially since she was carrying her brother's twins and needed to be well-nourished. Meanwhile, Chi Mo retrieved some beverage bottles from the storage room. At 7, Hua Huakong arrived with his son and Qin Lan at Chi Mo's residence. The 3 of them swiftly set to work on the Kong bed. Chi Mo boiled water for mint tea, adding a pinch of sugar and letting it cool. Hu Jingtan peered through the ajar door and called out, "Little Mo, are you there?" "Yes, I am here," Chi Mo responded. Hu Jingtan rushed into the living room, observing the others working on the Kong bed. "Why are you making a Kong bed in this heat?" he exclaimed. "It can get extremely hot, but it can also become very cold. We must prepare." "Do you need something?" Chi Mo inquired. "I am parched. I ran all the way back," Hu Jingtan admitted. "Water is on the table. Pour it yourself. It shouldn't be too hot." "Drink slowly," Chi Mo urged. Hu Jingtan poured himself a bowl of water and gulped it down, finding it quite refreshing. "This mint tea is delightful," he remarked before adding, "Little Mo, there was a wolf attack in Qinjia village. Witnesses described those wolves as much larger than ordinary wolves. Be cautious at night. Lock your doors early. GMO paused, taken aback. Did the wolves come down the mountain? Were there fatalities? Yes, a family of 6 perished, leaving only the mother and her little daughter alive. According to her account, the wolves were at least as high as a person's chest. Huo Jingtan replied. GMO frowned. Do we know how many there were? Witnesses reported 3, but based on the tracks at the scene, I suspect there were 4, Huo Jingtan stated. GMO felt a sense of unease. These wolves posed a significant threat to his and his child's safety. Have the authorities been notified? He asked. Meanwhile, a playful kitten named Shueqiu, who had been playing in the crib with his brother, perked up its ears, eavesdropping on the conversation. No, the little one is listening openly, Huo Jingtan noted. A pack of wolves and the kitten is warning you all, yet you still dare to wander nearby. It's truly reckless to frighten the child's father. He scolded. The consequences could be dire. After delivering the news, Huo Jingtan quickly departed from Chimo's home, first visiting the village chief and then the old clan leader's house. The villagers of Huo family village soon learned of the incident in Qinjia village. Chun Xia was nearly brought to tears, relieved that the tragedy did not involve her maternal family. As for Huo Liangchuan, he realized he could not single-handedly slaughter all the chickens. It would take him 2 days to finish. Soon, he abandoned the idea of working alone and instead hired several villagers, including Huo Xiaoyu and the village chief's wife. For every 10 chickens slaughtered, he would keep 1 for himself. Huo Liangchuan retained 20 mature chickens, including 5 black-boned hens, 2 roosters, and the rest being hens intended for immediate consumption and egg-laying. He also set aside 20 chicks weighing half a pound, which could be ready for slaughter in a month. With ample chicken feed and a spacious water cellar, raising a few chickens was manageable. His sister-in-law needed to recuperate. Wang Miao Miao arrived at Chimo's home, carrying a bag of sprouted sweet potatoes, and informed Chimo that she intended to join the daughter-in-law in slaughtering chickens. Chimo was indifferent to the costs, as long as someone was willing to work. There were many resources to protect, easily attracting attention, but he was not one to cower, aware that the Jiang family could strike at any moment. His household was prepared. They would deal with any intruders decisively. As the midday heat peaked, Huo Huakong took his family home to rest, while Chimo, after feeding his child, headed to the chicken farm. The workers had returned home to cool off as temperatures soared to 45 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, the chicken farm was situated in a bamboo forest, where it was cooler than outside. Upon seeing his sister-in-law approaching with supplies, Huo Liangchuan immediately addressed her. Little Mo, I have heard from the villagers that there was a wolf attack in Qinjia village, and those wolves seem unusual. Once the chickens are slaughtered, we will process them here before taking them home. Additionally, I have left 20 mature chickens and 20 chicks here to continue raising. Our water cellar has sufficient water to sustain a few chickens, and with ample feed it should not pose a problem. Huo Liangchuan explained quietly to Chimo to stash the chicken feed, leaving only 400 to 500 pounds outside. Chun Fong had already taken his leave, and this place now belonged to them. In times of scarcity, even chicken feed could suffice for sustenance. Chimo also retained half of the mature chickens and half of the chicks for future stews for his child. Huo Liangchuan was aware of his own resources, and Chimo had mentally prepared himself, given the considerable supplies he had acquired, which had later led to numerous leaks of information. Trusting naturally in the Huo brothers, he felt assured they would not harm him. After they completed their tasks, Chimo inspected the chicken farm, which housed a total of 40 chickens, though their presence was hardly noticeable. While Chimo was busy examining the chicken farm with the plump child in his arms, Huo Liangchuan was not idle. He reached out, grasping the scruff of the little kitten, Shueqiu, and placed it on the table. With utmost seriousness, he addressed the kitten, Shueqiu. Let me tell you, although you are small, you are already a grown-up cat. You must learn to protect your owner, rather than sneaking out at night, as such behavior is exceedingly dangerous. What if those wolves attacked when you slipped out? Do you want your little friend, the plump child, to grow up without a father? That would be so pitiful for him. From now on, you must behave and absolutely refrain from sneaking out at night. Otherwise, I will buy you a collar and tie you up. Huo Liangchuan's admonishment to the little kitten was stern and firm. The little kitten, Snowball, pressed its ears down, covering them, yet it remained unyielding. What were a few wild wolves to it? The little one was ready to take action, declaring dominion over the world. Which audacious mutated creature dared to impede its path? None could stand in its way, even those who could were yet to be born. Snowball cast a guilty glance at its father nearby, acknowledging the truth. The second brother had not yet made his entrance. Only he could possibly rein it in. Observing the little feline's defiance, Ho Liangchuan reached out to tap the kitten's forehead. In response, the tiny creature bit down on his fingertip. Lifting his hand, it was akin to fishing, as the kitten dangled from Ho Liangchuan's fingertip, swaying gently in midair, delightfully soft, as if dancing in the breeze. Mo turned to behold the kitten, now hanging from Ho Liangchuan's finger, and exclaimed in alarm, "Snowball, release your grip. How can you bite everything without fear of an upset stomach?" Ho Liangchuan mused. "I sense that my little sister-in-law harbors a strong disdain for me. Brother Mo, I'm not dirty. I just washed my hands," Ho Liangchuan clarified. Mo had already approached, cradling the plump little one, and with a gentle touch, Snowball relinquished its hold, falling freely into the palm of its father's hand. Ho Liangchuan then affectionately ruffled the kitten's fur, finding it delightfully plush and remarkably comforting. No wonder Brother Mo chose to keep it. Meanwhile, in the village, several women, led by Zhang Mei, the wife of Huo Jingjong, learned of Mo's acquisition of chickens from the poultry farm, hundreds of them, with blood spilled in abundance. Many women from the village rushed to assist, each earning a reward of 4 or 5 chicks. However, to Zhang Mei's dismay, no one had summoned her for help, which left her quite displeased. In the past, the villagers would always call her when there was a benefit to be had. Zhang Mei gathered 4 or 5 women and went to the village head and the elder clan leader, accusing Mo of slaughtering the chickens and creating a strong blood scent that might attract wild wolves. If trouble befell the village, Mo would not only bear the consequences but would also be expelled from the village. Chapter 45. Come now, don't be at odds with a mere kitten. It is Yen Zai's companion. Have your lunch first. The weather is too hot, and I haven't prepared anything elaborate, just a serving of cold noodles and some reheated braised pork. Hurry and eat, Mo suggested. Ho Liangchuan would not express any disdain. In fact, it seemed that his brother might not have eaten as well as he had. The cold noodles were adorned with shredded cucumber, coriander, peanuts, and topped with meat sauce and braised pork. At the base, the fare was rather unremarkable. Morning rice porridge with pickles, and for lunch and dinner, coarse grain buns, occasionally accompanied by a meager vegetable soup with minced meat. The buns were scarcely enough to satiate, each no larger than a palm, leaving adults only 6 or 7 parts full. Despite this, everyone remained cheerful, for countless city dwellers faced famine, unable to procure even porridge, much less rice soup. The entire city was steeped in anxiety, with many fleeing with their families. Those without a hometown, if they had some food at home, were fortunate. Otherwise, driven by hunger, they resorted to theft and robbery. Chaos had already begun to unfold. Upon returning home with the little one and Snowball, Mo instructed Ho Liangchuan to keep an eye on the marinated chickens to prevent any rodent mischief. However, he planned to return home promptly as night fell. With wild wolves around, the villagers would likely refrain from venturing into the bamboo forest at night to tend to the chickens. Ho Liangchuan had no objections. After all, they had invested their hard-earned money into that meat, which they intended to use for nourishing Brother Mo and Yen Zai with soup in the future. Upon entering his home, Mo found Yen Zai already yawning, and little Snowball was similarly sleepy. He placed the plump little one and Snowball together, allowing the 2 tiny creatures to rest on the cool marble. The house was sealed tight to keep the heat at bay. The village head, upon hearing Zhang Mei's complaints, promptly reprimanded her, asserting that it was not the chickens that attracted the wolves but rather the people themselves. Should anything happen in Huo family village, will you compensate for the losses? Moreover, with chickens present, should the wolves come, they might feast on the chickens and spare the villagers. He added that Ho Liangchuan had already dealt with the chickens, mitigating the foul odor. Zhang Mei was taken aback by the scolding she received, and when she approached the elder clan leader, she was met with further rebuke. If she continued to stir trouble, her family would be expelled from Huo family village. The elder had long recognized the situation. The higher authorities had no time to meddle in local affairs. Displacing a family with a poor reputation in the village was trivial compared to the Huo Jingjong family, for the elder preferred the Mo family, peaceful and helpful to the village. Soon, the village heads from the surrounding villages at the foot of the mountain gathered for a meeting. 4 or 5 villagers had perished in one fell swoop. These wolves were exceptionally fierce. Previously, they had attacked a pig farm, leaving only 1 pig half-eaten, while the rest were merely injured. The wolves had consumed around 200 pounds of meat, but within a single night, they had descended upon the village, devouring 4 adults. The remaining individuals collectively weighed less than 50 pounds. The lightest among them weighed at least 110 pounds, so the total exceeded 450 pounds. Deducting 50 pounds, the wolves' appetite had doubled. It was hoped that this speculation was unfounded or that the wolves had not multiplied. However, according to the pig farm owner's account, it was indeed these 4 wolves that had assaulted his farm, with the lead wolf being white and devoid of any mixed fur. After lulling the little one to sleep, Chiemo retrieved a bag of flour, poured half a packet into a steel barrel, added water and yeast, followed by salt and sugar, mixing thoroughly. He intended to make steamed buns, incorporating a portion of brown sugar, while reserving some for storage. The heat was oppressive. After kneading the dough, he set it aside to rise. He lay down beside the little one, yearning for rest, and soon fell asleep. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Huo Huakong finally arrived with his son and Qin Lan. Chiemo had awakened half an hour prior and had already steamed a pot of buns. As Huo Huakong and company arrived, Chiemo was in the midst of steaming a second batch, which was already halfway done. A knock at the door prompted Chiemo to answer, ushering them inside to assist. Shortly thereafter, another round of knocks echoed at the door. Holding the plump little one, Chiemo opened the door. The temperature outside lingered around 40 degrees, sweltering. He offered the little one a small bottle of cool boiled water to prevent heatstroke. Upon opening the door, Chiemo frowned, for standing there was a middle-aged woman he did not recognize. "Who are you, and what business do you have with me?" Chiemo inquired. The middle-aged woman, upon hearing his words, immediately expressed her disdain, saying, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that I am a wife from Huo Village. I have lived in this village for over 20 years, consuming more rice than you have food. Today you slaughtered chickens at the poultry farm, spreading the stench of blood everywhere. Do you intend to attract wolves to devour our villagers? What are your intentions?" Upon hearing her words, Chiemo raised an eyebrow, realizing she was merely seeking trouble. "I bought chickens and slaughtered them outside the village. It is none of your business. If the wolves were truly intent on attacking, they would have come last night. Besides, if they are indeed drawn by the scent of blood, it would be best to deal with them all at once." Chiemo replied with a cold smile. Observing the woman's furious countenance, he continued, "You are surely aware of the police investigation. Just yesterday, the pig farm owner reported that many pigs were killed, yet only around 200 pounds of meat were consumed. According to conversations between the pig farm owner and the villagers of Chun Family Village, those wolves devoured 400 pounds of meat in a single night, effectively doubling their appetite. Do you think it wise to let them grow, consuming 200, 400, 800? Or would it be better to deal with them now while their appetite is small? Surely you do not believe that if I do not slaughter those chickens, the wolves will refrain from coming to Huo Family Village?" Chiemo laughed, finding the woman's naivety amusing. Startled by his words, the woman hastily returned home and recounted Chiemo's remarks to her husband. The elderly villager quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly sought out the village chief. Even Qin Lan, who was busy constructing a heated kong inside, emerged to inquire, "Chiemo, how do you perceive this matter? Have those wolves mutated? If their appetite is so vast, then Chenjikan, Huangjikan, and even our Huojikan fall within their hunting range." Qin Lan, having endured considerable difficulty to arrive in Huojikan from the city, had grown fond of the village. The family of the old patriarch treated him well, often pairing him with Huo Xiaoyu. While he did not mind, as Huo Xiaoyu was beautiful and her personality agreeable, alas, she had previously shown no interest in marriage. However, perhaps this time there might be a chance. Qin Lan wished to settle in Huojikan for the long term, hence he hoped nothing would befall the village. Before long, even Huo Liangya joined the gathering. "I believe the method proposed by Momo earlier is indeed feasible. If we could lure that pack of wolves, we could capture them all at once. Otherwise, our village will continue to be plagued by these beasts. Our daytime hours outside are becoming increasingly limited, and we can hardly take advantage of the cool nights to work, which greatly impacts us," Huo Liangya explained. Huo Jingtan soon arrived, calling out to Chiemo, "Uncle Mo, I heard from the old sheep family about your plan to ambush the wild wolves, and it seems rather plausible. Please elaborate." Chiemo shared his thoughts once more. If these wolves were not dealt with, Huojikan would also find itself within the hunting grounds of the pack. Once Chenjikan and Huangjikan were finished, it would inevitably be the turn of the Huojikan villagers. Thus, finding a solution to eradicate the wolf pack was the optimal course of action. Quickly, Huo Jingtan returned to the village chief's residence, then set off for the town to inform Director Huang. They had a plan but lacked the necessary weapons. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be the folly of fools. It was imperative to resolve the issue without incurring injuries. In the town, the medical facilities were overwhelmed, with doctors utterly powerless in the face of illness or injury due to the lack of electricity, rendering many treatments impossible. For example, Huo Jingjong's eyes were beyond saving. Furthermore, there was a shortage of medications, and without sufficient anti-inflammatory drugs, Huo Jingjong's eyes had begun to rot and emit a foul odor, attracting flies. The nurse had even dealt with a swarm of fly larvae. If they did not take heed, once the eggs hatched and invaded the eye socket, it would likely be too late for salvation. Chapter 46. When Huo Jingtan arrived, Chiemo reiterated his ideas. Huo Jingtan believed that rather than passively waiting for the wolves to launch their attack, they should take the initiative. Of course, they could not act alone. They needed to report to the police station in the town. Huo Jingtan initially intended to invite Chiemo to accompany him, but Chiemo had to care for the little one, thus he could not follow. The current temperature was no longer what it used to be. Even at 3 in the afternoon, it still hovered around 42 or 43 degrees. Huo Jingtan departed. Chiemo prepared the second batch of steamed buns, taking care to slice them into 2 finger-thick pieces, which he placed in a water bucket to dry in the sun on the 3rd floor. Once dried, he would roast them, allowing for long-term storage. They could serve as both snacks and provisions. At 6:30, although the evening glow still lingered on the horizon, the temperature had dropped significantly, now below 40 degrees. Chiemo instructed Uncle Huakong to take Qinlan and Huoliangya back, fearing an attack from the wolves. Should anything happen to the 3 able-bodied men from the old patriarch's family, he would find it difficult to explain. Chiemo glanced at the nearly completed heated Kong, even reinforcing the wall with a heat-resistant brick for added protection, alleviating concerns about potential damage. The Kong was on the verge of completion, and the wall separating the dining area and living room had already been built to about 1 meter. Uncle Huakong, Liangya, and Qinlan were certainly not slacking off. Chiemo estimated that within 3 days, his heated Kong room would be finished. This was indeed good news. Meanwhile, Huoliangchuan was busy retrieving the chickens from the brine, hanging them on bamboo in the chicken farm's grove. After a day of sun exposure, they would dry out, and with a bit of salt and roasting, they could be stored for a long time. Checking the time, with the twilight gradually fading and the temperature dropping, Huoliangchuan hurried home. Though the chicken farm had a yard, it was not nearly as sturdy as his own. He could handle 1 wolf, but facing 3 or 4 was a different matter altogether. He returned to protect little Mogu and his nephew, Fat Corgi, not to feed the wolves. Huoliangchuan rushed home before nightfall. Chiemo looked at his returning brother-in-law and said, "Did I not instruct you to return early this evening? The outside is unsafe. How did you take so long?" Huoliangchuan replied helplessly, "I was just retrieving the chickens from the brine, and hanging them took time. Fortunately, I managed to finish everything. Thankfully, nothing happened this time. We must be more cautious in the future." Chiemo then suggested you should wash up. Fat Corgi can stay with you, while I prepare dinner. Huoliangchuan nodded in agreement. He first checked the yard gate, scattering iron nails and shards of glass around the perimeter, ensuring even the water tank was not overlooked. After taking a quick shower, Huoliangchuan brought Fat Corgi to the shaded eaves to bask in the setting sun. The daytime sun was too harsh for the little one, who could easily suffer from sunburn. Previously, Chiemo had taken the little one outside several times to acclimatize, but now the temperatures were exceedingly high, necessitating that Fat Corgi remain indoors during the day for safety. Chiemo commenced cooking. The millet porridge had already been simmering. The lightly flavored steamed buns were in the pot, and he prepared a pork and chicken blood stew with vermicelli, reheating the braised pork as well. He even blanched some bok choy. Each person had a bowl of porridge, with an abundance of steamed buns, and they could indulge in the pork and vermicelli as they pleased. The tender, succulent braised pork was a feast to envy. He wondered what his elder brother was having for dinner and felt a desire to boast. Unfortunately, the phone was unusable at the moment. During the meal, Chiemo consumed 1 steamed bun, a bowl of millet porridge, 2 pieces of braised pork, and a bowl of vermicelli. Fat Corgi devoured nearly half a steamed bun and drank a small bowl of porridge. The little cat, Snowball, feasted heartily, consuming at least an amount equivalent to its own weight. It had a small bowl of millet porridge with shrimp skins, 2 pieces of braised pork, and a small bowl of vermicelli. Fortunately, the little cat did not attempt to nibble on the steamed buns. Huoliangchuan watched in astonishment, marveling at how this tiny creature could consume so much. He wondered where it all went, as its belly remained soft and round. After satisfying his hunger, Huoliangchuan went to wash the dishes when a knock echoed at the door. Chiemo picked up Fat Corgi and walked to the entrance, opening the yard gate to find 5 or 6 fully armed soldiers and police officers. Chiemo blinked in confusion. Aside from the incident on the road, he had not engaged in any illegal activities since arriving. What brings you here? Chiemo inquired. Director Huang removed his glasses and replied, "Oh, do you not recognize me?" Upon hearing the voice and seeing the face, Chiemo smiled. Director Huang, what brings you here? Director Huang explained it concerns the wild wolves. The first attack occurred at the pig farm, located roughly 3 kilometers from you. The following day, the wolves struck Chenjiakan, and they are certain to come again tonight. We heeded Huo Jingtan's words, which you proposed, and upon our deliberation, we found it highly credible. Today, you slaughtered over 100 chickens at the chicken farm, leaving a strong scent of blood that might attract the wolves. Given the proximity of the chicken farm to your village, we are preparing to set a trap and may need to requisition your yard tonight. Director Huang elaborated to Chiemo. Chiemo's family home had a wall standing 4 meters high, the tallest in the vicinity. The previous night, the household that had been attacked had their door forcefully struck. Fortunately, their door held firm and did not break open. Instead, the impact shattered the glass in the living room. According to today's investigation, that family's living room glass had already been cracked, allowing the wolves to shatter it easily. This indicated that this pack of wild wolves was exceptionally clever and not to be trifled with. Chiemo ushered the men into the yard and asked, "What are your plans, Director Huang?" 2 more individuals had yet to enter. One was dragging a pig weighing over 100 pounds, while the other was leading a mastiff. Director Huang pointed at a group of individuals burdened with backpacks. They are returning to the poultry farm to set traps. 1 pig and 1 mastiff. The mastiff will alert us if the wolves approach, while the pig will emit a more potent scent of blood. Additionally, there are several traps for wild beasts. We have brought 3 bicycles, the swift kind, and we will need your yard as a precaution, in case we cannot kill the wolves. It will serve as a refuge. Upon hearing this, Chiemo responded, "No problem. You are risking your lives to protect the populace from the wolves, and I will certainly lend my assistance. However, you know we cannot all guard the yard together. Liang Chuan, you will stand by the door. If the wolves enter the yard, it is your responsibility to let them in, shut the door, and retrieve our crossbows." Holding the plump cub while playing, Huo Liangchuan acknowledged with a nod. "Understood. I will accompany you to set the traps, as the wolves have attacked twice at midnight." Huo Liangchuan stepped outside, placing the cub into Chiemo's arms. With a local resident familiar with the terrain leading the way, Director Huang had no objections. Huo Liangchuan also brought along the crossbows, slinging them over his back. Chiemo watched his younger brother depart with some concern. "Liangchuan, be careful. If you encounter any mutated wolves, return home immediately. We can defend ourselves behind the walls. We may not have high-tech equipment, but we can use firearms, though I cannot wield them in front of the police." He added, "By the way, Director Huang, there are nails and shards of glass strewn around the perimeter of my yard. Be cautious when approaching the walls." The night descended quietly. Beneath the starry sky, enormous animal traps were set by Huo Liangchuan and the special police. These traps, typically used for hunting wild boars, had been collected yearly from the mountains. Hunting wolves posed no challenge, as the legs of wild boars were significantly sturdier than those of wolves. If the traps could crush a boar's leg, a wolf would not stand a chance. Once the traps were set, a few special police officers swiftly dispatched a live pig, which squealed loudly, its blood spilling profusely, the scent wafting 3 miles away. Some officers took positions atop the poultry farm's roof, while others climbed a 5-meter-high tree. Once the 4 special officers were in place, Huo Liangchuan hurried home. With the threat posed by the Su family still looming, his paramount duty was to protect Chiemo and the cub. Chapter 47. Director Huang initially intended to establish the command center for hunting the mutated wolves in Chiemo's yard. After Huo Liangchuan returned, Chiemo ushered Director Huang Ming and another special soldier inside. "Staying in the yard, you won't be able to see outside. Our water tower is 4 meters high. From there, you can observe the distance. I also have a ladder here, so if the situation becomes dire and you need to retreat from the mutated wolves, you can provide support," Chiemo explained. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming appeared somewhat persuaded. The hurried setup of traps today was not particularly meticulous. Yet Huo Liangchuan's extensive slaughter of chickens had created a strong scent of blood. Most importantly, if the wolves were not dealt with tonight, more townsfolk could be harmed by tomorrow. With the people in place, the location secured, and the conditions met, there was no need to delay. Action must be taken immediately. The longer they hesitated, the harder it would be to eliminate the mutated wolves. Huang Ming had received news of animal mutations, which fueled his urgency. He ascended to the rooftop of the water cellar alongside the special forces. Chiemo laid out a mat on the roof, with the ladder positioned nearby. Huang Ming and the special soldier lay down, awaiting developments from the poultry farm. If they succeeded in hunting the wolves, a signal flare would be fired. If the wolves charged toward the village, firecrackers would be set off as a warning. Huo Chuan stood guard at the entrance to the water cellar. Should anything occur, he would usher everyone inside and secure the door. With their reinforced windows and doors, they should be able to withstand the mutated wolves. Chiemo took the cub and the kitten to the third floor for a bath. Afterward, he stood on the terrace, gazing into the distance, while the cub, drowsy, rested its head on his shoulder. The kitten, Snowball, insisted on squeezing in beside its brother, occasionally nuzzling his face. The young cub's brother had a delightful, cool skin that it found comforting. The night was eerily silent, the chirping of insects diminishing, enveloping the world in tranquility. The pale moonlight cast an ethereal glow as a giant wolf raised its head to sniff the air, catching whiffs of the lingering scent of blood. Its green eyes fixated on a particular spot, where its enemies lay. How dare they try to intimidate it, treating it like a mere plaything? It was not easily frightened. The colossal wolf leader advanced a few steps before howling toward the heavens, a blatant provocation. Chiemo observed for a moment before retreating with the cub and the kitten to sleep, knowing that the wolves typically attacked at midnight. This time would be no different. With numerous tasks ahead, he decided to rest first. Awakened in the middle of the night, Chiemo opened his eyes, startled by the silence outside. He made his way to the water tower. Huo Chuan leaned against the door, somewhat drowsy. Director Huang and the special soldier appeared alert, likely having sipped tea to stave off fatigue. Checking the time, Chiemo noted it was around 11 o'clock. The mutated wolves had yet to arrive. He chose not to disturb Huang Ming and returned to his room, confident that he would hear any commotion from within. He mixed cement and carried it out, applying it to the half-finished pigpen, layer upon layer. The pigpen was taking shape, already standing a meter high. Chiemo planned to construct it to a height of 1 meter and 3, ensuring that even the largest pigs could not escape. As Chiemo diligently worked on the pigpen, Zhang Nuan approached Huo Village with 5 or 6 companions. Glancing at the village ahead, she noted the Zhang family's grain processing facility and the substantial stockpile of grain that needed to be reclaimed. The only leverage against Huo Chuan lay with Chiemo and the young cub, which was the reason Zhang Nuan tirelessly traveled to Yun City. At the poultry farm, the 4 Special Forces soldiers in ambush spotted a green glow appearing under the moonlight. The glow drew closer and expanded, roughly the size of an infant's fist. The soldiers, with clearer vision, widened their eyes in disbelief. Is that a wolf? No way, is that truly a wolf? They realized why it was termed a mutated wolf. It was at least twice the size of an ordinary wolf. Hesitating, the special soldier awaited the moment when these spectral wolves would step into the traps. They had tied the wounded wild boar beneath a tree, encircling it with pits filled with sharp steel spikes. They had also sprinkled pig's blood inside a nearby building and placed several live chickens provided by Huo Chuan. Once the mutated wolves entered, they would shut the door and eliminate them immediately. However, these enormous mutated wolves merely paused at the entrance of the poultry farm before turning and sprinting toward Huo Village. The ambushed Special Forces soldiers quickly scrambled up the tree. Before they could fully settle, those stationed on the roof began firing. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew, hitting the rear leg of the 4th wolf. The wounded mutated wolf howled in fury and turned to seek vengeance. Under the moonlight, the soldiers watched as only one mutated wolf returned, sensing impending doom. The pack was making a beeline for Huo Village, showing no signs of hesitation. Did the wolves harbor a grudge against the village? After all, they had opened fire and injured one of their own. One would expect the wolves to remember their grievances. Yet they abandoned their companions, with only the injured one returning for revenge. Clearly, their animosity toward Huo Village ran deep. The special soldier on the rooftop shouted, "We must act swiftly and decisively. We need to return to support the director and Lao Wu. If the mutated wolves attack the villagers, they will not withstand it." The other special soldiers nodded in agreement. Huang Ming and the Special Forces soldiers, who were lurking in the Chiemo residence, changed their expressions upon hearing the howls of wolves. Soon after, the sound of gunfire echoed, prompting Huang Ming to rise to his feet. "What's happening over there? Have they engaged?" he inquired. The young Special Forces soldier, his cheeks flushed with a deep shade of crimson, nodded gravely. "Director Huang, the situation is dire." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of firecrackers erupted, 3 consecutive blasts piercing the air. At this, Huang Ming's countenance shifted dramatically. Three wolves are heading towards the village. Who's there? Huo Chuan, can you handle a firearm? Huang Ming shouted towards the back. Huo Chuan, who had been teetering on the brink of slumber, was abruptly roused by the call. "Director Huang, what's the situation?" he exclaimed as he sprang into action. "3 wolves have entered the village. The situation at the poultry farm is uncertain. I've got firearms here. Can you use them?" Huang Ming urged. "No problem." Huo Liangchuan replied confidently. "I practiced abroad. My marksmanship should suffice." Just as the two were speaking, gunfire erupted, undoubtedly a sign that there was a clash between the forces and a mutated wolf. Jiang Nan, who had just arrived, furrowed her brow at the sound of gunfire. "What's happening? Is someone robbing food?" Jiang Nuan asked. A few loyalists from the Jiang family speculated. "It's possible. There's a surplus of grain in the village, and many ruthless individuals are currently gathering it. Rumor has it they've had a bountiful harvest." Jiang Nuan recalled the wolf howls she had heard earlier. "I think I heard wolf sounds. Are there wolves here? Should we be cautious?" "Cautious of what? If there are indeed wolves, we'll have roasted meat for dinner tonight. We brought guns with us, but there are no wolves around, aside from perhaps some domesticated huskies from a nearby household." "That barking sounded like a wolf," someone chimed in. Jiang Nuan retorted. "Another gunshot and dog barking at the village's edge. Hurry! We mustn't let them harm Chiemo." In an instant, 5 or 6 individuals rushed toward the back of the village. "This is the courtyard, the Huoliangzhou family, the only one in Huo Village," the guide explained. Hearing this, Jiang Nuan's spirits lifted. "Quick! Let us climb up. If we capture Chiemo, we'll exchange her for 100 jin of grain and arrange for her entry into the Jiang family base." As Huang Ming braced for the mutated wolves, what arrived first was a group intent on seizing Chiemo Huoliangchuan. "What the hell, why are they coming at this moment?" Huang Ming questioned. "If I kill someone, Director, what then?" Huoliangchuan pressed. "Do as you see fit. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures," Huang Ming replied decisively. At this moment, Chiemo had just emerged from her space after hearing the gunfire. A feisty little cat, provoked and ready to confront the mutated wolves, was eager to show them the consequences of blooming flowers. Unfortunately, before she could act, her father appeared, watching her closely. Life as a cat is tough. Who understands? Meanwhile, the plump little cub was snoring, with the small kitten, Snowball, nestled against her brother's neck, its fluffy white fur rising and falling adorably. Chiemo placed the cub and kitten into a cradle, stowed them away in her space, and armed herself with a gun, rushing towards the water well. "What's happening?" she asked. Just then, Jiang Nuan's voice reached her ears from the courtyard entrance. Chimo's eyes widened as she looked at Huo Liangchuan. He lowered his voice. "I returned for this reason. The Jiang family is reclaiming their food processing plant, and they don't want to part with resources. I came back to protect you and the cub." The Special Forces soldier murmured. "They're here, the mutated giant wolves." Chapter 48. Upon hearing Huo Liangchuan's words, Chiemo felt conflicted. Killing in front of the director seemed inappropriate. Should she intervene? Uncertain, she glanced at Huo Liangchuan, who shook his head. "Not killing them is our mercy towards her." Jiang Nuan was instructing others to climb over the door. These individuals had some training and could leverage their strength to scale it. However, as a particularly slender youth prepared to step on another's hands to ascend, the enormous mutated wolf appeared. The mutated wolves had entered the village in search of the beast that had frightened them. Although they had never seen that terrifying creature, they were determined to find it, convinced that the beast threatening them originated from this village. The 3 giant mutated wolves howled in unison and charged at Jiang Nuan and her group. "Quickly, kill them. They're coming." Jiang Nuan shouted. "What are those things? Why are they so large?" The slender youth gasped in terror. A burly man preparing to assist others up the wall looked at the oncoming giant wolf, his face draining of color as he bellowed. "Run, run. It's a wolf. A giant wolf. Hurry!" Before he could finish his warning, he had already bolted. The slender youth, upon hearing this, immediately took off. Jiang Nuan was still processing the situation. After all, it was just a larger wolf and they had guns. "What are you running for? Kill them. Now!" she screamed. Instantly, the 3 loyalists from the Jiang family drew their firearms and fired. The burly man at the front pounded on Chen Xiao's door, shouting for help, but finding no response, he continued to flee. The slender youth followed suit, turning to escape. The giant wolf arrived at Chi Mo's courtyard in the blink of an eye. The 3 loyalists near Jiang Nuan managed to fire off a few shots, but it was futile. The wolves were too swift, dodging the bullets with ease. One of the Jiang family loyalists leapt forward, shielding Jiang Nuan. "Get Miss Jiang out of here. The wolf has mutated. Damn it, hurry." But before he could finish, the giant wolf clamped down on his arm. With a sickening crunch, The limb was severed as if it were a piece of sugar cane. The man's agonized scream pierced the air. The chilling cries reached Chiemo, who had been ushered back to the bedroom by Huo Liangchuan, immediately alerting her to the terror that had frightened the cub in the space, causing it to wail uncontrollably. Before Chiemo could return to the space, the cub surprisingly emerged on its own, sitting on the floor and crying loudly, clearly terrified. The cub's cries attracted the attention of the last remaining mutated giant wolf outside the wall, while the other two had been lured away by Jiang Nuan. Huo Liangchuan, witnessing the last giant wolf retreat before charging once more, changed his expression drastically, instantly pulling the trigger of his gun. The bullet grazed the wolf's cheek, drawing blood. As the wolf leapt over the wall and landed on the bicycle shed, it subsequently dropped into the courtyard, howling in fury as it felt something painful beneath its paws. After Huo Liangchuan fired, Director Huang Ming and the Special Forces soldiers, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the other two wolves pursuing people, opened fire on this mutated giant wolf. They had realized that the 4-meter wall could not contain this beast, and the other 3 would surely be just as unstoppable. The houses in the village typically stood slightly over 3 meters, with ground floors equipped with security bars, while many second floors lacked such protections, making it easy for the wolves to invade the villagers' homes. The danger was palpable. These mutated giant wolves were exceedingly perilous, especially given their unprecedented speed, making them elusive targets for bullets. Gunshots rang out from various directions, outside the village, at the village's end, and within the village itself. Not a single mutated wolf had been neutralized amidst the chaos of 3 battlegrounds. The mutated giant wolf in the courtyard howled in rage, its injuries igniting a fiery red glow in its emerald eyes as it charged towards the water tower. Chiemo, peering out the window to assess the situation, saw the wolf approaching the water tower and immediately shouted, "Huo Liangchuan, run, get inside." At that moment, Huo Liangchuan had no intention of heeding Chiemo's call. As the mutated giant wolf prepared to leap onto the water tower's terrace, Huo Liangchuan brandished his gun in one hand while drawing a shovel from his waist with the other. He opened fire, throwing the shovel, and then kicked towards the wolf's head, which had landed on the water tower. The colossal wolf possesses immense strength. However, being struck, kicked, and evading bullets disrupts its movements, rendering them less fluid and unstable in balance. A Special Forces soldier thrusts his gun directly into the wolf's mouth and fires. With a resounding bang, one of the titanic wolves is finally slain. As its final anguished howl reverberates, the already injured wolf at the chicken farm outside the village abruptly turns and charges towards the settlement. Within the village, Jiang Nuan runs desperately, with no villager willing to open their door. Even the promise of $1 million reward fails to entice anyone to assist her. The residents of Huo Family Village tremble in fear, seeking refuge in their upper floors or hiding deep within their basements. Just the previous night, everyone knew of the tragedy that befell a neighboring family who had opened their door to a fleeing neighbor, only for disaster to befall them, leaving only a frail elderly woman behind. The villagers are not malevolent, but neither are they foolish. They will not risk their lives for any sum of money. Moreover, the village chief had warned everyone to remain indoors that night, regardless of the sounds they might hear. Curiosity can lead to peril. Acts of kindness can indeed be fatal, especially to one's own kin. If even those armed with guns cannot fend them off, what hope do they have? One by one, Jiang Nuan's companions fall behind, and soon the last of them is bitten to death by 2 mutated wolves that toy with them, leaving Jiang Nuan utterly alone. The other 2 had long since fled to unknown destinations. As she gazes at the advancing wolf, she stumbles and falls. Facing the beast that now looms before her, despair envelopes her. She is about to perish, to be devoured by the wolf. No, she refuses to accept this fate.
Chimo, saveme.
Jiang Nuan cries out. The mutated wolf, observing the terrified human before it, seems to wear a mocking grin, reveling in the torment of its prey. Jiang Nuan continues to crawl backward, unwilling to surrender, tears streaming down her cheeks. Regret floods her. She truly regrets her choices. Jiang Nuan watches as the monstrous wolf opens its gaping maw, the stench of blood assailing her senses. She shuts her eyes, bracing for death. 1 second, 2 seconds. She opens her eyes to discover she is still alive. The mutated wolf has vanished, and she believes she hears its anguished cry in the distance. Could it be that the wolf that was attacking her has been lured away? A surge of joy fills her. She pushes herself off the wall, relying on sheer will to support her weary legs, and then she bolts towards the village's outskirts. 1 mutated wolf lies dead in Chiemo's courtyard. Subsequently, another 3 wolves circle the perimeter of Chiemo's yard, hesitating to charge forward, as if they intend to encircle the humans within. Occasionally, they let out haunting howls that send shivers down the spine. Holding the frightened Chubby in his arms, Mo attempts to soothe him, but as soon as the mutated wolf howls, his efforts are in vain. Chubby continues to wail. Huo Liangchuan has already ushered Huang Ming and the special forces inside, where shattered glass bottles litter the water tower above. What should we do? They seem intent on surrounding us without attacking. If this drags on until morning, we'll be trapped with no way to seek help, Huo Liangchuan states. Director Huang Ming remains calm. Is your house sturdy? Are the windows secure? Huo Liangchuan responds. They are all blast-proof. That's good. Our comrades at the chicken farm should still be alive. They will likely find a way to return for assistance. Huang Ming reassures him. The small cat Snowball watches with wide eyes. These mutated wolves seem intent on execution, blatantly disregarding its warnings and deliberately intimidating its father and brother. This is intolerable, it thinks, feeling compelled to act. The petite white cat stealthily leaps from the third floor, sneaking towards the village entrance. With a determined cry, it inhales deeply, growing in size 30 centimeters, 50 centimeters, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. A large cat with a princely crown on its forehead lets out a mighty roar and charges towards Huo family village. The mutated wolves surrounding Mo's yard immediately respond with spine-chilling howls. Huo Liangchuan's expression darkens. Another one is coming. Mo, comforting Chubby, interjects. This doesn't sound like the same breed. I heard the sound before when the pig farm was attacked. Mo peers out the window and lowers his voice. Quick, look, what is that? A giant cat is charging towards us. In that moment, he remembers his own little cat. Where has Snowball gone? Usually so attached to Chubby. Now it seems to have vanished. Chapter 49. Mo feels a pang of worry. Previously, little Snowball had seemingly caught someone aside, and now he fears it has ventured out. It is so small. Can it possibly contend with such large mutated wolves? Anxiously, he whispers, Snowball, where are you? You're too tiny. You cannot face the mutated wolves. Come out, don't scare your father. Huo Liangchuan exclaims. Brother, little Mo has just recognized another cat as his son. Director Huang Ming quickly interjects. Shu, look, is that just a big cat? It's facing off against the mutated wolves. Could that cat be related to yours? Upon hearing this, Mo immediately gazes out the window. Huo Liangchuan follows suit. Upon closer inspection, little Snowball appears utterly adorable, incredibly charming. Outside, the giant cat retains its cuteness, with large eyes gleaming under the moonlight, its white fur reflecting the glow, and its golden eyes shining brightly. The mutated wolves have also spotted this massive feline. Howl, howl, howl. The three wolves cry, their meaning clear. What business does a cat have here? Boss, this cat looks big enough for us to share a meal. Then what are we waiting for? Charge. Thus, the mutated wolves advance. Mo watches the wolves rush towards the giant cat, a wave of concern washing over him. Could this truly be little Snowball's mother or father? It's possible. It does resemble little Snowball, Huo Liangchuan replies. Mo suddenly shouts from the window, Big cat. Run. There are 3 of them. They're going to gang up on you. The giant cat turns to emit a worried meow towards its father. Just then, the wolves charge. Mo is nearly paralyzed with fear, covering his eyes and shielding Chubby's large eyes, terrified that the giant cat will be gravely harmed. What incredible power! Huo Liangchuan exclaims. Director Huang Ming remarks. Why does this technique seem so familiar? A special forces soldier responds. That's the mutated beast that gouged out eyes. Could very well be it. Director Huang Ming says, astonished. Only Mo shakes his head. It shouldn't be. Just one swipe from this giant cat could likely decapitate Huo Jingzhong, rather than merely blinding him. As Mo speaks, Huang Ming and the others nod in agreement, realizing the truth in his words. Could there be many such mutated cats? Huang Ming ponders, recalling that the wounds of the Zhang family village victim were minor, while Huo Jingzhong's injuries were significantly more severe. This cat's power is evidently greater. With a single swipe, the forehead of one mutated wolf is brutally cleaved open. The giant mutated wolf realizes that this cat not only possesses an adorable demeanor, but also an astonishing strength. In a moment of disagreement, it is swiftly dispatched. 2 of the mutated wolves immediately dash towards the mountain. Little Snowball will not allow them to escape. Those who dare to provoke him and threaten his father must face the consequences. Snowball turns and charges, striking one mutated wolf in half. The other wolf, though faster, cannot evade Snowball's pursuit. With the stakes so high, Snowball is determined to eliminate any threat to his family. Once again, A resounding slap rendered the mutated giant wolf powerless to resist. Indeed, it seemed that encountering such force resulted in injury, and a mere brush with it could lead to death. Thus, the giant wolf met its demise as its neck was seized. In an instant, the little kitten, Snowball, exploded in size, as if deflating, transforming into a diminutive, utterly adorable creature, radiating an irresistible charm. Chi-Mo, observing the impressive prowess of the large feline, couldn't help but wonder if his own little cat, Snowball, possessed similar capabilities. However, his immediate concern was to locate his beloved kitten. Snowball, Snowball, where are you? Stop playing hide and seek and come to Daddy's bowl. Chi-Mo called out, searching tirelessly. Director Huang Ming, accompanied by special ops soldiers, descended the stairs, heading towards the chicken farm to check on their comrades. It's a bit perilous, Huo Liangchuan remarked cautiously. My sister-in-law's kitten, Snowball, is quite friendly with humans, but that large cat is another matter entirely. It appears somewhat ferocious. The large cat seemed to harbor a grudge against those wolves, indicating it held no intention of attacking humans. Director Huang interjected. He needed to assess his teammates. If anyone was injured, they would require immediate medical attention. Carrying the plump cub, Chi-Mo returned to the bedroom in search of Snowball. Pushing the door open, he called out, Snowball, come to Daddy. Earlier, he had called out in vain, but at that moment, a soft meow resonated. Instantly elated, Chi-Mo exclaimed, Snowball, you're here in the room. Soon, he spotted the tiny white creature emerging from beneath the bed, scampering toward him, circling his feet, and teasingly beckoning him with its tail. Filled with joy, Chi-Mo scooped up the kitten and nestled it into the embrace of the chubby cub, allowing him to pet both the cub and the kitten. Liangchuan, Wei dragged the mutated wolves back. That's some fine meat, Chi-Mo shouted. Hearing this, Huo Liangchuan promptly armed himself with a machete and descended. The two managed to haul two enormous, glossy-furred wolves into the courtyard, their pelts remarkably thick and appealing to the touch. Chi-Mo began skinning them while Huo Liangchuan sought out Huang Ming, also looking for another mutated wolf to ensure they had something for Director Huang to take back. Director Huang soon arrived at the chicken farm with the special ops team, finding that none of the soldiers there had been harmed. They retrieved an injured pig and the wolf that Huo Liangchuan had found, while Huang Ming decided to reserve the other three for Chi-Mo. He speculated that the large cat was likely the parent of Chi-Mo's kitten and opted against seizing its prey, fearing a potential midnight ambush akin to what befell Huo Jingzhong. Skinning, cutting, and curing the meat would ensue, with plans to dry it in the sun tomorrow, then smoke it. Upon Huo Liangchuan's return, he found Chi-Mo industriously working, resembling a diligent little bee. Little Mo, you should take a break. I'll handle this. Just tell me how to do it, and I promise to execute it flawlessly. You're carrying a cub. What if it gets hurt? The hospital isn't an option right now, Huo Liangchuan advised. Chi-Mo, reflecting on this, agreed that he should rest. All right then, let us peel all the wolf hides and prop them up with wood in the living room. Otherwise, they'll dry out in the morning sun. We'll cure all the meat, let it dry all day, and roast it tomorrow night to preserve it longer, Chi-Mo instructed. After a moment, he turned back and said, Did we forget something? Huo Liangchuan pondered briefly. I don't think so. Little Mo, hurry and take the cub to bed. Look at how sleepy it is. If you don't take it to sleep, it won't go to sleep at all. Chi-Mo glanced at the plump cub in the stroller, who indeed struggled to keep its eyes open, fighting off sleepiness with yawns, yet determined to stay awake. After washing his hands, Chi-Mo picked up the cub and the little kitten, Snowball, and ascended the stairs. It was already the latter half of the night. Lying in bed, the plump cub instinctively rolled closer to Daddy, attempting to pull Snowball over. Fortunately, the kitten was small enough for the cub to grab by the tail and tug. Chi-Mo gently patted the cub's head. You must be gentle, my dear. You don't want to hurt the little kitten. It won't play with you if you do. Alas, the plump cub, at just over 9 months, remained oblivious to Daddy's words. With its large eyes drooping, it soon succumbed to sleep, lulled by Chi-Mo's soothing voice. Meanwhile, Jiang Nuan had escaped and quickly encountered 2 loyal confidants from the Jiang family. In a fit of anger, she rebuked them for fleeing when the young lady was in peril. Returning would surely result in punishment, possibly even death. Faced with Jiang Nuan's wrath, the 2 men, emboldened by desperation, closed in on her. Without weapons and lacking respect for the once feared Jiang Nuan, they felt no trepidation. The once proud woman, now confronted by their approach, began to tremble in fear. They swiftly dragged Jiang Nuan into an abandoned old house by the roadside. The following morning, Huo Liangchuan, yawning, processed the meat swiftly, though skinning it proved challenging, especially for a novice like him. Suddenly, he recalled the matter they had forgotten the previous night, Zhang Nuan. He had come to confront her for threatening his brother regarding little Mo. Last night, Zhang Nuan and her group had been pursued by the mutated giant wolf at the entrance, and then they had vanished. Huo Liangchuan snapped back to attention, realizing he had neglected to deal with the bodies. Dropping the skinning tools, he dashed out of the house, preparing to drag the bodies out of the village for burial. Chapter 50. Huo Liangchuan set out to retrieve the bodies, initially assuming the villagers would rise early. However, even at 5:30, no villagers had emerged. Dragging the bodies from the yard towards the nearby woods, Huo Liangchuan swiftly followed the blood trail they had left behind, discovering 1, 2, and finally 3 corpses, which he pulled to the roadside outside the village. Afterward, he placed the wolf hides in the living room on the 2nd floor, awaiting the opportunity to rub them with wood ash, while the wolf meat was taken to the 3rd floor to dry. By 8 o'clock, Hua Huakong finally arrived with his son and Qinlan to help. Qi Mo, having finally awakened, noticed that the plump cub stirred as soon as he moved, while Snowball yawned, clearly exhausted from its growth spurt. Observing the drowsy kitten, Qi Mo chose not to disturb it. The large cat from last night, so similar to Snowball, had exhibited remarkable combat prowess. If he raised Snowball to maturity, would it also possess such strength? No. Wait, Director Huang mentioned that the Zhang family had been attacked outside his yard. Therefore, the Zhang family had indeed been here but had been captured by Director Huang. But why was Huang here? Huo Liangchuan must have sent someone. Otherwise, Director Huang wouldn't he have come. Surely, Huo Liangchuan must have done something to attract attention. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qi Mo felt his cheeks warm with a blush. That guy that night, he had never felt anything before. But one time he had been drunk, and another time Huo Liangchuan had been drunk. This time, neither had been intoxicated. That guy must have been trying to entice him. Qi Mo shook his head, attempting to dispel such chaotic thoughts. In truth, back when the plump cub was just over 2 months old, he sometimes indulged in fanciful imaginings, but he could quell them through drawing. However, with the house still in disarray, he had no time for art. He took the plump cub and the kitten downstairs. Huo Liangchuan, noticing little Mo bringing down the cub, said, "Little Mo, I have some matters to attend to outside. Keep an eye on the house and don't go out today." Qi Mo nodded. "All right. By the way, we can retrieve the sun-dried chicken, and don't forget to feed them." Upon hearing this, Huo Liangchuan patted his forehead, exclaiming, "I almost forgot. I will take care of it shortly." Qi Mo observed as Huo Liangchuan stepped outside, greeting several individuals, and placed the chubby little one in the infant playpen, where the small cat, still appearing quite drowsy, remained. Carrying his toiletries, Qi Mo made his way to the water tap by the courtyard's water cellar to freshen up. The absence of wolf pelts and meat in the yard indicated that Huo Liangchuan had likely stored them away. At present, every household in the village had ample food, but once supplies dwindled, chaos would ensue. An excess of food would draw covetous eyes, while a scarcity would raise suspicions. After washing up, Qi Mo proceeded to the kitchen to prepare their meal. A pot of millet porridge and a serving of stir-fried potatoes constituted their breakfast. The small cat, Shueqiu, remained asleep, while the chubby little one exhibited a hearty appetite, consuming a small bowl of millet porridge along with a generous portion of the soft, stir-fried potato shreds. He left half a plate for Huo Liangchuan, who surely had skipped breakfast in favor of merely sipping some cool boiled water. Huo Liangchuan soon arrived at the village chief Huo Liangtian's home, reporting that a grain thief had attempted to invade his residence last night. Fortunately, these miscreants encountered misfortune, stumbling upon a mutated giant wolf descending from the mountains, which resulted in their demise. He dragged the bodies outside the village, needing the villagers' assistance to bury them in the mountains. Concerned that burying them too close might attract other beasts with keen senses, Huo Liangchuan voiced his apprehension. The village chief found this reasoning sound and summoned several villagers, producing an old cart to transport the remains 2 kilometers away to a deeper grave. Inquiring about the mutated wolves from last night, Huo Liangchuan informed the village chief that they had been dispatched by Officer Huang. However, the presence of other mutated beasts in the mountains remained uncertain, and he advised the villagers against venturing too deep into the wilderness. After the bodies were buried, Huo Liangchuan returned home. Qi Mo, upon seeing his younger uncle return, suggested, "Liangchuan, go have breakfast and then rest." "All right, Xiao Mo, don't go running off. I can handle the chicken farm," Huo Liangchuan replied. After breakfast, instead of resting, he rode a tricycle to the chicken farm to retrieve the dried chickens. Qi Mo urged Huo Liangchuan to rest, after which he began to prepare a fire pit to smoke the chickens. Hua Kong and his companions worked swiftly. The Kong had been arranged, the chimney constructed, and the internal walls built to a height of a person. Now, stools were needed to assist with the work. The wall near the floor-to-ceiling window remained unfinished. Hua Kong turned to Chiemo and inquired, "How will you handle the door on the inner wall? Do we need to buy a new one?" After pondering, Chiemo responded, "There's no need. We can simply dismantle the door from the tea room and install it here." "Uncle Hua Kong, how many more days until completion?" Chiemo asked. Hua Kong assessed the progress and replied, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be finished in 2 to 3 days." Chiemo was delighted to hear this. The chubby little one, Huo Jingyan, was babbling in the playpen. Chiemo, preoccupied with his tasks, prepared to plant vegetables, needing at least a plausible explanation for his ability to produce edible greens. He rummaged through all the plastic bottles at home. There were cooking oil bottles, beer bottles, mineral water bottles, and beverage bottles, all left in the storage room, yet to be disposed of. Grabbing a 1-liter cola bottle, Chiemo ventured outside to fetch a bucket of soil, followed by high-temperature sterilization to eliminate any weed seeds. The sterilized soil was then filled into the cola bottle. Chiemo proceeded to poke tiny holes in the bottle and inserted sprouted garlic cloves, ensuring a quick harvest of garlic sprouts. Though water would evaporate rapidly, wrapping the plants with a bag during watering would enable them to absorb moisture swiftly, leading to rapid growth. He retrieved sprouted sweet potatoes and, after comparing several bottles, cut the top half off a beverage bottle. He filled it halfway with soil, added a small amount of water, and placed the sprouted sweet potato inside, ensuring the bottle was filled to the brim to minimize evaporation, thus securing a future supply of sweet potato vines. He filled a beer bottle with soil, inserting a vegetable seed, having prepared a dozen such bottles. Once they grew, he could harvest the leaves for an extended period. The cooking oil canister was filled with cucumber seeds, while another contained small tomato seeds, ensuring a future harvest of cherry tomatoes. Huoliangya observed Chimo's industriousness in the living room and inquired, "Will this actually yield crops?" Chimo nodded. "It should work as it conserves water. If I water them daily, they should survive." Huoliangya agreed. "Adults can endure hardship, but young ones cannot. I'll go home and have my wife improve on this. Let's see if we can keep them alive. Let us give it a try. Even if it fails, it's just a waste of seeds. If it thrives, we've gained," Chiemo replied with a smile. Just then, the chubby little one, standing at the edge of the playpen, suddenly opened his mouth. "Daddy, Daddy." After uttering the word, it seemed as if a switch had been flipped, and he began to call out Daddy repeatedly. Hearing the call, Chiemo instantly set aside what he was doing. He had been preoccupied and had not paid attention to the little one's occasional babbling, so he was pleasantly surprised when the chubby one called out Daddy. Overjoyed, Chiemo rushed over, his hands unclean, so he bent down to plant a kiss on the little one's cheek. "Yenzai, you are amazing. Daddy is so happy. Just a moment. Let me wash my hands, and I'll hold you immediately." As he happily rushed to wash his hands, and then scooped up the chubby little one for affectionate kisses, Huoliangya chuckled. Such foolishness was not unfamiliar to him. He had experienced similar joy when his daughter first called him Daddy. Qianlong watched Chiemo, embracing the little one, and felt a twinge of envy, pondering when he might have a similarly adorable child. However, recalling his current circumstances of being dependent on others in a harsh environment, he quickly dismissed the thought. Even if he were to win over Huo Xiaoyu, without a better situation and the means to care for and protect a child, he vowed not to bring a child into this world to suffer. At noon, the weather was sweltering, reaching at least 45 degrees. Chimo had already instructed Huakong and the others to return and rest, for working in such heat would be unbearable. He prepared a delicious meal of mung bean soup and a plate of vermicelli accompanied by a bit of spicy minced meat, thoroughly enjoying his lunch. The small cat, Shueqiu, finally woke up and ate the bland vermicelli. The chubby little one, Huo Jingyan, tasted a little minced meat mixed with vermicelli, but he seemed less fond of it, eating sparingly though he drank quite a bit of the mung bean soup. By 3 in the afternoon, Huo Liangchuan was roused from slumber by the heat. After consuming the vermicelli prepared by Xiaoemo and sipping on the mung bean soup, he remarked, "Xiaoemo, Zhangwan should not pose a significant concern. Please be cautious. In a couple of days I will return to Yunqing. Once my brother finishes his matters, he will come to see you and the little one. Avoid venturing into the mountains. It is dangerous." Upon hearing Huo Liangchuan's words, Chiemo confirmed that he indeed was sent by Huo Liangzhou. The external situation was dire. He would not hinder Huo Liangchuan's return but urged caution, offering him some compressed biscuits for the journey. Huo Liangchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Carrying too many items on the road could invite unwanted attention, so it was wise to travel lightly. Mo quickly prepared a hydration vest for Huo Liangchuan, ensuring he took along some herbal medicine. Given the oppressive heat, one could not merely don a thin garment. Without proper sun protection, one could easily suffer severe sunburn. A jacket was essential, and he advised, travel in the evenings and find a place to rest during the day. In this weather, heatstroke can be fatal. Huo Liangchuan soon ventured into the forest outside the village to chop wood. Although there was still some gas at home, it would soon run out, and he needed to prepare ample firewood for Xiaomo. It was not suitable to gather firewood while carrying a child. He wondered how his elder brother was faring. If possible, he would prefer to remain in Jiangcheng and have his brother come to him. Nevertheless, the myriad challenges ahead required him to grow stronger. It was indeed time for him to strive for greater strength. Once, it was the elder brother who safeguarded and protected him. Now, it is his turn to guard and shield the elder brother, along with Xiaomo Gu and Yan Zai Zai, ensuring that they can all be joyfully together. His elder brother is a titan in the business world yet remains utterly inept in matters of love, failing to win over Xiaomo Gu even to this day. Yan Zai Zai has already started calling him daddy instead of dada, and if this continues, he may not recognize him as papa at all. In Chapter 51, Huo Liangzhou observes the base becoming increasingly refined with each passing day, lifting his spirits. He has amassed a substantial supply of water, a feat he owes to his little Momo, who, though appearing unfeeling, possesses an unexpectedly tender heart. Otherwise, how could he have so easily brought him home? The Qi family has proven to be exceedingly foolish. When Qimo's father was alive, the Qi family was a prestigious clan in Jiangcheng. However, following his demise, the Qi family has crumbled like a house of cards, leaving their young master to suffer the consequences. If Qi Huairua were wise, he would cling to the young master. Instead, this fool dares to covet the young master's partner. What a perilous folly. Huo Liangzhou chuckled, pondering whether his younger brother has managed to capture Jiang Wan yet. He hopes his brother will swiftly deal with him to prevent him from causing further annoyance. After all, his brother is already 20 years old. Why is he still unable to stand on his own? If his brother were capable, Huo Liangzhou wouldn't have to toil here. He could simply delegate the responsibilities to him. He thinks of the young master and the chubby little one, and wonders if the recent heat has affected their appetites, causing them to lose weight. Huo Liangzhou is consumed with worry, yet he finds himself unable even to make a phone call. Huo Liangchuan heads to the forest with a saw and water bottle to chop down trees. Mo inspects the smoking rack. Some crops have already been planted. He yawns, feeling the urge to cradle the plump little one to sleep. Having stayed up too late last night, he feels utterly fatigued today. After hastily feeding the pigs, chickens, ducks, fish, and geese in the space, Mo lies down in the living room with the chubby little one. The indoor temperature is somewhat high, around 37 or 38 degrees. Quite hot, but compared to the outside, it is significantly better. He needs to ensure they stay hydrated. Once it gets hotter, he plans to take the little one to the basement to sleep. The sun beats down fiercely on the way there. However, once they enter the forest, the shade from the trees brings some relief. Yet, some trees' leaves are beginning to yellow, indicating their impending death, as surface water is drying up. Just a few days ago, the fish pond in Huo Village still had water, but it is now dwindling rapidly. Many of the crops in the fields have turned yellow and withered. Those that remain are also drooping, despite the villagers' efforts to water them each evening. A tree, as thick as a thigh and 6 meters tall, has been felled, its leaves already yellow and falling. With every tree that Huo Liangchuan cuts down, he ensures he has enough water to avoid succumbing to the heat. One by one, the trees fall. Exhausted, Huo Liangchuan finally sits on a downed tree to rest. His water supply is dwindling, now down to about 1/3. He has already sawn through more than a dozen trees, and the sun is setting. Huo Liangchuan begins dragging the trees out and loading them onto a tricycle, taking 4 logs home. After transporting the logs back, he eats a bowl of millet porridge before returning to his labors of hauling and sawing trees. Huo Huakong watches the busy Huo Liangchuan and asks, "Why are you chopping so many trees in this heat?" Huo Liangchuan explains while unloading the logs from the tricycle. "Uncle Huakong, without gas in the future, my little Mogu is pregnant, and chopping wood will be inconvenient for him. I'm preparing by cutting more. Without coal, they will need to use wood for heating, so he plans to chop an abundance of it. By the time others realize the need, it may be too late, and Huo Liangchuan doesn't want Xiao Mogu to suffer. After all, caring for a little one is already a demanding task. How could he possibly endure such physical labor? Days pass, and Huo Liangchuan has now chopped an entire courtyard full of logs. He is currently splitting the wood from the first day to prepare some for Xiao Mogu, so they won't have to chop when the time comes. Huo Huakong and his team have successfully completed their tasks, and it is now time to install the glass. This tempered glass is notoriously difficult to shatter. They first score a deep circle with a sharp tool, wet it, and only then use a hammer to break it. After several arduous minutes, they finally manage to shatter the tempered glass. Huo Huakong and the others clear away the broken shards before they begin painting the walls. In the heated room, Chiemo has installed a small window, about 1/2 meter wide and 1 meter high, with a pull-down mechanism, and it also has a security grill outside. Light now floods the space. The dining table has already been moved to the living room, which is spacious enough to avoid feeling cramped. Huo Huakong, Huo Liangya, and Qin Lan assist Chiemo in clearing the debris before finally departing from his home. Chimo's 50,000 and Huo Liangzhou's 100,000 are of utmost importance to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have potatoes to fall back on. Huo Liangchuan has chopped enough firewood from over a dozen trees, stacking it beneath the eaves. In this weather, the wood will dry out in just a few days, sufficient for Xiao Mog's needs for the next month. Next time, he will let his elder brother handle the chopping. In the evening, Chiemo stews a pot of chicken soup, stir-fries a plate of cabbage, and cooks a pot of rice. His little brother has worked tirelessly these past few days to earn a proper meal. Huo Liangchuan turns to Chiemo and says, "Little Mo, I'll head back tonight. I should reach Jiangxing by the morning of the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chiemo feeds a spoonful of unsalted chicken soup to the chubby one before responding, "The journey is perilous now. Take your gun and dagger with you. I won't tea-pack much food, just 6 compressed biscuits will suffice. I've also sewn you a water pouch vest. Wear it, as keeping water in your backpack may attract thieves. If you encounter danger and cannot overcome it, just abandon it. Your life is paramount." Huo Liangchuan nods in agreement. His little Mo cares for him so deeply. Thus, he has great hope that his elder brother will soon win over Xiao Mogu. As Huo Liangchuan turns to ride away, no one notices the pair of golden eyes inside Chiemo slightly opening, a fleeting golden glimmer vanishing into thin air, landing on Huo Liangchuan's back. After bidding farewell to Huo Liangchuan, Chiemo exhales in relief. However, he realizes that he will have to tend to the chickens in the bamboo grove by himself tomorrow morning. There are still 19 chickens left, one of which was consumed last night. Closing the courtyard gate, Chiemo returns home, cradling the chubby one and the little kitten, Shuechio, as he enters the space. At that moment, the space has transformed remarkably. It has at least doubled in size, and the grass has begun to grow. The fruit seedlings have also grown somewhat, all planted around the pond, while the little rabbits have adapted to life in the space, hopping about and even digging burrows for shelter. The pig pen has been constructed, and the piglets have already been moved inside, with the cement troughs now in use, providing a space for feed and water. Chiemo surveys the surroundings. The fish swim leisurely, and he occasionally spots a crab scuttling across the pond's bottom. The lotus roots have started to sprout leaves. Everything flourishes vibrantly. Next, he plans to clear a few plots for vegetable cultivation. With ample grain stored, Chiemo is not worried for the next few years. Once the little one grows a bit more, he will begin planting. Chickens and ducks have begun to lay eggs, fresh and delightful. The little one enjoys the custard made from these eggs. The kitten, Snowball, also relishes it. Stepping out from the space, Chiemo glanced at the pig farm, planning to visit it early tomorrow morning. He intended to see if there were any living fruit trees left. If so, he would dig them up to plant in his space. As for the mutated large cat, with the presence of the kitten Snowball, Chiemo felt no danger. He sensed no threat from the big cat. That afternoon, Zhang Nuan was sold by 2 security personnel she had previously looked down upon. They left with over 10 pounds of grain, several packs of instant noodles, and numerous bottles of water. Zhang Nuan never imagined that not only would she be insulted by her father's trusted aide, but she had also endured a hellish existence for the past few days, covered in bruises, with not a single piece of her flesh unmarked. To her horror, she was sold to a foul-smelling old bachelor in his 40s. For merely a handful of grain and water, she was treated as a commodity. The old bachelor gnawed at her tender flesh with his yellowed, repugnant teeth, filling her with disgust and hatred. She gritted her teeth, thinking of Chiemo. Yet, to survive and seek vengeance, Zhang Nuan feigned shyness, saying, "Sir, it hurts so much. Please be gentle, you might tear my face apart." The man, mistaking her feigned reluctance for coyness, quickly lightened his touch, believing he had conquered the beauty of the city with his provision of food and charm. Jiang Nuan informed the old bachelor that she had come to the city to seek refuge with her cousin. Little did she know that her cousin's affections had been a facade. Upon discovering her lost utility, he sold her to those two vile men. Her cousin's family had ample grain and water, enough to sustain them for at least 2 years. Moreover, her cousin was strikingly handsome, even more so than she, a prized canary kept by a prominent figure in the city. Chapter 52. The evening grew sweltering, and the water in the cistern was lukewarm. Mo filled a basin with water and placed the chubby little one into the bucket, which quickly overflowed. With a soft washcloth, he gently cleaned the pudgy folds of the little one's flesh, ensuring that any traces of sweat were washed away to prevent irritation. It seems, dear one, that we must embark on a little weight loss journey, for you are rather plump and susceptible to rashes, Mo remarked. The chubby little one blinked her large, round eyes and beamed a radiant smile at her father, calling out, "Daddy." Mo affectionately ruffled her hair, lifting the freshly cleaned child to wash her hair. Although water was not in short supply, he deemed it wasteful to use body wash or shampoo, opting instead for a simple rinse with warm water. After a thorough rinse, he carried the little one back inside, dried her off, applied some baby powder and protective oil, dressed her in a little outfit, and affixed mosquito-repellent patches. "All right, my dear, play with Snowball for a moment while Daddy takes a bath." Mo carried a bucket of water into the bathroom, stepping into a large round tub to begin washing himself. He opted not to use soap or body wash, simply scrubbing himself clean. He would likely only use soap once a week. Otherwise, the bathwater could not be utilized for planting. Shampoo was employed only for washing his hair. The used water was collected in another bucket, alongside the laundry water, to flush the toilet later. After bathing, Mo immediately changed the chubby little one into a diaper. With the upstairs sweltering, he prepared to sleep on a mat in the living room. If the temperature exceeded 50 degrees, he would take the little one to the basement to rest. Huo Liangchuan was very familiar with his hometown. Upon arriving at the town, he headed straight to the hospital, quickly locating the ward where Huo Jingzhong resided. At that moment, aside from Huo Jingzhong, there was no one else present. The hospital was dim, with limited candlelight and oil lamps, much like every other place, shrouded in darkness. Lighting a small oil lamp, Huo Liangchuan observed the hollow-eyed figure, a foul stench emanating from him, and shook his head. This man would not last much longer. Originally intending to take action, Huo Liangchuan turned and left. It was no longer necessary. The following morning, Mo was awakened by the heat, as temperatures soared to 40 degrees. He scooped up the still sleepy little one and placed her in the baby carriage, alongside the kitten Snowball. After downing half a bottle of water, he used the restroom, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and consumed a bowl of millet porridge before donning a sun hat and pushing the baby carriage out of the house. Following the cement path uphill, Mo arrived at the chicken farm, scattering some feed deep within the bamboo grove. He watched as over a dozen chickens emerged from various corners of the trees to feast. It was a promising sign. Without food, not a single feather would be found at the chicken farm. After leaving the chicken farm, Mo continued upward. Walking for over 10 minutes along the mountain path, he anticipated that no one would appear on such a hot day, as the risk of heatstroke was high. The chubby little one was nestled in the baby crib within the space, just like the kitten Snowball. Mo had an ice pack in his pocket, and with one hand pushing the empty baby carriage, he felt quite at ease. In his other hand, he held a cup of white fungus drink. Sipping it through a straw, it was refreshingly cool and delightful. After more than half an hour, Mo reached the pig farm, located 3 to 4 kilometers from the village. The place was deserted, with not a single pig left. The trees surrounding the area had begun to yellow, and the weeds were wilting, likely dead. Passing through the pig farm, Mo arrived at the orchard. Some fruit trees had yellowed leaves, appearing to be dead, yet a few still bore yellowing leaves without having perished. They could still be salvaged. The chubby little one remained asleep. The first fruit tree that caught Mo's eye was a cherry tree, or perhaps a sweet cherry. He adored its sweet and tangy flavor. After watering the roots with half a bucket of water, he took out a pickaxe to dig around the base, ensuring to bring the roots along, for without them, the tree would not survive. The kitten Snowball awoke to find herself in the baby crib within the space. Her brother sprawled out, adorably plump, and simply too cute for words. Snowball adored snuggling with her brother, who exuded a delightful milky fragrance. The little kitten cautiously peeked out from the space, her round, doe-like eyes widening in surprise at what her father was doing. Digging up a tree? It looked exhausting. Her father was already covered in sweat. What if he suffered heatstroke? What if the little one didn't survive? That simply couldn't happen. She had to seek help. In an instant, the little kitten became transparent, diving into her father's belly. Once inside, she spotted her older brother curled up, lazily sleeping. His fur was a beautiful light golden hue, simply stunning. Snowball felt a twinge of envy. She had a hint of the same golden color on her ears and forehead, but it was barely noticeable. Her father hadn't even seen it. Perhaps it simply faded as she grew. Opening her mouth, she playfully bit her brother's ear. His golden eyes slowly opened, glaring at her before preparing to close again. Snowball immediately mewed. Daddy's digging up a tree. He's so tired and hot. What if he gets too exhausted and we lose the little one? With a playful swat, her older brother kicked her out. With the little one present, how could their father possibly get overwhelmed or overheated? Faced with his younger sister's concerns, the elder brother simply swatted her away. Nonetheless, it was indeed unwise for their father to be out digging trees in such scorching weather. He had given their father land and a pond to ensure his peace of mind, not to tire him out. Thus, the golden little kitten set about patching things up. Chiemo, exhausted from gripping the cherry tree, suddenly found the tree had vanished. Stunned, Chiemo exclaimed, "Where's my tree? Where have the fruit trees gone? I was halfway through digging. This was truly outrageous. Could the tree actually sprout legs and run away? No, in his previous life, even after mutations, he had never heard of trees running off. Therefore, Chiemo glanced towards his space. Once again, his eyes widened in awe. That cherry tree was right there within his space. Chiemo swiftly entered the spatial realm to conduct a meticulous inspection, and subsequently confirmed with unwavering certainty that this was indeed the tree he had chosen to excavate. Without hesitation, the tree was seamlessly transported into the space. How splendid! What extraordinary ability is this? Although the nature of this power remained a mystery to him, Chiemo felt an overwhelming joy. He was finally liberated from the arduous task of digging up fruit trees. He glanced at the chubby little one, still blissfully asleep, likely due to the comfortable temperature of around 27 or 28 degrees Celsius within the space. The coziness allowed the little one to sleep soundly. Chiemo refrained from waking the chubby infant, while the small kitten, Snowball, snuggled against the little one's cheek, also lost in slumber. Upon exiting the space, Chiemo promptly gathered all the living fruit trees into it. Nectarines, peaches, oil peaches, oranges, pears, loquats, bayberries, and chestnuts, 3 or 4 of each variety. By 7 in the morning, the sun blazed fiercely, and the temperature had soared to 42 degrees. Chiemo replenished himself with some salt soda and immediately pushed the empty baby stroller down the mountain. He encountered no one on his way to the chicken farm, yet still placed the chubby little one and the kitten Snowball into the stroller, adding 4 ice packs to significantly lower the temperature. Upon returning home, Chiemo noticed someone waiting at his doorstep. "Who are you?" Chiemo inquired, unfamiliar with the individual. Upon seeing Chiemo, the stranger promptly exclaimed, "You must be Mo. I'm from the town. I heard from the young wives in your village that you still have some chickens. My daughter-in-law just gave birth, and I wish to buy a chicken and some eggs to nourish her." Furrowing his brow, Chiemo responded, "Who told you that? I have no live chickens, though I do have a few eggs, albeit not many." "That's impossible. I heard from Zhang Mei that you have them," the middle-aged woman insisted anxiously. Chiemo frowned, exasperated by Zhang Mei's meddling. "I have no live chickens. If you want eggs, you can trade for them with grain or other items. Half a pound of grain for 2 eggs, or a pound of potatoes for 2 eggs, Chiemo offered. The woman became distressed upon hearing this. Her family barely had enough food to eat, and if not for her son's cravings, why is it so expensive? Eggs used to be 10 yuan each, she protested. With irritation, Chiemo retorted, "Then go buy them for 10 yuan each where you can find them. I only have 20 or so eggs. If not for your daughter-in-law giving birth, I wouldn't even trade you half a pound for 2. My little one needs 1 a day, enough for only half a month. I'll trade you 10 at most. We don't have much grain left, please 10, no. 20 yuan each is fine. My daughter-in-law has no milk. You must help me, save my grandson, he has just been born. Without milk he will starve." The middle-aged woman grasped at Chiemo's clothing. Previously, she had hesitated to purchase grain due to its rising prices, believing they would eventually decrease. But the prices continued to soar, rendering her money nearly useless. She now regretted her decision. Annoyed by her grip, Chiemo said, "Let go. I've already been generous by offering to trade with grain. If not, then leave." As he merely tugged away, the middle-aged woman fell to the ground, wailing, "You're bullying me. If you won T-cell, you're still hitting an old woman. Someone come quickly. This young man is assaulting an elder. Faced with such blatant obstinacy, Chi-Mo hastily unlocked the door, swiftly maneuvering the stroller, and managed to slam the door shut before the middle-aged woman could enter. Next door, Chansya heard the commotion, took a sip of water, and opened her door, scolding, "Old hag, don't think young people are easy to bully, trying to extort money, asking 10 or 20 yuan for eggs. I'll give you 20 yuan if you sell me the eggs. Now, money is too hard to wipe with," she added. "Get lost. What a nuisance. We neighbors are still here and will not allow you to bully our young ones. If you want to buy, go to someone else." Chapter 53. Chunxia was tall and robust, her voice equally commanding. She recalled how Chi-Mo had once brought delicious roasted pig from her house. Though she couldn't help in other matters, she was determined to stand up against this old hag attempting to bully Mo, showcasing her own prowess. Seeing the imposing woman stride over, the middle-aged woman, a mere scoundrel, typically preyed on the timid youth. Confronted by someone stronger, she immediately cowered. Chan Xia observed as the woman, who had just pretended to fall and was about to knock on Chi-Mo's door, scampered away, snorting in disdain. She had encountered many like her before. Those who bully the meek fear the assertive, and the truly unruly fear those who are willing to stand up for themselves. Young and timid individuals like Mo would inevitably struggle against such bullies. Chi-Mo, peering cautiously through a crack in the door, sensed something amiss and promptly closed it again. Amused by his furtive demeanor, Chan Xia reassured him, "Don't be afraid. Auntie has already sent her packing. You need not fear such people. Just act decisively before they start their wailing, and they will flee in fright." Indeed, Auntie Chun is formidable, Chi-Mo thought, giving her a thumbs up. Chan Xia smiled, "It's quite hot today. Don't take the little one out too much. Head back indoors." Watching Chun Xia depart, Chi-Mo closed the door and returned home, only to find the chubby little one finally awakened by the heat. No amount of ice packs could replicate the comfort of the spatial temperature. As he entered the living room, he heard the little one calling, "Daddy, Daddy." He pulled aside the netting on the stroller and lifted the chubby infant out, offering a small bottle of water to prevent dehydration from prolonged sleep in the heat. Next, he changed the little one's diaper and cleaned him up with wipes, letting him air out a bit. A small bowl of chicken, egg and scallion porridge awaited. Today, the chubby little one had slept a bit longer and was now quite hungry, his tummy growling. After a brief moment, he drank the water eagerly. During feeding, the adorable little fellow remained attentive, his large eyes fixated on the spoon, eagerly opening his mouth for each bite. If Chi-Mo fed him too slowly, he would protest with a delightful ah, simply irresistible. After awakening, the kitten Snowball was also scooped up by Chi-Mo, receiving a small bowl of the same fragrant porridge, which he devoured swiftly, rolling over onto the floor with a contented round belly. "Pet me. Little one wants to be petted." Unfortunately, his father was currently preoccupied feeding his older sibling. "Oh dear, how is it that my big little one still cannot feed himself? The kitten can manage on its own," Snowball protested, spinning in circles while biting his tail. Regrettably, Chi-Mo was utterly oblivious to the kitten's grievances, only finding his pet utterly adorable with a myriad of expressive antics. Regrettably, without a phone, he could not share the cuteness of his beloved kitten son with others. The obsession with showcasing his child was not feasible. If he flaunted it too much, he might lose it, but the kitten was different. No one would kidnap it. Even if it were kidnapped, it would surely be brought home and cherished as a son, with no threat to its life. After ensuring the little one was well fed, Chi-Mo thoroughly doted on the kitten. He then put the little one's diaper back on. In a month's time, Chi-Mo planned to wean the chubby one off diapers altogether. The clever child had already learned to call for daddy and understood that he was indeed his father. When hungry, he would call for daddy. When uncomfortable, he called for daddy. When lonely, he called for daddy. When bored, he called for daddy. When unable to catch the kitten, he would still call for daddy. He had begun to realize that as long as he called for daddy, his father would cater to all his needs. Soon enough, the chubby one would understand what it meant to go potty. After a couple of weeks of guidance, he would surely learn to ask daddy for help. Having attended to the little one, Chi-Mo placed a sun hat on him and applied sunscreen. Checking the time and temperature, it was now 8 in the morning, and the temperature had reached 43 degrees. To acclimate to the current heat, Chi-Mo retrieved 2 sweet potato seedlings he had cultivated and set off, pushing the baby stroller. Next door, Chanxia's son glanced at his mother, saying, "Mom, mind your own business, you'll end up being resented." "What do you mean mind my own business? We are neighbors. Besides, wasn't the roasted piglet delicious?" Xia replied, turning her gaze toward her son. Xia's husband spoke up. All right, son. This is a village, not a city. As long as the neighbors have no objections, we naturally help one another. A distant relative is not as valuable as a close neighbor. With that, Xia's son fell silent, having truly enjoyed the roasted piglet. It was delicious. The weather was oppressively hot, and he wondered when it would finally end. I'm going to take a shower, said the 17 or 18-year-old boy, Huo Jingjun. Upon hearing this, Xia immediately interjected, Xiao Jun, that's not feasible. You should be aware of the announcement above. It won't rain for the next 7 or 8 months. We have only the water from this cistern. If you keep showering, the water will run out quickly. When the temperature rises even higher, what will we do without water? Huo Liangyu glanced at his restless son and suggested, why don't you go to the basement? It's cooler down there. Watching his son run off, Huo Liangyu sighed, uncertain when this relentless heat would subside. Before long, Mo knocked on the door, calling out, Aunt Chun, are you home? Upon hearing Mo's voice, Xia promptly responded, yes, yes. The temperature was unbearably high, leaving them unable to do anything but stay indoors to conserve energy. Xia opened the door to find Mo wheeling in a baby stroller. Noticing the sweat beading on Mo's forehead, Xia hurriedly grabbed a fan and began to cool both him and his son, saying, is there something you need? Mo? This weather is too hot. You shouldn't take the baby out during the day. Come over here to the basement entrance. It's a bit cooler. Mo turned to the male host, Uncle Hua. Huo Liangyu chuckled. Mo, you're addressing me incorrectly. You should call me brother and refer to Aunt Chun as sister. I am of the same generation as Liangzhou. But you are already in your 40s. How can I call you brother? Mo exclaimed. Hearing the exchange between the couple, he decided to amend his address, Brother Hua, Sister Chun. The temperature is still bearable. I'm just letting the baby adapt a bit. According to the announcement, it's going to get hotter. By the way, I came over to thank you, Sister Chin, for helping to drive off that scoundrel. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Also, we will have domestic wastewater like the water from washing our face, feet, and bathing. If we don't use any washing products, we can use it to irrigate the crops. After saying this, Mo took out 2 bottles of sweet potatoes and placed them on the ground. Pointing at the sweet potatoes, he explained, with this temperature, anything planted in the fields will wither, but we can plant them at home. Just like these sweet potatoes, they can be grown in water. The water should not exceed the sweet potatoes. Once the roots sprout and the leaves grow a bit, we can pick a few green leaves to supplement our vitamins when we cook noodles or porridge. Xia smacked her forehead in realization. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you for sharing this method. Mo shook his head. No need for thanks. It's just a clever little trick. With a baby at home, I definitely need to ensure they get enough vitamins and dietary fiber, so I thought of this method. Wasting that water would be a pity. It's much better to use it to irrigate plants before it evaporates. Xia nodded. You're right. I should plant some too. With a smile, Mo shared his plans. I also intend to plant some potatoes and other things in garbage bags. Once the seedlings sprout, I'll tie the bag shut and water them with domestic wastewater. It should yield something rather than sitting idle. Xia nodded in agreement, acknowledging, what you say is very true. Idleness is not a habit for people like us. We must find ways to cultivate. After all, can we still call ourselves farmers if we don't plant vegetables or grains? Subsequently, Xia inquired about Mo's plans for the Kong heated bed. Mo replied, since we are experiencing extreme heat and the temperature continues to rise, once this heat passes, we may face extreme cold. The Kong is ready, and the wood is prepared. If it doesn't come, it will just take a bit more effort. However, if extreme cold truly arrives, it will be a matter of life and death. Huo Liangyu and Xia felt Mo's words were very insightful. Should extreme cold occur, the Kong would indeed be a lifesaver. After chatting for over half an hour, Mo took his child back home, having many tasks awaiting him. Once he returned home, Mo brought his child and kitten into the space. Inside, rows of fruit trees lay sprawled upon the rich black soil. Observing the tangled roots, he quickly decided to trim the branches, leaves, and roots of the fruit trees. With sharp pruning shears, he snipped away at the yellowed branches, cutting them down with great vigor. As he trimmed the roots, he reduced them to 3 main branches and about 10 thin ones. After a vigorous session of pruning lasting over an hour, he felt no fatigue. He arranged the trimmed fruit trees a meter apart around the pond. Next came the digging of holes. The chubby child stood in the baby crib, occasionally calling out Daddy, glancing at the little piglet or reaching to grab the kitten sprawled across the crib, holding it affectionately. clearly mimicking what he had learned from his father. By the end of the day, Mo managed to plant some of the fruit trees he had brought back. A large batch remained stored in the storage area, which would not spoil and could easily be planted later. A middle-aged woman left Huo family village and soon returned to town. Upon arriving at the Jingxiuan community, she quickly knocked on the door of the neighboring house. Brother Chun, I inquired about Chimo's family. They have at least 20 or 30 eggs, and surely more of everything else. Chapter 54. Trapped inside the house, Jiang Wan exclaimed, Honey, I told you my cousin's family must have plenty of supplies. Look, they have dozens of eggs. They surely have more rice and flour. He has only one person with a 10-month-old baby. If you bring 3 or 4 people, you could empty his house. Jiang Wan kept urging, needing to demonstrate her value to devise a way to escape the control of this old bachelor. In the space, Mo surveyed the fruits he had planted. Grapes, peaches, apples, bayberries, loquats, and pears, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He picked up a bucket and watered each tree. Then he remembered he should plant some cucumbers, cherry tomatoes, watermelons, cantaloupes, and sweet melons. He rummaged through the storage area for seeds, then found a piece of land near the waterous edge, loosened the soil and scattered the seeds, covering them lightly with soil, waiting for the seedlings to sprout before transplanting them. Emerging from the space, the temperature remained high. The chubby child immediately began to whine, reluctant to leave the cool confines of the space. It was sweltering outside, and although the baby could not speak, he understood where it was comfortable. Mo planned to cook a large pot of rice that evening, along with more boiled fish fillets which were appetizing, and he anticipated being able to eat more once the baby grew older and could handle spicy and sour flavors. As the rice cooked, he retrieved 2 black fish, cleaned them and expertly sliced the fish into fillets. Marinating the fish fillets, he placed them in a large bowl and put it in a plastic basin filled with water that wasn't cold enough. He added a bottle of ice-cold mineral water to prevent the fish fillets from spoiling in the heat, while also chilling them for a better texture. After soaking the pickled vegetables, he chopped and rinsed them, then prepared the fish bones, cutting them into chunks. Just as Mo was about to heat the oil, he heard a voice from outside calling, Mo, are there still chickens at your family's chicken farm near the bamboo grove? A few children had caught some chickens in the bamboo grove. Chun Xia shouted loudly, In the village, I am quite well informed. Mo knew this would happen. Holding the chubby child as the little kitten Snowball climbed onto his shoulder, he opened the yard gate and asked, How many did you catch? We caught 3. My little rascal also ran over and caught one, which I brought back for you, Chun Xia replied. Her face slightly flushed as she looked at the boys carrying the chickens. Mo said, It's all right. They're all village kids. Chun Jia, you should give the kids some nourishment. This is my oversight for not clarifying things with the villagers. Upon hearing this, Chun Xia replied, Don't say that. These kids are all skin and bones. They must have endured quite a bit on the way. After saying this, Mo headed toward the chicken farm. Then I'll trust them to you, Chun Xia called after him. Soon, Mo arrived at the chicken farm near the bamboo grove, surveying the surroundings and finding no one else present. By this time, dusk had settled in, and visibility was low. Mo took out some feed and called out enticingly. Before long, the famished chickens, which had been evading capture for most of the day, descended from the treetops and bamboo thickets. Observing the chickens pecking at the feed on the ground, Mo swiftly gathered them into his space, where numerous fruit trees provided ample perches for them. Out of the 19 chickens, he managed to retrieve only 13, subtracting the 3 caught by the boys, while 3 either strayed away or were taken by others. Mo was not particularly concerned, as he had plenty of resources. By the time he returned home, night had fully enveloped the sky. Lighting a lantern, he glanced at the restless little kitten, Snowball, and expressed his worries. It was merely a few children who stole the chickens. It's not worth holding a grudge, Snowball. I was somewhat careless. Given the prevalence of violent incidents, which could easily lead to exposure, Mo was reluctant to abandon the little kitten. Both he and Fatty cherished the small creature. To Mo, the kitten was akin to a beloved son, deserving of his care and attention. He washed his hands, heated the pan with oil, and commenced frying fish bones. After stir-frying some pickled vegetables until dry, he added chili, cooking wine, and various oils. He poured in water, brought it to a boil, and added the previously fried fish bones to simmer for several minutes before slipping in the fish fillets, allowing them to cook just until boiling before removing the pot from heat. He gathered a handful of fragrant dried chilies, minced garlic, scallions, peppercorns, and white sesame seeds, piling them atop the fish. Heating oil in a separate pan, He drizzled it over the fish, instantly filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma.
Mo inhaled deeply.
His appetite awakened. He packed the rice and fish fillets into boxes, preparing a simple boiled fish dish for Fatty and Snowball, which was merely seasoned with a touch of cooking wine to eliminate the fishy smell. All were stored in his space, leaving just one serving on the dining table, which Mo savored slowly. The house was quiet, illuminated only by the small lantern, while Fatty slept after an exciting afternoon filled with climbing and frolicking, undoubtedly exhausted. Snowball crouched before its dish, munching on the bland fish and rice, which in its own way was quite delightful. Mo felt a tinge of loneliness. Would Huo Liangzhou come? Did he think of me and Fatty? I miss him a little. Shaking his head, Mo focused on his meal. He wondered if Huo Liangchuan had made it home safely, if he encountered any dangers along the way. That lad was quite formidable in a fight. Surely he would be all right. However, even the most capable could lose their bicycles or have their backpacks snatched away. Huo Liangchuan was on the run, pursued by not just one but a group of assailants who had become frenzied with hunger, stealing anything they could, food, water, even corpses. Cornered in an alley, his bullets long spent, Huo Liangchuan brandished an iron rod, swinging it at the approaching men. "You've already taken my bicycle and backpack. Don't go too far." One burly man shouted. "Kill him. We won't have to worry about meat for days. This one looks good. The sister will surely enjoy him." Huo Liangchuan cursed under his breath, astonished at their blatant cruelty, realizing they even sought to select their victims based on appearances. "If I escape today, I'll come back and raze this village to the ground." This was a small village on the outskirts of Lin County. Logically, the villagers should have food reserves, yet Huo Liangchuan found himself unexpectedly blocked by a gang of villagers. Swinging the iron rod, it struck the man's head, blood spilling forth. Yet the man did not immediately succumb. Instead, he lunged at Huo Liangchuan, and within moments, several others rushed in to subdue him. Sensing imminent danger, a golden paw print appeared, and Huo Liangchuan vanished in an instant. In the Huo family villa in Jiangcheng, a flash of golden light illuminated Huo Liangchuan's bedroom as he shouted in surprise. "How did I get back?" Without taking a moment to rest, he gulped down a large glass of water and stepped outside. Currently, all belongings from the Huo villa had been moved to the Huo family security company, and only 2 security personnel remained to watch over the place. Huo Liangchuan pedaled his bicycle to the security company, and at the moment of the golden paw print exploding, Huo Liangzhou, who was inspecting the base, suddenly felt darkness envelop him, and Wu Di quickly supported him. Now, Wu Di's mother had also been relocated, and for the rest of his life, he had effectively sold himself to the Huo family. When Huo Liangchuan arrived, he shouted for his elder brother. Chun Lei brought him inside and led him to a bedroom on the 3rd floor. "Your brother suddenly fainted earlier. We've sealed off the news. He hasn't woken up yet. The burden of the company now falls upon you, and Wu Di and I will assist you." Huo Liangchuan rushed to the bedside. "How could my brother faint? Has a doctor been called?" "The doctor has already come. He said it's just exhaustion and that he needs proper rest," Chun Lei replied. Huo Liangchuan nodded, relieved. "As long as he is all right, let us continue with the plans for the base as my brother outlined. I'll take charge. Let him rest for a day." Watching Chun Lei leave, Huo Liangchuan felt his legs weaken and sank into a chair, panic rising within him. "What should I do? I'm so anxious. Brother, please wake up." Huo Liangzhou furrowed his brow tightly, countless silhouettes flashing through his mind, as someone had interposed between him and the young master. He could not find the young master, nor could the young master see him. Struggling to awaken, he massaged his temples and gazed into the distance, seemingly catching a glimpse of the Huo family's old residence, where the young master lay sleeping with Fatty on the marble floor of the living room. At that moment, in the village ancestral hall, a dim oil lamp flickered. The village was no longer safe. After the day of the mutated wolves' attack, there had been attempts to break into the village to steal and possibly rob. Villages closer to the town had already experienced thefts. "I gathered some information today," Huo Jingtan spoke. "The security of the village is now our responsibility." Huo Jingxian adjusted his glasses and added, "Chun Xia told me this afternoon that someone went looking for Xiao Mo to cause trouble, claiming that Zhang Mei said Xiao Mo's family has eggs. Everyone in the village knows that Xiao Mo has more than just eggs. If what Zhang Mei said is true, then they must have both chickens and eggs." People were already eyeing the Mo family, which was troubling. "The night patrol team must be established, and roadblocks set up at the village entrance," the old patriarch declared. "The village head sighed, 'Old patriarch, our village is now well connected. Roadblocks are ineffective. We still need to form a patrol team to see which families are willing to contribute personnel and discuss with the villagers about providing some grain. The old patriarch responded that that's a good idea. This way, families with less grain willing to help can receive assistance. However, this needs to be discussed with the villagers first. We'll have a voluntary sign-up for a team of 6. If mutated beasts appear, they must call out so we can open the doors for them to take shelter. Otherwise, it's too dangerous and no one dares patrol at night. Qin Lan, who had followed along, interjected, we could actually establish watchtowers at both the village entrance and exit. That way, mutated beasts cannot climb up, ensuring greater safety. Once they come down the mountain, we'll be able to see them. This is a viable method. If anyone enters the village, they will certainly light lanterns, and we can spot them. However, we need to block the main road and dig pitfalls in other areas to make it harder for them to enter. Huo Liangya added to the conversation. Bit by bit, the village's defense strategies were being refined. Jiang Nuan's eyes bulged as she suddenly awoke. Her dream vivid. Huo Liangzhou had decapitated her, and her head had flown away. Scalding liquid poured out, and she trembled in fear, enveloped by terror. Damn! What kind of girl are you? How old are you to still wet the bed? Is it because I'm so formidable that I broke you? The awakened old bachelor said smugly. Chapter 55. Jiang Nuan pressed her hand against her chest. The sensation of her head being severed was utterly terrifying. What to do? Was it a dream or reality? For a time, Jiang Nuan found herself in a state of confusion. In the middle of the night, Qi Mo was awakened by the oppressive heat, drenched in perspiration. Upon checking on the little one, he discovered that the child was also soaked in sweat. They could no longer sleep outside and needed to move to a different space. Qi Mo gently placed a small bottle filled with water in the mouth of the plump child. Although the child had not been stirred by the heat, the moment the bottle touched their lips, they instinctively embraced it and began to drink. Qi Mo then proceeded to the storage room and quickly retrieved a tent. Before long, the tent was erected, and Qi Mo brought it into the designated space. He laid down a moisture-proof mat on the ground and set up the tent, securing the ropes firmly. He hung a small lantern on a freshly inserted branch from a fruit tree before leaving the space. After fetching water, he wiped down the child's body and changed into dry clothes, before finally bringing the plump child and the little cat, Snowball, into the space. He covered the child's belly with a small blanket before zipping up the insect-proof layer. Once the child and the kitten were settled, Qi Mo stepped out of the space, took a shower to wash away his sweat, and then returned to sleep in the coolness of the space, where the temperature hovered around 27 to 28 degrees Celsius. A most delightful relief. Qi Mo quickly fell asleep after sipping a glass of water. In Jiangqing, had it not been for the dream, Huo Liangzhou would not have felt that anything would happen to the young master. He required ample resources to protect and care for the young master and the plump child. However, now Huo Liangzhou believed that his previous assumption was flawed. Some mistakes, once made, could never be rectified in a lifetime. Observing his younger brother slumped in a chair, Huo Liangzhou spoke. Get up, I have something to discuss with you. Huo Liangchuan, still dazed, snapped back to reality upon hearing his brother's voice. Elder brother, you're awake. That's wonderful. You scared me when you suddenly fainted. Huo Liangchuan exclaimed without hesitation. Seeing his brother's panicked expression, Huo Liangzhou ruffled his hair gently, though the tousled strands pricked at his fingers. From now on, I entrust you with matters concerning Jiangqing. You need not fear, Wu Di will assist you. Your little brother Mo is in Huo Family Village, and I am uneasy, Huo Liangzhou stated. Upon hearing this, Huo Liangchuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Brother, I can't handle this, he replied, his voice trembling with fear. Huo Liangzhou regarded his bewildered brother. How can you know you cannot manage if you have never tried? You can do it, you are my brother, and I believe in you. Before long, Huo Liangchuan was led into the office by Huo Liangzhou, where Wu Di and Qin Lei, along with Huo Liangzhou's trusted subordinates, were summoned for a meeting. The following morning, Qi Mo was abruptly awakened by loud knocking at the door. Emerging from the space, he approached the courtyard door and inquired, Who is it? Greetings, I am Huo Min, the daughter of Huodong who resides at the back of the village. We have returned from fleeing the city, and my daughter-in-law has just given birth. She is unable to nurse, and I heard you have a child, so I wish to exchange some formula, a middle-aged woman explained. Qi Mo replied, I do not have much formula either. How old is your child, and what do you offer in exchange? Huo Min responded with delight. The baby was born yesterday, but due to the journey, she was premature. The little one cannot consume anything, and I must find a way to secure some formula. I can offer 2 pounds of compressed biscuits and a bag of salt in exchange. Will that suffice? It is somewhat lacking, Formula is difficult to procure now. However, I do have a bag of formula 500 grams, which I managed to acquire during the initial chaos at the supermarket, Chiemo replied, referring to the bag sent by Aunt Huang. Huo Min's excitement was palpable. She understood that to obtain formula, one must seek out families with infants. After closing the door, Chiemo fetched the packaged formula. Though it was not a renowned brand, it was indeed infant formula suitable for consumption. He soon returned to the door, and after knocking, Huo Min handed him the biscuits and salt. You must consume it quickly. Do not skimp. In this weather, formula does not store well and spoils easily. It's best to seal it and store it in the basement, taking out only what is needed each day. The child must be nurtured well. The days ahead will be more challenging, Chiemo advised the grateful grandmother. Huo Min nodded. I will ensure my child eats well and that the formula does not spoil. I could not bear to waste the precious formula bought at a high price. Thank you. Thank you. I express my gratitude on behalf of my granddaughter. Huo Min clasped her hands together in sincere thanks. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the most unfortunate were indeed these infants. After bidding farewell to Huo Min, Chiemo returned home, drenched in sweat. Glancing at the thermometer, he noted that it was only 6:30 in the morning, and the temperature had already soared to 42 degrees. The village was sweltering, and he could only imagine how unbearable it was in the city. Chiemo entered the kitchen, where the child was still peacefully asleep in the space. The heat dulled his appetite, so he decided to prepare porridge and steam buns, opting to cook more than necessary now, so they would be ready for later when the temperature would rise even higher. He filled a large pot with rice and water, bringing it to a boil. Wearing gloves, he peeled and washed yam, cutting it into small pieces to add to the pot. Fresh pig liver was cleaned, sliced and washed again, set aside for later use. Chiemo began kneading dough, intending to make meat buns. He took out the minced meat he had purchased earlier, seasoned it with chopped green onions, and set it aside in the space. The porridge boiled, releasing a fragrant oil, and he added the pig liver, allowing it to cook before sprinkling in the green onions. Soon he packed everything into containers. The high temperature caused the dough to rise quickly, prompting Chiemo to start shaping the buns. Each bun was placed in the steamer, and after a few minutes he began steaming them. Outside, voices called out, announcing a gathering at the ancestral hall in half an hour, and every household was required to send a representative. Upon hearing this, Chiemo finished a bowl of pig liver yam porridge and a steamed fish before gently lifting the sleepy plump child, who was rubbing their eyes, out of the space. He changed the diaper, cleaned the child's bottom, and then fed the child porridge while also pouring some for Snowball. Indeed, every time he prepared porridge, Chiemo refrained from adding salt, ensuring it was suitable for both the plump child and the kitten Snowball. After breakfast, Chiemo steamed a pot of meat buns and stored them in the space as soon as they were done. He then placed the child and the kitten into a stroller, applied sunscreen, and donned a sun hat before setting out with an umbrella and a fan. The temperature had now risen to 43 degrees. The ancestral hall was already bustling with people. This was the old house of Huo family village, surrounded by numerous century-old trees, providing a spacious and naturally cool environment. Glancing at the main hall of the ancestral hall, Chiemo mused that perhaps their ancestors were indeed watching over them. Little Mo, over here, called Huo Jingxian. Pushing the stroller towards him, Chiemo took out a wet wipe and gently cleaned the plump childish face before inquiring, "What has happened?" Jingxian? Previously, they had called for a meeting, but Chiemo had no knowledge of any incidents in the village. The night had been quiet without any disturbances. Huo Jingxian explained, "Last night, the old clan leader and the village chief discussed the formation of a patrol team for our village." Chiemo frowned upon hearing this. Has something occurred? In his previous life, while he had remained in Jiangxing, the city had indeed been fraught with anxiety. But with Hua Liangzhou present, he and the child had managed relatively well during the early days of the apocalypse. He had not anticipated such turmoil would arise in Hua family village so swiftly, with peculiar villagers, followed by mutated wolves, and formidable cats. Reflecting on the little kitten he had adopted this life, Chiemo felt that returning home was not in vain. Huo Jingxian lowered his voice. In villages close to Taohua town, some families have been robbed, and several people have been killed. Though our village is farther from the town, we must prepare in advance. As more villagers gathered, the temperature inside the ancestral hall began to rise. Chiemo offered the plump child a bottle, ensuring he stayed hydrated, while he too took out his water bottle to drink slowly. In such weather, dehydration could lead to heat-related illnesses, and heatstroke could be fatal. Soon, the old clan leader and the village chief arrived. In the two villages nearest to the town, there have been instances of robbery, and tragically, one household was silenced forever. Although our village lies somewhat farther from the town, the distance is not considerable. Thus, for the sake of our safety, the village leaders convened to establish a village patrol team, specifically tasked with patrolling at night. The village chief spoke up, stating, "As for volunteers, will there be any remuneration? We cannot expect people to work without compensation. Indeed, we cannot expect people to labor for nothing," echoed the voices of the villagers. The village chief raised his hand for silence and said, "Quiet, please. This is our first attempt at such an initiative. The patrol will consist of 6 members, each receiving half a pound of grain per night. This grain will be provided by all families in the village, contributing 1 tael of grain per day, which amounts to 3 pounds per household over the course of a month. The grains can be corn, beans, rice, or flour." One villager protested, "3 pounds of grain per month, chief, my family hardly has enough grain as it is. 1 tael may not seem like much, but daily contributions add up." Another villager added, "In the past, 3 pounds of grain was insignificant, but now, when rationed carefully, it can last 3 days. Just a week ago, there was no cause for alarm, merely a lack of water, which could be remedied by storing more. Yet recently, vegetation has withered rapidly, temperatures have soared, and all ponds and rivers have dried up. It is evident that a calamity is looming." Upon hearing this, the village chief remarked, "You may still join the patrol. Half a pound per day amounts to 15 pounds over the month. Of course, if a family lacks sufficient grain, they may contribute water 1 pound per day, bottled in mineral water containers." The villagers murmured amongst themselves, and then Chinlon stood up and declared, "Uncle Chief, I wish to volunteer." Soon after, others followed suit, enticed by the prospect of 15 pounds of grain for the month, to be conserved for sustenance. The chief then mentioned the construction of a watchtower, which would require a significant amount of timber, asking each household to provide 2 tree trunks the size of a thigh. Chiemo, unable to assist due to his child, turned to Huo Jingtan and said, "I have some trees in my yard that were cut down by Liang Chuan. If you could help me transport them to the camp, I'll give you 2 bottles of beer." Huo Jingtan responded, "If there's something to be done, just let us know, but I must admit, I am quite tempted by the beer." The villagers were in an uproar, with some unwilling to part with their grain or water, believing that the village had yet to face any real danger. The elder village chief stated, "As long as your decisions benefit the village, I support you. It is too hot. I must return home with my child." After saying this, Chiemo pushed his child homeward. Upon entering their abode, Chiemo immediately retrieved an ice pack, fanning himself with it. A knock soon echoed at the door. It was Huo Jingtan and Huo Jingxian, come to assist with transporting the trees. With the promise of beer, they were full of vigor. Huo Liangzhou spent the day organizing matters, eager to return to his hometown to find his young master. In the town, Jiang Nuan observed the scorching weather and remarked to the bachelor, "This heat is unbearable. We cannot stay in the town any longer. We need to find a bomb shelter or a house with a basement." "Why the rush? I am in contact with a few friends. Your cousin's house should have a basement," the bachelor, Chunfeng, replied. Jiang Nuan nodded. "That's certainly the case. If my husband could acquire a firearm, I believe the police station has some. We should find a way to procure 2. Then who would dare defy my husband?" Chun Feng's eyes narrowed at the mention of robbery. He had engaged in such acts before. However, this matter required careful consideration. Chapter 56. Chiemo returned to his home, where the temperature soared to 40 degrees. He watched as his plump child crawled in the living room. So hot. Yen, aren't you hot?" Chiemo called out to his child, who was crawling behind the sofa. At the sound of his father's voice, the child turned and quickly crawled behind the sofa, likely playing hide and seek. As for the cooperation of others, it mattered little. He was content in his own play, especially with his little cat, Snowball, keeping him company. With one leg draped over the sofa, Chiemo rested his arms on the backrest and leaned down to his child, saying, "Yen, my dear." Suddenly, the found child erupted into a fit of giggles, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "All right, Daddy needs to make buns. You play with Snowball, and if you need anything, call for Daddy," Chiemo instructed before heading to the kitchen. He retrieved the pre-prepared ingredients. The dough had risen nicely, and the meat filling was ready. He kneaded the dough, cut it into pieces, rolled out the wrappers, filled them with meat, and placed them in the steamer for the final rise. Reflecting on his previous life, before marrying Huo Liangzhou, he had been pampered by his parents. After their passing, a maid had cared for him. After marrying Huo Liangzhou, the household had several chefs catering to his tastes, and he had never set foot in the kitchen. However, after a few months in the apocalypse, while Huo Liangzhou searched for food, they had separated. Following Chi Huai and others to the capital, he had been assigned to help in the kitchen, learning from the kitchen staff, swiftly mastering the art of dough making. After wrapping 4 batches of buns, 3 were placed in the steamer while the 4th was saved for later. With the gas stove lit, the kitchen grew increasingly warm, prompting Chi to relocate the buns to the living room, where he would turn off the heat when the time was right. By noon, he had steamed 12 batches, each containing 15 buns, totaling 180 meat buns. Including the previous batch, there were 195 in total. In his haste earlier, he had not tasted any, leaving 5 aside while storing the rest in lunchboxes. Carrying the buns into the living room, Chi made a wide circle to catch his child, who had hidden in the bathroom, preparing to play with water. Pointing at the toilet, he gently tapped his child's forehead while lecturing. "This is the place for shoo-shoo. It's dirty. You thought to play here? If you do, you'll be a dirty child, and no one will want to hold you, you understand? Nobody likes a stinky child." With wide eyes blinking, the child seemed puzzled by his father's words. Although he did not comprehend the meaning, he sensed his father was displeased, realizing this was not a place for play but for shoo-shoo. "Yes, shoo-shoo. I understand," the child seemed to affirm. After the reprimand, Chi picked up his little one and took him to wash up, uncertain if he had finished. After cleaning up, Chi tore open a bun, which had cooled to a pleasant warmth, no longer scalding to the touch. The first bite revealed a soft skin, firm meat, and delicious juices, truly delightful. The child opened his mouth, waiting for a bite. Chi decided to forego the meat, deeming it too salty, while the skin remained fragrant. Thus, the father enjoyed the meat while the child savored the skin. After feeding the child a serving of steamed egg custard, Chi indulged in a sushi platter, which included salmon, ham, and shrimp, accompanied by a bowl of black-bone chicken soup and a cucumber for vitamins, hastily concluding their lunch. Gazing out at the blazing sun, Chi pondered whether Huoliangchuan had reached Jiang City and if Huoliangzhou ever thought of him. Suddenly he caught a whiff of smoke. Alarmed, he hurriedly tucked his child and Snowball into a safe space before racing to the balcony on the 3rd floor. As he stepped outside, he was met with a wave of heat that nearly drove him back. The balcony temperature soared to at least 45 degrees. Without air conditioning, the air outside felt scorching. Grabbing a pair of binoculars, Chi focused on the source of the smoke. In the brief time since he had dashed upstairs, the small plume had expanded several fold, with flames now licking the air. He shouted towards the neighboring Chun sister's house. "Sister Chun, the woods outside the village are ablaze." Upon hearing this, Chun Xia's scalp tingled with urgency as she called out to her husband, "Dear, hurry and tell the village chief to put out the fire. Fire, fire." Chun Xia, with her booming voice, alerted everyone within 100 meters. Nearby villagers rushed out, buckets in hand, shouting, "Chun Xia, where's the fire?" Chi had yet to descend from the upper floor when he spotted villagers emerging with buckets of water, and he immediately called out, "Do not use water. There is no time, we must dig a fire break." At that moment, flames had begun to leap from the woods, thick white smoke billowing upwards. The ground was parched, and the fire spread with alarming rapidity. Several urgent cries echoed through the village, alerting everyone to the inferno raging just beyond the outskirts. The village chief and clan leader arrived post-haste. No one knew how the fire had ignited, as the villagers had not ventured into that area. The logging for the construction of the watchtower had occurred within these very woods, and the villagers had long since developed the habit of refraining from smoking in the forest. Should the woods burn, the consequences would be dire. Imprisonment and financial ruin awaited those responsible. Chi flung open the door and addressed the village chief urgently. "We must organize a crew to establish a firebreak immediately. The temperature is soaring, the vegetation is withering, and the risk of fire is heightened. With no rain in sight and a lack of water, if it ignites, it will be uncontainable. Hurry back home to fetch axes, saws, shovels, and hoes. We must encircle the flames. This patch of forest is separated by a road. Jingtan, you lead a team of villagers to secure the road near the village. Jingxian, take another group to the foot of the mountain to prevent the fire from climbing higher. If we lose these trees, we won't be able to procure gas. They are our fuel." The village chief bellowed in response. Upon hearing the village chief's command, the villagers swiftly dashed home. Some wielded axes, others carried saws, while some brandished kitchen knives, iron shovels, or hoes. The villagers were intimately familiar with this forest and rapidly commenced establishing a firebreak in the more sparsely vegetated areas. Many were quite adept at combating wildfires. Seeing Chi rush out, the village chief cautioned, "Mo, you have a child at home. Do not come out. If anything were to happen to your little one, How could I explain it to Liangzhou? Chiemo reassured him it's all right, village chief. The child is safely tucked away in the basement, sleeping soundly. He won't wake for at least 3 hours, and I can be of assistance. At that moment, Chiemo sprinted toward the woods adjacent to the village, joining the villagers in clearing away the underbrush and occasionally chopping at branches that protruded from above. In no time, a tree was reduced to nothing but a bare trunk. The cut branches were quickly dragged away by women, who carried them far from the scene. They worked from the outside in, and soon the entire village was mobilized, successfully creating a firebreak around the blaze. Simultaneously, the firebreak continued to extend outward. Qinlan seemed quite experienced in dealing with fires. For trees as thick as a thigh, cut them at the base. It will take considerable time. But if you cut 2 to 3 meters up, you can fell them with ease. Once the branches are stripped away, only the trunk remains, which is less likely to catch fire. The withered grass blades are buried beneath the soil. The fire was contained within the firebreak, with villagers stationed every 5 to 6 meters to keep watch. The villagers diligently continued to widen the firebreak. According to Chiemo, rain was not forthcoming, and the village chief had mentioned that procuring gas could become problematic, making fire a pressing issue. Trees could theoretically be limitless, as they could regrow after being cut. However, with the absence of rain, crops could not be planted, let alone trees. Thus, if they did not cut down a few more now, these resources might become irretrievable within the next 8 months. Setting fires and cutting trees openly posed a risk. They were aware that normally such actions would lead to imprisonment. They were not like Huo Liangchuan, the wealthy young master, who could easily pay fines even if apprehended. As Chiemo observed the fire being contained, he noted that if a spark were to escape, Hu Jingtan quickly approached with a fire extinguisher to douse it. This extinguisher was kept in the back of a vehicle, and there were a few others scattered throughout the village. Watching the fierce flames, Chiemo felt a twinge of concern. Without plants, who would produce oxygen through photosynthesis? How would humanity survive without oxygen? However, he recalled that during the 7 months of the apocalypse, he had not been troubled by a lack of oxygen. Although he did not understand why all the plants had perished, he did have a small garden at home, albeit modest. So where would the oxygen come from in the future? There were those mutated ants, covered in moss, somewhat ferocious and rather large, about 20 centimeters long, sweeping everything in their path, proving to be even more terrifying than army ants. They might be capable of producing oxygen. It made sense why the previous government had not eradicated these mutated ants. They had only managed to control their migratory patterns. Chiemo felt he was overthinking. He had his own space, filled with fruit trees and pastures, ensuring a steady supply of oxygen. After all, no one knew what extreme heat truly was. But according to scientists from his previous life, it was said that the rainy season preceded the onset of extreme cold. Once the rainy season arrived, plants should regrow, and oxygen would once again be produced. Such a matter, critical to the survival of humanity, was beyond the capacity of a mere commoner like him to resolve. If calamity were to strike, there would be those of greater stature to address it. For now, his priority was to care for his own precious child and the 2 unborn ones. Within the firebreak, the flames continued to rage. In an effort to expedite extinguishing the fire, Qinlan led a team to ignite controlled burns within the perimeter, thereby consuming the combustible material. Meanwhile, another group of villagers was gathering wood, beginning to construct a watchtower. This structure would not only protect against potential attacks from neighboring villages but also guard against mutated beasts. Furthermore, it would allow for the early detection of fires or any other emergencies. Logs measuring 4 to 5 meters were cut and fashioned with grooves, employing mortise and tenon joinery, nails, and twisted wire to secure them tightly. A 7-meter watchtower was erected at both the village entrance and the foot of the mountain, positioned about 50 to 60 meters from Chiemo's home. Chiemo generously donated 2 binoculars. While they might not be of much use at night, they would prove invaluable in the morning and evening. Should anyone awaken any night vision abilities, they would certainly come in handy. Thus, the day passed in a flurry of activity in Huo family village. Chiemo, exhausted, bathed his child, enjoyed a meal, and then retreated into his space to rest. News of the fire in Huo family village spread rapidly. The town's police chief, Huang Ming, arrived to inquire about the situation, commending the village for its swift response that prevented a catastrophe. Meanwhile, Huang Ming returned to hold a meeting, encouraging the villagers at the mountain's foot to thin the forest, making it less dense to allow for the early detection of mutated creatures and to reduce the risk of large-scale fires. Chun Feng was in high spirits, having contacted 5 or 6 of his brothers, who not only arrived but also brought weapons. That night, Chun Feng prepared to execute a grand plan. In the dead of night, a group approached to a family village swiftly, armed with a hunting rifle, a handgun, and an array of knives and axes, their demeanor ominous. In the village, Qin Lan patrolled the front, while Jing Xian led another group at the rear. On the watchtower, Huo Jingtan had removed the glasses resting on his nose, which were merely plain lenses. He did not suffer from myopia. Conversely, Huo Jingxian, lacking sufficient vision, could only patrol the ground. As he leaned against the watchtower, gazing at the starry sky, Huo Jingxian seemed to hear faint whispers. Lowering his gaze, he spotted a group of individuals wielding knives and axes, a mere 20 to 30 meters from the watchtower. In an instant, Huo Jingtan struck the gong in his hand. The resonant clang echoed throughout the village. The previously darkened village burst alight as lanterns flickered to life one by one. Intruders had entered the village. Chapter 57. That evening, Chiemo retired early. He felt no need to linger. As dusk fell after dinner and a bath, he embraced his plump child and the little cat, Snowball, and drifted into the tranquility of his space for sleep. In the dead of night, he was jolted awake by the resounding clang of the gong. The sound signified trouble. Without retrieving his child, Chiemo emerged from his space, contemplating whether to arm himself with a gun. It was reasonable for Huo Liangzhou, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing, to possess a firearm. As the gong echoed, the patrol team promptly surged toward the village front, armed with shovels, axes, and firewood knives. Many villagers emerged from their homes, wielding hoes, shovels, and brooms. Chun Feng cursed at the sudden awakening of the village. As the sound of gunfire rang out, the man striking the gong atop the watchtower was startled. Huo Jingtan, stationed in the tower, was taken aback by the realization that their assailants were armed. The villagers who had just ventured outside now hurriedly retreated into their homes, their flesh and blood no match for firearms. Chiemo, upon hearing the shots, hesitated momentarily, fearful of opening the door. The intruders possessed guns. When Chiemo finally opened the door, Huo Jingxian caught sight of him and exclaimed, "Xiaomo, what are you doing out here? Quickly, return inside. You have a child at home." Chiemo replied, "I have a gun here. Truly, lend it to me, and I shall deal with those people." Huo Jingxian acquiesced, handing over the firearm. With remarkable swiftness, he dashed toward the front of the village. Huo Jingtan, frightened, slid down from the watchtower and rolled into the adjacent ditch, keeping his body low as he hastily made his way towards the village. The iron rod he carried was of no use in this situation. Thankfully, it was dark, and visibility was limited. "Old Chun, the people have fled," one ruffian called out to Chun Feng. Another added, "The villagers have been alerted. This complicates matters. Should we consider relocating?" "Relocate? I've heard the city is in chaos. Where would we find food now? All the food and water are with the villagers. Each household in Ho family village possesses a water cellar and grain. If we fail today, how shall we survive here?" Chun Feng retorted. Another gunshot echoed, and Chun Feng fired at a house with a lit candle in the window. Huo Jingxian also discharged his weapon, warning the assailants that their village was not to be trifled with. Huo Jingtan emerged, noticing Huo Jingxian with a gun, and whispered, "Where did you acquire that weapon?" Huo Jingxian whispered back, "Xiaomo lent it to me. It must belong to Uncle Liangzhou." Chun Feng grabbed Jiang Nuan, using her as a shield, and shouted towards the village, "I have a vendetta against Chiemo. We will trouble him. You best not interfere or I won't hesitate to shoot." Jiang Nuan seethed inwardly, cursing her fate. How many times had she been used as a human shield? Once she found the opportunity, she would ensure that this old bachelor met his end. Upon hearing Chun Feng's words, the patrol team looked towards Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan, saying, "This is personal. We are unarmed and need to discuss this with the village chief." Huo Jingxian replied, "Discuss what? By the time you reach a conclusion, there will be nothing left of the people. Go if you must. I will guard Xiaomo's home. Stay away. I will eliminate them. These assailants are likely limited in their ammunition." Huo Jingxian insisted. Huo Jingtan added, "I will accompany you. We are familiar with the village terrain. Perhaps we can contain these intruders." Before Huo Jingtan could continue, Chun Feng and his group kicked open the door of a household, dragging out the young wife. "Shout! Tell them not to meddle, or I will kill you," he threatened. Huo Jingxian muttered under his breath, "Damn it, they've taken a hostage. What should we do, Jingtan? These people might not be amateurs. They are desperate and dangerous. It's going to be troublesome," Huo Jingtan replied, then took off towards the rear of the village. "Xiaomo, come out quickly. You must follow me. Do not let them find you. Leave your belongings for now. As long as there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood, he urged. Chiemo felt a surge of anxiety. Why were these people targeting him? What grudge did they hold? He needed to devise a plan. Leaving his home was the true danger. Jingtan, you must go. Do not worry about them. Let them surround the house. You need to find Director Huang in town for help. If I leave, they will resort to extreme measures. My home is fortified with explosion-proof materials. You must hurry so that I can be safe. Chiemo spoke calmly. In truth, Chiemo was not afraid. He could hide within his spatial dimension or in the emergency room of his basement. It would be no easy task for those intruders to breach his defenses. The little golden kitten, Snowball, yawned and remained motionless within the space. Golden light points emerged from Chiemo's abdomen, revealing a beautiful little golden kitten. Just as the golden kitten was about to confront the threats to its father, Snowball piped up, "Urge, what are you planning?" "To eliminate them," the golden kitten replied for the first time. Snowball rolled its eyes. "You foolish creature. This task is best left to Father. We should meddle less. Father hasn't managed to deal with the situation yet. He truly needs our help." Upon hearing the kittens, Chiemo seemed to see golden light points drifting from his abdomen. Unsure if it was real or just an illusion, he realized the golden light was indeed emanating from beside him. When Snowball emerged from his abdomen, he knew he hadn't been mistaken. He cautiously reached out, and his hand passed through. What was happening here? Ho Jingtan, upon hearing Xiao Mo's words, found them somewhat reasonable. If those villains were to discover that Xiao Mo had left his home, many of the village's doors could be easily breached. The only truly safe place was indeed Uncle Liang Zhou's house. If they fled up the mountain, not only would they risk being pursued, but encountering mutated beasts would be a dire predicament. Resolutely, Ho Jingtan whispered, "Xiao Mo, I must go now. Close the door tightly, and do not open it for anyone until I return. Do not let them manipulate your sense of morality. Your safety is paramount. Only then can our little ones thrive." With that, Ho Jingtan turned and dashed down the road, intent on finding Director Huang to summon reinforcements. The golden kitten blinked, realizing that Father was indeed incapable and that only the children could intervene. A hero saving a beauty. Let the danger come more fiercely, it thought, for such moments were indeed precious. Ho Liangzhou hastened at an astonishing pace, his heart racing. Having arranged everything in the afternoon, he had also become familiar with one of the abilities from his dreams, teleportation. However, this ability required a cooldown period and lacked precision, covering approximately 10 to 20 miles, and he was still not sufficiently adept. That evening, Ho Liangzhou arrived in Yun City, appearing somewhat disheveled. He had been refining his investments in the factories there. During his teleportation, he had collided with mountains multiple times, leaving him dirty with spider webs, dust and sweat. Just as he prepared to take a bath, he was jolted by a voice urging him to rescue his father. The young master is in trouble. Abandoning the water bucket, he thought, what do I care for bathing? Ho Liangzhou was well acquainted with the situation in Taohua Town, Ho Family Village. With a single teleportation, he arrived at Ho Family Village, where 5 or 6 men surrounded his home's entrance. 2 villagers were coerced at gunpoint to climb onto a stool. Chun Feng shouted into the courtyard, "Kid, come out now. If you show yourself, I won't harm you or the child. I merely want food. Once we get inside, we'll take all your provisions. I've heard you're quite the handsome one, a sugar baby for the rich. My brothers and I would like to sample such exquisite delicacies." "Darling, he is not just a delicacy. He has borne children for the wealthy. If we seize that child, we might obtain a bounty of supplies from the rich." Zhang Nuan added. Ho Liangzhou smirked. "Wealthy? Me? A sugar baby? No, Mo is my legally wedded partner, not some mistress. You cannot be here. What of your business in Jiang City?" Zhang Nuan shrieked, her mind unraveling upon seeing him. After all that she had sacrificed, it seemed she was doomed to failure. Upon hearing Ho Liangzhou's name, Chun Feng's mind cleared. He had sensed something amiss all along. He slapped Zhang Nuan across the face. "You wretched woman! You led me to capture Ho Liangzhou's wife and child? Do you wish for my death? You're just one person, even if you made it here. There are so many of us. What are you afraid of? Shoot him. Once he is dead, everything belonging to the Ho family will be yours." Zhang Nuan shouted frantically at the old bachelor. "He is Ho Liangzhou. How audacious!" A thug, who had been exchanging glances with Zhang Nuan, remarked. "He may say he can. It matters not, but to claim that the young master of his household is incapable is another matter entirely." With a sudden surge, Huo Liangzhou charged into the fray like a wolf among sheep, dispatching his foes with a swift kick, sending them flying. There was no need for Huoliangzhou to deliver the final blow. Huo Jingxian had already emerged with several members of the patrol team, effortlessly incapacitating their adversaries with precise strikes. Qin Lan had remained, and his movements were swift, ruthless, and accurate, requiring no second attempt. Uncle Liangzhou, your arrival is most timely. It appears this woman is acquainted with you, Huo Jingxian inquired. Huo Liangchuan cast a glance towards Jiang Yuan, who was retreating. In his previous life, it was this very woman who had caused the tragic separation between him and Momo, with their last encounter culminating in death. With a swift motion, he snapped his fingers. Huo Jingxian recoiled slightly. Qin Lan's eyes narrowed. A formidable individual could snap a neck with bare hands, something that an untrained person could scarcely achieve. Jingxian bound the assailants, awaiting Director Huang's arrival to take them away. To the frightened villagers, I will compensate you with supplies later. I apologize for the trouble we've caused, Huo Liangzhou stated. The villagers, who had endured a few blows but were otherwise unharmed, shook their heads in response. This is not your fault. It is solely the wrongdoing of these villains. Huo Jingxian interjected. Let us first take these individuals away and confine them at the village committee until Director Huang arrives. We must make an example of them. In times of chaos, severe measures are necessary to suppress such acts of robbery. Uncle Liangzhou, I shall take my leave now. I leave little Momo in your capable hands, Huo Jingxian declared. Upon reaching the corner of the courtyard, Huo Jingxian continued to pat his chest, exclaiming, Oh my, Liangzhou is truly impressive. A true domineering figure. I heard that little Momo was brought home through Liangzhou's clever machinations. They seem quite well matched. Especially with the adorable chubby one. It's a pity I cannot hold him in play, for little Momo is rather protective. Standing at the entrance, Huo Liangzhou remained silent for a considerable time. Although he had been separated from the young master for only a brief period, the memories of their past life weighed heavily upon him, making him feel a sense of homesickness. Chapter 58. Huo Liangzhou adjusted his collar and rolled down his sleeves before knocking on the door. Momo, open the door. I have returned, he called softly, clearing his throat. Inside the courtyard, Chi Mo hesitated, a mix of uncertainty and anticipation swirling within him. It was indeed Huo Liangzhou. His uncle had mentioned that his brother would come, and it had only been a few days since Huo Liangzhou's swift return. Extending his hand, Chi Mo opened the courtyard door. Huo Liangzhou beheld the small figure before him, the boy's cheeks flushed and adorably charming, stirring an ache in his heart. He felt an irresistible urge to draw near, but the sweat on his body held him back from pinching the young master's cheek. Did you miss me? Huo Liangzhou inquired. Chi Mo pondered a moment, almost shaking his head, but he felt it would be discourteous to do so after Huo Liangzhou had come such a long way. Thus, the young master nodded. The chubby one missed you. Witnessing Chi Mo's deliberation before responding, Huo Liangzhou chuckled. How could he not know that the young master was an innocent soul, capable of driving one to exasperation? When he chose to disregard one's presence, it was as if one ceased to exist in his world. I will take a shower, and then I will accompany you, Huo Liangzhou announced. Chi Mo nodded enthusiastically, dashing off to fetch a bucket, basin, towel, and slippers, which he eagerly presented to the tall man. His cheeks flushed as he scampered away. In the pitch-black night, beneath the glow of the lantern, the man's imposing figure, with his shirt unbuttoned, was undeniably enticing. Yet Chi Mo had no evidence of such allure. He felt himself drawn to it, his face burning, certainly not a typical reaction. It had to be due to the little one he was carrying. Touching his belly, Chi Mo murmured, the little one might be a bit troublesome. The sounds of splashing water filled the courtyard as Chi Mo's mind wandered to the man's impressive physique. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with long legs and a slender waist, he possessed an alluring physique. Droplets of saliva pooled at the corners of his mouth. Reflexively, he wiped his mouth. With a towel in hand, Huo Liangzhou emerged from the bathroom, droplets cascading down his form. His previously austere countenance softened slightly. Standing before the young master, Huo Liangzhou bore a smile in his eyes. Did you think of me? Pressured by the situation, the young master quickly turned his gaze away from the irresistibly alluring man, offering a side profile. No, I did not think of you. Oh, truly not? Huo Liangzhou pressed closer to the young master, encircling him within his arms. The warmth of his breath brushed against Chi Mo's sensitive ear, sending a rush of warmth through his body, igniting a fervor that clouded his thoughts. In that moment, his mind was a flurry of desires. He had yearned for this connection, and now this infuriating man was brazenly tempting him, compelling a reaction from him. Throwing himself against the man, he clung to Huo Liangzhou's neck, biting down. I thought of you, I really did. Is that enough, you scoundrel? Huo Liangzhou was taken aback by the young master's passionate response, but he quickly wrapped his arms around the slender waist. A low, amused chuckle echoed in his ear as Qi Mo's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, resembling a ripe apple, burying his face in the man's embrace. I missed you too very much, Huo Liangzhou confessed, leaning down to kiss him. Even in the dead of night, the air remained stifling, yet it did nothing to quell the fervent flames igniting between them. The tiny kitten Snowball and another golden kitten awaited, yet he had yet to bestow a name upon the latter. The two little creatures nestled in the corner, witnessing the undeniable love between their daddy and papa, realizing they were merely the bonus gifts of that love. As of now, neither daddy nor papa had shown any inclination to check on the eldest brother, who remained blissfully unaware of their arrival, sound asleep in the spatial realm. As dawn broke, Huo Liangzhou concluded the night's endeavors amidst the young master's pleas for mercy. He bathed the young master, soothing him to sleep. Yet, when Huo Liangzhou finally recalled the pudgy little one, he found himself unable to locate the chubby creature. After scouring the entire house, including behind the sofa, he still had no sight of his beloved rotund companion. He could not fathom where the young master had hidden the little one, so substantial yet so elusive. Resolved not to continue the search, Huo Liangzhou trusted that the young master would not place the chubby one in an unsafe location. Observing the slumbering figure, it was evident that the evening's exertions had exhausted the young master, yet his lips remained a vibrant hue, glistening and appearing utterly delectable. To avoid waking the young master, Huo Liangzhou finally placed him upon the cool mat beside him. Only by having the young master close did Huo Liangzhou feel a sense of peace. At 8 in the morning, Qi Mo was jolted awake by the sounds of loud wailing. His eyes widened, and he scrambled up, realizing the pudgy one was crying, wailing heartily. Did I forget something last night? He pondered. Yes, I left the chubby one in the spatial realm, allowing him to awaken alone. At that moment, the pudgy little one clutched the kitten Snowball, crying inconsolably. Huo Liangzhou, awakened by the young master's movement, inquired, What is it? Qi Mo observed the man's lazy expression, especially his well-fed demeanor, and felt a surge of irritation. Get up and boil some water. The chubby one is awake and needs his milk. With that, Qi Mo dashed away. Ascending to the second-floor bedroom, Qi Mo retrieved the pudgy one from the spatial realm, and immediately the sound of his cries echoed down the stairs. Huo Liangzhou glanced up at the second floor, sensing that the young master had omitted something, for he had thoroughly searched the bedroom and found no trace of the chubby one. Qi Mo successfully brought the pudgy one downstairs, changing diapers and cleaning him up, while the man prepared the milk formula. Leaving Qi Mo to relish in the ease of the moment, his spirits lifted. Heating water, mixing the formula, and allowing it to cool, Huo Liangzhou handed the bottle to the plump little one. After crying for a while, the pudgy one, still teary-eyed, beamed upon spotting the person with the bottle, reaching out for a hug while calling out, Da-da, da-da, once, twice, thrice. The pudgy one continued to call out without fatigue. Huo Liangzhou tenderly embraced the chubby little one, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. In his previous life, the little one had been nothing but skin and bones from hunger, and still, those individuals had not spared the youngster. Tears welled in his eyes as he held the child close, pushing the milk bottle into the little one's mouth, who clung to his neck as if fearing abandonment. After so many days apart, the child still longed for his father. Qi Mo playfully poked the little one's bottom, teasing, You ungrateful little thing. Who do you think changed your diapers and bathed you? The chubby child squirmed in his father's embrace, wriggling like a plump worm. Huo Liangzhou sighed, All right. It's only natural for the little one to miss me after such a long separation. Please don't tease him or he might choke on his milk. Qi Mo retracted his hand, shooting a glare at Huo Liangzhou. And why do you glare at me? Was it not you who acted recklessly? You could have been in danger. Last night those vile creatures nearly harmed you. Huo Liangzhou reached out, ruffling the fluffy hair of the young master. Qi Mo felt helpless. In his previous life, he had received news that Huo Village was quite safe, yet upon his arrival this time, troubles seemed to emerge one after another. Jiang Nuan had already been captured and would no longer pose a threat. Before I arrived, Qi Huai had contracted septicemia and was beyond saving. Only Chen Feng of the Chen family remained, and when the opportunity arises, I shall eliminate him, Huo Liangzhou declared. Qi Mo blinked in surprise, the implications of those few sentences weighing heavily on him. You two have been reborn? He inquired. Huo Liangzhou nodded. Not exactly reborn. I had a dream, and with it came memories and some abilities. GMO immediately pressed on. Then did you find me in your previous life? Were you able to avenge me? I did seek revenge. The moment they took your life, I sensed it, but I was too late. Both you and the chubby little one were lost to me, Huoliangzhou confessed, a void of fear gnawing at his heart. What about the twins? Were you able to save them? GMO asked anxiously. I saved them. When I arrived, the twins were still alive. I took care of everyone and brought you and the twins away, Huoliangzhou reassured him. GMO sighed in relief. Although he and the chubby one had perished, at least the twins had survived, escaping the fate of being boiled into soup. So what happened next? Did the apocalypse come to an end? GMO questioned. Huoliangzhou shook his head. My memories from the dream are incomplete. Mere fragments. The later events remain unclear. Alright. As long as the twins are alive, that is enough. Liangzhou, last night when those people came, the little kitten, Snowball, was inside my belly, and now it has come out. But there is still a golden cat that has burrowed inside me. I feel it moving. Is it still inside? Should I go to the hospital to have it taken out? GMO fretted over the matter. Huoliangzhou chuckled. The little kitten, Snowball, is golden. GMO lifted Snowball, presenting it to Huoliangzhou. This is Snowball, the white one, and the other one is golden. It jumped into my belly and hasn't come out. Huoliangzhou reached out to scratch the little Snowball's head. Amused, you two sneaked back. But it's alright. That's the little one, the third. The golden one is the second. Chimo's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice cracking. Cats? They are cats? My little ones, how can they be cats? I distinctly remember they were little ones. At a loss for words, Chimo recalled witnessing the little ones being removed from his belly at the time of his death. They were certainly not kittens. Observing the young master's startled expression, Huoliangzhou explained, do not be afraid. What is inside you are indeed the little ones. The cats are their soul beasts, or rather, pets they cultivated during idle times. Essentially, they are parts of their own souls, created for companionship. The second is out, you've startled your father, Huoliangzhou continued. Soon, a hint of gold appeared, transforming before Chimo into a round, adorable golden kitten, its eyes mirroring Snowball's, round and lively. Chimo looked at the plump golden kitten and turned to Huoliangzhou. May I touch it? Huoliangzhou smirked. Of course, you may cuddle your own little one as you wish. Chimo eagerly cradled the golden kitten in his hands, planting a kiss on it, realizing that Snowball's docility was due to the fact that this was his child. Elated, Chimo called out to the dazed Snowball. Come here, Snowball. What should we name the second one? Can they understand us now? Huoliangzhou pinched the bridge of his nose. Mo. I do not know the second one's name. It's not in the fragments of memory. Much has likely been lost. You should name the second. Snowball is a name I chose. The second, golden one, cannot simply be called Golden Ball. That name is rather unappealing. What should we do? Liangzhou, think of something. I named Snowball. Now it's your turn. And it should be something lovely, Chimo insisted, seeking his partner's assistance. Aha, I truly am quite clever. Chimo thought to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Chapter 59. Huoliangzhou was utterly enamored by the young master's soft voice and his proud little demeanor. Had he not been holding the chubby little one, he would have embraced and lifted him high with affection. Seeing the young master's joy filled Huoliangzhou's heart with happiness. However, when it came to naming the new arrival, Huoliangzhou glanced at the chubby one and suggested, how about we name him Yen Yen? Then he looked at the third, Snowball, and thought that name doesn't quite fit. It sounds more like a pet's name. With one arm cradling the chubby little one, who had cried enough and was now contentedly sucking on the milk bottle, Huoliangzhou coughed lightly. Mo. Are you thinking of a nickname for the second one? Snowball should be the nickname for the third, right? Chimo nodded eagerly. Yes. Snowball is the name for the little kitten. The third has not yet been born, and besides, shouldn't he, the head of the family, be the one to name the third? Faced with the young master's pleading eyes, Huoliangzhou found himself surrendering. Alright, I shall name it. Golden Ball is rather lackluster. How about Cho-Cho? Huoliangzhou asked the young master for his opinion. Upon hearing this, Chimo looked down at the obediently resting golden one, who was wagging its little tail, and declared, Cho-Cho, from now on, you shall be called Cho-Cho. Isn't that a lovely name? Your father named you, and it sounds much better than Golden Ball. The little one, nestled in its father's embrace, nearly rolled its eyes in exasperation. Really, father? You've given me the name of a pet. Inwardly, it lamented, what a predicament, being pampered by my own father, reduced to a mere pet name. But as long as father is happy, that is what matters. Reflecting on its once magnificent self, it sighed, realizing it was still merely a little one that could be squished and molded by its father. Mo, observing the stillness of Cho in his arms, turned to Huoliangzhou. Isn't Cho moving? Is it all right? It seems quite lethargic. Huoliangzhou glanced at the golden one in the young master's embrace. He's not very active. He's quieter than the third, who is quite the little troublemaker. Goo. Mo looked at his own belly and then spoke. It must be that the little one is hungry. You should go cook. Huoliangzhou found himself readily assigned tasks by the young master upon his return. Very well. As the loving husband, I shall cater to your needs. Placing the chubby little one on the mat to play, Huoliangzhou assured himself that with Snowball around, the chubby one would be safe. What would you like to eat? Speak up, and I shall prepare a feast, he declared while rolling up his sleeves. Surprised by Huoliangzhou's confidence, Mo exclaimed, You can cook? You underestimate me. Aside from earning money, your husband possesses a few culinary skills. Huoliangzhou chuckled while playfully flicking the young master's nose. Mo scrunched his nose. Don't pinch my nose. What if it flattens? Huoliangzhou found it endearing. How adorable, worrying about a flat nose. What do we have at home? Ruffling the young master's hair, Huoliangzhou inquired. Mo set aside the second ball and addressed the two little ones. Shueqiu, take good care of your brother, and ensure he doesn't crawl into any nooks and crannies to get tangled in spider webs. Shueqiu mewed in response, having heard their father. Cho flicked his tail, signifying his understanding. Mo led Huoliangzhou to the kitchen and opened the cupboard. Eggs, millet, rice, noodles, flour, cured meat, sausages, potatoes, pumpkins, and peach jam. Ruffling the little master's hair, Huoliangzhou lowered his voice with a chuckle. Where are the fresh supplies you stocked up? What about fish and fresh meat? You can't be subsisting on those cured items now. You're unaware that you're carrying twins. Your nutrition must keep pace. Mo chuckled lightly. This fellow, with memories from the post-apocalyptic era that surpassed his own, certainly knew about his storage. He had previously spent a fortune hoarding supplies. Initially, he thought they would never have any dealings again, yet just days later, this man had pursued him. It seemed he would not be easily shaken off. This man was exceedingly thick-skinned. Without further ado, Mo obediently retrieved the deep-sea grouper. Watching the man deftly prepare the fish, Mo expressed some concern. You truly can cook? Don't waste it. Each fish counts. Rest assured, nothing will go to waste. There will be congee or noodles. 8 treasure porridge or millet porridge. Noodles can be made into cold noodles. Without proper preparation, other dishes would be more troublesome. Let us start with something simple, Huoliangzhou remarked. Mo observed the man's demeanor. He appeared quite professional. Leaning back in his chair with his chin resting on the back, Mo still worried about the potential difficulty. Fearing they might end up with no food. Just plain congee, you decide on the rest. Huoliangzhou glanced back at the little master, tilting his head as he secretly admired the boy's cuteness. A bowl of plain congee, steamed grouper, 2 egg pancakes, 5 poached eggs, a serving of shrimp dumplings, and a portion of steamed sweet potato and pumpkin were soon placed on the table. Huoliangzhou addressed the little master, who was playing with the chubby one. Wash your hands before eating. Picking up a shrimp dumpling and dipping it in some sauce, Mo cautiously took a bite, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Huoliangzhou. Delicious. You truly can cook. Huoliangzhou's culinary skills exceeded his own, which was astonishing. He had only just realized this today. From now on, you'll be the one cooking, Mo boldly declared. Huoliangzhou responded affirmatively, slicing the egg pancakes, dicing the poached eggs, and extracting some fish to serve to the 2 kittens. In truth, they didn't need to eat, but they could sample the flavors. The youngest was quite the little foodie. Aren't you feeding the chubby one? Mo assumed the role of a laid-back overseer. Huoliangzhou replied, Then I need a third hand. Hey, who says I'm not feeding him? They are all my little ones, Huoliangzhou stated, first serving the little master. For it was him he truly wished to nourish. Previously, he had been preoccupied with business. Now reflecting, he realized how foolish it was not to dedicate more time to the little master and the children. The meal was quite lively. The chubby one clung to his father, seemingly worried that if he let go, his father would vanish, which left him feeling uneasy. After all, it had been several days since he last saw his father, and the child felt this was unacceptable, leaving him unhappy. Just moments ago he had played a bit, and then his father was gone, causing him to crawl for quite a while before finding him again. Then he was scooped up by his father, unable to keep his eyes on him. After ensuring the older and younger had finished their meals, Huoliangzhou washed the dishes and took out the clothes he had changed out of the night before for washing. A knock sounded at the door. Huoliangzhou opened the courtyard door. "Village head, what brings you here?" He looked at the handsome young man with rolled-up sleeves. "Washing clothes?" Huoliangzhou nodded. "The weather is too hot. That delicate one in my family might get sunburned." The village head remarked. "I feel as though I've been fed a mouthful of dog food. If we're talking about indulgence, this one is truly formidable. Director Huang and the others have arrived. I'll take them to the village committee. You should discuss last night's events," the village head continued. Huoliangzhou nodded. "All right, I'll wash my hands. Mo, do you want to go to the village committee?" Huoliangzhou called. GMO, finally relieved that the one who held sway at home had returned, could now relax and avoid facing the villagers, which was blissful. Plus, his back was still sore. He didn't want to move. "It's too sunny. I want to go," GMO declined. He had many questions he wanted to ask the man. He would wait until he returned from outside to inquire. Huoliangzhou, upon hearing this, said, "You stay home. I'll wash the clothes when I return." Closing the courtyard door, Huoliangzhou followed the village head to the village committee. Director Huang looked at Huoliangzhou and said, "Come sit. We owe you a debt of gratitude for last night. Otherwise, this group of criminals would have harmed countless people. The incidents in several previous villages were caused by them." Huang Ming interjected. Huoliangzhou chuckled at this. "These people even came to my house. Not only did they steal, but they also attempted to abduct people. They even wanted to take me for a joyride. Director Huang, how do you plan to deal with this bunch?" Huang Ming was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw. They... Director Huang could hardly fathom that this group of ruffians had even contemplated messing with Huoliangzhou. That was akin to an old man hanging himself, seeking a longer life. We discussed it. In times of chaos, strict laws are imperative. If it were merely theft, they would be punished with labor. But these individuals lack humanity. Killing is as effortless for them as slaughtering chickens. They must not be spared. Hence, at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, we will execute them beneath the big poplar tree at the town entrance, Director Huang declared. Bloodshed is necessary to suppress this nefarious trend. You should come to witness their fate. I'll inform the surrounding villages to send representatives to observe, Director Huang added. Subsequently, he inquired with Huoliangzhou about the situation in the city. Many companies in the city were constructing botanical gardens, enclosed indoors. It would be challenging for the village to manage, but it was not impossible. Family-style simple planting bottles or bags could still be viable, Huoliangzhou mentioned, presenting the sweet potatoes his little master had grown. Previously, many may not have believed in the apocalypse or the lack of water. However, as temperatures continued to rise, with no rain in sight and power delays persisting, the situation has grown dire. Food was becoming scarce, crops were wilting, and trees on the mountains were turning brown, signaling an impending crisis. Yet it was now too late to panic. Upon hearing Huoliangzhou's words, Director Huang suddenly grasped the implications. "Your suggestion is excellent. I will vigorously promote this when I return," Huang Ming remarked. Huoliangzhou shook his head. "Just a reminder is sufficient. There is no need for compulsion. Water will become exceedingly precious. For planting, domestic wastewater will suffice. Otherwise, without water, countless lives will be lost." After sending off Director Huang, Huoliangzhou chatted with the old clan leader and the village head. With the rising temperatures, it was oppressively hot by the time Huoliangzhou returned home. GMO, seeing the man enter, with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, thought he still looked quite handsome, indeed. The thought of him being his own made GMO quickly prepare a glass of mint water. "Drink." Huoliangzhou stood in the living room, accepting the water from the little master, feeling somewhat touched. Downing the mint water brought him a sense of refreshment. "I'll go wash the clothes." Huoliangzhou turned to leave, but his sleeve was tugged. He looked toward the little master. GMO spoke. "I've already washed them. Hurry over here and tell me about the drought and when this extreme heat will pass. The plants are all withering. Do you know why the apocalypse started and when it will end?" Grasped by the little master, Huoliangzhou, while perhaps short-tempered with others, exhibited boundless patience before him. As he unbuttoned his shirt and removed it, he had already become soaked from the short distance from the community center to home. Observing the man strip without hesitation, GMO covered his eyes and exclaimed, "It's already hot enough. Why are you taking off your clothes?" Seeing the boy covering his eyes yet peeking through his fingers, his cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, Huoliangzhou chuckled. "Don't think too much. My clothes are wet." "You are doing this on purpose," GMO retorted loudly. "This man is exceedingly wicked. Luring him in, not realizing that such temptations could ignite a fire within him at this very moment. In chapter 60, faced with the accusations from the young master, Huo Liangzhou chuckled. The vibrations emanating from his chest brought Chi Mo a sense of comfort. He was still alive. His chubby little one was also thriving, plump as ever, and he was contemplating how to help the little one shed some weight. As the young master leaped into his embrace, Huo Liangzhou whispered softly into his ear, "Have you been tempted?" Initially merely intrigued, Chi Mo felt a rush of warmth as Huo Liangzhou's breath brushed against him, causing his cheeks to flush crimson, blood rushing to his face, igniting a fire within him that was impossible to quell. "Yes, you're done for today, Huo Liangzhou," Chi Mo declared with a feigned fierceness, wrapping his arms around the man's neck and leaning in for a kiss. Huo Liangzhou was momentarily taken aback by the young master's boldness, allowing him to nuzzle his chin and lips with abandon, before responding with a low chuckle, "I am at your service, my young master." Cradling the petite figure in his arms, Huo Liangzhou turned to Snowball and the languid Xiao, instructing, "Watch over your brother, and ensure he doesn't wander into any corners." The golden Xiao widened its eyes, extending its tail forward to grasp onto something, channeling all its mental energy into its tiny body. The younger brother was indeed clever. It had been slightly slow to react the previous night, nearly allowing the little one to suffer a painful ordeal. Father could smile and experience joy too. Indeed, Xiao thought, the young master was rather adorable. It was no wonder father held such affection for him. After the young master was lost, father had not known happiness again, not even with him and his brother around. But now this was quite pleasant. Seemed, however, that father was behaving like a peacock displaying its feathers, incessantly attempting to entice the young master. Considering the young master's diminutive stature, could he withstand such advances? Xiao felt a twinge of concern. Surely, father would exercise some restraint? Perhaps the little one could fetch something to bolster father's strength. He appeared quite weary. If Chi Mo were aware that he was being described as petite, he would undoubtedly voice his objections. He was hardly small, standing at 1.76 meters. He may not be towering, yet he was certainly above average. "How dare you look down upon father, you little sprout?" he would retort. "Just wait until you are born. I shall spank you." The golden little cat looked to its brother, engaged in a tiresome game, and mewed a few times to redirect its attention before setting off to find something nourishing on the mountain. Snowball, the little cat, observed that soon it would be left alone with its big brother in the living room, licking its chubby brother's cheek and mewing softly. "Seems it is just the two of us now." Time passed, and the chubby little one's stomach began to grumble with hunger, feeling a bit uncomfortable, indicating it was time for a diaper change. But where were the parents? Where was father? Unable to articulate his needs, the poor chubby one started crawling in circles around the house, searching for father. Curled up in the man's embrace, the room contained a massive block of ice, now more than half melted. Chi Mo poked Huo Liangzhou's chest with slender fingers, his voice hoarse. "When will this intense heat pass?" Huo Liangzhou reached out to caress the young master's back. "The twin cubs will arrive in a month. The rainy season will commence, bringing daily downpours. During this season, plants will grow wildly and mutate, becoming exceedingly dangerous. The peppers will explode, incredibly spicy and prone to causing allergies and rashes. Corn will become fibrous, difficult to digest, and thorny. Potatoes will taste as unpalatable as dirt, as hard as rock." Huo Liangzhou shared some intriguing insights. Chi Mo listened intently, and then, "Many will develop abilities, and animals will mutate, correct?" Huo Liangzhou playfully tapped the young master's nose. "Yes, animals will mutate, and it is quite remarkable, especially those insects. We believe they are dead, but in reality, they are merely hiding, evolving in silence. A plague of insects is very likely, leaving nothing in their wake. Following the rainy season comes the extreme cold. The world will be left with just 3 seasons. Extreme heat for 8 months, the rainy season for 4 months, and extreme cold for 7 months, creating a harsh living environment." Huo Liangzhou shared what he knew. Observing the young master's worried expression, Huo Liangzhou chuckled. "Do not fret. No matter how severe the conditions, I have fragments of memories of the cubs growing up, and I will still nurture them. They are exceptional. They are our pride." The moment Huo Liangzhou mentioned the cubs' prowess, Chi Mo's spirits lifted. Huo Liangzhou continued, "When I visited the village committee, Director Huang mentioned that in chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. Those individuals have abducted many, committing numerous heinous acts, warranting execution. Tomorrow night at 8, they will be executed under the poplar trees at the town entrance. Would you like to witness it? To watch these wrongdoers meet their fate?" Chiemo looked up, his large eyes sparkling with excitement. Huoliangzhou nodded. Do you wish to go? Anyone who dares to bully you deserves to die. Let us see their fate. Perhaps we will witness them weeping and wailing, which would be quite satisfying, Chiemo stated. In his past life, he had witnessed far worse than mere beheadings. He had seen dismemberments and cannibalism. As the two conversed, there came a series of knocks at the door. Chiemo turned to look. Huoliangzhou glanced at the time. It was already past 2 o'clock. The little one may be hungry, he remarked. Though the younger brother could watch over the older, he was incapable of caring for him. Feeding and changing diapers would be stretching it too far. Upon hearing this, Chiemo sprang up, supporting himself with a groan. His waist ached as if it might snap. He shot Huoliangzhou a fierce glare, attempting to look menacing. Without even a moment to shower, he hastily donned some clothes and opened the door, finding the chubby little one knocking. He picked up the chubby little one and planted a firm kiss on him. Then came the swift sequence of removing the diaper, cleaning the little bottom, airing it out, and inserting the milk bottle into the chubby one's mouth. All done in one seamless motion. Huoliangzhou slipped on his trousers. What would you like to eat? Without lifting his head, Chiemo replied, You. Huoliangzhou realized that the young master had learned to tease him. I'll feed you later. For now, let's attend to the little one, he said. Chiemo retrieved the buns he had made, along with rice, braised pork, and beef with tomatoes. Looking at the spread of meat, he said, There are no vegetables. Just eat whatever you desire. With such high energy expenditure, if you do not replenish your protein, your health will suffer, and we must ensure sustainable development. Yes, exactly, he added, noticing the young master blush inexplicably, wondering what thoughts were racing through his mind. Huoliangzhou was unbothered. I will hold the cub, you must be hungry. Eat first. I will prepare a fruit platter for you, he offered. Chiemo did not protest, handing over the little one before placing watermelon, cantaloupe, dragon fruit, oranges, bananas, and strawberries on the coffee table. Huoliangzhou set the chubby one beside him, washed the fruits, and then took a knife, slicing them with such skill that it dazzled the eyes. The fruits were placed into a steel basin, then neatly packed into lunchboxes. Huoliangzhou brought one to the young master, saying, The rest can be stored for later. After cradling the chubby one at his feet, Huoliangzhou finally sat down to eat. Did you make this? Huoliangzhou inquired. Chiemo nodded, of course. I am not merely adept at drawing. You are quite remarkable. You care for the cub exceptionally well, Huoliangzhou praised. To be honest, my chubby one has never fallen ill nor needed a hospital visit. All credit goes to you, young master. With his busy work schedule, Huoliangzhou had relied heavily on Chiemo to care for the chubby one, only occasionally holding him for a bit of play. Raising a child is no easy task and can even be overwhelming. The young master was truly extraordinary to manage the cub so adeptly while still finding time to sketch him. After they finished their meal, a mewing sound echoed from outside. Chiemo turned to look. Huoliangzhou sighed. Let Qiu watch over the younger brother. It seems he has snuck out. Opening the door, a golden little cat emerged, clutching a plastic bag in its mouth, the source of which was unknown. Inside the bag were several bees. The bees are remarkably large, about the size of a pinky finger. Chiemo blinked at the bag containing the deceased bees, pondering, what on earth did Huoliangzhou bring this back for? Qiu, these are bugs that can bite. Have you ever been stung? It hurts quite a bit. He crouched down to examine the golden little cat. Huoliangzhou was at a loss for words. This creature seemed to serve as a remedy for kidney deficiency in the post-apocalyptic world. After roasting them, they were quite fragrant. Removing the wings and extracting the stinger, Huoliangzhou thought, one must not mention anything about it being beneficial for the body. Did he appear that feeble in the eyes of the little one? He gently patted the second child's head and grasped the nape of the golden kitten, saying, Go play with your brother. Looking at the bees in the bag, Chiemo shook his head. You can handle it for them. I won tea. The young master, afraid of insects, resolutely preferred starvation over dealing with bugs. The sight of these creatures reminded him of the terrifying image of moss ants devouring humans from his past life. Huoliangzhou nodded in agreement. I'll take care of it. They are indeed delicious when roasted. You should give it a try. Even the little one dares to eat them. Don't let yourself be outdone. He smiled. While he himself had no need for it, the young master certainly did. The twins were not part of his initial plans. It was too soon, as the young master had yet to fully recover. After the arrival of the chubby little one, he intended to wait at least 2 years before considering more, but fate had other plans, and he couldn't bring himself to harm his own child. Moreover, doing so might upset the young master. With the stinger removed and the wings clipped, These bees were now no larger than a pinky. After cleaning them, he lit some firewood to cook. Huoliangzhou then recalled the golden kitten within the house. Chocho, come here. Daddy has a question for you. The golden kitten, lazily sprawled on the mat, turned its gaze toward its father. It approached with graceful steps. Chiemo finally remembered something. Glancing at the little cat frolicking with its brother, did you kill those mutated wolves before, Snowball? Snowball wagged its tail and nuzzled its father's hand. Its big, watery eyes sparkled with innocence. Indeed, it was a darling, eager for praise. Chiemo chuckled at the kitten seeking admiration, lifting it into his arms and showering it with affection. No wonder he had taken such a liking to the little cat from the very first day. It felt as if it were a part of him, a testament to the bond of blood. It is worth noting that other cats and dogs are also quite adorable, and given their circumstances, they could easily acquire any cat or dog they desired. Yet Chiemo had never considered purchasing or raising one. One chubby little one was more than enough for him, but upon meeting the kitten that day, he felt an irresistible urge to care for it. Huoliangzhou stroked the round head of the golden kitten. Where did you find those bees? Was the hive large? If left unchecked, as the hive expanded and the mutated bees multiplied, they might turn carnivorous, as they would no longer rely solely on flowers for sustenance. The golden kitten mewed a few times before returning to the mat, lazily resting its eyelids. Huoliangzhou roasted several batches of mutated bees, and the second child informed him that the hive was 300 miles away by the sea, nestled against a cliff along the mountains. In High City, he had previously asserted that mutated bees couldn't possibly appear near Huo Village. Otherwise, the villagers should have perished in the last life, rather than allowing the young master to believe this place was safe. Chiemo watched as Snowball and Chocho shared a roasted bee, asking, is it really delicious? Absolutely. It's crispy and packed with protein, far exceeding that of beef. It's quite nourishing. Huoliangzhou offered the young master one. Give it a try, don't be afraid. If it's not good, I won't make you eat it. Chiemo grasped a bamboo skewer before inquiring, Huoliangzhou, do you know how we can end the apocalypse? Upon hearing this, Huoliangzhou glanced at the golden kitten and replied, do not rush. In due time, it will come to an end. This time, it would not be as arduous as in the past. Chapter 61. The chubby little one cried out for its father. Huoliangzhou nestled the chubby child into the young master's embrace. The father was too tall. The chubby one wished to snatch at food but found its little arms too short. Once nestled in its father's arms, it was a different story. Noticing its father's attention was elsewhere, the chubby one stealthily reached out its tiny hand and grabbed something delicious, stuffing it into its mouth. Chiemo stared in astonishment as the chubby one devoured the roasted bee. How old are you and you already know how to snatch food? Chiemo quickly reached out to extract the roasted bee from the little one's mouth. Huoliangzhou chuckled at the adorably confused expression of the chubby child, who couldn't comprehend why it couldn't eat. The chubby one only wants to be held to steal food. Chiemo then offered a piece of watermelon to the chubby one. With the sweet fruit to munch on, the chubby one momentarily forgot its father's food-snatching antics, eagerly calling for more. The sun hung high in the sky, gradually descending. Chiemo remarked, we have no mineral resources or coal here. My brother brought back some timber. If the rainy season lasts too long, we will need to fell more trees in preparation. Tree resources are non-renewable before the rainy season. He continued, also, dear, have you discussed with the village chief about cutting down the trees near the village to prevent any potential fires from spreading to us? Water is precious now. If we use it to extinguish a fire, there won't be any left for drinking. Huoliangzhou replied, I will speak with the village chief about having the villagers cut down trees and stockpile more firewood. Watching Huoliangzhou leave, the tall man's departure alleviated Chiemo's anxiety significantly. There was something about this man that felt amiss. Was it because of the memories he had acquired, making him irresistibly charming? He seemed particularly enticing. Such events had not transpired in his previous life. Huoliangzhou found the village chief and the elder clan leader to discuss the matter. Upon realizing that once gas was no longer available, trees would become a non-renewable resource, they understood the urgency of cutting down trees while they still could. It was easy to assume that the mountains were abundant with trees, but with over 100,000 people in Taohua Town and millions in Yunqing, the absence of natural gas meant people still needed to eat. Once the trees were gone, they would be left without firewood. While they could not manage others, the villagers of Huo Village were under their care. Thus, with the village chief and elder summoning the villagers, each took up axes, saws, and machetes to begin felling trees, starting from the vicinity of the village. As the sun set, the evening glow was like fire. Chiemo placed the chubby one into a small cart, while Snowball jumped in behind it, and Chocho hopped in, with Chiemo patting his belly as the little one burrowed back inside. Huoliangzhou also went to chop wood. Everyone was joining in, and not participating would be seen as unsociable. Though there was some timber already cut by his younger brothers, it wouldn't last for 8 months. More preparation was necessary, even if only for show. He removed his upper garment, tying it around his waist, muscles bulging as he swung the axe, beads of sweat trickling down. Chiemo snuck a few glances, feeling an overwhelming urge to avert his eyes. In his current state, he was utterly unable to withstand even the slightest temptation. Despite the sweltering heat, his heart fluttered with an intensity he couldn't ignore. "Dear, I'll take the little one home to prepare dinner." Chiemo hastily retreated. Huoliangzhou observed the young master's hurried departure, a smile gracing his features with each swing of the axe, his strength increasing. Although he possessed fragments of memory, his power was still lacking, and the memories were scattered, requiring him to gradually piece them together. Upon returning home, Chiemo placed the little one in the living room to play under Snowball's watchful eye while he headed to the kitchen. Now that the sun had set, the temperature had dropped to around 41 or 42 degrees, but soon it would soar to 50 degrees, making cooking unbearable. He needed to prepare more. He retrieved potatoes, peeled them and soaked them in water. Tomatoes were chopped, and eggs were beaten and whisked together. Winter melon was peeled and sliced, while some pork was stewed alongside the winter melon. He poured oil and began to fry the eggs, set aside for later use. The tomatoes softened as the eggs absorbed the broth. The potatoes were blanched, infused with chili oil, stir-fried, and seasoned with vinegar, creating a tangy and spicy flavor that Chiemo adored. One dish after another was placed into steel buckets for storage. Chiemo began to steam rice as twilight descended unnoticed, and the chubby little one tugged at his father's trousers. Lifting the little one, he carried him to the bathroom to wash his hands and face. Chiemo then took the chubby child out of the house, wondering why they had not yet returned. Under the starry sky, Chiemo arrived at the location where Huoliangzhou was chopping wood. "Darling, it's dark. Come home for dinner. We'll continue chopping tomorrow," he called out. Upon hearing this, Huoliangzhou replied, "Mo, bring me some food and some water. The moonlight is splendid tonight. It's clear and not too hot, so I'll chop a bit longer." Chiemo responded, "All right, I'll go back to fetch it." He returned home, cradling the chubby child. Observing Chiemo's departure, Huojianyan spoke up from a distance, "Brother, Huoliangzhou is quite fond of that Chiemo. You should give up on that thought. Grandpa is nearing his end, and we need to figure out how to gather more food. Our supplies are running low." Huojiayun glanced at his younger brother, remembering the hardships he faced upon returning from Haicheng. The journey had been fraught with scarcity. There was no water, no food, and chaos reigned in the city as everyone fled to the countryside. Upon returning home, he discovered that his grandparents had not prepared sufficient supplies, which was utterly foolish. What good was the little money he had now? It was barely enough to wipe oneself with. "Liangzhou, I brought you some water, infused with mint leaves." Huojiayun approached Huoliangzhou from the edge of the forest. Huoliangzhou glanced at the figure emerging from the shadows and declined. "No need. My Mo will bring food shortly. Keep your distance, or you'll make my wife jealous, and she won't be pleased." Huoxiaoyu returned with food for her elder brother and father, while Qinlan had already gone on patrol. The village now had to guard against not only external robbers but also mutated beasts and the potential for fires. As Huojianyan approached Huoliangzhou in the dimness, Huoxiaoyu frowned and remarked, "If you're so eager for a man, go find one for yourself. Stop fixating on someone else's husband. Who is this? So shamelessly coveting another spouse?" Chun Xia chimed in, returning with a tree on her shoulder. Chiemo packed rice, braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and winter melon into a lunchbox. The little one was placed into a stroller, and the lunchbox nestled beneath it as they made their way over, catching sounds from a distance. Chiemo promptly lit a lantern, illuminating the darkness, and upon seeing Huojiayun, he flared up instantly. "You again. Why do you specifically fixate on other people's husbands? Get lost, or I'll beat you up. My husband wouldn't glance at you, even if you were naked, let alone in your current state." Chiemo scolded. Back then, Huojiayun had at least been somewhat handsome. Now, however, his face bore sunburn marks and a pallid complexion, with disheveled, yellowing hair. Truthfully, he looked rather unattractive. Having narrowly escaped death, Huojiayun couldn't resist coming to see Huoliangzhou, only to be rebuffed and met with such hostility. He was instantly filled with indignation. "Chiemo, what are you so proud of? It's just that you were lucky enough to climb into bed with him. Had you not become pregnant, brother Huo wouldn't he have given you a second glance. Upon hearing this, Huo Liangzhou coughed and interjected, allow me to clarify. It was not Mo who climbed into bed, but rather I intentionally entered her room. So, this is not luck but a deliberate approach on my part. Indeed, I am rather proud that I easily won her over, resulting in our little one. For the first time, Huo Liangzhou openly shared this information in front of the young master. Previously, he thought it best to keep it unspoken, feeling somewhat embarrassed about his intentional actions. However, now, having received fragmented memories and learning of the young master's demise, he felt an overwhelming despair. Therefore, since he liked her, he decided to boldly express it. Otherwise, how would the young master ever know? It should be noted that although the young master appeared easy to communicate with and had a good temperament, he remained indifferent at heart. If one did not penetrate his inner world, he might treat you as if you didn't exist, even if they met daily. Huo Xiaoyu gasped in awe, wow. I'm witnessing love. From today onward, I believe in love again. Mo, keep an eye on your man and don't let any wild foxes lure him away, Huo Xiaoyu cheerfully declared. Such a juicy piece of gossip, had her phone still been functional, she would have shared it with her friends. Alas, Huo Xiaoyu could only rush home to share the news with her family. Hearing this, Chen Xia remarked, the youth of today are certainly passionate. They scatter dog food indiscriminately. Enraged, Huo Jiayun shot back. You all are going too far. Huo Liangzhou, stop being so self-important. There are plenty of men in the world. I was merely greeting you. Huo Liangzhou responded, that's for the best. I hope you remember your words today. Huo Jiayun's face flushed with embarrassment as he fled. Huo Xiaoyu waved goodbye to Qi Mo and departed. Chen Xia, seeing that all was well, carried the wood back home. Huo Liangzhou, holding the lantern, led the young master to a clearing adorned with several large rocks. Qi Mo laid out the food on the stones. You must be hungry. There are just 3 dishes. Feel free to eat. The family of 4 was together, while the lazy little ball chose to hide in his father's belly. The kitten, Snowball, was a little glutton, possessing a lunchbox lid of his own, with food coming from both Daddy and Papa. The braised pork was tender and melted in the mouth. Delicious, and the little one adored it. The chubby child in the stroller had his fill of eggs and began to vocalize, wanting to eat meat. Why did the taste in his mouth never seem quite right? Not what he desired. The little one wants meat, Huo Liangzhou said. Qi Mo replied, just a piece is enough. Too much meat will upset your stomach. Huo Liangzhou glanced at the chubby child and shrugged. Daddy has already helped you, but it seems your father believes you might have digestive issues, so bear with it. Wait until you grow a bit more. Then your father will think you can eat more. After dinner, Huo Liangzhou carried a tree and casually escorted the young master home. Take a bath and rest early. I'll chop 10 more trees and return, he instructed the young master. Qi Mo nodded. Don't overexert yourself. All right, Huo Liangzhou agreed. After giving the chubby child a bath and washing himself, Qi Mo collapsed onto the cool mat, his body protesting with exhaustion. This man had been around for less than 24 hours, and a third of that time was spent on human procreation. This couldn't continue. If it did, he would surely perish. A plan was needed to exhaust the man's seemingly boundless energy. The sound of chopping would echoed in the forest. Huo Liangzhou pinpointed the coordinates of the Jiangxing office, still feeling somewhat uneasy about his younger brother. Chun Feng had not resolved the matter. Who exactly was the one with the supernatural ability? Huo Liangzhou had not been entirely certain back then, having acted too swiftly, which had its drawbacks. Moreover, Huo family village was not safe. He needed to find a way to coax the young master back. The mutated bees in Haiqing needed to be addressed as well. Otherwise, if they became a plague, who knew how many lives would be lost? Those bees would eventually turn to humans for sustenance. In the stillness of the night, a stream behind the pig farm witnessed a congregation of ants, each no larger than a thumb, busily moving outward. The remnants left by the mutated wolves had fortuitously catalyzed their evolution, rendering them more formidable. Chapter 62. As Huo Liangzhou executed a teleportation maneuver, he indeed found it effortless to reach his destination once the coordinates were established. He pondered whether he could bring the young master along. The lad was rather reclusive, preferring the comforts of home. Fortunately, he had the company of the chubby little one, which alleviated his solitude. Should the twins arrive, they would undoubtedly keep the young master thoroughly occupied, as he was always inclined to take matters into his own hands when it came to the little ones. Huo Liangchuan was savoring a roasted sweet potato when his elder brother's sudden appearance nearly caused him to choke. After a few labored breaths, he managed to exclaim, "Brother, are you a ghost?" Don't frighten me like that. Huoliangzhou, not in the mood for pleasantries, gave his younger sibling a light thump on the head. How is the progress of our work? What is the status of the planting chamber's ceiling? Has the Chen family made any recent moves? Where has Chen Feng disappeared to? Huoliangzhou inquired. Huoliangchuan, still recovering from his fright, replied, You really do scare a person to death, big brother. You ought to announce your presence next time. As for Chen Feng, we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts. The planting chamber is functioning adequately, aligning with our expectations. Thus, we will continue to have a supply of vegetables. Then Huoliangchuan seemed to realize something. Brother, you went to find Xiao Mo, didn't you? Why are you back so soon? I merely came from home. I tasked you with dealing with Zhang Nuan, yet she seems to be thriving. Rallying a group to capture your sister-in-law at Huo Village, Huoliangzhou scolded lightly. Huoliangchuan was taken aback, slapping his forehead in realization. How could I have overlooked that? Those mutated wolves had killed 3 of Zhang Nuan's subordinates. After that, she disappeared for several days. I assumed something had happened to her, but I never expected her to dare to target Xiao Mo. By the way, brother, have you dealt with Zhang Nuan? Huoliangchuan asked. Huoliangzhou cast a sidelong glance at his brother. Am I as careless as you, misplacing things? He instructed his brother to gather everyone and convened a meeting for another half hour, outlining the next steps before he made his way to the Qi family. The situation with Qi Huai was dire. He had long since undergone amputation. However, the spread of sepsis was severe, and he had been discharged from the hospital. At that moment, Qi Huai lay in a sweltering attic reeking of decay, utterly neglected. Laughter echoed from downstairs, where Qi's father conversed with his new lover and their illegitimate child. In this weather, people sheltered indoors during the day, emerging only at night. Huoliangzhou soon departed from the Qi residence, reflecting that such a life was hardly worth living. Now, he had to head to Haiqing to address the swarm of mutated bees before they became a disaster. Huoliangzhou consulted a map briefly before teleporting swiftly towards Haiqing. Meanwhile, Qi Mo, in a deep slumber, seemed to hear someone calling. Awakened, he rubbed his little cat, Snowball, and gazed at the drowsy infant beside him. Daddy is going outside to check. Something might be amiss. You must protect your brother. The little cat, Snowball, nuzzled against Daddy's palm, mewing softly. Lighting a wind lamp, Qi Mo noted the time, just past 4 in the morning, quite early indeed. He closed the living room door and stepped outside, assessing the temperature. It was a comfortable 37 degrees. Upon opening the gate, he noticed a crowd of people rushing towards him, all shouting. What has happened? Qi Mo called out loudly. Huoliangya, among those running, turned to Qi Mo and said, There's trouble. It's the ants, enormous ones. They are crawling down from the mountains and attacking people. Just now, old Tian's dog was killed by them. A horde of thumb-sized ants is descending upon us. Qi Mo was taken aback. He had discovered the mutated bees just yesterday, but they were far away in Haiqing. We can't run, we must eradicate them. If their nest grows, our village will be doomed, Qi Mo declared. Then he realized something critical. Where is my husband, Liangya? Didn't he come back with you? Their home had seen an increase of over 20 trees, likely felled by Huoliangzhou. But he can't just vanish. He thought anxiously. I don't know. I haven't seen your Liangzhou, Huoliangya replied. Observing the handsome youth with the wind lamp, Huoliangya resolved. I'll gather people. We must find a way to deal with these mutated ants, or we'll be in grave danger. Soon, many who had returned and several villagers who had been asleep were roused. Qi Mo cradled the chubby little one in his arms. The mutated ants were no trifling matter. They could emerge from any crevice in one's home and devour you whole. The chubby little one squirmed in his father's embrace but soon succumbed to the comfort of sleep. Huo Jingtan and Huo Jingxian had halted their patrols and rushed to the village's edge for urgent discussions. Noticing Qi Mo holding the chubby little one, Huo Jingtan inquired, Xiao Mo, where is Uncle Liangzhou? Why isn't he here? Qi Mo's lips twitched slightly. He went tree felling last night and then disappeared. I can't find him now. Surely he hasn't run too far. He hasn't been consumed by the mutated ants, has he? Someone asked. Qi Mo responded thoughtfully. That's unlikely. After all, we all possess fragments of memories from the late apocalypse. If he were to be consumed by the mutated ants, I would consider myself quite unfortunate. As a man, my husband Huoliangzhou is incredibly capable and resilient. It would be a pity if he were gone. Not only would I lack free labor, but I could not utilize him. Far away in Haiqing, Huoliangzhou stood by the seaside, the sea breeze tousling his hair as he sneezed twice. He wondered whether it was the young master or the chubby little one who missed him. He needed to locate the lair of the mutated bees swiftly and return home. It was nearly 4, and the young master would soon awaken. At Huo Village, with Liangzhou missing and the mountains becoming perilous, there was no immediate way to search for him until the mutated ants were dealt with. Mo, do you have a plan? These ants, while small, are incredibly lethal. Once they get close, we are in peril, Huo Jingtan asked. Mo felt a pang of anxiety, concerned that Huo Liangzhou might genuinely be in trouble, unsure of where he had gone. However, death seemed improbable. Steadying himself, Mo began to recall how they had dealt with mutated ants in their previous life. Traps. Let us lure them into a pit. It's an effective method, but it's easily ignited, and we must avoid setting the forest ablaze. The dead wood is a valuable resource. We need to set traps for these ants. They aren't particularly clever. If we can confine them to one spot, we can burn them. We'll need bait, preferably something alive with a strong scent of blood. Mo proposed. As soon as he spoke, everyone understood. The swarm of ants was fierce and devoured their prey with alarming speed. Does anyone have live animals? Someone called out. I have 6 quails at home. Another offered but remained silent. Let us dig traps first and we'll pour gasoline. Who has gasoline? Mo shouted. Huo Jiayun emerged, saying, I have diesel. It can be used, so hurry and fetch it. Upon hearing Huo Jiayun's words, many villagers expressed their relief and gratitude. With diesel, the mutated ants would be unable to escape once it was poured. Instantly, a group of villagers began digging traps near the edge of the village under Huo Jingxian's direction. Huo Jiayun felt elated at the praise from the villagers. He then turned to Mo, questioning, Mo, if Brother Huo is missing, why aren't you searching for him? Aren't you even a little worried? He cares for you so much. Don't you have any heart? Mo shot a glance at the hat-wearing Huo Jiayun. I'm not worried about my husband being missing. Why are you so anxious? What does it have to do with you? After retorting, Mo cradled the chubby little one and the small cat, Snowball, on his shoulder, and made his way to the trap-digging site. Make it bigger, make it larger. Have you observed the size of the swarm of mutated ants? Who knows where the mutated ant swarm has gone? If they are too swift, we must devise a means to slow their approach. Mo exclaimed loudly. Lan interjected. I will go. Who will accompany me to report the ant's location? However, I require a torch. Hand me a torch. Soon, someone presented a torch to her. Huo Jingxian tossed aside the pickaxe in his hand, proclaiming, I'll join. We need 2 more people to dig a pit, hurry. Wait, Mo shouted. Let me fetch some smoked fish for you. If they arrive too quickly, scatter the fish pieces to lure them away while we send word from here. Also, summon the villagers. Should any mutated ants approach the traps, we must eliminate them manually, he continued. We must eradicate this swarm of mutated ants, locate their nest, and eliminate the queen ant to complete our task. Mo swiftly gathered a bag of smoked fish and then followed Lan up the mountain. Huo Jingxian glanced at Mo, who was trailing behind, and cautioned, Little Mo, you are still carrying the cub. Do not follow me. It's too perilous. Mo shook his head. I am seeking my husband. I wonder where he has run off to? By the seaside. Huo Liangzhou sneezed, glancing at the shoreline that had receded 100 meters. Am I coming down with a cold? He pondered. Surely not. This weather is oppressively warm. How could I catch a cold? It must be that the young master is missing me. The thought of the young master leaping into his arms, ardently requesting a kiss, brought a smile to Huo Liangzhou's face. He missed the young master. As for the mutated bees, he was uncertain of their behavior. He recalled that, in the fragmented memories, they rested during the day and foraged at night. Having found nothing, Huo Liangzhou gazed at the rising sun over the sea, a fiery orb reminiscent of a runny egg yolk. If only the chubby cub were here, he might be tempted to take a bite. Not having located the mutated bees, Huo Liangzhou decided to mark the seaside for a future visit with Qiuqiu before heading home. Mo, cradling the chubby cub in one arm and carrying a lantern in the other, called out at the spot where they had dined the previous night. Husband! Husband! Huo Liangzhou, where have you run off to? Birds took flight, startled by Mo's shouts. Upon returning home, Huo Liangzhou found that the young master, who should have been resting at home, was absent. Even the chubby cub and Qiuqiu were nowhere to be found. Outside, a commotion could be heard. Huo Liangzhou quickly exited the courtyard and spotted villagers in the distance, brandishing torches and bustling about. He approached them, asking, what has happened? Have you seen my little Mo? He took the cub and went out. Huodage, you were at home. Just now, Mo mentioned you were missing. He followed Lan, replied Huo Jiayun. Huo Liangzhou turned to Huo Jian. Huo Jing was displeased to overhear half of Huo Jian's words, feeling frustrated. What do you mean, he followed Qin Lan? Is Jing Xian dead? No, you ate him. Uncle Liangzhou. Little Mo went with Jing Xian and Qin Lan to scout the location of the mutated ants. Huo Jing explained. Huo Liangzhou cast a glance at Huo Jian before stating, I will seek out Mo. Chapter 63. Qi Mo held the chubby cub with Xueqiu, the little cat, perched on his shoulder. With Xueqiu's presence, Qi Mo felt a surge of courage. He was unafraid, for after all, the little cat was capable of vanquishing mutated dire wolves. His small son was truly remarkable. Oh, how proud I am. My cub is so powerful. Moreover, even if danger truly arose, he could retreat into the space, leaving nothing for Qi Mo to fear. Yet, the thought of losing such a useful husband left Qi Mo somewhat unwilling, and he resolved to search thoroughly. Having passed the spot where they had dined, Qi Mo continued onward with the cub, calling out for his husband intermittently, and then addressing him by his full name, Huo Liangzhou. The further Qi Mo walked, the more distant he became. Huo Liangzhou soon reached the place where he had felled trees, calling out, Mo, Mo. After several calls yielded no response, he shifted his attention to the cub. Xueqiu, Daddy is here. Quickly bring your father back. The little cat, dozing on his shoulder, perked up its drooping ears at the sound of Daddy's call. Xueqiu mewed a few times. Qi Mo, hearing the meows, noted that the little cat had not awakened since their outing, having napped on his shoulder. Now, suddenly vocal, it must have sensed something. Xueqiu, what did you discover? Did you find Daddy? He hasn't been eaten by a mutated beast, has he? Qi Mo inquired. Upon hearing Xueqiu's calls, Huo Liangzhou immediately followed the sound. Hearing the young master's words, Huo Liangzhou felt helpless. Was he so untrustworthy in the young master's eyes that he might be devoured by a mutated beast? Mo. Huo Liangzhou called out. Upon hearing the call, Qi Mo turned to follow the sound. In the glow of the lantern, a tall man stood not far away. Qi Mo joyfully exclaimed, Husband, where on earth have you been? I couldn't find you. Huo Liangzhou scooped up the swiftly approaching young master, saying, slow down, be careful not to fall. Qi Mo blinked up at the man in his embrace. Huo Liangzhou ruffled the young master's hair. I went to Haicheng to prepare to annihilate those mutated bees. Otherwise, if they swarmed together, it would be far more terrifying than the mutated ants. Upon hearing this, Qi Mo replied, you went so far. No wonder I couldn't find you. Next time, let me know beforehand. Did you manage to deal with the mutated bee swarm? The cub loves to eat mutated bees. Huo Liangzhou responded, fortunately, I did not kill them. I had originally intended to burn them with gasoline, which would render them inedible. I just reached the seaside and have yet to locate their nest. In my fragmented memories, they are active at night and it seems they are still absent now. I was worried you would awaken and not find me, so I returned early. Hearing this, Qi Mo thrust the lantern into Huo Liangzhou's hand. Let us hurry back and deal with the mutated ants first. By the way, can these ants be eaten? Huo Liangzhou accepted the lantern and took the young master's hand. They are edible, but I've heard that these mutated ants are still quite small, about the size of a pinky finger, making them somewhat troublesome to peel. They likely have exoskeletons now. Once they grow to the size of a fist, we can roast them, as their flesh is somewhat similar to shrimp. Huo Liangzhou continued, however, I must add that ant eggs are quite delicious. When fried, they are crispy and fragrant. We shall take you to find the mutated ant's lair at dawn. Qi Mo responded with an O, while the little cat on his shoulder mewed, clearly enticed by the thought of food. Upon hearing the little cat's call, Qi Mo seemed to understand. Xueqiu wished to eat. Very well, at dawn. We shall search for them, he agreed with a nod. The two soon emerged from the woods. After half an evening of felling trees, the forest at the foot of the mountain had been reduced by half, leaving only a sparse scattering of trees. Huo Jingxian sprinted down, coincidentally encountering Huo Liangzhou and Qi Mo along the way. Little Mo, you found Uncle Liangzhou, Huo Jingxian exclaimed. Huo Liangzhou replied with a smile, I was at home. When Mo woke up and didn't see me, he ran out to search. Where are the mutated ants? Huo Liangzhou inquired. Huo Jingxian responded, they are over by the chicken farm. Brother Qin is using the smoked fish that little Mo provided to lure them and prevent them from descending the mountain too quickly. I must hurry back to check on the traps. With that, Huo Jingxian dashed off. Huo Liangzhou lifted the chubby cub and handed the lantern to the young master. Qi Mo grasped his husband's hand with one hand while holding the lantern in the other, hastening towards the village. 3 to 4 minutes later, the two returned to the village's edge. 8 people were digging, and a pit measuring about 10 square meters had been completed. The pit was approximately half a meter wide and over 30 centimeters deep, with a layer of brush at the bottom, covered by straw, which had been doused in diesel. Once ignited, the flames would rapidly spread, engulfing any mutated ants that fell into the trap. With the pit prepared, the next question was how to lure the mutated ants into the trap. Huo Jingxian glanced at those gathered outside the pit. The elder clan leader spoke. "We have an old hen at home. Let us use her." The hen was rather small. The ants would circle around, devouring her quickly and then fleeing at an astonishing speed. If they managed to break free from the encirclement, it would spell trouble. Huo Jingxian interjected, recalling the swift movements of the mutated ants. They were now very close to the village. The mutated ants were slow until they encountered food, but once they detected prey, their speed was remarkable. What of Qinlan, he pondered. Surely, she was safe? Chiemo immediately suggested, let us stack some bricks. This way, the ants would have to climb up. Soon, the bricks were brought over, and the old hen from the village chief's home was also confined in a cage. Chiemo turned to the elder clan leader, saying, I still have some quails that lay eggs at home. I'll give you 3. Your child should eat some eggs for nourishment. The bricks were stacked to a height of 1 meter and doused with diesel. The hen bore several cuts, blood trickling down as it clucked incessantly. Huo Liangzhou advised, now, let the villagers disperse. They should return home or wait at the village committee for news. With so many people gathered here, the mutated ants might not enter the trap. Upon hearing this, the villagers promptly scattered. Confronting a horde of man-eating ants was far more terrifying than facing bandits. As the crowd dispersed, Huo Liangzhou turned to the young master beside him, saying, Mo, take the cubs home first. I will go find Qinlan and lure the mutated ants over. We will ignite the fire together. Jingxian and Jingzhan nodded in agreement. We'll ensure Mo is well taken care of. Chiemo glanced at Huo Liangzhou with concern. Husband, wait for me to make breakfast when you return. All right, be good. I will be back soon, Huo Liangzhou assured her. Huo Jiayun's eyes turned red with jealousy, but she could only mutter in frustration. Don't you have hands? Why do you need a man to cook? He is my husband. I take delight in him cooking for me. If you disagree, go find your own instead of coveting someone else's. Chiemo retorted unceremoniously. Huo Jingzhan turned to Huo Jiayun. Aren't you leaving? Do you wish to feed the mutated ants? You must understand, with so many men in the world, why must you covet another's husband? The crux is, can you even take him away? Uncle Liangzhou has no interest in you. Do not disrupt his family, Huo Jingzhan stated. Huo Jiayun was infuriated, especially since the diesel was provided by her family. Yet no one came to her aid. It was not that the villagers were unwilling to support her. Facing Huo Jiayun, who brazenly sought to steal another's husband, left them speechless. Who among them did not have a husband? If everyone were to act as she did, how would they continue living? Particularly since they all lived in the same village, if she wanted to seek someone, she ought to venture farther away. Even rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. Such a simple truth seemed lost on her. Chiemo escorted the 2 young men home, or rather, it was Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingzhan accompanying Chiemo back. The 3 quickly gathered at the water cellar's top. Huo Liangzhou soon located the chicken farm. Qinlan had already escaped from the farm. Upon seeing Huo Liangzhou, she shouted, Run! The mutated ants have set their sights on me. Their speed has increased tremendously. Huo Liangzhou replied, Do not panic. We only have a small trap. We need to gather them first. You run ahead to the village committee. Once the trap ignites, most of the mutated ants will be exterminated, but there may be a few stragglers. At that point, have the villagers use iron shovels to crush them. Huo Liangzhou instructed her. Qinlan nodded, all right, be careful. I will inform the elder clan leader. Watching her run off, Huo Liangzhou noted how swiftly she moved. No wonder she dared to lure the mutated ants. In the dimness of the night, Huo Liangzhou held a lantern that dispelled the darkness, illuminating a small area. The mutated ants caught the scent of food and swiftly poured out from the chicken farm. They were the size of a pinky finger, a dark mass resembling a tide, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers, evoking fear of density. Huo Liangzhou remained motionless until the mutated ants surged nearly to his feet, at which point he instantaneously shifted to 100 meters away, enticing the ants and causing them to cluster even more densely. Chiemo stood atop the water cellar, anxiously glancing towards the trap at the village's end. Are they coming? Have they arrived yet? Snowball, why don't you help Daddy? What if he gets eaten by the mutated ants? Chiemo spoke to the sleepy kitten perched on her shoulder. The kitten, Snowball, was concerned yet unhelpful, as Daddy was not as weak as she thought. Suddenly, Mo exclaimed, "The trap is too small. Jingxian, Jingzhan, hurry over here. Bring 2 logs with you. I have a barrel of gasoline at home. We will build a defense line behind the trap." Upon hearing this, Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingzhan promptly followed Mo downstairs. Each carried a tree, placing them a dozen meters behind the trap, then dousing them with gasoline. Mo instructed them to continue along the path, pouring gasoline for a full 40 to 50 meters, forming a semicircle directed towards the trap. This way, even if any mutated ants escaped, they would be forced back by the fire if they attempted to flee towards the village. As darkness gradually receded, the sky began to brighten. Mo, Huo Jingxian, and Huo Jingzhan stood outside the second line of defense. In the distance, a black tide surged forth. "Little Mo, look over there. Are those the mutated ants coming? Liangzhou is in front of them." Huo Jingxian pointed ahead. Mo's spirits lifted. "They are here." Huo Liangzhou stood atop the first trap made of bricks. Having thrown the elder clan leader's hen to the ground, where the mutated ants immediately rushed into the cage, the hen emitting a dreadful scream. The mutated ants swarmed rapidly. Huo Liangzhou tucked his pant legs into his socks as the mutated ants began to crawl on him. He brushed them off as they climbed onto him, waiting until most of the mutated ants had entered the trap. With a match in hand, he struck it against the dry straw soaked in diesel, instantly teleporting to the second line of defense. With a shake, the ants that had crawled on him fell to the ground, and Huo Liangzhou confirmed he could teleport with living beings without danger, provided they remained connected. Otherwise, if they fell, they would be reduced to dust in an instant. The flames roared to life, instantly dispersing a vast darkness. Outside the trap, many straggling mutated ants continued to pour in, beginning to take detours. Observing the ants changing direction, Mo shouted to the 2 young men beside her, "Quick! Ignite the second trap. Expand it to form a surrounding circle. Do not let them escape. Husband, hurry over." Chapter 64. At Mo's shout, Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingzhan, who had been prepared on either end, immediately began to trace circles along the areas already drenched in gasoline, attempting to encircle the entire swarm of mutated ants. Mo called out to Huo Liangzhou anxiously, "Husband, hurry! I'm about to ignite it." Huo Liangzhou raced over. When Mo saw him cross the log, a swarm of mutated ants surged toward them. She promptly tossed the lit matchstick onto the wood. With a thunderous roar, the flames spread rapidly along the gasoline-soaked areas. Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingzhan poured gasoline while running at a swift pace. If the fire caught up to them, they might also ignite. A circle was traced, and where the 2 fires met, a perfect trap was completed. Mo yelled at the 2 who were seated nearby, "This is not the time to rest. Quickly bring more wood. Wherever the flames are weak, throw the wood in immediately. We need to reinforce any weak spots. If any mutated ants break through, crush them or throw in straw to ignite them," she shouted. Before Mo could continue, Qinlan had already arrived with Huo Liangya and others, along with Chanxia's husband, Huo Liangyu, who hurriedly approached. The mutated ants numbered not in the hundreds, but in the thousands, a relentless tide sweeping forth. They were not human. They did not fear death. Upon discovering their entrapment, the mutated ants initiated a frantic charge through the fiery ring in a desperate bid for escape. They endeavored to pave their path with the bodies of their fallen comrades. Fortunately, Mo was timely in his observation, and with the cooperation of numerous villagers, the onrushing mutated ants were successfully repelled back. Even the more vulnerable spots where the flames flickered weakly were barricaded with firewood by the villagers. When doused with gasoline, the wood and straw ignited instantaneously, producing an exceedingly high temperature. Despite the sweltering heat, the villagers remained vigilant, knowing that should these creatures break free, they would pose a deadly threat. The dogs had already been reduced to mere bones, a horrifying sight indeed. As dawn broke, no more mutated ants surged forth from the fire ring. Huo Liangzhou escorted Mo back. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" Huo Liangzhou inquired. Hearing this, Mo produced a watermelon, expressing his desire for fruit. The chubby cub, having awakened after 9 months, also clamored for a taste, opening his mouth with an ah. The little kitten, Snowball, mewed in unison, eager for a share of the watermelon. Observing the 3 indulging in the fruit, Huo Liangzhou also opened his mouth, inviting the young master to feed him a bite. As expected, the watermelon from the young master was particularly sweet and refreshingly cool, a true delight. However, we cannot solely feast on watermelon. Let us have some porridge, Huo Liangzhou suggested. Mo looked up and replied, We can prepare a pot of rice porridge. Afterward, we can head to the mountains to dig for mutated ant eggs. Huo Liangzhou chuckled in acknowledgement. Ah, you still remember. He nodded in agreement. Before long, a large steel pot of porridge was boiling away. Mo had already retrieved pumpkin porridge from his spatial storage, along with a platter of tomato shrimp balls to share with the chubby cub and Snowball. Huo Liangzhou had set aside his portion. Additionally, there was a generous plate of stir-fried noodles, which Mo had prepared specifically for Huo Liangzhou, knowing that he required a hearty meal. As Huo Liangzhou settled down, he watched the chubby cub devouring the shrimp balls, cautioning, "He is still young. Don't let him consume too much salt." Mo nodded in understanding. "I've ensured that the chef omitted the salt." "You certainly think ahead," Huo Liangzhou remarked. Once they finished their meal, Mo tidied up the porridge to prevent it from spoiling due to their late return. Wearing sun hats, Huo Liangzhou and the young master set off toward the mountains. Huo Jingtan and a few others followed closely behind. It was past 7, and the weather was swelteringly hot, causing their clothes to become drenched in sweat upon stepping outside. Qinlan turned to Huo Liangzhou and inquired, "Can those ant eggs truly be consumed?" Huo Liangzhou responded confidently, "If ants can be eaten, then naturally, their eggs are edible as well." Following the trail left by the mutated ants, they soon arrived at the location of the pig farm's back entrance, a canyon stream. Gazing upon the vast network of the enormous ant nest, they occasionally spotted a few mutated ants scuttling about. Their numbers were scarce, and rather than attacking, they swiftly retreated back into the safety of their nest. Huo Liangzhou remarked, "We have eradicated the ant colony, but the queen ant remains, along with the worker ants. If we do not eliminate the queen, we may soon find ourselves beset again by another horde of mutated ants. Let us begin digging," Huo Jingtan proposed. A group of villagers promptly set to work. Chun Xia tugged at Mo's sleeve while he held the chubby cub, observing Huo Liangzhou and the others excavating the ground in search of the queen ant. "Chun Jia." Mo turned to Chun Xia. She whispered about the previous robbery incidents. "Your Liangzhou mentioned compensating with supplies, but why has nothing been done yet? There are villagers who have started to grumble." Mo replied, "I'm aware of this matter. I've been a bit busy these past few days, but once those individuals are dealt with, I will make arrangements. Please let them know not to worry. My husband has assured me, and I will certainly remember." Chun Xia felt reassured upon hearing this. It was not a major issue, but if left unaddressed, it could lead to villagers speaking ill of them, which was undesirable. She worried that Mo, being young and tender-faced, might take offense. Before long, with the efforts of 4 or 5 individuals digging, the ground was unearthed, revealing a queen ant over half a meter in size, plump and pale. Even as they excavated her from the earth, the queen continued to lay eggs at a rapid pace. The worker ants busily transported the eggs to the incubation chamber. In a swift motion, the queen was struck down with a pickaxe. As the incubation chamber was unearthed, Mo gasped in awe at the sight of a vast expanse filled with numerous white ant eggs, each the size of marbles, densely occupying 4 to 5 square meters of the chamber. Dozens of worker ants, witnessing their chamber being invaded, immediately charged toward the intruders. However, this meager number was swiftly dispatched by Huo Jingtan and the others. "These ant eggs must be highly nutritious. Hurry and gather them in baskets. Remember to boil them once you return home, lest they hatch and bring forth a new queen, which would be troublesome," Huo Liangzhou instructed, as he too took a bag to collect a substantial portion. The group promptly made their way down the mountain. By this time it was around 9 o'clock, and the temperature had soared to 47 or 48 degrees. Mo carried an umbrella while the chubby cub clutched a small milk bottle, occasionally offering sips to his father. Upon returning home, Mo relayed Chun Xia's concerns. Huo Liangzhou began boiling water, washing the ant eggs before placing them into the pot. Upon hearing Mo's words, he chuckled. "They certainly remember clearly, but I admit I have been remiss. I've been quite occupied these past few days and forgot about it." "What have you been busy with?" Mo inquired, fully aware that Huo Liangzhou had spent the entirety of the previous day in disarray, leaving him sore upon waking. "Are you planning to go witness the executions tonight?" Huo Liangzhou asked, concerned it might frighten the young master. However, he did not conceal the truth. He now sought the young master's opinion before making decisions. "I wish to see their fate. How dare they bully me? Am I someone they can trifle with? Moreover, it is utterly outrageous that they even thought to bully you. My husband must not be subjected to such treatment. If anyone is to bully, it should only be me," Mo exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. Huo Liangzhou chuckled. "My little master has finally come to understand the importance of safeguarding what is his. Once the ant eggs were cooked, Huoliangzhou peeled a few and offered them to the young master. Delicious? I senti it? It resembles a quail egg, though it is even more fragrant. Can they still grow? They look quite harmless, Chiemo remarked as he split one open, sharing half with the chubby cub and half with Snowball. Producing ice cream, Chiemo divided half for Huoliangzhou before continuing. I mentioned preparing supplies for those families after their executions. We have potatoes, some lotus roots, meat sauce, fruit preserves, canned peaches, and some smoked fish and chicken. Huoliangzhou scooped a spoonful of ice cream and offered it to Snowball before responding. Let us take a bottle of meat sauce, a jar of fruit preserves, 1 smoked chicken and 1 smoked fish. That should suffice. Then it's settled. We'll deliver them tomorrow, Chiemo said, stifling a yawn, feeling fatigued after such a long day. The 4 of them, not counting Snowball, moved their sleeping arrangements to the basement. The temperature there was 10 degrees cooler than the living room, around 37 or 38 degrees, providing some semblance of relief. Mutated beasts had begun to appear in various locations, but Chiemo was initially unaware as he had never ventured beyond Jiangcheng in his previous life, and Huoliangzhou had refrained from sharing this information with him. Meanwhile, Qiu Yun, also a reborn soul, had met his demise but later transformed into a ghostly presence beside Bai Bin, gaining knowledge of many things. The severance of communication lines rendered orders from Kyoto impossible to transmit. Amidst the initial chaos, Kyoto organized a bicycle brigade to establish manual communication. Numerous water cisterns were constructed in various locations. Although the city could not restore its water supply, designated points for water distribution were set up. While this situation provided little relief, it nonetheless offered a glimmer of hope. Particularly, government departments began issuing directives, enforcing strict penalties. Any acts of theft, robbery, or murder would result in execution. They would ensure that no resources, not even a drop of water or a grain of rice, were wasted on these offenders. Concurrently, government agencies were alerted to the presence of mutated beasts, instructing them to fortify defenses and extinguish any that appeared swiftly. Huoliangzhou had set his sights on capturing mutated bees, as individuals from Haicheng had begun their search. With food supplies dwindling, everyone was desperately seeking sustenance, as plants withered, and the living were driven to great lengths to find food. Despite the impending demise of countless marine creatures along the shore tomorrow, accompanied by a foul stench, numerous survivors still flock to collect water. The seawater is, of course, undrinkable. However, with nature's assistance and through the process of distillation, fresh water can be extracted. Those who once scoffed at the rumors of the apocalypse now fully embrace them. Even if the nation possesses reserves of food, it is futile if it cannot reach their locations. Moreover, that region does not require food. The agricultural provinces are neglecting their own needs, opting instead to seek resources from afar. After all, anyone with eyes can discern that the parched earth ahead is incapable of yielding crops. Chiemo did not venture outside. The situation in Taohua town was relatively favorable. As dusk descended, he awakened. He gently roused the slumbering Huoliangzhou, saying, "It's 6:30. After we've eaten, we must head to the town." Huoliangzhou nodded in agreement. "Sure, you tend to the little one while I prepare some noodles." The exertion of the past few days had been rather taxing. Chun Feng had fled a considerable distance, and after merely 2 days into Jiang Nuan's expedition, a plethora of fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. He was uncertain whether these were precognitive warnings or remnants of a rebirth. He discerned that several months into the apocalypse, Huoliangzhou had become powerful enough to procure food. In a bid to obtain supplies from Huoliangzhou, they had manipulated the young master and taken him away. Such an act would undoubtedly compel Huoliangzhou to rescue the young master. Subsequently, Chun Feng awakened a peculiar ability. While lacking in formidable power, it enabled 2 targets to overlook each other, rendering them unrecognizable upon meeting. This was a rule, distorting any surrounding attempts at reminder. Yet, Chun Feng had not anticipated that, in their desperation, Qi Huai and others would set their sights on Chiemo. With Chiemo's demise, the ability affecting both Chiemo and Huoliangzhou would be disrupted. Thus, Huoliangzhou burst in, and they were all slain without a single soul escaping. Faced with Huoliangzhou's acquisition of the Jiang family's grain processing factory and beverage factory, which starkly contrasted with his previous life, Chun Feng felt that Chiemo might have received fragmented memories even earlier than he had or perhaps had experienced a rebirth. His own late acquisition of these memories left him unable to amass substantial resources. Fearing that Huoliangzhou might eliminate him, Chun Feng chose to hide. Jiang Nuan sought out Chiemo while Chun Feng resolved to assess the situation further. Huoliangzhou, affluent and enamored with GMO, surely had stockpiled a considerable amount of resources. Therefore, while he could not contend with Huo Liangzhou, not everyone was powerless against him. He needed to seek formidable allies. However, he struggled to recall any strong individuals from the early days of the apocalypse, and those from later on would likely prove inadequate against Huo Liangzhou. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Chen Feng called out. "Young Master Chen." Wei Vi gathered information. "Huo Liangzhou is not in Jiang City. He seems to have left it in the hands of his brother, Huo Liangchuan. What do you think? Should we take action?" Wei Vi heard he has hidden a substantial amount of food. A young thug reported. Chen Feng's eyes brightened at the news. "Hold on. Continue to investigate. Old Master Bai is quite powerful. Perhaps we should consult with Bai Zhou. He should be capable of rivaling Huo Liangzhou," Chen Feng suggested. Chapter 65. Huo Liangzhou entered the kitchen, and soon 2 servings of tomato and egg noodles were prepared. His little master seemed to prefer every meal served cold, which was not ideal, especially since the little master was pregnant. Fortunately, the noodles cooled relatively quickly. "Mo, come and eat," Huo Liangzhou called out. The egg noodles were bland and tasteless, as care was taken to avoid seasoning for the sake of the chubby little one, who was still too young for salt. Mo joined him in washing their hands together with the chubby child. Huo Liangzhou instructed, "Fetch some meat sauce to accompany the meal. I didn't add any salt." Mo understood, as he often prepared dishes without seasoning. He retrieved a small jar of meat sauce and poured it into a small dish. A bite of noodle, a piece of egg, and a scoop of meat sauce created a surprisingly delightful combination. The chubby child blinked his big eyes, finding the blandness not entirely unpalatable, enhanced slightly by the tang of tomatoes, proving quite enjoyable. Little cat Shueqiu, however, was a different story. Swift as the wind, it teleported to the meat sauce, took a lick, and promptly returned to devour its own portion of noodles. Mo paid no heed to the little cat. It was well behaved and required no reminders. Initially concerned about the little cat's cleanliness, he now realized that as a spiritual creature, even if it rolled in debris, it remained immaculate. Parasites could not afflict the little cat, rendering it pristine and suitable for affection, nibbles or cuddles alike. After their meal, the well-rested family once again brought out the baby stroller, placing the chubby child and little cat Shueqiu inside. Huo Liangzhou pushed the stroller while Mo followed closely by his side. Having a man around was quite advantageous. He need not exert himself to push. The villagers of Huo family village were well aware of the news. Children eager to join the commotion were reprimanded and kept indoors, as such matters were not to be taken lightly. Many young people prepared to join the excitement, and some members of the guard also arrived, delegating the protective duties to others in the village. A throng of individuals set forth toward the town. Not only the villagers of Huo family village were heading to the town. Residents from neighboring Huang family village and Chun family village were also in attendance. Recently, anxiety had spread among the populace due to robberies and mutated wolves. Village chief Huo Liangtian walked with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by the village chiefs of Huang family and Chun family villages. Their villages were closely situated, all at the foot of the mountain, facing similar circumstances, though Huo family village was nearer to the base. Huo family village had previously experienced a fire that almost engulfed the entire village. Given the current situation, there was no water to extinguish the flames, and even the emergency call could not be made. Fortunately, their response had been swift, establishing a firebreak to contain the blaze. Huo Liangtian spoke, "We quickly created a firebreak to limit the flames within, and by cutting further in, we managed to avert a major disaster." The chief of Chun family village interjected, "I've heard that your villagers have been cutting down trees at night. What's the purpose?" "Yes. Why are you felling so many trees?" chimed in the villager from Huang family village. Huo Liangtian shook his head. "You two have an alarmingly low sense of danger. The forecast predicts extreme heat with no rain. There's no water, and the trees are dying. Those dead trees are highly flammable. Your village lies at the mountain's foot. Should a fire spread into your village, what will you do?" Both Chun and Huang village chiefs nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot rely on fire brigades anymore. After all, we have neither the means to contact them nor the water to extinguish the flames." Huo Liangtian continued, "Once a fire occurs and the trees are burned, where will you find replacements? Several dozen miles away? Hurry and chop some to take home for storage. These trees are non-renewable resources. Moreover, after the extreme heat, there will undoubtedly come extreme cold. Are you certain you wish to not stockpile more wood? When people from the city come to chop trees, just think of how many people there will be and how many trees they will need." Huo Liangtian elaborated, By cutting down trees you can spot mutated beasts easily, and in extreme cold you'll have firewood. Act swiftly. Once the trees are gone, there will be nothing left to fell. The chiefs of Chun and Huang family villages concurred wholeheartedly. You are right. I will inform the villagers upon my return, both village chiefs affirmed. In the past, Taohua town would see all doors shut tightly at night. Under such circumstances, who would dare venture outside? Yet today was different. The ominous specter of death loomed over the town. A horde of ruthless, inhumane robbers awaited their fate. They were to be executed today, paying the price for their past misdeeds. There could be no greater satisfaction. Outside the town, before the grove of poplar trees, a colossal bonfire blazed, creating an oppressive heat. Torches illuminated the hastily erected platform of judgment. Armed police and special forces surrounded the area, and town officials maintained order. Unbeknownst to anyone, small stalls had been set up, where individuals exchanged goods amongst themselves. For instance, the cured meats from your household, the potatoes from mine, and the candies, cigarettes, and liquor from his. Currency has truly lost its significance. However, the practice of barter, which has endured from the ancient times to the future, will never fade away. Chiemo exchanged 2 pieces of candy for a small windmill, which was then affixed to the baby stroller. With no evening breeze, Chiemo crouched down and blew gently, causing the windmill to spin fervently, eliciting hearty laughter from the chubby child, who seemed to find immense delight in the spectacle. The soft cooing of the infant was undeniably uplifting. At 7:50, the dozen or so robbers and murderers were escorted onto the platform, where Director Huang commenced recounting the crimes committed by these individuals. Subsequently, the families of the criminals were brought forth, one by one, to stand amidst the crowd, subjected to their scrutiny, which drove them to despair. "Do not let misfortune befall my family," one criminal shouted, as he witnessed his wife, children, and parents being spat upon and even pelted with stones by the throng, his anger boiling over. Director Huang confronted the murderer. "Do not let misfortune befall your family? I have conducted my investigation, and you have taken home the spoils of your crimes. They have consumed the sustenance of others, the blood of innocents staining their food. You have benefited. Thus you are guilty and deserve punishment. We have reclaimed the grain you stole, which will be returned to the victims' families as compensation. You see, you have murdered entire families. Rest assured, they too have loved ones who will seek vengeance upon your kin. You are the pillar of your household. Without you, they will face scorn and oppression from the villagers. All of this is your fault." Director Huang chastised the wrongdoers, aiming his words not only at the criminals but also at the onlookers, conveying a clear message. Should you dare to transgress the law, your family and loved ones will endure fates more dreadful than death. Thus, consider the consequences carefully before engaging in criminal acts. With the sound of execution, heads began to roll. At the moment of execution, Huoliangzhou raised his hand to shield the young master's eyes. The chubby child, whose stroller had been overturned, could see nothing but the dense crowd of onlookers. Once the trial concluded, the villagers dispersed. Chiemo followed Huoliangzhou home. Although the night breeze was cool, many were in high spirits, for the wicked had received their due justice, and even their families faced repercussions, which was a source of satisfaction. Upon returning home, Huoliangzhou affectionately ruffled the young master's hair, asking, "Were you frightened?" "Not at all. I've seen far worse, especially that dog. Devoured by mutated ants. That was far more terrifying than beheading," Chiemo replied, unperturbed. He had long cultivated a courage that rendered such fears obsolete. Producing a bag of sea cucumbers, Chiemo offered one to Huoliangzhou. "We slept through the day. What shall we do now? I can't seem to sleep," he inquired. Meanwhile, the chubby child had begun to doze off, his large eyes drooping heavily, his head tilting. Huoliangzhou wrapped his arms around him and softly asked, "Do you want some?" Chiemo felt a shiver run down his spine, his legs growing weak as his body instinctively reacted, hastily refusing, "No, my waist still aches." He feared that such occurrences might become frequent, leading to dire consequences. Huoliangzhou, however, was truly formidable. "Very well, let Qiu stay home with your brother. Shueqiu, you accompany your father. We shall head to Haicheng to capture some mutated bees," Huoliangzhou said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. After years of effort, the young master had finally begun to understand, yet his body was not keeping pace. He needed to provide the young master with more nourishing sustenance to help him catch up. Chiemo was still bewildered by the turn of events when he felt himself spinning, his vision swirling before he realized he had been carried into an unfamiliar place by Huoliangzhou. Discovering that the chubby child was no longer in his arms, Chiemo immediately protested. No, no, I can't leave the chubby child behind. He must always be within my sight. Huoliangzhou, my dear, wait. Let me just give Cho some instructions. You wait outside, Chiemo called out. Huoliangzhou replied. All right, I'll wait outside. Just let me know when you're ready. The strange place vanished abruptly, and Chiemo sighed in relief, finding himself back in the living room. Even with Cho watching over the chubby child, Chiemo remained uneasy. What if the child cried? Cho was still an infant, how could he soothe him? The thought of such chaos was unfathomable to Chiemo. Fortunately, the chubby child was already quite sleepy, so Chiemo placed him gently into the spatial tent, planning to construct a wooden cabin there when he had the chance, which would be more convenient. He scattered feed for the chickens, ducks, and geese, fed the pigs and fish, while the rabbits could fend for themselves, grazing on grass. At that moment, the grass in the space had grown over 20 centimeters high, lush and tender, appearing quite delectable. The fruit trees had come back to life, vibrant and full of spirit, shedding their withered leaves and sprouting fresh green ones, rejuvenating in their splendor. Zipping up the tent, Chiemo called for Cho. The little golden cat emerged eagerly. Chiemo could hardly contain his excitement as he petted it. The second one was rather lethargic, especially quiet and lazy. Cho, if any insects or little rabbits come by, chase them away. Don't let them harm your brother, Chiemo instructed. Cho mewed softly, wagging its tail twice in acknowledgement. Although Cho spoke in the language of cats, Chiemo understood perfectly. Emerging from the space, Chiemo closed the door and stepped into the yard, where under the moonlight, Huoliangzhou's tall figure stood waiting. He was imposing, handsome, charming, and utterly captivating. Darling. Chiemo rushed over and embraced him. Huoliangzhou chuckled, pulling him close from behind, leaning down to kiss him. This kiss lingered for several minutes, only breaking when Chiemo struggled to free himself. Blushing, with weak legs and flushed cheeks, Chiemo feigned nonchalance. Do you still want to? Let us go. Huoliangzhou replied, lifting the young master into his arms as he called out for Shueqiu. In that moment, Chiemo realized he was being taken to yet another unfamiliar place. Surrounding them was an abyss of darkness, with only the ground beneath their feet illuminated, resembling a stage. Shueqiu, are you ready? Let us go, Huoliangzhou instructed. In an instant, the enormous little cat, Shueqiu, vanished beneath the moonlight. Simultaneously, at the coast of Haiqing, a beam of light appeared, revealing a colossal cat, regal and imposing. It towered, adorned with crystalline horns atop its head, its teeth glistening coldly, and its claws robust and sharp. The rocks beneath its feet shattered like tofu beneath its formidable claws. Holding on to Huoliangzhou's neck, Chiemo curiously asked, Darling, where are we? Chapter 66. Held in the embrace of the young master, calling him darling, Huoliangzhou found immense joy in the moment. Felt delightful. Ruffling the young master's hair, he reveled in the comforting scent of milk that lingered on him from caring for the little ones. Inhaling deeply was incredibly soothing. This is inside Shueqiu. I've told you before, Shueqiu is a soul beast. Can fight independently or alongside its master. Essentially, think of Shueqiu as a chassis. Its functions are quite similar, Huoliangzhou explained. Where is everyone? Chiemo questioned. My little cub hasn't been born yet. No. My little cub was incredibly powerful in the last life. How can it be so formidable? Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared ahead, displaying the perspective of Shueqiu. The sound of rushing water echoed. Chiemo looked outside. Are we by the sea? Huoliangzhou nodded, confirming their arrival. Upon realization, Chiemo felt elated. Darling, are there still fish in the sea? Let us catch some. I'm not sure. There should be. But first let us deal with the mutated bees. Huoliangzhou replied. Chiemo found it somewhat perplexing. The mutated bees were quite distant, so why did his husband want to eliminate this group? He couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind it. Huoliangzhou addressed Shueqiu, asking, Have you located the nest of the mutated bees? Shueqiu emitted a soft meow, its fierce physique producing an adorably naive kitten-like sound. It leapt onto the rocks and darted along the coastline, its speed and efficiency surpassing that of Huoliangzhou, its father, by a considerable margin. In less than half an hour, the little kitten had scoured the seaside, even bringing back an enormous mutated octopus and 2 oversized mutated crabs for its father, dispatching them with a swift strike before storing them away for later consumption. As mutated bees skimmed across the sea surface, they detected small fish surfacing and promptly plunged into the water. With a swift jab of their stingers, They incapacitated the fish and carried them away. A swarm of mutated bees returned to their hive, only to be spotted by Xueqiu perched on the rocks. Huoliangzhou had noticed the appearance of the mutated bees as well. Mo, already drowsy, nestled against his husband's embrace. As for the stool, it was entirely composed of soul energy, and now the cockpit had transformed into a modern luxury driving chamber, complete with opulent seating. Mo. We found the mutated bees, Huoliangzhou announced. Mo rubbed his eyes and inquired, why do we need to kill the mutated bees? Upon hearing the young master's confusion, Huoliangzhou explained, eliminating them serves to minimize human casualties. This swarm of mutated bees is destined to dominate the coastal city, posing a significant threat that would be arduous to eradicate. Additionally, you should be aware of the origin of the apocalypse, right? Upon hearing this, Mo responded, I don't know. Although I have been reborn, I died 7 months later. After some contemplation, Huoliangzhou ruffled the young master's hair, tousling it into disarray. Blinking in realization, Mo gradually understood. Yes, that was 20 years ago. I was able to bear children because of that fallen giant, correct? Indeed. The giant precipitated the apocalypse. Its desire to survive means we must perish, Huoliangzhou elucidated. Mo still seemed perplexed. But didn't it die? It lost its head. Losing its head does not equate to death. It brought certain elements along, and now those elements are awakening. The mutations are manifestations of that revived power. We must eliminate these mutated beasts and gather the revived rules to contend with it. Should we prevail, we ascend to divinity. Should we fail, we meet our demise, our souls scattered, and our lineage extinguished, Huoliangzhou expounded. The moment he entered Xueqiu, Huoliangzhou's memories surged back. He witnessed countless people perishing, their lives transformed into sustenance for the entity. Though Mo had not experienced it firsthand, he felt the brutal reality of carnage and despair. So, did we succeed? He inquired. Leaning down to kiss the young master's cheek, Huoliangzhou replied, if we lose, our souls will be scattered. Therefore, we must consider ourselves successful. But what of our current state? Mo probed further, what does that mean for me and for you? Huoliangzhou shook his head. It is neither a complete success nor a failure. We simply ended in mutual destruction. After all that, I had thought you had decisively crushed that entity, Mo remarked. Yet it seems we merely perished together. That is still quite impressive. Given the massive stature of that being, it must have been extraordinarily powerful. And humanity must strive to overcome it. Standing before the entrance of the mutated bee nest, Huoliangzhou observed that the hive occupied a vast cavern, standing at least 1 meter high and 2 meters wide, with countless mutated bees entering and exiting. We need gasoline to exterminate them, he instructed. Isn't smoking them out preferable? Burning them would mean we cannot consume them, Mo questioned. Huoliangzhou responded, I fear they might escape. After some thought, Mo suggested, let us block the entrance, first check for additional exits, seal them all, and then we can use pine wood to smoke them out. Once the fire is roaring, they won't be able to escape. Their wings will be singed. Huoliangzhou considered this and agreed. Xueqiu led the way as Huoliangzhou began to fell withered trees. The little kitten, now the size of a thumb, swiftly explored the mutated bee nest, discovering that there was only a single exit, confirming the validity of Mo's plan. However, it was prudent to wait until all the mutated bees returned to their hive before launching an attack. Chopping down tree after tree, Huoliangzhou amassed a sizable pile of timber, while Mo prepared to ignite it. Once the fire blazed to its peak, they would store it away. This would effectively seal the cave entrance, ensuring not a single mutated bee could escape. What shall we do now? Should we engage in some activity or rest? Huoliangzhou inquired, wrapping his arm around the slender waist of the young master. Though Mo was 3 months pregnant, there were no visible signs of it yet. Bending down, he affectionately stroked Xueqiu's head. Of course, we are off to catch some seafood. It's not every day we find ourselves at the seaside. Huoliangzhou had no objections. The young master had endured hunger in the past and had a penchant for stockpiling food, so let them gather. With torches in hand, and Xueqiu perched on his father's shoulder, the family of 3 endeavored to find and catch seafood, while another group sought the mutated bees. Standing upon the rocks, Xiao Yun exclaimed, this is far too difficult. Bai Bin should gather the masses tomorrow night to search together. These mutated bees will not attack humans just yet. It's only when they continue to mutate and evolve that humans will become their most vulnerable prey. In Jiangqing, Chun Feng's subordinates finally made contact with Bai Sanyi. Upon hearing the news, Chun Feng joyously slapped the table and set off towards the rendezvous with Bai Jiu. Bai Jiu was formidable, especially in a few months' time. Chun Feng was uncertain of Bai Zhou's current strength, but deemed it worthwhile to investigate, as Bai Zhou commanded many followers. With a larger following, there would be a greater demand for provisions, thus necessitating the acquisition of supplies. They shared a foundation for cooperation. Bai Sanyi regarded Chun Feng, who appeared fatigued with dark circles under his eyes. "Young Master Chun, you seek me for a reason?" Bai Zhou inquired, lighting a cigarette, knowing that the wealthy young master would have previously looked down upon him during the pre-apocalyptic era. Chun Feng, addressing Bai Sanyi directly, stated, "I will be straightforward. I wish to collaborate with you. I know of a source with abundant supplies. Pray tell, who possesses such plentiful resources? Keep in mind that most supplies have been requisitioned by the state." Bai Sanyi responded with a smile. Chun Feng confidently replied, "The Huo family, specifically Huo Liangzhou." Bai Sanyi chuckled. Huo Liangzhou acquired the Jiang family's food processing factory, so he must have a substantial stock of grains and beverages. However, government officials subsequently approached Huo Liangzhou and confiscated a significant portion of his supplies, so what remains is likely minimal. Chun Feng shook his head. "What I refer to is not the obvious supplies, but the hidden stock. Huo Liangzhou's wife, Mo, has reportedly used Huo Liangzhou's funds to procure a vast amount of food. We are unaware of where Mo has concealed this food, but as long as we locate Mo and his son, we can secure a considerable quantity of provisions." Upon mentioning the charming and beautiful young master of the Huo family, Bai Sanyi's mind filled with images of that chubby child with large eyes. Human infants are simply adorable. He longed to hold and cuddle them, though they were not his to claim. Recalling the vast number of medicinal supplies the young master had sought from him, it was evident that meticulous preparations had been made for the apocalypse. Who would purchase such an abundance of medicines without reason? As for donations, would Huo Liangzhou need to purchase supplies? With funds in place, the goods ought to be abundant. It is clear that the lovely and charming young master is hoarding resources. Let us make a deal. You provide me with the young master's whereabouts, where he is located. That little master fled with the child at the onset of the apocalypse, Bai Sanyi stated, looking at Chun Feng. Having struck a deal, Chun Feng felt elated, poured a glass of red wine, and proposed a toast. Satisfied, he departed, humming a tune. Bai Sanyi Bai Zhou was in splendid spirits, gently swirling the goblet in his hand as he savored the contents. Yet, he still failed to detect any distinct flavor. He much preferred the robust and rich sensation of baijiu. The young master resembled a chubby human infant, and he felt an irresistible urge to indulge in some playful antics. "Ha! Chun Feng!" Under the flickering flames, on the sandy beach, the waves crashed ashore. Mo left numerous footprints, turning back to call out to Huo Liangzhou and the little kitten who was diligently searching for seafood. "Look over here, there is a hole that seems to contain something." Huo Liangzhou quickly approached, having found the young master sprinting ahead. The little kitten, Xueqiu, dashed over and excitedly dove headfirst into the hole, which was as wide as an adult's calf, allowing the small creature to easily slip inside. Soon, water began to splash from the hole, and Xueqiu emerged with a fist-sized mantis shrimp clamped in its mouth. Huo Liangzhou swiftly dispatched it with a strike, and Mo collected it into his space. "Let us continue, we need to catch plenty for later." Mo darted forward, his wide eyes sparkling, determined that not a single hole would escape his notice. Over by the rocks, Qiu Yun spoke up. "There are people, we can inquire with them. They are likely villagers come to gather seafood. It's becoming difficult to catch seafood due to the mutations. Just yesterday, someone was dragged into the sea by an octopus," Bibin added. The two men, accompanied by several warriors, hastened toward the beach. Many marine creatures had perished, their bodies consumed by other sea life, their mutations occurring at a far quicker pace than that of land animals. "Greetings, you are villagers from the vicinity, are you not?" "We are from the guard team, and we've heard reports of mutated bees attacking people, primarily at night. Have you come across any?" Qiu Yun inquired as he led the way. Mo turned to face the newcomers. "I haven't seen any. That is their mutated bee nest. The little ones adore mutated bees. If we inform them, their treats will vanish," he thought. "In that case, please be cautious. Yesterday, a villager was dragged into the sea by a mutated octopus, and another was injured by a mutated crab." Bibin warned as he followed behind Qiu Yun. Mo's eyes widened upon seeing Bibin. "What are you doing here?" Huo Liangzhou approached. "You know me. I'm here to exterminate the mutated bees," Bibin replied. Qiu Yun introduced himself. "I am Qiu Yun. The young master thanks you for your life-saving grace." Mo regarded the speaker. "You are Qiu Yun. It's good that you survived." "No need for thanks. I am merely seeking revenge for myself." Huoliangzhou stepped closer. The little kitten leaped onto his head. Chiemo clutched Huoliangzhou's arm. This is my husband. We are also here to eradicate the mutated bees. So leave this to us. Indeed, you have found us. Baibin smiled. Chiemo shifted the subject. Let us catch some fish to eat. Let us build a bonfire. In my past life, I never had the chance to converse properly before being hunted down. Chapter 67. The little kitten, Shueqiu, leapt into the sea, capturing mutated crabs, squid, and eels. The bonfire soon roared to life, and Baibin was accompanied by several individuals. He turned to Chiemo and said, My memories are rather chaotic, and I recall little. When do you plan to hunt the mutated bees? We'll wait until dawn. The mutated bees are nocturnal, returning to their nests only during the day, Chiemo explained. Baibin retrieved some barbecue seasoning. The mutated crabs had their legs removed and were cut into chunks, placed over the fire to roast, while the squid was dispatched and cut into pieces, skewered on sticks for grilling. The mutated eel was substantial, as thick as an arm, its flesh succulent, sprinkled with chili and roasted on a stick. Baibin's companions produced beer. Huoliangzhou took a can, while Chiemo received a bottle of pure milk. At that moment, Chiemo learned that Baibin had not perished after being captured. He had indeed been seized by Qiu Hu and his gang, but among them was a healer, who mended Baibin after his flesh was cruelly severed. Qiu Hu forbade Baibin's death, as Baibin was favored by Qiu Yun, and he intended to torment Baibin instead. Eventually, Baibin was rescued. Thus, Baibin had lived longer than Chiemo. After the barbecue, Baibin and Qiu Yun passed the mission to Chiemo and Huoliangzhou before taking their leave. The state had organized numerous bicycle teams to deliver goods and relay messages. Order was gradually being reinstated, albeit with inevitable casualties along the way. Under the night breeze, on the beach, Chiemo rested against Huoliangzhou's legs. At the moment the sun rose, Huoliangzhou awakened the young master. Chiemo leaned against Huoliangzhou, as a resplendent red sun emerged over the horizon, dispelling the darkness in a breathtaking display. After watching the sunrise, Huoliangzhou spoke. Let us go and exterminate the mutated bees. The two returned to the cliff where Chiemo gazed into the dark cave which at that moment was devoid of any flying mutated bees, as they were resting in their nests. A massive bonfire was swiftly transported from Chiemo's space to the cave entrance, sealing it tightly without a single gap. The mutated bees within the cave erupted in a frenzy, their buzzing even reaching outside. However, the cave was barricaded with wood, and the mutated bees were currently of a size too small to dislodge the wooden blockade. As the fire blazed brighter, the buzzing gradually diminished. Regardless of their mutations, they remained earthly creatures dependent on oxygen, and would ultimately succumb to suffocation. Half an hour later, Chiemo removed the charcoal. The cave was scalding hot, and countless mutated bees at the entrance had turned to char. The further one ventured inside, the more mutated bees lay lifeless from the smoke. Can we still eat these? Chiemo pondered with concern. Huoliangzhou replied, regardless of their edibility, these mutated bees make prime fertilizer. Don't you have some vegetables to plant? Upon hearing this, Chiemo realized the practicality. Indeed, I have land to cultivate, and fertilizer can be prepared. Venturing deeper, Chiemo discovered the queen bee, dazed from the smoke, which Huoliangzhou promptly dispatched with a pickaxe. The mutated bees were no longer producing honey. Instead, they excreted a substance resembling bird's nest, semi-transparent, which they utilized for nest construction. The bee pupae were remarkably large, akin to silkworm cocoons, each plump and white, appearing far less menacing than expected. Whether stunned or dead from the smoke, all were taken, and the hive was thoroughly stripped bare. With the mutated bees dealt with, Huoliangzhou led Chiemo home. What shall we have for breakfast? Huoliangzhou inquired. Chiemo rested his chin in his hand. Let us boil some white fungus. It's delicious when chilled. I grew tired of barbecue after last night. As the large pot simmered with white fungus, Chiemo stated, Today we must deliver the compensation to the villagers. Huoliangzhou nodded. You specify and I shall procure. Soon 3 portions of meat sauce, 3 cans of yellow peaches, 3 smoked chickens, and 3 smoked fish were prepared. Chiemo considered and added a packet of salt to each portion. Subsequently, he prepared several more packets of salt and canned yellow peaches. Huoliangzhou called for Huo Jingxian, who had just finished his shift, to guard the lookout tower behind the village that night. The supplies were not overwhelmingly abundant, but they were all valuable items. Fresh fruit was currently unobtainable, and as for salt, Yunqing was not coastal. It was inland, making it exceedingly difficult to procure salt, and even if available, it was exorbitantly priced. That evening, Huo Liangzhou distributed the supplies to all who had assisted Qi Mo as a gesture of gratitude. After Huo Liangzhou left home, Qi Mo entered his space and cradled the chubby little one, who was sleeping soundly and snoring softly while blowing bubbles, gently poking the little one's chubby cheeks. Qi Mo's gaze turned to his planting space. The area had expanded once more, the periphery empty, devoid of anything, and the pond had also grown larger. It seemed that there would be an opportunity to arrange for some vegetable planting. Contemplating the work ahead, he thought, I should find a man for this. He still wished to construct a small wooden house, which should be left to the men as it appeared so splendid. Doing it himself would be far too exhausting. Qi Mo placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily at the sky. I am truly clever. He realized he had become rather lazy. Upon Huo Liangzhou's return after delivering the supplies, he entered the kitchen to check on the pot of white fungus soup, simmering gently over low heat. He then sought out the young master, only to find he had vanished, leaving him puzzled as to his whereabouts. Huo Liangzhou called out to his youngest son, Xueqiu. Xueqiu sprang forth, blinking his large eyes at his father, feeling a bit guilty. Sorry, Daddy didn't tell you. The little one must not speak. Huo Liangzhou gazed at the troubled little cub. Daddy isn't asking where your father is specifically, just whether he is at home. Is he safe with your brother? The little kitten, Xueqiu, mewed in response, assuring his father that his father was indeed safe, very safe. With that, Huo Liangzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Qi Mo went to check on the piglets, which immediately began to squeal upon seeing their master, clearly hungry. In the pig pen there was quite a bit of dung. Qi Mo fetched water and hurried outside. He then took out a few heads of cabbage, peeling them to feed the pigs while keeping the cores for himself. After pouring feed and water for the piglets, he moved on to the chickens, ducks, geese and fish. Qi Mo planned to plant some sweet potatoes, as the vines could feed the pigs, ducks, geese and fish. He also had some banana plants he had dug up the night before, uncertain if they would thrive, but they would serve as excellent fodder. Lost in thought, Qi Mo neglected to act and instead went to accompany the cub in taking a nap. Meanwhile, Huo Liangzhou washed the clothes he had changed out of and tidied up the house, having a general grasp of the supplies stored in the basement by the young master. It seemed they could manage to eat for 3 months. Qi Mo was awakened by the weight of the chubby cub. Holding the cub, he called out, Darling, boil some water for the formula. Huo Liangzhou, watching the young master emerge once more, surmised that the young master might possess a space of his own, which pleased him, as it alleviated his worries about the young master's safety. Thus, Huo Liangzhou set about boiling water. Qi Mo retrieved a pile of unwashed baby bottles. Huo Liangzhou diligently went about his tasks. He placed the chubby cub on a mat in the living room, where the morning temperature was still bearable. He took out the ant eggs and began to peel them, as they were quite delicious. The chubby cub relished them, and both Xueqiu and Qiu enjoyed them as well. After washing 20 baby bottles, Huo Liangzhou turned off the heat under the white fungus soup and set it aside to cool before packing it into containers. A large bowl was laid out on the table, and Huo Liangzhou called to the young master sitting on the mat, The white fungus soup is ready. I've already ladled some into a small bowl for you. Qi Mo nodded. Come over and help me peel. The two sat on the mat as the sun blazed outside, and the temperature rose. The villagers had harvested the rice from their fields the previous night. While it wasn't quite ripe enough, no one was complaining about having food at this time. As the temperature of the boiling water dropped to an appropriate level, Huo Liangzhou washed his hands, added formula, then poured the hot water, shaking it as he transferred it into storage boxes. The milk bottles were prepared, alongside 30 or so small bottles filled with warm water. After completing this, Huo Liangzhou instructed the young master to put away the milk and water bottles. He then tasted the white fungus soup, finding it at just the right temperature. Mo, come eat breakfast, Huo Liangzhou called. Qi Mo brought over a dozen peeled ant eggs and started drinking the fungus soup, which was indeed smooth and comforting. The chubby cub had white porridge, while the kittens enjoyed the same white fungus soup as their father. After the meal, Qi Mo turned to Huo Liangzhou, saying, Darling, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Setting down his spoon, Huo Liangzhou looked at him with wide, expectant eyes, realizing that the young master was about to spring a surprise on him. Nevertheless, as his beloved wife, he indulged him, even knowing there might be pitfalls ahead. He chose to leap into the unknown, feigning ignorance. Thus, Huo Liangzhou was drawn into Qi Mo's planting space. Listening as the young master spoke of growing sweet potatoes and constructing a small wooden house, revealing the multitude of tasks awaiting him. Indeed, it was a significant undertaking. This is splendid. We need not worry about a lack of fresh vegetables anymore, and fruit trees are a fine addition. You've even raised chickens, ducks, little pigs, rabbits, and fish. Momo, you truly are remarkable, Huo Liangzhou praised. Chi Mo's cheeks flushed crimson. And so, the day continued without further incident, with the chubby cub once again entrusted to his brother Shueqiu's care. Daddy and his partner returned to their clandestine activities. In the past few days, Huo Liangzhou had been quite busy. He visited his brother, finding everything in good order with no issues arising. The rest of the time, he dug holes to plant sweet potatoes and potatoes, then went to chop wood to build a wooden house for the young master. A group of people had recently arrived in the village, relatives and friends from the city who seldom visited. In times of hardship, they remembered their impoverished kin in the countryside. The atmosphere was chaotic, with reports of stolen food among the villagers. Some even approached the Chi-Mo household to borrow formula. But Chi-Mo firmly stated that he had supplies to trade, and without supplies, he would not exchange anything. His possessions were not gifts from the wind. Chi-Mo was aware of the saying, a favor in rice can lead to enmity over a grain. The entire village was in disarray, with those who had previously moved away starting to construct cave dwellings at the foot of the mountain. Chun Feng, accompanied by Baijiu, arrived at Huo Village. Under the moonlight, Baijiu, smoking a cigarette, surveyed the village before him. Is this Huo Liangzhou's ancestral home? Yes, indeed. This is where Chi-Mo fled at the onset of the apocalypse. I have accurate information, Chun Feng explained. Baijiu tapped his cigarette, releasing a cloud of smoke that enveloped the 30 or so individuals in their party. In the darkness, they were nearly impossible to detect. Upon reaching the edge of the village, Chun Feng remarked, when Huo Liangzhou got married, he called for Qi Huai. I happen to have seen the photos Qi Huai took. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known where Huo Liangzhou resided. Standing outside the courtyard, Baijiu turned to Chun Feng, asking, shall you knock, or shall I? Let us just climb in. Do we need to remind Chi-Mo that we're here to capture him? Chun Feng looked at Bai San in astonishment. Bai San shook his head. That wouldn't be appropriate. I am a principled man. I generally prefer courtesy before conflict. If you think otherwise, let your men climb over the wall. Chun Feng was somewhat speechless, wondering how a person entrenched in the underworld could claim to have principles. He waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly scaled the wall, subsequently opening the courtyard gate. A throng of individuals entered silently. Shortly after, Bai San gestured, and Chun Feng's group of over 10 was swiftly subdued. Without waiting for Chun Feng to shout, Bai San called out, is the young master at home? Third master has a business proposition to discuss. Chun Feng, his mouth covered, was taken aback. Baijiu, what are you up to? You're disregarding the rules of engagement. Chapter 68. At that moment, Chi-Mo was busy working, despite feeling tempted to slack off. However, his conscience wouldn't allow it. So he joined his husband in chopping wood and peeling bark. Hearing a sudden noise from the courtyard, Chi-Mo hastily ushered Huo Liangzhou out to deal with it, then cradled the chubby cub, climbing out from the space. Huo Liangzhou opened the door, hearing Bai Sanya's voice. What business do you wish to discuss with my young master? Huo Liangzhou asked, eyeing the group under the moonlight. A large crowd had snuck in. Upon seeing Huo Liangzhou, Baijiu chuckled, a big business opportunity. You see, this gentleman intends to capture your young master for supplies. What do you think? Interested? Huo Liangzhou regarded the face illuminated by the lantern. Chun Feng, I've been looking for you for some time. You've hidden well. What's going on? You've been transported all the way from Zhangcheng. It must have been tough. Huo Liangzhou remarked with a smile, feeling quite pleased. At this moment, Baijiu flicked the ash from his cigarette and chuckled. Oh, it wasn't that bad. Transporting from Zhangcheng was exhausting indeed. It's not that he sought me out to collaborate on your family's supplies. We hit it off and only made our move once we reached your courtyard. Huo Liangzhou, hearing this, laughed. Indeed. Bai San, you are impressive. Hand over the people, and how much supplies do you require? Huo Liangzhou inquired. Faced with Bai San's goodwill, Huo Liangzhou did not refuse. Having one more friend was preferable to acquiring another enemy, especially when the other party had offered goodwill first. Baijiu looked at Huo Liangzhou as he descended, saying, let us discuss inside. He then turned to his trusted subordinates, instructing them to keep an eye on the captured individuals, for they were indeed valuable cargo. The cigarette butt in the hands of the white vulture was pressed against Chun Feng's face, held down until it extinguished. Chun Feng trembled in pain, never having imagined that the highly reputable white vulture would betray him. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. The assistant, a trusted confidant of Master Bai, nodded resolutely. They had worked hard to arrive at this point and could not let Chen Feng escape. Huo led the group into the living room and then into the tea room. Although the space was largely composed of glass, it was soundproof. Chi Mo cradled the chubby cub and walked towards the tea room, frowning at the sight of White Vulture under the lantern's glow. Master Bai, what brings you here? Young master, it's been a while. I came to find you. That brat Chen Feng is seeking my collaboration to seize your resources. However, compared to him, I've worked with you more often. Besides, when it comes to doing things, I generally choose the side of justice in a two-way decision. Master Bai replied with a smile. White Vulture had some understanding of the situation with Huo, such as his trip to Yun City in the afternoon and his return the following day. Given these circumstances, White Vulture suspected that Huo must have awakened some kind of ability. Young master, I 1T beat around the bush. Our previous collaborations have been quite pleasant. This time I hope to trade Chen Feng for some first aid kits and medications. You must have realized something was amiss. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought me out for medicine, Master Bai stated candidly. Chen Feng had caused the death of his cub, and thus, revenge was paramount for him. If Chen Feng wants to take my things, you can indeed make a trade. I'll offer you 50 first aid kits, 50 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, 10 boxes of fever reducers, and 10 bottles of disinfectant, Chi Mo quoted. Upon hearing this, White Vulture reached for a cigarette but then reconsidered, glancing at the chubby cub blinking at him. He returned the cigarette to his pocket. That's nearly sufficient in terms of medicine. I can't carry back more. I'd like to exchange for some food, like compressed biscuits. How much can you give me? Chi Mo looked at his husband. White Vulture had brought only a few people, and food would likely be difficult to transport back. Huo replied, 1,000 pounds of rice, 500 pounds of flour, 50 boxes of biscuits, and 50 boxes of beverages. We don't have any compressed biscuits. Excellent, a pleasant collaboration. I heard you've established a planting base. Could you elaborate on that? I have many people on my side, and this amount of food is merely a drop in the bucket. We must find a way to cultivate it ourselves, White Vulture said with a hint of resignation. Huo, however, did not withhold details. I've set up a sealed planting room, primarily growing potatoes. The windows are sealed, and the door is fitted with rubber to prevent moisture from evaporating. Is that feasible? White Vulture asked, skepticism evident. Huo chuckled in response. According to our calculations, it should be quite viable. I've even installed ceiling strips in the corridors to minimize moisture loss, he explained. White Vulture nodded. I'll give it a try. I look forward to our next collaboration. Now, shall I handle those few matters? Or will you take care of it yourselves? I still need your assistance. Do you want to accompany me? Mo? Huo inquired of the young master. Chi Mo nodded eagerly. I want to go. Very well, let us proceed. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner you can return. In 3 days, bring your people to the Huo Security Department, and I will provide you with the food, Huo stated. White Vulture nodded and stood up, close enough to the young master to quickly pinch the chubby cub's cheek. The sensation was delightful. The cub, caught off guard, opened its large eyes, looking adorably fierce as if ready to bite. Master Bai, don't pinch too hard. The chubby cub might bite, Chi Mo warned, retreating behind Huo. Observing the cub's fierce demeanor, White Vulture sighed. You certainly have good taste. Huo glanced at his young master, reaching out to pat the cub's head. You could have one of your own. Upon hearing this, White Vulture shot a sideways glance at Huo. Don't even think about it. Just indulging in someone else's cub will suffice. In this environment, bearing children is challenging, and raising them is even more so. Who can nurture a cub as well as you do? He remarked. As they walked, White Vulture noted the condition of other children he had encountered. Sunburned, dirty, and emaciated. In stark contrast, the chubby cub before him had a fair, rosy face, free of dirt, exuding a delightful scent of milk that was utterly endearing. The three exited the house, with Chen Feng being restrained by White Vulture's men. They headed up the mountain, knowing the deed could not be done in the village. Halfway up at the pig farm, Huo gazed at Chen Feng for a long while. I fail to understand why you all insist on bullying my young master. I believe I have treated you well. I've assisted when needed. As for the young master, Chi Huai has requested various things, and I have always endeavored to fulfill those wishes. Yet what do I receive in return? Chi Huai, along with you and Jiang Yuan, all wish to take advantage of the young master, Huo sighed. How could I not understand? It's merely the nature of people, gratefulness for a grain of rice, enmity for a handful. Human greed knows no bounds. The young master is far too naive, White Vulture lamented. People are never satisfied. They cannot control their insatiable greed. Suddenly, White Vulture exclaimed, "Where's the young master? I can't see them. They shouldn't have left." Huoliangzhou surveyed the surroundings, his heart racing. No matter. His ability will handle it. Shueqiu, Huoliangzhou called out, still concerned. The little cat, Shueqiu, leaped from its father to Huoliangzhou, rubbing against his chin with a soft meow. Thus, the young master was right beside him, yet invisible and intangible. Accepting the knife from White Vulture, Huoliangzhou remarked, "Remember to be a good person in your next life. Ruining relationships will lead you to hell." The blade swiftly pierced through Chun Feng's heart from behind, exiting through his chest. With a kick, he sent Chun Feng into a large pit in the mountains, and his subordinates were swiftly dispatched by White Vulture's men. White Vulture glanced around. "Where's your young master?" "Don't worry, he will show up shortly," Huoliangzhou reassured. White Vulture instructed his men to hastily shovel dirt to bury the corpse, urging them to finish quickly and return before someone stole their home. With 5 or 6 guards on alert, and over 10 people shoveling dirt, they soon concealed the body. Just then, Mo reappeared. "What kind of ability is this? Making someone effectively blind?" White Vulture remarked, observing Huoliangzhou's shoulder where the little cat sat, small and adorable. He couldn't help but consider that while he couldn't care for a cub, perhaps he could keep a little cat. "Is that cat for sale?" White Vulture inquired, eager to stroke it. However, Shueqiu was not the helpless chubby cub. It sprang away at once, eluding White Vulture's grasp. Huoliangzhou looked at White Vulture. "Master Bai, what kind of expression is that? That's my cub's spirit beast. You should understand this now that you've awakened your abilities." White Vulture's hands froze. I am terribly sorry. Why do I keep encountering misfortune related to the young master?" After the body was buried, the group descended the mountain. White Vulture led his men to fetch water, adding a purification tablet before drinking their fill. Although they carried some water, it was still essential to ration it. Otherwise, if they ran low, they would have to resort to theft or face death. Meanwhile, Mo collected the first aid kits and the previously prepared medications from his spatial storage. Huoliangzhou produced half a barrel of white fungus soup. "Have some. Don't be picky. It's what's left from today." "Thank you." They took turns sipping from cups. White Vulture shook his head, marveling, "Your provisions are always superior." Mo called out, "Master Bai, come over. I've organized everything." Outside the storage room lay 50 first aid kits and an assortment of medications, which White Vulture and his assistant quickly moved out. Soon, 20 men efficiently packed the items into backpacks. In this current climate, medications held immense value. Huoliangzhou escorted White Vulture out of Huo family village. Outside Huo Village, the assistant glanced at Bai Zhou and remarked that Chun Feng claimed that the young master possesses a plethora of resources. Greed can lead to one's demise. It is a perilous game. Huoliangzhou is formidable, and that cat, what I initially thought was merely a feline, possesses claws that could easily end our lives. Do you recall the news we heard during the day? There is a cat demon lurking in Huo Village, notorious for extracting people's eyeballs. I suspect it is this very creature. Anyone who wishes to test their eyesight may venture forth. Bai Zhou spoke, and immediately, silence enveloped the group. Mo lay nestled in Huoliangzhou's embrace, utterly reluctant to move. Huoliangzhou gently caressed the young master's back. "I never anticipated that the ability that harmed you in your past life would belong to Chun Feng. Neither did I, despite not wronging him throughout these years. He has shamelessly robbed me of countless resources and has now betrayed me. He is truly despicable." Mo fumed. "These are all ungrateful wretches." With a low chuckle, Huoliangzhou whispered in the young master's ear, "Shall we celebrate our triumph in finally ridding ourselves of this vile character?" The warmth of his breath brushed against Mo's ear, sending a jolt of electricity through him. "You scoundrel! You are attempting to seduce me again." Mo huffed, playfully pushing Huoliangzhou down and playfully gnawing at his throat. The drowsy little cat, Snowball, suddenly awoke, startled. "Oh no, run! Run!" The lazy golden kitten, Cho, sprang into action, resulting in a delightful chaos as the chubby cub was whisked away by his 2 younger siblings. Huoliangzhou watched the 3 fleeing cubs with a smile. Life was indeed splendid. At the moment of Chun Feng's demise, Chi Huai clutched his head as a myriad of fragmented memories surged forth in his mind. After an indeterminate time, he rose, laughing maniacally. After what felt like an eternity, Chi Huai caressed his own hands, realizing he was finally free. The divine had chosen him. He was now a messenger of the gods. Chapter 69. On the 3rd floor terrace, the night breeze was pleasantly warm. The chubby cub, Huo Jingyan, blinked his large eyes, puzzled as he found himself in this unfamiliar place after being at home just moments before. The sky was adorned with countless stars, the moon hanging large and luminous. After gazing at the night scene for a while, boredom crept in, and he began to think of his father. Rolling over, he crawled, calling out for Daddy one moment and Dada the next, searching for his two elder brothers. As the chubby cub was about to crawl off the cool mat, the little cat, Snowball, mewed softly, waving its tiny tail in front of his brother. The soft and fluffy sensation brushed against him, prompting the chubby cub to turn around and follow Snowball. The golden kitten lay languidly in the center of the mat, indifferent to the little brother's antics. When the chubby cub discovered a unique kitten, he was instantly captivated and bit down without hesitation. For a cub, the first instinct upon encountering the unfamiliar is to nibble and taste. 2 hours later, Huo was sent off to find his son. After scouring the house and yard, he finally located the 3 little ones on the 3rd-floor terrace. The chubby cub lay on his back, sound asleep, while the 2 kittens snuggled on his belly like cozy blankets. Scooping up the chubby cub, Huo ensured that the 2 kittens remained perched on their brother's belly before carrying them downstairs to the young master's embrace. Huo then retrieved the mat and brought it downstairs. Mo cradled the little cub and ventured into the basement, where the temperature was a good 10 degrees cooler than the living room. Even at midnight, the temperature hovered above 40 degrees. In the basement, the temperature was a comfortable 30 degrees, making it quite pleasant. The family of 5 slept soundly. Stretching, Mo opened his eyes and nudged Huo beside him. "Darling, what time is it? Feels a bit warm." Huo, roused by his little master's gentle push, glanced at his watch. "It's already 9 o'clock, and the temperature has risen to 40 degrees. Are you hungry?" Mo nodded. "I want ice cream." "What kind of ice cream do you eat this early in the morning?" "Once the cub is born, I'll enjoy it with you. For now, let us have some porridge and a fruit platter," Huo replied, planting a kiss on his pouting little master before heading to the kitchen on the 1st floor. He planned to prepare a cold noodle dish, as rice felt too heavy in this heat, leaving him without an appetite. Mo touched his lips, then suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling the events of the previous night. "Did something happen? Chun Feng is dead. It was him who isolated me from Huo in my last life. That scoundrel deserves 1,000 cuts." Picking up the cat biscuit Snowball, he placed it atop his head, realizing that Chio had likely retreated back into his belly. Carrying the now-awake chubby cub calling for Daddy, Mo made his way to the living room. The basement felt too dark. Perhaps he should install a light-reflecting lamp to keep it cool and bright. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Mo filled the cub's bottle with milk before commencing the most critical task of the day, changing the chubby cub's diaper and tending to his bottom. Removing the cub's diaper, he dampened a cloth with cool boiled water and began wiping the little bottom that had been confined for half the night. After drying it, he applied diaper cream and let it air out. Better to let it breathe. Otherwise, the heat can cause rashes, which would be troublesome. In the kitchen, Huo approached. "Mo, could you pass me some lean meat? I'll stir-fry some shredded meat." After retrieving 5 pounds of meat, Huo cut it all into shreds and began to stir-fry. He also shredded 5 pounds of cucumber, chopped cilantro, and crushed peanuts. Mo and the cub shared a bowl of lean meat porridge. Huo called the little master over, storing the mixed ingredients in his space to prevent spoilage. Handing the porridge to Huo, Mo said, "Darling, have some first. The noodles will take a while to prepare." The dough had already rested, and Huo started using a manual pasta machine to roll it out. He added ice cubes to the cool boiled water. In the boiling water, he added salt and placed a portion of noodles inside, retrieving them as soon as they were cooked, then plunging them into the ice water. He subsequently packed them into containers. Mo added the toppings, and when it was time to eat, it would be ready to mix. Working together, they quickly finished preparing over 10 pounds of noodles, resulting in about 30 servings, enough for more than 10 meals. Mo looked at Huo and asked, "Did the 3rd master come yesterday? Did he kill Chun Feng?" Huo nodded. "He has already been dealt with and buried." Mo immediately beamed. "I knew it wasn't a dream. How wonderful, another one gone. Now only Chi Huai remains." Seeing his little master so joyous lifted Huo spirits as well. Huo was indeed powerful. The villagers dared not provoke him or his family. In the past few days, the village had also been tranquil, allowing Huo and the young master to lead a carefree life. Meanwhile, the beleaguered 3 little ones would occasionally cause a delightful ruckus. On the 3rd morning, Huo took the young master back to Jiangqing. In just 3 days, what could transpire? Mo mused, what could possibly change? The chubby cub hasn't lost an ounce. The couple had battled several times, resulting in 3 additional plots of land in their space, where they planted potatoes, sweet potatoes, and scallions and scattered vegetable seeds. The sugar cane was even pilfered from the villagers, indeed stolen, uprooted from the ground and brought into their space. Its survival remained uncertain. A few families returned to Huo Village. Meanwhile, dramatic transformations unfolded in Jiangqing over the course of 3 days. Qi Huai, who had previously languished in despair, not only recovered from his rot but also became immensely powerful. The father who betrayed him was bound to the railing on the 2nd floor of the villa, blood dripping from his feet. The mother and child who had feasted upon the resources he had gathered found themselves stripped bare, subjected to a gruesome fate of being vivisected, forced to consume one another's flesh. Amidst the terror of the 3, Qi Huai laughed gleefully. Subsequently, he established his villa as a stronghold, beginning to preach the faith he had embraced. Anyone who professed belief would receive a bucket of water. Those who demonstrated enough devotion could even have land allocated for cultivation. The designated plots, once seeded, would yield crops within half a day, impervious to desiccation from the sun. Truly a marvel to behold. The first individual to kneel and offer his spine was rewarded with a plot of land measuring half an acre, where the potatoes he planted are now ready for harvest. Countless witnesses regard this as a divine miracle, and the residents of the villa district were the first to slide to their knees, surrendering their knees and spines in fervent faith, thereby receiving sustenance from the land. These individuals are already making preparations for the construction of a temple. This event has spread like wildfire, with each day bringing more eager onlookers, all departing with expressions of fervent zeal. Qi Mo was taken aback upon hearing the news. It had not been this way in his previous life, where Qi Huai had never awakened any extraordinary abilities. In the stillness of the office, Qi Mo spoke up, pondering the implications. If such a simple act could ensure the well-being of his family, then what significance remained in their arduous efforts to convert their rooms into planting spaces? Not only was the atmosphere among the security personnel of the Huo family somewhat restless, but even the Jiangqing government was divided into several factions. Some sought to support Qi Huai, believing that if the entire city embraced the worship of the god of dusk, the water crisis would be resolved, and fields would flourish with crops, ensuring food security. Others, however, opposed Qi Huai, arguing that faith might be significant, and decisions should not be made blindly without thorough investigation. They feared that consuming this sustenance might lead to the sacrifice of their souls. After all, why would a deity offer assistance without a price? To live without freedom is one thing, but to die under control is another. A faction remained cautious, opting to observe the situation further. Although they had received the news, those tasked with continuing the construction of the planting rooms persisted in their efforts. Thus, chaos enveloped Jiangqing. Huo Liangchuan turned to Huo Liangzhou, inquiring, "Brother, what should we do now? Some among us wish to leave." Huo Liangzhou responded, "Those who wish to depart cannot be retained. It is not a significant issue. Simply eliminate them." Upon hearing his brother's words, Huo Liangchuan quickly retorted, No, brother, you jest. If we were to kill Qi Huai now, those frenzied devotees would surely tear us apart. Driven by their hunger, they have become unhinged, completely obedient to Qi Huai's commands. Brother, should we consider relocating? Huo Liangzhou replied, "Concerning food security, let us refrain from taking drastic measures for now. Allow him to cultivate more crops. It may alleviate the food crisis in Jiangqing. Relocation is unnecessary, though the temple presents a complication. Avoid seeking out Qi Huai, he might brainwash you." Huo Liangchuan shivered at his brother's words, exclaiming, "That is utterly terrifying. Brainwashing." Observing his brother's fright, Huo Liangzhou chuckled. "It is not so simple. To genuinely accept the god of dusk and offer your faith is a prerequisite for being transformed into a fervent believer. In his previous life, the god of dusk had unleashed countless mutated beasts, casting rules aside as they ravaged humanity. In a desperate bid for survival, many embraced the god of dusk, fortifying his strength. However, when they realized he intended to open the spatial gate and activate the coordinates, it was already too late. Coordinates were set, the spatial gate opened, and an array of deities and their followers emerged, igniting a war for faith. They existed in a precarious state, akin to rats in a gutter. Under such circumstances, the nation had no recourse but to capitulate, helplessly witnessing its territory crumble. Ultimately, they perished alongside a few lower-tier deities who had entered Blue Star. Their demise left the question of whether the deities had perished unanswered. Now, witnessing Qi Huai's current situation, it was evident that the god of dusk had not perished. Otherwise, he would not have awakened from his slumber. Dismissing his younger brother and subordinates, Huo Liangzhou sought solitude to contemplate the matter. Qi Mo, cradling a plump child, gazed at the man seated in the office chair. Is the matter truly troublesome? Huo Liangzhou nodded. It has arrived too swiftly. We cannot act against him now. Should we provoke the god of dusk, he would surely open the spatial gate, pinpointing our blue star, leading to chaos in our nation. For the time being, let us remain still. He likely cherishes this grazing land. Cho, come forth and confer with your father on how to proceed. The lazy, golden kitten was summoned by its father, reluctantly appearing with its paws perched on the desk, exuding a languid demeanor. Before Huo Liangzhou could speak, Huo Liangchuan knocked on the door, announcing, "Brother, Elder Bai has arrived and wishes to discuss matters with you." Huo Liangzhou responded, "Understood. Allow Elder Bai to enter." After giving his brother instructions, Huo Liangzhou turned to the young master. "Mo, please take the child back to your room. We shall deliberate with Cho later. There is no rush. The situation is not yet dire, as we have not yet encountered a flurry of deities." The golden kitten glanced at its father, as if to say, "Is it I who is anxious? Clearly it is you." Cho leapt into his father's embrace like a ray of light. "Mo, would you believe me if I claimed I had a live kitten in my belly?" Chapter 70. Baijiu strode briskly into Huo Liangzhou's office. After the apocalypse, it was his first visit to the Huo family security group. The city was sweltering, with temperatures soaring above 50 degrees Celsius, and in the city center, even reaching 60 degrees. Countless elderly, weak, and ill individuals succumbed to the heat and thirst. This dire situation was somewhat mitigated by the city government's efforts to assist citizens, providing water and organizing daytime evacuations to basements and subway stations for refuge from the heat. Though it was daytime at Huo Liangzhou's location, the first floor maintained a significantly lower temperature than other buildings, likely due to some unknown method. Upon entering, one felt a wave of coolness. Yes, coolness at 40 degrees Celsius, which was indeed refreshing compared to 50 degrees. In the basement, light refracted through glass, creating a dim atmosphere that became clear once one adjusted their eyes. The reason for the lower temperature on the first floor was the presence of ice made from nitrate in the basement. Once prepared, these ice blocks were sealed in bags and transported upstairs. In the planting rooms, the upper two levels remained vacant due to the extreme heat, making cooling efforts increasingly difficult and costly. By 8 o'clock each morning, the personnel of the Huo family security group began their routines, caring for the plants and watering them. They also produced ice to ensure the indoor temperature did not exceed 50 degrees. Otherwise, even the heat-resistant potatoes could perish. At the onset of the apocalypse, Huo Liangzhou had tasked Wu Di with recruiting several experts in cultivation, particularly those adept at enduring cold and high temperatures. In the office, Baijiu entered and, upon seeing Huo Liangzhou, inquired, "Mr. Huo, will the food you promised be delivered?" Huo Liangzhou replied, "What I have promised will indeed be fulfilled. Once the supplies are ready, you may come to collect them. Liangchuan, please escort Elder Bai to retrieve the provisions." Baijiu shook his head. "No need to rush. I trust Mr. Huo's integrity. You built your reputation on honesty, but I have a few matters to discuss with you." Huo Liangzhou nodded. "Speak." Baijiu glanced around. "You have hidden the chubby child away. Please refrain from making plans regarding my son. Otherwise, we cannot remain friends." Huo Liangzhou retorted playfully. Baijiu laughed heartily. "I assent it simply because your son is too adorable?" Returning to serious matters, Baijiu continued, "You are aware of Qi Huai's situation, are you not? He caused his father to bleed to death, and his actions towards that mother and child are utterly deranged, engaging in mutual flesh-cutting. Qi Huai has completely lost his sanity. Yet his abilities as a divine messenger are formidable, and his powers are peculiar. However, water and food can drive anyone to madness. You and your family are at odds with Qi Huai. What do you intend to do?" Huo Liangzhou regarded Baijiu. "Have you attempted to send someone to investigate? What were the results?" Baijiu sighed. "Sending people is akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. There's no return. I dispatched 3 individuals, 1 trusted confidant and 2 peripheral members. Only 1 person truly admires me enough to bring the water back, while the other 2 have already been brainwashed, one of whom is my trusted aide," Baijiu explained. Huo Liangzhou nodded. "Consuming their provisions can easily lead to the weakening of one's willpower, making one susceptible to brainwashing. This must be the ability of the divine messenger. If one is solely focused on survival without a sense of self, it is indeed possible to comply. However, Qi Huai is not a benevolent individual. To speak of it, my young master has treated the Qi family exceptionally well, yet as you can see, that family would rather see my young master dead," Huo Liangzhou remarked. By saying side, "It is indeed challenging. Gathering food is no simple task. I wish to visit your planting facility. If possible, we must strive for self-sufficiency. Being controlled to the point where one cannot dictate their own life or death is hardly worth living. It would be better to embrace death for the sake of relief. Huo Liangzhou nodded. Certainly, considering your assistance in eliminating Chun Feng, we may have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Chi Mo wandered around the basement before returning to the first floor, only to encounter Huo Liangzhou exiting the office with Bai San. Bai San's face lit up upon seeing the chubby little one. Ah, does the little one still remember uncle? As Bai Zhou spoke, the plump child turned his head, presenting only the back of his head to him. Oh dear, this little fellow seems to have little regard for me, Bai San complained humorously. Chi Mo interjected. It's your terrifying smile that frightens him. Bai San retorted. When have I ever had a terrifying smile? The streets even call me Bai San, the Maitreya Buddha. Having observed several floors with Bai Zhou, Huo Liangzhou shared. We cultivate drought-resistant, heat-tolerant, fast-maturing potatoes, which can be harvested in approximately 60 to 70 days. Due to the sealed environment, we irrigate every 2 days, with the soil covered by plastic film, leaving only air holes, and we fertilize through the irrigation system. Bai Zhou attentively examined the planting chamber, noting that the potato leaves had already grown over 10 centimeters high, indicating a swift harvest within 2 months. Do you still have seeds? Bai Zhou inquired. Huo Liangzhou nodded. I have some left. If you need them, I can reserve them for you. However, you must ensure the planting chamber is sealed properly. It must be airtight, or else moisture will evaporate rapidly, resulting in the crops dying quickly unless they mutate. Speaking of which, you should have awakened your abilities by now. There are likely various supernatural beings around. If you can find a couple of wood-type abilities, it would make cultivation much easier, Huo Liangzhou suggested. Bai San looked at Huo Liangzhou in astonishment. What abilities do you possess? With a sigh, Huo Liangzhou replied. Speed-based abilities, which are not particularly useful in this weather. Are there any water-type abilities? Bai Zhou asked. Nodding, Huo Liangzhou affirmed. Indeed, if you can find a water-type ability user, you need not worry about water anymore. In my previous life, during this period, supernatural beings were still quite rare. However, things are different now. Huo Liangzhou was certain that not only had they returned, but the God of Dusk had likely returned as well. GMO accompanied Huo Liangzhou to see Bai San off at the door. Huo Liangchuan had already arranged for the food to be moved to the courtyard shed, waiting for Bai Zhou to bring people over to assist in the transfer. At 9:30, the sun blazed high in the sky, the temperature soaring, making the ground scorching enough to fry an egg. As soon as the chubby little one emerged, he began to wail, pointing at the house, insisting he wanted to go back inside, for it was far too hot. Facing the insistently pleading child, Chiemo said, It's too hot outside. I will take the little one back indoors. Upon returning to the building, Huo Liangzhou led Chiemo to his living quarters. Having just arrived, the room was devoid of ice. Now, with 2 bags of ice brought in, the room felt much cooler. Placing the chubby little one on the bed, Chiemo took out a fan and began to fan the ice basin, allowing the cool air to spread and temper the excessive heat. Qiuqiu, Xueqiu, come out quickly, dear. What shall we do next? It seems that Qi Huai has become considerably formidable. Chiemo inquired with a grave expression. The little cats, Xueqiu and Xiuqiu, quickly appeared, squatting beside their brother, observing their father and papa. Huo Liangzhou frowned. This matter is complicated. My current strength is insufficient to locate the God of Dusk. Killing Qi Huai would be futile. We must eliminate the God of Dusk instead. However, at present, food supplies are lacking, and Qi Huai still holds some utility. At the very least, his divine apostle can produce food, Huo Liangzhou explained. Chiemo expressed his concerns. I fear he may seek revenge against me. It would be better to eliminate him sooner rather than later. Wait, is there a way for you to strip Qi Huai of his abilities? If so, we could reclaim vast tracts of land, alleviating the apocalypse, Chiemo asked. Hearing the conversation between their father and papa, the little cat Xueqiu felt rather useless. Aside from fighting, he possessed little else in terms of skill. As his second brother had said, his intellect was lacking, perhaps even lost, leading to his silence. Meow, meow. The little cat Xueqiu communicated to his father and papa that he could be summoned for fighting, but please do not disturb him otherwise. The golden little cat swayed its tail and meowed twice, implying that Qi Huai was currently too weak, and even the act of stealing abilities would be pointless. They ought to wait until Qi Huai gained more strength before taking action. As for Qi Huai wishing to confront them, he could simply let his younger brother teach Qi Huai a lesson. The divine essence of the God of Dusk is fragmented and incomplete at this time. We should wait a little longer. He has already seized one piece. If he manages to acquire another, the intermediate divine essence might evolve into a higher-level divine essence, which would be a valuable asset. Striving for one's own success is far more gratifying than merely harvesting the labor of others. Moreover, establishing a temple is fraught with complications. It would be far simpler to seize one once it is built, sparing both the people and the resources. Xueqiu was unaware of what his second brother was pondering. Had he known, he would have thought, indeed, my second brother remains my second brother. Qi Huai was in high spirits, watching his father bleed and perish in terror. Observing the woman who had caused his mother's death and taken her place, filled with despair and dread, as she was forced to consume the flesh of her own son. This brought Qi Huai immense satisfaction. However, a thorn remained in Qi Huai's heart. Qi Mo, that foolish child who could stumble anywhere in this apocalyptic world. Had it not been for Huo Liangzhou's attention, Qi Mo's innocent and naive demeanor would have led to his demise long ago. But because of Huo Liangzhou, Qi Mo had become the envy and admiration of many. It was supposed to be him that night. It was he who administered Huo Liangzhou's medicine, yet it had ultimately favored Qi Mo. This filled Qi Huai with a deep-seated hatred for Qi Mo, leading him to contemplate numerous times how to eliminate him. Yet, with Qi Mo pregnant, he paused in his actions, waiting for the child to be born. After all, that child bore the blood of the Qi family. He was not merely nurturing it. The luck was just a fraction off, so Qi Huai planned to wait until Qi Mo gave birth before taking action. After all, once Qi Mo was dead, he would be the closest relative to the child, and if not him, then who would care for it? However, Huo Liangzhou protected Qi Mo too well. He had no opportunity to act. Finally, when the chance presented itself, it slipped away as Qi Mo evaded him. Qi Huai felt a tumult of emotions towards Huo Liangzhou. He loved and hated him in equal measure. He genuinely liked Huo Liangzhou from the very first glance. His appearance, status, and wealth were all deserving of him. Yet, time and again, he found himself consumed by hatred for Huo Liangzhou. But now, as Qi Huai observed the humble and bustling crowd, providing food and water, he envisioned constructing his own empire. Huo Liangzhou, do you regret it? Once the temple is established and the number of followers increases, he could expand his territory by thousands of acres. The current mere 1,000 acres are far too scant. The resources still insufficient. Without enough faith, he could not control more land and resources. He intended to make Huo Liangzhou regret it, and then to kneel before him. As for Qi Mo, he would take over the child. Qi Mo could be handed over to those fervent followers. Once the fervent followers grew stronger, their emotions would become tumultuous, requiring soothing and release, making Qi Mo perfectly suited for the role. Chapter 71. Qi Mo did not comprehend the conversation between his husband and the little one. After all, the feline language of meow meow was somewhat incomprehensible to Qi Mo. Nevertheless, it appeared that the little creature was not frightened, as it continued to sway its tiny tail leisurely. At noon, they dined at the canteen. This particular meal was somewhat distressing for Qi Mo, consisting of a bowl of rather thick rice porridge, accompanied by 2 palm-sized steamed buns, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a 2-finger-sized piece of steamed potato. Qi Mo gazed at Huo Liangzhou with wide, pleading eyes, and Huo Liangzhou could not help but notice. Meanwhile, Huo Liangchuan observed little Mo and silently passed the potato over to him. The buns lacked flavor, and the pickles were overly salty. The potato was bland as well, with only the porridge maintaining a familiar taste. Qi Mo refrained from voicing any complaints, primarily because his porridge was much thicker than that of others, even compared to Huo Liangzhou's. Gently ruffling the young master's hair, Huo Liangzhou offered some comforting words. Just make do with lunch. There will be meat porridge for dinner. Qi Mo tugged at Huo Liangzhou, leading him back to their room. I want to return to the village. This place is unpleasant. His social anxiety made him uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many gazes. Huo Liangzhou looked at the pitiable little master and said, all right, we shall return tonight. It's not ideal to cook here with so many eyes upon us. Qi Mo fed the chubby little creature some milk powder. The little one had only eaten a bit of rice porridge at noon, which was not to his liking. The rice served here was of a lesser quality than what Qi Mo typically purchased. Though the little one could not speak yet, he could discern the difference in taste. Qi Mo, feeling unsatisfied, retrieved a box of rice balls upon returning to their room. Huo Liangzhou slyly took 2, always following the little master when there were good things to eat. Qi Mo playfully bit the man who had snatched some food. As the temperature in their room began to rise, the ice started to be transported to the planting area. Qi Mo took the chubby little creature to the basement, concerned that such consumption of ice would be excessive. You should create a tube to transfer the cold air upstairs. That way, the ice will not melt so easily when clustered together. Otherwise, the little water you have stored won't suffice, Mo suggested. Upon hearing him, Chun Lei's eyes lit up, and he hurried to inquire with Huo Liangzhou if such an idea could be executed. Huo Liangchuan confirmed its feasibility, having studied this very subject, although he had not considered it before. As Huo Liangzhou descended, he spotted the little master reclining in the ice-making room, wondering where the rocking chair had come from. The chubby little creature lay asleep in a baby stroller, covered by a small blanket. With such contrasting temperatures, I hope you don't catch a cold. You've thought of an excellent solution for your husband, Huo Liangzhou remarked with a smile. He could distinctly sense that the crops were beginning to mutate as they warmed up, growing more heat-resistant. However, this process was somewhat slow, necessitating time for the plants to adapt. Mo popped a lollipop into his mouth, savoring its sweet, milky flavor. Just as Mo began to doze off, someone called from above, "Boss, boss, an envoy from Huai has arrived. He wishes to discuss cooperation." Huo Liangchuan was startled and immediately gestured for silence, his gaze fixed on the sleeping chubby creature. The little master, Mo, was roused and blinked awake, seeming to have heard someone mention Huai. Huo Liangchuan turned to his elder brother and the little master, whispering, "What should we do? Why does he want to collaborate with us? It would be better to partner with the government." Huo Liangzhou looked to the little master for his opinion. Mo rubbed his eyes and replied, "The weasel is paying the chicken a New Year's visit, and he doesn't have good intentions. If we go, it's like sending a meat bun to a dog, there is no return." Huo Liangzhou chuckled as he patted the little master's head, saying, "Did you hear that?" Huo Liangchuan nodded. "Brother, I understand. I will refuse them. However, this might cause our people to leave." Huo Liangzhou was also aware that with food and water, people would undoubtedly be lured away. Chun Lei sighed, fully cognizant of the situation over there, lamenting that one could not dissuade those who were starving. "Our burden is heavy. Losing a few people might be for the best. Let as many stay as possible," Huo Liangzhou stated. Huo Liangchuan rushed off to decline the envoy sent by Huai. This decision only heightened the anxiety among the members of the security department. All were abuzz with speculation. The sleeping Mo was stirred by the faint sounds, realizing someone was seeking Huo Liangzhou, an old employee of the Huo family who was aware of the enmity between Mo and Huai. Although there had been some misunderstandings between Shao and the divine envoy, today's envoy mentioned that the divine envoy bore no ill will towards his cousin and had long since forgiven him. "Mr. Huo, how can you refuse? Once the divine envoy's cooperation team is full, we won't have another chance," the old employee implored, eyes wide with urgency. Huo Liangzhou looked at the elderly member of the security department and replied, "Can you truly ascertain that Huai has genuinely forgiven? His father still hangs lifeless on the railing. Such murderous hatred cannot be easily absolved. I've said it before. If you don't wish to remain with the Huo family, you may seek out Huai. I will provide you with some supplies, and we can part amicably. However, if you dare betray me, I will not offer forgiveness, no matter the distance." Huo Liangzhou's gaze turned icy as he swept it over the gathering in the hall. Wu Di stepped forward, declaring, "Disperse, everyone. It is as Mr. Huo has decided, and there are his considerations behind it. When has Mr. Huo ever made a misjudgment? Moreover, for those wishing to leave, we will not obstruct you. You can join Mo in his divine paradise at any time." Wu Di added, having investigated the situation as soon as news of Huai's movements emerged. The findings aligned with the little master's descriptions. Those who ventured forth returned with no signs of abnormality, even appearing healthier, yet seemed brainwashed in certain aspects, completely transformed into Huai's fervent followers. An alarming transformation that stripped them of their individuality. While nourishing oneself with food and water is essential, what value does it hold if one's thoughts are not free and are controlled by others? Wu Di would rather share in Huo Liangzhou's porridge and pickles than be subjected to mind control. The atmosphere in the Huo family's security department was fraught with tension. Upon receiving news of the rejection from Huai, he merely smiled. Huo Liangzhou might refuse him once, twice, or thrice, but when resources dwindle, Huai was eager to see how Huo Liangzhou would refuse then. He envisioned Huo Liangzhou kneeling to plead, witnessing Mo pacifying zealots, a scene he anticipated with delight. Moreover, regarding that little creature, he had once intended to cultivate him carefully. Now, he thought it fitting to have him take over the little master's role. As Huai contemplated these matters, laughter erupted from him. "Have someone convey to Huo Liangzhou how much grain we can produce in a day, along with some fruits. Let us take some tomatoes over, allow them to see, and send some their way," Huai instructed. The individuals kneeling below immediately complied. In the meeting on Huai's side, they aimed to increase collaborators. Huo, observing the agitated members of the security department, turned to find the little master. Mo returned to their room, cradling the chubby little creature, only to find numerous individuals from the ice-making room urging him to apologize to Huai. Apologize for what? He had done nothing wrong. It was all in retaliation. Pushing the door open, Huo gently tousled the little master's troubled hair, saying, "Don't frown. Everything will be fine. Your husband will handle it. You must have a bit of faith in your husband, all right?" Mo wrapped his arms around Huo neck. "I certainly have confidence in you, but there are just too many people and it's so noisy. They do not like me." Huo chuckled at the little master's grievances. "My little master is not a mere trinket. It's perfectly normal for some not to like you. What matters is that I adore you, right?" He leaned down to kiss the little master's lips, leaving them rosy before saying, "In a moment, I will take you and the little one back to the village. Staying here worries me. I fear Huai may act." Upon hearing the delightful news of returning to the village, Mo's spirits soared. "How wonderful! Home is indeed the most comforting place. I shall also create an ice-making room," he exclaimed. Having skipped dinner, Huo promptly summoned the little kitten, Snowball, to escort the young master and the cubs back to Huo family village. Upon arriving home, Mo retrieved several ice packs, filled them with water, and, with a few enthusiastic flaps of a fan, the temperature in the living room began to plummet. Observing the young master busily engaged in his tasks, one could easily discern his joy. "What would you like for dinner, my dear? I shall prepare it for you," Huo offered. Mo replied eagerly, "I wish to have rice. Are you planning to return there later tonight?" Huo nodded affirmatively. "I will go there during the day as if I were at work and return in the evening to keep you company." Mo acknowledged this arrangement. "That is the only way. I worry that my younger brother might be led astray. That would be unfortunate. I am indifferent to the others being controlled. But if my brother falls under such influence, it could spell trouble." Huo set about steaming the rice, having taken a piece of beef tenderloin from Mo, along with an onion and 2 tomatoes. Dinner was simple yet delightful. A tomato egg soup, a portion of stir-fried beef, and a smashed cucumber salad. Mo relished the meal, the beef succulent and tender, the cucumber crisp, and the tomato soup carrying a hint of tanginess. The chubby little cub delighted in the tomato soup and, of course, desired some beef as well, but alas, his father had only given him a piece that had been rinsed in water. After dinner, Huo cautioned the young master not to run off and instructed Snowball to seek him out if needed. He then ventured to Jiang City, where the security department was in a state of unrest, necessitating his presence. In light of Huo's apparent lack of appreciation, the messenger apostle was filled with indignation, knowing how many sought to collaborate, yet their divine master had not acquiesced. The divine master is willing to offer Huo an opportunity, and this short-sighted individual fails to recognize it. What would he do without his planting facility? I wonder how he would manage to sustain so many people without it. He would soon find himself begging the divine master for mercy, the apostle remarked. The earliest apostles convened, deliberating, burn it down. No, what if someone is burned alive? The divine master still holds Huo in high regard. We can damage his operations, but we cannot harm him, one of the divine masters interjected. We could secretly cultivate some followers over there and pilfer Huo's provisions. Then he would have no choice but to bow to the divine master, suggested another apostle. Instantly, several pairs of eyes brightened at this idea. This plan is excellent. Does anyone here have acquaintances over there? Send them some fruits, vegetables, and water, one apostle proposed. Before long, someone familiar with the employees of Huo's security department was found. As the sun set and the sky glowed with the colors of dusk, this individual, with a backpack filled with fruits, vegetables, and water, made their way toward the security building. Chapter 72. Being alone at home without a man's oversight was exceedingly comfortable for Mo. He fully indulged himself, savoring an ice cream in each hand, engaging in a delightful act of rebellious indulgence. With a bite from the left and another from the right, Mo was in sheer ecstasy, casting aside all worries. Even the chubby little cub managed to crawl over to his father for a taste. Snowball the kitten was not to be left out either. Two enjoyed an ice cream. As the trio reveled in their treats, a golden ball of fluff appeared, meowing softly, its tiny tail brushing against its father's ankle. Mo, sitting cross-legged, shivered at the delightful touch. Seizing the kitten, he buried his face in its belly, inhaling deeply, oblivious to the ice cream smeared on the kitten's fur. After finishing with the kitten, Chiemo offered Snowball an ice cream as well. To his surprise, the once aloof kitten adored sweets. How charming! Chiemo then produced a cake, and together with the three little ones, they devoured it. Feeling satisfied, he thought, what a feast without a cup of milk tea. Thus, Chiemo slurped up his milk tea while pouring another cup for the two little cubs to share. As night descended, Chunxia called out to Shun E's house. Mo, are you home? Upon hearing her voice, Chiemo replied, Sister Chun, I'm at home. Do you need something? Opening the door, Chiemo stepped into the courtyard. Chunxia smiled and said, You remember our previous conversation about the potatoes, right? Of course, what about it? Chiemo inquired, stepping out to the entrance. Well, given the current scarcity of food, Xiaoyu and the others went digging in the fields last night and found quite a few small potatoes. Would you like to join? Chunxia explained. I called you at noon, but you weren't home, and I'm just trying my luck now, she added. Upon hearing this, Chiemo said, Sister Chun, wait a moment. Let me bring the little ones along. Chunxia nodded. Chiemo felt a bit bored at home without his husband, and after the excitement, a sense of emptiness lingered. He was eager to find something to do. With the lantern lit and hanging from the handle of the baby stroller, they ventured out. Though the night breeze was warm, the chubby little cub was still quite excited and squealed happily. Chiemo placed a small bottle into the cub's mouth, filled with water. The cub gulped eagerly, only to realize that it was not the delicious milk he had enjoyed earlier, but rather tasteless water. Displeased, the cub released the bottle. Fortunately, it was secured to the stroller so it wouldn't fall to the ground. Chiemo capped the bottle and pushed the stroller outside, locking the door behind them. By then, a considerable number of people had gathered, making their way into the distance, some wielding torches while others ventured forth under the moonlight. Some carried candles and oil lamps, each employing their own means to navigate the night. Not only villagers were hunting for leftover potatoes. Many returning residents joined in, their food supplies dwindling and their need growing more pressing. Xiaoyu caught up from behind. Mo, where did you go this afternoon? I came to call you, but you weren't home. Chiemo replied, I went up the mountain with Liangzhou to see if we could find some food. Did you find anything? Xiaoyu asked. Chiemo shook his head. No, food has become even more difficult to find. We only managed to gather a bit of black fungus. Having any yield is still a blessing, Xiaoyu replied. After walking for over an hour, they arrived at the former potato field, now bustling with people. Torches were planted in the ground, illuminating the dark night. One by one, individuals wielded hoes to dig, collecting both large and small potatoes, all of which were precious sustenance that could be roasted and eaten without needing to be cleaned. Even though these potatoes had long been sun-dried, losing much of their moisture, they were still a valuable find. The chubby little cub wiggled his feet, occasionally calling out, Daddy, Daddy, radiating pure joy. Chiemo wielded a small hoe and began to dig. Soon, he unearthed several small potatoes, left behind by those who had previously harvested the larger ones. Huo Jiayun observed Chiemo digging for potatoes and inquired, Where is Brother Hua? Why are you here alone? The little cub squeaked a couple of times. Can't you see? The little cub is not a person. Chiemo glanced at Huo Jiayun and smiled. He is tired and resting at home. I need to dig up more potatoes. Otherwise, we won't have enough food, and if he runs out of strength, what will we do? Feeling somewhat scorned, Huo Jiayun's face turned sour as he retorted, Shameless. You two are an old married couple. What's there to be shameless about? I think you're just coveting something. Hurry and find someone for yourself. Many young people have returned recently, and some are quite suitable, Chunxia shot back. Nearby villagers chimed in with teasing remarks, prompting Huo Jiayun to storm off in frustration. Since the temperature soared above 50 degrees during the day, villagers had opted to venture out only at night. However, they always traveled in groups. Going out alone could be perilous. The village was relatively safer, but it was rumored that people had gone missing in the town, vanishing without a trace. Initially, it had been children who went missing, and this troubling occurrence had persisted for several days, with only 1 or 2 individuals reported lost. Today, it is not merely a child that is lost. A mother and daughter ventured out in the morning and have yet to return by evening. This disconcerting news was brought back by the villagers from the town. Chunxia turned to Chiemo and expressed her concern, saying, I heard Xiaoyu calling for you at noon, and when no one responded, I began to worry. You should not have left the village alone with the little one the night before last. Chiemo nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, Sister Chun. The abduction of a girl could indeed be a sinister sign. The loss of children indicates that something malevolent is afoot. In his previous life, He was under the protection of Huo during such times and was oblivious to these dark occurrences. From now on, he would keep a vigilant eye on the little one. Observing the chubby child nestled in his embrace, who was playfully gnawing on a snowball, Mo remarked, "Snowball, you must look after your brother. Otherwise, someone might steal you away and cook you." The little kitten mewed in response, comprehending Mo's words, assuring him that it would protect its brother. At 10 o'clock that evening, Mo, laden with a bag of dried potatoes weighing several kilograms, pushed the little one along as they made their way back with the villagers. Chun Xia and her companions intended to stay until dawn, preparing to endure the night, as food resources might soon dwindle. They resolved to gather whatever they could find, even if meager. As they traversed part of the road, the villagers of Huo Village brandished long torches, hastening towards the potato fields. Mo inquired, "What is happening over there? Are the Huo villagers also going to dig for potatoes?" Huo Xiaoyu, following behind, replied, "Perhaps. It's uncertain. That land belongs to Huo Village." A voice interjected. Huo Jiayun and Huo Jianyan observed the commotion and urged, "We should leave quickly. They might be coming to seize our belongings." Hearing this, Huo Xiaoyu immediately shouted, "Whoever runs fastest, go call the village chief. I am worried something will happen." A few youths responded, "We will return and summon help. Move quickly. I see someone approaching our direction." A young girl, her eyes glinting brightly even in the dim light, exclaimed, "Hurry, run." They numbered only a dozen, all youthful, around 15 or 16 years of age. Despite wielding hoes, their combat prowess was limited. Mo pushed the little one to run. If these individuals intended to steal, he felt compelled to let Snowball take action, as their hard-earned gains should not be pilfered. Upon reaching home, Mo gasped for breath at the doorway. The chubby child was blissfully chattering, believing that his father was engaging in a game with him. The swift-footed youths had already informed the village chief of the situation. The chief promptly assembled the able-bodied men of the village to head to Huo Village for assistance. Mo watched as the chief approached, who called out upon seeing him, "Mo, where is Liangzhou?" Mo replied, "My husband has gone to Jiangqing. He is resting. Please wait a moment." Then Mo nudged little Snowball's rear, urging, "Quickly go find your father." With a mule, Snowball leaped down from his brother's lap. Having just finished his tasks, Huo Liangzhou noticed his youngest son approaching and promptly returned to the old residence. Upon hearing the village chief's words, he responded, "I will accompany you to have a look. Mo, take the little one back to sleep and do not wander about at night. Encountering mutated insects could lead to trouble." Meanwhile, the villagers of Qinjia had already encircled Huo's village and Huang's village, along with some from neighboring areas. A cacophony erupted as the Qinjia villagers insisted that the land was theirs and demanded the potatoes be surrendered. Those who had toiled for half the day were unwilling to yield their hard-won harvest. It must be noted that while the land belonged to Qinjia village, the original landlord was no longer present, and the rental period had not yet expired. Thus, whatever was harvested belonged to those who labored for it. In Taohua town, a short, piercing scream shattered the tranquil night. Regrettably, no one dared investigate. That night, several households in Taohua town went silent, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 73. Mo observed Huo Liangzhou departing with the village chief. He felt reassured by Liangzhou's strength. The chubby child remained perched in the little cart, oblivious to the mud that had smeared across his face. Upon noticing, Mo hurriedly fetched water to bathe the little one. On the third-floor terrace, Mo arranged a mat and a straw mat before placing the chubby child atop it. He set 2 ice basins beside the mat and fanned himself, relishing the cool breeze that enveloped him. Felt refreshing. Producing a cake, Mo called out to the squirming chubby child, "Quickly eat the cake, or else it will be gone." Upon hearing his father's words and catching a whiff of the delectable cake, the chubby child promptly turned back, obediently sitting before his father, resembling an adorable puppy, his big eyes blinking cutely. His little hands stuffed into his mouth, he exclaimed, "Eat." Mo chuckled heartily at the child's earnestness. "You are quite determined for a morsel, little one." The word eat seemed to have been coaxed out of him. During this entire time, apart from the occasional babble and calling for his father, the chubby child had not uttered any other words. Watching the child open his mouth wide, Mo scooped a spoonful of cake and fed it to him. The chubby child immediately squinted his eyes in delight, savoring the taste. A mule echoed in the air. Mo, not wanting to neglect the others, took a bite for himself and offered a bite to Snowball as well. The 4 of them, father and sons, shared the sweetness, basking in happiness. After satisfying their hunger, Mo cradled the chubby child and lay down, with the cat resting on his chest while Snowball was snuggled in the child's embrace, nipping playfully at him. This scene was more endearing than any toy. Snowball mewed for help, while the chubby child flicked his tail, teasingly responding, "You only have a few teeth. You won't hurt me." Huo Liangzhou, accompanied by the village chief, returned with the villagers of Huo Village. After digging for half the night, the villagers surrendered 2/10 of their harvest to Qinjia Village, bringing the matter to a close. The villagers of Huo Village were able to reclaim their potatoes, thanks in part to the strength of Huo Liangzhou and the extraordinary abilities of the villagers of Qinjia, who had not triumphed in their endeavors. Upon returning home, Huo Liangzhou searched high and low, finally locating his little master and the chubby child on the terrace. He pinched the little master's cheek playfully, remarking how smooth it felt. Mo grasped the man's neck, asking, "You're back. How did everything go?" "All is well. Everyone has returned, but our villagers can no longer go dig potatoes in Qinjia Village," Huo Liangzhou explained succinctly. Leaning down, he planted a kiss on the little master. Faced with the little master's invitation, Huo Liangzhou could not refuse. What followed was a delightful chaos as Snowball and the little kitten whisked away with the eldest brother, leaving the space for their father and his partner. The following morning, Huo Liangzhou carried the little master down the stairs, while the chubby child had rolled to the staircase's edge. Huo Liangzhou carefully sidestepped the chubby child, placing the little master on the mat before scooping the child back to sit beside him. He gently petted Snowball and the other kitten, who responded with contented mews. Huo Liangzhou, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Your brother has rolled to the staircase's edge. Why didn't you two bring him back? If I accidentally step on him, it would be disastrous." Snowball and the other kitten shot a glance at their father before flicking their tails in response, as if to say, "Only we can step on our brother. Who else can?" For breakfast, they had ginger soup noodles. After returning home yesterday, the little master had stealthily indulged in an unknown quantity of ice cream with the chubby child. They had been a tad mischievous. After much coaxing, Huo Liangzhou managed to get the little master to eat his ginger noodles before heading back to Jiangcheng, where he needed to keep a watchful eye. Mo, upon the man's departure, joyously exclaimed, feeling liberated once more. The man was wonderful in many respects, but his insistence on monitoring his snacking was a minor flaw. Previously, Mo had not been much of a snacker, but since becoming pregnant, he had developed a craving, perhaps a consequence of prolonged hunger in his past life. He set the chubby child down on the mat and called for the little kittens, retrieving his sketchbook to begin drawing. In prior illustrations, only the chubby child had appeared. This time, the second and third would also grace the canvas. At noon, Huo Jingxian knocked on Mo's door. Mo glanced around, noting that there was nothing in the house that could leak, and opened the door, asking curiously, "Come in quickly. What brings you out at this midday hour?" Nowadays, the villagers tended to sleep during the day and only ventured out at night. Huo Jingshuan followed Mo into the house and spoke. "There has been an incident in the town. I came to find Uncle Liangzhou." "Where is he, Xiaoma?" "Your brother Liangzhou has gone into the mountains and won't return until after dark." "What happened?" Mo inquired, puzzled. Huo Jingshuan replied, "In town, several children have gone missing. It's likely they were abducted, but there are no surveillance cameras, and with the heat, it's challenging to gather evidence. The police can only advise parents to keep a close watch on their children, preventing them from wandering off alone. The situation regarding the missing children has eased a bit, but last night, it escalated dramatically. Not just 1 or 2 children are missing, but 3 or 4 households have vanished entirely." Upon hearing this, Mo frowned. People have disappeared. Could it be the work of a gang? Grain might still be somewhat accessible, but procuring meat has become exceedingly difficult, Mo remarked, recalling the few quails he raised in his yard, which were becoming a rarity in the village. Huo Jingshuan shook his head. If it were a gang, that would be better. The issue is that people have simply vanished. Their grain remains untouched. The town may be facing a crisis. The grain being intact is indeed a significant concern. "Has there been no trace found in the town?" Mo asked. Huo Jingshuan shook his head. "Not a single clue. Xiao Ma, you must not leave the village. I came here to discuss matters with Uncle Liangzhou. It's not safe outside." Mo nodded. "What matters do you wish to discuss? Tell me, and I shall relay it to my husband." Huo Jingshuan nodded. After discussions with the village chief and clan leader, they intend to construct a wall around the village. "A wall? But we currently lack sufficient water," Mo responded. Huo Jingshuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, constructing a wall around the village is no easy task. Yet there is a quarry 2 kilometers away from us. We could transport stones from there. Chimo replied. That 1 tea suffice. The materials from the quarry are far too limited. Huo Jingshuan sighed. If we don't have enough, we can gradually mine more. Very well. Success is driven by human effort. When Liangzhou returns, I will inform him of this matter, Chima stated. After informing Chima, Huo Jingshuan said, I must take my leave now. We shall commence work at 7 this evening. By the way, could we borrow your tricycle? Chima nodded, of course. After Huo Jingshuan departed, Chima called for his little cat, Shuqiu. Shuqiu, why don't you go and see what is happening? Shuqiu mewed lazily. The heat of the day deterred him from moving. Perhaps you can go check in the evening. Who knows what kind of mischievous spirit is at play? Chima chuckled, affectionately stroking the plump little cat before returning to his drawing. At the Ho family security base in Jiangxing, chaos erupted that morning when the storage area for grains in the basement caught fire, even destroying 2 water towers. Ho Liangchuan was furious. Once the fire was extinguished, the Ho family faced severe losses, with several tons of grain and over 10 tons of water gone. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the fire was not an accident but rather a deliberate act. Soon, Ho Liangzhou managed to identify the culprit. He had confidence in his men, yet this did not guarantee their safety. They might have been brainwashed. Since receiving news from Qi Huai, Ho Liangzhou had sensed that trouble was brewing. Sure enough, Qi Huai had taken action. Yesterday, several individuals connected to Qi Huai consumed items provided by his followers, and those with weaker wills were easily susceptible to brainwashing. Ultimately, these individuals were sent away by Ho Liangzhou. He instructed them to dine with Qi Huai. He could no longer support them. Brother, Qi Huai is truly malicious. Our losses this time are substantial, but thankfully the planting houses remained unscathed, Ho Liangchuan exclaimed angrily. Ho Liangzhou turned to his brother. Calm down. There will be more of this in the future. Can't we just kill him? Ho Liangchuan asked. Ho Liangzhou replied. Killing one to solve the problem. If we eliminate one, another will arise. What if a more cunning one appears? Many issues cannot be judged solely by their surface. As long as Qi Huai is present, we can monitor him and know his actions. If we kill him and someone else takes his place, we may not be able to track them down. If they hide, it becomes a hassle and we would have to investigate. Ho Liangzhou somewhat understood the young one's intentions, which were to have Qima set the framework, allowing them to reap the benefits later. Indeed, it was somewhat excessive to expect an unborn child to shoulder such responsibilities. Let us wait. When the time is ripe, we will harvest the fruits and eliminate the deity. Although the world may not return to its original state, it surely won't worsen. Becoming a deity has its merits too. As for whether it can be universally adopted, without external divine interference, it is not impossible. The ability to ascend to divinity ultimately depends on personal fortune. Those deities could initiate trials in our world, inciting divine wars. We could do the same. With the population of Blue Star and Dasha insufficient, we could venture into outer space to seek divinity through trials. However, one must be strong enough first. We need a few deities to guard this world. Chapter 74. Faced with the unmotivated young one, Qima did not rush him. His little one was still in the womb, so small, and it was too early to bear the weight of the world. Should calamity descend, the taller ones could bear the brunt. They would discuss matters further when his child was old enough. With Ho Liangzhou absent, Qima was summoned to a village meeting. The village chief informed the villagers that the construction of a wall would benefit the entire village. Hence all households would need to contribute labor. Those unwilling to provide labor could offer water or grain instead. Soon, disagreement arose among the villagers, as household sizes varied. Those with larger families argued they should send more people since they would benefit more from the protection. Someone also suggested that those with larger houses should contribute more labor, given the larger area to be protected. This led to further commotion. The elderly village chief intervened, proposing a system based on population. Excluding the elderly and children, 2 adults would contribute 1 unit of labor, whether men or women. Those unwilling to provide labor could hire villagers with grain, as long as they contributed something. Qima intended to discuss this with Ho Liangzhou. The construction of the wall was indeed necessary, not just to guard against mutated beasts, but against humans. Although many were struggling, they still had some grain. Once supplies ran low, desperation could drive people to commit unspeakable acts, which was truly frightening. The village chief approached Qima to inquire, Mama, what will your family contribute? Labor, water, or grain? As for my family, we shall wait for Liangzhou to return and decide together, Qima replied. Upon hearing this, the village chief said, that is fine. Your Liangzhou is quite strong, comparable to the strong man from Qinjia village. If possible, let him help with breaking the stones. We will go to the quarry this evening to scout. Please bring Liangzhou along. Qima nodded, all right, village chief. After the village chief departed, Qima placed a small bottle into the chubby little one's mouth and gently petted the little cat, Shuqiu, nestled in the baby's embrace, enjoying the moment. A woman approached and remarked, hello, you must be Mama. I just returned to the village. My name is Zhang Tiantian. I have a child just over 3 months old. Do you still have any formula? Qima looked at her, not recognizing her. She likely had just gotten married and returned to the village after some time away. Which family do you belong to? Qima inquired. Zhang Tiantian replied, I'm from Ho Jingqing's family. Jingqing is Jingshuan's cousin. Jingshuan mentioned that you still have formula. I'm sorry, but 3 months is the age when they can start on rice soup. We've run out of formula. The last can was used up. I exchanged some with Ho Dong's family for their newborn, who was premature. Qima declined outright. Zhang Tiantian frowned upon hearing this. How could that be? Don't deceive me. Jingshuan said you had several cans of formula stacked up. Qimei looked at the woman, whose brows furrowed in anger, and chuckled. As Jingxian mentioned, why don't you summon him for a confrontation? Does my family not possess several barrels of milk powder? The items I brought with me were rather few. The milk powder I exchanged for Huodong's daughter-in-law was purchased on my return journey. As for the stacked barrels of milk powder, they are indeed barrels, but they contain nothing but the dried mushrooms I bought. Qimei explained. Huo Jingxian, intrigued by the commotion, approached upon hearing his name. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? When did I ever claim that Momo's family had several barrels of milk powder? I distinctly recall saying that little Momo stored dried goods in the milk powder barrels to deter rodents. My uncle's house has been plagued by mice stealing green beans, mushrooms, and other provisions, and I proposed that solution. Huo Jingxian directed his gaze at Zhang Tiantian. Upon hearing this, Qimei laughed. Even if there are mice now, they must have mutated. I dare say the mouse at your uncle's house has grown rather large. Huo Jingxian, upon hearing this, shot a glance at Zhang Tiantian, then snorted coldly. Don't use my name as a shield for your antics, nor attempt to deceive others. Even if they have milk powder, if their child refuses to consume it, your son is the only one considered precious. Why don't you stock up on more milk powder? How did my cousin end up marrying someone like you? No reserves of milk powder or diapers, yet you return with a house full of designer bags, clothes and shoes. Can they be consumed? A few days ago, I even caught you sneaking a drink of milk powder. You truly are something else. Knowing how scarce milk powder is now, what little we have was acquired through my cousin's pleading, and you have no shame, Huo Jingxian rebuked. His words ignited Zhang Tiantian's fury. Can I be blamed? Your cousin is useless. He promised me a life free of worries before marriage, yet he reneges after tying the knot. What's wrong with me having a bit of milk powder? Look at what your cousin's family eats. Thin porridge and pickles. They've gorged themselves on pickles. Huo Jingqing, do you no longer wish to be with me? If so, let's divorce. I'll take the child back to my mother's house. Look at your good brother. You've frequently bought things for your cousin and sent him pocket money, and he's just a freeloader. Zhang Tiantian vented her frustrations. Huo Jingxian turned to his cousin. When did you ever send me pocket money? You treasure a woman like this? She snatches away the sustenance meant for a 3-month-old, which is vital for my nephew's survival. You'd better send her back to her family quickly. The Huo family cannot afford to support her. Huo Jingqing gazed at his furious cousin and sighed. The child cannot be without a mother. Enough of this quarrel. Let us have mother steam some rice for you tonight. Upon hearing this, Huo Jingxian felt exasperated. Is it the child who cannot be without a mother, or you who cannot be without a woman? You don't even care about the child's well-being. After she gave birth, has she ever taken care of the child? It was still my aunt who looked after them. Qimei pushed the child away a bit, understanding that every family has its own struggles. However, judging by Huo Jingshuan's words, taking away the sustenance meant for a 3-month-old was indeed unacceptable. If he had only one morsel, he would certainly give it to the child, even if it meant his own starvation. One cannot let the child go hungry. After witnessing the turmoil between the brothers, Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingcheng ended up in a scuffle. One concerned for his wife, the other for his nephew. Fortunately, with a large gathering at the ancestral hall, the two brothers were swiftly separated. Qimei, holding an umbrella to shield against the sun, pushed the child home. She placed the chubby baby on the mat and fetched water to wash his face and hands. Look at this life. You still have milk powder to drink and egg custard to eat. How fortunate you are. However, let us make a pact, little one. Daddy must reduce your meal portions. You cannot continue to grow chubby, or else you'll get prickly heat, Chimay teased as she gently tickled the baby's little belly. Instantly, the tickled baby rolled around on the mat, eventually crawling away. For lunch, Chimay, in high spirits, stewed 2 smoked chickens. She added daylilies, and the chicken soup turned out quite delightful and drinkable. Huo Liangzhou returned home for lunch, and Chimay suspected he had come to scrounge food, given the meager offerings on his side. Watching him leave the house impeccably clean, yet return with a lingering scent of smoke, she remarked, "Did you smoke or go to a barbecue? You reek of smoke." Huo Liangzhou served himself a bowl of rice and, picking up a piece of tomato, replied, "Don't mention it. This morning, there was a fire at a grain warehouse at the security base, which not only destroyed several tons of grain but also 2 plastic water towers, resulting in significant losses. How could this happen? Here, dear, have some sweet and sour ribs to sweeten your palate. Accidents are inevitable in such weather. Don't be disheartened." Chimay retrieved a plate of sweet and sour ribs from the storage, knowing that sweet treats could uplift one's spirits. Huo Liangzhou, after tasting the ribs, acknowledged that they were quite delectable, a reminder of the meals enjoyed before the apocalypse, providing a satisfying experience for his palate. If it were a natural disaster, that might be acceptable, but despite all precautions, we could not foresee the actions of those believers. Some employees at the security group know Chihua's followers, and I had previously instructed my staff not to consume anything from strangers or believers. Yet some could not resist, and once they ate, they were considered one of them. 1 tomato has cost me 2 meals worth of grain and over 10 tons of water, Huo Liangzhou lamented, nearly driven to exasperation. It was evident that some among his staff were either greedy or skeptical. Now, he did not need to say more. The culprit responsible for the incident had already been dealt with. There was no choice but to remove that person from their base. Otherwise, they would become a liability. The remaining employees finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If they wished to eat their fill, they could always seek assistance from Chihua. If they wished to survive and keep their positions, they needed to prioritize their own welfare. With so many individuals involved, it was impossible to discern what each person was truly thinking. Chimay felt a twinge of concern. Huo Liangzhou, upon hearing this, smiled and reassured her that he had experience dealing with such matters. After all, he had memories of these occurrences. All that was needed was for Chihua's followers to utter a disparaging remark about him. It wasn't just any casual insult. Once the followers became incensed, it would take no more than 3 seconds to identify their agitation. Chimay, upon hearing this, felt a mix of astonishment and concern. Such food was indeed quite potent, could directly manipulate thoughts. Fortunately, the identification process was simple, so there was some relief. Then Chimay inquired, "Today, there was a village meeting. The village chief wants to construct a wall. Will you contribute labor or food?" Huo Liangzhou frowned at the little master's proposition. "I cannot take you back to Jiangqing. It is indeed necessary to build a wall in the village. Therefore, let us inspect the quarry tonight after I return and then decide." Chimay nodded and offered a chicken leg to Huo Liangzhou. The little cat, Snowball, mewed, demanding attention. "What about the baby? Daddy must not show favoritism." Chimay quickly caught on and hurriedly offered a chicken leg to her own little one. The chubby baby, however, was at a disadvantage. He struggled to bite into the smoked chicken and could only sip the soup and nibble on flavorless noodles. Chicken noodle soup, while fragrant, was devoid of salt and flavor. After discussing village matters, Chimay relayed the news of several families in town going missing while their grain remained untouched. Huo Liangzhou responded, "Let us go take a look tonight. It's almost certain that it's the work of mutated beasts or insects. If it were humans, they would never leave food behind. As for those who have gone missing, their prospects are grim." Chimay concurred. It seems so. No one would willingly abandon food. Looking at Huo Liangzhou, she asked, "Will you still be going to Jiangqing this afternoon?" Huo Liangzhou nodded. "With such a significant incident, I need to oversee things. I can only afford to relax once the situation stabilizes." He reached out to ruffle the little master's hair, enjoying the tactile sensation. Chimay shook her head, resisting being treated like a little cat. "We should enjoy our chicken soup and meal. It feels somewhat indulgent. Why don't you take a bowl back for Liangchuan?" Chimay suggested. Huo Liangzhou shook his head. "It's too fragrant. It would attract unwanted attention and disrupt unity." Upon hearing this, Chi-Mo felt a pang of guilt. "After all, I had already prepared to send you away. Your brother sacrificed you for the sake of unity. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest upon him." Subsequently, Huo Liangzhou suggested, "How about this? Prepare some boiled eggs, plain rice, and pickled vegetables for him." "Ah, very well." Chi-Mo nodded in agreement. Soon, a box of white rice, 2 boiled eggs, and a packet of pickled vegetables were ready. Poor little brother-in-law. Your brother enjoys chicken soup while you settle for boiled eggs. Chiemo stuffed a packet of meat floss, a pack of sausages, a bag of biscuits, and a few pieces of chocolate into the bag and handed it to Huoliangzhou. Huoliangzhou took the bag, pinched the chubby child's cheek, and ruffled the little snowball's head. At home, be sure to listen to Daddy and take good care of him. The admonition to be obedient was directed at the chubby child, while the instruction to protect was meant for the two little sons. The younger one was particularly lazy, hardly wanting to leave the house. That afternoon, Chiemo placed an ice basin in the air-conditioned room and continued to call out to the younger son, arranging everything as he had in the morning before resuming his painting. Qiuqiu and Xueqiu were remarkably cooperative, remaining still when positioned, merely wagging their little tails in response. So obedient. The chubby child, however, was another story. He would crawl away, merrily engrossed in his own games. Time and again, it was Chiemo who had to retrieve the little rascal from behind the sandpit where he played hide and seek. The chubby child likely thought Daddy was engaging him in a game, and he found it delightful. As soon as Chiemo grabbed his tiny foot, the chubby child erupted into peals of laughter. Chiemo felt helpless. At 5 or 6 months, the little one was manageable, unable to crawl away, remaining wherever he was placed. However, the 10-month-old chubby child had developed his own will and was no longer compliant. Regardless of the chubby child crawling behind the sofa to hide, Chiemo focused intently on his painting, the framework already laid out, and the presence of the children was of little concern. Xueqiu watched over his brother, ready to shout if danger approached. After imparting his instructions, Chiemo immersed himself in his artwork. The mat transformed into a grassy field, and the living room backdrop morphed into a villa in Jiangqing. The two kittens, with Xueqiu having his tail bitten by the chubby child, saw Qiuqiu lying lazily on the grass, his tail dragging languidly behind him. Quite nice, Chiemo smiled. Yet, this was merely a framework, requiring much time for fine-tuning. A knock echoed at the door, accompanied by a voice. It was Huo Jingxian calling. Chiemo glanced at the clock. It was 4:30. He had spent over 2 hours on this painting, and upon checking, he found the little one had fallen asleep behind the sofa. Not only was he snoring softly, but he was also blowing bubbles. Chiemo shut the door, walked to the yard, and opened it. It's so hot. How could you bring the child out? Hurry inside or he might suffer from heatstroke. Huo Jingxian, holding the child in one arm and an umbrella in the other, seemed utterly distressed. Entering Chiemo's living room, he exclaimed, "Little Mo, you have ice." Chiemo nodded. "Made from niter. What's the matter? This little one has a slightly elevated temperature." Huo Jingxian replied, "I'm about to lose my mind. Didn't I argue with my cousin this morning? My aunt came to complain to my mother, saying my brother is completely out of his mind and doesn't care about the child at all. My sister-in-law is even more of a lunatic. In this weather, they let the child lie alone on the second floor. SNT that just asking for trouble? Thankfully, I wasn't at ease and went to check. Little Mo, do you have any medicine for heat stroke?" Chiemo was taken aback. Is there truly such irresponsible parenting? It's utterly inhumane. Even animals protect their young. He reached out to check the little one's temperature in Huo Jingxian's arms. It was quite high. Have you given him water? How long has it been? Quickly set him down beside the ice basin. Give him some water and fan him, while I fetch him some Huoxiangzhengxi water. After asking, Chiemo dashed to the basement. He returned swiftly, holding a bag. He tore open a cooling patch and placed it on the forehead of the child, who was laid beside the ice basin. He has been upstairs for about 10 minutes. When I got there, he was crying and burning up. Should still be okay, right? He won't die, will he? He is only 3 months old. Huo Jingxian inquired anxiously. Chiemo shook his head. I don't know. I'll prepare the medicine. Can you feed him? Huo Jingxian replied. I can't. Chiemo poured 1/5 of the Huoxiangzhengxi water, added a spoonful of cool boiled water, and then cradled the little one's head to begin feeding him. The little fellow seemed very thirsty. As soon as the foul-tasting Huoxiangzhengxi water touched his lips, he immediately started gulping it down. How long has it been since he had water? Get me some more. Chiemo urged Huo Jingxian, who was anxiously standing by. Huo Jingxian hurried to the dining table, grabbed the kettle, and poured half a bowl of cool boiled water. After the child was fed, Chiemo placed him down and said to Huo Jingxian, Keep fanning him. I'll prepare some milk powder. How long has it been since he had a proper meal? Normally, at this age, in our village, there's no shortage of food. He shouldn't be skin and bones. Chiemo sighed. According to what Huo Jingxian had said earlier, the family still had milk powder. The child probably weighed less than 10 pounds. He had definitely lost weight recently, and those parents were truly bizarre. If they didn't care for him, why even have him? Although he had once held a similar disdain for Huo Liangzhou, nearly wishing to expel him from existence, he found himself quite fond of the child within his belly. Moreover, aside from being a bit too tall, Huo Liangzhou was quite handsome and intelligent, a perfectly competent father. Although Mo had previously envisioned becoming a father and finding a girlfriend, preferring soft, cute girls over stern men, he now realized that Huo Liangzhou was indeed quite admirable. The bed seemed rather enticing. He dismissed those errant thoughts. Mo swiftly prepared half a bottle of milk, cradled the little one's back, and while feeding him, instructed Hu Jingxian. Go grab a wet wipe, pour half a bowl of water, dip it in the ice water to moderate the temperature, and wipe the child's armpits, palms, soles, arms, and legs. Be cautious with his chest and belly. I'm worried it might cause diarrhea, which would create even more complications. Even if there are doctors in the hospital, there might not be any medicine. Meanwhile, at Huo Jingzhong's home, the hospital had sent someone to inform them to take Huo Jingzhong away. He had passed away. The cause of death was likely subsequent infection. The chubby child quickly finished the 80 milliliters of milk, appearing ravenous. Mo gazed at the little one with wide-open eyes, a poor child born to unreliable parents. His face crinkled with wrinkles, yet his eyes were strikingly large and bright. Being able to drink milk indicated he should be fine. The real issue was who would care for him. I see your aunt isn't very reliable either. How long has this child been back? Knowing his mother is irresponsible, the family should pay more attention. Otherwise, in this weather, how could he possibly survive? Mo lamented. Hu Jingxian had no retort. His aunt, though well-meaning, was scatterbrained, and the child was mainly cared for by his cousin. I don't know. I can only wait until I return to discuss it with my mother, Hu Jingxian replied. Soon, Hu Jingxian sensed something was amiss. The little one from Little Mo's house was nowhere to be found. Whereas the chubby child? I haven't seen him. Upon hearing this, Mo pointed towards the back of the sofa. He crawled over there to hide and fell asleep. Behind the sofa, there was an ice basin. Hu Jingxian spotted the chubby child's little head and understood why an ice basin was placed there. In comparison to little Mo as a father, his cousin and sister-in-law could use a complete overhaul. Hu Jingxian observed the blinking-eyed little nephew. Indeed, the child was quite adorable, especially with such a sweet appearance. Otherwise, his cousin wouldn't have gone so mad, practically brainwashed. Little Mo, please keep an eye on the child while I return to discuss matters with my family, Hu Jingxian requested. Mo nodded. Go ahead, sort it out quickly. Hu Jingxian hadn't been gone long when another series of knocks resounded at Mo's door. A forceful banging. Mo frowned and stepped outside. Who is it? Did you steal my son? Hand him over immediately, Zhang Tiantian shouted vehemently. Upon hearing this, Mo furrowed his brow, realizing trouble had come knocking at his door. He opened the door, his temper frayed, ready to unleash his pent-up frustration. Your son is missing. Go find him yourself. What are you yelling at my door for? Steal your son? I don't even have a child. If you're going mad, do it in your own home, get lost. Gazing at the half-open door, Zhang Tiantian felt an urge to charge inside. But Mo, regardless of his words, was still a man. He was not about to be outmatched by a petite woman, especially not when he had to contend with the long-legged Huo Liangzhou. Step aside. Let me in to look for him, Zhang Tiantian shouted with indignation. Mo laughed in disbelief. Are you a police officer? Do you have a search warrant? If not, then get lost. Who gave you the authority to barge into anyone's home? If you refuse to let me in, it proves you've stolen my child. Zhang Tiantian yelled back. Hu Jingqing rushed over, witnessing his wife's hysterics. He turned to Mo, saying, Mo, let my wife take a look. If the child isn't here, we'll leave. My child is missing, and my wife is nearly frantic. Mo chuckled at this. So you want to pin this on me, do you? What are you trying to do, extort me? If your child is lost, go look for him where you last saw him. Why come to my house? Do you have a screw loose? My house is quite a distance from yours. Since I returned from the meeting, I haven't even stepped outside. Zhang Tiantian had seen Hu Jingqing bring the child to Mo's home. The aroma of meat wafted from Mo's house daily. She had heard from villagers that he had purchased copious amounts of chicken and fish, filling his home with provisions. If she could substantiate that Mo had abducted her child, she could procure food from him. You came to my house to steal the child. I saw it. Husband, you must go in and search, Zhang Tiantian urged Hu Jingqing. The commotion had drawn out Chen Xia and the others. Approaching, Chunxia asked Chiemo, what is going on? Why all this noise? Zhang Tiantian. What are you causing a ruckus for? You instigated a fight between Jingxian and Jingchang this morning, and now you're troubling Chiemo again. Be careful, or you might get expelled from Huo family village. Huo Jingqing had bought a house in the city, and Zhang Tiantian had just married. She hadn't returned to the village since, and now, barely a few days back, she was already stirring up trouble, especially with Huo Jingqing joining in. It seemed like they were intent on offending the entire village. Huo Jingcheng turned to Chunxia, saying, Aunt Chun, my wife saw Chiemo steal our child, and we came to check. If the child isn't here, we'll go back and search. Chunxia frowned, observing their determined expressions. It was quite possible the child was indeed at Chiemo's home. Suddenly, she recalled that Huo Jingxian had visited not long ago, seemingly holding something, quite likely the child. Zhang Tiantian and Huo Jingqing were intent on casting blame on Chiemo. You claim to have seen it, so where is the proof? Xiao Jun, go fetch the village chief. We have someone causing a disturbance here. Call Jingxian and have him bring his uncle and aunt as well. Chunxia commanded her son. Huo Jingjun, upon hearing this, replied, Mom, in this sweltering heat, you really know how to stir up trouble. Huo Jingcheng, if you're bullying Liang Zhou's wife, be careful he doesn't come back and dump you in the latrine for a little education. There's not enough water around for you to bathe, so think wisely. With that, Huo Jingjun dashed off towards the village chief's home. Chapter 76. Chiemo slammed the door shut. What do you want? Do you dare to harm my child? Murder for murder. Zhang Tiantian bellowed, pounding on the door. Chiemo retorted, Are you out of your mind? Why on earth would I harm a child? Especially when yours isn't even here. Inside, Chiemo poked at the little kitten. Snowball, wake up, sweetheart. Your daddy is in a bit of trouble. Someone is trying to extort him. This is outrageous. Quickly, let us send this little rascal over to Huo Jingxian's house. You know where Huo Jingxian lives, right? The little kitten, Snowball, stirred awake at his words, mewing softly. It circled around Chiemo's legs, its tiny tail brushing against his ankles, before leaping onto the chest of the 3-month-old baby. In a flash of light, both the kitten and the infant vanished. At Huo Jingxian's home, both his parents were present. After his aunt finished lamenting, she left. What do you mean Zhang Tiantian left the child on the 2nd floor? That's inhumane. What about Jingqing? Doesn't he care? That's his son. Doesn't he have any feelings? What a beast. Huo Jingshuan's father was seething with rage. Huo Jingxian, hearing his father's words, interjected, Dad. Yelling at them won't solve anything. The real concern is what to do about the child. If they raise him like this, he won't survive a few days. His aunt's maternal instincts kicked in, while his uncle remained uninvolved, unable to rein in his cousin's antics. Huo Jingshuan's mother sighed. When will you get married? At her words, Huo Jingxian's eyes widened. Mom, what are you joking about? In this world, getting married and having children would only bring suffering to the kids. I'm not doing that. Once things settle down, I'll consider dating and starting a family. He hadn't even found a girlfriend yet, and thankfully so. If he were to marry and have children in such times, it would be a life of misery for them. Huo Jingxian's mother sighed again. Why not bring the child over here? We can take care of him until he is older, and then your aunt can take him back. Huo Jingshuan's father felt a surge of emotion. He had only one cousin and couldn't just abandon him. Let us bring the child back, he said. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the kitchen as a bowl shattered on the floor. Huo Jingxian rushed into the kitchen, his legs trembling in shock. The child he had left at Xiao Mo's house was now on the cutting board. Fortunately, the child was still small and couldn't roll over. Otherwise, if he fell from the stove, it wouldn't be a light matter. The little kitten, Snowball, mewed softly. Huo Jingxian then noticed the cat from Xiao Mo's house. What on earth happened here? He inquired. He was now certain that the little cat from Xiao Mo's home was undoubtedly a mutated beast. Huo Jingxian reached out to pick up the baby, but Snowball extended its paw, only to be swatted away by Huo Jingxian, who then jumped out of the window. Huo Jingxian winced at the pain but saw only a white mark, with no blood. As Huo Jingxian returned from the kitchen, cradling the baby, his parents looked on in confusion. Wasn't he the child at Chiemo's house? How did he end up in the kitchen? Huo Jingxian replied, I have no idea what happened. The little cat from Chiemo's house brought the child back. Outside, Huo Jingjun shouted, Jingxian, your cousin and sister-in-law have gone mad. They're accusing Chiemo of stealing their child and are trying to break into his house. The village chief wants you to go over to prevent them from claiming everyone is bullying them. The village chief soon arrived at Chimo's doorstep. Witnessing the troublesome Huo Jingcheng, he erupted in anger. Huo Jingcheng, can't you control your wife? Chimo has his own child. Why would he steal yours? Your wife is a disaster, instigating fights this morning and now accusing a villager of stealing her child. What next? Will she accuse someone else of bullying her? Faced with the village chief's disappointed tirade, Huo Jingcheng responded, Village chief, it's not like that. I admit I fought with my brother this morning, but he insulted my wife, which is also wrong. A sister-in-law is like a mother, and he should show respect. This time, my wife isn't causing trouble. Our child is missing, and Tian indeed saw Chimo steal our child. We're both anxious. In this heat, if the child is outside, he might suffer. The village chief glanced at the bewildered Huo Jingcheng and called out to the yard, Xiaomo, are you there? Let us figure out how to resolve this matter. Chimo had already picked up the plump child from behind the sofa. The only thing left in the house was an ice basin, and the baby formula had been put away. Opening the yard gate, Chimo looked at the village chief, then at Huo Jingcheng and Zhang Tian. You can come to my house to search, but if you don't find anything, you can't just accuse me without basis. Zhang Tian, upon hearing these words, remarked, If you have not found me, you may dispose of the matter as you wish, but if you do find me, what will you say then? If you locate the child, I shall compensate you with 50 pounds of grain. If you do not find him, I will not require any compensation from you, as neither of you possesses grain, relying instead on your parents' provisions. Let us impose 20 lashes, 10 for each of you. What say you, village chief? Chimo interjected. The village chief, upon hearing this, turned to the approaching elder patriarch. Elder patriarch, what are your thoughts? Henceforth, should villagers err, we shall resort to whipping, the village chief suggested. The elder patriarch nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards Huo Jingcheng and stated, 10 lashes are insufficient. For women, 10 lashes, and for men, 20. Huo Jingcheng, you best contemplate this carefully. Huo Jingcheng looked towards Zhang Tian, who declared, Very well, if you find the child, you shall provide us with 50 pounds of grain and an additional 10 pounds of meat. Chimo nodded, Village chief, please assign someone to search, for I fear they may steal my belongings. The village chief, upon hearing this, turned to Huo Jingtan, who was hastening towards him, and instructed, Go to Xiaomo's home and inquire if Huo Jingcheng's child has been left there for the past 3 months. Zhang Tian immediately protested. Huo Jingtan has a close relationship with Chimo. Even if he sees the child, he would likely pretend not to. I do not trust him. The elder patriarch, upon hearing this, declared, I shall personally seek the child. You will not accuse me of shielding Chimo. I never said such a thing, Zhang Tian thought, somewhat intimidated by the elder patriarch's imposing demeanor, though she dared not voice her thoughts. The elder patriarch, with hands clasped behind his back, cast a stern glance at Huo Jingcheng, saying, Step away. Do not assume I am unaware of the situation. Huo Jingxian, upon hearing Huo Jingjuan's words, felt a surge of anger. How could he act in such a disgraceful manner? I was the one who carried the child. He is fully aware that the child was left on the second floor for over 10 minutes, exposed to the scorching sun. I took him to Xiaomo's house seeking help, and they dare to accuse Xiaomo of wrongdoing. Huo Jingxian was infuriated. How could he face the villagers again? His cousin had completely lost his mind. After handing the child to his mother, Huo Jingxian stated, Father, let us go and explain. Huo Jingshuan's father replied, Explain what? How can we justify this shameful act? Ungrateful wretches. This is disgraceful. We cannot remain in this village any longer. The child is currently in our home. Just tell them that you brought him back, and that Chimo never stole him. Once we bring your cousin back, I shall give him a good thrashing. We will also offer a portion of our cured meat as a token of gratitude for Chimo saving the child, and as an apology. Huo Jingshuan's father instructed, You go ahead. I will bring the child along. Dear, give the child some water while I fetch the umbrella. We must make sure to give that foolish one a proper lesson. It has enraged me. Before long, the elder patriarch and Huo Jingtan entered Chimo's home. Surveying the living room, the elder patriarch seated himself by the ice basin and inquired, Xiaomo, what exactly transpired? Where is the child? Is he in any danger? Huo Jingtan gently touched the little round baby, whose skin was a rosy hue, adorably charming. The little one lay on his father's shoulder, refusing to awaken, frowning adorably when his face was touched, clearly displeased. Chimo sighed and recounted the events that had just occurred. The elder patriarch's anger flared. What nonsense! Ungratefulness abounds. The child should have been taken to Jingshuan's house. That is a reliable place. This matter is a grievance against you from Huo Jingqing. Rest assured. You are of the Liangzhou family, one of us. I will duly chastise Huo Jingqing. For now, just wait. Xiao Jun has gone to retrieve Jingshuan's child, and he should be here shortly to clarify matters. Huo Jingtan had not anticipated that the once-spirited child king, who had led them in climbing trees and fishing, would metamorphose into this. Were women truly demons, transforming a good man into one who could not discern right from wrong? No. Liang Ye's Wang Xiaoqi hailed from the city and was a fine person. It seemed that Jingcheng was simply blind. A few minutes later, Huo Jingtan opened the courtyard gate and addressed Huo Jingqing. I have searched thoroughly. Aside from the round baby at Xiao Mo's, there are no other children. You lost your child and chose not to seek relatives, instead searching among those you hardly know. Have you lost your wits? Huo Jingtan remarked. Zhang Tiantian immediately screamed. Impossible. You are shielding him. I clearly saw it. She quickly attempted to retract her statement. What did you see? Speak. The village chief chastised. The elder patriarch calculated the time and emerged, stating, there are no children here. Village chief, please arrange for them to be taken to the ancestral hall. We shall hold a clan meeting tonight and punish them before the entire clan. You speak nonsense. This cannot be. I saw Chi-Mo stealing the child. You are merely bullying us because our family is small. Chi-Mo, return my child. He is only 3 months old. I beg you. Zhang Tiantian rushed towards Chi-Mo, determined to enter the house, convinced the child must be there. The enticing aroma of meat wafting from Chi-Mo's home drove her mad with desire. Huo Jingxian approached boldly. Which of your eyes saw Xiao Mo steal your child? On such a sweltering day, why would Xiao Mo wish to carry a child? He has no need to steal. You left a 3-month-old on the second floor in this heat, intending to roast him alive? Upon noticing something amiss, I took the child home to care for him. He is now in my house. It cannot be. You clearly brought the child to Chi-Mo's. Zhang Tiantian blurted out. Huo Jingxian seized Zhang Tiantian. So you knew it was I who brought the child over. You two nearly left him to bake in the sun. Xiao Mo saved him, and you dare to accuse him. Had I not taken the child home, you would have successfully extorted him, wouldn't you? Your consciences have been devoured by dogs. This is the epitome of ingratitude. The child is here. The high temperatures have just subsided. My son asked Chi-Mo for some herbal medicine for the child. I apologize for the trouble caused. Chi-Mo, I am sorry. My brother's fool has lost his mind. Huo Jingshuan's father addressed the villagers and bowed in apology to Chi-Mo instantly. Many villagers who had gathered to witness began to murmur amongst themselves. They could hardly believe that the once academic prodigy, Huo Jingqing, who had a good job, owned a home in the city, and had a beautiful wife, had now become such a shadow of his former self. Chi-Mo glanced at Huo Jingqing and Zhang Tiantian. As previously stated, 30 lashes, Chi-Mo declared. The elder patriarch and the village chief spoke in unison. Rest assured, the village will ensure justice is served. Not a single lash shall be spared. Take them away, commanded the village chief. Soon, Huo Jingxian and Huo Jingtan, along with others, escorted Huo Jingsheng and Zhang Tiantian away. Huo Jingshuan's aunt and uncle arrived tardily. Chapter 77. Huo Jingshuan's uncle surveyed the scene and immediately inquired, what on earth is happening here? Why is the village chief apprehending people? You raised a fine son. The village chief snorted dismissively and strode away, his dignity compromised by the events unfolding in the village. Huo Jingshuan's aunt, upon learning of her son and daughter-in-law's actions, rushed towards her daughter-in-law, berating her as a troublemaker and demanding that all lashes be delivered to her. Upon witnessing his wife's beating, Huo Jingcheng struggled to intervene, but the villagers held him back. In the ensuing chaos, Huo Jingshuan's aunt was pushed to the ground, unable to rise, appearing as though she had injured her tailbone. Chi-Mo stood in stunned silence, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. Truly, what a peculiar family. The child was utterly unfortunate to be ensnared in such a household. Not a single member of the family seemed to recall the child. Close the door, close the door, Chi-Mo declared, unwilling to engage further in this farce. Huo Jingshuan's father, having understood that his cousin had already taken the child away, felt a desire to disappear into the ground. With no crevice to hide in, he could only run. He could not afford to lose face. Once the commotion subsided, Chi-Mo, unable to hear any sounds outside, cautiously opened the door. To his relief, the courtyard was empty. Xiao, has Liangzhou returned? After dinner, we must visit the ancestral hall. The village chief wishes to inspect the stone quarry. Send Liangzhou away. It is unsafe for you to take the child, and the situation in town remains uncertain. Chun Xia called out to the handsome young man peering in. Chiemo turned to Chun Xia. Sister Chun, come here, I have something for you. Chun Xia regarded the youth, who appeared as if he were up to no good. Yet, despite this, he was undeniably charming, making it difficult not to be fond of him. All right, Chun Xia replied as she approached. Chiemo said, Sister Chun, wait a moment while I fetch it. After closing the door, he quickly returned with a 2-pound jar of canned peaches. It was Chun Xia and her son, Huo Jingjun, who had assisted him earlier. It was only fair that he offered something in return. Before long, Chiemo opened the door and handed a black plastic bag to Chun Xia. She opened it, curious about the mysterious contents. To her surprise, it was a large jar of canned peaches. Mo, this is too much. I cannot possibly accept such a large jar, Chun Xia protested. Chiemo replied, Sister Chun, you have always looked after me, and besides, this isn't just for you. Young Jun is so thin he is practically a stick. He should eat this quickly after opening it. Although it's sweet and can last a few days, it would be a shame if it spoils. Chun Xia, hearing Chiemo's words, thought of her son. The boy was indeed growing, and while they had grain at home, they lacked protein, and she couldn't let him eat excessively. The family was barely managing to eat enough. Fruits, vegetables, and meat were all but gone. The little cured meat they had would last only a few days, meant to be savored. That evening, Chiemo was too distracted to cook. The chubby child was chasing the little kitten, Snowball, around. This was a task entrusted by Daddy to the kitten. Snowball was to help his brother increase his activity. Chiemo had been preparing for days, hoping to help the chubby child shed some weight. Yet, the results were disheartening. The chubby child's weight had not diminished, and he seemed to have gained even more. Chiemo refused to blame herself, continuously offering food, believing that he would slim down if only he would eat less. After all, this was an age of growth. Realizing that inactivity would only lead to more weight gain, she assigned Snowball the task of taking his brother for walks. Dinner consisted of chicken soup, a bowl of rice, a plate of tomato and egg, and a platter of shrimp balls. The chubby child crawled over, making sounds of delight. Chiemo had likely forgotten the rice and eggs, and it wasn't long before the chubby child was full. Before they could finish their meal, Huoliangzhou returned. Finish what's left, he instructed, glancing at the little master. How was your afternoon? Everything all right? Chiemo, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation, nearly brought to tears by her sense of injustice. She felt wronged. She had merely wanted to help, yet almost found herself deceived. Had it not been for her child's capabilities, she might have indeed been successfully duped. When Huoliangzhou was absent, the resilient little master would not feel the weight of injustice or shed tears. However, with Huoliangzhou back, the little master felt increasingly aggrieved. Huoliangzhou held the distressed child in his arms for a long time to comfort him before stating he needed to step out for a moment. Entering the ancestral hall, Huoliangzhou was greeted by Huoliangya, who inquired, You're back. Where's Huo Jingqing? Huoliangzhou replied, Where is he? Huoliangya pointed to a room. He is tied up in there, facing criticism at the village meeting tonight. Don't make a scene, we're all from the same village. You worry for him, Huoliangzhou remarked. Huoliangya retorted, Nonsense. I'm worried you might kill him. That boy is beyond redemption. He'll regret it sooner or later. His brain must have been eaten by a dog. He has completely lost his way. For an unprincipled woman, he even laid hands on his own mother. Huoliangzhou entered the room to find Huo Jingqing bound to a chair. Huo Jingqing was only a few years younger than Huoliangzhou. As the tall figure blocked the light at the door, Huo Jingqing felt a sense of foreboding and cried out in panic, Uncle Liangzhou, it's all my fault. Please don't take it out on my wife. It's entirely my fault for being so greedy and not considering her. Huoliangzhou approached Huo Jingqing and delivered a sharp slap. I don't strike women, but you can't even manage your own wife. How have you turned into this? The academic prodigy of yesteryear, where is your ambition? Your pride? Have you tossed it aside to be trampled underfoot? Aren't you embarrassed? You abandoned all principles. When the storm hit and your parents were away, it was I who carried you to the hospital while you were burning with fever. The doctor warned that if it had been any later, you could have become a fool. And this is how you repay me? By bullying my wife? Huoliangzhou scolded. Filled with disappointment, Huo Jingqing lowered his head, unable to muster a word. Glancing at the trembling woman, Huoliangzhou lifted Huo Jingqing's chin. There is nothing wrong with loving someone, but if you lose sight of your boundaries and cannot distinguish right from wrong, that is where you err. Take heed. If this happens again, I will castrate you. Huo Liangzhou finished his admonishment and turned to leave. Huo Jingcheng watched him depart, feeling a deep bitterness within. He had merely loved his wife. SNT it the same for you? I simply love my wife. What have I done wrong? That evening, the village meeting commenced once more. Chiemo followed closely behind Huo Liangzhou. With her husband present, it was only natural that he would push the baby carriage. She had learned to embrace this little indulgence. The ancestral hall buzzed with noise until the village chief and the elder arrived, bringing silence. Soon after, Huo Jingcheng and Zhang Tiantian were publicly whipped. Zhang Tiantian cried out loudly, but the villagers were not her husband and would not indulge her without principle. Huo Jingcheng, in a pained plea, requested to take the punishment for Zhang Tiantian. Unfortunately, the village chief coldly refused. The villagers whispered among themselves, sensing that Huo Jingcheng had gone mad. He had completely changed. Once this matter was settled, the village chief began discussing the construction of a wall. Those who had not decided whether to work or contribute grain or water in the morning were now ready to commit. Huo Liangzhou ultimately decided to help with the stonework. However, he had limited time and informed the elder that he could only work for about 2 hours each day. This posed a dilemma for the village chief. When Huo Liangzhou explained that with his strength, 2 hours of work would suffice for the villagers to move stones throughout the night, the chief and elder agreed. After all, an entire night's work from someone incapable might not equal what he could accomplish in an hour. That night, Chiemo took the child to the quarry alongside Huo Liangzhou. The quarry was deserted, devoid of life, with dead plants and barren earth. Huo Liangzhou remarked, "The path is decent. I'll go and try it out. Momo, please move the child back a bit." He casually picked up a discarded steel rod and hammer from the quarry. Climbing to a higher point, he drove the steel rod into a rock crevice. And with 2 powerful strikes, enormous boulders crashed down. "Wow, your husband is incredibly strong. Do you think you can handle that little frame of yours?" Chun Xia teased from the side. Chiemo's cheeks flushed crimson. "He won't use such strength on me. He is always careful. Ha ha ha. Mo. You're too adorable. No wonder Liangzhou likes you so much." Huo Xiaoyu laughed at Chiemo's bashfulness. "I wish I could find a hole to hide in right now. Is it too late?" The next day dawned, and the village chief decided to have the young and strong start working first, clearing away the nearby stones. Some returned to push wheelbarrows, and Chiemo joined them, contributing her family's tricycle. At that moment, Huo Jiyun was indeed in town. His grandfather had been cremated, and his aunt had kept their family together. With Huo Jingzhong gone, they needed to uncover who was responsible for this tragedy. She only had one brother, and his death must not be in vain. Huo Jian stated, "We suspect it was Chiemo's cat. Our family has no feud with anyone. We once stole a pig from Chiemo's house. That little cat is far too small. How could it have chased down an injured grandfather in town?" Huo Jian countered, "What is so strange about that? On the day the mutated wolves attacked, someone saw a giant cat killing the wolves because they were attacking Chiemo's home. The kitten from the Chi family is likely a mutation, under the control of Chiemo, and our grandfather was killed by him," exclaimed Huo Jianyan in indignation. His grandfather had many flaws, yet he had always shown him great affection. By the edge of the yang tree grove in the town, the window of a second-floor balcony shattered with a loud crash, causing startled gasps from within, which quickly faded into silence. One after another, the windows of various homes were shattered, and the chilling screams sent shivers down spines. People rushed out to investigate, and beneath the flickering lantern light, they beheld a monstrous and terrifying mutated creature. "Monster! Monster! Help! Run!" Huo Liangzhou returned home to find Chiemo sharing ice cream with the chubby little one. Snowball. The kitten licked its ice cream and glanced at its brother, chiding him to lose weight. "Is this how you diet? You'll only get fatter." Their father, being a man of no principles, would give in at the slightest coaxing. After indulging in more ice cream, Huo Liangzhou warned that it would upset their stomachs, and he promptly snatched the ice cream cone from the little boy's hands. Chiemo looked at the man, then at the ice cream cone in his hand. "Where's my ice cream? You wicked man!" Grabbing the man by his collar, he lunged to seize the ice cream from his mouth. After a raucous tussle, Chiemo finally suggested they head to town. "Let's go see what's happening. It seems many people are missing. If it's a mutated beast, it won't be easy to deal with." The chubby little one was tucked away in a safe space while the lazy Cho was called out to see his brother. The kitten Snowball accompanied their father to town. Chapter 78. The kitten Snowball was remarkably swift. In no time they arrived in town, which had transformed into a scene of hell on earth. Countless residents shrieked in terror at the sight of monstrous creatures, announcing the presence of mutated spiders. Giant spiders, Some with a diameter of a meter and others the size of a bowl, swarmed out in droves. With a spray of webbing, glass shattered, rendering the safety of indoors futile. Even with security bars, while the large mutated spiders could not enter, their silk could easily break the windows, allowing the smaller spiders to infiltrate. Amidst the cacophony of screams, people began to flee their homes. Police Chief Huang Ming received reports almost immediately and quickly organized a team armed with firearms, axes, and flamethrowers. The sheer number of mutated spiders was overwhelming. Even the bowl-sized ones were easy to eliminate, but the most insidious were those the size of a fingernail. A single bite would cause immediate blistering, leaving the victim weak and incapacitated. Flamethrowers! Flamethrowers! Evacuate the civilians! Huang Ming shouted. Members of the Special Operations Team rushed to the front lines, but their efforts proved insufficient as many were bitten, with some townsfolk helping to carry the injured officers and team members to safety. Without their protection, many would have been dragged away by the spiders. What is that? Someone pointed at a glowing giant creature. Eyes widened in disbelief. A cat! It's a cat! My goodness! A mutated cat is here! Run! Run! The townspeople cried out in panic. One officer turned back, witnessing the enormous glowing cat approaching. It's over! Chief Huang, take the brothers and retreat. We have wolves behind and tigers ahead. Lead the civilians away, we'll hold them off. Chief Huang glanced back, and members of the Special Operations Team who had accompanied him to Huo Village also turned around. Upon seeing the massive silver cat, one of them reassured, "Don't panic. This cat means no harm, we know it." True to their word, the giant cat bypassed the defensive line and lunged at the monstrous mutated spiders. Chi Mo watched the long-legged spiders and the chubby little one's fluffy black legs, trembling with fear. Snowball, quickly take it down. How dare such an ugly creature come out to scare people? Chi Mo shouted in distress. Huo Liangzhou noticed the little boy's troubled expression. What's wrong, Mo? He asked, pulling him close. Chi Mo looked up. It's so ugly, I feel nauseous. I think I'm going to be sick. Especially when witnessing the victims poisoned by the spiders. Each one swelling with massive blisters, their bodies oozing with pus. A gruesome sight of human flesh being digested by spider venom. Upon hearing this, Huo Liangzhou urged, "Into the safe space, quickly. My dear, let me eliminate these disgusting creatures." Chi Mo was swiftly sent into a protected space. Observing his father kneeling against a fruit tree branch, retching continuously, Chiu quickly understood the situation. A soft light enveloped Chi Mo. As the glow faded, he felt warmth and comfort wash over him, greatly alleviating his nausea. Looking at Chi Mo expressed, "Thank you, Cho." The kitten mewed in response. It was acceptable to bully the chubby little one, but not their father. Chi Mo watched as Cho dashed off to seek vengeance, feeling fortunate to have such a formidable companion. Indeed, heaven had favored him in this life. The chubby little one crawled on the floor of the recently constructed wooden hut. The framework of the small house was only just completed, as Huo Liangzhou had been too busy to continue its construction. However, with the flooring laid and mats placed, the little one could crawl about. After rinsing a plastic water tower set aside, Chi Mo approached the chubby little one, who was eager to explore the ground. Lifting the little one, Chi Mo inhaled deeply. The delightful scent of the child was irresistible. At the defensive line, there were special operations members, police, government staff, and brave townsfolk all fighting valiantly. As Chief Huang's voice echoed, the enormous cat landed before the defense line, its sharp legs of the spider advancing, launching powerful silk projectiles toward the mutated cat. Everyone watched in awe as the giant cat swiped its paw, sending the once unstoppable mutated spider sprawling to the ground. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. This cat is incredible. As the silk projectiles flew closer, the giant cat opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames. The webs and spiders ignited, and with a turn of its head, the ground ahead blazed with an inferno, consuming both large and small spiders, emitting the foul smell of charred protein. The townspeople cheered at the sight of the obstructed mutated spiders. Chief Huang had not been mistaken. This mutated creature was indeed their ally. Follow closely. We must eliminate those remaining spiders. Chief Huang commanded as he observed the mutated cat chasing down the spiders. With dawn approaching, if they failed to reclaim their homes, exposure to the sun would be perilous, leading to heatstroke or even death. Moreover, no one could afford to be without food. After Cho emerged, it landed beside them and roared, instantly causing numerous small spiders to explode. The kitten Snowball really is a force of nature. It was undoubtedly the grotesque appearance of these spiders that had incited their father's ire, displeasing the chubby little one. This older brother had often claimed not to care about their lack of a mother. Their father had also acknowledged their absence of a maternal figure. Later, their father explained that while they indeed lacked a mother, they had their dad. Regrettably, their father had passed away at their birth. Their birth date was a day of mourning for their father and elder brother. Hence, their older brother ceased to celebrate his birthday and never mentioned their father or brother again. They had never met their father or brother, so their emotional connection was minimal. Yet their father had always cherished memories of them. It was said that the elder brother was quite adorable as a child, plump, fragrant, and incredibly huggable. Now, the kitten Snowball fully believed their father's words. Their dad was exceptionally gentle, a true darling that everyone adored. The elder brother was even more so, soft, sweet, and undeniably charming. It was the most comfortable feeling to curl up on his belly while sleeping. Alas, the only downside was his incessant urge to bite the kitten. However, the elder brother treated everyone equally, whether it was their father, dad, or the chubby little one. He would nip at anyone just to taste them. Every time Chiemo witnessed the elder brother biting the chubby little one, leaving him in exasperation, it brought him immense joy. The two brothers soon joined their father in the assault on the Yang Grove. At the foot of the mountain, deep within the forest of Yangshu, lies a vast cavern, teeming with countless small spiders scuttling about. Scattered across the ground and leaning against the rocky walls are numerous skeletal remains, stripped of flesh. Huo Yangzhou lets out a sigh, pondering the countless lives lost unnoticed by the town. If only the mutated spiders had been discovered earlier, eradicating them would have been considerably easier. Fortunately, they acted swiftly. Otherwise, the townspeople would have become mere sustenance for the mutated spiders. After more than 10 minutes of battle, the little kittens, Shueqiu and Qball, ventured deeper into the cave, where they stumbled upon water seeping from the ground. It was no wonder the mutated spiders reproduced so rapidly, shielded by layers of cobwebs that prevented the moisture from evaporating easily. Huo Liangzhou stepped out from the depths of the cave as Director Huang entered, carrying a lantern and accompanied by Special Forces members with torches. Liangzhou, when did you arrive? Huang inquired. I arrived just now. Who do you think helped you win this fight? Huo Liangzhou replied, observing Huang's surprise. My heavens, that cat is you! Huang exclaimed in astonishment. Huo Liangzhou's lips twitched slightly. Consider it as me. But enough about that. I discovered water deep within the cave, obstructed by layers of cobwebs. If you destroy the webs, the moisture will evaporate quickly. There's water? Let me think of a way to avoid damaging the webs, Huang responded. Huo Liangzhou nodded. First seal the entrance, then devise a plan. Your combat prowess is remarkable. Next time we encounter such a situation, can we still call upon your assistance? Huang asked. Huo Liangzhou nodded again. If there's something, inform my young master, Momo. I've been frequently away from home lately. Please notify me a day in advance. If I have time, I will assist. Upon hearing Huo Liangzhou's straightforward reply, Huang's spirits lifted. Their department was running low on ammunition. If they encountered any more mutated creatures, they would have to resort to blades. How did you acquire that ability to transform into a cat? Could you share it with us for our warriors to learn? Huang inquired. Huo Liangzhou responded. That is somewhat challenging. It's innate. It's an awakened ability. There is a power awakener in Shenjikan. You might consider trying to recruit them. If you genuinely wish to awaken, seek my young master. If he is pleased, he might have a way. Huang contemplated the strength of his team, feeling a bit more secure. The special forces under Huang were generally competent, with principles. At least when danger arose, they were willing to brave the front lines. Their courage was evident, or else Huo Liangzhou would not have spoken up. Huang, slightly confused, questioned, why must we appease the young master, or rather, Momo? Why do you have so many questions? Just do as I say. The ability is not mine. It belongs to my young master, Huo Liangzhou replied, leaving Huang bewildered. You mean this is Momo's ability? Huang asked, shaking his head in disbelief. No, it's the ability of the child in my young master's womb. Now do you understand? Huo Liangzhou clarified. To please Momo, the child might assist you in awakening. Huang's eyes widened in shock. What? The ability of an unborn child? Are you jesting with me? Huo Liangzhou retorted. Believe it or not, but you think I can awaken two cats? That is merely the form manifested by my son. Why do you think the little kitten seeks Momo for play? Because it is his own offspring. If not him, then who else? The child was his pride. I must return to accompany my young master for rest. You may continue your work. Huo Liangzhou bid farewell. Huang remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend. Though he had read novels in his youth to pass the time, this was too extraordinary. an unborn child with such formidable power. No wonder Huo Liangzhou had schemed to bring Qiemo home. Indeed, the ultra-wealthy possess exceptional foresight. He found himself envious, wishing for a dozen such children. As Huang organized his tasks, he resolved to seek the young master's assistance early the next day. Without some hidden capabilities, he feared he might not be able to protect the town. Huo Liangzhou teleported home. Upon entering the space, he found the family gathered in the wooden cabin. Momo, stop teasing the chubby cub and have some snacks. We need to rest, he said as he stepped onto the floor. In the capital, Bai Bin turned to Qiu Yun. Do you have any recollection of the divine messenger? Qiu Yun shook his head. I have no such memory. This life differs from the previous one. Qi Huai's ability is exceedingly aggressive. If left unchecked, the entire Great Xia will succumb to his followers, losing their individuality and freedom. It is truly terrifying. Bai Bin shared his sentiments, feeling the gravity of the situation. It seemed as though everyone would become mere puppets. Huo Liangzhou should have survived until the late apocalypse. We must consult him to understand the situation, Bai Bin suggested. Chapter 79. Qiemo awoke to a bright morning at 10 o'clock. The chubby cub's milk bottle lay abandoned, indicating it had already been fed. Xueqiu lay beside her brother, wagging its tail, while Qball, no doubt feeling lazy, had not yet emerged. After leaving the space, Qiemo proceeded to freshen up. In the kitchen, he found plates of freshly made hand-pulled noodles. Not in the mood for that, he stored the noodles away and retrieved a bowl of seafood porridge, several buns and dumplings, along with a steamed fish. Having satisfied his hunger, the space echoed with the chubby cub's delighted calls. The little one had awakened from its nap. Bringing the cub out, Qiemo prepared the seafood porridge, which both the chubby cub and Xueqiu relished, while Qball finally made an appearance. It was another hot day. Outside the courtyard, a voice called out, Momo, Momo, are you awake? It was Sister Chen's voice, and after a few more calls, it ceased. Placing the chubby cub in a playpen, Qiemo walked to the courtyard and opened the door, asking, Sister Chen, do you need something? Chun Xia smiled upon seeing Qiemo. Someone is looking for you. I tried calling out a couple of times since you were still asleep. Liangzhou instructed me not to wake you. Qiemo inquired, who is looking for me? It's the police chief from the town, Chun Xia explained. Qiemo felt a twinge of curiosity. What could Huang Ming want with him? Did it relate to the eradication of the mutated spiders from the previous night? Where are they? Qiemo asked. I'll go fetch them, Chun Xia replied. In Jiangqing, countless individuals flocked to Qi Huai's temple, driven by their need for sustenance. They had transformed a shopping mall into a temple, erecting a colossal statue crafted through tireless effort. Adorned with gold leaf, it appeared solemn and extraordinary, with devotees kneeling before the idol in prayer. Upon starting his job at the Huo family security department, Huo Liangzhou learned of unexpected visitors, reportedly from the capital. He had no affiliations with them and knew few individuals there, who would come to visit him uninvited. Most who arrived in Jiangqing were likely seeking Qi Huai. When the visitors entered, Huo Liangzhou was astonished. It's you. You aren't here to find Qi Huai, are you? Bai Bin nodded. Indeed, we have come to find you. News of Qi Huai has reached the capital and we are concerned. Such a massively manipulative ability could lead to dire consequences. Do you have any suggestions or insights to share with us? You are aware that the entire nation is currently facing a shortage of food and water. Many express their support for Qi Huai. While everyone recognizes the dangers, compared to starvation, many feel it is a solvable issue. However, I find it quite perilous. Bai Bin elaborated. Qiu Yun interjected. Currently, there are two factions. One is ours, cautious and worried about repercussions, while the other believes we can endure the drought and heat through human capability. Huo Liangzhou regarded the two and remarked, in truth, Bai Bin's perspective is not incorrect. We are not dealing with mere mortals. He is a divine messenger. The task of eliminating the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness is indeed a formidable one, unless you possess divine intervention. However, the situation is not entirely dire. You may wholeheartedly assist in his development, for the divine can, at times, be rather lenient. Huo Liangzhou chuckled. Bai Bin, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in surprise. You. It is not I, Huo Liangzhou replied. The deity I am acquainted with tends to be rather lethargic. His regulations are quite relaxed, allowing for unrestrained thoughts without driving his followers to madness. He embodies a more laid-back philosophy. Unless prompted, he remains inactive and is prone to slumber. Huo Liangzhou continued with a smile. Qiu Yun sighed, saying, we have analyzed Qi Huai. He is a petty individual, plagued by jealousy and vengefulness, capable of striking against even his well-meaning cousin. He has sunk to the point of contemplating patricide, and that mother and son duo have yet to meet their demise. Bai Bin glanced around, inquiring, "What of your young master?" Hu Liangzhou explained, "He is back at our ancestral home. He was initially brought here, but upon the emergence of the Qi Huai affair, he expressed a reluctance to remain. I feared disturbing him, so I allowed him to stay at home. If your young master were a divine envoy, we would be considerably more at ease," Bai Bin sighed. After assessing Qi Huai, they also took the time to evaluate Qi Mo, who was rather reclusive, disinterested in socializing, fond of painting, and had a gentle disposition, often submissive. Qi Mo would not instigate an attack. He is, as Hu Liangzhou described, the type who won't budge unless prodded, embodying a more tranquil demeanor. Observing the two in silence, Hu Liangzhou spoke, "In truth, consuming a small amount is not detrimental. The closer one is to the temple, the greater the temptation. From a distance, however, it's merely about sustenance, and the influence of the divine teachings is considerably diminished." "Is that so?" Bai Bin's eyes lit up. Hu Liangzhou nodded, adding, "There is another method. The food can be set aside for a time before consumption, which can also mitigate the impact. Additionally, if you possess individuals with awakened spiritual powers, purifying the food would reduce its effects." Bai Bin and Xiao Yun were both invigorated by this information. "Thank you for your suggestions. We shall further investigate." After bidding farewell to Bai Bin and Xiao Yun, Hu Liangzhou took a stroll through the planting facility. After connecting the cooling ducts, conditions improved significantly. With reduced movement of personnel, even the loss of water vapor was slowing down. Subsequently, Hu Liangzhou made his way to the seaside. The tides ebbed and flowed, with water levels continuing to recede, as various rules were being consumed by that foreign deity within the sea. Contemplating this situation, Hu Liangzhou pondered whether it was time for the second one to take action. However, the second one was still just a cub. It seemed inappropriate to burden such a small creature with such a heavy responsibility. The second one was quite astute, aware of the gravity of the situation, and chose not to act, indicating that the time was not yet ripe. Qi Mo welcomed Huang Ming and his entourage of 4 or 5 individuals. Huang Ming and his companions were laden with provisions: oats, sesame paste, salt, cooking wine, rice, flour, and cooking oil among other items. In the living room, Qi Mo looked at Huang Ming and asked, "Director Huang, why have you brought these items? Do you require something from me?" Huang Ming nodded. "It is of utmost importance. Last night, your husband saved our Taohua town. Otherwise, the mutated spiders would have spread, resulting in numerous fatalities. These items are a token of appreciation from the town. Though they are not plentiful, they express our gratitude." Huang Ming then shifted the conversation. "Mo, here's the situation. Last night we encountered those 2 large cats. Your husband mentioned that they are your cubs and can help awaken people's special abilities. Our town has faced several attacks from mutated animals and insects, and our ammunition is nearly depleted. The casualties have been severe. I wonder if you could persuade the cubs to assist us in awakening some abilities." Qi Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Awaken special abilities? My cubs? My husband truly mentioned this? I had no idea. Are you certain you are not dreaming?" "He indeed said so after the battle. I cannot possibly misremember something so significant," Huang Ming affirmed. Qi Mo scratched his head, feeling that her cubs had presented her with a dilemma. Turning back, she called out, "Qiu, Shueqiu, come out quickly and tell us if you can help awaken people's abilities." "Director Huang, in truth, I myself have yet to awaken, so I am uncertain about this matter," Qi Mo preemptively cautioned. Huang Ming nodded. "No matter. If it does not work out, we are still immensely grateful for your husband's life-saving intervention yesterday." The little cat, Shueqiu, scurried out, circling around her father's ankles several times, rubbing against him and meowing before darting off to play with the chubby cub. Shueqiu stated that he could not assist, which Qi Mo explained. The golden kitten arrived a bit late, leaping onto her father's knee, wiggling its tiny tail and meowing softly. Then it fell silent. Qi Mo felt somewhat awkward, unsure whether to clarify the cub's words. Observing her discomfort, Huang Ming inquired, "What is the matter? Is it difficult to articulate?" Qi Mo shook her head to clarify, "It is not that it is difficult to say. I simply did not hear the cub state that it could awaken abilities. It merely uttered a request to kneel. Please do not take it seriously. My cub is still young and does not comprehend these matters." Qi Mo laughed lightly. Upon hearing Qi Mo's explanation, Huang Ming turned to the few individuals beside him. The Special Forces members exchanged glances, contemplating the act of kneeling. As modern individuals, the action of kneeling held a certain awkwardness. After several minutes of silence, the youngest member of the Special Forces suddenly spoke. The law should not be lightly disseminated. I shall kneel. Oh great little cat deity, you must help me awaken my abilities. With the team having run out of ammunition, should the mutated animals attack again, he would be unable to protect the townsfolk. I grew up eating the food of many families in town, and I wish to safeguard them, the youth declared earnestly before kneeling down. With a loud thud, Chiemo felt a pang of empathy for his knee. Gazing at the youth kneeling before him, Chiemo looked at the kitten resting on his knee, realizing that boasting without the capability could lead to dire consequences for both the cub and herself. Without her father present, they could soon find themselves in a precarious situation. Cho-Cho mewed softly, dispelling her father's unnecessary worries. The little tail wagged cheerfully, and Cho-Cho raised a tiny paw, revealing sharp claws, and swiftly scratched the kneeling youth. Blood instantly stained the youth's forehead. The onlookers gasped, "Is that really necessary?" Only the youth remained unfazed, feeling a stinging pain from the scratch, yet simultaneously experiencing a mysterious warmth flooding through him from the wound. This was power, was it not? Chiemo observed the unmoving youth, asking, "Are you all right?" The youth clenched his fist and responded, "My lady, I am well, exceedingly well. Please kneel quickly. A single knee will suffice. I am the first believer of the great little cat deity." Hearing such over-the-top declarations, Chiemo thought, what a ridiculous title, believer of the great little cat deity. It hasn't he even been born yet. This felt rather embarrassing. Chiemo placed the kitten on the chair and stepped aside, thinking, kneel away, just don't kneel before me. I can't handle it. Of the 5 individuals, not all were successful. Only 3 managed to receive the mysterious warmth. The unsuccessful kittens refrained from extending their paws, as the little ones were selective. Chiemo could discern that only those who caught their eye would be accepted. Those with any flaw in appearance were summarily rejected. My unborn cub is a superficial creature. Chi Huai stood before the divine statue, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Splendid. The temple is completed, and our divine realm can expand by 100,000 acres. In no time we shall conquer Jiangqing. Those unwilling to embrace faith will be consumed. By the way, Chiemo has run off again, preaching in Yunqing with a few fanatics. I shall see where he hides when the time comes. We must also encroach upon the capital. Only then can we seize control of the lifeblood of the great Xia. Chi Huai chuckled heartily before immersing himself in the grand ambition of world domination. Chapter 80. Although the sensation of warm energy was felt, the special abilities remained dormant. The first youth from the special forces, Susai, inquired of the little cat deity, "Oh, great cat deity, may I ask what my special ability is and how can it be awakened?" The other 3 eagerly turned their gazes toward Chiemo. Alas, they could not comprehend the language of the cat star, and only the little cat's father could translate for them. Upon hearing this, Chiemo gazed at the lethargic and languid heir, who was lazily wagging his little tail, and could only muster the courage to ask, "Cho-Cho, do you know how to awaken one's extraordinary abilities?" Meow, meow, came the sound of the little cat, Shueqiu, from behind. He lacked the capability to facilitate the awakening of extraordinary powers. That was a divine blessing, at least a gift from a deity. Although his brother had grasped the rules and ascended to the lowest tier of divinity, thus capable of developing divine agents, he forbade him from becoming one. Shueqiu understood that heir hoped he could subdue the rules on his own, but was that something an ordinary person could accomplish? Regardless, he had failed to succeed before his demise, yet he understood how to stimulate divine blessings. Hearing Shueqiu's meows, Chiemo glanced at the drowsy heir and then cleared his throat. The little one says we should beat him up together. If once doesn't he work, then twice. If twice doesn't he work, then thrice. A few more beatings and he is sure to awaken. Instantly, Huang Ming and the other 2 members of the unblessed special forces chuckled as they clenched their fists. Quick, take him out and give him a beating, Huang Ming exclaimed with laughter. If someone awakened a water-type ability, he would be overjoyed. Even though the town had a certain water reserve, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The government departments were insufficient, let alone assisting the villagers. Susai was the first to be dragged into the yard. Observing the sweltering heat, Chiemo stood at the doorway, watching how the awakening would unfold. The chubby little one clung to his father's neck, curiously watching the crowd in his house, appearing as if a fight were about to ensue. Chiemo turned and brought out a jug of water, saying, "Have some water. We don't want anyone to suffer from heatstroke." Huang Ming responded with a hearty laugh, "All right, drink some water first, then we can resume the beating." The jug of water was quickly drained by the 6 of them. The chubby little one, holding a small milk bottle, couldn't resist drinking upon seeing the others. After quenching their thirst, Huang Ming addressed the other 2. Alright, today everyone can openly beat Susai. In an instant, 5 of them charged toward Susai. The beating was genuine, with no mercy shown. Each punch landed with force. Chi Mo cast an anxious glance at the little Xueqiu on his shoulder. The lazy little pig had run off again. Hearing his father's words, Xueqiu meowed a few times. No problem, the little one could heal. After all, if one were to sustain injuries without learning some healing techniques, they would have long been disabled. No, the little one wasn't even born yet, so that comparison was unfounded. Upon hearing Xueqiu's chatter, Chi Mo felt considerably relieved. As long as no one died in his house, that was the main concern. You can hit a bit harder. If he gets hurt, the little one says he will heal, Chi Mo suggested. Susai's heart sank upon hearing this. Was he dealing with devils? Against 2 people, he couldn't hold his own. Against 3, he was merely a punching bag. And 5? He had no opportunity to retaliate at all. While dodging, Susai stumbled and fell, prompting everyone to rush in and kick him. Since Chi Mo had said healing was possible, they felt free to unleash their blows. One of the comrades, distracted, inadvertently kicked towards Susai's groin. Susai, witnessing the swift and brutal kick, couldn't help but suspect his comrade was settling personal scores. The girl he fancied had overlooked him and instead taken a liking to Susai. In an instant, feeling a sense of danger, Susai's mind seemed to snap, and suddenly countless clods of earth surged around him, encasing him. Instantly, the eyes of several comrades attacking Susai widened in astonishment. It worked. It really worked. Earth manipulation ability. How splendid! Huang Ming exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, then added, "You 2 better awaken some water abilities for me." Although earth manipulation provided decent defense, presently, they were in dire need of water. Little cat Xueqiu stared at the pile of earth that had enveloped him, observing the elated group, and let out a series of meows. Hearing this, Chi Mo hurriedly exclaimed, "Don't just be happy. Susai has buried himself. If you don't rescue him soon, he might suffocate." Huang Ming and the others quickly realized, "Why can't he get out himself? He must be inexperienced," Chi Mo replied. In no time, several individuals rushed to find branches to dig. Chi Mo also dashed back into the living room, pausing for a few seconds as if to symbolize his effort before emerging with a shovel and a hoe. Equipped with tools, they swiftly rescued Susai, whose cheeks were flushed from the suffocation. "You need to practice more. Leave yourself some air holes or you might suffocate," Chi Mo advised the panting individual. Susai nodded. "Thank you, I'll remember that." The second individual was rather unfortunate. After enduring a beating for over 10 minutes, he still felt nothing. Huang Ming called for a halt, suggesting they try again later. Next came the third, who, after being pummeled for 5 or 6 minutes, suddenly erupted with a thunderous sound. Though it was silent, everyone imagined the noise. Fire blazed fiercely. Huang Ming and the others instinctively recoiled. "Quick, fetch water. We can't let the house burn down or ourselves," Huang Ming shouted as he rushed toward the water tank. Chi Mo, startled, exclaimed, "It's on fire. It's on fire. I'll go upstairs to untie it," Chi Mo said, ready to dash upstairs when little cat Xueqiu meowed, and a small cloud formed before his tiny paws. The diminutive, dark cloud was propelled outward by Xueqiu. Originally just the size of a baby's palm, the cloud rapidly expanded upon being released. It burgeoned to about 1 square meter. The black cloud swiftly floated above the flaming area on the sunshade, and soon, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Before long, the fire ignited on the sunshade was extinguished by the raindrops. The individual whose awakening had ignited the flames found that while the fire was doused, his clothes were irreparably burned, leaving him in a comical state of tattered garments, appearing charred yet unharmed. "It's raining! It's raining! My heavens, how wonderful!" Huang Ming shouted excitedly, and the others shared in his exhilaration. Only Chi Mo pondered, "My little one can bring rain. Is this a water ability? It doesn't seem quite right. Extraordinary abilities are extraordinary abilities, but is this rain-producing cloud truly considered one?" Observing the jubilant group, Chi Mo dampened their spirits. "It's not really raining. It's south just this square meter." With Chi Mo's words, Huang Ming and the others came to their senses. Outside the sunshade, the sun shone brightly, and only the small black cloud above the charred area emitted rain. Huang Ming gazed longingly at the dark cloud, wishing he could take it back to the office. Although the rain was light, it was continuous. "Chi Mo, can we have one of those little clouds?" Huang Ming inquired. I quite like this little cloud, Chiemo said, looking at little cat Shueqiu. Can you make another cloud? Meow, little cat Shueqiu replied, informing his father that this cloud could only be used for one day. After that, it would dissipate. Chiemo responded, it will disappear after a day? Huang Ming chimed in, 1 day is fine. I won't complain. Who would dare to complain about rain at this moment? Chiemo felt a bit helpless. Alright then, this one is yours. Huang Ming beamed. I'll bring you some candy tomorrow. He then rallied the group to resume beating the last individual who had yet to awaken. The unfortunate soul emerged bruised and battered. However, he gathered his strength to condense ice shards that shot forth in all directions. The ice shards were imprisoned the moment they neared anyone. The 5 of them were drenched in cold sweat, nearly meeting their demise. As Huang Ming stared at the ice shards, less than 3 centimeters from his eyes, and realized the peril associated with awakening, Chiemo, observing the trapped ice shards, felt a surge of happiness. He quickly ran home and fetched a bucket. Hurry! Help me collect the ice into the bucket, Chiemo urged. Immediately, everyone cooperated to gather the imprisoned ice shards, filling the bucket to the brim. They carried the bucket back to Chiemo's home. Huang Ming and the others popped an ice shard into their mouths, relishing the icy treat that tasted just like an old popsicle. Alright, we'll head back now. I'll bring people over again tomorrow, Huang Ming announced. Chiemo nodded, yes, be careful on the way. Huang Ming initially felt no particular sense of foreboding. However, as he led his companions out of Chiemo's residence, they were swiftly encircled, all due to the small dark cloud hovering above them, showering down rain. Huang Ming explained that this phenomenon was a manifestation of his awakened supernatural ability. The villagers, unperturbed, brought buckets to collect the rain, but he was determined to return to the police station. Chiemo closed the door, gazing longingly at the retreating little cloud. It was not merely the rain that captivated him. The cloud itself was undeniably charming, intangible yet visible. He playfully poked the soft, plump rear of his little pet, observing the wide-eyed kitten Snowball turning to stare back. Snowball, can you conjure another little cloud? The once motionless golden kitten finally stirred, shifting its tiny behind, and produced 3 acolytes with extraordinary powers. This delighted Huoliangzhou, who had returned to find a hole in the sunshade. It was good to see movement at last. Bai Bin and Xiao Yun completed Qi Huai's investigative report, incorporating Huoliangzhou's remarks, and subsequently dispatched someone to deliver it back to the capital. Thereafter, Bai Bin and Xiao Yun resolved to journey to Yuncheng, eager to encounter the divine offspring that Huoliangzhou had mentioned. If it were indeed possible, their worries about Qi Huai unearthing the foundations of the Great Xia would be alleviated. Today, Chun Xia heard the sounds of a scuffle from the adjacent courtyard. It seemed to be a friendly sparring match, with Momo occasionally exclaiming her approval, indicating all was well. However, she soon noticed the sound of rain, which was quite loud. Rushing to the window, she found no rain at all. The sun was shining brilliantly. Shortly after, her son dashed in, exclaiming something about a little cloud and rain. The kitten, Snowball, was subjected to her father's eager gaze, and it could hardly withstand the attention. In Chimo's eyes, his adorable little pet was simply irresistible, and in the pet's eyes, its father was equally charming. Snowball extended its tiny paw and materialized an even smaller cloud, roughly the size of a teacup, which began to sprinkle gentle raindrops. Chi-Mo placed the little cloud upon the table, then retrieved a small fish from his spatial realm to place in a small fish tank situated beneath the cloud. Raindrops fell rhythmically into the tank, and the little fish frolicked joyfully within. Chi-Mo and his plump pet watched, utterly entranced. As chapter 81 unfolds, Huoliangzhou entered, observing the young master sprawled across the table, alongside the little cloud that captivated both him and the plump pet. The cloud was raining, and the fish in the tank swam merrily. The cloud had been diminished to a small tuft, yet it could persist for at least 3 days, 2 days longer than its original size. It's noon. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Huoliangzhou inquired. The living room was adorned with ice blocks conjured by an ice element supernaturalist. These blocks were more resilient against melting than those made from niter, even surpassing ice packs. The temperature was notably lower, perfect for the sweltering summer day. Chi-Mo playfully grasped Huoliangzhou's hand that was ruffling his hair, murmuring, "I'll eat you up." Huoliangzhou paused, then chuckled. "I've been a bit busy these past few days, neglecting my little Momo. All right. For lunch, I'll feast on my husband." He reached out to embrace the young master. Chi-Mo immediately protested. "I was just joking. Husband, I'm really hungry. I want fried rice." Huo gently pinched the bridge of Chi-mo's nose, teasing, "Little liar. Just wait. I'll make it for you." Taking the rice, eggs, and shrimp provided by Chi-mo, he prepared a seaweed shrimp soup, egg-fried rice, stir-fried asparagus, stir-fried leafy greens, steamed yellow croaker, and oil-sautéed prawns. The living room cooled down to a refreshing 30 degrees. Chi-mo's appetite soared. His husband's culinary skills were exceptional. Observing Snowball, who was feasting on fish scraps beside him, Chi-mo remarked, "Snowball, you can create little clouds. Surely you can also make ice blocks, right?" Snowball mewed in affirmation. Creating clouds was indeed more challenging than crafting ice. This endeavor had a touch of the arcane, something it felt less capable of achieving in this lifetime. Yet it found the process quite enjoyable. As Huo peeled a shrimp for the young master, he inquired, "Huang Ming has visited, hasn't he? What's the situation?" Chi-mo beamed with pride as he replied, "Husband, our second child, Chio, is truly remarkable. He can awaken supernatural powers in others. Huang Ming brought 5 people today, awakening 3 of them along with himself, an impressive 50% success rate. Chio is indeed formidable. With him protecting you, I feel reassured. Bai Bin and Xiao Yun have sought me out. They may come to inquire further. Please entertain them if they arrive. If not, let them wait," Huo instructed. Chi-mo nodded, "Understood, I will remember." "What's the situation in Jiangqing?" Chi-mo asked. Huo understood the young master was inquiring about Chi-huai. They constructed a rudimentary temple, expanding farmland by over 10,000 acres. Bai Bin and his team have conducted investigations. I suspect the higher-ups are inclined to collaborate with Chi-huai, as their food and water supplies are dwindling, Huo elucidated. Despite appearances of comfort, having enough to eat and drink, the reality was that even the Huo family's security group was struggling to find adequate provisions. However, this was still preferable to the dire circumstances faced by the unprepared populace, who were entirely out of resources and resorting to looting and pillaging. Those who could seize food would survive, while those unable to do so faced death. In such a state of hunger, humanity could easily devolve into savagery. Chi-huai's powers drew countless individuals to him. Not just Bai Bin and Xiao Yun, but several cities surrounding Jiangqing sought to partner with him. Chi-huai welcomed all, insisting these cities first build temples, after which he would send apostles who could wield portions of his authority, such as cultivating land, inducing rain, and accelerating crop growth. The pace of expansion was exceedingly rapid. Upon hearing the news, many were invigorated, and concerns about the potential side effects of the crops became trivial. When faced with starvation, who cared about philosophical dilemmas? Yun Chang received similar news and promptly dispatched representatives to Jiangqing to negotiate a partnership. Although the collaboration was still in its infancy, temple construction had already commenced. This information spread like wildfire, as countless counties and cities sent envoys to seek collaboration with Chi-huai. The need for sustenance outweighed all else. Without food, chaos would reign. Partnering with Chi-huai not only promised fertile land for crops but also rain. Side effects could be addressed later. If Huo did not relay this to Bai Bin and the others, the capital might attempt to intervene. However, having explained the situation, Bai Bin and Xiao Yun were convinced. The message was transmitted, and with someone capable of restraining Chi-mo, they decided to address the symptoms first and the root causes later. Bai Bin arrived at Taohua town by evening. Having just contacted Huo, the town's residents were understandably vigilant, for Huo had saved them all, especially since Director Huang had emphasized Chi-mo's significance to them. That little black cloud capable of rain had originated from him, promising a deluge lasting a day and a night. All townsfolk eagerly fetched water in mineral water bottles. As the cloud floated beneath the police station ceiling, rain poured into large barrels, allowing every resident to fill 5-liter containers. Though it was a modest supply, the cloud was no mere fleeting phenomenon. The ice element supernaturalist, albeit not particularly powerful, was kept in a separate room to allow him to create freely. His chaotic ice shards posed no danger to others, as there was no one else around. Every half hour, the ice accumulating on the ground and inside containers was collected. The ice was utilized for cooling. Once melted, it could also serve to wash hands or boil water. In the sweltering heat of this apocalyptic summer, the clean ice was first distributed by Director Huang to government officials, allowing everyone to savor a taste of coolness. Subsequently, every household in the town could queue to receive a piece of ice, roughly the size of a child's fist, measuring over 10 centimeters in length. When cast into a 10-kilogram water bucket, the water swiftly turned frigid, offering a sip that invigorated one to their very core. The townsfolk were elated. Bai Bin and Xiao Yun inquired about the affairs of the Huo Liangzhou family, and the townspeople promptly reported this matter to Director Huang. Just yesterday, Huang had mentioned that many were eager to harm the young master, as Huo Liangzhou had numerous business rivals. While Huo Liangzhou himself could be easily disposed of, the young master was a precious asset that must not be endangered by Huo Liangzhou's troubles. Before Bai Bin and Xiao Yun could gather further information, they were summoned by Huang Ming to the police station. Upon verifying their identification, Huang discovered that the two were acquainted with Chi Mo, who had previously rescued them. With a clap of his hands, Huang exclaimed, "You may accompany us." He continued, "As you have noted, Chi Huai's so-called temple is undoubtedly malevolent, manipulating the hearts of men. It is the work of wicked deities. Just look at Chi Mo's family. Their little cat deity grants our requests without any cost. I have not perceived any significant mental issues among the 3 awakened members. The primary concern I have investigated is that they must not harm Chi Mo and his family." Huang explained. Bai Bin, surprised, replied, "Is that the only condition?" Huang clarified, "Indeed, that is the sole limitation I have discerned. Thus, the powers acquired from the little cat cannot be wielded to inflict harm upon them. There are no other restrictions I have uncovered. The townsfolk have consumed the water, and I have specifically tested it. One can still insult Chi Mo or Chio," Huang added. He had already heard about Chi Huai's situation the previous night. Had it not been for Chi Mo's little cat deity, he would undoubtedly have been more concerned about Chi Huai's plight. However, the conditions surrounding Chi Mo's little cat were evidently more lenient. Huang then addressed Bai Bin and Xiao Yun. "Today, we shall visit the Liangzhou household to locate the young master's cat deity for awakening. You should accompany us to assess the situation. After all, seeing is believing, while hearing can often mislead." Bai Bin and Xiao Yun readily agreed. That evening, Huo Liangzhou worked diligently. The young master had expressed dissatisfaction the previous day, and Liangzhou could not bear to see him yearning for treats that were out of reach. Huang Ming arrived later than anticipated, having learned that the young master would likely rise around 10 o'clock, yet today the young master awoke even later. They reached the Huo Village at 9 o'clock and subsequently rested at the village committee. Huang Ming had brought 50 capable young men, all elite members of the special forces, who could undergo repeated awakenings. The situation at the Huo family security base was less than favorable. Over the course of a single night, 2/3 of Jiang City had fallen under Chi Huai's control. Many individuals from the Huo family security department had been lured in, and apart from the core members, numerous others had joined the Temple of Twilight. Bai Sanyi, Bai Zhou, arrived with 20 to 30 loyal followers, leaving Liangzhou with only a handful of people. "This situation is dire. Huo Liangzhou, can you recommend a place for me? I cannot remain in Jiang City any longer. A single unguarded sip of water or bite of food risks influence, and it occurs so insidiously that I am filled with dread. I must depart," Bai Zhou lamented. Huo Liangzhou gazed at the blazing sun outside the building and suggested, "You should head to Taohua town. There are plenty of vacant houses there that should accommodate you. The Huo family village is also an option. There is a chicken farm about a kilometer away where you could temporarily settle. Bring your people to meet my young master. He will arrange for their awakenings. If any of your people can awaken to water, wood, or earth abilities, they should be able to survive adequately." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou agreed, "Very well, I will take my people and leave tonight. For now, we shall rest here." Huo Liangzhou arranged for his guests to rest in the lounge on the first floor. Shortly thereafter, Chun Lei followed Huo Liangchuan to seek out Huo Liangzhou, both visibly anxious. "Elder brother, what shall we do? Chi Huai's encroachment is terrifying. Those people seem devoid of reason, directly delivering water and food. How can we withstand this? Our numbers are dwindling," Huo Liangchuan spoke. He surveyed the planting base he had prepared, which was just a month and a half away from harvest. However, the rapid pace of events rendered his efforts futile. "Tonight we shall convene and head to Huo family village," Huo Liangzhou declared. "Let us first avoid the limelight. We will wait until his offspring is willing to budge." Chi Mo rose from the heated bed, having spent the night atop the Kong in Huo Huakong's home. A mat had been laid down, and ice had been placed in the room, ensuring that despite the sweltering sun outside, the interior remained refreshingly cool and remarkably comfortable. The chubby little one had tossed his milk bottle aside, sprawled in slumber. With a glass of milk and a sandwich, the little one gnawed on a slice of toast, while Chi Mo savored a half watermelon with a spoon. A knock echoed at the door of Chi Huai's residence. Mo, are you awake? I have brought candy," Huang Ming called from outside. Startled, Chi Mo jolted awake but quickly remembered his second brother. "I am awake. Please wait a moment. I will open the door." As he swung the door open, Chi Mo immediately spotted Bai Bin and Xiao Yun. "Long time no see. What brings you here? Come in quickly, come in quickly. This heat is unbearable. Chi-Mo beckoned them inside. Bai Bin, Xiao Yun, it hasn't been long. The bonfire party was just a few days ago. Chapter 82. The living room of Huo Liangzhou's home was quite spacious, yet over 50 individuals could not be comfortably accommodated. Even if they could, it would be exceedingly cramped. Chi-Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment, remarking, Director Huang, you have brought quite a crowd today. Huang Ming chuckled. These are all fine young men. The sooner they awaken, the sooner they can serve the people. Zhang Lu, come quickly. Bring some ice. Everyone is queuing in the courtyard. Huang called to Zhang Lu, the ice ability user from the previous day. After a day of practice, Zhang Lu could now control the ice without scattering it indiscriminately. Soon, piles of ice blocks accumulated in the courtyard. With a sunshade to block the sunlight and ice to cool the air, the temperature in the courtyard swiftly dropped, providing a refreshing respite. News of yesterday's events had reached Huo family village. At that moment, the village chief sought out the patriarch to discuss the matter. They believed that the recent awakenings in town were somehow connected to Chi-Mo. What shall we do, old patriarch? The village chief inquired. The old patriarch responded. Chi-Mo has not mentioned this matter. He owes us nothing. Since Liangzhou will be home at night, I will visit him then. This will facilitate communication. Liangzhou is from our village and should consider our interests to some degree. Besides, he is a key player in breaking the mountain stone. The old patriarch's reasoning was sound. Yet some villagers felt it was unfair that Huo Liangzhou only worked for an hour. The villagers voiced their grievances to the village chief, who promptly scolded them. Even if Huo Liangzhou only worked for an hour, what he accomplished in that time is equivalent to your entire night's labor. His output surpasses your collective efforts, he reprimanded. At that moment, a considerable pile of stones had accumulated along the road at the village entrance. Excavation for a wall foundation had commenced, but only a small section had been dug, about 10 meters long and half a meter wide. The village chief nodded. It seems we have no other choice. However, Chen Xia was not the old patriarch or village chief. She had not considered such matters deeply. Upon hearing a hint of news, she approached. Mo, what are you doing? Chen Xia inquired, followed curiously by her son, Huo Jingjun. Chi-Mo smiled upon seeing Chen Xia enter. We have guests. Please find a place to sit. I am preparing for an awakening ceremony. Later, we can see if Jingjun has an opportunity to awaken. Upon hearing this, Chen Xia asked, Awakening? What is that? Huo Jingjun, pulling at his mother who was brimming with questions, interjected, Mom, wait until little Mo is free to ask. Little Mo, you go ahead. We will find a place to cool off. Very well. Take care of your mother. Chi-Mo replied before turning to Bai Bin and Huang Ming, asking, Shall we proceed with the awakening ceremony first, or would you prefer to converse first? Bai Bin cast a glance at Xiao Yun, who then spoke. Let us commence the awakening ceremony. Once again, a simple stool was produced, and Qiu was summoned by Chi-Mo. At this moment, it squatted comfortably on the stool, its little tail swaying leisurely. However, today, Chi-Mo did not take a seat. Instead, he stood to the side, feeling awkward about asking anyone to kneel. The individuals gathered by Huang Ming lined up, with the first standing a meter away. Observing the neatly arranged line, Chi-Mo addressed Qiu. Are we ready to begin? The golden kitten mewed in response. Can commence now. The first participant need only kneel on one knee. Chi-Mo instructed. The first soldier of the special operations team stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. He had already inquired about the awakening ceremony beforehand and was well aware of the procedure. The little cat raised its tiny paw and swiftly made a swipe. 3 crimson marks immediately appeared. Following this, the soldier expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, divine kitten, before rising and stepping aside. The next soldier took his place. Although there were 50 individuals, the process was quite swift, and within a mere 10 minutes, the awakening ceremony was complete. Huang Ming, witnessing the rapid progression, turned to Chi-Mo and suggested, why not ask the divine kitten if there is a limit to the number of awakenings per day? Upon hearing this, Chi-Mo inquired, Is there a limit, little one? The golden kitten Qiu leapt onto its father's shoulder and mewed softly before Chi-Mo addressed Huang Ming. The little one says there is no limit. Everyone is given a chance. Whether one can awaken depends on personal aptitude and does not require excessive effort. Delighted by this news, Huang Ming replied, That's splendid. I shall prepare more individuals for tomorrow to expedite our formation of combat capabilities. One of the soldiers, a friend of those who had failed the previous day, asked, Divine Kitten, will there be another opportunity for those who failed to awaken? The golden kitten flicked its tail and mewed again. Chiemo explained, there is a chance. They can participate in the awakening ceremony after 10 days to half a month. Alternatively, taking a few more beatings might just unlock their potential, he added, referencing a saying from Little Snowball. Chiemo then picked up the chubby little one from the cot, while Bai Bin and Xiao Yun followed him out of the house. Yesterday's awakenings had taken place in the courtyard, but with the influx of participants today, the ceremony moved to an open space outside the yard. As Chiemo passed by Bai Bin and Xiao Yun, he paused. Would you like to have a paw swipe, Jingjun? Come here. Let your brother give you a swipe. Perhaps you too shall become an ability wielder. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Huo Jingjun dashed over, eager for his chance at awakening the abilities he had long coveted. Chiemo turned around, and Xiao regarded the shy youth standing before it, mewing softly. Chiemo chuckled, saying, Jingjun, lower your head. Your brother can't reach. Huo Jingjun's cheeks flushed as he promptly presented his forehead. With a single swipe, blood marks emerged, and a few droplets fell. All right, let someone give you a good beating afterward. It may sting a bit, but they will be mindful and won't cause any serious injury, Chiemo advised. Huo Jingjun nodded enthusiastically. I'll go call Brother Jingtan and the others. Go ahead, Chiemo encouraged with a smile. Chunxia also wished to join but felt awkward being the only woman among the boys. Perhaps I should gather some girls, like Xiao Yu and Wang Qi. But there's no rush. I will first accumulate some experience. As a neighbor of Chiemo, she felt comfortable with him and trusted he would not turn her away. Since the liberation, women had begun to hold their own, and Xiao Mo was not a patriarchal figure. His kind nature meant he was amicable to all unless provoked. Outside the courtyard, a group of special operations soldiers selected 5 individuals and began to spar with the first soldier who had undergone the blessed awakening ceremony. Huo Jingjun quickly sought out Qinlan and Hualiangya, informing the elder leader of the situation before proceeding to look for Jingtan and Jingxian. As they arrived at Jingxian's home, they found it in a state of uproar, with Huo Jingxian's uncle and Aunt Tang creating quite the commotion. Hualiangya observed the ruckus and remarked, what's going on here? Although he received 20 lashes, he had only superficial wounds. He cannot possibly be dead. Huo Jingxian emerged, looking bewildered. Why are you all here? My cousin is not dead. It's just. He struggled to articulate his embarrassment. My cousin has lost his mind. If he comes to borrow anything from you, do not lend it to him. Last night, my uncle's family lost 4 bags of grain, about 200 pounds, likely taken by my cousin to give to his in-laws or trade for food. Now the couple has vanished, Huo Jingxian explained. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, reflecting on the plight of Huo Jingchang, who seemed beyond salvation. Huo Jingjun, with his optimistic disposition, broke the silence first. Forget about Huo Jingchang. His foolishness is his own concern. Let's speak of happier things. We should head to Xiao Mo's house. Something good is happening there. Huo Jingtan was drawn into the conversation. As they made their way to Qi Mo's residence, Huang Ming divided the group into 10 for expedience. 4 would spar against 1, and soon individuals began to awaken their abilities. Water erupted forth in a splashing cascade. Several soldiers joyfully exclaimed, Wow! There's so much water. We needn't worry about a water shortage in Huanghai anymore. I'm drenched. I don't even know how to turn it off. Huanghai said awkwardly, feeling slightly exposed in his light clothing. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all men here. A soldier chuckled. Chunxia chimed in. Don't look at me. I'm of an age where I could be your mother. What is there to feel embarrassed about? In my eyes, you're all just good kids. One after another, individuals awakened their abilities water, wood, healing. With the emergence of the healing type, a few already awakened soldiers rushed to test their newfound powers. Upon completion, they noticed 3 faint black lines on each other's foreheads, which, upon closer inspection, resembled the character for King. Bibin gazed at the faint patterns on the soldiers' foreheads, puzzled. Xiaomo, are these tiger stripes? Chiemo replied, I have no idea. Little one, what is happening here? He turned to the playful little Snowball, who was frolicking on his shoulders with the chubby little one. Little Chio, having grown bored, had returned to lounge, while little Snowball hopped between Chiimo's shoulders, playfully evading capture. As Chiemo inquired, little Chio paused its antics and mewed softly to explain. However, the moment it stopped, it was caught by its brother, leading to a playful tussle, where it was nipped on the tail and ears, as its brother playfully seized everything in sight, likely teething and eager to chew on anything. After hearing little Chio's explanation, Chiemo finally spoke. Little Snowball says these are not tiger stripes. They are paw prints. Right now, you cannot control them, so they are visible. In time, as your strength increases, you will be able to conceal them. They are marks of the feline deity's followers, used to identify one's kin. Moreover, the stronger you become, the more pronounced the markings will be, ultimately forming paw prints. Following this, little Snowball demonstrated right before their eyes. Instantly, the crowd's lips quivered with amusement. The adorableness of the paw prints was undeniable. Furthermore, they were not merely black. Their colors would change with the individual's power level. For instance, the water type would shift to blue, the wood type to green, the lightning type to purple, the gold type to gold, and the healing type to translucent. Thankfully, these markings could be hidden. Behold the charming feline nestled in Chi Mo's embrace. This is a kitten, and they are aware that these two little creatures have yet to be born, still mere fetuses. Ah, the innocent delights of infancy, or rather, the fetus's fondness for all things adorable is entirely understandable. Such endearing divine beings require the protection of their devoted followers. We must ensure that the malevolent deity capable of manipulating thoughts does not seize this cherished land. Amidst the commotion, Huoliangya and Qinlan also partook in the awakening ceremony. These individuals knelt, recognizing the significance of the ritual and the necessity for solemnity. Outside Chi Mo's residence, the awakened wielders of earth, water, and wood elements were conducting experiments in the soil. The earth element manipulated the soft loam, the water element irrigated the ground, while the wood element user, utilizing seeds of vegetables acquired from Chunxia's abode, quickly saw a patch of fluffy seedlings sprout forth. Ultimately, a small area of seedlings grew to about 10 centimeters before their abilities were exhausted. However, Chi Mo had already elucidated that these powers could be cultivated, growing stronger over time, enabling the cultivation of greater yields. Though not as miraculous as Chi Huai's gifts, the price paid was one's consciousness and self-awareness. Nothing is more precious than self-awareness and the freedom of thought. What is given freely often bears the highest cost. The divine kittens bestow seeds of strength, while all else requires their own effort to cultivate and strengthen, but these powers belong solely to them. As long as they do not harm the divine kittens, no further restrictions would apply. However, since awakening their powers, an intriguing piece of information lingered in their minds. They could enlist in the Divine Guard at any moment. Becoming part of the Divine Guard would come with various benefits, yet such rewards demanded a price: employment, protection of the temple, and engagement in battle. Participation was not mandatory. Those who chose not to join would simply experience a slower cultivation pace, with no other repercussions. This was a choice everyone found acceptable, as it was not enforced. Huang Ming departed with the Special Operations Team, and astonishingly, the awakening success rate had risen to approximately 2/3. Huo Jingxian and his companions were elated. Perhaps due to their familiarity with Chi Mo, or for some other reason, their awakening success rate was a remarkable 100%. Except for Chunxia, who also attended the awakening ceremony but found herself too timid to engage, thus failing to awaken her powers. However, her son, Huo Jingjun, did awaken, though he faced reprimand from Chunxia for his formidable attack power lacking practical utility, being endowed with lightning abilities. Chunxia desired water or wood powers instead. Bai Bin and Xiao Yun sat in Chi Mo's living room as she sliced open a large watermelon and invited them to partake. "Speak. What is on your mind?" Xiao Yun paused in her watermelon consumption. "Mo, I wish to arrange for some individuals to come over. No, we are too far from the capital. Consumes too much time. Your husband is quite swift. Can you bring the little ones to the capital? We need to convene and discuss." Chi Mo furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "I cannot make that decision. I must wait for my husband to return and consult him." The thought of negotiating with those influential individuals made Chi Mo uneasy. Such a daunting matter was certainly one to be delegated to her husband. "I understand. We shall await his return. Does he come back in the evenings? I heard from the villagers that your husband returns every night," Bai Bin inquired. Chi Mo sighed with relief. "Generally, he returns for lunch and again in the evening, unless he is preoccupied over there, in which case he will return at night." "Then we will wait," Bai Bin replied, unhurried about the passing day. However, come noon, Huoliangzhou did not return home. Huoliangzhou was currently preparing for a move, with everyone set to leave in the evening. The remaining belongings would be taken back by Huoliangzhou, as Chi Mo possessed an expansive space. Chapter 83. Chi Mo glanced at the two enjoying watermelon. "Are you hungry?" Bai Bin nodded. "Indeed, I have some ant eggs here. You may snack on those while I prepare some cold noodles," Chi Mo suggested. Xiao Yun, astonished at the sight of the ant eggs, exclaimed, "You managed to acquire mutated ant eggs? These are a delicacy. Just ensure not to feed them to the chubby little one. They might choke." Chi-Mo quickly cautioned upon noticing Bai Bin's eagerness to feed the plump little one. Qiu-yun reassured, "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on him." Watching Chi-Mo head to the kitchen, Xueqiu leaped onto the dining table. Qiu-yun turned to Bai Bin, who appeared ready to feed. "Why not peel some and feed the little kitten? Certainly won't choke." The chubby little one, seeing everyone enjoying food while he had none, looked on with teary eyes. Bai Bin, utterly fond of the chubby one, recalled Chi-Mo's warning but reasoned that he could not feed a whole egg, as the marble-sized ant eggs were indeed prone to choking. Instead, he could remove the egg white, crush the yolk, and feed it to the chubby one to avoid any mishap. Bai Bin glanced at Qiu-yun, thinking, "Look how clever I am." Qiu-yun inwardly chuckled at the adorableness of it all, likening it to the charm of the chubby one. The large bones were blanched and then simmered for soup. Chi-Mo mixed the flour and began to knead the dough. Upon exiting the kitchen, she found Bai Bin with the chubby one. Noticing her presence, Bai Bin explained, "We are all eating, yet he is the only one without food, looking so pitiful. I have crushed the egg yolk, he won't choke." "But that's not the only concern. Have you not noticed how excessively plump the little one has become?" Chi-Mo responded with exasperation. Bai Bin scrutinized the chubby one, who was opening his mouth wide, stroking his chin, and admitted, "You might have a point. He does seem a tad on the heavier side." "A tad? He is significantly more than that. Other little ones are slim," Chi-Mo retorted. Qiu-yun, amused by their banter, chimed in, "You two have had enough. The little one is merely chubby from milk. He is storing energy and will soon grow taller and slender." Chi-Mo, hearing this, asked, "Really? Then I need not put him on a diet?" "Absolutely not. He is still so young, why would you even consider a diet? He is in good health. Don't meddle unnecessarily. It would be unwise to make him ill," Qiu-yun advised Chi-Mo, observing the two discussing the chubby one. Qiu-yun said, "Mo, why don't you bring out the ingredients? I'll handle the cooking while you two chat. When we head to the capital, I will treat your family to a meal." Qiu-yun smiled. Chi-Mo, surprised, asked, "You can cook?" Bai Bin nodded. "His culinary skills are quite commendable." Chi-Mo looked at Bai Bin, seemingly realizing something. "You are a foodie, aren't you?" "I can eat, but I'm not particularly picky," Bai Bin countered. "I find that hard to believe," Chi-Mo replied. With cucumbers, green onions, shredded meat, bone broth, and cold noodles prepared, Chi-Mo sampled the soup. Indeed, quite delightful. The chubby one had consumed a fair share of the bone broth noodles, while cold noodles were unsuitable for a child under 1 year. However, the little kitten had a full belly. Chi-Mo turned to the two. "Are you sure you one tea have a taste? You needn't even kneel." Qiu-yun shook his head. "It's not that we're unwilling. Some of these ingredients require discussion before we decide, to avoid unnecessary complications." Upon hearing this, Chi-Mo acquiesced. "Very well, I will assist in any way I can. It is only natural to help others. As for those who refuse to act humanely, there is no need for consideration." In the evening, Huoliangzhou finally returned home. In the kitchen, Qiu-yun was preparing dinner, featuring an old duck, a piece of beef, a large basin of assorted seafood and shellfish, along with various vegetables. "You've arrived," Huoliangzhou remarked, addressing Bai Bin and Qiu-yun. Qiu-yun nodded. Bai Bin spoke up. "Mr. Hua, we would like to invite your family to the capital to discuss some matters." Huoliangzhou responded, "Not today. I need to move. Jiangqing is on the verge of an invasion." "Qiu-qiu, do you have anything to say?" The lethargic Qiu-qiu, nestled in his father's arms, meowed softly, indicating he had nothing to express. It seemed he was simply lazy, especially since the opposing temple had barely constructed a few edifices, making it unlikely to seize much. Subsequently, Qiu-qiu emerged from his father's embrace, meowing at Huoliangzhou. "Are you suggesting you could assist me in relocating that building as well?" "The people can come over on their own," Huoliangzhou stated. The Huo group had but that structure remaining. Chi-Mo did not accompany them. Instead, the little cat, Qiu-qiu, followed his father to Jiangqing. That evening, the city was alive with countless revelers, with an abundance of water and provisions. Although the heat still lingered, the temperature within the vicinity of the temple was remarkably pleasant. Even at the cost of sacrificing their mental freedom, who would refuse the chance to be well-fed? In the midst of the jubilant crowd gathered around the temple's fountain, a colossal cat paw print appeared against the fiery twilight. "What on earth is that?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. Chi Hui also sensed the gravity of the situation. The immense energy instilled a shivering fear within him. A deity, it must be a deity. Only a being of divine nature could possess such overwhelming power, capable of inducing such trepidation. The enormous cat paw descended upon a towering building, causing that section of the structure to vanish as if it had been cleaved away, along with its foundation. What is happening? What is going on, Mr. Huo, big brother? Exclaimed Huo Liangchuan and others outside the Huo Corporation building in shock. Huo Liangzhou glanced at his brother and, with a chuckle, patted his companions Wu Di and Chun Lei on the shoulder, saying, Qi Huai is hardly a concern. My family member is merely a bit sluggish. Chun Lei, Liangchuan, and Bai San, you were tasked with taking care of matters in Taohua Town, Jiangxing. Bai San's confidant became animated. They resisted Qi Huai's temple because they did not wish to lose their mental autonomy. Now, it seemed that someone could rival Qi Huai. How could they not be excited? After escorting them from Jiangxing, Huo Liangzhou himself departed. Qi Huai remained in a state of shock, bewildered by the deity's arrival in this realm. Turning around, he shouted, Investigate. Find out which deity has descended upon our world. Instantly, countless individuals in Jiangxing responded. As Huo Liangzhou left, many who did not wish to be subjected to mental control also departed. Numerous onlookers witnessed the Huo Corporation security building's disappearance, not as if it were damaged but as though it had been taken away. The Huo family was a legend in Jiangxing, and many believed that if Huo Liangzhou had not fallen under Qi Huai's influence, it signified a path forward for him. By the time Qi Huai received news, the personnel from the Huo family security department had already vacated. Dinner was lavish, featuring duck soup, charcoal-grilled shellfish and steamed fish. Huo Liangzhou turned to Qiu Yun, complimenting, Your culinary skills are quite impressive. Have you trained professionally? To which Qiu Yun replied with a smile, As you mentioned, I heard from Momo that your cooking is also commendable. You don't just cook for yourself. They exchanged smiles in silence. As the meal concluded and night fell, a tremendous shadow descended upon the foot of Huo family village with a resounding thud, startling the villagers who rushed out to ascertain the situation. They soon discovered a large building at the mountain's base, marked with the name Huo Security. Isn't this the security company of Liangzhou's family? What brings it here? Someone curiously inquired. Huo Jingxian remarked, With deities among us, relocating a building is trivial. Indeed, you've awakened your wood-based abilities. You needn't worry about a lack of produce. When will you plant those strawberries again? A villager chimed in. Huo Jingxian retorted, Strawberries? They won't fill your belly. I'll plant radishes instead. Aiming for 100 tomorrow. We can trade for rice or beans. Nothing's free, but it can be affordable. Don't get too cocky, Huo. Tomorrow, we're also heading to Momo's place to awaken our deity. A young man protested. The entire village was bustling with excitement, filled with vigor. Shueqiu dashed to the quarry and struck a rock, causing a cascade of stones to tumble down, enough for the villagers to move for an entire night. With matters in the village settled and family affairs wrapped up, Huo Liangzhou first traveled to the capital, pinpointing the location before escorting everyone there. With so many people, Huo Liangzhou felt somewhat overwhelmed, but 4 or 5 were manageable. In the capital, the center of power, gray-haired elders and seasoned generals convened. During peacetime, everyone might harbor various thoughts. As long as they did not compromise national interests, they remained unspoken. However, with the onset of a catastrophe of national and even global proportions, all were racking their brains on how to preserve this vast nation from destruction. The calamity was terrifying. Without water, many would perish. Nearly all would be lost. News from Jiangxing about the potential for agriculture and localized rainfall ignited excitement and joy. Yet, upon learning that the construction of a temple was necessary, one that could manipulate thoughts and compel devotion, the elder statesman understood that matters were far more complex. To lose oneself, what does that mean for me? What does it mean for this nation? Once the spirit is shattered, regaining it becomes nearly impossible. Fortunately, as reports from investigative personnel began to trickle in, one piece of news was particularly uplifting. There existed someone capable of countering this dreadful mental corruption. Have they returned? The elder asked, clutching a cigarette. Despite his age, he had long since quit to enjoy his twilight years. Yet, with the apocalypse having unfolded, the overwhelming stress and myriad challenges before him drove him back to smoking, seeking relief during meetings. The information minister shook his head. Not yet, but I estimate it will be either today or tomorrow soon. Qi Huai's temple spreads like a plague. We must absolutely avoid it, including our loved ones, the elder pronounced. The security minister frowned. This issue is insidious. Even consuming their water can lead to problems. When they arrive, we shall inquire about solutions, sighed the elder, lamenting that these times had reached a point beyond human control. Bai Bin and Qiu Yun brought Huo Liangzhou and Qi Mo to the entrance of the power building. Soon, a fully armed squad of soldiers appeared. Witnessing the display, Mo instinctively concealed his chubby companion. The soldiers watched in astonishment as the youth made his companion vanish. Bin urged them not to overreact. As deities had already emerged, hiding a little companion was trivial. Inside the meeting room, several elders had already departed. One should not place all eggs in a single basket. The elder, the security minister, and the finance minister were present. Huoliangzhou, I have heard of you. You are quite a fine young man, the elder stated directly. Turning his gaze, his expression softened. And this must be Mo? I have heard you enjoy painting. I have a few fine pieces to send you tomorrow. You concealed your companion. Did they frighten you? The elder chuckled. Mo nodded. It was quite an overwhelming scene, so I sent my companion to his brother. I told you it was unnecessary. Those boys won't listen. If they truly harbor ill intentions, they are hardly capable of stopping you. I have heard from Bai Bin that you can perform the awakening ritual without significant side effects. The elder remarked with a smile. Mo nodded, of course. My companion is my companion. Even if he is a divine being, he remains my companion. Purely human. After speaking, Mo glanced at his husband, internally urging, Darling, you go ahead. I'm about to burst. Huoliangzhou, observing the youthful exuberance, gently ruffled Mo's hair. I am a native of Huo family village in Jiangqing. My wife hails from Yunqing. Our child is, without a doubt, a product of this great Xia land. Even if he has glimpsed the world beyond, he is still rooted in this soil. That deity, Qi Huai, is an outsider, and not a benevolent one. I need not elaborate further. Even the elder can deduce this. Like Mo and you, we all cherish this land. Despite its flaws, we wish for its prosperity. Outsiders are indifferent. They will reap a harvest and depart, with no intention of contributing to its growth, much like our own mindset. And what of your child? The elder inquired. Huoliangzhou chuckled at this. I am here. My little one is here, and he can still flip our palms. Just then, the child playfully conjured a small cloud, drenching Huoliangzhou with rain. Mo burst into laughter. Huoliangzhou's expression darkened. Ah, you little rascal, are you trying to stir trouble? The elderly gentleman chuckled, indicating that the little one was indeed just a child at heart. Observe how, upon feeling slighted, he merely protested with a light drizzle of annoyance. Compared to the terrifying deeds of Qi Huai, who once hung his own father to drain his blood, this little cub remains a pure and innocent soul. Whatever guidance you provide him, he shall reciprocate in kind. In chapter 84, Mo looked at her husband, drenched like a drowned rat, and laughed. Cubs, do not bully your father. With that, Mo extended her hand, causing the small cloud to shrink and hover delicately at her fingertips. The old man, seeing the water, was filled with delight. Is this water drinkable? Indeed, it is quite clean, Mo replied, offering the small cloud to the old man, which would last approximately 3 to 4 days. The old man called for his secretary, instructing him to take the small cloud to the dining hall so that everyone could quench their thirst. Even they needed to conserve water. The old man turned to Huoliangzhou and Mo, inquiring, I heard from Bai Bin and Xiao Yun that you can perform the awakening ceremony. Is there a cost associated with this ritual? Mo responded, I don't believe so. My little cub does not compel his followers to partake in anything. He may establish his own protective force, but it will all be based on voluntary participation. He does not manipulate thoughts, nor does he grant powers directly. He merely provides an awakening seed. Future strength depends on personal effort in cultivation. The old man nodded. Could we arrange for some individuals to undergo the awakening ceremony first? Mo had no objections. After all, they were there for this very purpose. Soon, Mo and Huoliangzhou were escorted to a grand hall. Bai Bin rushed over. Mo, how about we construct a temple for your little cub? We mustn't fall behind. We need to elevate our standards. A temple? Mo turned to Huoliangzhou. Do we need to build a temple? Standards must be raised, indeed. Cho, what kind of temple do you desire? She asked. As the chubby brother appeared, he glanced at the queue and mewed softly. Bai Bin, with eager anticipation, queried, How shall we proceed? Mo? Mo cleared her throat. There's no need for a grand endeavor. Just an empty space will suffice. Upon hearing this, Bai Bin declared, I'll handle it. You choose while I prepare. You can commence the awakening ceremony first. Mo was quite familiar with the process. She placed Cho on a stool and found a spot to sit beside him. Otherwise, with the crowd of over 1,000, she would be exhausted from standing. Although the little cat Cho was rather lazy, he executed his tasks with great efficiency. 6 awakenings a minute, 400 in an hour. In just 2.5 hours, the awakening ceremony concluded. At this moment, Mo had already chosen a location with Huo and Bai Bin. Only Chiu remained, facing a throng of soldiers. Each soldier gazed at the adorable little cat. Yearning to pet him, yet recalling their instructions, they maintained a serious demeanor, ensuring the little cat felt respected. The likelihood of awakening here was approximately 50%. Once the ceremony ended, Mo called for Chiu. Shueqiu also emerged, and Mo decided to bring out the chubby cub as well, gathering around the map provided by Bin to select a site. I think an amusement park would be delightful. A little cat-themed amusement park. Haha, Mo proposed. Instantly, the little cat Shueqiu cheered. This is splendid. The cub adores this. Subsequently, Chiu was playfully nudged by his younger sibling. Conveniently, there was an old amusement park near the camp. Bin led Mo and the others there. The location was quite spacious, adjacent to a lakeside, with a river winding nearby, though regrettably, it lacked water. The dilapidated amusement park lay shrouded in darkness. As the darkness dissipated, the entrance revealed a cat-themed amusement park, adorned with a gigantic cat statue and charming cat paw prints. Upon entering, every facility featured little cat paw prints. Moreover, the previously desiccated lake and river now rippled with fresh water. Water, it's water. How wonderful! Bin exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to leap into it. A bath. I haven't had a proper wash in ages. Chiu Yun joined in, and the two began to frolic in the water. Mo glanced at her little cat who had jumped onto a roller coaster, then turned to Huo, curiously asking, is the temple supposed to look like this? Isn't this an amusement park? Huo's lips twitched. As long as he is happy, that is what matters. While Huo accompanied the cub and his beloved to explore the various amusement park attractions, the old leader was already overseeing a multitude of personnel and scientists beginning to test their abilities, examining the extent of their freedom of thought. It was permissible to scold the little cat or express grievances, even to reprimand Huo, but the young master Momo was to be treated with utmost reverence. Uttering a single disparaging word would result in dire consequences. Each instance intensified in severity, indicating that Momo was a taboo figure who must not be disrespected. The old man remarked, you must understand that over at Hui's side, one could not even utter the name of the god of dusk, nor could any mention of Hui be made. Naturally, the followers would never dare to mention it. Doing so would mean certain death, even under coercion. After enjoying some time with the chubby cub on the carousel, who was gleefully playing, the time reached 11 o'clock. Huo bid farewell to Mo and the old man, informing the elder that the cub would return the following evening, and that any matters could be directly communicated to him. Upon returning home, Mo found several individuals gathered at the entrance, the village chief, the elder, and a few others including Qinlan and Huo Jingxian. Why are you all here working at this hour instead of resting? Huo inquired. The elder responded, Liangzhou, Mo, it's like this. The young men in the village wish to awaken their powers. We cannot let others have what we do not, can we? Huo nodded. Let's discuss this tomorrow. My little master needs to rest tonight. With a clear response, the elder and the village chief quickly dispersed. The following morning, while Mo was still asleep, Huang Ming arrived with more people, as they had tasted the benefits the night before. Water ability users released a substantial amount of water, allowing the townsfolk to finally drink their fill. This was followed by wood ability users distributing potatoes and radishes. Although they could not produce them in large quantities yet, it was entirely feasible to provide each household with a single radish. When Huang Ming saw the massive structure that had been relocated to the village, he was utterly astonished. Is this the power of a deity? To move an entire building from Jiangqing? At that moment, Huang Ming promptly dispatched individuals to the city. After all, they now had their own god, why seek further afield? The government of Yunqing took the news seriously and arranged for personnel to come and assess the situation in the afternoon. Upon understanding the circumstances, it became apparent that the transformation was not immediate like it was under Hui, yet the conditions were far more lenient. If given a choice, who would willingly submit to control, especially by a deity, knowing that once ensnared, escape would be arduous? With a better alternative at hand, followers of Hui's god of dusk were swiftly abandoned. Who would not desire to grow stronger, particularly without constraints? Mo had previously stated that should one cultivate to the utmost and comprehend the rules, they might even condense their divine essence, thus having a chance to ascend to godhood. Clearly, such options were not available under Hui's regime, where all power stemmed from faith. On the third day, Hui received word of the failure of their mission to Yunqing, as the locals were unwilling to cooperate. Moreover, a new, unknown deity had emerged in Yunqing. Upon learning this, Qi Huai, amidst a gathering of men, promptly dismissed everyone attending to him and hurried to the temple. Kneeling before the statue, he relayed the developments to the god of dusk. The god of dusk responded that he had yet to fully awaken and urged Qi Huai to expedite the construction of the temple and the development of followers, as his injuries required a substantial amount of faith to heal. Simultaneously, the god of dusk instructed Qi Huai to attack and eradicate this newly arisen deity. Upon receiving this directive, Qi Huai quickly summoned his staff to investigate this new divine presence. The followers of the god of dusk began to assemble, mobilizing their forces. Soon, news began to circulate to the capital, as well as to Huoliangzhou's side. Upon hearing the news, Qi Mo felt a pang of anxiety. He immediately summoned his portly companion to play with the ball. "Little one, the deity is coming to annihilate us." The kitten gently placed its paw in its father's palm, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Daddy, no one wishes to be subjugated." Meanwhile, Bai Zhou and his companions arrived at Huo family village. After a painstakingly difficult settling in, everyone underwent an awakening. However, just as they were anticipating newfound strength, they learned that Qi Huai was preparing an attack, inciting a wave of anger among the group. Many who had awakened aggressive abilities banded together to investigate the situation. Qi Huai had mobilized thousands of fervent followers towards Yunqing, claiming it as the territory of their deity, where no other divine voice was permitted. News spread rapidly. These zealots possessed extraordinary physical prowess, capable of overpowering dozens of ordinary individuals single-handedly. Some even harbored the ability to purify, resulting in immediate death for their victims. They were known as the Apostles of God, a rank just below the divine emissaries, serving as leaders of the battalion. Huang Ming, Bai Zhou, Chun Lei, and Qin Lan gathered in concern. Huang Ming, with a worried expression, lamented, "Alas, the emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuchs are in a frenzy. What shall we do?" President Huo seems unperturbed, and the young master lacks combat prowess, while our little deity appears unconcerned. Chun Lei inquired, "Do you still possess weapons? How many aggressive ability users do we have? We could ambush them on the road." Bai Zhou discarded his cigarette, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'll take my brothers to hunt them down." Observing the flustered individuals around him, Qin Lan interjected, "Perhaps our little deity has a plan of his own. Should we consult him before making a decision?" A colossal mutated tiger advanced step by step, with Qi Huai seated atop, cradled in the arms of an exceptionally handsome man. The tiger roared, prompting Qi Huai to declare, "On this expedition, we must eradicate the heretics. Bring forth 2 individuals. General Tiger is famished, and we must satiate him." As Qi Huai's voice echoed, 2 blossoming youths emerged from the ranks, their faces filled with devotion, offering themselves to the towering 3-meter-high, 6-meter-long mutated tiger. The sound of flesh being torn echoed, and in that moment of death, the youths finally screamed for help, awakening from their trance. Alas, it was far too late. Among this group of blossoming youths, there were still 400 to 500 remaining. From a distance, a kitten-like follower, spying through binoculars, felt a chill run down their spine. "What the hell? I'm about to wet myself. Quick, return and report. We must eliminate this so-called god of dusk. It's terrifying. They even allow themselves to be devoured. This is hypnosis, manipulation, control. Can our little kitten deity truly contend with such a perverse god?" Su Sai remarked. Zhang Lu responded, "What are you afraid of? Our little kitten deity remains calm. Strength dictates emotion. Look at that god of dusk, who, upon spotting our little deity, immediately rallied his forces to attack. This indicates a lack of confidence and fear." Chapter 85. The 2 gazed at the scene atop the white tiger, their eyes widening in disbelief. This was utterly outrageous. In broad daylight, it was shockingly uninhibited. Was this something I could witness without expense? It was a complete indulgence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhang Lu exclaimed. Su Sai retorted, "They are followed by a troop of handsome men and beautiful women. I can't help but feel you're rather envious." "No, I merely find it astonishing. Can one truly endure such a spectacle? Aren't they afraid of dying in this?" Zhang Lu sighed. Su Sai replied, "They are divine emissaries, endowed with great endurance. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that one of them looks remarkably familiar, quite handsome, nearly rivaling Momo's husband, Huoliangzhou." Zhang Lu burst into laughter. "You ignorant fellow, that's a movie star, reputed to command several million per episode, an immensely valuable individual." Upon hearing this, Su Sai exclaimed, "I remember now, that's the one. Said his price is astronomical for just one night. Thus, how could such a person be compared to Momo's husband? Huo Liangzhou? Try spending money. Can Huo Liangzhou be bought with mere currency? Zhang Lu chuckled. Ultimately, Zhang Lu was merely insinuating that the individuals around Qi Huai were merely commodities to be purchased. Su Sai grabbed Zhang Lu's hand. Let us return. Such a morally corrupt entity deserves to be eradicated for the world to be better. Zhang Lu, an ability user of speed, seized Su Sai and sprinted away, reaching a pace of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Upon their return and after reporting their observations, the mayor of Yunqing slammed his palm on the table. What nonsense is this? Are people to be treated as livestock? Using living children to feed a tiger? The elderly mayor was heartbroken. Such unprincipled individuals deserve death. What news from Huo Liangzhou? The mayor inquired. Others conveying messages replied. Huo Liangzhou instructed us not to interfere with that group, allowing them to pass through Yunqing unhindered to avoid unnecessary harm. Mayor, I propose we evacuate citizens along the roadsides to the bomb shelters, and we should take a contingent of awakened individuals and soldiers to Huo Village. Regardless of our capability to assist in battle, we must present a clear stance, the secretary suggested, glancing at the furious mayor. The mayor nodded. Make the arrangements. Take 2/3 of the awakened, keep the support types behind, and take the combat types with us. Also, bring the 3rd Regiment and their weapons. We head to Huo Village at once. You are correct. Our stance must be unequivocal. We only support deities with principles. Such antisocial and inhumane deities must not be tolerated. This is a disaster, a war. In the capital, news of Qi Huai's impending attack on Qimo had also reached them. Tension mounted. What if Qimo's little deity were to be defeated? They had even prepared an emergency plan. If necessary, they would unleash the most fearsome weapons to annihilate Qi Huai and his temple. It was well understood that eliminating Qi Huai alone would be futile, for the God of Dusk remained. Unless the God of Dusk was vanquished, 100 or 1,000 Qi Huais could emerge, an endless cycle of slaughter. Meanwhile, the populace of the capital was in a state of jubilation. Amidst the sweltering heat and calamity, the state had opened amusement parks. No admission fees were required. Anyone could enter. Within the amusement park, numerous water activities were available, all free of charge. Merely uttering "Long live the little kitten" deity granted access to play. The water in the activities was abundant and pure, with a source from a massive cloud, providing free rain, refreshing in the sweltering heat. A true delight. Bathing and laundry posed no issues either. If one fell into deep water, staff donned in kitten-themed gear would rescue them. Moreover, there were numerous activities to earn food, such as guessing games, shooting, and virtual games, with food vouchers awarded upon meeting certain standards. Bai Bin and his companions observed the wildly successful amusement park with concern. Isn't it possible that people might perish here? There's no sense of striving for progress. Perhaps not. Food is merely distributed here, Qiu Yun speculated. Qiu Yun gazed at the throngs of people pouring in. What worries me now is the divine conflict. Can our little kitten truly contend with that God of Dusk? Bai Bin reassured him, I'm not concerned about that. Look, Qi Huai's God of Dusk requires followers to build temples, prepare venues, and carve statues. Compare that to our little kitten deity. Who constructed the amusement park? It was self-created. We merely provided the location, completely conjured from nothing. Thus, I believe our little kitten is undoubtedly more powerful than the God of Dusk. Bai Bin analyzed. Qiu Yun, enlightened, remarked, you make a fair point. No wonder Qimo and Huo Liangzhou remain so composed. You have no idea about Qimo. I'm in a state of panic. Huo Liangzhou, on the other hand, is calm, he said, clutching the trembling young master's hand. Little one, the second one is out. Even your father is frightened. As I recall, dear sibling, at the time of our demise, you appeared to still be in a state of divinity. Is it true that after our deaths, you continued to live on and ascended to godhood? And how did you meet your own end? The golden kitten emerged, perching before our father and papa, contemplating for a prolonged moment, seemingly hesitant to voice its thoughts. Huo Liangzhou reached out to gently stroke the kitten's head. The little snowball nuzzled its brother's head, meowing softly, as if to inquire, brother, brother, is it forbidden to speak of what transpired? The little snowball had perished at a tender age, merely 17 or 18, in a mutual destruction alongside the God of Dusk. Finally, the golden kitten spoke with a soft meow. Upon hearing this, Huo Liangzhou remarked, you must be jesting. Qimo's eyes widened at the words of the second sibling. Surely not. What do you mean by dying of boredom? How could one be bored while alive? Especially after becoming a god? Chi-Mo struggled to comprehend the thoughts of his offspring. The golden kitten elaborated. I never witnessed the passing of my father, nor my brother. Papa told me that both were devoured by malevolent beings, and I harbor a deep-seated disdain for them, as well as for many humans. Yet, at times, I find myself quite fond of certain individuals. Alas, all of them have vanished. Lan Xing was obliterated during a celestial conflict and ceased to exist. Thus I, a solitary kitten, wandered without a home, bereft of those whom I cherished. Even the detestable humans have disappeared. I found myself engulfed in tedium. Acquiring divine power could not alleviate my discontent, nor did becoming a deity bring me joy. In pursuit of happiness, I constructed an amusement park of my own, where all who entered found delight and joy. To stave off my ennui, I even sought love, finding a deity who adored me, a formidable higher god capable of safeguarding my amusement park. Yet, with the absence of enemies, my boredom only deepened, and in my state of tedium, I drifted into an oblivion, unaware of the day I met my end. When I next opened my eyes and regained consciousness, I found myself in the ancestral home of the Huo family, back within my father's womb, with my little brother thriving. My plump brother would still playfully nip at my ears and tail, a sight most endearing. All of this brought me immense joy, eradicating any sense of boredom. After absorbing all these explanations, Chi-Mo fell into silence, as did Huo Liangzhou, both able to envision a pitiable little kitten traversing the desert and wilderness, lost and alone, unable to find kin or a home, lacking direction to strive towards. They struggled to survive, ultimately succumbing to solitude. Beside them, Qin Lan interjected. Could it be that Qiu is suffering from depression? Despite the loss of kin and home, under normal circumstances, one who ascends to godhood and establishes a devoted following, not to mention acquiring a powerful lover, should not be driven to despair. Chi-Mo responded, it is quite possible. Qiu may have been afflicted long before, and the greater his power, the more severe his ailment became, with no one to tend to him. My poor little one. After saying this, Chi-Mo embraced Qiu, showering him with affection, as paternal love surged forth. They must shower the second sibling with care. Physical ailments are always more easily treated than those of the heart. This thought troubled Chi-Mo greatly. My little one has endured much suffering. We must nurture him tenderly as he grows, Chi-Mo declared. The little snowball mewed, brother, you are quite cunning. Chi-Mo replied, come here for a hug. I shall not forget you, my carefree little third. Qin Lan observed the young master cradling 3 little ones, pondering, is it truly pitiable? We do not even know where we perished. The golden privilege of cuteness. Yet this one survived the divine conflict and emerged victorious. Have you avenged yourself? Lan Xing lies in ruins. Qin Lan interrupted the tender atmosphere of familial affection. Qiu mewed softly, recalling a time filled with resolve, a time of vengeance, where he allied with a being far mightier than the one who obliterated Lan Xing, together vanquishing their foes. After exacting revenge, the affliction began to manifest. Huo Liangzhou stated the most pressing concern. Can you contend with this god of dusk? We perished alongside him. Yet you survived, having stolen divine essence and ascended to godhood. You have always been astute and capable, calculating before acting. I shall manage on my own. Furthermore, I possess the sealed power of attack from my previous life, which remains untapped, and I am certain I can slay a higher deity, Qiu affirmed. Huo Liangzhou mused. Why do I feel as though my son has already been plundered by the swine of another family before his birth? Qi Huai's entourage drew near to Yun City, traversing through Peach Blossom Town, where countless residents congregated, blocking the path, determined to prevent anything so depraved from tainting the eyes of their little cat deity. Qi Huai, atop a mutated giant tiger, gazed down at the ant-like commoners. Those who dare obstruct the path and do not venerate the god of dusk are heretics, deserving purification. Purification troops, advance and cleanse them. In an instant, thousands surged toward the townsfolk, moving with astonishing speed, unfazed by the journey from Jiang City to Yun City. Each wielded a curved blade. Should they charge, the townsfolk would stand no chance of resistance. Chimo's heart raced with dread. Qiu, what shall we do? People are going to die. The little kitten Qiu stood upon his father's shoulder, hearing his father's anxious tone. He leapt gracefully onto the roof of a nearby building, growing larger as he opened his mouth to cry out, meow, meow, meow. With 3 resounding meows, the charging followers hesitated, then became utterly bewildered, completely unaware of their actions while brandishing their blades. They stood in confusion, lost and disoriented. Chapter 86. Soon, their memories began to resurface. Those of unremarkable appearance fared better. However, those who were handsome or beautiful nearly went mad. Within mere days, aside from utilizing food and water to win their hearts, Chi Huai had also resorted to trading stunning individuals. Though they were somewhat repulsive, at least they were alive. The walking food for the mutated tigers, the surviving youths, did not flee but instead retched. Recalling their once familiar companions, one by one, they stepped forward, offering themselves to the mutated giant tiger, their eyes fixated on the individual atop its back, wishing they could tear apart the demon with the expression of shock upon his face. What do you intend to do? Are you rebelling? Are you no longer eating or drinking? Charge forth and slay these heretics. Only then shall you have food and water. Obey, and the divine shall bless you. Chi Huai roared from atop the mutated giant tiger, unperturbed by the awakening individuals. The beast had long been accustomed to his presence and was obedient. Moreover, as a divine envoy, he naturally suppressed these mutated creatures. Chi Mo watched as Chi Huai threatened the crowd from atop the mutated giant tiger, calling out to his little one, "We cannot spare any mutated beasts that have tasted human flesh." As soon as Chi Mo's words fell, the golden kitten Cho Cho let out a roar at the mutated tiger. In an instant, the massive mutated white tiger seemed to deflate, shrinking down until only its pelt remained, which the golden kitten Cho Cho collected, intending to use it as a carpet for his father. Chi Huai tumbled down. Though he was a divine envoy, in the presence of a deity he was truly nothing. He had lost all power. Those who needed to exact vengeance had done so, and those who harbored grievances were free to express them. For the first time, the golden kitten spoke in a human voice, soft and endearing. As Chi Huai fell to the ground, the sweet, childish voice emerged, and the first to attack him was not those he had previously disgusted, but rather the youths. Charging forward in an instant, Huo Liangzhou swiftly covered his young master's eyes. Chi Mo, in truth, did not hear Chi Huai's cries of agony. All he could discern was the cacophony of "kill him, kill him." When the light returned to his eyes, Chi Mo found not Chi Huai at the scene, but only a pool of blood. Has the matter been resolved? Can we return home? It is so hot. I wish to have ice cream. Chi Mo gazed at his husband. The little kitten, Snowball, leapt over, initially believing it would showcase its prowess today. However, it was swiftly vanquished by its second brother. Now, it deemed that following their father to indulge in ice cream was of greater significance, for life is fundamentally about savoring delectable delights. Huo Liangzhou nodded, saying, "You handle the aftermath. I shall take Momo back. Cho-Cho, will you return home, or will you attend to that behemoth in the sea?" Upon hearing his father's words, Cho-Cho let out a mule. With the ability to transmit information over great distances, the old leaders waiting at the highest capital collectively sighed in relief. The young master of the Huo family had intervened. Victory was theirs. They had triumphed. Excellent. Chi Huai was indeed a man who brought calamity, unfit to associate with. In just a few days he had plunged everything into chaos. The god of dusk, whose abode was stolen, was stirred the moment Chi Huai perished. By the seaside, as moisture continually evaporated, the coastline retreated further and further. Yet at this moment, the sea appeared to boil, relentlessly crashing against the shore, with waves surging higher than the last. The monitoring of mutated sea beast warriors on the beach immediately rang alarm bells. This was highly unusual, alarmingly so. In recent times, the sea had only diminished, never increasing, but today, it was on the rise. When anomalies arise, they often herald disaster. As the stationed warriors at the coast rushed out to investigate, a colossal projection emerged, featuring a Ferris wheel and roller coasters, resembling an amusement park. With a thunderous sound, the projection descended upon the ocean's surface, while these illusory structures swiftly solidified. The ever-rising seawater was, at that moment, subdued. Regardless of how the waves crashed, the amusement park remained steadfast, immovable, halting the sea's ascent. A headless body emerged from the depths, rising to its feet. It advanced towards the dark line, accompanied by countless waves. Upon returning home, Chi Mo breathed a sigh of relief. The little kittens, Snowball and Cho-Cho, followed him back. Outside, a throng of bewildered individuals in Peach Blossom Town were left to be managed by Huang Ming and the official authorities of Yunqing. Yet, apart from that matter, there remained significant issues requiring the kittens' attention, such as provisions and water. Chi Mo plopped down onto the sofa, then retrieved a large tub of ice cream, preparing to indulge and alleviate his anxiety. However, previously, in the absence of an elder tiger in the mountains, Chi Mo had reigned as the king of the hill, eating however he pleased. Now, Huo Liangzhou extended his hand, and the large tub of ice cream was whisked away. Subsequently, a wine glass appeared, topped with 2 perfectly rounded scoops of vanilla ice cream, adorned with 2 cherries. GMO, hasn't he this diminished too much? It's nearly enough. Overindulgence may lead to a stomachache, and the hospital may lack remedies, Huo Liangzhou remarked. GMO could only swallow his frustration. After all, the other party was the head of the family. 2 scoops of ice cream, shared among an adult and 3 little ones, seemed rather pitiful. The large tub had been commandeered by Huo Liangzhou to be distributed to the warriors stationed outside, perhaps a mere taste for each. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky, shouting, "Look, what is that? It resembles a human face. Quick, look, the face is becoming clearer. It's descending. Those are hands. It's coming down." Someone else cried out. The sky darkened. The sun was obscured. A chill enveloped the air. Is it going to rain? The atmosphere crackled with thunder and lightning. Countless individuals gazed up at the heavens, as if witnessing the apocalypse. Cough, cough, cough. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. If it were to rain, it would be a blessing. The warriors stationed outside sprang to their feet and rushed towards Huo Liangzhou's home. "Mr. Huo, young master, something is amiss. The sky, the sky." The young warrior burst through the doorway, shouting into the living room. At that moment, GMO sensed an ominous change. The sky had darkened. He had intended to discuss with his husband and the little ones how to manage the provisions and water, as Chocho appeared somewhat lacking in strength. Relying on these newly awakened supernatural beings for supplies, compared to the vast population of the Great Xia, was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. It was insufficient. If Chi Huai had not been eliminated, this situation would not concern them much, but now the headquarters felt that after dealing with Chi Huai, the people facing hunger would be a grave issue. If they had the means, they should address it. Just when he had not yet finished sharing ice cream with the little ones, the sky suddenly darkened. GMO dashed outside, cradling the chubby little one. Snowball and Chocho perched upon their father's shoulders, and Huo Liangzhou emerged as well. They beheld a colossal human face in the sky, with enormous hands descending upon them, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning and thunder. GMO widened his eyes. "Chocho, can you withstand that thing? If not, let us run." After all, their divine little one was still young, with limited abilities. Preserving the Green Mountains meant they need not fear a lack of firewood. In cities like Jiangcheng, Yunqing, and Shangjing, countless citizens gazed at the terrifying visage in the sky, with a thunderous hand descending towards some destination. The old leader sprang to his feet. "How can this be? That little divine one hasn't he even grown? Can it withstand this?" He regretted their haste. They should have hidden the young master and little divine one away. The old leader lamented that the young master's offspring were born of the great Xia's divine lineage. Regardless of circumstances, they would hold a connection to their roots. Just as Huo Liangzhou had expressed, perhaps this land bore countless flaws, evoking both love and hate. However, the deepest hatred would never permit its extinction. This was a foundation, a sentiment, a land brimming with hope. The people inhabiting this land possessed an indomitable spirit, derived from national pride, one that even foreign deities could appreciate. Yet at this moment, the old leader's regrets proved futile as the colossal hand descended with a thunderous crash, echoing throughout the Great Xia. The golden kitten, Chocho, blinked its large eyes, extending its tiny paw only to retract it, looking rather troubled, for its little paws were not quite that large. Meow. Was it not shameful to bully a child? Alas, the only response to the kitten was the terrifying roar of thunder. A single word, annihilation, echoed in the minds of every citizen in the Great Xia. Little kitten Chocho, this was simply unreasonable. I shall dispatch you an apostle. At worst, I shall accompany you, yet you dare to kill me? This is utterly excessive. Do you think I lack support? The kitten paradise has a formidable backing. As the scroll unfurled, a figure appeared, gradually solidifying and opening its eyes. In an instant, little kitten Chocho vanished. Stealing a home? A joke. I orchestrated all this. Naturally, I wouldn't settle for merely pilfering a divine temple. The divine essence is my ultimate goal. Chapter 87. The figure in white, upon opening its eyes, was taken aback. What is this? Daring to strike at me? Are you courting death? After so many years, a low-tier deity still dared to take action against him. Ji extended his hand, swatting towards the source. In an instant, the wind ceased, the clouds parted, and sunlight poured down. The golden kitten, Chocho, leaped upon the ocean's surface, extending its tiny paw, radiating like light, penetrating the headless body in an instant. The headless body began to dissipate rapidly as it lost its divine essence. The kitten grasped a shard of divine essence, the size of a diamond sphere, and let out a delighted mewl. Though there were cracks upon the divine essence, it mirrored another piece perfectly. With fusion and a bit of correction, it could potentially ascend to a mid-tier deity. Yet before the little kitten could revel in its joy, a luminous hand penetrated through space, grasping the nape of the kitten's neck. Caught, the little kitten squirmed, mewling. The figure in white brought the little kitten before its eyes, observing with curiosity. "Why do you possess my projection?" "Mew, the litter cleaner," replied the little kitten Chocho. The figure in white's expression grew increasingly perplexed. "Are you my pet cat? Did I ever own a cat?" The figure fell into a spiral of self-doubt, as it seemed it had never owned one. So, from where did this little cat, so recklessly claiming its master, emerge? The kitten wriggled free from its caretaker's grasp and leapt onto the man's shoulder, its round little head nuzzling against the spot behind his ear, again and again. No one, no divine entity, could escape the charming caress of this little feline. Ji felt a tingling sensation at the back of his ear, akin to an electric shock. Nothing could surpass such a silky touch. The golden ball of a kitten nestled into the palm of the man in white, exposing its soft belly, inviting a gentle stroke. Unable to resist the allure of the kitten in his hand, Ji reached out to caress it, and indeed, it was delightful, a sensation that thrilled the divine. This cat, it seemed, might truly be one he had once raised. Struggling to recall when he had ever owned a low-tier divine kitten, Ji pinched the small creature, his fingertips delicately tapping its brow. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into Ji's mind. His expression turned grim as he scrutinized the kitten before him. "So you truly are the little cat I shall raise in the future. You weren't eliminated but rather raised to death? How could I, with my prowess, manage to kill a cat by mere neglect?" A high-tier deity, Ji mused, questioning the essence of divinity itself. Gently stroking the kitten's head, Ji found himself increasingly enamored. It was a kitten that perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities, his mind fervently urging him. "Nurture, nurture, nurture, this time I cannot allow it to perish. For one must understand, shifting a timeline demands an immense exertion of energy. To have a cat, which would later evoke regret in his future self, must be cared for diligently. What if he failed to do so? There was no second chance to reverse time. I shall take you home and spend more time with you, ensuring you are never lonely," Ji declared. Before Ji could whisk away the golden ball of a kitten, a small snowball darted over, mewing and circling around him. Ji glanced down at the little creature. "Your brother mentioned you haven't even been born yet. You're still a fetus." "No, I must remain calm. The timeline has been altered, and you have yet to come into existence." Ji pinched the bridge of his nose. The youth clad in white robes was strikingly handsome. Yet, when he turned to glance at Chimo, the latter felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, bordering on fear. Ji appeared before the young man who was, in fact, the father of the kitten in his hands, yet he had not yet been born. "You see," Ji began. Chimo, feeling nervous, attempted to explain. "Chochio is merely 3 months old. It will take another 6 months before he is born." Although Chimo was unaware of Ji's identity, he recognized that anyone capable of effortlessly obliterating the fearsome god of dusk must possess unparalleled strength. Ji found himself speechless. Indeed, the little one had yet to be born. Had the future me truly diminished in power? Holding Chocho, Ji materialized atop the highest peak. Countless snowflakes cascaded down, swiftly blanketing the ground in pristine white, with Chocho soon buried beneath the snow, leaving only its tiny tail peeking out, swaying gently. Seated in meditation, Ji extended a hand, playfully prodding the kitten to free it from its snowy entrapment. Watching the little creature leap into his embrace, burrowing into his clothing for warmth, Ji couldn't help but chuckle. "You are such a mischievous little one. Very well, I shall take you home. After all, you are not yet born and cannot be cared for. We shall discuss this when you arrive." With that, he gently removed the kitten from his person and returned it to the young boy. Chimo felt a surge of unease as Chocho was taken away. He was deeply concerned. After all, that was a being capable of annihilating deities with a mere flick of the wrist. How could he possibly retrieve his little one? Fortunately, it was not long before Chocho scampered back on its own, bringing Chimo immense relief. His little one had returned. The crisis was averted. In the capital, inquiries were made regarding Chimo's ability to restore electricity, a matter of utmost importance. Without electricity, the entire nation would come to a standstill. Chimo sought the advice of the kitten Chocho on whether it could help restore power and high-tech advancements. The kitten mewed softly in response. Some changes could not be reverted, but it assured him that it could indeed restore electricity and technological marvels. Albeit the restoration process would be lengthy due to its status as an unborn kitten, its powers still limited and weak, requiring a gradual approach. Thus, one after another, cities constructed kitten amusement parks. Each park varied in size and offerings, yet the sign at the entrance, adorned with a small paw print, remained the same. Visitors often murmured a prayer for the blessings of the cat deity upon entering. In every city and town with a kitten amusement park, electricity returned. Cars could be driven again, mobile phones functioned, and rain began to fall, though the weather remained oppressively warm. The mutations and other anomalies had yet to be rectified, prompting the military to install countless surveillance cameras in the wilderness. Should any mutated beasts appear, they would be swiftly eradicated. Order gradually began to be restored, and evildoers faced justice. The establishment of the Kitten Academy commenced. Although the cat deity no longer awakened supernatural abilities in people, increased visits to the kitten amusement parks for prayer would naturally lead to awakenings over time. The nation was striving to adapt to the existence of deities. Qiu informed them that the world's barriers had fractured, and even if mended, they would bear scars, making them susceptible to divine detection. Blue Star needed its own deities for protection. As it grew, Qiu would undoubtedly venture out into the world, not remaining here indefinitely. Countless students, burdened with studies in elemental theory, rules, and laws, felt utterly confounded. Was this truly something they could learn? The carefree Mo, who once merely cared for a little one, now found himself thrust into academia by his partner, needing to study elements, rules, and laws. Heaven knows, Mo felt as though he were reading hieroglyphics. He recognized each character, yet when strung together, they eluded him, inducing an overwhelming desire to sleep. Spatial theory, planting spaces, and such concepts felt as if they had materialized on their own for Mo. He understood the existence of these ideas but lacked comprehension of their underlying principles. Darling, may I refrain from attending school? Even the teachers seem uncertain, Mo voiced. Huo chuckled upon hearing this. You may explore these topics together. They had moved to the capital, yet traveling to other locales was swift, allowing visits to the kitten amusement parks, where they could pray for teleportation, a convenience indeed. Naturally, such privileges were reserved for Mo's family and a select few, such as the teams tasked with exterminating mutated beasts. Yet, I feel utterly exhausted. I do not wish to study, nor do I aspire to become a deity, Mo pouted, his large eyes blinking innocently, a gesture reminiscent of the little kitten Qiu, practically irresistible to anyone. Huo heart fluttered at the sight. He scooped the young master into his arms and departed. The petite expectant father, with a slightly protruding belly, radiated a delicate allure. Upon the ocean's surface, an ice floe floated, with the golden kitten Qiu perched atop the head of a certain god. Mew, mew. If the fish did not bite, there was little he could do. Perhaps he should catch one himself. Ji Yi had never believed in the notion of the willing fish takes the bait. He would always pursue his catch, surely cursed by the sea god, for since ascending to divinity, he had not once reeled in a fish. The little kitten Qiu, diminutive and unassuming, lay in its living room, diligently studying the tomes of rules, laws, and elements. While his brother had a caretaker, Qiu had none. He must strive to succeed on his own. Though he was the same age as his brother, with effort he could certainly catch up. The chubby little one sat upon the carpet, gnawing on a small rubber duck, letting out a squeak as he bit down. His father had been taken away by his daddy, and his brother was not playing with him either. Alone, without any companion, he still found joy in his own company. A mist hung in the air as the little kitten Qiu dozed atop the tome of laws, perfectly inheriting his father's propensity for sleep upon encountering such texts. As the mist dissipated, the chubby little one crawled towards the book of laws, searching for his kitten. Where could it be? Beneath the sea. A beautiful mermaid sliced open a fish's belly with her sharp fingertips. This is the most delicious fish roe. Would you like to try some? The little kitten mewed, refusing to eat, for it longed to return home to read. The enchanting mermaid, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, offered the roe to him. Become my cat, and I shall bestow upon you divinity, freeing you from the need to peruse that wretched book. In an instant, the previously listless little kitten, Snowball, sprang to life, mewing and circling around the fish's tail. It leapt up and slid down, eliciting a slight twitch at the corners of the beautiful mermaid's mouth. This cat appeared somewhat foolish. However, its colors were exquisite, and the tactile pleasure of petting it revealed the joys of cat ownership that one could hardly comprehend before adopting a feline companion. After much effort, Chiemo finally managed to rise from the bed, only to find the living room occupied solely by the plump cub sprawled on the carpet, sound asleep. Snowball, Snowball, where is my cat? Chapter 88. Alarmed by Snowball's disappearance, Chiemo was acutely aware that in the present era of the Blue Star, no threats remained to his family. If it were the second kitten, Chocho, lost, Chiemo would not be concerned. It was undoubtedly the fault of that particular litter box attendant. However, the third kitten had not sought out the attendant. Rubbing his brow, he wondered, could it be that Liangzhou had taken it? Chiemo dashed upstairs, searching frantically for Snowball. Just as he emerged from the bathroom, still dripping wet from his shower, Huo Liangzhou appeared. Observing the young master about to crawl under the bed, he asked, "Mo, what are you doing?" Upon hearing his voice, Chiemo turned around, catching sight of the man wrapped only in a towel, water droplets cascading down his abdomen, disappearing beneath the cloth, causing Chiemo's cheeks to flush. Such a splendid physique. "Darling, have you seen Snowball? I called for it, but there was no response and I can't find it anywhere. Downstairs in the living room, only the fat cub is asleep. Snowball never behaves this way. Dear, I fear Snowball has gone missing. It must have encountered some misfortune." Chiemo voiced his concerns. Huo Liangzhou approached the young master, lifting him from the floor. "Do not fret. It will be fine. We shall call Chocho back to search. He will surely be able to locate Snowball." Upon hearing his husband's words, Chiemo smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten? They had the means to seek help from a high-ranking deity. Rushing downstairs, Chiemo retrieved the plump cub. He then shot a glare at Huo Liangzhou. "This is your fault. You caused me to lose a little kitten." Chiemo began to summon Chocho. The golden kitten, perched atop Ji's head, responded to its father's call with soft, endearing mews. The divine being, charmed by the kitten's affectionate antics, was utterly defenseless. Ruffling the golden kitten's head, Ji chuckled, Go on. I wouldn't dream of preventing you from seeking your father." Hearing his attendant's words, Chocho immediately leapt from Ji's shoulder, disappearing into the sea. In Kyoto, at Huo Liangzhou's residence, the plump cub was placed on the sofa, quickly climbing down and wandering off to play with blocks on the carpet. Stacking and knocking them down, it laughed heartily, thoroughly amused with itself. Upon returning home, Chocho heard its brother's joyous laughter, seemingly in high spirits. However, Chocho sensed that something was amiss. With its elder brother present, and its father occupied on the sofa with documents, it was clear that the cat temple had designated personnel for such matters. Its father merely needed to oversee the broader direction. Finally, observing its father engrossed in paperwork, Chocho pondered the past, how, in a bid to revive family members and discover the way home, it had seemingly sealed its memories, rendering others oblivious to its thoughts. I even sealed away my own name back then. Surely this is problematic. Did Ji do something to me? No, that cannot be. Ji still holds affection for me. I can feel it. Then am I merely wary of Ji? If I were to manipulate him, given his status as a low-tier deity, how could he possibly return to the past? That is unattainable. Thus, have I unwittingly exploited Ji? Surely, I cannot be so fortunate as to encounter the deity of fate. Deity. No, Ji is now a high-ranking god, not yet a supreme deity. The golden kitten, Chocho, shook its head, banishing all disordered thoughts. It could ascertain that it had indeed done something, yet felt significantly dimmer than before, its mind sluggish. The golden kitten leaped into its father's arms, mewing softly. Chiemo embraced the little kitten, saying, Chocho, your brother has gone missing. Can you help your father find him? Upon hearing the kitten's plaintive mews, Huo Liangzhou set aside his documents and remarked, Chocho, do seek out your brother. This mischievous rascal has vanished off to play somewhere, and your father's calls have gone unanswered. The golden kitten, upon hearing this, nuzzled its head against its father's hand and mewed a few times, attempting to summon its brother. Yet, despite its calls, silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the plump cub, the elder brother, gleefully toppling its carefully stacked blocks, erupting in joyous laughter. The golden kitten, Chocho, with its somewhat oversized head, sensed that something was indeed amiss with its brother. Even if he had run off to play, he should at least respond to a call. The current situation suggested that either the brother had ventured to a place beyond reach of its summons, or he was unable to respond at all. In light of this, the golden kitten, Chocho, spun in circles, nipping at its own tail. Matters that a little kitten could not resolve were best left to the litter box attendant. Thus, the golden kitten mewed at its father and Huo Liangzhou, reminding them not to become lost in the pursuit of wealth. Strength for the future was paramount. The little kitten, Cho, slipped into a spatial portal, soon landing back atop the attendant Jiye's head. Rubbing against Jiye's neck, it mewed softly. Amused by his little kitten's predicament, Jiye asked, "How did you end up here and why do you ask such questions?" Cho further inquired if his fishing rod could catch anything besides fish. The little kitten mewed to Jiye, informing him of its brother's disappearance. Upon hearing this, Jiye responded, "Your brother, the one named Snowball, cannot possibly be lost. Is he unresponsive to your call?" Cho leapt from the man's shoulder, sitting before him with a serious demeanor, nodding in affirmation. Unbeknownst to Cho, its adorably earnest expression only endeared it further to Jiye, who could not help but be charmed. "Very well, I shall give it a try. I have been cursed by the sea god. Aside from fish, I can catch anything." Observing the golden kitten's worried countenance, Jiye felt a pang of unhappiness. Ruffling the kitten's head, he reassured, "Do not worry. I will surely bring your brother back. He is our cat. Who would dare steal him? We shall deal with them." The kitten's eyes brightened at this. Then, it circled around Jiye's ankles, mewing and nudging with its short tail. Conquering this divine being was a task the little kitten approached with ease. With eyes narrowed in delight at its affectionate displays, Jiye cast his fishing line, which vanished into the sea's depths. The tumultuous waves could not impede the hook's descent, nor could they sever the line. In an instant, the tiny golden hook seized the anxious, mewing silver kitten, Snowball. While Snowball remained at home in the living room with its brother, the latter played with blocks while Snowball diligently studied, striving to understand the rules, aspiring to become a deity to protect its father, its papa, and its brother from being bullied by other gods. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it was seized by a fish-tailed creature. Captured and confined underwater, it attempted to bite the creature's tail. While it was enticingly fragrant, its formidable teeth could not break through, failing to extract even a single scale from the creature's tail. A golden light enveloped the silver kitten, and as the hook twitched, it vanished before the enigmatic merman preparing food for the little kitten. Hai Yen, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the exquisite silver kitten, smirked coldly. "You already possess a cat and yet dare to steal mine? You are opposing me. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness." The ocean surged instantaneously, swirling forth a terrifying abyss of dark, ominous suction. The golden kitten observed its human companion as he began to reel in the fishing line, its expression filled with anticipation. Had its younger brother been caught? For countless years, this fishing hook had failed to ensnare anything of substance. Nonetheless, as long as it accompanied its owner on fishing excursions, it had never witnessed him catch anything. In an instant, the line was drawn back, and the golden radiance gradually dissipated. A soft meow echoed through the air. Upon hearing its brother's call, the golden kitten joyfully leaped forward, mewing in delight. Within the golden glow, the little kitten, Snowball, perked up upon hearing its elder brother's voice. It was the second brother come to rescue it. As the golden light completely faded, Snowball bounded to its brother's side, its round, fluffy head nuzzling against him. He had returned, the little one had survived. That monstrous fish was frightful, as if it intended to devour the little one whole. The silver kitten continued to meow incessantly to its brother, recounting how the monstrous fish had bullied it. Not only had the fish tormented it, but it had also prevented its return home. Such wickedness! Indeed, fish ought to remain in the little one's bowl to be obedient. Hearing its brother's complaints, Cho glanced at their human companion, mewing inquiringly about the identity of this monstrous fish. Jiye chuckled at the two agitated and indignant kittens. "Who else could it be? It is the one who has cursed me into years of fruitless fishing. Look, the sea has risen." Cho and Snowball gazed at the surface of the sea. They were perched atop a floating ice sheet, where the water was churning violently, and a dreadful, profound whirlpool was forming, threatening to engulf the ice beneath them. Instantly, both Snowball and Cho were filled with panic, meowing frantically. Chapter 89. Jiye pressed a hand down, causing the whirlpool to vanish, and the sea returned to a placid state. Observing the once again serene surface of the ocean, Jiye sighed, "What mischief are you up to, Hai Yen? For how many years have you cursed me, causing my fishing endeavors to be fruitless? We have no deep-seated enmity." Hai Yen floated upon the water, glaring at Jiye, who held a fishing rod. "No deep-seated enmity? You lured away my gatekeeper and even roasted him for dinner. Furthermore, why should you be able to keep cats while I cannot? You have stolen my cat." Hai Yen fumed. Upon hearing this, Ji Yi nearly rolled his eyes at the vengeful sea god. The little kitten, Snowball, upon witnessing the fearsome fish, immediately hid behind its brother, trembling. Chio Chio, clutching its brother, scurried into Ji Ye's embrace, mewing in fear, "Hurry and protect us." In the face of the frantic little meows, Ji Yi reached out to gently pat and soothe them. "Fear not, the sea god is reasonable." He then turned to Hai Yen. "Look, my little kittens trust me. What about yours? Have you ever consulted their parents? Do the little ones take to you? A reluctant companion is never sweet. As a deity, you must ensure that the kittens willingly follow you." Upon hearing Ji Ye's words, Hai Yen retorted, "Without your interference, I would soon earn the affection of the kittens. Should you dare to thwart my endeavors again, I shall seize your cats." Ji Yi remarked, "You clearly lack experience in raising kittens. Their possessiveness is quite strong. How can you threaten to take another cat in front of one you admire?" Hai Yen shot Ji Yi a glare. "If only I were not at a disadvantage. Return my cat." Ji Yi shook his head. "I must return the kittens to their father. They have lost their little one and are undoubtedly anxious." Upon hearing this, Hai Yen replied, "I will return the kittens. I will seek a strategy." "You actually know about strategies? Impressive," Ji Yi exclaimed in surprise. Hai Yen, gritting his teeth, retorted, "I am not an idiot. I am a deity, a high-ranking one, mind you." "Very well, let us return together," Ji Yi suggested. The golden kitten, Chio Chio, mewed a few times. Ji Yi was destined to be unable to catch fish. He had been cursed by the sea god, forever estranged from the fish. He handed the fishing rod to Hai Yen. With a swift flick, Hai Yen summoned a plethora of massive sea creatures. A giant crab, a colossal lobster, a gargantuan yellow fish, a massive grouper, and a gigantic squid, all soon piling atop the floating ice. After Hai Yen collected the bounty, both of them vanished from the ocean's surface. In Kyoto, Huoliangzhou had just finished his work. Their company was currently transitioning from the internet and pharmaceuticals, as the number of mutant beasts had diminished, thanks to the intervention of the cat god, the second brother. However, what of the future? Huoliangzhou remembered that the second brother had mentioned that mutant beasts could eventually be contracted but required training. Huoliangzhou was currently recruiting numerous experts in genetic breeding and training, attempting to tame more docile and easily manageable animals for contracts, such as mutant ants. The current mutant ants were no longer the size of fists but had grown to lengths of 20 to 30 centimeters. However, the reproductive capacity of the ant queens had significantly diminished, with only a few thousand in a colony being the norm. If they could tame an ant queen, their company would possess ants available for contracting. Though technology was crucial, cultivation might prove to be the most significant factor in the future, as it could extend one's lifespan. Originally, Huoliangzhou intended to head to the company, but given that his son was missing, he naturally chose to accompany his little master. The loss of his son was not a cause for concern. Huoliangzhou believed that Snowball was intelligent and strong enough to find its way home. If his little master were to encounter trouble, that would indeed be a grave issue that Huoliangzhou could not bear. After all, he had only one beloved, and while his son might be lost, he would eventually be found. As for his son facing danger, he had faith that Snowball would be safe. This confidence was bolstered by the presence of the second brother. Huoliangzhou compiled all the information he had gathered. He did not believe that the second brother would succumb to despair. This little one approached every endeavor with a purpose. Thus, the human companion, the one responsible for the kittens, could very well have been someone his son deliberately sought out, perhaps as a means to return or to allow their family to be reborn. That formidable deity undoubtedly had the power to accomplish such feats. When the second brother realized he could not resurrect his family, he would likely seek external assistance. Therefore, Huoliangzhou did not question the deity who had taken the second brother away. It was evident that the second brother had sought this individual out, likely someone he cherished, and had subsequently captured them. Never underestimate the wisdom of the second brother. However, Huoliangzhou felt that the second brother seemed a bit naive this time. Perhaps that was for the best, as it indicated the second brother did not need to calculate every detail, exhausting himself, which would not lead to longevity. As for the little one, it was best to remain joyful and carefree. Huoliangzhou sighed, lamenting his shortcomings as a father, feeling the need for his son to take the lead. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and as he rose, Chi-Mo dashed out. Upon opening the door, Chi-Mo immediately spotted the second brother perched upon the shoulder of a strikingly beautiful, otherworldly man. Then he noticed Snowball, their third, nestled atop the head of this enchanting figure. "Snowball, where have you been? Do you wish to worry your father to death? Come inside." "I apologize. I was simply a bit too excited when Snowball suddenly disappeared," Chi-Mo stammered. He had a strong feeling that the deity accompanying the second brother and the one beneath Snowball were perhaps also deities, friends of deities, all likely divine beings. Mortals were unworthy of being friends with deities due to their differing life forms, and even more so, the absence of a common language made it impossible to forge true friendships amidst the disparity in status. Ji spoke gently, "It is all right." Upon learning that his brother was lost, Cho was quite worried. He ushered everyone into the living room and invited them to sit on the sofa. "What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea?" "I will prepare some tea," Chiemo offered. The little creature, who had remained in kitten form, transformed in an instant into a remarkably handsome youth, resembling a mountain sprite, pure, clear, and pristine. He bore a resemblance to Chiemo, with eyes that were a blend of Chimo's and Huoliangzhou's. The tea set, teacups, tea table, and stools were all Ji Ye's possessions. Hai Yen was not particularly adept at conversing with humans. He was somewhat reclusive, preferring the company of simple-minded sea creatures. If only the gatekeeper octopus possessed a modicum of intelligence, it might have uttered a sound when Ji Yi caught it, thereby preventing Ji Yi from roasting the sea god's gate. After sipping a cup of tea, Hai Yen glanced at Chiemo and then at the striking young gentleman who had already ascended to the intermediate divine realm. Subsequently, Hai Yen turned his attention to the little cat nestled in Chimo's embrace. It appeared that his cat had yet to attain divinity, which was unacceptable. He needed to devise a plan. His feline companion could not be outdone by Ji Ye's. Since Ji Ye's cat was capable of becoming a deity, so too could his, for twins could hardly be inferior in any regard. "I wish to care for your cat. I shall provide it with the finest life and material comforts. These gifts are for you," Hai Yen declared. In the living room, alongside the freshly caught seafood, there lay an enormous shell, which slowly opened to reveal a trove of treasures. Crystals in a myriad of colors, pearls the size of fists, and exquisite corals. A radiant object blooming on the coral branches caught the attention of Cho. It was a divine essence. Since the arrival of the second child, Chiemo had been utterly starstruck. He excitedly tugged at Huoliangzhou, exclaiming, "The little one is so beautiful, so adorable. I absolutely adore him." Huoliangzhou gently patted the back of his young master, hoping he could compose himself, for such fervor was excessive. Their child was indeed stunning, but that was to be expected given their superior genes. Unless a mutation occurred, it was impossible for them to be anything but beautiful. However, since the young master had already taken a liking to the little one, what was he to do? This simply could not be permitted. The little one belonged to someone else. His husband was the one who was truly his. Huoliangzhou embraced his young master and spoke, "My dear, I must remind you that the little one is not for sale, even if you are a deity. However, if you can earn his affection and he is willing, you may take him out to play or even adopt him. But you must first tell us who you are." Huoliangzhou's tone held a sense of urgency. In the future, he absolutely could not allow any offspring to appear. Love was finite, and should there be more little ones, the young master's affection would be diluted. Furthermore, the young master had always favored the little ones. As a man and a husband, Huoliangzhou felt a pang of sorrow. At least the chubby little one would not compete for the young master's love. Hai Yen turned to Huoliangzhou and then to Chiemo before stating, "I am the sea god, and your little one is exceedingly charming. I find myself quite taken with him. I hope he can accompany me. The glowing object on the coral is a divine essence. A gift for you. I will prepare another divine essence for Shueqiu, one that will be most suitable for him." At the moment of transformation, Cho recalled his name. He was Huo Jinghan. "What is the little one like?" Huo Jinghan inquired. Upon hearing this, Shueqiu mewed a few times, uncertain himself. Then he mewed again. "The little one must protect Daddy and Papa, as well as his brother. The little one must grow strong, very strong." Upon hearing this, Hai Yen replied, "I understand. I will assist him in hunting the divine essence of the war god. That is the main deity." "Are you out of your mind?" Ji Yi exclaimed, his head spinning at the thought. Hai Yen glanced at Ji Yi and said, "If you love him, provide him with the best." Ji Yi felt a surge of frustration. Could he truly deliver on such a promise? Chapter 90. After concluding his speech, Hai Yen departed without responding to Ji Ye's offer of assistance, likely preparing to undertake the divine task alone. Ji Yi examined the divine essence Hai Yen had gifted and remarked to Chiemo, "This is a life divine essence, a lower-tier essence." Huoliangzhou then asked, "Can this lower-tier essence be enhanced? What are the differences in usage between lower and higher-tier essences? Is there any danger involved?" Ji Yi, displaying remarkable patience, perhaps due to affection, explained, "Using a higher-tier essence carries certain risks. Of course, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The benefit of the lower-tier essence is its minimal risk. I have observed Cho's father. Absorbing the life divine essence poses almost no risk, although the combat power of the life essence is not formidable. However, it would be advantageous for both Cho and Xueqiu. Huo, relieved by the absence of risk, inquired further, if one uses the lower-tier essence, can it still be enhanced? Ji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Cho has obtained 2 dusk divine essences. Once he digests them, he will be able to advance to an intermediate-tier essence. Huo Jinghan nodded. Father will be fine. Daddy has us to protect him. One does not have to possess only one divine essence. The life essence can also merge with other essences, potentially evolving into the Earth Mother, which boasts considerable offensive power. Moreover, the life essence is not incapable of attacking. Upon reaching the intermediate level, it can siphon vitality from others and bestow it as well. Huo then said, Mo, you should absorb this divine essence. Mo shook his head in response. I prefer to stay home, where it is safer. You often go out, you should absorb it. Huo chuckled, this is a supportive essence. Moreover, if you absorb it alone, 3 will benefit. Be good and listen to your husband. Your husband must comprehend and possess a powerful combat divine essence. Upon hearing this, Mo glanced at the handsome young man pouring tea and then at the little cat, Xueqiu, drinking from the teacup. Very well, I shall absorb it. However, what about the gifts from that high yen? It is impolite to accept without reciprocating. Mo voiced his concern, pondering how to repay if he declined, for he would not sell the little one. Gently ruffling his younger brother's round head from top to tail, Huo Jinghan inquired, does Xueqiu like high yen? He is the sea god and will have plenty of fish snacks. Turning to Ji, Huo Jinghan asked, Master, do you know Hai Yen well? What is his temperament like? Is he easy to get along with? Ji tapped the table lightly before responding. I am quite familiar with him, at least before I roasted his gatekeeper octopus. Hai Yen tends to be reclusive, avoiding crowds, and has a fondness for nurturing marine creatures that have yet to gain sentience. He is quite devoted. I suspect he has taken a liking to Xueqiu out of jealousy over my cat, and after learning about the feline, it seems he has genuinely become enamored with Xueqiu. While Cho was undoubtedly the most adorable, as he was Ji's own, one could not deny the fact that Xueqiu was also quite charming. If Cho could attract attention, then Xueqiu could certainly captivate Hai Yen. However, one must wonder if a fish falling for a cat was truly appropriate, especially when this fish intended to provide the cat with a divine essence of war. Once the cat matured, could the fish still hold its own? In the end, would it be the cat that cared for the fish or vice versa? Nevertheless, as long as Xueqiu remained unharmed, Ji felt no inclination to intervene. Raising a cat was indeed delightful. Mo addressed the little cat, Xueqiu, saying, do not feel pressured. Even if I absorb the life divine essence, if you do not like Hai Yen, we can always return a divine essence to him. However, if you do like him, it is not out of the question to make a divine friend, provided that he truly cares for you and you for him. Mo stated, the little one is not for sale, but having a divine friend is certainly beneficial. Xueqiu mewed softly, not entirely opposed to the idea, as the other party seemed rather appealing. However, if the other attempted to take him away, Xueqiu would be displeased. One must respect the little cat, for only then would the little cat be inclined to accept one as its caretaker. A fish could hardly comprehend the delicate thoughts of a little cat. Mewing, Xueqiu expressed, I'm hungry. The little glutton. Food was always of paramount importance. Mo couldn't help but chuckle at the little one's enthusiasm, as it was clear he was quite fond of that fish cough. The sea god was indeed quite handsome and would undoubtedly be a worthy addition to the family. Ji sensed the thoughts of Cho's father and remarked, you truly are audacious, even considering him as a son-in-law. He glanced at the young man beside him. A son-in-law might be more appropriate. However, the thought that Cho has yet to be born is rather vexing. Patience is required. Raising a cat can indeed be delightful. Mo headed to the kitchen, where the seafood previously laid out in the living room was gathered and placed into storage. Once in the kitchen, he retrieved it again. The crabs were cracked open, then steamed. The flesh of the conch and clams was extracted, cleaned, and prepared for steaming. Squid was grilled, lobsters charred, and oysters roasted over an open flame, seasoned with a blend of chili and 5-spice. Once steamed, they were garnished with minced garlic, drizzled with sauce, and sprinkled with chopped scallions, all finished with a splash of hot oil. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. The little cat, Snowball, meowed adorably, lacking the ability to transform into a human like his second brother. The chubby little one was cradled by Mo, At 10 months old, he could indulge in a bit of seafood. Ji, the deity, was rather affable, able to converse with both Huoliangzhou and Chiemo, and even engage with the chubby little one in Martian dialect. Chiemo mused that Ji must have been quite the eloquent person before ascending to divinity. The table was laden with crabs, conchs, clams, lobsters, and squid. Huoliangzhou began to dissect the crab meat and peel the lobster for the young master. Ji tended to his own cat. Snowball hopped over to his father to snatch a bite, while the chubby little one gnawed on crab meat, his mouth slick with juices. Chiemo savored a piece of crab meat and exclaimed, "This is delicious. It seems to be a mutation. But wait, was this caught in our blue star?" Huo Jinghan nodded. It was caught at sea. The mutations seem to be happening rather rapidly, Huoliangzhou remarked. Although these may appear small now, it is because they have been cut. That squid was over 10 meters long. The crabs are also sizable, about 2 meters. While their shells have hardened and enlarged, the meat has become even more succulent and chewy. Deep-sea mutations occur more swiftly than those on land, but fortunately, they have yet to make their way to shore, Ji explained. Huoliangzhou inquired, "Are you suggesting that sea creatures might come ashore and attack humans?" Ji, enjoying a piece of lobster, replied while extracting crab meat for his cat, "Not necessarily. As long as that fish exists, nothing in the sea can surpass it." Snowball chimed in, "The crab is delicious, the lobster is delightful, the squid is tasty, and the clams are also quite appetizing. That fish smells particularly fragrant. Perhaps I should raise a fish as well? If it could bring me the 4 war gods, then my cat would surely be devoted to that fish and take good care of it." Little did anyone know that this silver-coated cat was already wavering. A foodie will always compromise for the sake of food. After bringing Chocho home for a meal, Ji took his cat back to go fishing. Since becoming a deity, if he did not engage in faith wars, life would be rather dull. He needed to find ways to pass the time. Comprehending the rules is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires a prolonged period of enlightenment. And enlightenment is exceedingly difficult. I wonder where that fish has gone. Jinghan, has your father absorbed the life divinity yet? Ji inquired, noting that it had been over half a year since the fish had vanished. Chiemo was anxiously awaiting the arrival of his offspring, who was already over half a month past the due date. In his previous life, due to inadequate nutrition and poor conditions, the child was born nearly a month premature. Yet this time, it seemed as though the child was delaying birth by nearly 2 months. Huoliangzhou was also somewhat anxious about this situation. Ji had taken their second child out fishing for over a month without returning. The fish that had promised to care for the little one was also nowhere to be found. Huoliangzhou glanced at the small cat resting on the young master's head and said, "Snowball, go find your second brother and inquire about the situation. Your father is already over half a month past the due date. Surely a cesarean section cannot be avoided if this continues." On a floating ice block in the sea, a sunshade, a mat, and a low table were set up, where Huo Jinghan was brewing tea. After sipping a cup, he remarked, "The progress is satisfactory, but full integration will take at least 2 to 3 years. He then closed his eyes, continuing his melding with the essence of the god of dusk. Having made significant strides that day, once he becomes a middle-tier deity, he will be able to protect his family. Despite the considerable loss of life on Blue Star, many still remain. A low-tier deity cannot hold the fort." Huo Jinghan turned to the man before him. "Master, the Great Xia is for my family. You can develop followers elsewhere, but leave a little for that fish." A thunderous roar echoed as the ocean surged. Waves reached heights of over 100 meters, crashing toward the shore. Fortunately, due to the current presence of sea beasts, the coast was now largely deserted. As the waves reached the shore, they receded to a few meters, resulting in minimal damage. Whether on the high seas or conducting operations within the ocean, the emergence of sea beasts typically leads to significant losses. Huo Jinghan stood up. Ji gazed into the distance. There, the fish clutched a dazzling divine essence, bloodied and heavily injured. "Are you all right?" Ji asked, standing. The fish looked at Ji, a faint smile gracing its lips, as it extended a hand toward Huo Jinghan, eyes unfocused, "For my little cat." Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the battered fish collapsed. Ji crouched down, poking the unconscious creature, then turned to his cat, saying, "Perhaps we should dissect it. That way we could obtain 2 divine essences, 1 mid-tier war god essence, likely a high-tier one, but sealed. It would suit that little cat well. The sea god essence could assist in your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Huo Jinghan prodded the fish. "Master, please don't jest. Don't think I'm unaware of your friendship with it." "Humph, I'm not its friend. Who would curse their own friend?" Ji retorted stubbornly. fully aware of the irony that he had cursed it to be unable to fish, a lifelong adversary. Ignoring the fish, Ji Yi returned to fishing. Huo Jinghan decided to bring both the fish and the divine essence home. Faced with the pleas of his father and papa, Huo Jinghan felt a flicker of unease. He had forgotten that absorbing divine essence comes with repercussions. After absorbing the divine essence, the birth of the child will be delayed, Huo Jinghan stated. Chiamo's eyes widened in disbelief. Huo Jinghan, why didn't you tell me sooner? I can't just remain like this. Huo Jinghan, confronting Chi Mo's furious outburst, replied, it's only a delay of 2 to 3 years. Just endure for a bit. Once you become a deity, having children will be quite challenging. And you might not have any others afterward. This is the war god essence the fish brought back. Snowball, hurry and take it away. And as for you, father, this fish is injured. Let your brother take care of it. Just keep it in the bathtub, change the water daily, and it will heal on its own. Huo Jinghan tossed the fish into the living room and then fled, fearing his father might retaliate. It is well known that while Papa makes various decisions, once father speaks, Papa will never refuse. In the bathtub, Snowball gazed at the unconscious fish, sniffing it here and there. It still smelled delectable. The child would surely enjoy it. Perhaps a small nibble wouldn't be noticed? The little cat pounced, biting the fish's mouth. Having previously tried to bite its tail to no avail, it found the blood to be sweet, fragrant, and delectable. Glancing around furtively, the little cat felt a pang of guilt. Raising its head, it mewed, fur bristling, ready to flee. The fish opened its eyes, laughter shining within, and murmured to the startled little cat, you drank my blood, accepted my divine essence. From this day forth, you are my cat. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and give a thumbs up to support. We shall meet again in the next story.